transmigrated to another world, starting on hell difficulty. 14 companions around me were instantly slaughtered by goblins. Amidst screams and despair, I discovered I have a heaven-defying cheat, sacrificial spirit. As long as I kill the monster before me, I can turn it into my summon? Okay. To survive this first goblin, I'm determined to kill. The setting sun dyed the sky red, illuminating this abandoned medieval-style church. And Shen looked around, at the broken stone pillars, the cracked walls, the open sky, and a headless goddess statue, all exuding an eerie atmosphere. A dozen people, 8 men and 7 women, were frantically talking and searching, having lost their memories, only remembering their names. Am I the only one with a panel? And Shen looked at the information in his mind. Name, and Shen race, human, level, 0 experience, 0/50 profession, none magic, 10/10 talent, sacrificial spirit, kill monsters to obtain souls, sacrifice to summon/learn skills, monsters? And Shen's heart tightened, and he immediately became alert. He noticed the numerous sharp marks on the walls, and his unease grew stronger. He quietly picked up a sharp stone and hid it in his pocket. At that moment, a lean man climbed up a broken wall and excitedly shouted down, "There seems to be a town through the forest over there." Whoosh! A cold arrow shot through the air, grazing his cheek. Before he could react, a second arrow had accurately pierced his throat. His body fell from the height, his head shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! The girl's screams pierced the silence. Key kick. Accompanied by a chilling laugh, 5 small, ugly green-skinned creatures with pointed ears, wielding curved knives and clubs, crawled up the ruins. Goblins. A man nearby turned to run but was pierced in the calf by a flying dagger, falling to the ground with a scream. "Help me!" He desperately reached out his hand. Among the crowd, a burly young man with a buzz cut wanted to step forward but hesitated. The 5 goblins had already pounced on the fallen man, smashing his skull with clubs, stabbing wildly with knives, and one even bit off a chunk of flesh from his face, chewing and swallowing. The man died instantly. Run! Witnessing this bloody scene, everyone was terrified and turned to flee. And Shen had already started to run before the screams began. The sounds of goblin shrieks and human screams echoed behind him. The church was not large, and soon everyone escaped to the other exit. Along the way, and Shen saw a girl being dragged away by 2 goblins, her clothes torn apart, her desperate cries sending chills down the spine. The burly young man finally couldn't hold back, roaring as he charged forward, but the 3 goblins chasing him completely ignored him. Their target was the larger group of people near Shen. "What are you waiting for? Run!" And Shen pulled a stunned girl in a dress as he climbed over a low wall. Just as he landed, an arrow shot towards him. Pain shot through his left arm, he had been hit. And Shen instinctively crouched down, the screams behind him telling him that the goblin archer had hit someone else, a girl with long hair. Without thinking much, he grabbed the dress-wearing girl and ran wildly towards the forest, the direction of the town the deceased had seen earlier. 8 people followed closely behind, but 5 melee goblins and 1 archer who kept shooting cold arrows had caught up, surrounding them. He. The goblins jumped excitedly, as if toying with their prey. A man with earrings was shot in the shoulder, crying out in pain. "We can only fight." A small man's eyes flashed with determination. 4 men against 4, 5 women against 1. On the count of 3, charge together. 1, 2, 3. Charge! With his hoarse shout, and Shen, a bald young man, the shot man, and a girl in a revealing bikini charged out with gritted teeth. But the others remained motionless, and that small man, after shouting 3, unexpectedly turned and ran towards the church where there was only 1 archer. "Damn it! We've been played!" And Shen felt a chill in his heart. But the goblins were already close, with no way to retreat. The shot man was the first to be heavily injured and fell to the ground, cursing at the small man's back. The bald young man was besieged by 2 goblins, fighting while retreating towards the forest, and Shen faced a goblin wielding a dagger. The arrow wound on his left arm severely affected his movements, and as he dodged, he sustained new injuries. He tried to seize the blade, but the strength difference was too great. Instead, he was caught by the wrist, and the goblin opened its mouth to bite. In a moment of desperation, and Shen used his left hand to block, and his thumb was bitten off in an instant. In excruciating pain, he kicked the goblin away, creating some distance. Blood blurred his vision, and the goblin lunged at him with a sneer again. And Shen suddenly turned, took off his windbreaker, and threw it over the goblin's head. Taking advantage of its momentary daze, he kicked it down, pulled a sharp stone from his pocket, and mounted it, smashing down on its head with all his might. Puff! Puff! He only stopped when the goblin lay completely still. At that moment, a white transparent soul floated out from the goblin's corpse and entered in Shen's body. Obtained goblin soul times 1, level increased to 1. Experience 20 of 100, soul. And Shen checked his panel in pain, and under the spirit summoning talent, a soul record appeared. he immediately thought of summoning. Summoning a goblin requires a soul, claws, and a left ear. And Shen picked up the dagger on the ground, suppressing his nausea, and quickly cut off the required materials from the dead goblin. Be careful! A weak warning came from behind, and Shen turned around to see a goblin with a wooden stick charging at him. Damn! And Shen shivered in fear. He had just killed one and was barely alive. Facing another would surely mean death. He hurriedly placed the claws and left ear on the ground and activated Spirit Summon. Magic power depleted. Summoning successful. The materials on the ground vanished, and a green-skinned creature identical to the dead goblin appeared in its place. And Shen immediately threw the dagger to it and commanded, "Block it." The summoned goblin let out a wah, and met the wooden stick goblin head-on. The two seemed to be of different levels. The wooden stick goblin might be higher, and the summoned goblin quickly fell into a disadvantage, its health, visible on the panel, continuously decreasing. I can't hold on, I have to run. And Shen looked around. The arrow-struck man was dead, the bald man had disappeared deep into the forest, the bikini girl was struggling to get up, covered in wounds, the dress girl was still standing foolishly, the others had long followed the small boy back to the church. At that moment, the dagger goblin that had just killed the arrow-struck man spotted Shen and charged straight at him. Damn! And Shen cursed under his breath and shouted to the bikini girl and the dress girl, "I'll draw it away, you two run, and sell a favor in passing." Then he dashed into the forest. The goblin pursued relentlessly, but in the complex forest environment, it eventually lost track of Shen. And Shen ran for his life in the forest for over 10 minutes before finally bursting out. Looking back, he saw no pursuers and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The sharp pain in his left hand kept surging. He needed to treat it quickly. He looked up and saw a higher ground where he could clearly see the outline of the town below, along with curling smoke. The direction is right. And Shen was overjoyed, struggling to get up and running towards Gruul town. The summoned goblin had long since perished, but the time it bought was crucial. And Shen dragged his battered and exhausted body to the outskirts of Gruul town, only to be stopped by 2 armored guards by the river. After a difficult explanation, an amnesiac traveler attacked by monsters, the guards, seeing his serious injuries, reluctantly took him to find the old priest in the town. In the church, the old priest stated that treatment required a silver coin, and Shen rummaged through the bag he had scavenged from the goblin, finding only 2 severely damaged silver coins and a beast's tooth. These 2 are only worth 80 copper coins combined. Normally 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. The old priest shook his head, but sighed and accepted them, asking Shen to make up the debt later. A soft white light emanated from the old priest's staff, enveloping Shen's left hand. The arrow wound and bite marks quickly healed, and the pain disappeared. All done. Your severed finger will need to be restored by a high priest in Valcam City, the old priest said. And Shen looked at the bare thumb on his left hand, helplessly accepting reality. As long as he was alive, that was enough. He inquired about the situation in this world, the continent of Angamros, where humans, demi-humans, and monsters coexisted, and the kingdom of Nigel and other human nations fighting against the monsters. Gruul town belonged to the kingdom of Nigel and was quite backward. Humans grew stronger by choosing from 6 major professions: warrior, knight, mage, hunter, priest, thief, and had to pay mentors to learn skills. Valcam City, 30 kilometers away, had high priests and professional mentors. During their conversation, Shen's stomach growled. The old priest gave him a hard black bread and water, and informed him of the location of the slums. With no money to his name, Shen could only seek shelter there. As night fell, Shen found a dilapidated corner in the slums, surrounded by walls but with no roof. After gnawing on the hard-to-swallow bread, he fell into a deep sleep, filled with the goblin's sinister laughter. The next morning, hunger struck again, and Shen squatted by the river, gazing at his reflection, and remembered the milk tea from before his crossing. Sigh. He sighed, deciding to try his luck at the market to see if he could exchange the beast's tooth he had taken from the goblin for some money. Gruul town. The ground is paved with large stone bricks and the surrounding buildings are filled with the style of medieval Europe. And Chen asked passers-by for directions and arrived at the market. Stalls connected in a row sold various items. There were fruit stalls, daily necessities stalls, and vendors pushing carts selling goods. Contrary to the crowded scene he had imagined, most of the stalls here had very few customers. A few shoppers walked along the street while bored stall owners chatted to pass the time. And Shen walked around and found a merchant dozing on a cart. After waking him up, Shen took out the beast tooth from his pocket. The merchant, wearing glasses, examined the tooth for a moment and said to Shen, "Oh, this is a gray wolf's tooth. If you think 1 silver coin is appropriate, you can sell it to me. Of course, you can sell it to other merchants as well. But I think no one will offer more than 1 silver coin. 1 silver coin." And Shen was stunned. This single tooth was worth 1 silver coin. The merchant explained, gray wolf teeth are needed for making talismans to ward off evil. And Chen didn't know what a talisman was, but he still sold the beast tooth. After putting 1 silver coin in his pocket, and Chen asked for the location of the blacksmith shop and headed over. Without a doubt, he wanted to buy a weapon and then go hunt monsters to earn money. Not only to accumulate monsters' souls but also to gather money for treating his left hand. Moreover, becoming a professional and learning skills also required money, with the minimum being several silver coins. Without money, even in another world, one would find it hard to move forward. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Chen let out a breath and walked in. Behind the counter of the shop, a robust figure was examining a dagger. Hearing Chen's entrance, the sturdy figure put down the dagger and stepped out of the shadows. As Chen expected, the owner of the blacksmith shop was a very large man, nearly 2 meters tall. John was almost 40 this year. His arms were covered in bulging muscles and his face was full of flesh. From a distance, he looked like a bear, exuding a strong sense of pressure. The messy beard on his chin, combined with his bald head and small eyes, could scare a naked child to tears. What do you want to buy? Old John's voice was like a bronze bell, startling Chen. I'll take a look first. And Chen swallowed hard and said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Old John ignored Chen. And Chen walked over to the exhibition wall nearby and found that it was filled with farming tools. Of course, there were also daggers and short swords, but they were all short weapons. The only long weapon was a sword hanging at the very top. The sword was 1.2 meters long, with a handle about 20 centimeters. The blade, forged from fine steel, gleamed coldly. Chen's eyes lit up and he pointed at the sword, asking, how much is this? Old John glanced at Chen. Since he had lost his coat in battle and his short sleeves were torn, covering his left hand, and Chen looked quite disheveled. The fine steel long sword is priced at 15 silver coins. No bargaining. Upon hearing this price, the light in Chen's eyes faded. 15 silver coins. That was too expensive. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he smiled at the weapon shop owner and asked, what weapons do you have for under 1 silver coin? Old John, upon hearing this, pointed at a few wooden clubs on the ground and said, iron weapons start at a few silver coins, but these clubs made from 100-year-old wood are 50 copper coins each. Looking at the large club over a meter long on the ground, Chen grimaced. The prices here were too high. Moreover, what could this big club even do? Although it's not very useful against some powerful monsters, it can still be used to hit a slime. Old John said when he saw Chen's question. Slime? Where's the slime? And Chen perked up immediately upon hearing the news of slimes. The goblins in the forest were just too strong, and there were so many of them. Even with a steel longsword in hand, Chen felt a great deal of danger. Now that he heard there were slimes, of course, he wanted to go bully the slimes. Old John, seeing Chen's excited expression, poured a bucket of cold water on him. There are plenty of slimes out on the grasslands outside the town. But slimes are not easy to deal with. If you're not careful, you could get seriously injured. Then Old John began to share information about slimes with Chen. Slimes are very common monsters on the grasslands. These creatures can be killed with a good whack from a wooden stick. He collects the slime skins for 1 copper coin each. But don't think slimes are easy to handle. Otherwise, they wouldn't be rampant on the grasslands outside the town. Slimes can spray corrosive acid. If you accidentally get hit, it could be troublesome. If it gets on your hands or feet, it's manageable. Just apply some herbs and rest for 10 days or so, and you'll be fine. But if it gets in your face, it could very well cause disfigurement. Moreover, slimes are social creatures. Anger one, and a whole swarm will come. Ordinary people without armor wouldn't dare to provoke these things and would choose to walk around them if they encountered them. The attack range of a slime is less than 3 meters, so as long as farmers are a bit careful and keep their distance, they won't get hurt. There's some danger, but killing one only nets you 1 copper coin. Plus, slimes usually just eat dirt and grass on the grasslands, and they rarely attack people. So no one bothers with this group of round monsters living on the grasslands. Only during harvest season does the town mayor think of hiring some low-level mercenary groups to deal with the slimes that damage the crops. After listening to Old John, Chen fell into deep thought but ultimately decided to go to the grasslands to find slimes to level up. After all, they were the weakest monsters. 1 good hit could take them down. However, when Chen heard Old John mention mercenary groups, it piqued his interest. Excuse me, does mercenary group refer to the adventurers from the Adventurers Guild? The old priest had also mentioned that professionals could join mercenary groups, which Chen had forgotten to ask about at the time. When it comes to another world, the most distinctive feature is, of course, the adventurers. Adventurers with various dreams slay monsters, earn gold coins, level up, and ultimately battle the Demon King. Right now, Chen struggled against goblins, so he certainly wouldn't be fighting the Demon King. But there are many tasks in the Adventurers Guild, some high difficulty, some low. Before going out to hunt monsters, he should check if there are any tasks he can take. However, to Shen's disappointment, Old John's answer was that this world does not have an adventurers guild, nor does it have the profession of adventurers. The only related entity is the mercenary group. Mercenary groups accept commissions and then receive payment. In terms of behavior, mercenary groups are similar to adventurers, but in reality, the two are very different. First, mercenary groups are organized entities. One must first become a professional and pass the mercenary group's assessment to join and take on tasks with the group. Secondly, the rewards for tasks taken by mercenary groups are quite high. After all, they have to support so many people. Ordinary people won't post commissions unless there's something significant. This is also why there are no mercenary groups staying in Roll Town. Here, basically no one will post commissions, and mercenary groups will starve sooner or later. In contrast, adventurers are relatively free-spirited. Professionals, they work alone. Whether it's slaying dragons or demons or cleaning out rats in the sewers, they do it all. You never know when you might meet your end on a certain task, but this doesn't affect others. Besides friends, no one cares about the life or death of an adventurer. Of course, adventurers can also form adventurer parties. The meaning of an adventurer's party is quite similar to that of a mercenary group. But the problem is, due to the existence of mercenary groups, there are no adventurer guilds in this world, and there are no adventurers or adventurer parties to deal with the slimes on the plains outside the town or the goblins in the forest. Unless these goblins multiply to a scale where they can attack villages, coming out to plunder food and women, threatening the safety of Groll Town. Only then would the mayor send someone with a commission to Valcam to hire a mercenary group to resolve the issue. In short, Shen's dream of becoming an adventurer and taking on quests to earn money has been dashed. But then he thought, since this other world lacks an adventurer guild, he could open the first adventurer guild. Although he currently has no money and insufficient strength, with the spirit of the ritual by his side, he would have everything he needs. Once the Adventurer Guild is established, and Shen could just sit back and earn money. It's decided, I will open an adventurer guild in this other world. On the prairie outside the town of Groll, a young man dressed in a tattered short-sleeved shirt, holding a 1-meter-long wooden club in his right hand, was crouching behind a rock. And Shen glanced at his information panel. Name, Shen. Race, human. Level, 1. Experience, 20/100. Profession, none. Magic, 10 out of 10. Skills, none. Talent, spirit summoning. After a night's rest, his magic had fully recovered. In front of him, there was a blob of blue jelly-like creature munching on the grass. There were many other jelly-like creatures nearby, some rolling around, while others jumped half a meter high, bouncing as they moved. Jumping made them run a bit faster. So this is a slime. And Shen stared at the blob for a while. It looked pretty much like the slimes he remembered. Unlike goblins, Shen could see the slime's information. Race, slime. Level, 1. Health, 10/10. Magic, 60/60. Skills, devour, perception, acid spray. In the distance, there were some slightly larger slimes, but Shen couldn't see their information. And Shen guessed that he could only view the information of monsters lower than his level. Anything he couldn't see was definitely higher than his level. Realizing this, Shen decided to first target the level 1 slime. This newbie monster in the game can actually cause trouble for ordinary people. After the blacksmith's reminder, Shen no longer underestimated slimes. Anything referred to as a monster ultimately poses a threat to humans. Gripping the wooden club tightly, Shen kept his eyes fixed on the slime ahead. He was waiting for the slime to come closer. However, what Shen didn't know was that slimes had no eyes. They sensed surrounding creatures through their weak magic. When Shen was 3 meters away from the slime had already sensed a creature in that direction. This distance was within the slime's alert and attack range. Put! A jet of water shot out from the slime's body, arcing towards Shen. Sizzle! The moment the acid made contact with the stone, it emitted a sound of corrosion. Damn! Shen, hiding behind the rock, was startled. He didn't even know how he had been exposed. Fortunately, he had taken precautions and was hiding behind the rock. If he had been lying flat on the grass, waiting for the slime to spray, he would have definitely been severely injured and returned to town. However, after a brief moment of shock, Shen crawled up from behind the rock and charged at the slime, swinging his club. The weapon shop uncle had said that after a slime sprayed once, it would need at least 10 seconds to spray again. This was Shen's opportunity to kill the slime. Who would have thought that after spraying, the slime would turn and bounce away towards a distance filled with slimes? If it got away, Shen would have no chance. Hey cutie, come here. Shen suddenly jumped into the air, bringing his club down on the bouncing slime below. Smack! The basket-sized slime was smashed, and an unknown liquid splattered everywhere. Then, a white object floated up from the dead slime and merged into Shen's body. Harvested slime soul ×1, the experience points on his attribute panel also increased by 5 points. A slime only gives 5 experience points. And Shen clicked his tongue. He had gained 70 experience points from killing a goblin yesterday. However, recalling the goblin's combat power, and Shen still felt it was better to honestly farm slimes. Chirp, chirp. The nearby slimes noticed Shen making chirping sounds as they bounced towards him. A nearby slime shot a spray of acid at Shen from just a few meters away. I'm outta here. Shen, frightened, rolled and crawled back behind the original rock. When he noticed that the group of slimes was actually chasing him, he hurriedly retreated several 100 meters. It wasn't until he left the grass and reached the main road that Shen leaned against a rock, panting heavily to catch his breath. They really hold a grudge. Shen hadn't expected the slimes to follow him, but that didn't matter anymore. He raised his right hand and looked at the torn slime skin, chuckling to himself. When he harvested the slime soul, he had already learned how to summon a slime. All it took was sacrificing a piece of slime skin and a slime soul to summon a slime to fight for him. A piece of slime skin could be sold for 1 copper coin. But Shen didn't hesitate to sacrifice the slime skin and soul, summoning a slime. It was just 1 copper coin. Wouldn't it be better to use the summoned slime to kill slimes? After glancing around and finding no one, Shen laid the slime skin flat on the ground and released the slime soul. In the next moment, a slime of the same size as before appeared. Once the slime appeared, it immediately began to munch on the dirt beneath it. After swallowing the dirt, Shen could clearly see the soil particles from the outside. He could even visibly see the dirt decomposing and disappearing. Controlling this slime, Shen understood that this was the slime's passive skill, Devour. It could digest dirt, grass, and even stones. That's right. The slime digests things through its passive skill, so the mucus inside it is not corrosive. The slime also has another passive skill, Perception. It doesn't have much effect, serving as the slime's eyes. As for the slime's active skill, it only has one, Acid Spray. It can spray acid up to 3 meters away. It takes 10 seconds to reload for 1 shot, with a maximum of 6 shots. There's no way around it. Although Acid Spray only consumes 10 mana points, the slime's total mana is only 60 points. Once the mana is used up, it takes at least an hour to fully recharge. Not very durable at all. Shen said this out loud, but inside he was incredibly envious. Not to mention the fact that the slime has an active skill. Even its 60 mana points made Shen a bit jealous. He only had a pitiful 10 mana points, which had already dropped to 0 after summoning the slime. It was really troublesome for Blue. It would take at least half an hour to fully recharge. However, the slime's body was indeed soft and felt so comfortable to touch. After toying with the summoned slime for a while, Shen placed it at his feet, took a side stance, and pointed towards the grassland, dramatically shouting, "Slime, it's you, GG." Bayu the summoned slime cooperatively jumped into the air and shot forward. Seeing this, Shen immediately jumped up and cursed, "Damn it, there are only 6 shots in total, and you waste 1 on me." To prevent the slime from shooting randomly, Shen quickly used his will to control it to stop using acid spray. Then, the two of them returned to the grassland and launched an attack on the wild slimes. After spending almost 3 minutes, Shen secretly returned to the grassland with the summoned slime. The stone he had used to hide earlier was now surrounded by slimes. Strange, isn't this stone a bit smaller than before? Shen looked at the stone from a distance, unable to help but grin. This group of slimes really just kept eating. "Xiaomu, it's time to show your worth." Shen patted the slime beside him and whispered, "Go, GG." The slime, referred to as Xiaomu by Shen, called out and bounced towards the group of slimes. These brainless creatures had no way of knowing that the slime jumping over was not one of them. Xiaomu faced no obstacles and reached a slime that was rolling around on the grass. The nearest slimes to this one were about 5 meters away, just enough to quietly take it out. "Xiaomu, fire!" Shen excitedly commanded from a distance. Bayu a stream of acidic liquid sprayed onto the playing slime. The slime's weak body couldn't withstand the acidic attack from its kind and was directly corroded, leaving a hole. From Shen's perspective, the hit slime was marked with a bleeding status, losing 2 drops of blood per second. Shen noticed that the attacked slime seemed to shrink, but because it was in the grass, he lost sight of it and didn't know the exact situation. Just as Shen was about to sneak over to check, he suddenly thought, since he could control his summoned creatures, could he also have the slime's perspective? With this thought, Shen immediately tried it out. When he connected with Xiaomu using his will, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head. After 2 or 3 seconds, the dizziness disappeared. But Shen found that he couldn't open his eyes. No, it wasn't that he couldn't open them. It was that he no longer had eyes. "It seems I've taken over Xiaomu's body. I can sense the surrounding terrain and creatures." Shen experienced this new perspective. In his perception, everything around him was as clear as if it had been scanned by X-ray. In front of him, there was a slime that was continuously shrinking. It was the one that Xiaomu had attacked with acid. As the slime's gooey form flowed away, leaving only a slime skin, Shen saw a white substance appear. above the corpse drifting away not far. Experience points also increased by 5. Got it. Overjoyed, Shen immediately exited Xiao Mu's body and returned to his own. Obtained slime soul times 1. The combat power of slimes was much weaker compared to goblins. However, the current slimes could still be useful. Once his level was higher, Shen planned to clear out the goblins in the forest. He hadn't forgotten the scene of the goblins dragging away women. Shen didn't rush to collect the slime skin but instead ordered Xiao Mu to continue attacking the surrounding level 1 slimes. Obtained slime soul times 1. Experience plus 5. Obtained slime soul times 1. Experience plus 5. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao Mu exhausted its magic power, taking down 5 slimes and clearing a small area. It could have taken down 6. Shen, stealthily collecting slime skins, was still thinking about the bullet Xiao Mu had wasted earlier. The 5 slimes provided Shen with 25 experience points, and with the previous 25 points, he would level up after killing 10 more slimes. Shen remembered that spirit offering could be used to learn monster skills by consuming monster souls. However, when Shen tried to learn acid spray, he found that it required 100 slime souls. 100 slimes, ha! Shen glanced at the grassland ahead and tightened his grip on the club in his hand. It's just 100, how could it possibly be difficult for me? Saying this, he lifted the wooden stick and approached a lone slime. After nearly half an hour, under Shen's cautious approach, he had smashed 7 slimes without taking any damage. During this time, Xiao Mu had also regained some magic power and shot 2 blasts, killing 2 slimes. Now, only 1 more slime was needed for Shen to level up. Since there were no lone slimes, Shen didn't dare to rush in alone and had to wait for Xiao Mu's magic to recover. When Xiao Mu's magic reached 10 of 60, Shen immediately commanded it to charge into the group of slimes and use acid spray to kill a level 1 slime. Gain slime soul times 1. Experience plus 5. Shen couldn't wait to open his panel and take a look at the changes. Name: Shen. Race: human. Level 2. Experience 0/200. Profession: none. Magic 10/20 skills: none. Talent: spirit summoner. Woohoo, my magic limit has finally increased. Shen was extremely excited. When he leveled up from 0 to 1, his magic limit hadn't increased and he was worried it wouldn't increase this time either. Fortunately, it went up by 10 points. Not only that, but Shen also felt a warm current surge through his body. It feels like my strength has increased a bit. Shen gripped the wooden stick, feeling the changes in his body. Is this the positive feedback that comes with leveling up? Turning to look at the larger slimes in the distance, Shen saw new information. Race: slime. Level 2. Health 20/20. Magic 100 out of 100. Skills: devour, perception, acid spray. Health doubled. Magic increased by 40 points, but still as fragile as ever. Using the recovered 10 points of magic, he summoned another slime and found that Xiao Mu number 2's information had also changed to match that of the level 2 slime. It seems my summoned creature's level is the same as mine and is not affected by the soul material. He first sent Xiao Mu number 2 to quickly kill a level 1 wild slime, and Shen noticed that the experience gained dropped from 5 points to 2 points. The rewards had significantly decreased. To reach level 3, he needed to kill 100 level 1 slimes. He had Xiao Mu number 2 shoot acid spray at a wild level 2 slime and found that although the opponent's health only dropped by 2 points, the skin was burned through by the acid and the health kept decreasing. Before long, 20 health points were gone. Gain slime soul times 1. Experience plus 5. Is killing creatures of the same level always worth 5 experience? Shen pondered for a moment and had Xiao Mu number 1 jump next to a slime whose information he couldn't see. Since the skin of the slime outside was burned through by the acid and would bleed to death, why not directly attack level 3 or even higher level slimes? Killing enemies of a higher level should yield experience bonuses, right? Thinking this, Shen ordered Xiao Mu number 1 to launch acid spray at the slime whose information he couldn't check. He initially thought things would go smoothly, but unexpectedly, that slime, which might be level 3, suddenly jumped up just as the acid spray was about to hit it. When it landed, it crushed Xiao Mu number 1. What? Seeing this scene, Shen quickly ordered Xiao Mu number 2 to stop and move away from the suspected level 3 slime. I didn't expect it to actually attack its own kind, and Shen felt a bit heartbroken. Xiao Mu number 1 was gone just like that. Now more cautious, Shen didn't dare to provoke higher level slimes and had Xiao Mu number 2 sneak attack a level 2 slime. He himself held the club, only targeting lone level 1 and level 2 slimes. After grinding slimes for nearly 2 hours, by noon, Shen's level had already risen to level 3. Name: Shen. Race: human. Level 3. Experience 2 of 300. Profession: none. Magic 9/30 skills: none. Talent: spirit summoner. Slime soul times 95. The main reason was that there were few level 2 slimes, and Shen had only killed 10 in total. The rest were all level 1 slimes. At this moment, 4 bouncy slimes were following Shen, all at level 2 strength. Little Mu number 2 had also died. While hunting wild slimes, it was surrounded and met the same fate as Little Mu number 1. These 4 slimes were summoned by Shen later. If it weren't for the fact that it takes half an hour to recover 10 mana, I would have a slime army by now. And Shen sat behind a rock counting his gains and tallying the slime skins. In fact, there was no need to count, just by looking at the visible slime souls he could tell there were 95. But Chen was simply enjoying the thrill of counting money. One slime skin sold for 1 copper coin. That's 95 copper coins. If it weren't for the summoned slimes disappearing upon death without leaving skins, Chen could have earned 2 more copper coins. Stacked up, 95 slime skins were about 20 centimeters high. He took off his tattered short sleeve and wrapped the slime skins in it. This way, no one would know what he was carrying. Picking up a wooden stick, Chen thought to return to the town to sell the slime skins, have lunch, and continue his efforts in the afternoon. Just as Chen was about to get up, he suddenly noticed a shadow growing larger beneath him. Not good. With a sense of alertness, Chen immediately rolled forward. In the next moment, a massive sphere crashed down from the sky, creating a large pit in the ground. Little Moo number 3 to number 6 instantly dead. Damn, that's way too big. Chen, getting up from the ground, turned back to take a look, nearly popping his eyes out. He saw a slime about a meter in diameter, its upper half leaning back as if brewing something. Unable to glean any information, Chen estimated it was at least level 5 or higher. Damn it! Seeing the opponent's stance, Chen turned and ran. Just as Little Moo was about to spray acid, it made the same move. Put! The giant slime sprayed a large area of acid towards Chen. If Little Moo's firepower was like a squirt gun, then the giant slime's firepower was like a high-pressure hose. Even from 10 meters away, some acid splashed onto Chen's arm. Hiss! Chen immediately grimaced in pain, hurriedly using his removed shirt to wipe off the acid. In just that short time, the skin on his arm had already been corroded to a palm-sized area, revealing red flesh. After spraying the acid, the giant slime prepared to jump again. Chen dared not stay in place. Clutching the wooden stick and holding the slime skins, he ran for his life. Although the giant slime was chasing him from behind, after leveling up to 3, Chen's physique had increased, and his speed had also improved. In no time, Chen had shaken off the giant slime and reached the bridge in front of Grohl Town. So painful, so painful. Feeling the corrosive injury on his arm, cold sweat broke out on Chen's forehead. He ran non-stop to the blacksmith shop, sold the slime skins to old John, keeping 3 skins for backup, then took the money and dashed to find the old priest for treatment. Fortunately, he had sold a wolf tooth for 1 silver coin earlier, and after deducting the expenses for the wooden stick and breakfast, he still had 48 copper coins left. Adding the 92 copper coins from selling the slime skins, Chen had 140 copper coins on him. He handed 120 copper coins to the priest, repaying the 20 copper coins he owed from yesterday, and shouted, "Quick, quick, quick, heal me." The old priest didn't waste any words, waving his staff and chanting a spell. Hoo! The light brightened, and Chen felt the pain gradually fade away, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Just now, it had truly hurt so much that he couldn't bear it. It was even worse than when a goblin bit off his finger yesterday. Did you run into a slime? The old priest shook his head and said, "You haven't even chosen a profession. Why provoke a slime?" Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. Everything was fine until suddenly a huge slime popped up. Speaking of which, was it really okay for such a big slime to be out there in the grasslands outside the town without anyone cleaning it up? If Chen was forced into this situation, he couldn't believe that an ordinary person could survive an encounter with a giant slime. What Chen didn't know was that this giant slime was the leader of the slimes in the grasslands outside the town. Usually, it basked in the sun and gnawed on mud. Today, sensing that many small slimes had died, it came out to take a look and then discovered Chen. What a loss! Not only did he not earn any copper coins, but he also had to spend 8 copper coins to heal his injuries. Chen realized why slimes that ordinary people could kill had never been cleaned up. After working hard for a whole morning and even losing money, if an ordinary person encountered a giant slime, they might just not come back at all. Damn it! The more Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. After spending 4 copper coins to buy 2 black breads to fill his stomach, Chen set off again. He didn't go to the blacksmith to upgrade his equipment. Even a wooden shield required 1 silver coin, which he couldn't afford, in the grasslands outside Grohl Town. Because Chen had killed nearly 100 slimes in the morning, there were no slimes within a few hundred meters of the road. To find slimes, he needed to venture deeper into the grasslands. I still need 5 more slime souls, and I can learn slime skills. Chen observed his surroundings to prevent the giant slime from ambushing him again while also checking the accumulated souls. He only needed 100 slime souls to learn slime skills. Chen was very much looking forward to it. After all, he was still just a weak fighter. He needed skills to enhance his combat power. I found a lone level 2 slime. Chen's eyes narrowed as he spotted the target among a patch of grass. The slime almost blended in with the grass, and it was impossible to notice without careful observation. Summon! Chen took out a piece of slime skin, sacrificed a soul, and summoned a slime. Little Moo number 7, go. GG. The already level 3 Little Moo number 7 immediately rolled 2 meters away from the target and sprayed a stream of acid. The target was unsurprisingly slain, and Chen glanced at the increasing number of slimes ahead before summoning 2 more slimes. His 30 points of magic power were immediately exhausted. The 3 slimes hopped closer to the target, starting to earn slime souls for Chen. Gained. Slime soul times 1, experience plus 2. Gain slime soul times 1, experience plus 2. Gain slime soul times 1, experience plus 5. This time, Chen did not attack the slimes himself. He wanted to save his strength and energy to face the giant slime that could appear at any moment. With my current strength, I definitely can't take on the giant slime, but if I run into it, it won't be able to catch me. Thinking this, Chen watched the movements around him more carefully. In less than 5 minutes, 3 summoned slimes had killed 8 wild slimes. The slime souls finally added up to 100. Do you want to consume 100 slime souls to learn Devour? Do you want to consume 100 slime souls to learn low-level Perception? Do you want to consume 100 slime souls to learn Acid Spray? Here it comes. Chen, who was lying in the grass, brightened his eyes and immediately chose to learn Acid Spray. With a thought, the number of slime souls decreased by 100. Chen felt as if his whole body had been struck by an electric current. It was a tingling sensation, almost reaching the peak of his life. It felt like a full-body massage. It didn't hurt, it was very refreshing and comfortable. This process lasted a very short time, only about 3 seconds. Once the tingling sensation faded, Chen looked at his right hand. It was as if it was engraved in his DNA. He could already use Acid Spray. Since Acid Spray required 10 points of magic power and Chen had only recovered 2 points, he couldn't use the skill at all. Waiting patiently for his magic power to recover to 10 points, Chen was eager to try out the first skill he had learned. It's you! Chen fixed his gaze on a level 2 slime. This slime was less than 5 meters away from him, and Chen moved a couple of steps to get within 3 meters of range. After climbing to the designated spot, Chen raised his right hand, palm facing the target, slightly lifting it. Acid Spray. Hit. As Chen whispered, a stream of acid suddenly shot out from the palm of his right hand. The acid fell in a parabolic arc onto the target's round body, corroding a hole in it. Watching the target's body continuously deflate, Chen couldn't help but smile. Aha, I finally learned the skill. Although Chen had previously killed quite a few slimes with a wooden stick, this was the first monster he had killed using a monster's skill. In terms of power, his acid spray was not much different from that of the slime. The only downside was that it consumed too much magic. One shot cost 10 points of magic, which was less efficient than summoning a slime. The summon level 3 slime had 30 health points and 150 magic points. Race, slime level, 3 health, 30 magic, 150 out of 150 skills. Devour Perception Acid Spray. This was much more cost effective than using Acid Spray himself. However, the skills I learned can be used as long as I have magic. Unlike Spirit Summon, which has prerequisites to activate. From now on, it's better to summon slimes to fight. Chen felt that personally going into battle was not as cost effective as summoning slimes. After that, every half hour, when his magic power recovered by 10 points, Chen would summon a slime to assist in battle. He could only continue summoning slimes until there were 5 summoned slimes present. In simple terms, he currently had only 5 summoning slots. But even with only 5 summons, these level 3 summoned slimes could easily hunt level 1 and 2 slimes. With 150 points of magic, they could continuously fire acid spray 15 times. Including the time spent searching for targets, it would take about 20 minutes to take down 60 wild slimes. However, slimes only recovered 1 point of magic per minute, and once their magic was exhausted, they needed to rest for 2.5 hours to fully recover. During the magic recovery period of the summoned creatures, unless a slime was isolated, Chen would not take action, otherwise he would just lie in the grass. He didn't want to get hurt again, wasting an entire afternoon's harvest. Fortunately, that giant slime did not appear all afternoon. By evening, Chen had collected 214 pieces of slime skin. A large area of the grassland had been cleared of slimes by Chen, making it appear quite empty. Chirp, chirp. 5 summoned slimes had exhausted their magic power and were now gathered around Chen. Well done. Chen picked up the slime skins on the ground, patted each summoned slime, and then stored them away. This was a capability Chen discovered that afternoon. As long as the summoned creatures were not dead, he could store them in a space similar to that of the summoned creatures. Chen was now preparing to return to the town and certainly could not bring a group of slimes back with him, so he naturally stored them away. Have I already collected 214 slime souls? Chen looked at his soul reserves, having consumed 100 slime souls to learn the slime's low-level perception skill. At this moment, Chen's panel changed once again. Name, Chen. Race, human. Level 3, experience, 281/300. Profession, none. Magic power, 30/30ths. Skills: low-level perception, acid spray. Talent: spirit offering. Slime soul times 114. At Shen's current level, killing a level 1 slime only granted 1 experience point, while a level 2 slime granted 2 experience points. Although a level 3 slime could grant 5 experience points and was easier to kill, the key was that level 3 slimes were rare on the grassland, and Shen hadn't encountered many that afternoon. Despite killing quite a few slimes in the afternoon, his level still hadn't broken through to level 4. Having learned a new skill, Shen immediately tried it out. However, the passive skill of the slime turned into an active skill after Shen learned it. Low-level perception, activate. Closing his eyes, an invisible magic power spread out from him in all directions. The surrounding environment immediately appeared in Shen's mind. Grass, stones, crawling insects, all presented in shades of gray and white. It was just like the scene Shen had seen when he took over the body of Little Moo number 1. The only pity was that the range was only 3 meters. Damn, at such a close distance, do I even need perception? Shen felt a bit annoyed. But upon reflection, how strong could a skill from a magical creature like a slime be? However, the consumption of low-level perception was not high. It consumed 1 drop of magic power and could last for 10 seconds. I still need 19 experience points. I can level up to 4 in the morning. Shen hugged a thick stack of slime skins and walked towards Gruel Town. He arrived at the blacksmith's shop with ease, left 5 slime skins, and sold the remaining 209 to Old John. Old John's eyes nearly popped out when he saw so many slime skins. He thought he had reached his limit that morning. He never expected the amount to double in the afternoon. Moreover, when he came in the morning, Shen's arm had clearly been hit by the slime's acid and was injured. But in the afternoon, he had not been hurt at all. What a little monster! Could I have misjudged him? Is this kid actually a professional? But his body doesn't look like that of a trained professional. Old John mumbled as he handed Shen 2 silver coins and 9 copper coins. Kid, I still have to remind you, Old John suddenly said as Shen was about to leave, there's a slime king deep in the grassland. That guy is dangerous even for low-level professionals. If you encounter it, remember to run for your life. Slime king? Shen thought Old John was referring to the giant slime he encountered that morning and quickly asked, have professionals fought against the slime king before? Old John was silent for a moment before slowly nodding and saying, 2 years ago, slimes were rampant, destroying a lot of crops, and they often appeared on the roads. The townspeople pooled their money to send the mayor to Valcam to commission a mercenary group to deal with the slimes. The mercenary group thought the slime was no threat, so they sent a level 5 warrior to deal with it. The first couple of days went smoothly, but then the Slime King appeared, and that level 5 warrior was no match at all. He was later eaten by the Slime King. Have you eaten? Shen was taken aback. A level 5 professional was definitely much stronger than him. Even so, he was still eaten by the Slime King, which shows how powerful this Slime King must be. Shen continued to ask, what happened next? What happened next? Old John shrugged and said, the mercenary group to which that dead warrior belonged came to Gruel Town, a total of 9 people. The strongest leader is said to be level 10, a hunter class. They killed slimes in the grasslands for several days, almost clearing them out. But in the end, they still couldn't find the Slime King's presence, and it all ended up unresolved. The mayor warned everyone not to venture deep into the grasslands, as there are very strong monsters inside. The title of Slime King also spread around at that time. Now it seems that the Slime King indeed hasn't died, otherwise there wouldn't be so many slimes appearing. In less than 2 years, the slimes in the grasslands are starting to overflow again. It's time to discuss hiring a mercenary group with the mayor again. A few days ago when I went to Valcam, I was almost attacked by slimes along the way. What does the Slime King look like? I don't know. Old John shook his head and explained, no one has seen the Slime King. But at the battle site there was a large pit several meters in diameter, and large areas were corroded by acid. That level of destruction is definitely not something an ordinary slime could cause. Besides that, there were also the weapons used by that warrior and a severed arm still holding a weapon. The cross-section of the severed arm showed obvious signs of corrosion, so we speculate that he was swallowed. After listening to Old John's account, Shen frowned. According to the latter, a level 5 warrior was completely no match for the Slime King and was directly swallowed. That meant he was even less of a match. Whether it was the several meter wide pit described by Old John or from a strength perspective, a giant slime didn't fit. This meant that the giant slime he encountered in the morning was not the Slime King and was likely a lower level than the Slime King. In that case, there are far more dangerous monsters in the grasslands than I thought. Shen's eyes suddenly sparkled, imagining himself killing the giant slime and then summoning it to fight the Slime King. Old John thought Shen was scared and comforted him, but there's no need to worry too much. As long as you don't venture deep into the grasslands, the probability of encountering the Slime King is low. In a few days, the merchant caravan from the town will go to Valcam, and the mayor should bring back mercenaries to deal with the slimes in the grasslands. If the legendary Slime King is still in this grassland, it shouldn't be able to escape this. Time. What? They're going to Valcam to hire mercenaries in a few days? Upon hearing this, Shen became anxious. He was still waiting to farm experience and money from the slimes. If the mercenaries came, wouldn't he be left behind? Without slimes in the grasslands, he couldn't fight the goblins in the forest. He would be stuck in the novice village. No way. Shen felt a bit anxious. He stared at old John and asked seriously, when is the mayor likely to set off? How long will he stay in Valcam? What, do you want to go to Valcam to take a look? Old John had a knowing expression and said, I don't know the exact date, but it won't be more than 3 days at most. Everyone is going to Valcam to sell some agricultural products and buy some goods. They will stay in Valcam for at most 2 days. Counting the round trip, it will take about 4 days to return. So, that means I have at most a week left. Shen walked out of the blacksmith shop. If I can't become stronger before the mercenary group arrives, at least I need the ability to hunt down lone goblins. Otherwise, it will take much longer to grow stronger, and becoming a professional will be delayed. After all, once the mercenary group finishes off the slimes, I won't have anywhere to grind monsters anymore. Starting tomorrow, I'll wake up a little earlier and work a little harder. Shen clenched his fists, feeling his growing strength, and thought, I can't just rely on my summons. After leveling up, my physical enhancement is significant. As long as I stay focused, it will be hard for the slime's acid to hit me. Previously, he relied solely on his summons because Shen didn't want to get hurt and waste a day's gains. But after leveling up, Shen could clearly feel the improvement in his physical attributes. With Shen's level 3 physical quality, as long as he wasn't surrounded by a dozen slimes or faced a giant slime, he had the ability to escape. As Shen passed the only tavern in the small town, his stomach suddenly growled. The world is vast, but eating is the most important. After a hard day on the grassland, he had only eaten 2 hard and unappetizing black breads for lunch. As a person who loves to eat, he was already starving. After selling the slime skins and adding the 16 copper coins he had left, Shen's wealth had risen to 2 silver coins and 25 copper coins. In Grill Town, an ordinary person's daily food expense is only about 10 copper coins. The money Shen earned in a day was enough for an ordinary person to live for more than half a month. But for Shen, this was still far from enough. A fine steel longsword at the blacksmith's shop costs 15 silver coins. Upon entering the Guanyue tavern, Shen was not stingy. He ordered 2 meat dishes for 8 copper, 1 vegetable dish for 2 copper, 2 black breads for 4 copper, and a drink of unknown origin for 1 copper. A total of 15 copper. Although the expense was a bit high, Shen didn't feel it was a waste. If his physical quality improved but his nutrition couldn't keep up, it would definitely lead to adverse consequences. Shen was very clear about this calculation. As for accommodation, although staying at the Guanyue tavern costs only 20 copper coins a day, Shen had no intention of checking in. He had no luggage and wasn't afraid of thieves in the slums. The 5 reserved slime skins were stuffed in his pants pocket, and his money was kept close. Plus, with his current strength, the slum dwellers had no ability to steal from him. However, there was one thing that Shen was quite concerned about. After Shen had eaten and drunk enough and was about to leave, 2 women dressed as waitresses came down from the tavern's upper floor. One of them was tall and curvy, her knee-length dress showcasing her long legs. She had a healthy wheat-colored complexion, a ponytail, and exquisite features, a definite beauty. The other waitress looked somewhat delicate, standing at less than 1.6 meters, shorter than the first. Her long black hair flowed down her back, and her ample bosom immediately attracted the attention of the male diners in the tavern. Although they wore very simple clothes, it did nothing to hide the radiance of the 2 women. The delicate woman walked with her head down, not daring to meet the gazes of the diners around her, her hands constantly rubbing the hem of her dress. The tall woman with the ponytail also frowned, clearly displeased with the aggressive stares around her. Shen, who had already reached the door, was stunned by this scene. Wasn't this the bikini woman and the dress girl he encountered when he woke up in the church? How did they end up as waitresses at the Guanyue tavern? Shen saw the 2 women, but it seemed they did not see him. They are still alive and have become waitresses at the tavern. They will gradually get back on track. With this thought, Shen turned and left the tavern. He was not familiar with them, and aside from a bit of shared friendship from their escape, they were all strangers. Now he had to prepare to level up, earn money to heal his severed finger, go to Valcam to become a professional, and even wanted to establish the first adventurers guild in this other world. Perhaps they would never cross paths again. Lu Yen held Lu Rongrong's hand, as if sensing something, turned to look towards the door, her ponytail swaying behind her. Lu Rongrong noticed and asked softly, Sister Yen, what's wrong? It's nothing. By the time Lu Yen turned her head, Shen had already left, so she naturally did not see him. Let's work hard. The boss kindly took us in and provides food and shelter. We can't be lazy. Got it, Sister Yen. Shen returned to the slums and found the spot where he had slept yesterday, discovering it was unoccupied. He walked in and leaned against the wall, falling asleep. When he opened his eyes, Again, the sky was already lightening. And Shen shivered, rubbed his shoulders, and cursed, "This weather is so cold." Although his short-sleeved shirt was clean, it was tattered and offered no warmth. "If only I hadn't lost my trench coat." And Shen sneezed, checked that nothing was missing from his belongings, and then left the slums. It wasn't that Shen didn't want to buy clothes, they were just too expensive. A simple coarse cloth top was being sold for 80 copper coins at the tailor's. But given the current situation, he would have to buy clothes this afternoon, otherwise, catching a cold would be a loss. Seeing that the bakery had opened, Shen bought 3 black breads and asked the shopkeeper for a bowl of water. After solving his breakfast problem, he set off towards the grasslands outside the town. Upon reaching his destination, Shen summoned the 5 level 3 slimes he had collected yesterday. "Go! For the promotion of Lord!" Shen summoned slimes, attack! Shen held a stick in his right hand, his eyes gleaming red as he looked at the slimes on the grassland. Chirp! The summoned slimes showed no hesitation in following Shen's command and immediately approached the wild slimes nearby. Shen himself was not idle, he swung his stick, constantly searching for targets. Now at level 3, his body's reaction speed had improved significantly. Even when slimes sprayed acid at him, he could dodge in time. Any slime he could see on the information panel, he took down with a single strike. As for the high-level slimes that he couldn't see on the panel, Shen simply avoided them, sighing, "Just playing." What could they do to Lord Shen? Oh ho, I'm still quite impressive. Bending down to pick up the slime skin he had smashed, Shen felt a bit surprised. Perhaps the enormous slime had put too much pressure on him last time, causing him to hide behind and pick off lone slimes after leveling up to level 3 yesterday afternoon. Just now, he had charged right next to 3 slimes, instantly smashing one, then used acid spray to take down another, and perfectly dodged the last slimes. Acid spray, turning around to smash it. Although they were all level 1 slimes, each one could still provide him with 1 experience point and 1 copper coin. Meanwhile, the 5 summoned creatures took down several slimes without distinction. Experience shot up by 8 points. Still 11 points of experience to level 4. Shen licked his lips, gripping his stick and transforming into a slime killer, beginning his slaughter. Obtained slime soul times 1, experience plus 1 obtained. Slime soul times 1, experience plus 1 obtained. Slime soul times 1, experience plus 2. In just a few minutes, Shen leveled up. Name, Shen. Race, human. Level 4 experience, 0/400 profession, none. Magic power, 12/40th skills, low level perception acid. Spray talent, spirit summoning. Magic power limit increased by another 10 points. However, looking at the attributes of the level 4 slime he had just summoned, Shen couldn't smile. Race, slime. Level 4 life, 40/40 magic power. 200 out of 200 skills. Devour perception acid spray. The level 4 summoned slime had clearly grown in size. It used to be the size of a vegetable basket, but now it had reached 50 centimeters, making it difficult for Shen to even lift it. The reason Shen couldn't smile was because of the slime's magic power limit increase. I know, slimes are magical creatures, so it's normal for them to have high magic power. But why do I only gain 10 points of magic power when I level up, while it increases by 50 points? Do I have to be a perverted summoner hiding behind my summons? Damn it, there's no summoner among the 6 professions. Shen felt both angry and happy. He was angry that he wasn't persistent. Happy that the more magic power the summoned slime had, the more acid it could spray. Ah, I want to go into the city. Shen smashed a level 2 slime. I want to heal my left hand. Shen smashed another level 1 slime. I want to make money, I want to become a professional. Shen smashed yet another level 1 slime. So, slime, don't blame me. Your sacrifices are all for the great Shen. The neurotic Shen kept talking to the dead slimes, while the slimes on the grassland quickly turned into slime skins. Half an hour later, Shen's magic power was fully restored, and he replaced all his summons with level 4 slimes. However, the level 1 and level 2 slimes on the grassland now only provided 1 point of experience, and the level 3 slimes only provided 2 points of experience. But encountering a level 3 slime required killing dozens of them. He had only seen 1 wild level 4 slime from morning until now. He had collected quite a few souls and skins, but the experience gain was too slow. After working for more than 3 hours, he had only gained 220 points of experience, still needing 180 more to reach the next level. After swinging the club for a while, Shen felt his arms getting a bit sore and decided to take a break. He let the summoned slimes continue to hunt wild slimes while he gathered the slime skins together to organize them. Slime souls increased by 201, totaling 310. Slime skins. 206? Oh, I left 5 as backup yesterday. I earned 2 silver coins this morning. With his eyes turning into silver coins, Shen was grinning when he suddenly noticed that one of his summoned slimes had lost its signal. As the summoner, Shen could always sense the presence of his summoned slimes. There was only one situation that would cause a loss of signal. What could kill my level 4 slime? Shen immediately looked in the direction of the lost signal. After leveling up, although the summoned slimes were still fragile, they had become much faster. Unless they were ganged up on, it was unlikely for them to be hit by the acid of low-level wild slimes. Just as Chen turned around, he saw a huge slime several dozen meters away, jumping straight towards him. Hiss, it's it. Chen grinned and immediately got up from the ground, gripping the wooden stick tightly in his hand. Although the giant slime had no expression, Chen felt as if he could sense its boundless rage. However, this time Chen did not run away, but immediately called back the 4 level 4 summoned slimes scattered around. Chen wanted to try to conquer this giant slime. Bang! Bang! Each time the giant slime bounced and landed, it made a loud noise. When it reached about 10 meters in front of Chen, the giant slime stopped and faced the vigilant Chen. This time, Chen had ample time to observe the giant slime across from him. From the outside, it looked like an enlarged version of a low-level slime with a diameter of 1 meter. But the experience of being injured last time told Chen that it was not easy to deal with. The distance was too far, and Chen did not dare to approach recklessly, so he could only wait for the opponent to attack first. Fortunately, after resting for a while, his 40 points of magic power were fully replenished. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. During the standoff, Chen's muscles were tense, ensuring that when the giant slime launched an attack, his body could react immediately. A few seconds later, the giant slime couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of acid at the motionless Chen. The acid shot out like a high-pressure water gun, rushing towards Chen 10 meters away. Dodge! Chen moved his body, rolled to the side, and immediately charged forward after getting up. 100% full power swing. Chen shouted loudly, bringing his club down hard on the slime in front of him. But just as the distance between them was about to close to the range of his club's attack, the giant slime jumped and charged towards Chen's face. A 1-meter diameter giant slime was not light. Thud! Chen felt as if his head had collided with a stone wall, and his body staggered back 2 steps before falling to the ground. Getting up from the ground, Chen felt dizzy and his vision blurred, his steps a bit unsteady. In the next moment, the giant slime aimed for Chen's abdomen and delivered another blow. Caught off guard, Chen's body was bent into a bow shape and flew several meters away. Puff! A mouthful of old blood spurted from Chen's mouth, suddenly clearing his dizzy head. Seeing the giant slime charging at him again, Chen quickly commanded the summoned slime, Xiaomu, to spray acid. Although the level 4 Xiaomu had a diameter of only half a meter and sprayed very little acid, it still burned 5 thumb-sized holes in the giant slime's body. After being injured, the jelly-like substance inside the giant slime immediately flowed out through the small holes. But before Chen could smile, he noticed that the small holes were actually healing slowly. In less than 5 seconds, the holes had completely healed. No way, it can actually self-heal. Chen's expression changed immediately. Seeing the giant slime jumping towards him again, he hurriedly dodged. Thud! The giant slime landed and missed, bouncing around to turn around. Seizing the opportunity, Chen swung his club and struck the giant slime a few times. In the past, hitting a level 1 or 2 slime would break it with 1 hit. But now, Chen felt as if his club was hitting cotton, causing almost no damage to the giant slime. Damn it, if I had a sharp weapon, this hit would definitely have cut its body. Chen, who had jumped back to create distance, looked at the wooden club in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Based on the feeling from earlier, Chen realized that the giant slime's skin was much tougher than that of low-level slimes, and the rounded wooden club simply couldn't break it. Watching the giant slime prepare to spray again, Chen quickly ran back. To his surprise, when the giant slime saw Chen running back, it actually shifted its target to the summoned slime. Not knowing which Xiaomu it was, it jumped around trying to dodge but was still hit by a column of acid the thickness of an arm, dissipating into light. Xiaomu, acid spray. Seeing this, Chen did not let the remaining Xiaomu distance themselves from the giant slime but instead commanded them to jump beside the giant slime and spray acid together. Hiss! The acid corroded for small holes in the giant slime, and a considerable amount of jelly-like liquid flowed out through the holes. But soon, the wounds healed again. However, this time, Chen noticed something different. Last time it took 5 seconds to heal, but now it took 8. Although it was only a short 3 seconds, it still sparked a glimmer of hope in Chen's heart. Its self-healing must have a limit. If the wounds I create are large enough, it might not be able to heal. Unfortunately, I can't see its panel, otherwise I could make a further judgment. Chen held a wooden stick and walked to the front of the giant slime to attract its attention, then had the small slimes stand together, preparing for the next acid spray. Chirp chirp. The giant slime saw Chen approaching and ignored its traitorous kin, charging towards Chen. Chen quickly dodged and circled around the giant slime. Once the small slime's acid spray cooled down, Chen brought the giant slime in front of the small slimes. Spray! The 4 small slimes aimed a little in front of the giant slime and simultaneously used acid spray. The acid immediately corroded a fist-sized hole in the front of the giant slime, and a large amount of bodily fluid gushed out. Chirp chirp chirp. This time, the giant slime seemed to be in pain, bouncing up and down in place. And Shen's eyes lit up, thinking, it worked. Concentrating the attack on one point was to compensate for the insufficient damage. To heal this large wound, the giant slime took a full half-minute. A layer of slime mucus spread across the surrounding grass. The giant slime, which had stopped bouncing, immediately spat out a strengthened acid spray towards the small slimes that were preparing to launch again. Because it was too sudden, the small slimes had no time to dodge. Just as the acid was about to hit the four small slimes, and Shen instinctively recalled them. The acid hit the spot where the small slimes had disappeared, corroding a patch of grass. And Shen summoned the small slimes again, watching them bounce around, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. I can completely recall the small slimes, wait until their cooldown is over, then suddenly release them to hit the giant slime, and then recall them again. After a few cycles, the giant slime would be either dead or severely injured. Every time the giant slime was hurt, a portion of its internal mucus would flow out. The mucus was equivalent to the slime's flesh and blood. Losing a large amount of it would lead to the slime's death. And Shen was delighted to have thought of a new battle method for his summoned creatures, while the giant slime seemed oblivious to the danger and launched another attack. Hana, come at me if you can. And Shen changed his strategy, abandoning the attack and starting to taunt continuously. Once the cooldown for the small slime skills was over, they would all fire in unison. After several rounds, the giant slime's body had shrunk by 2 circles. Everywhere the giant slime passed was covered in mucus. Once again, the giant slime was hit by the suddenly appearing small slimes, and it finally sensed something was wrong. It abandoned Chen and turned to run deeper into the grassland. But at this point, how could Chen let it leave safely? It's time for revenge. And Shen had not forgotten how he had spent a silver coin to heal his injured arm because of the giant slime yesterday. Quickly accept your death and serve me. The injured giant slime's jumping speed had significantly slowed down. The holes on its body, corroded by the little slime's acid spray, were also healing much more slowly. Before it could run 100 meters, the giant slime was already covered in holes, with slime continuously oozing from its body. Watching the gradually weakening giant slime, Shen felt a surge of excitement. However, ahead appeared a large group of low-level slimes, and if he continued to drive the slime back into the grassland, Chen would be blocked by these low-level slimes. I can't let you escape. Chen was still waiting to summon the giant slime as his summoned creature. How could he allow it to flee? With a burst of strength in his legs, Shen quickly surpassed the giant slime ahead and blocked its path. Squeak! The giant slime emitted a somewhat anxious sound. Seeing Shen blocking its way, it sprayed acid and jumped with all its might, trying to leap behind Chen. After easily dodging the acid attack, Shen looked up at the giant slime in midair and summoned the little slimes that were ready to attack. The summoned little slimes appeared in midair just 2 meters away from the giant slime. 4 streams of acid accurately hit the giant slime. When the giant slime landed, due to gravity, a large amount of slime shot out from the holes in its body. Like a fountain, the giant slime collapsed on the ground, motionless. Just then, the little slimes had exhausted all their magic power, and Shen's meager magic power had long been depleted. Holding a wooden stick, Shen cautiously approached, wanting to deliver a fatal blow. Just as he reached 2 meters from the giant slime, the latter suddenly sprang up, its body, riddled with wounds, opened a crack in the middle and lunged at Chen. Damn! Although Chen had been very careful, he never expected the giant slime to pull such a move. In a panic, he summoned 4 little slimes to block in front of him while swinging the wooden stick fiercely. After striking once, Chen did not hesitate and quickly distanced himself. The summoned little slimes took the hit for Chen, stuffing the giant slime's wide mouth. As the mouth closed, Chen sensed that they had perished. Phew! Chen looked at the giant slime, which was slowly wriggling towards the depths of the grassland covered in slime, and felt a wave of fear. The wooden stick in his hand had also been bitten halfway, the rough, slanted cut surface covered in corrosive marks. If he had reacted a moment slower, it would have been him, not the little slimes, that got swallowed. That was quite dangerous. Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forcefully swung the wooden stick at the giant slime. Thud! The bitten end of the stick directly pierced into the giant slime's body. Chen saw the giant slime tremble, and it stopped wriggling altogether. After waiting for less than a minute, a green orb rose from the deflated giant slime and merged into Chen's body. The color changed. Chen looked at the green soul, puzzled for a moment. When he saw the panel display, obtain large slime soul ×1, experience plus 120, Chen was so excited he almost jumped up. Clearly, the creature Chen had always referred to as the giant slime was originally called the large slime, and it was of a very high level. When Chen, at level 0, killed a goblin, he only received 70 experience points. Yet the large slime gave him 120 experience points. The level of the large slime definitely exceeds level 5. Chen was certain. Not only was the color of the soul different, but the panel also listed the large slime soul separately. Previously, whether it was a level 1 slime soul or a level 4 slime soul, all he received after killing them were slime souls. And Chen picked up the large slime skin from the ground, eager to summon a large slime, only to find he lacked the magic power. He retreated to a safe spot, recovering his magic while resting to regain his stamina. After fighting the large slime for nearly 10 minutes, his stamina was as depleted as his magic. 10 minutes later, with some magic restored, and Chen prepared to summon the large slime, but the panel displayed that he could not sacrifice a green soul of level 6 or above due to his low level. Damn! And Chen was so angry he wanted to curse. He was still 60 experience points away from level 5, let alone level 6. Packing up his things, holding the slime skin and a broken half of a wooden stick, and Chen prepared to return to Gruel Town. Judging by the position of the sun, it was already noon. From a distance, he could see the smoke rising from the chimney. Entering the blacksmith's shop, he placed 200 pieces of slime skin on the counter and shouted to Old John, "I'm here to sell." Old John stared at Chen, who was covered in dirt from fighting the large slime, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. In just one morning, he had killed hundreds of slimes. Was this guy really an ordinary person? No way. Definitely not. If an ordinary person had this ability, there wouldn't be so many slimes left outside the prairie. They would have been cleared out long ago. Here are 2 silver coins. Keep it. And Chen didn't notice the change in Old John's tone and took out the half-broken wooden stick, asking, "My weapon is broken. Do you have any weapons for sale for 1 or 2 silver coins?" It wasn't that Chen didn't want to buy a good weapon. He had been eyeing that steel long sword for a long time. But he had no money. Including these 2 silver coins, and Chen's entire fortune was only 4 silver coins and a few copper coins. Old John took the wooden stick and examined it for a while, clicking his tongue, then went to the weapon display wall, searching for a moment before taking down a short sword. This short sword is 50 centimeters long, with a 12 centimeter handle and a 38 centimeter blade, priced at 8 silver coins. However, I can give you a discount. I can sell it to you for 5 silver coins. Old John handed the short sword to Chen, smiling as he said, "But you have to sell me the slime skins you get nearby first. I will still buy them for 1 copper coin each." Willing to lower the price by 3 silver coins was because Old John saw potential in Chen. Slime skins could be used to make clothes or leather goods, selling for 1.3 copper coins each in Velcam City. Old John could buy them from Chen for 1 copper coin, and after deducting various costs, he could earn 20 copper coins for every 100 pieces. Given that Chen could kill 400 to 500 slimes a day, it wouldn't take long for Old John to earn back 3 silver coins. This deal was not a loss at all. And Chen understood that Old John wanted to establish a long-term partnership with him to prevent him from selling the slime skins to other merchants in the town. The market merchants also bought slime skins at the same price of 1 copper coin each. He was indeed tempted, but the problem was, "I don't have that much money." And Chen couldn't produce 5 silver coins. "Ha, with your speed in hunting slimes, you'll have it soon." Old John laughed heartily, showing no intention of taking back the short sword. "You can pay a deposit of 3 silver coins first. As long as you can make up the remaining 2 silver coins within 2 days, I won't charge you interest." Saying this, Old John took out a piece of parchment and wrote down the priority purchase rights for the slime skins and the 2 silver coins owed, then handed the pen to Chen. Chen glanced at it, found no issues, and signed his name. Walking out of the blacksmith's shop, Chen now had a short sword at his waist, with only 1 silver coin and a few copper coins left, still owing the blacksmith's shop 2 silver coins. "Just 2 silver coins. I can pay off the debt this afternoon." Chen rested his right hand on the short sword sheath, let out a deep breath, and muttered to himself, "With a new weapon, let's set the target for this afternoon at 300. With Chen's current strength, combined with the newly equipped short sword, killing 300 slimes in one afternoon was not an exaggeration. Chen left the blacksmith shop and headed straight for the Guan Yue tavern. After the battle with the large slime in the morning, he was exhausted and had been hungry for a while. Before he even reached the tavern, he could see from a distance that it was packed with people, and there was even a long line outside. What's going on? Chen was a bit confused. Was the business at Guan Yue tavern always this booming? It was almost 1 in the afternoon, and there were still so many people waiting in line. Chen observed and found that most of the diners inside and those waiting outside were young men. The people outside occasionally peeked inside, as if searching for someone. "Bro, is there a discount at Guan Yue tavern today? Why are there so many people?" Chen walked to the end of the line and tapped the young man in front of him. The young man turned around and saw a ragged-looking person behind him, his face showing a look of disdain. But soon, he caught sight of the short sword at Chen's waist and immediately put on a smile. "Big brother, the people coming to Guan Yue tavern today aren't here for a meal. They're here for 2 beauties. Chen frowned and repeated, "2 beauties? That's right." The young man pointed at the tavern, his face full of excitement. I don't know where Uncle Luanen brought back 2 women from, but they're incredibly beautiful and they have black hair and black eyes, exotic beauties. I've never seen a woman with black hair and black eyes in my life, and I don't even know which country they're from. Hey, why do you have black hair too? As the young man spoke, he suddenly stuttered. He realized that the man in front of him, who looked a bit intimidating, also had black hair and black eyes. And Chen looked at the long line in front of him and said helplessly, just for this? He had been active in this small town, where every hair color except black was present, for 2 days, and yet he hadn't caused any commotion. After all, men are all LSPs. And Chen shook his head, preparing to leave and buy some black bread. After all, judging by the situation, even if he waited another hour, he wouldn't get to eat. But just as Chen was about to leave, a commotion suddenly erupted inside the tavern. He saw the diners inside suddenly stand up and rush out of the tavern in a panic. As they ran, they shouted to others, "Bully Harry is inside." The crowd waiting outside, initially confused, immediately turned and fled. In no time, the once crowded Guan Yue tavern became desolate. Chen felt something was off. He had intended to leave but remembered the 2 compatriots working in the tavern. Well, they could be considered compatriots. Let's go take a look. And Chen placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and slowly walked over. Ladies, as long as you follow me, Harry, I guarantee you a worry-free life, and you won't have to work as waitresses in this shabby tavern anymore. Perverted. Man, let go of me, let go of me. Woo-woo, Uncle Luanen, save us. As soon as he stepped into the tavern, and Chen heard the conversation. Inside, he scanned the room and found that the already small tavern was now in disarray. Tables and chairs were overturned, and food and drink were scattered everywhere. The only table that hadn't been flipped was in the middle, where 5 men with knives at their waists stood. One of them was less than 1.7 meters tall, with shoulder-length blonde hair, a sharp face, and a lewd smile, each hand gripping a frail arm. The 2 captured individuals were, unsurprisingly, the exotic beauties who had drawn the attention of the town's men Lu Yan and Lu Rongrong. Lu Yan was struggling to break free from the lewd man's grip, but he was stronger than her, and she couldn't escape. Lu Rongrong had a look of terror on her face, tears streaming down as she turned to a middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear, pleading for help. Chen recognized the middle-aged man on the ground. He was Luanen, the owner of Guan Yue Tavern. The situation was clear at a glance. The 2 women, due to their extraordinary beauty, attracted the covetous eyes of ill-intentioned individuals, and the bad guys were not ordinary people, which led to the current predicament. While Chen was observing the situation in the tavern, the people inside were also looking at him with surprise. Harry gave a signal to someone beside him, who immediately kicked a stool in front of Chen and shouted menacingly, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Lord Harry say that we're closing? Get out of here." Chen shifted his gaze to the speaker, and the panel information was laid bare. Name, Burton race, human level 3 profession, apprentice warrior skill, basic swordsmanship, talent, none. Burton had gray-brown hair, a long face, stood at 1 meter 80, and while not particularly burly, he was not thin either. After all, he was a level 3 apprentice warrior. Looking at the others, Chen found that apart from Harry, they were all level 3 apprentice warriors, and their skills were all basic swordsmanship. Harry had the highest level among the 5. Name, Harry race, human level 4 profession, apprentice warrior. Skills, basic swordsmanship, sweep, talent, none. Harry's level was the same as Chen's, and his profession was the same as his lackeys, both being apprentice warriors. He had an additional skill, sweep. All 5 of them wore almost identical sword insignias around their necks. However, the distance was too far for Chen to see clearly what was engraved on the insignia. But it was obvious that these 5 were professionals. No wonder Uncle Luan and the patrons in the tavern dared not intervene. After all, they were ordinary people and wouldn't dare confront professionals. Even Chen was considering whether to offend them for the sake of the 2 women. This was the first time Chen had seen other professionals since entering Groll Town, aside from the guards and the old priest. He was currently weak and still in a developmental stage, and without knowing the background of the others, he did not want to stir up trouble. "Lord Harry, could you please let these 2 ladies go? They are my friends." Chen hesitated for a moment, and seeing the pleading looks from the 2 women, he tentatively asked. The 2 women showed a complex expression of joy and worry upon hearing Chen's words. They had seen him when he entered. Under normal circumstances, they would have been very happy, having prayed internally for Chen's safety, wanting to thank him in person for diverting the goblins. But the current situation was somewhat special. Even if Chen got involved, he would likely just end up getting beaten by Harry and the others. Just a moment ago, a patron in the tavern had disapproved of Harry's actions, wanting to be a hero and save the damsel, but was quickly knocked down by Burton and dragged out by others. Chen's physique was not large, and he looked like he was no match for Burton at all. Now that Chen spoke up for them, he was likely to be beaten by Burton next. "So you know me, huh?" Harry laughed heartily upon hearing Chen's words, but then his expression changed and he angrily said, "Since you know Lord Harry is here doing business, how dare you cause trouble?" At first, when he saw the short sword at Shen's waist, Harry was somewhat cautious, thinking the other party was also a professional. But then, he noticed Shen's tattered clothes and messy hair, looking like a lowly person from the slums. Moreover, he wasn't wearing a professional insignia, indicating that Shen was not a professional. He concluded that the other party carrying a weapon was just for show and not worth mentioning, so he ordered Burton break one of his hands and see if he dares to meddle in other people's business again. "As you command," Burton replied, cracking his knuckles as he walked towards Shen, sneering, "Kid, don't think that just because you have a weapon, you can be a hero and save the damsel. Lord Harry is not someone like you, a country bumpkin, can afford to offend." Saying this, he reached out to snatch the short sword from Shen's waist. A short sword generally costs around 7 or 8 silver coins. If you manage to steal one, you can sell it for a good amount of money. He had done plenty of such thefts while following Harry. Not to mention someone like Shen, a country bumpkin. Even in Valcom, there were those unfortunate apprentice warriors who had chosen a profession and learned skills but had no mercenary group or army willing to take them in. They had stolen too. With no background and no strength, even if they were robbed, they could only endure it. But clearly, he had picked the wrong target this time. When Burton approached to snatch the short sword, Shen raised his leg and kicked him, sending Burton flying, crashing into several tables and chairs before landing on the ground, clutching his stomach and wailing. "Burton, what's going on?" Harry never expected that Shen could knock down Burton, a trainee warrior. Seeing Burton lying on the ground, groaning and unable to speak, looking severely injured, Harry angrily shouted, "Useless." Harry thought it was Burton's carelessness that allowed Shen to launch a sneak attack. He then turned to Shen and yelled, "You dog, how dare you hit my man? You three, come at me together. As long as you don't kill him, I'll take the blame." Clang, clang, clang. 3 long knives were drawn, charging aggressively towards Shen. Shen was not hesitant either. After drawing his short sword, he immediately retreated. The space inside the tavern was too small. It was better to fight on the street outside. Moreover, if someone was fighting with weapons on the street, the guards would have to intervene. Even if he misjudged the strength of Harry and the others and fell at a disadvantage, once the guards arrived, they wouldn't dare to continue fighting. "You brat, you dare to resist? I'll break your legs." A lackey followed Shen out of the Guan Yue tavern, swinging a large knife at him. Like Harry, he thought that since Shen wasn't wearing a professional badge, he was just an ordinary person who had practiced a bit. How could an ordinary person be a match for a proper trainee warrior? Shen was unaware of Harry's thoughts. This was his first time facing human professionals. Although he was just a trainee warrior, Shen's nerves were always taut. Seeing the large knife coming down without any intention of holding back, Shen squinted, sidestepped, and kicked the opponent's shoulder. The kicked person staggered 2 steps, almost falling to the ground. "Not bad." Tommy steadied himself and licked his lips. When he saw 2 companions also coming out of the tavern and standing in a line with him, Tommy's confidence soared. "Brothers, this kid has some skills, be careful." Ha, even if he's strong, he's still an ordinary person, and besides, we have 3 people. "Stop talking nonsense, let's go together." As the 3 spoke, they swung their large knives to surround Shen and then launched their attack together. Seeing this, Shen immediately activated low-level perception. A wave of magical power swept over, and the scene within 3 meters around him was imprinted in Shen's mind. Clang, clang, clang. Shen hardly observed the movements of the 3, but his short sword was able to accurately block each of their attacks. It looked a bit chaotic, but he wasn't injured. Instead, Tommy was cut on the arm by Shen's short sword. "Everyone be careful, this kid is a bit of a problem." Tommy stepped back a few paces, covering his bleeding right arm, his face filled with panic. 3 against 1, and he was actually injured. Moreover, this kid seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, blocking every attack from behind. Was he really just an ordinary person? Could he be a professional who forgot to bring his badge? After Tommy withdrew from the fight, Shen's pressure suddenly decreased. He blocked one person's large knife with his short sword and swept the legs of another. That person lost balance and fell heavily onto the stone ground. "Damn it!" The last person cursed angrily, raising his knife to strike Shen from behind. But with low-level perception activated, Shen could sense every move of the opponent. Before the opponent could react, Shen suddenly turned and lunged forward, pointing his sword at the opponent's throat. Bulk, who was about to swing his knife down with both hands, suddenly stopped, feeling the sharpness of the sword tip, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. Clang! Bulk dropped the long knife in his hand, his legs going weak as he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Spare me, spare me." He had always followed Harry to bully ordinary people and rookie trainee professionals, never expecting to encounter a tough opponent in this shabby town today. Seeing this, Tommy immediately turned around and rushed back into the tavern, shouting at Harry, "My lord, it's bad. It's really bad. Harry, who was just about to take the two women upstairs for some illicit activities, was infuriated by Tommy's shouting and snapped, "You little dog, what are you yelling about?" Tommy pointed outside with his left hand and said, "That kid." Harry, noticing Tommy's bloodied left hand, interrupted him directly, "Did you kill him? If he's dead, you better go confess to the guards, and in a couple of days, I'll bail you out. Now, get out there and keep watch, don't let anyone disturb my good business." "No, my lord," Tommy said anxiously, "that kid isn't dead, the blood is mine. We three couldn't take him on." "What, you couldn't beat him?" Harry was taken aback, glancing at Tommy and noticing a 10-centimeter wound on his arm. Lu Yen and Lu Rongrong, seeing the blood on Tommy, initially thought it was from Shen, and hearing Harry's arrogant words, they assumed Shen had met with misfortune. But before the sadness could wash over them, the situation turned around. The blood wasn't Shen's, and the three of them had been defeated. "Bastards!" Harry released the two women and stormed out of the tavern. Upon seeing Balk kneeling on the ground with a sword pointed at him by Shen and Ford, who had just gotten up after hitting his head when he fell, Harry became furious. "A bunch of useless fools, you can't even handle one person, what good are you?" With that, Harry kicked Ford. Ford bowed and cowered, not daring to resist in the slightest. You little brat are quite something." Harry drew his long knife, pointing the tip at Shen, gritting his teeth and saying, "As a professional, even if no forces are willing to take you in, you must carry a professional seal. Didn't your mentor tell you this common sense when you became a professional?" Harry wasn't a fool. Someone who couldn't be beaten by 4 apprentice warriors could never be an ordinary person. In Harry's eyes, Shen was at least a level 3 or even a level 4 professional. But he didn't expect that the other party didn't carry a professional seal, leading to his earlier misjudgment. "Professional seal? What's that?" Shen, hearing Harry's words, was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know that. In Angamros, there was a common understanding: anyone who was a professional must wear a professional seal. "Playing dumb?" Harry snorted coldly and said, "I don't care if you're really dumb or pretending to be, if you dare to delay my good business, I'll kill you." The fact that Shen didn't even wear a professional seal further confirmed Harry's suspicion. Though Shen had some ability, his level was definitely not high. At this moment, Burton also came out holding his stomach. Seeing Harry about to make a move, he immediately mocked Shen, "Stinky kid, you're done for." Lord Harry is a level 4 apprentice warrior and has learned additional skills. At full strength, Lord Harry can defeat a level 5 apprentice warrior. Against Lord Harry, you are bound to lose. And you've already angered Lord Harry, now you won't even have the chance to kneel and beg for mercy. Shen had already looked over when Harry came out. Now seeing Harry about to take action, Shen quickly turned around to face Harry directly. As for Burton's nonsense, Shen didn't hear a word. With the panel information available, all of Harry's skills were laid bare, and Shen already knew. "Die for me." Seeing Shen's expressionless face, Harry felt insulted once again. He had been used to bullying in the small towns around Valcam, and now that Shen had embarrassed him, even if it meant paying a few extra silver coins, he had to kill Shen to establish his authority. Seeing Harry rush in, Shen calmly prepared to fight back. "A level 4 trainee warrior should have a physique not much different from mine." Through his earlier encounters with Tommy and the others, Shen had gained a preliminary understanding of trainee warriors. Harry was only 1 level higher than Tommy and the others, and Shen was confident he could handle it. Clang! The clash of swords sparked a few sparks. Both exerted force simultaneously, trying to push the other down. Generally speaking, the training methods of warriors meant they had the greatest strength among practitioners of the same level. However, Harry was not even 1.7 meters tall, was not particularly strong, and was just a trainee warrior. In their struggle, Shen surprisingly had the upper hand. Bang! With a kick, he sent Harry stumbling back, and Shen gripped his sword, watching Harry warily. "Bastard!" Harry looked down at the large footprint on his clothes, nearly exploding. With rage, "Die!" Horizontal sweep. Harry charged at Shen, his large knife sweeping horizontally at incredible speed. After using horizontal sweep, Harry's strike was so fast it was almost invisible. But Shen had not relaxed his vigilance since the battle began. When he saw Harry's movements change from before, he guessed that the opponent was about to use a skill. Instead of taking it head-on, Shen retreated with all his might to dodge. In the end, the tip of Harry's knife narrowly grazed past Shen's chest. "I dodged it." Shen breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a 20-centimeter-long wound had been cut into his chest. The wound was not deep, just breaking the skin, with blood oozing out. What happened? Shen frowned. He had clearly dodged that strike. Is this the skill of a warrior? Harry, seeing Shen dodge in time, was momentarily stunned. But upon seeing the blood flowing from Shen's chest, he began to laugh joyfully. "Is horizontal sweep something you can just dodge? The blade's energy can cut through your skin even from a distance. This is the consequence of angering me. Goodness." Shen looked up in surprise at Harry, thinking to himself, he even explains his skills to the enemy. What has kept this guy alive until now? Die. Harry gripped his long knife and charged again. And Shen lowered his body, focusing on Harry's hand gripping the knife. Clang! The swords clashed once more. But this time, Shen did not compete with Harry in strength. At the moment of their collision, Shen extended his left hand, aiming for Harry's right hand that held the knife. Acid spray. Ah! The street echoed with Harry's wailing screams. The long knife fell to the ground as Harry looked in horror at his mangled right hand, screaming incessantly. Seizing the opportunity, Shen placed his short sword against Harry's neck. Harry's face turned pale, his screams stopped, and he repeatedly pleaded, "Calm down, big brother, calm down." Burton and the others in front of the tavern were stunned. The situation had changed too quickly. Just moments ago, Harry had injured Shen's chest. In the blink of an eye, Shen's short sword was at Harry's neck. It was known that Harry had once used horizontal sweep to instantly kill a level 5 trainee warrior. Who would have thought that someone without even a professional badge could injure Harry? Bastard, let go of the Lord. Burton and the others anxiously stepped forward, pointing at Shen and asking, "Do you know Lord Harry's identity?" The captain of the Bloodstain mercenary group, ranked 3rd in the Valcam City Mercenary Corps, Sharp Carl, is Lord Harry's brother. If you dare to harm Lord Harry, Lord Sharp will not let you go. Upon hearing this, Harry quickly nodded in pain. Yes, my brother is a level 10 knight. If you hurt me, my brother won't let you off. He had just been scared into silence and had forgotten to mention his brother's name. A level 10 knight indeed has backing. Shen sighed, finally understanding the reason behind Harry's arrogance. A knight of such a high level was simply not someone Shen could provoke at the moment. However, if he let Harry off the hook, Shen didn't believe the other would feel grateful. With this person's character, there's a high possibility he'll pull some tricks behind my back, or even go directly to his brother for help against me. Just as Shen was feeling a bit of a headache, 2 armored guards rushed over from a distance, shouting, "What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited in the town." Upon seeing the guards, Harry looked as if he had found a savior. "Help! Someone is trying to kill me." Seeing the guards arrive, Shen sheathed his sword. Harry, noticing this, quickly distanced himself from Shen and hid behind Burton and the others. "What happened?" One of the middle-aged guards approached the group, frowning as he asked, "Why are you armed and fighting?" Harry, the villain, jumped in to accuse, pointing at Shen and shouting, "Guards, this lowlife wants to kill me. He wants to murder in the town, quickly arrest him." Brooke glanced at Harry's injuries, a flicker of disgust and surprise crossing his eyes. Disgusted that Harry always caused trouble whenever he came to town. Surprised that someone in Gruel Town could actually injure Harry? Brooke looked at the ragged Shen, somewhat astonished, and asked, "Is that so?" Shen sensed Brooke's disdain for Harry and felt relieved, replying, "Honestly, not at all. The truth is, these people wanted to kill me. I was just acting in self-defense." "Nonsense." Harry jumped out to curse. "Clearly, it was you, that damned beast, who injured me and then bit back. Guards, quickly arrest him, execute him." Harry Carl. Brooke showed no favor to Harry, speaking in a low tone. "The report I received is that you were bullying women." "How is that possible?" Harry exclaimed in disbelief, rebutting, "How could I do such a thing? Bring that person who reported it here, and I'll confront him directly. He must have mistaken me for someone else." "Confront directly?" Brooke scoffed, questioning, "Do you still want to take revenge on the person who reported you in private?" Harry didn't expect Brooke to target him so directly. Realizing this was not Valcam, his tone gradually weakened. "Damn it, what bad luck! I'm going to find the priest." "Wait." Brooke glanced at Rin and the 2 black-haired women hiding behind the tavern, saying, "I'll go gather evidence first. You all are not allowed to leave before I return." Harry raised his right hand, his expression twisted. "Damn it, can't you see I'm injured? Owen, go fetch the old priest to treat our Lord Harry." Brooke turned to another guard in his 20s and instructed. "All right." Owen smiled at Harry, saying, "Hang in there, I'll be right back." Harry watched as one guard went into the tavern to talk to Ren, while the other turned and walked towards the church, unable to help but mutter, "Those 2 bastards." Shen, watching the scene with interest, smiled at Harry. "Looks like you're not very popular in this little town." The 2 guards clearly had a poor impression of Harry and gave him no face at all. "Damn it, just 2 mere guards." Harry was so provoked he felt like he might explode. However, he could only say these words out loud. The guards were all at least level 6 professional fighters, not someone he could provoke. Moreover, the guards were part of the army of the border protector, Viscount Reno. No matter how arrogant and overbearing Harry is, he wouldn't dare to confront the guards, otherwise even his brother couldn't protect him. The church was originally located in the center of the town, not far from the Light Moon Tavern. In less than a few minutes, Owen arrived with the old priest. Upon seeing the old priest, Harry immediately took out a silver coin from his pocket to have the latter heal him. At that moment, Brooke came out of the tavern with 2 women. "I've got the whole story figured out," Brooke said grimly to Harry. "It all started because you wanted to do something disrespectful to these 2 ladies and damaged the tavern's facilities. Now you need to compensate the tavern with 5 silver coins and apologize to the 2 ladies. As for Mr. Anshin, he is deemed to have acted in self-defense during this incident. Therefore, Mr. Anshin is not responsible for the injuries of Harry and his group. Moreover, Harry needs to pay for Mr. Anshin's medical expenses. What? You want me to compensate the tavern, apologize to these 2 women, and now pay for this little brat's medical expenses? Harry, having just healed his right hand, was wide-eyed at Brooke's announcement. Brooke smiled and said, or you could choose to spend some time in jail. After hearing this, Harry narrowed his eyes and stared at Brooke for a while, then clenched his fists and said, fine, fine. I'll remember you, just wait. He poured out 6 silver coins from his pouch, gave one to the old priest, and tossed the rest to Lunan. Then he turned to the 2 women, reluctantly muttering an apology. Without caring whether the 2 women were willing to forgive him, Harry left with his group. To be remembered by Lord Harry, I feel quite honored. But as a guard of Viscount Reno, I have the duty to maintain order within the territory. I hope you can be a bit more restrained in the future. Brooke, seeing Harry so compliant, felt a bit puzzled and warned the backs of the group. Unexpectedly, Harry suddenly stopped, turned around, and pointed at Anshin, saying, Guard, I want to report. This person is not wearing a professional badge, which violates the kingdom's regulations. I hope you can also enforce justice and lock this person up. What? Brooke frowned and walked in front of Anshin to examine him. Please, show me your professional badge. Anshin looked puzzled. He had no idea what a professional badge was. Glancing at the gloating Harry, Anshin replied honestly, sorry, I don't have a professional badge. Impossible. Harry immediately shouted. You used magic to injure my hand, and everyone saw the injuries just now. You don't have a professional badge. Where did you learn magic? Brooke's expression changed, and he extended his right hand towards Anshin, saying sternly, according to kingdom regulations, all professionals must wear their professional badge when going out. In the event of an emergency, all professionals are obligated to assist the guards in handling the emergency. Otherwise, it is considered evading professional duties, which carry severe penalties. Mr. Anshin, please show me your professional badge. Anshin noticed Brooke's tone was becoming increasingly unfriendly and realized that the matter of the professional badge might be significant. To put it simply, a professional badge is similar to an ID card in the previous life. Every professional has one. Brooke was now preparing to check Anshin's ID card. The problem was, Anshin did not have an ID card. I really don't have a professional badge. Anshin explained, I've only been in this small town for a few days, and although I've been wanting to go to Valcam to choose a profession, I haven't had the chance. Are you trying to tell us that you learned a magic spell by yourself without any mentor and became an apprentice magician? Harry laughed as if he had heard a joke, doubling over with laughter. Burton stepped forward, pointing at Anshin, saying, Guard, I suspect he is a spy sent from another country, quickly capture him. Spy? Brooke looked at Anshin with confusion. With black hair and black eyes, he indeed looked different from the people living in the kingdom. Moreover, anyone who becomes a professional must be taught by a mentor who imparts skills, and then the mentor issues a professional seal manufactured by the state. Isn't this common knowledge? Just now, Brooke also examined Harry's injuries. This is clearly caused by magic. Nowadays, when Inshen claims he has no seal, it inevitably raises Brooke's suspicions about Inshen's identity. However, the reason Brooke did not take action is that there is one thing he finds puzzling. All magicians need to connect with the elements of nature using a wand to cast spells. Yet he did not see a wand equipped on Inshen. Instead, he saw a short sword. Inshen noticed Brooke placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, and his expression gradually became serious. His understanding of this world is still too limited, which puts him in a very awkward position. If he cannot explain clearly next, he is very likely to end up in a cell as a spy. Sir Guard, we are not spies. Lu Yan suddenly stepped forward to defend Inshen. We are just poor victims who were attacked by goblins and barely escaped to the town. As she spoke, Lu Yan pointed towards the forest outside the town, where they and Inshen had woken up. The more you talk, the more absurd it gets. Attacked by goblins. Burton jumped out to refute. Goblins are social monsters. If you encountered goblins, how could you have come back alive? Exactly. Tommy chimed in. These 2 women and that spy all have black hair and black eyes. They must be in cahoots. All spies. No, we really are not spies. Lu Yan didn't know how to argue and could only look at Inshen. Inshen frowned and thought for a moment, then looked at Brooke and asked, how could I prove that I indeed have never held the seal? You mentioned? You're still being stubborn. You said Inshen just used magic? Then why didn't I see him holding a wand? The old priest, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke up, raising the most critical question. The young guard Owen circled around Inshen, puzzled. I'm curious too. Didn't you say he used magic? Why do I only see a short sword? Inshen's heart trembled. It seemed he had once again broken some concept of this world. The magic he used was all learned from slimes. Once learned, he could use it directly without needing a wand. But in this world, it seems that magicians must use wands to cast spells. Oh, right. Tommy suddenly exclaimed, "How come this kid used magic just now? Without guiding it with a wand?" Burton, Bark, and Ford exchanged glances and said in unison, "I didn't see it either. Only a very few top magical geniuses can use themselves as a medium to communicate with the elements of nature to release magic. Other than that, magicians must use wands. And Shen's magical fluctuations are only slightly more than those of an ordinary person, not even reaching the apprentice magical level of any profession, which is simply insufficient to communicate with the elements of nature. In other words, he cannot release magic without a wand." As he spoke, the old priest took the short sword from Shen's hand, drew it out for inspection, and continued, "This is just an ordinary steel short sword, not a magic sword. Therefore, I highly doubt what you said about Shen casting magic." Brooke was taken aback, realizing he had been confused. Can Harry and the others' words be trusted? Just because they said their injuries were caused by Shen's magic, does that mean it was really magic? He hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it was all just one-sided words from Harry and his group. Harry was also stunned. The situation felt a bit off, but he seemed unable to refute it. Because when Shen cast magic, it seemed he really didn't use a magic wand. How could he explain that? In summary, either Shen is a once-in-a-century magical genius who can cast spells without a wand, the old priest concluded, or he is not an apprentice magician, not a professional, and it's normal for him not to have a professional seal. Brooke glanced at Shen, feeling the faint magical power emanating from him, and shook his head. After becoming a professional, one must have at least 100 points of magical power. But Shen's magical level is too low, at most 40 or 50 points. Such a level of magic power does not meet the requirements of a professional. The old priest glanced at Harry and continued, "In other words, Shen is the latter. But he single-handedly took us all down." Tommy couldn't help but retort. The old priest, without looking up, said, "Perhaps it's just that you all lack skill." "Then how do you explain the injury on my hand?" Harry had no choice but to bring up his wound. "I've seen your injury, it's caused by the corrosive liquid of a slime. If it were magic, a corrosive spell is not something an apprentice magician could master." The old priest stroked his chin and beard, saying, "Shen has been hunting slimes on the prairie these past few days. He himself was injured by slime's corrosive liquid yesterday and came to me for treatment. Your hand must have been splashed with the slime's corrosive liquid when he was collecting it, and you weren't paying attention." Harry was stunned, and Shen was also taken aback. Since the old priest started speaking, Shen had been in shock. Clearly, it was he who used the magic acid spray to injure Harry. After the old priest's interpretation, it turned into him playing dirty by pouring the slime's corrosive liquid on Harry's hand. The key point was that, in this situation, Shen had to go along with the old priest's words. "I didn't expect you to see through it," Shen bowed to the old priest and flattered. "As expected of a priest, nothing escapes your notice. However, regarding the method of collecting slime's corrosive liquid, I cannot disclose it. I still hope to use it to hunt enough slimes to earn money to become a professional." When Shen took out a piece of low-level slime skin, Brooke nodded. There's no doubt Shen has hunted slimes, otherwise he wouldn't have slime skin in his pocket. Brooke had already followed the old priest's line of thought, convinced that Shen had injured Harry with the slime's corrosive liquid. Harry recalled the previous battle with Shen and began to doubt whether Shen had really used magic to injure him. The common knowledge that a magician uses a wand made Harry waver. As for believing Shen was a magical genius, that was definitely impossible. Harry didn't dare to think in that direction. Offending a genius magician was not the same as offending someone who injured him with slimes corrosive liquid. The difference was not trivial. Did you all see clearly just now whether he used magic or not? At this point, Harry actually hoped Shen had injured him with the slime's corrosive liquid. Tommy, I don't know. In an instant, you were injured, sir. Burton, I didn't see clearly. The other two shook their heads as well. Oomph, what bad luck for me, Harry muttered under his breath. The thought of being injured by someone who wasn't even a professional made him grit his teeth in anger. Harry walked over to Shen, stood on tiptoe, and whispered a threat in Shen's ear. "You wait, those who offend me won't have a good end. I don't believe you can stay in this town for the rest of your life. This guy wants to find trouble with me outside the town?" Shen looked at Harry, who was leaving with a serious expression. If the other party really blocked him outside, Shen had to be careful. The previous battle was because Harry and the others attacked separately. If all five had attacked together, Shen would definitely have been at a disadvantage. If I could summon a large slime, I wouldn't have to worry about them causing trouble at all. Shen sighed inwardly. From their encounters, it was clear that the low-level slimes were no match for Harry and the others. Even if he summoned 5 slimes to face Harry and his 4 companions, the chances of winning were slim. However, with Harry gone, this conflict came to an end. Shen immediately thanked the old priest, Brooke, and Owen. "We didn't really help much," Brooke said with a bitter smile. "Harry relies on his brother and always acts arrogantly in the town. He never leaves any evidence of his wrongdoing, so we are helpless. This is the first time he has suffered a loss. But don't celebrate too early. Harry will definitely hold a grudge against you and look for an opportunity to deal with you. Although you have some strength, you still need to be careful. There is a significant gap between ordinary people and professionals. Brooke pointed to the wound on Enchen's chest made by the sweep attack. At this point, Owen leaned in, his face full of curiosity. Enchen, are you really not a professional? This is the first time I've seen a non-professional drive back 5 professionals. I heard Harry is a level 4 apprentice warrior. Enchen shook his head with a smile and said, I haven't been to Valcam, so I haven't learned any professional skills or chosen a profession. Then why don't you go? Owen pressed. With your talent, if you become a professional, your growth rate will definitely be fast. Enchen's face turned bitter. I have no money. The priest told me that choosing a professional mentor requires paying 5 silver coins, and only then can I learn a basic professional skill and become a professional. I'm hunting slimes every day just to save money. He tapped the short sword hanging at his waist and explained, this weapon was lent to me by Uncle John at the blacksmith shop, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford it. I see. Brooke and Owen nodded, stroking their chins. At this moment, Luanen, who had been wanting to interject, finally found the opportunity. He excitedly said to Enchen, Benefactor, if you lack silver coins, I can give you some. Saying this, he extended his hand, revealing 5 silver coins. These were the coins Harry had compensated for the tavern's losses. If it weren't for you today, my staff would have definitely fallen victim to Harry's malice, and my conscience would have been tormented forever. These 5 silver coins are a token of gratitude from the Guanyue Tavern to you, benefactor. As Luanen said this, he looked at the 2 women, Lu Yan and the other, with eyes full of apology. He had seen the 2 women stranded on the street and felt sorry for them, so he discussed with his wife to let them work at the tavern. He never expected that such a thing would happen after encountering Harry. Fortunately, Enchen appeared in time, otherwise the 2 girls would have been ruined. Enchen didn't expect Luanen would actually give him 5 silver coins for this. Given the consumption level in Grull Town, the weekly profit of the Guanyue Tavern was only about 5 silver coins. To be honest, Enchen was a bit tempted. Having provoked Harry, the danger of hunting slimes in the grasslands would increase in the future. Now, with money to become a professional, he wouldn't need to take risks. He could just wait a few days and then head to Valcam with the town's merchant convoy, which had guards for protection. The old priest glanced at Enchen and casually said, after becoming a professional, you'll be stronger. At that time, you can find a job that pays well, and then you can pay Luanen back. No need to pay back, no need to pay back. Luanen waved his hands repeatedly, smiling. Being able to help Lord Enchen is my honor. In his words, Luanen unconsciously added a respectful tone. Previously, his tavern had often been extorted for protection money by Harry, who always chose times when there were no witnesses. This made it useless for Luanen to report to the guards. Now that Enchen had punished Harry, Luanen felt a great sense of relief. He would be willing to pay not just 5 silver coins, but even 10 silver coins. Alright, I'll consider this money as a loan from you. Enchen accepted Luanen's kindness and repeatedly expressed that he would pay back the money. Sigh, I still owe Uncle John 2 silver coins. Even before becoming a professional, I'm already in debt for 7 silver coins. Damn Harry, if it weren't for him, I could have continued hunting slimes outside to earn money. Inside the Kogetsu Tavern, a few people were tidying up. Once everything was clean, Luanen brought out several dishes and invited Enchen to sit down for a meal. Apart from Enchen and the others, there were no other patrons in the tavern. The old priest and the guards had already left, and Enchen had initially planned to leave as well, but Luanen insisted on treating him to dinner. Moreover, Lu Yan and Lu Rongrong also had something to discuss with him. After finishing their meal, Lu Yan recounted her and Lu Rongrong's experiences. After Enchen had drawn the goblins away, she and Lu Rongrong had also fled towards the town of Grull. However, they took quite a detour in the forest, wasting a lot of time before finally emerging from it. Fortunately, they hadn't strayed too far from their intended direction, otherwise they might have encountered more goblins. Upon arriving in Grull, they found themselves in a predicament similar to Enchen's. No money. Lu Yan had picked up the windbreaker that Enchen had discarded earlier and put it on before fleeing. Otherwise, apart from the swimsuit she was wearing, she had no other clothes. The 2 of them, disheveled and dirty, were begging for food in the town when Luanen found them. Feeling sorry for them, Luanen offered them work at the tavern, at least, so they could earn a meal. After hearing this, Enchen shared his own experiences as much as he could. When the 2 women heard that Enchen had gone out to hunt slimes in the grasslands with just a wooden stick, they both gasped in surprise. This is the first time I've heard about adventurers. Lu Yan took a long time to digest what Enchen had said. There are so many monsters in this world. If there were no adventurers, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. And Shen took a sip of water and said, I want to become stronger, firstly for self-defense, and secondly to open an adventurers guild. To establish an adventurers guild, become the guild leader and lead countless adventurers to fight against monsters and save the world. That sounds so exhilarating. By the end, and Shen was even standing up in excitement. Lu Rongrong blinked her big eyes and curiously asked, Adventurers Guild? What is that? And Shen sat down and explained, it's a group of professionals who take on commissions. Lunan interjected, isn't that just a mercenary group? That can be understood that way. And Shen was too lazy to explain the differences between the two. Lunan stroked his chin and said, to start a mercenary group, you need to go to Valcom and apply to the Lord. And you must be a professional to apply. And Shen smiled wryly and said, I know that, which is why I was hunting slimes to earn money before. But the slime skins are too cheap, they only sell for 1 copper coin each. Even after working so hard these past few days, I've only managed to kill a few hundred. Oh my! Lunan exclaimed upon hearing in Shen's number. Did you wipe out all the slimes on the grasslands? Lunan had not ventured deep into the grasslands and did not know how many slimes were there. He only knew that from the road he could see large patches of slimes in the grasslands. Not at all. There are at least a few thousand slimes on the grasslands. I'm far from done. After finally getting a decent weapon, and Shen wanted to clear out all the slimes. But after a conflict with Harry and receiving Lunan's support, and Shen didn't want to venture out just yet. Without any powerful summons, it would be unwise to risk it. If Harry ambushed him, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. That's still quite impressive. Lunan said animatedly. 2 years ago, when the slimes were rampant, I saw slimes injure people with my own eyes. Those sprayed by slime acid had their flesh rotting, all screaming in agony. If it weren't for Priest Henry, many people would have died at the hands of the slimes. Is it that serious? Lu Yen had thought that since there were thousands of slimes and Shen had killed a few hundred, they must be weak. But from Lunan's description, she realized that slimes could kill. Lunan smiled wryly and said, what monsters aren't formidable? We are just ordinary humans, we can't possibly fight against monsters. In the past, there were dozens of towns around Varkam. Now, only more than 30 remain. The others have been destroyed in the attacks of monsters. Lu Rongrong asked in disbelief, how could this happen? Didn't the other towns have guards? They did. But the monsters are also very strong. Besides slimes, there are brutal goblins. Although the guards are powerful, they can still be killed when facing some strong goblins. And Shen thought of the goblins he had encountered before. The goblin that Shen killed was a white soul, indicating that its level did not exceed level 5. Yet, Shen almost died at its hands. At the same level, goblins are much stronger in combat than slimes. If Shen had not learned skills, he could have killed a slime with a wooden stick by being a bit cautious and avoiding its acid. But facing a goblin of the same level requires the resolve to die. This is also why Shen did not dare to use the numerical advantage of summoning slimes to confront Harry and the others. In front of professionals, slimes are simply not worth fighting. Then, Luan threw out a piece of information that made Shen and the others widen their eyes. Goblins usually kill human males for food. As for females, they will keep them, rape them, and make them give birth to little goblins. Goblins have a special constitution. Human females that are defiled by them can become pregnant. Therefore, in towns attacked by goblins, captured males will be killed, while females will fall into endless suffering. After hearing this, Shen immediately thought of the few women who had been captured by goblins. Among the crowd that woke up in the church, there were 8 men and 7 women. Shen had witnessed the deaths of 3 men, and the whereabouts of the remaining people were unknown. The situation was not optimistic. As for the women, besides Lu Yen and Lu Rongrong, there were still 5 left. One woman was raped in front of everyone, and at that time, a strong young man went to save her. Another woman was shot in the chest with an arrow when Shen was climbing out of the church wall, and she must have been captured by the goblins afterward. The remaining 3 women also had a high chance of being caught by the goblins, and Shen had always thought that goblins raped women simply out of depravity and that these women would be killed afterward. He had never considered that these people might still be alive, continuously tormented by the goblins. Thinking of this, Lu Rongrong's face turned pale with fear, and she trembled all over. Beasts! Lu Yen also realized this and slammed the table, standing up to rush outside. And Shen hurriedly asked, what are you doing? Without looking back, Lu Yen said, of course, I'm going to find the guards to save people. Luan N, seeing Lu Yan's hurried figure running out, wondered, did I say something wrong? And Shen then explained to Luan N that the goblins in the forest were very likely to have captured several women. This is bad. Luan N's face changed drastically after hearing this, and he anxiously paced back and forth. The goblins in the forest have always been considered a hidden danger. A year ago, to prevent them from attacking the town, the former town mayor spent 2 gold coins to hire a mercenary group with all members above level 5 and took 5 guards into the forest to try to exterminate the group of goblins. But in the end, only 1 mercenary escaped. According to that mercenary, there are goblins in the forest that are above level 10. Unless a mercenary group or a lord with over level 10 professionals is sent to deal with them, anyone who goes in will die. But Varkam only has 3 mercenary groups with over level 10 professionals, and they charge at least 10 gold coins. Our small town has already been pinching pennies to gather 2 gold coins. Where would we get 10 gold coins? The new town mayor reported to the lord, but the lord has not sent anyone to exterminate them. For a long time, everyone has regarded that forest as a forbidden forest. How could you dare to enter that forest? Existence of goblins above level 10. When Inchen heard this news, he knew that Lu Yen would return empty-handed. A mercenary group has at least 10 members plus 5 guards above level 5, yet only 1 returned from the forbidden forest, which is enough to show how powerful the goblins living there are. Currently, there are only 5 guards in Grol town. Even if Lu Yen went to report to Brook and asked the guards to rescue the few women who might still be alive, Brook would be willing but powerless in the face of the formidable goblins. Sure enough, half an hour later, Lu Yen returned with a dejected expression. Brook said it's too dangerous, the town's guards can't take risks for a few possibly surviving people. And Chen remained silent. This was pretty much what he had guessed. Lu Yen looked at Chen seriously and asked, "Chen, can we go save them?" "Oh no, we can't." Before Chen could speak, Lu Yen interjected, "Lord Chen is not even a professional. You, a woman, would just be walking to your death in the forbidden forest. Why should we still go save them?" And Chen looked at Lu Yen in confusion. Lu Yen had already described the dangers of the forbidden forest very clearly. She herself had barely escaped from it. Now she wanted to risk her life to enter the forbidden forest again just for a group of strangers. Was it worth the risk? Anyway, after learning about the danger, Chen had already dismissed the idea of going to save anyone. Having the ability means saving people, lacking the ability means delivering oneself to death. "I don't know." When Lu Yen heard Chen ask her why, she painfully hugged her head. "I just know that saving people is a duty of the inspection." Inspection? Chen was taken aback and quickly asked, "Have you regained your memory?" This world has no inspections. If Lu Yen could think of these 2 words, it likely meant her memory had returned. By the way, can everyone's memory gradually recover? Chen's mind flashed through several thoughts in an instant. But Lu Yen shook her head. "I don't know what inspection is, it just suddenly appeared in my mind, and then I felt that I should go save people. I must go save them. It's my responsibility." Inspection, huh? Chen looked at Lu Yen, whose gaze was resolute, with a complex expression. Could it be that before she was sent to this world, she was an inspector? Chen re-evaluated Lu Yen. Although she had lost her memory, a person's actions are still connected to their past. Among the few women at the time, only Lu Yen dared to step forward and fight the goblins. Standing up against the brutal goblins requires immense courage. It's very likely that Lu Yen's previous role as an inspector is the reason. Even if her strength is insufficient, she does not lack the courage to face death. Lu Yen did not know the meaning of inspection. She just felt that she should go save people. No matter how great the danger ahead, she could not back down. But Chen still poured cold water on Lu Yen. "Even if you go save them, what then? With your strength, entering the forbidden forest is just giving the goblins another breeding vessel," Lu Yen anxiously said, "but those captured women are suffering inhuman torment. But at least there's a good chance they are still alive. If they die, there will be nothing left. Just wait until a strong person goes to save them." Chen stood up, walked towards the door, and said, without looking back, "Uncle Lu Yen, please help keep an eye on those 2. Don't let them do anything foolish." Lu Yen wanted to chase after him but was stopped by Lu Yen. "Lu Yen, Lord Chen is right, you should stay here in the tavern honestly." Lu Yen stared wide-eyed at Chen's departing figure and shouted, "Chen, where are you going?" Chen paused, thought for a moment, and said while walking, "To become stronger." "Become stronger?" Lu Yen was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Yen and asked, "Uncle Lu Yen, can I become a professional?" Lu Yen frowned and said, "As long as you pay a tuition fee of 5 silver coins, the mentor will teach you the initial skills. If you learn the initial skills of the profession, you will be considered a professional." Lu Yen bit her lip and resolutely said, "Uncle Lu Yen, I want to become a professional." After Chen left the Light Moon Tavern, he first walked into a deserted alley. He stayed there for almost half an hour. When he came out again, he walked straight towards the outskirts of the town. Originally, due to Harry's matter, Chen didn't want to leave the town these days. But when Lu Yen mentioned the word inspection, a string in Chen's heart was touched. A certain irresponsible man was also an inspector. He abandoned his life, left his family, and became a hero in people's mouths. Damn it! And Shen clenched his fists, looking at his panel, muttering to himself, still too weak. Too weak. Because he was weak, he worried about Harry and didn't dare to leave the town. Because he was weak, he knew someone was suffering but didn't dare to rescue them. However, the unwilling expression on Shen's face only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before he put on a standard smile. In the afternoon, hunt slimes, and after reaching level 5, try to see if I can reach level 6. The corner of his eye had already caught sight of Harry and the others lurking in the corner. With wicked smiles, but Shen no longer cared. He put his hands behind his head and leisurely walked out of the small town. Not long after Shen left the town, several figures also came out. That kid has left the town. Hurry up and follow him. Harry saw that Shen had really left the town, and a smile cracked on his face. Dare to harm Lord Harry, let us tell him the price of being a hero. Burton and the others followed behind Harry, wearing sinister smiles. Shen was not yet a professional. As long as they worked together, Shen would definitely not be a match for them. If Shen hid like a turtle and stayed in the town, Harry would also have a hard time dealing with him. But out in the grasslands, in the wilderness, they could decide whether to kill or maim him, right? In the past 2 days, Shen had hunted hundreds of slimes, leaving only a sparse few outside the grasslands. To hunt slimes more efficiently, he had to venture deeper into the grasslands. After walking for more than half an hour, Shen's field of vision was filled with bouncing slimes. There were slimes from level 1 to 4, and even some above level 4 that he couldn't see the panel attributes of. They are not as large as the big slimes. They should be level 5. Be careful, the danger is not great. Shen drew the short sword from his waist and quickly charged into the group of slimes. There were 5 slimes in this group. The slimes deeper in the grasslands generally had higher levels than those on the outskirts. Among the 5 slimes, 3 were level 2, 1 was level 3, and 1 was level 4. As Shen approached, they immediately moved their bodies and sprayed acid at him. A few meters of distance left Shen with little reaction time. He slid to the side, and after getting up, his body kept dodging sideways, avoiding all the acid. With quick thrusts of his short sword, all the slimes that were trying to escape were pierced and fell to the ground. White quality souls, invisible to outsiders, rose from the corpses and drilled into Shen's body. Harvested slime soul, white times 5, experience plus 10, name Shen. Race, human level, for experience, 350/400 profession, none magic power, 26/40 skills, low level perception, acid spray, talent, spirit sacrifice. Shen picked up the slime skins, looked at the approaching group of slimes, retreated a short distance, and then charged towards another group of slimes in a different direction. After equipping the short sword, Shen felt much less effort was needed. Previously, using a wooden stick, he had to exert a lot of force to kill a slime. Encountering level 3 and level 4 slimes often requires several hits. Now, with a short sword, I can easily pierce the slime's surface. Even the level 4 slime can be killed in an instant. After a few minutes, Harry and the others, who were observing from the shadows, noticed that Shen suddenly stopped hunting slimes. What's going on? Tommy asked, puzzled. Harry slapped Tommy on the head and scolded. Idiot, this guy isn't even a professional. After fighting slimes for so long, he must be exhausted. Exhausted. Burton's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, Sir, what are we waiting for? Shall we go now? Harry turned to look at Shen, who was sitting down to rest, and nodded. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Everyone, let's go together, we mustn't let him escape. Shen glanced back at the 5 people rushing out from the bushes, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He could kill slimes for hours, so he wouldn't be exhausted after just a few minutes with the short sword. The reason he stopped was that he had just leveled up. Name, Shen. Race, human. Level 5, experience, 1/500. Profession, none. Magic, 30/50. Skills, low level. Perception, acid spray. Talent, spirit summoning. Since you insist on causing me trouble, then come on. Shen gripped the short sword in his hand, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. If even small characters could block him in the town, how could he become stronger? How could he have the power to manage an adventurer's guild? Not to mention leading adventurers to resist the incredibly powerful demon race in this world. Come and fight. Kid, you've got guts. You offended me at noon, and now you dare to come out in the afternoon. Harry, seeing that Shen didn't run away, surrounded him with his men. Shen glanced at the few people holding weapons and asked, Harry, are you going to deal with me? Ha ha, am I going to deal with you? Harry laughed as if he had heard a funny joke, and he and his subordinates burst into laughter. You went out of town to hunt slimes and ended up surrounded by them. A non-professional killed by slimes, isn't that a normal thing? What does that have to do with me, Harry? Hearing Harry's words, Shen scoffed and said, What happened this morning was your fault to begin with. Do you want to kill me now? Perhaps because Chen's expression was too calm, Harry felt furious and said viciously, even in Valcam, others have to give me some face. You, a nobody with no background or strength, how dare you challenge me? This morning was just your luck. I was caught off guard. Now that I've caught you, you can't escape. All of you, come at me together. I want to break his legs first. Make him kneel and beg for mercy. Then I'll throw him into the pile of slimes and let him slowly feel his body being devoured bit by bit. After hearing Harry's words, Chen mentally placed Harry on his kill list. Well, when I came to this other world, I was mentally prepared. Especially after seeing those brothers die tragically at the hands of goblins, I understood one thing. In this other world, human life may not be worth much. There won't be the civilized laws and moral constraints of my previous life. If you don't have enough strength to protect yourself, you might die in some corner one day. But I didn't expect that just a few days after arriving, I would encounter such a thing. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Once the battle starts, everyone must be prepared to die. Shouting the last sentence in his heart, Chen reversed his grip on the short sword and instantly charged in front of Tommy. Tommy was startled and quickly swung his large knife at Chen. But unexpectedly, Chen only feigned an attack. Before Tommy's large knife could come down, Chen turned and stabbed at Bulk beside him. Bulk was so scared that he jumped aside. Damn kid, die for me. Harry and Burton's attacks arrived almost simultaneously. Before the knife fell, Harry felt that the battle was already over. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Chen, trapped in the encirclement, could quickly take down 1 or 2 people, but there were still 3 others. As long as one person swung a knife, Chen would be finished. But what Harry didn't expect was that Chen seemed to have eyes on his back, dodging both his and Burton's attacks with a slight shift of his body. Chen didn't even make a large movement. Bang! Chen kicked Harry away and raised his sword to stab at Burton. However, Ford rushed up and blocked Chen's attack with his knife. Good job, Ford. Burton quickly thanked him. Ford smiled, but the next moment he saw Chen smile as well. A wave of unease rose in his heart. Seeing Chen raise his left hand, Ford wanted to turn and run, but it was too late. Acid spray. Chen raised his left hand, aimed at Ford's face, and sprayed a stream of acid at him. Ah! Ford screamed in agony, dropping the large knife in his hands instinctively covering his face, not daring to touch it, the intense pain nearly making him faint. But soon, he wouldn't have to endure the pain anymore, because Chen's short sword had slashed open his throat. Burton saw Ford clutching his neck and falling down, and quickly swung a knife at Chen, but the agile Chen dodged. Thud! Ford fell to the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. The scene froze for a moment. Harry and the others were somewhat in disbelief. Everything happened in an instant. Their side had already lost one person. Chen lowered his body, holding his short sword horizontally in front, without saying a word. Although it's my first time killing someone, it feels no different from killing a goblin. Bastard! When Harry saw Ford's throat being cut open, he knew he wouldn't survive. He roared and charged at Chen, swinging his large knife relentlessly. After all, Harry was a level 4 apprentice warrior, trained by the system, equipped with basic swordsmanship. Although Chen had reached level 5, his combat skills were mostly just the 2 tricks his father, who was a veteran inspector, had taught him. Faced with Harry's fierce attacks, Chen could only defend himself wearily. Beside Harry were Burton and Tommy assisting him. As soon as they made contact, Chen was slashed twice on his back. Sweep! Seeing Chen get injured, Harry immediately used a warrior skill. Swish! The large knife swept through, leaving a trail of afterimages. However, there was no trace of joy on Harry's face, because Chen seemed to have anticipated Harry's skill, dodging it in advance. Sir, it's slime acid. Bark's voice came, and beside him was the corpse of Ford. Bark had just gone to check on Ford's injuries. Upon seeing Ford's corroded face, Bark immediately recalled how Harry's hand had been corroded by slime acid at noon. Again with the slime acid. Harry was so angry his teeth nearly crumbled, but he fought much more cautiously afterward. He hadn't figured out how Chen had thrown the slime acid at noon, and now Chen had used it to kill one of his lackeys. If he got hit, he could very well die. Burton, Tommy, Bark, you all attack together. I'll support you from the back. Harry didn't want to die, so he ordered the 3 to advance and wear Chen down. Hearing Harry's command, the 3's expressions changed, but they still moved forward to surround Chen. Chen took this time to catch his breath, and when he saw that no white soul was rising from Ford's corpse, he understood that spirit offering only worked on magical creatures. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Chen focused his gaze on Bark. From their earlier encounter, Chen knew that Harry was the strongest, followed by Burton and Tommy, with Ford being the weakest. With Ford dealt with, it was time for Bark. When Bark noticed Chen looking at him, all the hairs on his body stood on end, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Where had Chen hidden the acid? Clearly, there was no place on him to conceal anything. The unknown is what breeds fear. No one wanted to suddenly have slime acid splashed in their face. Seeing this, Harry kicked Bark and said angrily, "What are you afraid of? It's just one person. You three attack together and see who he uses the acid on. Go!" Ah! Burton gritted his teeth and was the first to charge in, followed closely by Tommy and the recovering Bark. Harry stayed on the outside, looking for an opportunity. "The next time you use the acid, that's when I'll take you down." While Harry was looking for an opportunity, and Shen sneered coldly in his heart. "Just as I expected, this guy doesn't dare to risk fighting me." Harry was originally the strongest, but now he was circling outside, worried about being ambushed by Shen's acid, which greatly reduced Shen's burden. Burton and the others were only level 3 apprentice warriors, while Shen was level 5. The 2-level difference was already evident in strength and speed. When the three attacked Shen simultaneously, he could barely resist. This surprised Burton and the others, prompting them to increase their attack intensity. Bang! He swept low to kick Burton down, then used his short sword to parry Tommy's attack, landing a heavy punch to the opponent's stomach, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Seeing this, Harry quickly jumped into the fray to apply pressure. Unexpectedly, Shen didn't pay him any attention and charged towards Ball with a short sword. What a great opportunity! Harry's eyes lit up, not expecting Shen to completely ignore the attack. From behind, just as he was about to raise his knife to sweep, 4.5-meter diameter slimes suddenly appeared in midair. Put! As soon as the slimes were summoned, they sprayed all their acidic liquid towards Harry. In a hurry, Harry raised his arm to shield his face. The acid splashed onto his arm and scalp, and Harry immediately let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Bulk, facing Shen alone, was already filled with fear. Hearing Harry's agonizing scream, his body trembled violently, revealing a flaw in his movements. Shen seized the opportunity, stabbing Bulk twice in the heart with his short sword, then directly turned to face the stunned Burton and Tommy. "Ah, my head! My head!" Harry rolled on the ground, screaming in agony. A novice warrior could easily deal with slimes, but that relied on agility to dodge the slime's acid and then strike with a weapon. If hit by the acid, even a novice warrior would be injured. Just like Harry now. His arms and scalp were already corroded to a bloody mess by the acid. The intense pain made his eyes roll back and his body convulsed. "Burton! Hurry, take me to find a priest! Quickly!" Hearing Harry's command, Burton did not move an inch. Are you kidding? If he turned to leave now, Tommy would definitely not last long. Once Tommy was dead, could Burton still escape? Moreover, the scene before him made Burton feel that the chances of him and Tommy surviving were very low. The two stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Opposite them, Shen maintained the same defensive posture as before. But beside him, there were 4 bouncing slimes. I must be seeing things. The slimes aren't attacking Shen? Tommy swallowed hard, unable to understand why the slimes would help Shen against Harry. Bastard, there were clearly no slimes around just now. These slimes were summoned by him. Burton pointed at Shen, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his voice trembling. This guy can create monsters. Create monsters. Tommy froze, looking in Shen's direction, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had never known that someone could create monsters. Someone who can create monsters must also be a monster. Tommy's voice cracked as he spoke to Burton. Even Lord Harry has fallen. We are no match for him. Burton, let's escape. Burton was also very scared, but he remembered what Shen had said before the fight began. Once the battle starts, everyone must be prepared to die. Burton patted Tommy's shoulder, repeating Shen's words. If we want to kill him, he definitely won't let us go now. We have to fight him. But we can't win. Tommy saw Shen making a move again and couldn't help but step back. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. Burton shouted, raising his sword and charging at Shen. Clang! The swords clashed, sparking a few sparks. The next second, the slimes that had cooled down their skills all aimed at Burton and sprayed acid. Burton rolled to the side in panic, but before he could get up, he was kicked down by Shen, lying face down on the grass. Thud! A short sword pierced Burton's back, and his eyes widened as he gripped the dirt tightly. Soon, the light in Burton's eyes gradually dimmed. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. On the other side, Tommy saw this scene and lost all desire to fight Shen, turning to run. Shen naturally would not leave any survivors. Enduring the pain from his wounds, he commanded the summoned slimes to keep an eye on Harry and quickly chased after Tommy. Don't chase me, Lord Shen, I know I was wrong. Please, spare me, I absolutely won't tell anyone about what happened today. Tommy turned back to see Shen getting closer, his soul nearly leaving his body as he begged for mercy. But Shen ignored him, continuing to pursue. Thud! Tommy, looking back at Shen, didn't notice a protruding rock in front of him and tripped, falling to the ground. Just as he was about to get up and run again, a foot suddenly stepped on his chest, pushing him back down. Lord Shen, spare me. It was all that bastard Harry who made me do it. All the bad things were his doing. I shouldn't have helped him tease your friend, and I shouldn't have had any thoughts of harming you. Please, spare me. I have a 10-year-old child at home. Sob sob. I am dead. She will be bullied. Good, daughter, sob sob. Daddy is sorry for you. Daddy knows wrong. And Chen pulled the short sword out of Tommy's heart, listening to his begging voice gradually turn into repentance and finally into a corpse. Perhaps you have reasons to want to live, but you don't understand life like Burton. And Chen looked at Tommy's corpse with a complex expression. When Burton saw Chen summon the slime, he knew that if he didn't kill Chen, he would never survive to go back. So he charged at Chen, knowing he couldn't win, fighting for his last chance. Perhaps Tommy really has a 10-year-old daughter. But still, that's the point. Once the battle begins, you must be prepared to die. And Chen dragged Tommy's leg, pulling him to Harry's side. At this point, Harry was barely breathing. His golden hair had been corroded to just a few tufts, and red flesh was still bubbling. Acid had not been cleaned up and continued to corrode. When he saw Chen coming over, Harry reached out his arm and grabbed Chen's leg. You can't kill me, my brother Sharp? Carl is a level 10 knight, the captain of the 3rd mercenary group of Valcam, the Bloodstained mercenary group. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Take me to find a priest, save me, and I will repay you well. Harry looked half dead, struggling to speak. Is it repayment or revenge? The moment you decided to kill me, I put you on my kill list. Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes widened, and his injured right hand suddenly grabbed the large knife lying nearby, swinging it at Chen. Clang! Chen easily blocked the soft and powerless large knife with his short sword. You can't kill me. How dare you kill me? My brother will definitely avenge me. Before Harry could finish, Chen slashed his throat with the short sword. As he awaited death, Harry was filled with regret. Why did I have to provoke this monster? A gentle breeze blew, and the grass on the prairie swayed with the wind. Chen grinned as he sat on the grass. During the earlier battle, he had also been cut several times, and his wounds were still bleeding. No, I still need to deal with the aftermath. Chen scanned the 5 corpses around him, his gaze landing on the money bags at their waists. Time to loot the bodies. Chen's lips curled up as he pulled down the money bags of the 5, 10, 43 silver coins. There's even a gold coin. Chen was somewhat surprised as he took out a shiny gold coin from the money bag. The combined money bags of Burton's 4 only had about 20 silver coins, plus over 100 copper coins. The rest were taken from Harry's money bag. This guy Harry is surprisingly wealthy. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. That means Chen killed 5 people, increasing his wealth by 144 silver coins. No wonder it's a gold belt for killing and arson. Chen chuckled bitterly, seeing a large group of wild slimes drawn over by the summoned slimes not far away. He got up, took the money bag and short sword, and left the place. This group of slimes eats everything. With them around, these corpses will soon be devoured. Val Cam, the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps' base. A tall knight in plate armor with a fierce expression walked in from outside. Captain Sharp, a member of the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps, stood at attention and greeted him upon seeing Sharp. Sharp waved his hand and asked who went to the nearby towns to collect the security fees this quarter. Captain, it's your brother. He left several days ago. If all goes well, he should have arrived at Grolltown today. In a couple of days, he will return with the merchant convoy from Grolltown to Valcam. Harry, a rare softness appeared in Sharp's fierce gaze. Although he knew his brother often took advantage of his name to do some bad things, he only had this one brother. As long as he was around, what did it matter if Harry caused trouble? In Valcam, a level 10 knight was already a top-tier powerhouse who didn't know the name of Raging Knight Sharp. It's already April, some monsters are bound to stir again. A glint flashed in Sharp's eyes as he instructed his subordinate, go call the other captains over. I need to discuss how we can fleece our Lord the Viscount this year. Yes. Name, Chen. Race, human level 5 experience, 7 of 500 profession, none magic power, 21/50th skills, low level perception, acid spray, talent, spirit summoning. Chen's magic power had not fully recovered because he had summoned 4 slimes in the alley to prepare for battle when he was out of town. Experience increased by 6 points. Killing also gives experience. On the way back to town, Chen realized this. However, compared to hunting slimes, the difficulty of killing was multiplied many times over. It felt a bit like working harder for less reward. He walked all the way to the church and found the priest who was praying. Priest Henry, I need healing. Chen approached the old priest, his voice somewhat weak. Old Henry looked at Chen with a strange expression. A few hours ago, this kid had just clashed with Harry, and now he had returned injured. You didn't get into another fight with Harry and the others, did you? Henry examined the knife wound on Chen's back, his magic staff emitting a soft glow. The wounds on Chen's body began to heal at a visible rate. Phew! After casting healing spells several times, old Henry finally healed all of Chen's wounds. Healing fee, 2 silver coins. and Shen moved his body a bit, took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to Henry. And Shen, you should lay low for a couple of days. The Brook people in town are decent. With him around, no one dares to kill in town. Harry and the others are just here to collect the security fees as usual. They'll leave in a few days. After that, you can do whatever you want. Don't keep getting yourself hurt. If one day you let your guard down and lose your life, you'll have nothing left, Henry said as he turned to leave. He thought. And Shen had been surrounded and barely escaped. And Shen remained silent for a moment, ultimately saying nothing. He left the church and walked along the town's road to the blacksmith shop. Old John frowned slightly when he saw the visitor. I heard you had a conflict with Harry this morning? That guy is no good. Be careful these days. There's no rush. About the debts, you can hunt slimes after Harry leaves, it's the same. Hearing old John's concerned words, a smile appeared on Shen's face. I didn't expect you to know about what happened at noon so quickly. Of course, Gruel Town is that small, it doesn't take long for everyone to know what's going on. After old John finished speaking, he remembered to ask Shen what he was doing here. I want a shield. And Shen pointed at the shield placed against the wall inside the shop. It was a small round wooden shield, only 2 centimeters thick, with a diameter of about 40 centimeters. The inner side had a handle in the center for easy grip. The outer side and the edges were covered with a thin layer of iron, adding a bit of defense. This one, old John exclaimed, saying, although this little shield's defense isn't very strong, it's sufficient. At least it can block some slime acid or the attacks of novice adventurers. And it's very light, just right for a little guy like you. Upon hearing old John call him a little guy, a black line appeared on Shen's forehead. At 1.78 m, he wasn't exactly muscular, but he was quite well proportioned, hardly a little guy. However, seeing old John's massive build, Shen felt there was some truth to the label. This shield cost 2 silver coins, sold to him at cost by old John. However, Shen was still in debt. Although he had made a fortune after killing Harry, it was not something he could show openly. On the surface, he didn't have many silver coins. The owner of the Light Moon Tavern, Luan, had also lent him 5 silver coins. If Shen casually took out a few silver coins now, someone would inevitably suspect him after Harry's death. After fiddling with the shield for a while, Shen felt much more at ease. Your body is too fragile. Without some defensive gear, it's easy to capsize. The image of Ford and Harry being hit by acid, their skin and flesh corroded, flashed in Shen's mind. If they had had a shield, they wouldn't have been so severely injured. The outcome could have been very different. But there are no ifs. Shen learned from the enemy's lessons and decided to buy a shield for protection. You look a bit like a knight, old John teased from the side. I heard Luan is sponsoring you to choose a profession. I think you could choose the knight profession. Ha ha ha, you know about Uncle Luan sponsoring me? I told you, the town is this small. Things spread quickly. Shen shrugged dismissively and said, Priest Henry shouldn't be spreading it around. Luan needs to keep an eye on Lu Yen, so the only ones who know are Brooke and Owen. Ah, those two are also regulars here. After they solved your problem, they came straight over and told me. Old John laughed heartily. All right, Uncle. I'm leaving now. I'll come back next time. Shen prepared to leave with the shield but was called back by old John. Take this. Old John pulled out a hollow backpack made of several leather straps and secured the shield inside. When not in use, you can carry the shield on your back. Thanks, Uncle. Shen strapped the shield on his back, waved, and turned to leave. Kid, you owe me so much money. Don't you dare die. Hearing the voice from behind, Shen replied without looking back, Don't worry, Uncle, I'll definitely outlive you. Damn kid. Standing at the edge of the forest, Shen let out a heavy breath. There are still 2 hours until dark. I should go in and explore carefully. At the edge of the forbidden forest, Shen summoned 5 level 5 slimes. After his magic power was fully restored, he cautiously entered with a shield in his left hand and a short sword in his right. Although the surrounding trees were tall, the gaps were wide, and the light was ample, it was not dark inside. Shen remained vigilant of his surroundings while moving towards the direction of the church in his memory. Thud. He marked a tree trunk with his short sword to prevent getting lost in the forest. A few days ago, while being chased by goblins, Shen had run for 10 minutes before escaping the forest. This time, due to his caution, it took him over 20 minutes to finally see the dilapidated church. Shen immediately approached but hid behind a large tree, sending one slime to observe the situation. Once his consciousness was connected to the summoned slime, Shen's vision turned grayish-white. Chirp! The summoned slime, controlled by Shen, bounced out of the forest. There were still bloodstains on the ground from the battle 3 days ago. From the amount of blood, it should be that brother who got shot in the arm. After concluding this in his heart, Shen continued to manipulate the slime forward. Just as the summoned slime was about to approach the collapsed church's surrounding wall, an arrow suddenly flew in from above. The sharp arrowhead easily pierced the slime's skin and then completely embedded itself and Shen's consciousness instantly returned and he gasped violently. For a moment, when the arrow struck and Shen thought he was going to die, an arrow shot from above. The summoned slime he sent out had its health steadily decreasing and soon died. But Shen also gained information. He carefully peeked out from behind the giant tree, looking up at the church. Although it was a bit far, Shen still spotted a goblin with a bow, sitting on a tilted stone pillar, swinging its legs and grinning down at the slain slime. Race, Goblin level 5 health 500 magic 100 out of 100 skills, none, it's actually level 5. And Shen was relieved he hadn't approached personally. The stone pillar was about 7 meters high, providing a wide view from above. If he approached from the edge of the forest, this goblin archer would definitely notice him. Without any defenses, even with a shield, there was a risk of being shot. Moreover, once it discovered an intruder, it would surely call other goblins. With one sentinel at level 5, the leader of the group would definitely be above level 5. And Shen noticed that after the goblin archer killed the slime, it called out a few times to the ones below. Soon, several goblins appeared in Shen's line of sight. They were summoned by the goblin archer, preparing to carry away the slime's corpse. The slime's mucus could also serve as food for the goblins. The goblin archer claimed it had killed a very large slime, enough for a feast for a dozen goblins. Slimes, being at the bottom of the food chain, rarely grew to a diameter of 60 centimeters, especially in a forest teeming with monsters. What puzzled them was that, apart from an arrow, there was no slime corpse around. The goblin archer was momentarily stunned upon learning this. It had no idea that the slime was a summoned creature, nor would it know that slimes dissipate upon death. The goblins, having searched in vain, cursed and left. There are level 5s, as well as level 3s and 4s, and Shen saw their information when that group of goblins appeared. It seems to be as I imagined. These goblins have gained intelligence, and there is a clear division of labor within the group. There were archers acting as sentinels, along with a group of melee goblins. This was clearly already a team. For Shen, the strength of the goblins was not a good thing, because this meant that it would be difficult for Shen to find out the location of the captured women from the goblins, let alone think about rescuing them. However, Shen did not want to leave just yet. After pondering for a while, Shen manipulated a slime to exit the forest. This time, he did not let it approach the ruins of the church but instead circled around it. At the same time, Shen kept observing the movements of the goblin archers on the stone pillars. When the slime bounced out again, the goblin archer quickly noticed it and aimed its bow and arrow at it. However, upon realizing that the slime did not come closer, it lowered its bow again. The two were over 100 meters apart, already beyond the goblin archer's range. Pa! The goblin archer spat and ignored the slime that was running in circles, continuing to sway its short legs, fiddling with the bow in its hands, pondering whether it had just imagined things. It had clearly shot a slime. Ha! And Shen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and continued to control the slime to observe the surroundings. After a period of observation, Shen gained an understanding of the terrain around the church and the distribution of the goblins. The area was surrounded by forest, with a clear space in the middle. At the center of this area was the location of the church. The church was not large, and the entire ruins formed a circle with a diameter of about 30 meters. The place where Shen was staying was right behind the church. In front, he saw the church's main entrance. On either side of the collapsed door stood a broken stone sculpture, over 3 meters high. Next to the sculptures sat 5 short-statured goblins, with short swords, long knives, and spears beside them. Among them were a few goblins that had just been preparing to move the slime's corpse. At this moment, this group of goblins was gathered together chatting, occasionally letting out their unpleasant laughter of keek-keek. Are those women locked inside the church? Shen could not see the situation inside the ruins, but he believed that the captured women were very likely inside the ruins. Moreover, there might even be goblins monitoring them. I must find a way to lure out a goblin. This was the main purpose of Shen's visit today. If he could hunt down a lone goblin, he could summon goblins to fight. A level 5 goblin was much stronger than a level 5 slime, being a monster as well. Goblins had intelligence, understood teamwork, and could use weapons. Even a level 5 novice adventurer had to be extremely cautious when facing a level 5 goblin. Otherwise, it could be the novice adventurer who ends up dead. When Shen first arrived in this other world, he had concealed the goblin's line of sight with a cloak and then smashed a goblin's head with a sharp stone, successfully killing it. This was partly due to his boldness and carefulness, and partly due to luck. Goblins were not easy to kill, otherwise the former mayor of Grulltown would not have returned with only one mercenary after bringing over a dozen level 5 or higher adventurers. Chirp chirp. One goblin in front of the church door finally noticed the slime that had been bouncing in the distance. It picked up a wooden stick from beside it and waddled towards the slime. It was very excited. It had just been tricked by its companions and did not expect to find such a large slime right in front of it. After eating meat for several days, a change in flavor would be nice. When the goblin got within 30 meters, the slime seemed to sense danger and began to run towards the forest. The goblin would not let the slime escape now that it had come this far, chasing after it with the wooden stick in hand. Seeing the goblin successfully take the bait, and Ruwa couldn't help but curl the corner of her mouth into a slight arc. The goblin, which was chasing the slime, was completely unaware that it was gradually approaching danger. Name: None. Race: Goblin. Level: 5 health, 800 mana, 100 out of 100 skills. None. The panel displayed the goblin's information. Although it was also a level 5 goblin, this one wielding a wooden stick had 300 more health points than the goblin archer. So, individual differences exist among monsters. This goblin is a bit tougher? And Shen recalled the first goblin he had killed and decided that when he made his move, he would aim for the goblin's vital points. With the experience of hunting slimes, and Shen understood that monsters wouldn't fall just because their health reached zero. A slime hit by acid wouldn't lose too much health, but the subsequent bleeding would be enough to kill the slime. Similarly, regardless of how much health the goblin in front of him had left, as long as Shen slashed its neck with his short sword or stabbed its heart, it would die. Hitting a vital point would cause the monster to lose a significant amount of blood, but it wouldn't be able to continue fighting. Health points were merely a reflection of a monster's vitality. However, in actual combat, many factors influenced the outcome. Just like in his battle with Harry, Harry wasn't weak, but after the slime's acid sprayed on him, he quickly lost his fighting ability. Kak. After the goblin chased into the forest, it soon blocked the slime. It let out a happy laugh and raised the large stick in its hand to smash down on the slime. Chirp! As the goblin approached, the summoned slime sprayed a stream of acid right at the goblin's face. The wooden stick goblin had clearly dealt with slimes in the forest before. Upon seeing the acid, it quickly dodged to the side and smashed the summoned slime to pieces with a single blow. Kak. The goblin dropped its stick and was about to feast on the slime's corpse when it noticed the slime's body slowly dissipating before its eyes. The goblin took 2 shocked steps back, chattering away. If it could speak human language, and Shen, who was hiding nearby, would definitely hear it say, "Where's my slime? I had such a big slime." And Shen couldn't understand the goblin's language, he only wanted to take down this goblin. Seizing the moment while the goblin was dazed, and Shen immediately commanded the 3 hidden slimes to simultaneously unleash their acid spray. By the time the goblin heard the commotion and tried to dodge the 3 streams of acid coming from behind, it was already too late. The acid made contact with the goblin's green skin, immediately corroding it. The wooden stick goblin jumped up in pain. Its 2 small eyes darted around, and upon spotting a patch of grass, it quickly ran over and lay down on it, rubbing its back to wipe off most of the acid. Seeing this action, Shen realized that the goblin knew how to deal with the injuries caused by the slime's acid. It seemed it had fought slimes quite a bit. Thinking this, Shen charged out from his hiding spot with a shield in one hand and a short sword in the other. The goblin, which was cleaning the acid off its back, quickly scrambled up upon seeing Shen, trying to bypass him and escape towards the church. "You won't get away." And Shen accelerated suddenly, quickly catching up to the goblin. The goblin bared its teeth at the human in front of it but didn't dare to rush forward. It had never expected there would be humans nearby. The wooden stick was thrown far away, and it couldn't retrieve it now. This meant it could only fight the human in front of it with its sharp teeth and claws. And Shen tightened his grip with his left hand. Since his thumb hadn't been treated yet, he could only hold the handle with 4 fingers. "Wah!" the goblin shouted at Shen. And Shen's gaze sharpened, and his figure shot forward in an instant. Although he had never used a shield before, he had seen pigs run. As he was about to get close to the goblin, Shen slammed the shield down hard, blocking the goblin's claw strike. Sizzle! The goblin's claws scraped against the metal of the shield, producing an unpleasant sound. Put! The short sword carved a wound across the goblin's chest. The injured goblin staggered back, its eyes filled with malice. Bayu. 3 streams of acidic liquid sprayed toward the goblin. The burning pain on the goblin's back made it instinctively dodge to the side upon seeing the slime's acid. And Shen naturally wouldn't just stand by. At the same moment he summoned the slime to attack, he charged forward. The short sword traced a crescent in the air, adding another wound to the goblin's body. The goblin clutched its injury, its eyes darting between Shen and the slime. It couldn't understand why these slimes would help a human against it, but it knew that if it didn't come up with a plan soon, it would die at the hands of the humans. Ow! The goblin howled, trying to attract the other goblins in the church. And Shen's heart skipped a beat at this sight. Although they were about 200 to 300 meters away from the church, with trees blocking the view, it would be bad if any goblins heard and came to check. Without its own restraint, the slime would be easily defeated in front of the goblin. Even if just one more goblin showed up, he would be in danger. Thinking of this, Shen licked his lips. Quick battle, quick resolution. Seeing Shen charge, the goblin turned to flee. Just as Shen was about to catch up, it suddenly turned around and charged at him. And Shen didn't expect this goblin to be so cunning, quickly raising his shield in front of him. Bang! A dull sound echoed, as Shen's shield flew from his hand under the goblin's impact. Hee. A mocking glint appeared in the goblin's eyes as it swung its dark claws toward Shen's neck. Bang! In a moment of crisis, Shen leaned back to dodge the attack while simultaneously kicking the goblin away. Taking advantage of the goblin still being on the ground, Shen rushed forward and stabbed wildly with his short sword. With each thrust, the goblin struggled madly, letting out painful cries. Although the goblin was small, its strength was not inferior to that of level 5 Shen. In close combat, Shen's arms, shoulders, and chest were marked with over a dozen claw marks from the goblin. Put! When the short sword pierced the goblin's heart, the goblin's body beneath him froze, its struggling strength gradually diminishing. On the panel, the goblin's health still showed over 600 points, but it was rapidly decreasing at a rate of dozens of points per second. When the goblin's health dropped to 0, a white soul rose from the corpse and merged into Shen's body. Obtained goblin soul times 1, experience plus 10. The goblin is so strong, yet it only gives 10 points of experience. Shen, feeling the pain from his wounds, couldn't help but complain. But soon, he shifted his focus to the goblin's soul. Finally, I can summon a goblin. Although he had already summoned a goblin once in order to assist Shen in escaping, he summoned another goblin to hold the rear. Shen had not yet enjoyed the thrill of summoning monsters when the goblin had already fallen. Looking at the goblin's corpse on the ground, Shen picked up a short sword and skillfully cut off its claws and left ear. Placing these two items in front of him, Shen activated the spirit summoning. A flash of white light passed, and a goblin about 1 meter and 3 centimeters tall appeared before Shen. As soon as the summoned goblin appeared, it looked around and then stood quietly in front of Shen, waiting for his command. Very good. Shen exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands. With the first one, there will be a second, and soon I can hunt more goblins. The beginning is always the hardest. For Shen, wanting to obtain a powerful summoned creature, the first one was the most difficult. But once he had the first, the rest would be easier. Under Shen's instructions, the summoned goblin picked up the wooden stick that the previous goblin had dropped and wobbled back to the church camp. From its appearance, there was no difference between the summoned goblin and the wooden stick goblin. When the summoned goblin entered the camp, the surrounding goblins did not notice anything unusual. Without any obstacles, the summoned goblin passed through the broken door and entered the church. At this moment, Shen's consciousness descended upon the summoned goblin. Everything the summoned goblin saw was shared in real time with Shen. This church, which had been the location where everyone had crossed over, had now become the lair of this group of goblins. Besides the few goblins at the entrance, there were more than a dozen goblins inside the church. Some were lying on the ground sleeping, some were busy cooking in front of a large pot, and 2 goblins were squatting in a corner playing a game. There were also some broken bones on the ground, with a few skulls particularly noticeable. When the goblin turned its gaze to a relatively flat area, Shen's heart suddenly trembled. There, on a thick layer of straw, lay 4 women huddled together, barely clothed. They looked haggard, with cracked lips, and their bodies were covered in bruises from resisting. When Shen arrived in this other world, he had observed everyone. He immediately recognized that 3 of the 4 women were the ones who had crossed over with him. The other woman had golden hair and a very unfamiliar face, looking like a native of this world. On the necks and arms of the women were tied unknown vines, about the thickness of a finger. The other end of the vines was tied to the hand of a sleeping goblin. Being in the goblin's lair, they had no thoughts of escape left, their eyes hollow and numb. As Shen maneuvered the summoned goblin closer, the hollow expressions of the women showed a hint of fear, their trembling bodies continuously trying to retreat. Seeing this scene, Shen felt very uncomfortable. I must find a way to rescue them. Shen had the summoned goblin move around, carefully observing each goblin. When Shen reached the headless statue inside the church, he suddenly discovered that there was also a goblin lying here. This goblin was sturdier than the surrounding ones, standing about 1 meter and 5 centimeters tall. Next to its thick arms lay a short-handled axe. I can't see the information panel. Shen thought to himself, sensing something was wrong. He could only see the panel information of monsters whose levels were below his own. The short-handled axe goblin before him was clearly level 6 or even above. The goblins around here below level 5 have no professions, but they obviously belong to different types of troops. The archer goblins are responsible for vigilance, while the short sword goblins are for close combat, etc. But that doesn't mean goblins don't have professions. The goblin in front of me has already surpassed level 6 and likely possesses a profession. Intelligent monsters, like humans, have various professions. In other words, the short axe goblin is very likely to be a warrior class. The more Shen analyzed, the more he felt he couldn't win. Goblins are different from slimes, their combat power is quite strong. A goblin with a class might even have class skills at its disposal. Even though Shen was already level 5, he was definitely no match for the goblin in front of him. He instructed the summoned goblin to carefully retreat and turn to head towards the door. As he passed a large pot suspended over the fire, and Shen saw human torsos soaking in the water. Without a doubt, these were humans hunted by goblins. The summoned goblin walked out of the church and approached the goblin that was daydreaming by the rubble at the entrance. Wah wah! Hearing the summoned goblin mention seeing a slime, the dazed goblin immediately perked up, grabbed a spear nearby, and followed the summoned goblin into the forest. As soon as the spear goblin was out of sight of the other goblins, and Shen immediately ordered the summoned goblin to attack. The spear goblin, still searching for traces of the slime, was suddenly struck from behind by the summoned goblin and collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, and Shen stepped out and killed it with a short sword. Everything went smoothly, and Shen summoned another goblin. After the second goblin emerged, it picked up the spear on the ground and stood in front of Shen alongside its senior. The method works. If all goes well, we might be able to eliminate a large portion of the goblins in the stronghold. Due to the presence of the short axe goblin, and Shen could not possibly wipe out all the goblins inside. Next, and Shen systematically lured the other 5 goblins at the church entrance into the forest to kill them. 3 of them became En Shen's summons, bringing his total of summoned goblins to 5. The claws and left ears of the other 2 goblins' corpses were also cut off by En Shen and placed in his waist pouch for later use. Among the 7 goblins killed, not every one of them was level 5. In his personal panel information, the experience bar had changed to 38/500. He just hadn't encountered any goblins with skills yet. There's an archer goblin above, and there are 13 goblins inside the church, one of which is a short axe goblin. Taking advantage of the fact that the other goblins had not yet noticed anything amiss, and Shen instructed a summoned goblin with a dagger to climb up the broken wall and slowly approach the archer goblin, acting as a lookout. In the entire stronghold, only this goblin was equipped with a bow and arrow capable of ranged attacks. The others were all melee fighters. As long as he dealt with this one, even if a battle broke out later, and Shen wouldn't have to fear the cold arrows raining down from above. The archer goblin had noticed a fellow climbing up behind it and asked why it was coming up. The summoned goblin fabricated a reason while getting closer. The archer goblin had no awareness of the danger, muttering a couple of words before turning back to look down below. Swoosh! The dagger sliced through the archer goblin's throat, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. The summoning goblin covered the archer goblin's mouth from behind and locked it tightly, preventing any movement. Once the archer goblin was completely silent and a wisp of white soul floated out from its body, and Shen controlled the summoning goblin to carefully place the archer goblin's corpse on a stone pillar, ensuring it wouldn't fall and startle the other goblins. However, En Shen overlooked one detail. As the blood from the archer goblin dripped down to the ground below, a goblin that was idly wandering happened to walk under the broken wall where the archer goblin had been. Blood dripped onto its bald head. It touched it with its hand, realized it was blood, and looked up, immediately shouting loudly. The goblins in the church became alert at once. The dozing short axe goblin also grabbed its axe and came to the summoning goblin's side, glaring angrily at it. Damn traitor, why did you kill our comrade? The short axe goblin scolded the summoning goblin and ordered the other goblins to pull the summoning goblin down from above. Speak! The short axe goblin grabbed the summoning goblin's head with one large hand, lifting it up, while the other hand held the axe, resting it against the summoning goblin's neck. For some reason, even though the goblin in front of it looked exactly like its little brother, the short axe goblin felt a sense of strangeness. This feeling of unfamiliarity, combined with the fact that the other had killed the archer goblin, made the short axe goblin eager to kill it. The summoning goblin naturally wouldn't reveal the reason. Within 3 seconds, the short axe goblin lost its patience and chopped off the summoning goblin's head with its axe. Just as it intended to throw the severed head into the boiling pot to add flavor to dinner, the short axe goblin suddenly noticed that the head in its hand had vanished. The headless corpse also disappeared under its gaze. The short axe goblin was startled and quickly looked around. At this moment, it understood that the goblin it had just killed was not one of its subordinates, but something else. There were enemies nearby. This thought raced through the short axe goblin's mind. The goblins in the church also realized this, warily watching their companions around them. The other 4 goblins summoned by En Shen were now mixed in among them. When En Shen saw the goblins starting to suspect their fellow comrades, he pondered for a moment and thought of a plan. Although he couldn't defeat the short axe goblin, he could lead it away. Using a goblin claw in his left ear, he summoned another goblin, sending it to the front of the church, and then, under the short axe goblin's watch, began to curse loudly and make provocative gestures. The short axe goblin's anger flared at this scene. A level 5 little goblin dared to provoke a level 6 one. You blind fool, come be my dinner. The short axe goblin snorted angrily, steam billowing from its nostrils, and ran towards the goblin that was provoking it, axe in hand. Seeing the bait taken, En Shen immediately ordered the summoning goblin to run desperately into the forest. Although the short axe goblin isn't fast, its level is higher than the goblin I summoned, and it won't take long to catch up. This time is my opportunity. Watching the short axe goblin chase into the forest, and Chen quickly emerged from his hiding spot, wooden shield in his left hand, short sword in his right, and ran towards the direction of the church. At this moment, among the 16 goblins in the church ruins, 4 were in Chen's summons. After the short axe goblin left, these goblins looked around, unsure of what to do. The goblins around them were familiar faces, but the traitorous goblin from earlier was also a familiar face. Therefore, no one could rule out whether the goblins nearby were enemies in disguise. However, when Chen swaggered in, all the goblins focused their attention on him. Oh whoa! All the goblins bared their teeth and shouted, charging forward with their weapons. The goblins beside them might be enemies, but the humans in front of them were definitely enemies. Moreover, in the minds of the goblins, any goblin that did not kill humans was surely an enemy in disguise. However, all 16 goblins in the church rushed forward. One goblin wielding a spear with a fierce expression led the charge. But just as it was about to attack Chen, it suddenly turned the spear around and pierced the goblin behind it. This goblin did not expect that the spear, which had been aimed at the human just a moment ago, would be thrust into its own body the next. Fake. The pierced goblin grabbed the spear and shouted loudly to the other goblins. Beside it was a goblin holding a dagger. The dagger-wielding goblin rushed over immediately and, in the despairing gaze of the pierced goblin, stabbed the dagger into its heart. This one is also fake. The surrounding real goblins were stunned. Why were there so many fake compatriots around them? The dagger goblin and the spear goblin, summoned goblins number 3 and 4, stood guard in front of Chen, facing 13 goblins. There shouldn't be any more, right? One goblin's gaze wandered between Chen and its nearby companions. Just these 3, take them down before the boss returns. Hidden among the goblins, summoned goblin number 2 shouted as it charged forward, engaging in a bloody fight with the dagger goblin. This one is definitely real. The other real goblins, seeing this scene, immediately recognized summoned goblin number 2 as a companion. Even 2 goblins ran over to help summon goblin number 2 deal with number 3. At the same time, the other goblins surged forward, surrounding Chen and goblin number 4. Just then, the still hidden summoned goblins number 2 and 1 simultaneously aimed their weapons at the nearby real goblins, and together with Chen and goblins 3 and 4, they instantly killed 4 goblins. However, number 2 was also killed by the enraged real goblins. 13 goblins had been killed by Chen, but he also lost 1 summoned goblin. However, there was still a summoning material in Chen's backpack. A glow appeared, and another goblin appeared beside Chen. On the surface, it was 5 versus 8. But in reality, the real goblins no longer trusted their kind around them. Chen's earlier actions made them feel that this world was no longer safe. Moreover, after killing 1 fake, another could reappear. There was simply no way to fight. Wah! 1 goblin couldn't take it anymore. It turned around and ran away without looking back. With 1 goblin leading the way, the remaining goblins also climbed over the low walls of the church and fled in all directions. Chen was overjoyed at this scene. His main task today was not to hunt goblins but to save people. The escape of these goblins was exactly what Chen wanted. He had the 4 summoned goblins stand guard around him as he quickly walked up to the 4 stunned women in front of him. Chen waved his short sword, cutting through the sturdy vines. You are free! Chen's gentle voice rang in the ears of the women. Free? The few women stared at Chen for a while, and suddenly their eyes sparkled with hope. Ever since they were captured by the goblins, they had been living in humiliation. At first, they had thought about resisting, but they had to face the brutal goblins. Originally, there were 4 women imprisoned here. Aside from the blonde woman who had been brought in yesterday, the other 3 were part of the group that had been teleported with Chen and had lost their memories. One of the women had been shot in the chest. She was the one who had been struck by an arrow when Chen had climbed over the wall. The goblins did not heal wounds, and that woman died shortly after. Moreover, the goblins had dismembered her body in front of the other women. That terrifying scene was deeply etched in their minds. They had endured severe mental torment all day. When the battle broke out earlier, all the women huddled together, eyes tightly shut, afraid to look at the bloody scene. They never expected that this battle was initiated by humans against the goblins, and it was to save them. The moment the young man in front of them spoke of freedom, tears streamed uncontrollably down their faces. Seeing the women crying, Chen wanted to comfort them, but the summoned short axe goblin had already been caught and killed. Now the short axe goblin was rushing back. Every second wasted increased the danger. Ladies, the goblin leader is on its way back, and I am not its match. Chen said seriously to the group, I know you are in pain, but this is not the time for sadness. We need to escape quickly. The women had been in the church for a while, so they naturally understood the power of the goblin leader Chen mentioned. Hearing that it was returning, they set aside their sorrow, wiped their tears, covered their bodies with torn clothing, and got up to follow Chen. Before leaving the church, Chen searched the place for valuable items. He also cut off the claws and left ear from the goblin corpses on the ground and packed them into his backpack for later use. While escaping, Shen instructed the summoned goblins to spread out and keep watch. He did not let the women come into contact with the summoned goblins. The matter of summoning monsters could not be explained, and Shen did not want to complicate things. Some things needed to be kept secret. Even if they noticed the goblins helping him during the previous battle, they would not connect it to Shen's ability to summon goblins. If they asked, Shen could easily fabricate a reason to brush it off. Half a minute after Shen led the group away, a short-axe goblin emerged from the woods. Seeing that only a few corpses remained in the church and that the captive human women had all escaped, the short-axe goblin let out an angry roar. At that moment, a small goblin emerged from the bushes not far from the church. It pointed in the direction Shen had gone, gesturing and saying something. After hearing it, the short-axe goblin killed the goblin in front of it with a single swing of its axe. Only after seeing that the body on the ground did not disappear did it grab its axe and madly chase after Shen. The four women had not eaten anything for days except for a little water. The goblins had given them food, but it was human flesh. Extremely weak, they could hardly move quickly in the forest. Shen felt anxious. The path that could have been covered in 10 minutes would now take half an hour. At this speed, but he also knew that the women were doing their best. After another 2 minutes, a summoned goblin that was lagging behind noticed the short-axe goblin catching up and quickly closing in on it. Shen did not expect the enemy to actually pursue them. A level 5 summoned goblin was no match for the short-axe goblin. It lasted only 10 seconds before being killed. Looking at the four women with pale faces, gasping for breath, Shen gritted his teeth and pointed to the mark on the tree beside them, saying, "You all pay attention to the mark on the tree. Follow the mark and you will soon be able to leave the forest. Once you are out of the forest, head towards the direction of the setting sun. There is a small town. Once you reach the town, you will be safe." The women, unaware that the short-axe goblin was chasing them, thought Shen wanted to abandon them. "Please, don't leave me behind." The woman with golden hair grabbed Shen's arm, her face full of pleading. "Sir, my town was attacked by monsters and many people died. I barely escaped, only to be caught by goblins. Sir, please don't leave me. I don't want to be caught by goblins again." The other three women had been captured by goblins since arriving in this other world. Until now, they, with their amnesia, had not figured out what was going on. Shen and they had woken up in the same place, and with him risking himself to save them, the three women felt a strong sense of dependence on Shen. Hearing Shen tell them to continue on their own, they felt a sense of being abandoned again. However, before they could speak, Shen explained the reason. "The goblin leader is chasing us. I have to draw it away." "What?" The four women were startled, their faces filled with worry. They remembered Shen had previously said he was no match for the goblin leader. "We can run a bit faster, maybe it will chase the wrong direction," a black-haired woman said weakly. "No, it's almost caught up." Shen interrupted her before she could finish and turned to leave. Not to mention whether they could increase their speed. Even if they could, the short-axe goblin could easily catch up. "You don't have to wait for me. Remember, when you reach Grol Town, go to the Guanyue Tavern and find Lu Yen. She is our companion." This was directed at the three black-haired women. The three women exchanged glances. Understanding Shen's meaning, they watched Shen's departing figure, biting their lips, silently praying for him. "You must come back." After seeing the four women leave, Shen summoned two more goblins. Looking at the fallen grass, Shen smiled bitterly. "Is it because of this that they caught up? I need to be more careful in the future." The inexperienced Shen had forgotten to cover his tracks. The short-axe goblin had followed the traces left by Shen and the others on the grass. Not long after waiting in place, Shen and the summoned goblins hidden elsewhere sensed the movement of the short-axe goblin. "It really is fast." Shen saw the short-axe goblin appear in his line of sight and was glad he hadn't been overconfident. If he hadn't stayed behind, once the short-axe goblin caught up, he wouldn't have been able to protect those women in battle. Now, by stopping early to set up the battlefield, he still had room to maneuver. On a thick branch of a large tree, a summoned goblin held a bow, aiming its arrow at the rapidly moving short-axe goblin below. After the short-axe goblin killed a fake, it knew it hadn't run in the wrong direction. It followed the traces on the grass and continued to track. When it reached a certain spot, it suddenly felt something was off and its steps involuntarily slowed down. Its two pea-sized eyes kept darting around, observing the surroundings. The short axe was held in front, ready to attack at any moment. "This guy has such strong vigilance." Shen, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but exclaim. The short axe goblin probably hadn't noticed Shen's ambush, but it could sense danger and entered a state of alert. No wonder it's a goblin above level 5. Shen admitted he felt a lot of pressure. This was a feeling he had never experienced when facing a large slime. Tightening his grip on the shield and short sword, Shen waited quietly. When the short-axe goblin reached the center of the ambush circle, 3 summoning goblins hidden behind the trees rushed out simultaneously, raising their weapons to attack the short-axe goblin's head, heart, and other vital points. Whoa! The short-axe goblin shouted and charged forward instead of retreating. With a gentle flick of its short axe, it deflected the thrusting spear. Then, the short axe drew a long line in the air, knocking away the weapons of the other 2 summoning goblins. Without Shen's control, the fighting style of the summoning goblins was as crude as it had been in life. One of the summoning goblins, after its weapon was knocked away, stood there dazed for a moment. Then it was caught by the short-axe goblin. Under the continuous heavy strikes of the short axe, it turned into light and vanished. In a 3-on-1 confrontation, Shen's side lost a combatant instead. This is way too strong. Shen, who had been hiding in the shadows, swallowed hard. He felt that even if he went up, he wouldn't dare to take the short-axe goblin's attack. If he couldn't dodge that axe, he wouldn't just die, he'd be left severely injured. Originally, Shen had planned to use their numerical advantage to surround the short-axe goblin. Now it seemed that idea had fallen through. Shen took out a goblin claw and a left ear from his pack and, using his last 10 points of magic, summoned another goblin, which circled around before joining the fight. The reason for the detour was to avoid the short-axe goblin discovering Shen's hiding spot. However, even with the numbers replenished, the battle still favored the short-axe goblin. The Level 5 summoning goblins were no match for the short-axe goblin. Their health was rapidly declining. Within just 2 minutes of the battle starting, 1 summoning goblin fell. Damn, the gap is too big. Shen hid in his hiding spot, not daring to breathe. When summoning monsters, they could only appear within about 10 meters of Shen. He was too far from the battlefield, and if he recalled a summoned creature when it was about to receive a fatal blow, he wouldn't be able to summon it again, close to the battlefield. It could even expose his position. Therefore, at this moment, Shen couldn't use the same strategy he had against the large slime, launching an instant attack with summoned creatures against the short-axe goblin. The short-axe goblin looked at the goblin that had turned to light and vanished beneath its feet, a smile spreading across its face, revealing sharp teeth. Die! The short-axe goblin roared in the language of the demon race. The skill, Charged Strike, predictably cleaved a summoning goblin in half. At the same time, a summoning goblin that had been hiding on a branch, bow drawn, finally found an opportunity. After the short-axe goblin finished using its skill, it quickly shot the first arrow. This summoned creature, under Shen's control, had been looking for an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had come. The steel-forged arrowhead tore through the air, shooting towards the back of the short-axe goblin. The 2 sides were less than 20 meters apart in a straight line, and the arrow crossed the distance in the blink of an eye, hitting its target. However, Shen aimed for the torso, the most likely hit area, but instead struck the thigh of the short-axe goblin. The arrow embedded itself in the thigh of the short-axe goblin, causing it to cry out in pain. Although the first arrow did not achieve the expected effect, it ultimately hit the target. Seeing the short-axe goblin injured, Shen immediately commanded his summoned creatures to shoot the second and third arrows. At the same time, he ordered the remaining 2 summoned goblins beside the short-axe goblin to launch an attack. He thought that the short-axe goblin's mobility would decrease after being injured. However, to his surprise, the subsequent arrows did not inflict any damage on the short-axe goblin at all. It wasn't that they missed. Rather, after being hit by the first arrow, the short-axe goblin had noticed the position of the archery goblin. It used its axe to block all the arrows that came flying in. As for the attacks from the other 2 summoned goblins, they were all dodged by the short-axe goblin. GG. After the last arrow was shot, the short-axe goblin had not sustained any further injuries, leaving Shen greatly disappointed. Without the bow and arrow to restrain it, the short-axe goblin completely overpowered the 2 summoned goblins. Shen immediately maneuvered the summoned goblins to jump down from the trees and flee into the distance, deliberately leaving a clear trail on the grass. He himself lay motionless in the bushes. The 2 summoned goblins took nearly a minute and a half before they both dissipated into white light. After the short-axe goblin killed the last fake goblin, it saw that no new fake goblins appeared and prepared to pull out the arrow lodged in its thigh. The arrow had penetrated about 3 centimeters into the flesh. However, after pulling out the arrow, the short-axe goblin's expression did not change at all. It tore a piece from the ragged cloth it was wearing to wrap around the wound, its face showing anger. Having been toyed with until now, it had not even seen the real enemy. I must catch up with those human women. This is a tribute for the great king. The short-axe goblin picked up a weapon from the ground and searched around for a moment before following the direction the archery goblin had left. 5 minutes after it departed, Shen, who was controlling the archery goblin to escape, saw the short-axe goblin closing in. At that moment, Shen immediately crawled up from the bushes and fled in another direction with his pack on his back. He hadn't run far when the summoned goblin that had drawn the short-axe goblin's attention was struck by a thrown axe from the ladder, heavily injuring it as it fell to the ground. Just as the short axe goblin was about to move in for the kill on the summoned goblin, and Shen hurriedly recalled the summoned goblin, which was left with only half its life. The short axe goblin looked at the goblin that disappeared before its eyes, initially puzzled, then its angry roar spread outwards. There was no other way. Unable to fight back, and Shen could only use strategy to divert the opponent. The traces left by the women were destroyed by the archery goblin while the short axe goblin was held up. After shooting the last arrow, and Shen's task for the archery goblin was to lure the short axe goblin. And just as Shen had anticipated, the short axe goblin fell for it. Crisis averted. And Shen sighed in relief as he looked at the recalled, heavily injured goblin. He then quickly navigated through the forest, following the marks he had left on the trees. Soon, he caught up with the fleeing women. After running with them for nearly another 10 minutes, Shen and the others finally left the forbidden forest. As the last rays of the setting sun fell, Brooke, who was guarding the entrance of Gruel Town, saw several figures slowly approaching. Kogetsu Tavern. In a private room, several young men and women were seated, and Shen sat at the head, with Lu Yen and Lu Rongrong on his left. Among the 4 women rescued by Shen, besides the golden-haired native from another world, the other 3 were also present. The woman who was as tall as Lu Yen was named Meng Xian, while the other 2 were called Ningwen and Wang Zixuan. Despite their haggard appearances, the beauty of the 3 women was evident. They followed Shen into Gruel Town, returning all the way to Kogetsu Tavern. After cleaning themselves in the tavern, they put on the coarse clothes Lu Yen had bought and ate a little before Shen called them to the private room. From their words, Shen was surprised to learn that although the 3 women had suffered a lot of humiliation and fright and had been beaten, they had not been violated by the goblins. The specific reason was unclear to the 3 women. According to Meng Xian, they could sense the goblins' lewd intentions. However, shortly after being captured, the short axe goblin appeared. After the appearance of the short axe goblin, the little goblins dared not do anything to them. And after the short axe goblin tore off their clothes and examined them, it also did not violate them. The 3 women naturally had no idea that the short axe goblin intended to offer them as tributes to the more powerful goblins deep in the forbidden forest. And Shen and the others were even more clueless. But for the 3 women, this was the best outcome possible. In the private room, besides them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. One was a bald man, and the other a robust young man, next to whom sat a long-haired woman with a dirty face clinging to the robust young man's arm. The 3 had messy hair and their tattered clothes bore dried bloodstains, resembling refugees fleeing from disaster. Shen recognized them at a glance. They were his kind. The long-haired woman was the first female to be dragged away by the goblins. When Shen and the others turned to flee, the robust young man rushed forward to save the long-haired woman. As for the bald man, like Shen, he had been betrayed by a small man and was ultimately chased by 2 goblins. Shen had always thought they were dead. Unexpectedly, upon returning to Kogetsu Tavern, he found the 3 talking with Lu Yen. After some discussion, Shen learned about their experiences. The robust young man was named Xuefeibai, 25 years old and handsome. The long-haired woman was called Gung Qingxue, her features obscured by dust. She did not mention her age, but she should be no older than 30. The bald man was named Lu Zhishan, a middle-aged man in his 30s. Xuefeibai and Lu Zhishan were both capable of surviving. Both stood over 1.8 meters tall, with large builds and bulging muscles. Just from their appearance, it was clear they were formidable fighters. At that time, Xuefeibai had fought fiercely to rescue Gung Qingxue from the 2 goblins, nearly dying at their hands. Fortunately, the small man returned to the church, drawing the attention of the 2 goblins. The small man ultimately died under the goblins' attack. Xuefeibai managed to escape into the forest with Gung Qingxue. Initially, Xuefeibai felt guilty about the small man's death. But after hearing about the small man's actions from Lu Zhishan, he was furious. One person, in order to save himself, had put others in danger. Xuefeibai never expected there would be such a person among them. Lu Zhishan's experience was similar. The 3 claw marks on his head were enough to show that his escape had also been perilous. If it weren't for his skills, he would have died long ago. The 3 escaped the forest and only entered the town at night. Lu Zhishan did not encounter Xuefeibai and the others at first. It was not until the next day, when the 3 were searching for food, that they met in the slums. Shen was also resting in the slums at that time, but he did not encounter the 3. Xuefeibai took a sip of water to clear his throat and continued. Today in town, we heard the townsfolk discussing a black-haired outsider who got into trouble with a local bully named Harry. From my observation, the residents of this small town don't have black hair, and I immediately thought of our group. I was worried that our people might be bullied, so I called Brother Lu to come help. I didn't expect that by the time we arrived, you had already solved the problem. Ha ha ha. Hearing Xuefeibai's hearty laughter, Shen couldn't help but feel fond of the 3 of them. If it were someone else saying this, it wouldn't be very credible. It's easy to add flowers to the brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. Besides having the same hair color and waking up in the same place, they didn't know each other at all. Especially Lu Shishang, who had been betrayed by a companion. In such a situation, hearing that someone had a conflict with the locals, the right thing to do would be to protect oneself. But when Xuefeibai said he was coming to help, and Shen believed him. After all, this guy was the kind of person who would dare to charge in and fight goblins to save others. And Shen looked around inside. Those present should be all the survivors, right? 15 people had woken up and now only 9 remain. The other 6 were confirmed dead. Xuefeibai was taken aback by this, the smile on his face vanished, and he pounded the table with his fist, cursing, "Damn monsters, one day I will wipe them all out." In the few days he had been here, he had already learned the basic situation of this world. If he could fight the goblins, he would have charged into the forest to find them already. Lu Shishang clasped his hands together and muttered, "Amatba?" Xuefeibai frowned and asked, "Brother Lu, what does Amatba mean?" Lu Shishang was also taken aback. He lowered his head and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know, I just said it casually." And Shen glanced at Lu Shishang and thought to himself, could he have been a monk before? He hadn't noticed because of the claw marks earlier. Now that Shen looked closely, it seemed that there was a scar on the top of Lu Shishang's head. No wonder he could escape from the goblins. Thinking of this, Shen specifically checked Lu Shishang and the others' panels. Unfortunately, everyone was like Lu Yan. Besides their names, there was no other information visible. They looked just like ordinary residents of the town. But Shen always felt that since everyone was transported to another world, there must be some characteristics. He just couldn't see them yet. "Hey, the food is here." Uncle Luan's voice came, and then he walked in holding a plate. After going back and forth several times, the table was filled with delicious dishes. When the last dish was served, Luan smiled at Shen and said, "Lord Shen, the food is ready, enjoy." After Luan left, Shen said to the drooling Xuefeibai, "Don't just stand there, dig in." Oh, then I won't be polite." Xuefeibai hadn't had a full meal in days, and seeing the table full of dishes, he couldn't hold back any longer. The others were similar. Mang Xian and the others had only eaten a little earlier and were far from full. Their stomachs had been growling for a while. After they finished eating, Shen noticed the tired expressions on Mang Xian and the others' faces and suggested that everyone rest first. Shen didn't mind a couple of silver coins, and since the Guanyue tavern provided accommodation, they all went to sleep there. After getting up and washing up, everyone's spirits had improved a lot. Shen gathered everyone together again and asked, "Everyone, what do you plan to do next? What about in the future?" Xuefeibai glanced at Deng Qingxue, who was clinging to his side, and revealed a bright smile, saying, "Of course, we will live well." Deng Qingxue held onto Xuefeibai's arm, silent. Everyone present felt that Deng Qingxue was very dependent on the Xuefeibai who had saved her. She would definitely follow him. Lu Shishang saw Shen looking over and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "First, find a job that can sustain our living, and then slowly think about the question of where I came from and where I am going." Mang Xian and the others exchanged glances and quietly walked behind Shen, weakly saying, "We also don't know what we should do, but could you please not drive us away? We will go out to find jobs and support ourselves like Lu Yan and the others, and we won't be a burden to you." They had stayed in the same room as Lu Yan the day before, not to save money, but to help them sleep a little more soundly. Lu Yan and Lu Rongrong had told them a lot about the situation in this world. When they heard that there were many monsters like goblins in this world and that humans were at a disadvantage, the 3 girls felt terrified. Moreover, they had encountered Shen. It was Shen who saved them when they were at their most desperate, just as Deng Qingxue relied on the Xuefeibai who saved her. Shen held a similarly high status in the hearts of the 3 girls. Their feelings were not admiration, but a pure recognition of Shen as their savior. Shen looked at the 3 girls' hopeful gazes and smiled, shaking his head. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to drive you away. On the contrary, I actually look forward to you all staying." "Oh?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. When Shen spoke just now, they all thought he meant to send them away. All their expenses were covered by Shen. Mang Xian and the others might not have felt it yet, but Xuefeibai and the others had lived in the slums for a few days and understood how hard it was to earn money. Therefore, Xuefeibai and Lu Zhishang planned to leave, not wanting to add to Shen's burden. Unexpectedly, Shen said he hoped they would stay. Seeing the puzzled looks from everyone, Shen began to explain. Ever since Shen learned that there were no adventurers in the Angamlos continent, he had been wanting to establish an adventurers guild. Previously, he had neither money nor strength, but now he had collected over 100 silver coins from Harry. He also found various items in the package from the goblin they killed yesterday, which could probably sell for dozens of silver coins. Unfortunately, those weapons couldn't be brought back, otherwise he could have recovered a large sum of money. Now, Shen's wealth added up to about 2 gold coins. He could first apply for a license to establish a mercenary group under the name of the Adventurers Guild. After inquiring, Shen already knew that registering a Mercenary group required 50 silver coins. However, only professionals could apply to establish a mercenary group, and there had to be more than 5 people. Now Chen had the money, but he had no professional seal and no one, not to mention Meng Xin and the others, Xue Fei Bai and Lu Zhishang, were ready-made combat power. They could escape from goblins even before becoming professionals. After becoming professionals, their strength would definitely be even greater. So, you mean to pay for us to go to Valcam City to find a mentor, become professionals, and then join your adventurers guild? Xue Fei Bai said excitedly, then you must find me. Ever since I heard about the existence of professionals, I haven't wanted to be anything but a professional. Lu Zhishan was also somewhat moved. Being an ordinary person was a helpless choice. In Grul Town, it was very difficult to earn money, but the outside world was all unknown to them. Even if they could save money to become professionals, they didn't know when that would happen. Now that Chen was willing to help and invited them to join the team, it was also a good thing for Xue Fei Bai and Lu Zhishang. As for Chen's character, both of them were well aware of the goblin's strength. Could someone who risks their life to break into a goblin nest to save Meng Xin and the other two be a bad person? When Lu Yan heard that Chen was willing to provide support, she immediately expressed her desire to join. She had previously asked Uncle Luanen for support to become a professional, but he had always refused. Chen's words were just what she wanted to hear. Does becoming a professional mean fighting monsters? Ning Wen, with her shoulder-length hair, weakly asked from the side. Of course. Chen nodded heavily. He needed to gather 5 people. Currently, the candidates included him, Xue Fei Bai, Lu Zhishang, and Lu Yan, but they were still one person short. As the initial team, Chen hoped it would be composed of people he could trust. Besides them, if one more person from the remaining 5 women joined, they would meet the requirements to apply to the Adventurers Guild. However, being a professional meant fighting monsters, which came with great danger. Chen also hoped that those present would understand the significance of becoming a professional. Upon hearing Chen's affirmative answer, the faces of the few girls who had suffered at the hands of the goblins turned pale. Wang Zixian trembled as she asked, after finally escaping, why not choose to be an ordinary person? At that moment, Gengcheng Shui was also staring at Chen, as if blaming him for dragging Xue Fei Bai into the pit. Chen looked at Wang Zixian's frail body and said seriously, Angamulos is not a world that grants you an ordinary life just because you want to be an ordinary person. Lu Yan and Lu Rongrong just wanted to work normally in a tavern, yet they were harassed and bullied by villains like Harry. Doesn't Tasha, who was captured by goblins just like you, want to live an ordinary life? But her village was attacked by monsters, and after barely escaping, she was caught by goblins again. Don't the people in the slums of Grul Town want to live an ordinary life? When monsters destroy their villages, being ordinary makes them refugees, and that becomes their only choice. In this world, monsters are powerful. Humans are barely holding on under the monsters' attacks. In such an environment, wanting to live an ordinary life? That's an inherently extraordinary thought. Wang Zi Xian was left speechless by Chen's words. Although she wanted to say she was scared and didn't want to fight, when she looked up and saw Chen's eyes, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Chen walked in front of Meng Xian and the others and continued, and haven't you noticed that our group of anomalies who have lost their memories appearing in the church is also quite extraordinary? Me, him, you, we are destined to be extraordinary. A person's strength may not be great, but their heart must be strong. This was a lesson Chen's father had taught him. After being captured by the goblins, Meng Xian and the others were understandably shaken, but Chen didn't want them to be affected by this incident forever. Even if they didn't become members of the Adventurers Guild, Chen hoped to guide them out of the shadows. As he had said, humans in this world had always been at a disadvantage. Even with the talent of spirit summoning, Chen couldn't guarantee that the road ahead would be smooth. If he were to die one day, he hoped that others would have the ability to live well. Wang Zixian pouted and said aggrievedly, I understand, you, don't be mean to me. After saying that, she hid behind Meng Xian along with Ningwen. Meng Xian, who was pushed to the front, felt Chen's scrutinizing gaze and broke out in a fine sweat on her forehead. I'm willing. Chen, I've always wanted to be a professional. I've always wanted to take revenge on those monsters. Really? Chen looked at Meng Xian with some confusion. Aren't you afraid of goblins? Meng Xian said seriously, I am. So that's why I want to become stronger, so I won't be afraid of them anymore. This statement not only made Chen look at Meng Xian with new respect, but even Xue Fei Bai and Lu Zhishan cast admiring glances. Well, although 5 people meet the application criteria, I still want everyone to become professionals. Chen's gaze swept over Lu Rongrong, Ningwen, Wang Zixian, and Gengcheng Shui. Even if you don't plan to fight against monsters, you need to have the ability to protect yourselves. The 4 women fell silent for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Very good. and Chen's lips curled up as he extended his right hand first, saying, "From today on, we are brothers and sisters. United in effort, never abandoning each other, let's live well in this world." Everyone was momentarily stunned, then warm smiles appeared on all their faces, dispelling the earlier tense atmosphere. Shui Fei Bai stepped forward first, placing his right hand on top, saying, "United in effort, never abandoning each other." Lu Zhishang, united in effort, never abandoning each other. The girls gathered around, each placing their small hands on top, and together they said, "United in effort, never abandoning each other. In a couple of days, we will go to Valcam City with the merchant team in the town to establish our own adventurers guild." And Chen took Shui Fei Bai and Lu Zhishang to old John's blacksmith shop. When Chen pulled out a cloth bag and dumped a pile of things that looked like wolf fangs and jewels, old John's eyes nearly popped out. "Uncle John, I'm here to pay back the money," and Chen called out to old John with a smile. And Chen noticed that every goblin had a cloth bag containing what they considered treasures. The items before him were all spoils he had picked up from the goblins. "Did you go robbing?" John asked, his eyes wide in disbelief. After examining the items carefully, he concluded that what Chen had brought was worth at least 40 silver coins. "And Chen, where did you get these things?" And Chen smiled but didn't answer directly. "Uncle, I can't accept these." Seeing Chen dodging the question, John stopped pressing. He scrutinized Shui Fei Bai and Lu Zhishang standing behind. And Chen nodded, "Of course I'll take them." Dividing the items on the table into two piles, John pointed to the left pile of beast fangs, bones, silver coins, and jewels, saying, "These are valuable, you could sell them for about 30 silver coins at the market. I'll give you 40 silver coins. As for the right pile, it's all junk, not worth anything." 40 silver coins, huh? And Chen nodded in agreement. After deducting the 4 silver coins he owed old John, and Chen received 36 silver coins. Adding the money he got from Harry, and Chen's little treasury now had 180 silver coins, originally 181, but he spent one on food and lodging yesterday. And Chen turned to Shui Fei Bai and smiled, "Let's see if there are any good weapons here, I'll cover the cost." "Really?" Shui Fei Bai hadn't taken his eyes off the weapons hanging on the wall since he entered. Hearing and Chen say he could choose freely, Shui Fei Bai eagerly walked over and started picking one by one. After leaving the weapon shop, Shui Fei Bai had a short knife at his waist. As for Lu Zhishang, he only picked a 2-meter long wooden stick as thick as a baby's arm. When Chen saw Lu Zhishang holding the stick, he couldn't help but smirk. He must have spent time in the Shaolin temple. The two weapons cost Chen 7 silver coins mainly because the short knife was expensive, while the wooden stick was only 50 copper. After leaving the blacksmith shop, the three of them headed towards the grasslands outside the town. They had already received news from old John that the merchant caravan in town would set off for Valcam City tomorrow. With a whole day to spare, and Chen didn't want to waste any time, he brought Shui Fei Bai and Lu Zhishang to buy weapons to hunt slimes. Now, Chen faced goblins below level 5 without any danger. He mainly wanted to see how the two would perform against monsters. Name: Chen. Race: human. Level 5. Experience: 45. 500. Profession: none. Magic: 50-50. Skills: low level perception, acid spray. Talent: spirit summoning. After the battle with the goblins yesterday, Chen's experience only increased by 38 points. Moreover, the biggest gain from yesterday was summoning a goblin. Although only one remained, it significantly boosted Chen's combat power. If he weren't with Shui Fei Bai and Lu Zhishang, Chen would have summoned the goblin and gone on a rampage, slaughtering nearly all level 1 and 2 slimes. With the increase in level, Chen's physical attributes had also improved greatly. But there were downsides. Chen no longer gained experience from killing slimes below level 3. Slimes above level 3 were extremely rare, he might not encounter one in half an hour. Thus, after killing for a few minutes, Chen grew lazy and simply watched Shui Fei Bai and Lu Zhishang fight. Their combat abilities did not disappoint. Chen, even without becoming professionals or having any vocational skills, they were more than capable of battling slimes. Level 2 slimes were no match for them at all, only level 3 slimes could make the two of them take things a bit more seriously. While their weaponry played a part, their own strength was also a factor. Chen discovered something surprising. Even the slimes killed by Shui Fei and Bai could still have their souls collected by Chen. After some testing, as long as the dead monster was within this range, the soul would be collected by Chen. By the time it was nearing noon, the three of them had hunted over 600 slimes. The slime skins required 3 people to carry. Half of them were killed by Chen, while the other half were taken down by Shui Fei and Bai. The only regret was that despite killing so many slimes, Shui Fei and Bai showed no signs of leveling up. One skin is worth 1 copper coin, so the three of us have earned over 600 copper coins in just one morning. Hiss! Shui Fei gasped in surprise. This money is too easy to earn. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have done any hard labor a few days ago. It's not that the slimes are weak, but that you two are too strong. Chen explained, the ordinary folks in town don't have your agility. And don't Underestimate the slimes. If you're hit by their acid, even a level 4 professional would get hurt. Ha, the slime's acid spray is too obvious, it could never hit me. Xue Fei laughed. Lu Zhishang also wore a smile. Although Shen had provided the funds before, from now on, they would also have the ability to earn money. Returning to the town, they exchanged the slime skins for silver coins and went back to the Guanyue tavern to eat and rest. In the afternoon, the three of them left the town again. By evening, their figures gradually disappeared into the grasslands. Behind them lay a vast, silent prairie. In just one day, the three of them had cleared several square kilometers of slimes. Shen's harvest of slime souls had even surpassed 3 digits. Name: Shen. Race: human. Level 5. Experience: 63/500. Profession: none. Magic power: 50/50. Talent: spirit. Summoning skills: low level perception plus acid spray plus consume 1000 slime souls to upgrade skill. Slime soul white times 1325, large slime soul green times 1. Shen noticed that when the number of slime souls exceeded 1000, a plus sign appeared after the 2 skills. This discovery thrilled Shen. Without a doubt, it meant that the skills he had mastered could be upgraded. Low-level perception allowed Shen to grasp the movements of various things within a 3-meter radius, assisting in close combat. For close combat, a 3-meter range is already sufficient. Shen thought for a moment and decided to upgrade the acid spray skill first. The battle with Harry made Shen understand the importance of active skills. However, in the fight against the short-axe goblin, the effectiveness of acid spray diminished significantly. First, the attack range was short, only 3 meters. Secondly, the quantity was small. He vividly remembered how the large slime sprayed a wide area of acid like a high-pressure water gun. After making his decision, Shen upgraded acid spray. As waves of tingling coursed through his body, Shen felt as if something had changed within him. Focusing on the information panel, he saw the upgraded skill: high-pressure acid spray. High-pressure acid eruption. A massive burst of acid shot out instantly. Longer range, faster speed, wider area. Shen found an excuse to go to the restroom, temporarily leaving Xuefeibai and Lu Zhishang, and moved to a distance, turning his back to them. Shen extended his right hand towards a boulder 10 meters away. High-pressure acid eruption. Activate. A ball of acid the size of a human head gathered in front of Shen's right hand, then shot out at high speed. Bang! The acid ball hit the boulder, splattering a large area. All the covered spots emitted sizzling sounds, and a layer of the stone surface was immediately corroded away. But that wasn't all. To Shen's astonishment, 5 more balls of acid the size of human heads flew out in succession. The boulder, over a meter tall, was corroded into a pockmarked shape in just a few seconds. Awesome! Shen rubbed his hands together in excitement. Not only had the power increased, but the quantity had also multiplied. It had transformed from a single target attack into a group attack. With this, I can face Harry and his 5 companions head-on without relying on summons. If it weren't for the skills consumption increasing to 20 points of mana after the upgrade, he could only shoot twice at full capacity. Shen even felt he could challenge a short-axe goblin to a 1v1 duel. Unfortunately, mana is a big problem. Shen sighed. He remembered that Priest Henry had once said that Shen's magical power was very low, only slightly higher than that of an ordinary person. I wonder if there's a way to increase my mana. Otherwise, even if I have a bunch of powerful skills in the future, if I can't use them due to lack of mana, it would be no different from not having learned them at all. While thinking, Shen returned to Xuefeibai and the others. After dealing with the slime skin, the 3 of them returned to the Guanyue tavern, called for the 6 women, and went to the tailor shop to buy 2 sets of changeable clothes for everyone. 9 people, 18 sets of clothes, costing a full 18 silver coins. This was still at a bulk purchase price with a discount from the owner. So expensive. Xuefeibai's hands trembled when paying. The 3 of them had squandered an entire day of youth in the grasslands, earning 11 silver coins. The efficiency of making money in Groll Town was absolutely top-notch. But unexpectedly, just to provide everyone with 2 sets of clothes, it cost 18 silver coins. Shen had been mentally prepared for this, having bought clothes before. He patted Xuefeibai on the shoulder and smiled. Don't feel bad, these are necessities. We can't let everyone wear those tattered clothes, can we? A group of women immediately chimed in. Exactly. Clothes are necessities. It wasn't that they didn't want to save money, it was just that the clothes everyone wore were no longer wearable. Except for Lu Yan and Lu Rongrong, the others were basically in tattered outfits. Moreover, Shen had also bought clothes for Lu Yan and the other 2. Originally, Lu Yan was sulking because Shen didn't take her to hunt slimes. However, when it came time to buy clothes, she immediately put that aside and started picking out clothes with the others. Upon returning to the Guanyue tavern, they ordered food. Alright everyone, have a good rest after dinner tonight. We'll head into the city tomorrow. Everyone responded, oh. When the sun rose above the horizon, the merchant convoy in Groll Town had gathered in the town center, ready to set off at any moment. and Chen and the others arrived early at the convoy. In addition to the merchants from the town, there were also 2 unfamiliar guards accompanying them. Because the distance to Valcam was far and it was early summer, the convoy had to set off at sunrise to barely arrive at Valcam by sunset. In the wild at night, beasts and monsters roam, and even with professionals providing protection, there is a high risk of life. Therefore, the merchant caravan from Grull Town does not camp in the wild. They usually arrive at Valcam by the end of the day. However, a quarter of an hour has passed since sunrise, and the caravan still hasn't set off. Some merchants in the group are starting to get anxious, and Chen and the others do not know what is happening, so they can only wait patiently on the side. After a while, the heavily pregnant mayor, Lia, walked to the front of the caravan with a worried expression and gave the order to depart. The caravan, including Chen and the 9 others, totaled more than 30 people. The group drove their carts slowly out of Grull Town. Due to the rugged and uneven road, the speed of the carts was not fast. Not long after, Chen saw old John walking towards him. "What's wrong, Uncle John?" Chen jumped down from the cart to greet him. Old John glanced back at the mayor in the center of the caravan and whispered to Chen, "Mayor Lia told me that today was supposed to be a trip to Valcam with Harry, but for some reason Harry hasn't shown up and we can't contact him at all. You have a grudge against Harry, and I'm worried he might come after you. Be careful on the road and don't fall behind." Hearing old John's concern, Chen couldn't help but smile. When he went to the grassland yesterday, he specifically visited the place where he fought with Harry. There were already piles of slimes gathered there. As for the bodies of Harry and his companions, not even a trace was left. "Okay, Uncle, I'll be careful." Although Chen knew that Harry couldn't pose a danger to him, he still nodded with a worried expression. He had to put on a show. After all, Harry had a level 10 older brother, and Chen didn't want the other party to trace it back to him. When Chen returned to the cart where everyone was sitting, Shui Bai immediately asked, "What happened?" Chen replied nonchalantly, "It seems that our caravan was delayed because we couldn't contact Harry and his group." Harry? Upon hearing this name, everyone except Meng Xin and her 3 companions showed surprise. Harry had a conflict with Chen. He was already a level 4 apprentice warrior and his brother was a level 10 captain of the bloodstained mercenary group. Given the other party's temperament, if they encountered Harry on this trip to Valcam, trouble was inevitable. Lu Yan looked at Chen, bit her lip, and said softly, "Chen, it's all my fault." "And mine." Lu Rong said with her head down. Chen waved his hand and instructed everyone, "Our purpose for this trip is twofold. First, to become professionals, and second, to establish an adventurers guild, and third, to treat my severed finger. As for Harry, there's no need for everyone to worry, I will handle it." Perhaps due to the confidence conveyed in Chen's voice, everyone chose to trust him and stopped discussing the matter. The journey was long, and the cart was too bumpy. Not long after, many people jumped down from the cart and chose to walk. After all, the cart wasn't moving much faster than walking. Along the way, Chen and the others saw the vast grassland filled with slimes and the endless forbidden forest. They even encountered a few slimes that had run out from either the grassland or the forest along their route. However, these slimes were easily dealt with by the guards and did not cause any trouble for the caravan. The journey continued in silence, except for the midday break when the caravan stopped with the merchants to eat some dry rations and let the horses rest. The caravan kept moving forward. Finally, at dusk, Chen looked ahead and saw the outline of Valcam. Valcam, the largest city on the southern border of the Kingdom of Nigel. 100 kilometers south of Valcam lies the Aea Mountains. Further south is the human forbidden zone, the Storm Sea. The Aea Mountains are home to various magical creatures, but they are not the main force of the Demon King's army, with most being below level 15. Of course, this is all speculation from the people of Valcam. As for whether there are magical creatures above level 15 in the Aea Mountains, no one knows. After all, no mercenary group is willing to risk annihilation to verify this information in the Aea Mountains. Since it is currently a time of truce, the magical creatures of the Aea Mountains have not launched a large-scale invasion. However, small skirmishes occur every day. From time to time, groups of magical creatures attack the villages and towns surrounding Valcam. The ruler of Valcam, Baron Reno, also offers bounties for particularly dangerous magical creatures. Mercenary groups hunt these bountied creatures for the reward. When Chen and his companions approached Valcam, they were all struck by the towering city walls before them. "No wonder it's Valcam," Shui Bai exclaimed, looking at the wooden bridge that stretched for more than 10 meters ahead. "The moat is over 10 meters wide. What kind of magical creature could breach such a city?" The others also looked as if they felt very secure living here. Chen glanced at the group and smiled wryly. They had all lost their memories, and their understanding of magical creatures was limited to the goblins and slimes they had encountered so far. Everything else was hearsay. Valcam before them was indeed magnificent, but there were also flying species among magical creatures. When faced with flying magical creatures, the city walls would be of no use. Let's go into the city. And Shen called to the others to hurry up as he followed the merchant caravan. Near the city gate, they saw rows of fully armed guards standing on either side. 5 men per row, clad in full plate armor, wearing helmets and holding long spears. The guards' sharp gazes constantly scanned the passing crowd, exuding an imposing presence. Their equipment and demeanor were far superior to the guards of the merchant caravan. From Gruul town. So this is what a regular army looks like? And Shen licked his lips, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. The equipment on these guards looked luxurious, far beyond what Shen could afford. Crafting armor requires a large amount of materials like steel. Some individual pieces like breastplates are even more expensive than weapons, not to mention a complete set of armor. The guards of Gruul town only had a few pieces of armor, not a full set at all. At this moment, Shen and Shuefeibai could only drool over the equipment worn by the guards. Under the guidance of Mayor Ria, Shen and his companions entered Valcam. Behind the thick city walls were numerous medieval-style buildings and a diverse crowd of people. Known as the Southern Defense Line, Valcam naturally had no shortage of professionals. In Gruul town, aside from the guards and priests, the only professionals Shen had seen were Harry and his group. But as soon as they entered Valcam, they encountered several equipped professionals on the streets. As night had already fallen, Shen led the group to a hotel to rest for the night. The prices at the hotel were 20% higher than those at the Light Moon Tavern in Gruul town, but the service and comfort were also significantly better. After the 9 of them finished their meal, they booked 3 rooms to rest. There was no conversation throughout the night. When Shen woke up, the sky was already bright. After inquiring with the hotel staff, he learned that it was already past 7 o'clock. Old John and the other merchants had already gone out to attend to business. They only had one day. Tomorrow morning, the mayor would lead the caravan back. If they missed it, they would either have to post a task for a mercenary group to escort them back or wait a month for the town's caravan to return and then go back with them. As for returning alone, monsters love to attack solitary humans, and Shen and the others did not plan to return with the merchant caravan. Becoming a professional requires training with a mentor for a period of time. Only by mastering the basic skills of the profession can one be considered a professional. After Shen and his group finished breakfast, they prepared to look for their mentor. This was their primary task upon arriving in Valcam. On the way here, everyone had discussed the choice of professions more than once. In the end, a plan was determined. The main force of the team consisted of Shen, Shuefeibai, Lu Zhishang, Lvn, and Meng Xian. The second tier included Lu Rongrong, Gengcheng Shui, Ningwen, and Wang Zixin. The first tier, as the main combat personnel, needed a reasonable distribution of professions. The 6 major professions of humans are warrior, knight, magician, hunter, priest, and thief. Warriors have high attack and defense, making Shuefeibai and Lu Zhishang, who possess strong physiques, the most suitable as the team's vanguards. Knights, compared to warriors, have greater mobility, and in the end, Lvn chose this profession. Meng Xian chose the thief profession, which has strong stealth capabilities, to act as the eyes of the team alongside the hunter profession. The hunter profession is quite special. It can use bows for long-range attacks, short knives for close combat, tame battle pets to assist in combat, and set traps. In short, this profession seems to be versatile. But the difficulty is also the highest, because there is so much to learn. If one cannot master it well, they will end up being a jack of all trades but a master of none. And Shen valued this profession precisely because of the hunter's ability to bring along a companion. Summoned creatures cannot be hidden forever. There will always be a day when they reveal themselves. The hunter's ability to bring a companion just happens to provide cover for Shen. The 5 chose 4 professions. As a qualified adventurer, the team must not have any weaknesses. The remaining 2 professions were taken by the second tier. The priest, as a profession that can heal teammates, is definitely essential. Shen had Lu Rongrong and Ningwen choose this profession. The remaining Gengcheng Shui and Wang Zixin became magicians. As the output position, the magician should ideally be filled by members of the first tier. However, the current choices of the 5 were the most suitable for their affinities. After final discussions, they decided to allocate professions according to the results mentioned above. Thus, the 9-member team was configured as 2 warriors, 2 magicians, 2 priests, 1 knight, 1 thief, and 1 hunter. According to the standard configuration of a 10-person mercenary team in this world, the team was still short 1 knight. However, this was sufficient. It is worth mentioning that just because one person chooses a certain profession does not mean they cannot choose other professions. It's just that cultivating one profession requires exhausting all energy. Very few people choose multiple professions. After inquiring about the locations of every profession mentor in the city, Shen set off alone for the headquarters of the hunter profession. Of course, before leaving, he gave each of the others 10 silver coins, and Chen had specifically exchanged gold coins for silver coins at the inn where they were staying. Although the tuition fee for learning the basic skills of a profession only required 5 silver coins, as a team member, one should not go without any money. Valcam is large. And Nu set out from the inn and walked for nearly half an hour before finding the location of the hunter profession mentor. It was a manor covering about 10 acres. Above the manor's gate, there was a plaque. It read Hunter's Home. At the entrance of the manor, there were 2 wolfhounds, presumably wolfhounds, sitting on either side, constantly watching the passing crowd. And Chen squatted at the entrance for a while, observing that there were quite a few people coming and going, including several professionals. They must be back to learn skills. And Chen stood up and walked towards the hunter's lodge. Just as he was about to reach the main gate, the 2 wolfhounds that had been lying in wait suddenly stood up and began barking furiously at Chen. This situation startled not only Chen but also the passing professionals nearby. What's wrong with Shook and Beta? I've never seen this before. A hunter, with a bow and quiver on his back and a machete at his waist, followed the dog's gaze and spotted the frightened Chen. A newcomer? Seeing someone inquire about him, Chen relaxed his guard and nodded at the other person. If the 2 dogs had charged at him, instead of just barking, Chen would have been ready to unleash his high-pressure acid spray. It was no wonder Chen was startled. He had previously noticed that the levels of these 2 dogs were completely invisible. This indicated that their levels were at least level 6. You're here to find Mentor Walton, right? Come on, I'll take you there, it's on my way. The hunter casually walked up to Chen, put his arm around his shoulder, and smiled. Let me introduce myself, I'm Mark Jason, you can call me Mark. Mentor Walton is one of the mentors for the hunter profession in Valcam City. Hello, Senior Mark. My name is Chen. Chen smiled awkwardly and pointed at the guard dogs that were baring their teeth at him, asking, if I go in to find Mentor Walton now, will they attack me? Don't worry, you're safe with me. Mark squatted down in front of the 2 dogs, continuously soothing them. After a while, the 2 dogs, which Mark referred to as Shook and Beta, calmed down. Chen watched in amazement. Communicating with beasts is a hunter's skill. Mark explained to Chen, Shook and Beta are Mentor Walton's pets. Don't underestimate them, these 2 guys are actually level 10. Level 10. Chen's heart raced. He had no way to deal with a level 6 short axe goblin. If these level 10 battle pets truly had malicious intent towards him, they could probably end the fight in an instant. Of course, Chen would be the one getting taken out. Along the way, Mark enthusiastically shared a lot about the hunter's lodge with Chen and praised his choice to become a hunter. Mark led Chen to a grand hall in the center of the manor. Pointing inside, he said, at this time, Mentor Walton should be inside, you can go in now. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving. With that, Mark walked into a building next to the hall. Hunter Hall. After thanking Mark, Chen looked up at the hall and then pushed the door open to enter. As soon as he opened the door, Chen saw a 5-meter-tall female statue standing directly in front of him. The statue bore a longbow and had a short knife at her waist, dressed like a hunter. In front of the statue, 3 people were bowing in reverence. Chen glanced to the side and noticed a middle-aged hunter with a full beard staring at him. Close the door. Walton's heavy voice came through, and Chen hurriedly stepped inside and turned to close the door. Afterward, Walton gestured for Chen to wait for a moment. Chen had no choice but to stand beside Walton, quietly observing the 3 people who were worshipping. About 3 minutes later, Chen witnessed a surprising scene. The 3 worshippers suddenly emitted varying degrees of white light. The white light emanating from the person in the middle was particularly dazzling, while the other 2 had much weaker lights. Walton, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. Very good, the hunter god Artemis has responded to you. You are qualified to become hunters. He pointed at the person radiating the brightest light and said, your talent is strong. I hope you do not waste your potential, practice diligently, and quickly become a formal hunter. Next, I will teach you the basic skills. The day you learn them will be the day I award you the hunter's seal. The 3 of them showed expressions of joy and hurriedly thanked him, then stood by waiting. At that moment, Walton turned to Chen and asked, choosing to become a hunter means you must worship the hunter god and hold respect for Lady Artemis for life. Are you ready? Hunter god Artemis. Chen looked up at the statue and nodded. He had done his homework before coming. Every profession corresponds to a deity. Only those recognized by the deity have the potential to learn skills. Those who do not receive recognition are deemed completely lacking the potential to become that profession and need to try another one. There are 6 professions. Theoretically, anyone can choose one as their profession. The final choice mainly depends on compatibility. If a person has a strong physique but little magical power, they can still choose to become a mage, but their growth rate will be very slow. If they choose a warrior or knight, their training speed will be much faster. Conversely, a frail person trying to become a warrior would probably not even be able to bear the weight of armor. This is compatibility. I am ready. Chen answered loudly. Walton nodded and led Chen to the statue, saying, "Silently chant the name of Artemis in your heart. Within 5 minutes, the hunter god will respond to you." After saying this, he stepped back to the side as before. Chen did not delay, closed his eyes, bowed to the statue, and continuously chanted Artemis in his heart. Time passed second by second. Chen did not know how many times he had chanted the name, but he felt no change in his body and did not hear Walton's voice calling to stop, so he could only repeatedly call out the name of the hunter god. Nearby, Walton watched Chen's back, his brow furrowed. The three who had received a response from Artemis approached Walton, and one of them cautiously asked, "Mentor Walton, it's been 10 minutes and the hunter god has not responded. It seems this person cannot become a hunter." Sigh. Walton sighed and called out to Chen, "That's enough." Chen, confused, walked up to Walton and asked, "Is this it? Child, you did not receive a response from the hunter god, you cannot become a hunter. You should choose another profession." What? Chen did not expect such an answer. No matter how he calculated, he never anticipated that he lacked the talent to become a hunter. Although this situation is rare, you are indeed the type of person who cannot become a hunter. The hunter god has abandoned you. Chen did not even know how he walked out of the hunter's home. According to Walton, in his many years as a mentor, he had seen those with extraordinary talent radiating brilliance during their worship. He had also seen low-talent hunters with only faint glows, but he had never seen anyone with no light at all. This was someone completely abandoned by the hunter god. Poor child. Chen recalled Walton's last words and the mocking looks from the three nearby, and he forced a bitter smile. "Since I cannot become a hunter, I will try other professions." Chen did not feel discouraged. After all, he had chosen to be a hunter mainly to conceal his summoning abilities. Since he could not become a hunter, Chen set his sights on becoming a knight. Before going to find the knight mentor, Chen first returned to the tavern where he was staying. Before leaving, everyone had already discussed it. After meeting the mentor, they wouldn't rush to practice their skills but would first report back on the situation. The main concern was still about the compatibility of their professions. If someone in the team was not suited for the current arrangement, a change of profession would be necessary. When Chen returned to the tavern, he was surprised to find that he was not the first one back. Wang Zixuan sat at a table in the room with a face full of despair, staring blankly out the window. It wasn't until Chen returned that she snapped back to reality. After some conversation, Chen learned that Wang Zixuan had come back so early because the mage mentor had said, "You can become a mage. But you have no talent for magic, you should choose another profession." Unlike Chen, Wang Zixuan was not unable to become a mage, it was just that her compatibility was off. However, with two people in the team facing issues, Chen felt a bit worried. "There are 9 of us, surely we can't all fail to find a suitable profession." Fortunately, Chen's worries were unnecessary. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, everyone returned one after another, bringing back good news. Except for him, everyone else received a response from the god of professions. After their worship, the radiance on everyone was dazzling. According to the mentors, they had never seen such brilliant light in all their years in Velcam City. Based on their ranks, they all had exceptional talent. Once they received their profession seals, many factions would come to compete for them. Fortunately, the mentors were only responsible for their own professions. They were currently unaware that at the same time in the city, 7 individuals with exceptional talent had appeared. Chen was very happy about this, but he still couldn't see the panels of the others. "Perhaps I can only see them when they become apprentice professionals," Chen speculated in his heart. He then briefly explained his and Wang Zixuan's situations. After a moment of surprise, everyone reacted. "Little. If this profession doesn't work, then just change to another one. There are 6 professions, surely one will suit them." This was everyone's thought. So, taking advantage of the time before noon and while the mentors were still at work, Chen brought Wang Zixuan and the others to the hunter's lodge. Originally, Chen was the only one in the team who chose to be a hunter, but now that Chen could not become a hunter, he could only let Wang Zixuan try first. Shuk and Beta, who were guarding the entrance of the hunter's lodge, barked wildly again upon seeing Chen. "Just because you two are not under the protection of the god of hunters, do you hold a grudge against me?" Chen thought bitterly, waiting outside for news from Wang Zixuan. The others had already chosen their professions and could not enter the hunter's lodge without an introduction, so they waited outside with Chen. Wang Zixuan did not keep everyone waiting long. She came out in less than 10 minutes. However, a tall, thin young man followed her. Chen recognized him at a glance. He was one of the 3 people he had encountered in the hunter's hall before. The hunter talent seemed to be quite good. A hunter with exceptional talent was already a sought-after existence in Valcam. Whether it was the major mercenary groups, trading companies, or the ruler of Valcam, Viscount Reno, once he received his profession seal, they would all seek to recruit him. Ordinary professionals would need at least 2 years to break through level 5 and become formal professionals. But those with exceptional talent have a much stronger ability to comprehend skills than ordinary people. As long as they do not waste their talent, they can break through level 5 in less than half a year. Who wouldn't want such a hot commodity? So when the tall man, Rod, learned that he had exceptional hunter talent, his mindset changed. Previously, he only wanted to join a low-level mercenary group to get by. Now, he wanted to join one of the top 3 major mercenary groups. He even took in one person from the same period as his little brother. Just as he had spent the whole morning learning hunter skills and was about to bid farewell to Walton, he suddenly noticed an extremely dazzling light erupting from the hunter hall. Then, he heard the surprised exclamation of Mentor Walton. Exceptional talent! By Artemis, this child actually has exceptional talent. Exceptional? Rod felt his heart skip a beat. With such talent, it was likely he could grow into a figure of level 20 or 30. Mentor Walton was only level 15. Then, under Rod's curious gaze, Wang Zixuan pushed open the door of the hunter hall, her face beaming with joy as she ran out. Although she was wearing coarse cloth clothes, Wang Zixuan's beauty was also outstanding, and combined with the smile on her face, she instantly captured Rod's heart. She must be a gift from the god of hunters, praise Artemis. Rod's eyes were filled with infatuation. He didn't even notice that only Wang Zixuan had come out of the hunter hall. As Wang Zixuan was about to run away, he hurriedly chased after her. Along the way, Rod kept talking to Wang Zixuan. To win her favor, he casually revealed his superior hunter talent. Although Wang Zixuan didn't quite understand the difference in talent levels, she knew her exceptional talent was stronger than his superior one. Plus, after her previous experience of being captured by goblins, Wang Zixuan had always been hesitant to interact with those around her. She only trusted her brothers and sisters. Seeing that Wang Zixuan showed no change in expression, Rod boasted that he had been pre-selected by one of the top 3 mercenary groups in Valcam City. What he didn't know was that to Wang Zixuan's ears, all she heard was "Abba Abba Abba." Finally, Wang Zixuan reached the entrance and saw Chen and the others. Her face blossomed with a smile again as she ran over quickly. "Chen, everyone, I have the talent to become a hunter." Saying this, she covered her mouth and whispered to everyone, "And it's exceptional." Phew! Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Chen felt even more confident that his decision to recruit them was not wrong. All of them have exceptional talent, there's definitely a reason they were transported to this other world. Chen's lips curled up and he became filled with confidence about becoming a knight himself. Not being able to become a hunter was just a matter of incompatible affinity. It wasn't a big deal. But just as everyone was about to leave, a figure appeared ahead, blocking their way. "Hey, kid, I know you." Rod rudely pointed at Chen and mocked, "I remember you didn't get a single response when you worshipped Lord Artemis this morning. Why is someone abandoned by the god of hunters still appearing near the hunter's house?" "Everyone?" Chen looked at Wang Zixuan and asked, "Who is this?" "I don't know either." Wang Zixuan pouted while holding Meng Xian's arm and said, "He followed me after I came out of the hunter hall, chattering non-stop along the way. It was so annoying. By the way, I remember he said he had superior hunter talent." Upon hearing Wang Zixuan's first half of the sentence, Rod's heart stopped. It turned out that his self-introduction and conversation, which he thought were humorous, hadn't registered with her at all. When Wang Zixuan mentioned that he had superior hunter talent, Rod immediately puffed out his chest and looked down at everyone, saying, "That's right, I have superior hunter talent." He glanced sideways at Chen and sneered, "Someone abandoned by the god of hunters will never understand the brilliance of superior hunter talent. I suggest you hurry and find other mentors to see if you can achieve something in another profession." Then, he took a few steps toward the crowd, his eyes fixed on Wang Zixuan, and said with deep affection, "Beautiful lady, there's no future in following them. You may not know me well yet, so let's start as friends. I, Rod, swear that I will protect you with my life on our future journeys." Rod could see that the group before him was led by Chen. Although Chen and the 2 strong men were armed, Rod, with his preconceived notions, thought they were just ordinary people. How much power could a team led by someone like Chen possess? Once he became a trainee hunter, defeating these ordinary people would be a piece of cake. Such a team is not worthy of that girl's beauty. Only someone with top-notch hunter talent like me deserves her, Rod thought to himself, as his gaze swept over the crowd. Then he noticed the disdainful expressions on the faces of the women. Hiss! When Rod realized there were so many beautiful women behind Chen, his eyes widened. Damn it, why does he have so many beautiful women around him while I have none? Rod gritted his teeth and turned to glare at Chen, saying fiercely, "You must have coerced these beautiful ladies. I, Rod, advise you to return their freedom. Are you crazy?" Chen ignored him and turned to leave with the others. Wait! Seeing his goddess turn to leave, anger surged within Rod, and despite the risk of being detained by the guards, he launched an attack on Chen. Bang! With a loud crash, Rod's body fell heavily to the ground. Shuefei clapped his hands and said, "You talk so big, I thought you were strong." This statement deeply provoked Rod, but the pain in his body also brought him back to reality. Although he had top-notch hunter talent, he was still just an ordinary person who had only trained for a morning. Shuefei was tall and strong, he was no match for him. Rod lay on the ground, watching Chen and the others move away, gritting his teeth and saying fiercely, "Just wait, once I become a trainee hunter, I will make you pay." After saying that, he got up and quietly followed behind Chen and the others. He needed to find out where this group of black-haired people came from. Meanwhile, Lu Yan was warning the women to be cautious of any professionals who approached them suddenly. Having experienced Harry's harassment and now this incident with Rod, she was very worried that the women might encounter danger. Passing by a tailor shop, Lu Yan specifically bought 6 wide-brimmed hats for the women to wear. This was just a small episode among the group. No one paid any attention to Rod, who would care about an ordinary person in front of a group of elites. Under Lu Yan's lead, the group arrived at the location of the Knights' Hall, and Chen instructed everyone to wait outside and entered alone. "Child, the god of knights has not favored you, perhaps you should try other professions." The god of warriors did not respond. "You are not suited for the warrior profession. Magic is not the path for you, go back. The light of the god of light does not shine upon you. The god of thieves, Lord Max, does not seem to like you, leave this place." After going around, there was not a single profession suitable for Chen, leaving him utterly bewildered. When Chen emerged from the thieves' alley and said he had been denied once again, everyone was stunned. How could this be? Lu Yan found it hard to believe. Chen had defeated Harry and his group even before becoming a professional. How could such a powerful person not be favored by a profession god? Is there something wrong? Shuefei recalled the scene of hunting slimes with Chen. Chen's speed and strength were far superior to his. He also couldn't believe that no profession god recognized Chen. According to the information gathered, no one had ever been abandoned by all the profession gods. Chen was a bit frustrated at first, but after a while he came to terms with it. Because of his talent, spirit sacrifice, even without a profession to choose from, he could learn various skills. This was not a loss for Chen. Previously, he thought his low magic power was due to not becoming a professional. Now it seemed that it had nothing to do with the profession. Just because I can't become a professional doesn't mean I can't get stronger. After all, I'm quite special, and I can grow even without a profession. After coming to this realization, Chen smiled and said to everyone, "But since you have already chosen your professions, you need to invest your energy and quickly become apprentice professionals." The first appearance of the Adventurers Guild could only be in the form of a mercenary group. Only professionals could apply to form a mercenary group. And Chen, it seemed, would not be able to obtain a profession seal. When Chen said he could get stronger even without a profession, everyone didn't quite understand what it meant, but they felt relieved. It seemed that Chen indeed had a way to grow stronger. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Harry and rescued Meng Xian and the others? "Don't worry, the basic sword technique taught by my mentor is very simple. I feel I can master it in at most 3 days. Shuefei patted his chest and said, "By then, I will be an apprentice warrior and I can establish the guild. I just need to fill in your name as the president." Chen replied with a smile. "Forming a guild requires at least 5 professionals, just you alone isn't enough. I should be able to help too," Lu Zhisheng said seriously. Although he was also a warrior, the basic skill he learned was basic staff technique. Like Shuefei, Lu Zhisheng found basic staff technique very simple and not difficult to learn. 3 days might even be too much. Just as everyone was discussing how long it would take to become apprentice professionals, a loud laugh suddenly came from the side. "Ha, you guys are killing me. A bunch of trash actually dares to say they can become professionals in 3 days. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Ah ha ha ha." The speaker's voice was so loud that many passers-by stopped to look. Chen and his group frowned and looked at the person laughing heartily. "Who are you?" Shuefei stared at the person for a while, showing a puzzled expression. The laughter abruptly stopped, and the person's face visibly turned red. He angrily shouted, "It's me, Rod, with the top-tier hunter talent. We met just a few hours ago." Originally thinking that being beaten up was humiliating enough, he didn't expect that after being beaten, the other party wouldn't even remember him. Rod felt a surge of blood rushing through him. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Shuefei, he would have rushed up to fight him long ago. Chen glanced at Shuefei beside him, not expecting this guy to be so cunning. Shuefei definitely hadn't forgotten about Luode. He said that just to provoke Luode. After all, this guy had just insulted everyone as trash. "Don't pay attention to him, let's go." Chen didn't know why Luode was here, and he didn't want to waste time with him. However, Luode thought otherwise. Seeing Chen turn to leave and noticing the crowd gathering around due to his earlier words, he immediately raised his voice. "Don't think I don't know. I've been following you all morning. You haven't been favored by the god of hunters and can't become a hunter. This is something I've seen with my own eyes as someone with top-tier hunter talent." As soon as he said this, the crowd around began to murmur. There were many professionals in Valcam City, so they were not unfamiliar with news related to them. When they heard Luo declaim to have top-tier hunter talent, the way they looked at him changed. Most people's talents were low tier. There were not many with medium-tier talent, but still a fair number. Top-tier talent was a coveted asset for all major factions. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Luoda's achievements would surely be significant. The onlookers then turned their attention to Chen and the others. Top-tier talent was a rare existence in Valcam City, but someone who had completely failed to become a professional was also extremely rare. Seeing the crowd grow larger, Luoda felt more confident. With so many people around, if Xuefei dared to hit someone in public, the guards would definitely arrest him. Then, Luoda shared the information he had gathered while following them. Everyone, not only has he been abandoned by the god of hunters, but the god of knights, the god of warriors, the god of magic, and the god of light have also abandoned him. Note, it's not just low talent, these gods have not responded to him at all. Luoda pointed at Chen and shouted loudly, right now, he just came out of the thieves' alley. Although I haven't inquired with the thieves inside, I dare say the god of thieves has also abandoned you. Isn't that right? Chen did not deny it. Several people who had accompanied Chen to worship the god of thieves were present, and this could be easily verified. Moreover, there was no need to hide it. No way, how could someone not be able to choose a single profession? To be abandoned by 6 gods, what kind of heinous act has this guy committed? A forsaken by the gods, this person is a forsaken one. If the crowd had previously looked at Chen with mere curiosity, now their gazes were like those observing monkeys in a zoo. In a certain sense, being a forsaken one was rarer than even top-tier talent. That's right, he is a forsaken one. A team led by a forsaken one actually dares to boast about becoming a trainee warrior in 3 days. What do you take trainee warriors for? What do you take professionals for? Rod became more and more excited, even spitting as he spoke. Among the surrounding crowd, there were certainly professionals. After hearing Rod's words, although they didn't speak, their gazes towards Chen and the others were filled with disdain. From the fluctuations in their aura, none of Chen's group appeared to be professionals. The weapons and shields they carried seemed to be mere decorations. Their combat power could not be compared to that of professionals at all. Being a forsaken one might not be Chen's fault, but being arrogant and conceited was certainly unlikable. Which professional hadn't gone through arduous training to earn their professional seal? If cultivation were as simple as they claimed, what would everyone else's efforts amount to? A bunch of young punks probably haven't suffered much trying to be clever. Here, exactly, becoming a trainee professional in 3 days? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you had exceptional talent. Just trying to show off. How could such a guy become a professional? How could a forsaken one become a professional? Ha ha ha. Under Rod's misleading words, the crowd unconsciously took a stand against Chen and his group. Xuefei's temper flared up instantly. Just as he was about to teach Rod a lesson, he was stopped by Chen. Chen stared calmly at Rod and finally spoke, I'm curious, why are you opposing us? This Rod was only seen for the second time by the crowd, but he had already caused trouble for Chen twice in a row. This left Chen somewhat puzzled. He guessed that Rod was doing it for Wang Zishen, but Rod was at least a person with high professional talent. Would he really do something so foolish? As it turned out, there were indeed people this foolish. Rod glanced at the women hiding behind Chen, wearing large hats, and stammered, as a forsaken one, you must have used sweet words to deceive so many people. Now, I, Rod, a high talent in the hunter profession, command you to release the women around you. After saying this, Rod revealed a smile he thought was charming and softly addressed the women behind Chen. Ladies, don't be afraid. I know you were coerced by the forsaken one. Don't worry. I and everyone else will stand up for you. Are you sick? Lu Yan and the others were truly speechless at Rod. There really was someone so narcissistic. Who do you think you are? Standing up for us? We are family. Mang Xian took the opportunity to walk to Chen's side and hugged his arm. Exactly. Ning Wen and Wang Zishan echoed from the side. The crowd had just heard Rod's words and thought the women behind Chen were all coerced, preparing to seek justice for them. Now hearing the women's words, the onlookers turned their puzzled gazes back to Rod. The self-righteous Rod didn't expect the women to respond this way. He thought they didn't believe in his strength. After all, he had been knocked down by Xuefei with a single move. Don't worry, I know those 3 are strong, but that's only because I haven't become a professional yet. Now there are so many people here standing up for you, including professionals. As long as you say that this forsaken one coerced you, we will stand up for you. Quickly say that it was the forsaken one who coerced you. Hurry up. Rod's tone became somewhat urgent. He desperately hoped someone would say they were coerced by Chen. That way, he could justifiably incite the onlookers to attack Chen, then rescue the women and become their savior. With his high talent, he could secure a place in Valcam in just a few years. At that time, he could live happily with all the beautiful women. But what answered him was a copper coin thrown by Enshen. The coin arced through the air and landed on the stone ground in front of Rod, rolling to his feet. Soon, Enshen's voice reached his ears. If your brain is sick, it needs treatment. If you can't afford it, I can sponsor you a copper coin. No need to be polite. After saying this, Enshen turned to leave. The crowd looked at Rod with confusion. This person had been saying that the Forsaken One deceived women, yet those women seemed to dislike Rod. Instead, this made Rod's previous words questionable. Rod stared at the copper coin under his feet, his face alternating between green and red. He raised his head and glared at Enshen, shouting, "You despicable Forsaken One, dare to insult me? I, Rod, challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to fight? What did you say?" Xuefei Bai, hearing Rod insult Enshen, turned and walked in front of Rod, glaring at him and shouting, "Are you tired of living? What do you want?" Rod was intimidated by Xuefei Bai's aura, recalling how he had been taken down in one move, and he unconsciously swallowed. "Oh no, I forgot that although the Forsaken One's companions are not professionals, they are not something I can handle right now." Thinking quickly, Rod came up with an idea. "What? Are you scared? Hey, my temper." Xuefei Bai rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat Rod. "Fighting is prohibited in the city. If you hit me, the guards will catch you." Rod shouted while awkwardly fleeing. "There's a martial arts platform in the city for people to spar. If you're not afraid, 3 days later, on the martial arts platform, we'll have a 3-on-3 match. Didn't you say you could become apprentice professionals in 3 days? I'll give you 3 days. 3 days later, I'll bring 2 apprentice professionals to fight you. If you lose, I demand you release those women and apologize to all the professionals. Professionals are not something you, a Forsaken One, can insult. Do you dare?" And Shen looked at Rod with a flash of disgust in his eyes. He stepped forward under the gaze of the crowd, his voice low. "Listen, I won't wager my people. If I hear you speak ill of my companions again, you will pay the price." Gulp. When Rod saw Enshen's predatory gaze, it felt as if he were being stared at by a fierce beast, and for a moment he was too scared to speak. Enshen looked around and said loudly, "I know about the martial arts platform. If you want to wager, that's fine. To be honest, I'm quite curious to see your strength. The problem is we both need to put up equal stakes." Rod didn't understand why Enshen, as an ordinary person, had such a strong sense of pressure, but now he was in a difficult position and could only grit his teeth and ask, What do you want to wager? How about this, we wager 1 gold coin. Whoever loses must pay the other 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin was not a small amount. Rod had previously been just an ordinary person in Valcam City, with a total of only 50 silver coins. But thinking of Enshen being a Forsaken One, Rod felt a bit tempted. Although the 2 people beside him are very strong, they don't have professional seals. Ordinary people definitely can't beat the apprentice professionals I bring. After thinking it over, Rod nodded and agreed. "Alright, it's a deal. The stakes naturally need a witness. Let me, the hunter Mark Jason, act as the referee 3 days from now. How about that?" A middle-aged man in his 30s stepped out of the crowd, smiling at everyone. "It's him, Eagle Eye Mark. He's a level 10 hunter. It's said that at least a dozen level 10 magical beasts have fallen to his arrows. This is a famous hunter in Valcam City. He actually wants to be a witness to this farce? Interesting. It seems the Forsaken side is a bit special." As the crowd discussed, Rod was also stunned. He didn't expect that his bet would actually attract the Hawkeye hunter. "Mark, what's wrong? Do you have any objections?" Mark asked Rod, looking at him. "And no objections." Rod felt bitter inside. He had been thinking about not chipping in anymore. After all, he was sure to win. Now that Mark was here as a witness, he would definitely need to come up with the bet during the match. Mark then turned to Enshen and asked with a smile, "What about you guys?" Enshen also didn't expect that Mark was famous in Valcam. Seeing the friendliness in Mark's smile, he didn't refuse. "I have no problem." "Alright then." Mark raised his hands and addressed the crowd. 3 days from now, there will be a 3-on-3 match on the arena. One side will be Mr. Rod, who just tested positive for high-level hunter talent today, along with the 2 apprentice professionals he invited. The other side will be Mr. Enshen, the Forsaken One, and his 2 ordinary companions. The bet is 1 gold coin. The strength difference between the 2 sides is enormous. Will Mr. Rod win easily, or will Mr. Enshen surprise us? Let's look forward to the battle in 3 days. I hope both sides will bring their bets to the arena on time. Those who do not will be considered to have forfeited, and as the witness, I will collect the bet from the winning side. Don't underestimate a hunter's tracking ability. News about the bet fight quickly spread throughout Valcam City. One side consisted of Rod, a top-tier hunter, along with 2 apprentice professionals no higher than level 5. The other side was made up of 3 dark-haired foreigners, one of whom was a Forsaken one, while the other 2 were not professionals. Given the stark disparity in strength, the townspeople initially thought of the bet fight as merely a source of amusement. After all, the winner was undoubtedly going to be Rod's side. Professionals have skills and enhanced physical abilities through leveling up. How could non-professionals compete against professionals? However, since the arbitrator was the level 10 Hunter Eagle Eye Mark, people began to pay attention to the seemingly predetermined bet fight. Mark was also a well-known hunter in Valcam, and he wouldn't just idly serve as an arbitrator for no reason. Although the outcome seemed certain, there might be other hidden circumstances. Most people, upon hearing this news, had such thoughts in their minds. Thus, more and more people became interested in the bet fight scheduled for 3 days later, and many decided to go to the arena to watch the duel. After setting the bet fight, Mark smiled and greeted In Chen before leaving. In Chen pondered for a moment and glanced back at Wang Zixuan. What's wrong? Seeing In Chen's strange gaze, Wang Zixuan took a step back, feeling somewhat uneasy. In Chen's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he said, "Perhaps you've unknowingly helped us a great deal." Wang Zixuan looked confused after hearing this. "Alright, since the bet is set, you two need to work hard." And Chen turned to Xuefeibai and Lu Zhishan, speaking earnestly, "Since you both say you can become apprentice professionals in 3 days, then during the competition you need to enter the arena as apprentice professionals. We must win this battle, not just to teach that Rod a lesson, but also to make a name for ourselves. This will have a great promotional effect on the future development of the Adventurers Guild." Xuefeibai and Lu Zhishan had only just met their mentor today and could only say that their skill training had just begun. If others heard In Chen demanding that they become apprentice professionals in 3 days, they would surely think In Chen was crazy. But as the parties involved, Xuefeibai and Lu Zhishan nodded confidently. "Don't worry, 3 days later, I will definitely teach that kid a good lesson." Xuefeibai cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. Lu Zhishan raised one hand to his chest and said solemnly, "I have no problem on my end." Rod claimed that the two becoming professionals in 3 days was arrogant. But what he didn't know was that both of them had exceptional warrior talents, and learning the basic skills in 3 days was no exaggeration. Not just them, but the women in the team also had exceptional talents. Although In Chen did not set a requirement for them to obtain their professional seals in 3 days, after the incident with Rod, they also did not want to be the burden of the team. After lunch, everyone went to their respective mentors for training, and Chen walked alone, strolling through the streets, taking in everything about Valcam. Without a doubt, the first Adventurers Guild in this other world would take root in this city. This bet fight would become the first battle to establish the guild's reputation. Since he decided to start from Valcam, it was necessary to conduct a basic survey of the city. Let's start by investigating the number of professionals and mercenary groups. After determining his goal, and Shen began to gather information purposefully. Soon, he obtained a wealth of non-secret intelligence from various sources. Valcam was a border city with a population of around 300,000. The number of various professionals in the city was about 5,000. Among them, there were approximately 3,000 apprentice professionals at levels 0 to 5. Although becoming a professional was not simple, it was not particularly difficult either. The indigenous people of this other world did not have forsaken ones. As long as they are willing to pay a tuition fee of 5 silver coins and undergo long periods of training to learn basic skills, they can become apprentice professionals. Therefore, there are many apprentice professionals in the city. However, after becoming an apprentice professional, it is not so easy to become stronger. At this time, effort is important, and talent is equally important. At the same time, professionals also need to consume a large amount of training resources. Learning skills, purchasing weapons, armor, etc., all require a lot of coins. Many people, after becoming apprentice professionals, do not have the strength to enter mercenary groups, merchant groups, and armies, and thus do not have enough wealth to support the costs of training. As a result, many cannot break through and remain stuck at the level of apprentice professionals. Currently, the formal professionals at levels 5 to 10 in Valcam City are mostly in the top-ranking mercenary groups, merchant group guards, and viscount guards. Because of Harry, and Shen specifically inquired about the Bloodstained Mercenary Group's information. Harry was not exaggerating. The Bloodstained Mercenary Group is indeed the third largest mercenary group in Valcam City. The Bloodstained Mercenary Group has more than 100 formal members, all of whom are level 6 or above. According to the organization of 10 people per team, there are 10 team leaders, 2 captains, and 1 leader. In addition, the Bloodstained Mercenary Group has about 200 reserve members. These individuals are all apprentice professionals, and if they perform excellently in missions, they will receive resource support. Once they break through to level 6, they will become formal members. Harry's brother, Sharp Carl, is one of the 2 captains. His strength is level 10 and he is a professional knight. He is referred to as the Raging Knight by the professionals in the city. The leader of the Bloodstained mercenary group is even a powerful individual above level 10. With such strength, the Bloodstained mercenary group is only ranked 3rd among the mercenary groups in Valcam City, according to the information. And Shen gathered, the Wolf-Tooth mercenary group ranked 1st, the Black Widow mercenary group ranked 2nd, the Bloodstained mercenary group and other large and small mercenary groups combined have more than 2,500 members, with over 800 formal professionals above level 6. The professionals in the major merchant group bodyguards in the city also number around 1,000, with more than 500 formal professionals. The army under the control of Viscount Reno in Valcam has less than 700 men. Although all 700 are formal professionals, there are more than 30 villages and towns within Valcam's jurisdiction, and each village must send a 10-man guard to garrison. As a result, Valcam City, with a population of 300,000, has only over 300 soldiers. Moreover, and Shen also received an interesting piece of information. Every year after winter, when all things revive, most magical creatures also begin to become active. At this time, Viscount Reno always posts announcements offering bounties for magical creatures, encouraging the mercenary groups in the city to go out and hunt magical creatures to ensure the safety of the surrounding villages and towns. However, the bounty for the same type of magical creature increases every year. This is not due to rising prices, but because several large mercenary groups in the city are colluding. If Viscount Reno does not raise the bounty, they will not take action. Most small mercenary groups also collude with the large ones. The remaining small mercenary groups that respond to Viscount Reno are not very strong. They face high danger, great difficulty, and low efficiency in hunting magical creatures, and they are also squeezed out by other mercenary groups, making it impossible for them to cope with the large-scale activities of magical creatures. In spring, although Viscount Reno is very fond of the people, he is limited by his small number of troops and cannot manage everything. He is angry about the actions of these mercenary groups but feels helpless and can only keep raising the bounty. Now, the season has entered late spring. Based on past experience, in another 10 days to half a month, it will be the active period for magical creatures. According to the existing intelligence analysis, the relationship between Viscount Reno and the mercenary groups led by the Wolf and Bloodstained Mercenary Corps is unlikely to be harmonious. In this border city, he is coerced by these mercenary groups every year. However, because he needs them to deal with monsters, he cannot do anything to these people. As for the merchant group, there is no doubt that they are neutral. After a moment of thought, and Shen made a decision in his heart. Time passed quickly. Before long, it was the agreed time for the duel. After a few days of fermentation, this duel was not only well known but had almost spread throughout half the city. Although most people were not interested, quite a few still came to watch the duel today. In the tavern wherein Shen and his group were staying, the merchants from Groll Town had long since returned. Before leaving, Old John pulled Shen into a corner and said that the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps had asked the town mayor about Harry's whereabouts when Shen left. Sharp had noticed that his brother had not returned for a long time. However, Shen pretended to know nothing, and no one suspected him. In front of the tavern, Xuefeibai and Lu Zhishan were already prepared. One had a short knife at his waist, while the other held a long staff. Around their necks hung the warrior profession's sword and knife insignia. Indeed, just yesterday they had learned their respective basic skills and received their profession insignia. Besides the two of them, Lu Yen and Meng Xian also received the knight's spear and shield insignia and the thief's dagger insignia. Although the others had not yet obtained their insignia, their progress was also rapid. According to them, at the latest in 2 days, they would be able to learn the basic skills. What others needed months or even longer to achieve, Xuefeibai and the others accomplished in 3 days. This is the mark of exceptional talent. Moreover, since Xuefeibai and the others obtained their profession insignia, and Shen discovered that he could see their panels. Name: Xuefeibai race, human level, 0 experience, 1/50th profession, apprentice warrior magic power. 100 out of 100 talent, berserker, skill, basic swordsmanship. The 1 point of experience should have been gained by Xuefeibai through training. What excited Shen was the talent section in Xuefeibai's panel that read, berserker. Having stayed in Valcam City for a few days, Shen had seen quite a few professionals' information. However, everyone's talent section was blank. This made Shen understand that talent skills are extremely rare and that ordinary people cannot possess them. Xuefeibai's berserker, although its specific effect was unknown, was certainly much stronger than those basic skills. Moreover, not only Xuefeibai, but the others also had talent skills. Name: Lu Zhishan race, human level, 0 experience, 1/50th. Profession: apprentice warrior magic power, 100 out of 100 talent, killing intent, skill, basic staff technique. Name: Lu Yen race, human level, 0 experience, 1/50th. Profession: apprentice knight magic power, 100 out of 100 talent, judgment, skill, basic spear. Technique name Mangxan race human level 0 experience 1/50th profession apprentice thief magic power 100 out of 100 talent shadow skill stealth. The three of them had talent skills of killing intent judgment and shadow respectively. And Shen was also unable to see specific information, but they knew it themselves. With the explanations from the four, and Shen gained an understanding of these talents. Berserker, when activated, it will significantly enhance physical strength and greatly increase power and speed for a short time, but will plunge the user into an irrational state. Killing intent, for every living being killed, the soul can be transcended. Each soul transcended will slightly enhance one's physical strength and defense. Judgment, every day, one can accumulate a portion of power into the long spear, with a maximum accumulation not exceeding 10 times one's own strength for an attack. When encountering a judgment target, one can unleash the accumulated power in one strike, delivering a devastating blow. Shadow, in the darkness, one can erase their presence and merge with the surrounding environment. The four talents are all incredibly powerful existences. Berserker clearly belongs to the type of talent that thrives in adversity. Killing restraint, despite its name, is a growth-type talent that becomes stronger through continuous slaughter. Judgment is even more of a divine skill, delivering an attack 10 times one's own attack power, who at the same level can withstand it. Shadow, although not an attack-type talent, allows thieves to blend with the environment. Does the enemy have any chance of survival? After learning about the effects of these talents, Shen was almost drooling with envy. But he also knew that his spirit sacrifice was equally impressive. The skills of Xue Fei Bai and the others would require their own training to learn, but Shen only needed to continuously collect monster souls to instantly learn skills. Moreover, summoning monsters to act as fighters was also Shen's strong point. He could fight more with less. Although it seemed that his talents were currently inferior to those of Xue Fei Bai and the others, Shen believed that the future potential of spirit sacrifice would be significant. After constantly comforting himself in his heart, Shen put away his envy and led everyone to the agreed location of the duel arena. To be honest, with the combined strength of Xue Fei Bai, Lu Zhishang, and Shen, unless Rod brought 2 level 4 apprentice professionals, it would be no match at all. Rod definitely wouldn't be able to defeat anyone. Xue Fei Bai and Lu Zhishang had strong physical foundations, and they wouldn't have any problem fighting level 2 or 3 apprentice professionals now. Although Shen couldn't summon monsters to assist in battle under everyone's gaze, nor could he use active skills, he was already at level 5. Relying on low-level perception, even with just his melee capabilities, Shen had the strength to defeat level 5 apprentice professionals. When the group arrived at the duel location, they found that there were actually hundreds of spectators. Fortunately, there were spectator seats around the duel arena, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome with so many people. As Shen and the others approached, the onlookers immediately recognized them as one of the main characters of the day, the God-forsaken side. After all, the iconic black hair of Shen and the others stood out among a crowd of colorful hair colors. As for the few women, to avoid causing trouble for Shen and the others, they all wore veils and hats to cover their appearances when they went out. Rod had arrived early with his people at the duel arena. Upon seeing Shen leading the way, he scanned the women with his gaze. However, due to the hats and veils, he couldn't recognize which one was Wang Zixin. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes as he looked at Shen with a gaze full of hatred. Damn God-forsaken, once I trample you on the competition stage, that beautiful lady will know that the one she should follow is me, Rod. Shen let the 6 women sit in the nearby spectator seats, then walked onto the duel stage with Xue Fei Bai and Lu Zhishang. In front of them stood Rod and 2 apprentice professionals dressed in the same uniform. Rod was still the same as before, not having become a professional. But after looking at the panel information of the other 2, Shen's expression instantly darkened. They actually invited 2 level 5 professionals, how shameless. This guy has already chosen to join the mercenary group? Shen glanced at the 2 people beside Rod, his brow slightly furrowed. The uniform has 3 bloodstain patterns. It seems he has joined the bloodstain mercenary group. As Shen walked onto the stage, he explained the information about the 2 bloodstain mercenaries to Xue Fei and Bai. One of the mercenaries was a level 5 apprentice warrior, and the other was a level 5 apprentice mage. The apprentice warrior's skill was basic swordsmanship, while the apprentice mage's was arcane sphere. Arcane sphere is the basic skill of the apprentice mage. After chanting the spell, a sphere of magic can be condensed at the tip of the staff. The sphere can attack a target within a 10-meter range in a straight line, exploding upon contact. The explosion's power is enough to severely injure an unprotected professional. After listening to Shen's explanation, both Xue Fei and Lu Zhishang looked grim. Both of them were level 0, and relying on their combat instincts and talents, their strength was at most comparable to level 2 or 3 professionals. Facing level 5 professionals, they were simply no match. The audience outside also noticed the strength comparison between the 2 sides. Although Rod hasn't become a professional yet, I know the 2 professionals beside him, both are level 5. Since that godforsaken one dares to bet with Rod, the two beside him shouldn't be low level either? Those two? I heard they weren't professionals just 3 days ago. What? Not professionals? How can that godforsaken one compete with two level 5 professionals? Who knows? I just heard that Eagle Eye Mark is going to witness this match, so I came to take a look. I have insider information. It seems the Lord Viscount is also very concerned about this match. No way, the Lord Viscount should be busy preparing to fend off monsters at this time. How could he pay attention to such a farce? Hey, you still don't believe it? See that person sitting over there? That's the Lord Viscount's steward. It really is. I heard Rod has a top-tier hunter talent. Could it be that the Lord Viscount is trying to win Rod over? If that's the case, then the Lord Viscount is a step too late. Since the Bloodstained mercenary group sent 2 professionals to help Rod, they must have already recruited him. Stop talking, Mark is here. The duel is probably about to start. As a hunter appeared on the duel stage, the murmurs in the audience gradually quieted down. Everyone focused their attention on the duel stage below. Mark walked slowly to the center of the duel stage and glanced to both sides. When he saw the 2 level 5 professionals beside Rod, he showed no surprise. As a hunter, his ability to gather information was naturally not weak. He had learned 2 days ago that Rod had joined the Bloodstained mercenary group. This made him feel regretful while also worrying about Chen. The godforsaken one, unable to become a professional, naturally would not have the opportunity to grow stronger. If Chen wanted to win, he had to find 2 strong helpers. But the ones who walked onto the duel stage today were still the familiar faces he had seen the day before. These 2 seemed to have just obtained their warrior insignia yesterday. In this way, Chen's side was simply no match for Rod. It seems I overestimated Chen. Mark shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed in Chen. After the duel, I still need to discuss with Wang Zishuan. If a top-tier talent is delayed because of the godforsaken one, that would be such a waste. The reason Mark was particularly concerned about the match between Chen and Rod was that he had met Chen once and felt a connection. Secondly, he had learned from hunter mentor Walton that there was a woman with a top-tier hunter talent, and that woman was right beside Chen. With Artemis above, that was indeed a top-tier talent. Mark himself only had a medium talent. As long as there are no detours, the achievements of someone with exceptional talent in the future are immeasurable, and they will undoubtedly be a dazzling new star in the kingdom. Mark did not join any faction and only wanted to hunt magical beasts. But precisely because of this, he could see through the current situation in Valcam City. In Mark's eyes, if Wang Zishuan ultimately joined a mercenary group that only valued profit, it would also be a waste. Originally, Mark had a good impression of Chen. However, the identity of the god-forsaken destined Chen not to achieve great things in the future. The current duel was the best proof of that. Facing 2 level 5 opponents, Chen and his companions had no chance of winning. However, what Mark did not expect was that, besides himself, he actually saw many familiar faces at this match. Scott is here too. Is the Viscount interested in this bet fight? Mark wondered when he saw the Viscount's butler in the audience. Moreover, besides Scott, Mark also spotted 6 mentor-level figures, including Walton, hidden among the crowd. Mentors from every profession were present. Was there really something in Valcam City that could attract 6 professional mentors at the same time? Mark did not believe their simultaneous appearance was due to this duel. Strange. Mark pondered for a moment but could not figure out the reason. Since he couldn't understand, he stopped thinking deeply. After all, he was a lone wolf and was not concerned about the various fights in the city. Since both sides are ready, let's begin the bet fight we agreed upon 3 days ago. After Mark said a few opening words, he signaled Chen and Rod to bring their people forward. Rod, are the 2 people beside you the participants in this duel? That's right. Rod replied confidently, level 5 apprentice warrior Peter and level 5 apprentice mage Paul. He knew he was not a match for Shuefei Bai, so he stated it would be a 3v3 duel involving apprentice professionals. Even though they had not yet become professionals, with their superior talent, they could easily become reserve mercenaries for the Bloodstained mercenary group. For this duel, Captain Sharp specifically sent 2 level 5 apprentice professionals to assist. Shuefei Bai and Lu Zhishang would deal with Peter and the others. Rod would face the god-forsaken Chen. After the battle began, he wanted to step on Chen in front of everyone, especially in front of the woman who fascinated him. Your name is Chen, right? If you kneel down and beg me to spare you now, I might consider giving you some face during the fight later. Rod whispered to Chen in front of him. So, what do you think? Want to consider it? Hearing Rod's request, the 2 professionals beside him burst into laughter. Chen looked at Rod with a blank expression and calmly replied, "Are you ready for the 1 gold coin bet?" The laughter of Rod and his companions came to a halt. Humph. Rod took a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Mark, angrily saying, "God-forsaken, you have lost your last chance to beg for mercy." Chen still replied in a flat tone, "It's too early to talk about victory or Defeat. He tossed the gold coin into the air and it fell into Mark's hand. Mark took both sides' bets, unsure why Shen was so calm. Could it be that I misjudged him again? A strange glint flashed in Mark's eyes. Just as he was about to ask about Shen's team configuration, he was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. Wait a minute, Shen's two teammates are here. Walton led two level 5 apprentice hunters onto the duel stage, shocking everyone with his words. Walton walked onto the duel stage with two people and said to Mark, "These two are Shen's teammates." Behind Walton stood a young man and woman, both under 20 years old, yet both at level 5. As an experienced hunter who often frequented the Hunters Guild, Mark naturally knew that these two were Walton's talented disciples. Unlike those who usually learn skills, they were true disciples receiving Walton's careful guidance. Walton had always been proud of having recruited these two exceptionally gifted disciples, and now he was actually letting them help Shen. After thinking for a moment, Mark suddenly understood Walton's intention. Helping Shen was merely to leave a good impression on that exceptionally talented woman. It seems Walton is planning to take on disciples again. Mark chuckled and shook his head. He didn't resent Walton's actions, on the contrary, he agreed with them. After all, Rod had brought two level 5 professionals, so it was only fair for Shen to have two level 5 hunters to assist him. Just as Mark was about to ask Shen if he agreed to change teammates, several people walked over from the audience. Leading them was the warrior mentor. Nonsense, Shen's teammates are clearly these two outstanding apprentice warriors beside me. What do you hunters have to do with it? Following that, the Knight Mentor, the Mage Mentor, and the Rogue Mentor all brought two level 5 professionals onto the stage, arguing over the two teammate slots for Shen. Even the Priest Mentor walked over to Shen's side and healed his severed finger for free. Healing a severed finger costs 50 silver, and since the wager required money, Shen had not healed it. Forsaken One, we look forward to your performance. After healing Shen's finger, the Priest Mentor smiled and stepped aside. If Walton's help for Shen left everyone puzzled, the subsequent scenes completely bewildered the onlookers. Mark looked at Shen in shock. At that moment, he even suspected Shen was some noble from the kingdom. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why these level 15 professional mentors were arguing on the duel stage to help Shen. I say, Walton, why are you meddling in this? What Shen needs are warriors like us. The tall warrior mentor stood in front of Xuefei Bai and Lu Zhishang, glaring at Walton. Nonsense, Shen is a friend of our Hunters Guild, we must help in this duel. As he spoke, Walton casually glanced at Wang Zixian below the duel stage. Let us knights handle it, we can ensure Shen wins the match easily. The Knight Mentor, clad in armor and carrying a spear on his back, smiled at Lu Yen below. The Assassin Mentor and the Mage Mentor also refused to back down, insisting on sending their own people into the arena. The onlookers were stunned, many thinking they were hallucinating. Can anyone tell me what's going on? What is the identity of that Forsaken One, and why are all the professional mentors in the city helping him? I don't know, could he be some noble of the kingdom? As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Shen also felt a moment of confusion. But when he saw Walton and the other mentors' subtle actions, he realized they weren't there to help him but to assist Xuefei Bai and the others. In Shen's team, aside from himself, everyone else had exceptional talent. This was like shining gold. With an opportunity to mentor those with exceptional talent right in front of them, the mentors couldn't resist. Thus, they came to help Shen win the match, while also trying to impress these geniuses for future disciple recruitment. However, these mentors only recognized the exceptional talents in their own profession and were unaware that other professions also had exceptional talents. As a result, the mentors did not understand why others were coming to stir up trouble. When Xuefei Bai saw Shen looking over, he quickly shook his head in denial. I didn't ask them to help. Lu Zhishang also nodded and said, neither did I. Shen glanced at the mentors who were arguing heatedly and thought to himself, if you all take the stage for this performance, how can we uphold the name of the Adventurers Guild? Mentors, could you please allow me to say a word? Shen suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of Walton and the others. Shen, what more is there to say? Just let the warriors beside me take the stage. Xuefei Bai and Lu Zhishang are both level 0, they can't possibly defeat those two level 5s, the warrior mentor shouted. As a Forsaken One, the warrior mentor still had an impression of Shen. At least he remembered his name clearly. Seeing that the other mentors were about to argue again, Shen quickly spoke up, thank you all for your willingness to help. However, for today's wager, we still intend to take the stage ourselves. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Faced with a situation that was bound to lose, someone came to offer help to increase the chances of victory. Yet Shen actually refused. Did I hear that right? He rejected the mentor's help. This Forsaken One can't be that foolish, can he? Interesting, I now hope Rod can teach this Forsaken One a lesson so he can see reality. The surrounding audience began to criticize Shen for being arrogant and reckless. But Shen was not affected at all. He calmly said, in this match, we do have a chance to win, and I hope the mentors can give us a bit more confidence. A chance to win? The warrior mentor laughed in anger. His goodwill towards Chen significantly diminished. He pointed at the people beside Rod and said, "Those are 2 level 5s. You want Xuefei and the others to fight 2 level 5s? Aren't you afraid they might get hurt? Why did you want to send 2 level 5 warriors to help Chen?" One reason was to gain goodwill in front of Xuefei and Lu Jishan, and another was to worry about the two getting into trouble during the fight. Exceptional talent only indicated their potential, not their strength. Ha! In a battle with 3 people, I won't just let them 2 take action. Chen laughed heartily. You? The warrior mentor glanced at Chen and said disdainfully, "You, a Forsaken One, cannot interfere in the battles of professionals." That's right, Chen, you need to see reality. Forsaken Ones cannot become professionals. Ordinary people are definitely no match for professionals. Walton echoed from the side. They were willing to help Chen solely because of the people around him. If it weren't for Chen being the leader, the mentors wouldn't have paid any attention to a Forsaken One at all. Oh, who said Forsaken Ones can't become strong? Chen retorted, then exchanged a smile with Scott, the Viscount Steward in the stands, and turned to Mark, saying, "Our combatants are level 0 apprentice warrior Xuefei, level 0 apprentice warrior Lu Jishan, and myself, with the profession of apprentice summoner." Summoner? What is that? Walton and the others exchanged glances. Do humans have other professions besides the 6 major ones? Chen did not explain and continued to speak to Mark. "We are ready on our side. We can start the duel." "Oh, okay." Mark came to his senses and turned to look at Rod and the others. Rod felt a chill in his heart when he saw so many mentors, especially the hunter mentor Walton, come to help Chen. The mentors brought with them strong practitioners among the level 5 professionals, and the helpers he invited were definitely no match. But what he did not expect was that Chen actually refused the mentors' help. "Heh, he. We are also ready." Rod spoke a bit awkwardly while looking at the mentors beside Chen. Walton and the others also looked displeased. After being rejected by Chen, they did not linger on the duel stage and turned to leave. As they walked away, they said, "I want to see what kind of profession a summoner is." When only Mark, Chen, and Rod's group were left on the duel stage, Mark paused for a moment and shouted, "The duel begins." Before his voice faded, Mark's figure disappeared from the competition stage. Rod exchanged glances with the two beside him and sneered as they approached Chen's group. "Chen, you originally had a chance to win against me, but you gave up your only opportunity." As he spoke, he charged forward with the apprentice warrior Peter, while the apprentice mage Paul began chanting spells from the back. Xuefei and Lu Jishang exchanged glances and charged towards Peter simultaneously, looking for death. Peter did not expect that 2 level 0 novices would dare to charge at him. "Let you know the gap between level 0 and level 5. Peter shouted, suddenly accelerating, his figure instantly appearing in front of Xuefei. Bang! Before Xuefei could react, his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the duel stage. After throwing a punch, Peter raised his arm to block the wooden stick swung by Lu Jishang. This kind of strength is just scratching an itch for me." Peter kicked Lu Jishang away and disdainfully said, "Every time a practitioner levels up, it brings positive feedback, strengthening the body. You guys who just started, don't you know this? Ha 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 ha." Xuefei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked over to Lu Jishang. "This guy is pretty strong." Xuefei spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, then revealed a smile, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, but compared to Chen, he's still lacking a bit. After saying that, he drew his short knife and charged at Peter again with Lu Jishang. On the other side, as Xuefei's group engaged, Rod also confronted Chen. Rod held a machete in his hand, a victorious smile on his face. "Chen, in order to personally trample you underfoot, I have undergone devilish training under Peter for the past 3 days. As a Forsaken One, you simply..." Halfway through his words, Rod could no longer speak, because Chen had made his move. While Rod was rambling, Chen instantly appeared beside him, grabbing Rod by the neck and lifting him up. Crack! Rod's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen in front of him. Chen's strength exceeded Rod's imagination. He felt as if his neck was about to be crushed. How is this possible? Rod looked at Chen's smiling face, feeling an overwhelming fear. He raised the machete in his hand and swung it at Chen. Clang! Chen blocked the machete with his short sword and lightly jumped to flick the machete away. "Your role is to provide us with a stage to showcase ourselves. Now, you are no longer useful." Rod, who was already rolling his eyes, suddenly heard Chen say a sentence. But he no longer had the energy to think about the meaning of those words. The intense feeling of suffocation made Rod's face turn red, his eyes bulging, and the strength of his struggles gradually diminished. Chen did not kill Rod in front of hundreds of people. After all, it was just a gambling match. With a slight exertion of his arm, Chen threw Rod out. Thud! Rod's body fell heavily to the ground, and then he fainted. Rod charged aggressively towards Chen, but in An instant he was locked in a vital hold by Chen and then casually tossed out of the arena. At that moment, Shui Bai was preparing to launch a second wave of attack and Paul had just finished reciting his magic spell. The audience erupted in discussion upon witnessing this scene. Rod was actually taken down in one move by the Forsaken. How is that possible? Could it be that the Forsaken have innate divine power? Since Chen had simply used pure strength to throw Rod out, the surrounding audience momentarily did not think in other directions. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Paul, who had completed his spell, had an arcane magic ball floating at the tip of his staff. He was momentarily stunned when he saw Rod flying out, but the next moment he aimed the arcane magic ball at Chen. The fist-sized arcane magic ball traced a trajectory in the air, heading straight for Chen. If you get hit by my arcane magic ball, you won't die but will be severely injured. A cruel smile appeared on Paul's face. He and Peter were sent by Shar to help Rod win the match. However, Rod being thrown out of the arena by Chen made Paul feel somewhat embarrassed. Chen looked at the incoming arcane magic ball without any intention of dodging. In fact, with his speed, he could easily avoid the magic ball. However, since he finally had a chance to promote the Adventurers Guild, Chen naturally wanted to showcase his powerful side. With his right hand raised, Chen softly murmured, "High-pressure acid spray." 5 large blobs of acid flew from Chen's hand. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the acid collided with the magic ball. The arcane magic ball only neutralized the first blob of acid, while the remaining acid flew straight towards Paul. Bang! 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 4 blobs of acid smashed in front of Paul, immediately corroding the stone slabs on the ground, producing a chilling hissing sound that made Paul shudder. Gulp! Paul swallowed hard, his face reflecting a sense of survival, his back drenched in cold sweat. If those 4 blobs of acid had hit him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Alright, you can leave the stage now." A voice suddenly rang in his ear and Paul sensed something was wrong. The next moment he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen and the world around him rapidly retreated. What kind of monster is this guy? Paul fell outside the arena, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Silence. The entire arena and audience fell into a deathly silence. In less than 10 seconds, Chen had thrown 2 people out of the arena. One of them was even a level 5 apprentice mage. If Chen had previously thrown Rod out of the arena, it could still be explained by his great strength. But now Chen had used magic to disperse Paul's spell right in front of everyone. The Forsaken had actually used magic. Hey, I didn't see it wrong, did I? The Forsaken one actually threw Paul out like garbage. Idiot, the point we should focus on now is how can a Forsaken one use magic? That's right, it is magic. The wizard mentor excitedly sat up from his seat, his face filled with disbelief. As he said, but Chen is a Forsaken one. I witnessed the whole process when he came to the Mage Tower to pay homage to the god of magic. He clearly has no ability to practice magic. Why is he using magic today? The wizard mentor's tone was filled with confusion. He wished he could rush up to the fighting stage right now and ask Chen what was going on. A person abandoned by the god of magic could never learn magic. That's the rule. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't have concluded that Chen had no talent for cultivation after learning he was a Forsaken one. Chen looked at the reactions of the people below and knew it was time to make his presence felt. This is not the power of a wizard, but the power of a summoner. Moreover, this is just a part of the summoner's power. Summoner? The wizard mentor tugged at his long white beard, his brows furrowed. What exactly is a summoner? He had lived for 60 years, experienced much, but had never seen or heard of a summoner. The surrounding audience now looked at Chen differently. Previously, everyone thought he was a Forsaken one, believing he rejected the good intentions of the mentors and fought with 2 level 0 apprentice warriors and Rod purely out of arrogance. But Chen proved with his strength that he truly didn't need anyone else's help. However, since Chen had released magic, it meant that the summoner he mentioned should be a fragile profession, just like a wizard. As long as I don't let him cast magic, I have a chance to win. Peter blasted Shui Bai and the others away and immediately charged towards Chen. The surrounding audience ignored the bloodied Shui Bai, their eyes all focused on Chen and Peter. The thoughts of the crowd aligned with Peter's. A profession that can use magic definitely cannot match the melee capabilities of a warrior. This is also why, at the start of the duel, Rod and Peter rushed out while Paul, as an apprentice wizard, stayed in place to cast magic. If Chen was approached by Peter, a level 5 apprentice warrior, the battle would likely end quickly. Oh no, why isn't Chen moving? As the referee, Mark saw Chen standing still and couldn't help but worry for him. Others also looked at Chen in confusion, not understanding why he wasn't dodging. Once I get close to you, you've already lost. Peter reached Chen's side and threw a punch with his left hand. Although Chen wore a calm expression, his attention was always on Peter and his low-level perception activated immediately. Although he was now level 5, the opponent was also a level 5 warrior. In terms of strength, he didn't have much of an advantage. Bang! The fists collided. Both retreated a step. Is this the kind of strength a fragile profession can have? Peter felt the pain from his trembling fist and roared in his heart. He had fought with people from other professions before. Warriors and knights primarily focused on physical strength, which was far superior to the other 4 professions. But this guy who cast magic could actually match him in strength. What does this indicate? Could it be that this so-called summoner also has strong melee capabilities? Peter had a guess in his heart but didn't want to admit it. I don't believe you can really defeat me in melee. Peter shouted loudly to boost his morale, swinging his short knife towards Chen. Chen reacted quickly, dodging the attack and countering with a thrust of his sword. Seeing this, Peter immediately blocked with his short knife. Clang! The knife and sword clashed, sparking several sparks. After the two wrestled with each other, they simultaneously kicked out a leg. Both sides retreated a few steps. But everyone saw that Peter took 2 steps back, while Chen retreated 4. Peter also noticed his opponent's situation and a glint flashed in his eyes. This guy is not as good as me in close combat. With newfound confidence, Peter's subsequent attacks became even fiercer. For a moment, Chen could only defend in a panic. This was still the situation after activating low-level perception. If he hadn't used the skill, Chen felt he would have been even more embarrassed. No wonder he's a level 5 warrior class, very strong. When Chen separated from Peter again, his breath was somewhat disordered. Peter on the opposite side was not much better off. His heaving chest indicated that he had also consumed a lot of stamina. But Peter felt that if they continued fighting, he would win. Just as he was about to attack again, Chen suddenly spoke up. I was thinking that if I could defeat you in close combat, I would try not to reveal my trump card. But it seems that this trump card can't be hidden anymore. Chen's words made Peter's foot, which was about to step forward, retract. This guy actually has a trump card. This was not just Peter's thought, but also the confusion of everyone in the audience. Could it be a delay tactic to cast magic? Peter kept a wary eye, maintaining a distance of 3 meters from Chen. As long as Chen made a move to cast that magic, he would attack immediately. 3 meters. Enough for him to rush in front of Chen before he could release the magic. Chen saw Peter's movement and knew what the other was thinking. However, he didn't mind and instead asked calmly, "Do you want to know what the true fighting style of a summoner is?" The true fighting style? Peter was taken aback. Could it be that after all this time, Chen still hadn't used his true fighting style? Don't joke around. Peter laughed somewhat awkwardly. The fighting styles are nothing more than close combat and ranged attacks. You've used both already. Oh, is that so? Chen revealed a smile that sent chills down Peter's spine. Then, Peter heard Chen ask him, "Have you ever fought a slime?" "A slime? Of course, I've fought one." "What? About goblins?" Goblins are social monsters, and there are certainly those over level 6 among them. Generally, adventurers wouldn't easily provoke goblins. But not long ago, I was fortunate enough to hunt a level 5 goblin with my team members. Peter spoke with pride. Goblins were common and ferocious monsters in the area. A typical novice adventurer would likely lose their life when encountering a group of goblins. Is that so? Then let me see if Mr. Peter is just boasting. See? How do you plan to see? Confusion flashed in Peter's eyes. The audience below also looked puzzled. How could one see hunting a goblin? Were they supposed to go out of the city to find a lone goblin in the forest? Mark and the other professional mentors frowned. They had a premonition that what Chen was about to do would likely showcase the true power of the summoner class. And this power would likely overturn their understanding. "My most loyal servants, your master is summoning you." Chen felt he had laid enough groundwork and directly summoned 4 level 5 slimes on the competition stage. When the 4 half-meter diameter slimes appeared in front of Chen, everyone couldn't help but stand up from their seats. It's slimes. Slimes have appeared on the competition stage. What's going on? How could monsters appear in the city? If it weren't for the fact that Chen had summoned weak slimes, everyone would have been ready to draw their weapons and prepare for battle. In order to avoid misunderstandings, Chen loudly declared after summoning the slimes, "These slimes are all my summoned creatures. To put it simply, they are my pets." Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Chen walked over to the slimes and petted them. The slimes nuzzled against Chen, showing no signs of being wild creatures. Chen looked at the astonished Peter and smiled. Using summoned creatures in battle is the true way of a summoner. Summoner. Summoned creatures. Several instructors repeatedly echoed these 2 words, their tone filled with amazement. Isn't this similar to a hunter's pets? Walton and Mark shook their heads simultaneously. The former explained, "Hunters do not have the ability to tame magical creatures, nor can they summon pets out of thin air. So, does that mean there really is a seventh profession for humans? To cultivate, called summoner? Of course, not. And Chen silently complained. The summoner was just a lie he fabricated for his spirit of sacrifice. He turned his gaze to Peter and in the latter's desperate eyes summoned a goblin. Now, the battle is just beginning. Cack cack cack. As soon as the goblin appeared, it eagerly charged at Peter with a spear. Squeak! For streams of acid shot out first, aimed at the bewildered Peter. Oh no! Coming to his senses, Peter awkwardly ducked to the side, but one stream of acid still hit his calf, instantly corroding the flesh and causing it to bleed. Damn it! Peter hadn't forgotten there was another goblin. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he got up just in time to see a shadow rushing towards him. Clang! Peter barely managed to block the goblin's spear with his short knife, but in the next moment he was kicked away by the goblin. Thud! After hitting the ground, Peter rolled right next to Chen. But in his panic, Peter completely overlooked Chen behind him. All his attention was on the goblin summoned by Chen. Turning your back to the enemy is a foolish move, don't you think? The low whisper in his ear made Peter's pupils constrict, and in the next instant, he felt a kick on his backside, sending him sprawling awkwardly on the fighting platform. Chen didn't give Peter a chance to catch his breath. The summoned goblin, under his command, kicked Peter again, sending him back to Chen's side. For a moment, the only sounds in the arena were the goblin's sneering laughter and the slime's cheers of squeak alongside Peter's wails. At this point, unless one was blind, everyone knew Peter was no match for Chen. So this is what a summoner is like? The spectators shivered as they watched Peter being kicked around by Chen and the goblin. Just Chen's displayed strength was among the top tier of level 5 practitioners. Not to mention the goblin, which was worth a level 5 practitioner's life in battle. The fight on the platform was a complete one-sided crushing. Peter's body flew through the air, continuously coughing up blood. Yet, relying on his strong will, he shouted, "I admit, The moment the goblin crouched down and covered his mouth, Peter, who was ready to concede, felt all the hairs on his body stand on end and immediately struggled on the ground. He thought the goblin was going to kill him. "Don't move, I'm not going to kill you." Chen kicked Peter's flailing legs, and once the latter calmed down, he pointed in another direction on the fighting platform and said, "Don't be so quick to concede. I'll give you a chance. If you defeat them, I'll consider this fight a win for you. How about that?" Peter looked in the direction Chen pointed and saw Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang, their chests stained with blood. The two had just been severely injured by Peter and were only just recovering. Seeing the two on the verge of collapse, Peter couldn't understand what Chen was plotting. Even if Peter was heavily injured by Chen, 2 level 0 apprentice warriors wouldn't be able to handle him. Not to mention that both of them were also seriously wounded. Xue Feibai had already coughed up blood several times. "So, how about it? You lost this fight, and going back won't be easy to explain. Besides, they were both heavily injured by you, so it's not like you're bullying them." Chen's words made Peter ponder. He had indeed been given a command to win this fight. "Peter, Rod is now one of us. Go teach that Forsaken one a lesson. Make it look good so everyone knows not to mess with the Bloodstained mercenary group. If you lose face for the Bloodstains, you won't need to return to the mercenary group." Peter recalled Captain Sharp's words and couldn't help but swallow hard. "Everyone heard that, this is what you said." With that, he got up, picked up the knife from the ground, and faced Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang. "This madman." The onlookers frowned, seeing that Chen could win but chose not to fight, instead letting the heavily injured Xue Feibai continue battling. The warrior mentor saw Xue Feibai's miserable state and felt heartbroken. Upon hearing Chen's request, his anger immediately flared up. "God forsaken. Chen, Xue Feibai cannot continue fighting." Just what I wanted. Just as the warrior mentor wanted to let Xue Feibai step down, Xue Feibai burst into laughter on the duel stage, excitedly walking towards Peter. Chen also took a few steps back with the goblin, standing aside to watch the battle. "Old Lu, just watch from the side, let me handle this." Wiping the blood from his mouth, Xue Feibai's eyes gradually turned red as he stared at Peter. "Berserk!" Xue Feibai shouted in his heart, and his momentum suddenly increased several times. If it were during his peak, even with this increase in momentum, Peter would not take him seriously. But in his severely injured state, he felt that Xue Feibai before him was like an unparalleled fierce tiger. With his innate skill activated, Xue Feibai's body was greatly enhanced, and he didn't care about anything else. At this moment, his eyes were only on Peter. Xue Feibai's short knife kept slashing at Peter, and his speed was increasing, looking nothing like an injured person. To Peter, the current Xue Feibai was at least 10 times stronger than the uninjured Xue Feibai. During the exchange, he gradually found himself unable to keep up with Xue Feibai's rhythm. Before long, he was beaten to the ground, spitting blood and unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, Peter had only one thought in his mind. "They're all monsters." Xue Feibai seemed not yet satisfied and turned his gaze towards Chen, who was watching from the sidelines. However, although his sanity had dropped a bit, Xue Bai still recognized In Chen and exited the berserk state. Truly a remarkable innate skill. In Chen nodded continuously from the side. Although the drop in intelligence was not good, the enhancement effect was simply too strong. It should be noted that Xue Bai was only level 0. At the beginning of the fight, he and Lu Jishan were completely being bullied by Peter. The strength Xue Bai displayed even startled the warrior mentor, but it also strengthened the warrior mentor's resolve to take Xue Bai as his disciple. What an exciting duel. Mark, can you announce the result now? The Viscount's steward, Scott, stood up to applaud as Peter fainted, a broad smile on his face. Mark's gaze lingered between Scott and In Chen for a moment, and he thought, oh. Then he jumped onto the competition stage. In this duel, In Chen wins. Of course, even without Mark's announcement, everyone already knew the result. Rod and the others were all unconscious, completely lacking the strength to continue fighting. However, this outcome was entirely unexpected for everyone. Lord In Chen, do you have time now? The Viscount wishes to see you. In Chen retracted his summoned items and had just received the 2 gold coins as a wager from Mark. One was his own when he heard Scott's invitation. It is my honor. In Chen smiled and then pointed at Xue Bai and Lu Jishan, saying, but before that, please allow me to treat my brother's injuries. Of course. Scott looked at Xue Bai with a smile. A level 0 warrior this strong was something Scott had never seen in his life. However, as a partner, the stronger In Chen's side was, the better it would be for the Viscount. Indeed, In Chen had already spoken to Scott before this duel. In Chen could have easily secured victory in this duel. But to showcase the potential of Xue Bai and the others, In Chen treated this duel as a performance. Rod and the others were merely supporting characters. Now, having witnessed the strength of In Chen and his group firsthand, Scott believed that the cooperation In Chen had proposed could proceed. In order to gain favor in front of Lu Rongrong and Ningwen, the pastor mentor healed the injuries of Xue Bai and Lu Jishan. And Chen encouraged Xue Bai and the others to interact more with their mentors, while he followed Scott to find the Viscount. They hadn't gone far when Lu Yan suddenly caught up from behind, biting her lip and saying, "En Chen, let me go with you." En Chen was taken aback for a moment and turned to glance at the departing knight mentor. I told my mentor I had something to do, so he went back first. All right. And Chen nodded and said, anyway, I'll need your help in the future, so come with me to meet the Viscount. And get familiar. In Chen's eyes, Lu Yan was not just a pretty vase, her abilities were definitely the strongest among the 6 girls. Seeing In Chen agree, Lu Yan's face lit up with a happy smile, but she quickly hid it away. Scott did not oppose Lu Yan's joining. 2 days ago, when In Chen approached him with a request to collaborate with the Viscount, Scott naturally did not easily believe someone without a professional seal. However, when In Chen summoned a slime in front of him, proving he was an ancient summoner, Scott's heart wavered. Then In Chen mentioned today's duel and invited Scott to watch, suggesting they would come to a conclusion afterward. Today, Scott witnessed In Chen's strength and potential. Moreover, not only In Chen, but his companions were also strong. As the steward of Viscount Renault, Scott had seen a lot, but it was also his first time seeing all the mentors in the city gather together. These mentors were mostly level 15 powerhouses, a transcendent presence in Valcam City, and no one would be foolish enough to provoke them. Yet, such a group of people had gathered because of In Chen. Scott was not foolish, he realized that these mentors had come for In Chen's companions. In Chen's companions were weak, with only 4 people, including Xue Bai, having professional seals. But someone who could attract all the mentors must have strong talent. According to the gathered intelligence, Lu Yan, like Xue Bai, had obtained her Knight Seal within 3 days. Limitless potential. After evaluating this, in his heart, Scott led In Chen and Lu Yan to the Viscount's castle. The castle was located in the northwest area of Valcam City. After riding in the steward's carriage for a while, In Chen saw a castle covering more than 10 acres. 2 rows of imposing guards stood in front of the castle gate. Just from their aura, In Chen could tell that these guards, responsible for the safety of the Viscount's castle, were elite. Mr. In Chen, Ms. Lu Yan, please follow me. After getting off the carriage, Scott led the way, guiding In Chen and Lu Yan to the reception room of Viscount Renault. Please wait a moment. After having 2 beautiful blonde maidservant Chen and Lu Yan some light refreshments, Scott left. In the castle study, a middle-aged man with blonde hair was looking at the report in his hand with a worried expression. The report detailed the situation of the guards investigating the surrounding towns, almost all reporting an increasing number of monsters. Sigh, I wonder how many villages and towns will be destroyed this year. Viscount Renault sighed, his murky gaze looking out the window. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Viscount Renault turned to see the steward Scott standing at the entrance. My lord, the Mr. In Chen I mentioned to you earlier is waiting in the reception room. Upon hearing this, Viscount Renault's eyes narrowed. The most memorable thing about this young man who was to collaborate with him was his identity as a Forsaken One. but since Scott had brought him over, it already indicated a lot. What do you think? Viscount Renault asked. Great potential, usable. Upon hearing Scott's evaluation, Viscount Renault stood up, preparing to go to the reception room, but as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Let Laura go talk to them first. And Shen sat in the guest room chair, eating the apples brought by the maid while stealing glances, admiring the two blonde maids. Although the two maids were of average looks, their figures were extremely voluptuous and alluring. Especially those two mountains, as large as cantaloupes, the maid outfits could hardly conceal their grandeur. The dazzling white upper halves were exposed to the air, firmly capturing In Shen's attention. Since Scott left, In Shen's eyes had not strayed from the maids' upper bodies. This scene was observed by Lu Yen, who sat beside In Shen. For some reason, her heart felt as if it were blocked by a stone, very uncomfortable. She recalled waking up in a bikini in the forest chapel fighting goblins when her bodice was torn off, and In Shen seeing her upper body. Although it was only for a moment, In Shen's gaze then was exactly the same as it was now. Thinking of this, a hint of blush appeared on Lu Yan's wheat-colored skin. All men are big pigs. And these maids dress so revealingly that Viscount must be no good either. Before Viscount Reno even made an appearance, Lu Yan had already labeled him as lecherous. On the other side, as In Shen continued eating, he suddenly felt a warm rush at the tip of his nose. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, In Shen quickly wiped it. I always thought nosebleeds were an exaggerated literary device, but it turns out they are real. In Shen held his forehead, a helpless smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After all, I'm just a hot-blooded young teenager. Fortunately, no one else noticed. The maid saw that In Shen had nearly finished the fruit platter and leaned down to add some more. When the swaying cantaloupe stopped less than 20 centimeters in front of In Shen's eyes, he instantly widened his eyes to their maximum. If he had to use one word to describe it, it would be eyes about to burst. Slurp. Thank you for the hospitality. After the maid left, In Shen reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Lu Yen, seeing this, was about to say something when she heard footsteps outside. Then, a girl about 1.60 m, dressed in a luxurious princess gown, with wavy golden hair cascading over her shoulders, walked into the parlor and approached In Shen. The girl's appearance was like a princess stepping out of a fairy tale. Just standing there, she could gather everyone's attention. Her rosy pink lips made one unable to resist wanting to kiss them, and her starlike blue eyes were fixed on In Shen, filled with playfulness and curiosity. Her fair skin seemed delicate enough to break with a touch, her slender waist could be grasped with one hand, and her petite figure made one want to hold her close and protect her. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but exclaim that this girl was a creation of God. However, In Shen only glanced at her before looking away. Not good. Laura looked at In Shen with some confusion, not understanding what this boy, who seemed only slightly older than herself, meant by a. But she knew the allure of her appearance to men. Seeing that In Shen was not attracted to her, Laura's curiosity about him grew stronger. I am the Viscount's daughter, Laura. Laura introduced herself. In Shen was not surprised by Laura's identity. Scott was right behind her, so she must be related to the Viscount. From the perspective of age, In Shen easily deduced Laura's identity. However, In Shen did not understand why it was not the Viscount who came to see him. My name is In Shen, and this is my companion, Lu Yen. After hearing In Shen's introduction, Laura took a seat in the main position. Because after winter, the activity of monsters increases. My father is very busy, so he sent me to discuss cooperation with you. Laura's voice was as crisp as a lark. She looked at In Shen and asked, so, the ancient summoner heir, Mr. In Shen, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss with us? Seeing Laura sit down, In Shen understood that Viscount Reno did not intend to come. However, he was not angry. Instead, he continued Laura's words, saying, Miss Laura, the matter I want to cooperate with the Viscount is precisely related to magical creatures. Oh? Lola's interest was piqued, and she gestured for In Shen to continue. Every spring, the activity of monsters increases significantly. They often attack the villages and towns around Valcam City. In Shen's tone suddenly became serious as he looked at Lola and asked, Miss Lola, don't you think Valcam City is a bit crowded right now? What do you mean? Lola frowned slightly. Valcam's development had always been smooth thanks entirely to her father, Viscount Reno. Now that In Shen seemed to be criticizing Valcam, Lola naturally felt displeased. In Shen realized that Lola misunderstood him and quickly explained. Please don't get me wrong, I mean no offense. As far as I know, Valcam City was originally just a border city with a population of 200,000, but now it has 300,000 residents. The extra 100,000 are almost all refugees from the surrounding villages and towns that were attacked by monsters. Over the years, the number of villages and towns around Valcam has been steadily decreasing. Now in the southern part of the kingdom, there are probably less than 40 villages left. What Chen said was information he had gathered in the city over the past few days. On the surface, Valcam appeared prosperous, with pedestrians everywhere on the streets. But the reality was that Valcam's population was nearing its threshold. The extra people should have been living in the surrounding villages and towns. However, due to the monster attacks, these towns had now turned into ruins. The reason for this was simply that the forces within Valcam were insufficient to protect the surrounding towns, leading to these tragic events. More and more villages were being destroyed, yet the number of monsters seemed to show no signs of decreasing. So what? Lola's beautiful brows furrowed, not understanding Chen's point. I believe the reason monsters are rampant is that we have always been on the defensive, and we hardly ever take the initiative to strike. Chen's voice suddenly grew louder as he stood up from his seat, pointing outside and saying, if the professionals of Valcam were to leave the city and actively eliminate the monsters, then the safety of the surrounding villages and towns would naturally improve. Lola had thought Chen would offer some unique insights, but instead he was just spouting nonsense. If the professionals of Valcam could take the initiative, would her father still be waiting until now? Mr. Chen, did you come here to discuss this with my father? If Chen nodded, it would mean he was just a nobody. But Chen shook his head. No, Miss Lola. The Viscount is certainly capable of managing a city of 300,000 people efficiently. He must have considered this issue. However, for certain reasons, this method cannot be implemented. Chen squinted at Lola and whispered 3 words. Mercenary groups. According to Chen's investigation, apart from a few mercenary groups that sided with Viscount Reno, the rest had long since formed alliances. They deliberately avoided accepting the Viscount's bounties on monsters to secure higher rewards, leading to continuous tragic events. Every spring, they hoped for the monsters to cause more chaos so they could earn more bounties. Such people could not be expected to take the initiative to leave Valcam. Lola, clever and astute since childhood, had started helping Viscount Reno manage city affairs after turning 15. The Viscount also intended to cultivate Lola, his only heir. Now at 18, Lola had already taken over many matters in the city. Therefore, she was well aware of the actions and thoughts of the mercenary groups. When she heard Chen mention the mercenary groups, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Mercenary groups are just professionals seeking bounties, unless the monsters attack the city. They are not under my father's jurisdiction. Moreover, the guards in the city are already quite few, and they have to protect the city and the safety of the villages. It is impossible for them to leave the city to hunt monsters. After Lola explained the reason, her gaze was filled with inquiry. What do you think we should do? I looked into it, and based on a rough calculation of the seals issued by various professions, the number of professionals in the Valcam City Mercenary Corps exceeds 2,500. If we exclude the 1,000 merchant guards who travel between cities and the more than 700 soldiers stationed in the city and surrounding villages, there are still nearly 1,000 professionals left in the city. Among these 1,000, although 90% are level 0 to 5 professionals, there are also strong individuals like Mark. These people can be fully utilized. Lola did not expect Chen to have such a clear understanding of the number of professionals in the city. However, she still did not know what role these low-tier professionals, who might have been filtered out by the Mercenary Corps and Merchant Guild, or those with solitary personalities, could play. I know these people are of low talent. After being eliminated, they lack sufficient resources and basically have no chance to continue leveling up. However, while talent is important, effort and hard work are equally important. Who can guarantee that among these 1,000 people, there won't be a strong one? But now, they cannot join the Mercenary Corps or the Merchant Guild, so they have no commissions or money to improve themselves, and can only do the same work as ordinary people in the city. This is a huge waste. Not only that, every resident in the city can choose to become a professional. But because of the existence of these 1,000 people, they feel that even if they work hard to become professionals, they might still end up as ordinary people. By then, the 5 silver coins spent on learning basic skills will be lost. With this kind of thought, the willingness of the city's residents to become professionals will decrease. I think this is also the reason why among 300,000 people, there are only 5,000 professionals. Even if what you say is correct, there are indeed hidden talents among them. But we cannot and do not have the ability to train everyone just for a few potential talents. Lola felt that Chen had a point, but changing the current situation seemed nearly impossible. The strength of the monsters goes without saying. Most of those left behind are only level 2 or 3. Without high-level professionals to lead them, they simply do not have the strength to hunt monsters on their own. The Viscount would also be unlikely to entrust tasks to them. If he did, it would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. And Chen's lips curled into a wild smile. After saying so much and laying the groundwork, he finally brought the topic to this point. I didn't say to have the Viscount train them, but I have a way to let them train themselves. Once they grow up, they can completely relieve the Viscount's worries. Lola's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "What method? Tell me quickly." This method will take some time to see results and will also require the Viscount's support. And Chen chuckled and began to discuss with Lola. The method, of course, was to establish an adventurers' guild, allowing the professionals in the city to register as adventurers and then take on tasks to earn money. The tasks here are different from the large-scale tasks undertaken by the mercenary corps. The Adventurers Guild starts with small tasks, giving low-level adventurers a chance to develop. And these tasks will need the help of Viscount Reno. This is also what Chen referred to as the Viscount's support. Leaving the Viscount's castle, Chen and Lu Yan took the carriage arranged by Lola. In the carriage, Lu Yan looked at the contract in Chen's hand and couldn't help but ask, "Is the Viscount really willing to provide us with a house to establish an Adventurers Guild?" Chen smiled slightly, shaking the item in his hand. "It's not free, it's a rental. The contract is right here. What could be fake? But isn't what you call adventurers and the Adventurers Guild similar to a mercenary group?" Lu Yan had been listening to Chen and Lola's conversation, and had wanted to ask this question earlier. Clearly constrained by the mercenary group, why did Lola support the idea of Chen starting an Adventurers Guild so strongly? Both are about offering rewards for professionals to do tasks, so why doesn't Lola just commission the mercenary group? Their strength is far greater than the idle professionals in the city. Upon hearing Lu Yan's question, Chen explained, although the mercenary group is strong, they are almost on the opposite side of the Viscount now. Adventurers not only have lower fees, but can also do many things that the mercenary group looks down upon. Over time, they can also put pressure on the mercenary group. This is perfect for the Viscount. Lu Yan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said softly, "I still don't understand what the difference is between the two." Once our Adventurers Guild officially opens, you'll know. Viscount's castle. After Chen left, Lola immediately went to find Viscount Reno and recounted their conversation. Establish an organization to provide some small but relatively complicated dangerous tasks, requiring only moderate rewards? The sooner, the better? After learning about Chen's thoughts from Lola, Viscount Reno pondered for a moment. Then he looked down and flipped through the pile of documents on the table, saying to Lola, "Just right, I have some tasks that need professionals to complete." Lola, did Chen say where he lives? Lola nodded and said, after he got the contract, he mentioned he would go check the house I provided for him and would stay there tonight. I'll organize some materials. This afternoon, you and Scott will go and deliver the materials to him, so he can get that Adventurers Guild up and running as soon as possible. Viscount Reno indeed had some tasks that were not dangerous but quite complicated. If he commissioned the mercenary group, he would have to pay several times more. He had originally planned to send soldiers to handle it. But if Chen's Adventurers Guild could take care of it at a reasonable price, Viscount Reno would be very willing. The saved manpower could be used for more important matters. "All right, father." Lola thought for a moment, tapping her chin with her finger, then continued, "I remember Chen said that task commissions need to specify the task objectives so he can assess the difficulty and then set the price." "Oh, difficulty assessment?" Viscount Reno smiled, "then write it according to his requirements. If he can really enhance the strength of the Valcam professionals and help me fight against the monsters, then he will have done a great service. Conversely, if he is a swindler, whether he is a Forsaken One or a summoner, throw him in prison." In the northern area of Valcam City, Chen looked up at the three-story building covering nearly 500 square meters and nodded in satisfaction. "No wonder. It used to be the town hall. It's so big, completely enough for our initial use." The building before him was once the place where city officials worked. Later, for convenience, the town hall moved to the city center, and this place has been vacant ever since. From today on, this will be the Adventurers Guild. Chen excitedly walked to the door and pushed it open. As the door swung open, some dust fell from the doorframe. Chen covered his nose as he entered, seeing the messy tables and chairs, thick dust, and cobwebs inside. He said to Lu Yan, "Go notify the others and have them gather back here at noon. This place needs a good cleaning. For a while, I knew you would boss me around." Lu Yan muttered but still followed Chen's orders, going to find the others at their respective workplaces. Chen then began to look around the house. "The first floor is just right as a hall, saving me the trouble of clearing it out. From now on, this will serve as the mission hall, with a mission board set up in the center. A few tables on the right, and we can hire some female staff to assist the adventurers. The second floor is temporarily vacant. We can set it up for VIP card packages later. The third floor has quite a few rooms, which can serve as our living quarters." Chen walked into a room on the third floor, opened the window, and looked out at the uneven houses and the bustling pedestrians on the road, feeling extremely comfortable inside. "Next, we just need to wait for Viscount Reno to send over the missions, recruit some people to become adventurers, and gradually build the reputation of the Adventurers Guild. This first step has finally been taken." Regardless, Chen's idea of establishing the Adventurers Guild was finally coming to fruition today. However, none of this was obtained without cost. The house was rented to Chen by the Viscount. Although the first month was free, starting from the second month, a rent of 50 silver coins would be required each month. And Chen had originally wanted to buy it, but the price of the house was 100 gold coins. Ridiculous, he couldn't afford it at all. Moreover, if the Adventurers Guild failed to achieve the results Chen mentioned, the Viscount would hold him accountable. In the afternoon, Chen was leading Xuefei Bai and others in a thorough cleaning of the Adventurers Guild when suddenly Scott's voice came from outside. "Is Mr. Chen in? Miss Laura has some tasks to entrust to you." Upon hearing the voice, Chen directly jumped down from the second-floor window. Laura, who had just gotten off the carriage, was startled when someone suddenly jumped down in front of her, causing her to fall backward. "Ah!" Laura closed her eyes and screamed, but soon felt an arm around her shoulder. The other arm was stroking her pert backside. Laura shivered all over and slowly opened her eyes to see Chen's somewhat apologetic expression. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Chen hadn't expected to scare Laura, he was just a bit excited to hear about the mission being delivered. As for the current position, it was merely to prevent her from falling, nothing more. Being embraced by Chen and feeling the man's breath so close, Laura's face turned bright red. Why you? How dare you disrespect the daughter of the Viscount?" Chen saw Laura's face flushed, steam rising from her head, and she was stammering. Before she could finish, he steadied her body, released his hands, and stepped back. "TCH just an A." Laura's attention was instantly diverted. She looked at Chen's disdainful expression and stomped her foot, asking, "So what does A mean?" Her intuition told her that A was definitely not a good term. "What does A mean?" Chen's gaze unconsciously drifted to Laura's chest, and he said with disappointment, "A stands for affluent. After all, not everyone can easily own an airport. Moreover, as the daughter of a Viscount, Laura must be very wealthy." Is that so?" Laura looked at Chen with some suspicion, tidying her somewhat messy golden hair. Pouting, "I just feel like you're thinking of something very disrespectful. Let's talk business. Didn't you come to deliver a commission?" Chen turned around, opened the door to the Adventurers Guild, and gestured for her to enter. "The first floor is already cleaned up, let's go in and talk." "So fast?" Lola exclaimed in surprise. It had only been a few hours, and they had already cleaned such a large place. Well, it was just a simple cleaning, it didn't take much time. The subsequent renovations might take a bit longer. Chen awkwardly led Lola through the door. The first floor hall, although clean spotless, was empty except for a few tables and chairs, making it feel extremely spacious. However, the task commission had already been sent over, and Chen's time to make money was not far off. After all, the Adventurers Guild charges a 5% service fee on task rewards. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to buy some things for the Adventurers Guild. Patrol the grasslands around Mir Village to check for any signs of monsters. Mir Village is not far from Valcam, and a round trip takes half a day. Chen looked at the commission in his hand and began to assess it. As for combat, the nearby monsters are mostly low-level slimes, posing no real danger. This patrol task can be considered an entry-level task, suitable for adventurers of levels 0 to 5. Given that the task itself does not require the adventurers to engage in combat, the reward can be set at just 80 copper a day. How about that? Chen had been idle these past few days and had organized all the information about Valcam and its surroundings. He was well aware of the situation in Mir Village. Simply put, this task was due to the Viscounts concerned that monsters might quietly approach Mir Village, so someone needed to keep watch. Mir Village was only 5 kilometers from Valcam. If monsters reached Mir Village, Valcam would need to go into a state of readiness. However, the Viscount himself believed the likelihood of a monster attack on Mir Village was very low, but this was a matter of preferring to waste manpower rather than risk having no one to respond if monsters really did come, which could lead to unnecessary casualties. Previously, the Viscount had sent soldiers to investigate. But this was a long-term task, and the number of soldiers under the Viscount's command was somewhat stretched. The Viscount had once commissioned a mercenary group. The mercenary group demanded 2 silver coins a day, citing the high danger of encountering monsters. Now, they had raised it to 5 silver coins a day. The reason was that there was a 10-man team going to do the task, so the price had to go up. But such a commission didn't require that many people at all. In the end, the Viscount withdrew the commission and instructed the soldiers from various villages and towns to send people to patrol. A small town typically had only 10 soldiers who had to maintain order while also taking turns on duty, so their numbers were already insufficient. Now, with the added patrol task, it not only increased the soldiers' workload but also reduced their training time. If it weren't for the fact that Viscount Reno was truly a good lord who cared for the residents of his territory, the soldiers would have voiced their complaints long ago. 80 copper a day? Laura exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, somewhat unable to believe it. She wasn't thinking it was too much, but rather that it was too little. At such a low price, will anyone take the job? The mercenary group demanded at least 2 silver coins and up to 5 silver coins, which was more than 6 times what Chen was asking for. And Chen chuckled lightly. The area around Mere Village is all open grassland with no terrain to hide in. The likelihood of monsters attacking from that direction is very low. If it's just a precautionary patrol, the danger is extremely minimal. If adventurers can resist attacking the slimes, there is virtually no danger at all. They just need to circle around the grassland and observe for a day to complete the task. The reward of 80 copper is already sufficient. Ordinary people in Valcam could earn 30 copper a day, and a small shop's profit was only about 50 copper a day. 80 copper. If the idle low-level adventurers in the city knew about this, there would definitely be some willing to take the task. But will the adventurers you speak of take the task seriously? This was the concern for both Laura and the Viscount. If the adventurers who accepted the commission were negligent, Laura would prefer to have the soldiers patrol. After all, as Chen said, anyone who is a professional can apply to become an adventurer. The Adventurer Guild and the adventurers are not in a subordinate relationship. If the adventurers were to slack off and it led to unpredictable consequences, Chen would bear the blame. Regarding this, for certain commissions, we will set requirements for the adventurers. Those who do not meet the requirements are not qualified to accept the commission. For example, for the Mere Village task, unless they are trustworthy individuals, we will require that the adventurers accepting the commission must have completed 5 basic tasks and have not received negative feedback from employers. Malicious negative feedback does not count. Chen took out several commission forms and explained to Lola, basic tasks are those that carry no danger at all, and most of your tasks are quite similar to those from Mill Village. He sighed and continued, you still haven't understood what I told you this morning. Don't limit commission tasks to combat and patrol. There are commissions for cleaning slimes from the sewers, providing information on wanted criminals in the city, searching for ores or other materials, and you can also post tasks for reinforcing city walls, delivering messages, or finding lost cats and dogs. If the Lord Viscount can pay the reward, you could even post an epic task to assassinate the Demon King. Cleaning slimes from the sewers was one thing, but Lola never thought that finding cats could also be a commission. Moreover, what did Chen say at the end? Assassinate the Demon King. My goodness, that's the Demon King who leads the army of monsters and has been pressing down on the 3 major human nations. If it weren't for the joint resistance of the elves, dwarves, and the order faction of the Orc tribe, Angamros would have been unified by the Demon King long ago. How could Chen have the confidence to say such a thing? Chen looked at Lola and smiled. I didn't say I could assassinate the Demon King, I said the task is to assassinate the Demon King. As long as the Adventurers Guild continues to grow, there will inevitably be some extremely powerful adventurers. Who knows, some people might see the task and be satisfied with the reward and then take it on. Is there really someone who can assassinate the Demon King? Lola lowered her head and pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, who knows? But if adventurers don't take risks, can they still be called adventurers? Chen organized the commissions in his hands and then said, I just want Miss Lola not to be limited by her previous thinking. As long as it doesn't violate the law, the Adventurers Guild can take on any commission. It's just that the current Adventurers Guild is in its early stages, with not many adventurers and no strong ones, so it can't handle commissions that exceed their capabilities. Is everything just your assumption? Lola came back to her senses, knowing that the commission to assassinate the Demon King was too far-fetched, but she still smiled and said, but this assumption is still very beautiful. Chen tapped the table and continued, let's continue discussing the commission rewards. Then, Chen graded the 14 commissions that Lola brought over. Among them, 10 tasks were similar to those from Mill Village and were classified as entry-level, with rewards fluctuating between 50 copper to 1 silver depending on the size of the village or town. 3 were to explore the situation of villages and towns that had been attacked by monsters recently. This carried a high level of danger and required level 5 to 10 professionals or a team of level 0 to 5 apprentices to take on, with a task level of black iron, and rewards between 5 to 10 silver coins. After discussing all the rewards with Chen, Lola felt very good. The rewards Chen asked for were much lower than she had expected, more than half cheaper. She was now looking forward to the Adventurers Guild growing, so that some tasks that could only be commissioned to mercenary groups at this stage could be handed over to the Adventurers Guild. Let's see how you raise prices in the future. After cursing the mercenary group that often opposed the Viscount in her heart, Lola looked at Chen, who was writing on the paper, and asked curiously, Chen, what are your criteria for grading the tasks? Chen raised his head and looked at the girl, whose face was filled with a thirst for answers, and he did not hide anything. There was nothing to hide. If it's a task that a level 0 adventurer can complete, such as helping a master find a pet, repairing city walls, or helping farmers harvest crops during the harvest season, which poses no danger, I call it a basic level task. Anyone can take it, and the reward is also the lowest. Next up is the entry-level task, which requires level 0 to 5. adventurers to complete a certain number of basic level tasks before they can undertake some low-risk tasks. For example, clearing slimes or tasks in Mill Village. The rewards vary but will not exceed 5 silver coins. Then there are black iron level tasks which require adventurers to fight and can only be taken by level 6 to 10 adventurers. The minimum reward is 5 silver coins. For level 11 to 15 adventurers, there are bronze level tasks such as monster attacks on villages which fall into this category. The danger is extremely high, and events that could plunge Valcam into crisis are silver level. Silver level tasks require a large number of adventurers above level 16 to resolve. For example, thousands of monsters attacking a city. When the words monsters attacking a city were spoken, Lola's breath quickened. Valcam did not have any level 16 professionals. If tens of thousands of monsters attacked, Valcam might very well fall. Is there anything above silver? Lola asked weakly. Of course there is. And Shen knew that the levels of human cultivation in this world were not limited to just level 20. Above silver, there are gold level, platinum level, mithril level, hero level, epic level that can be recorded in history, and legendary level that is worthy of being passed down through the ages. Recorded in history, passed down through the ages. Lola seemed to think of something, her eyes filled with longing. Lola left after sitting in the Adventurers Guild for a while. Before she left, she promised Shen that she would use the Viscount's influence to help promote the existence of the Adventurers Guild. And Shen was very grateful for this. With the Viscount's reputation, the residents in the city would have a high level of trust in the Adventurers Guild and would not regard Shen as a fraud. In the next 2 days, Shen was busy with the affairs of the Adventurers Guild. 2 days later, passers-by discovered that the previously abandoned Old Town Hall had been renovated and looked brand new. A huge sign was hung at the entrance, with the words Adventurers Guild written in large characters. On the opening day, Lola personally arrived at the scene to cut the ribbon for the Adventurers Guild. Some onlookers who were late to the news saw Lola and Shen walk into the guild together, and asked the person next to them, "What kind of guild is the Adventurers Guild? Why is Miss Lola here? Don't you know?" The news about the Adventurers Guild has gone crazy among low-level professionals these past few days. Yeah, I heard that as long as you are a professional, you can register your identity at the Adventurers Guild and become an adventurer, and then you can take on tasks at the Adventurers Guild. What? The Adventurers Guild is a newly established mercenary group? Not at all. I heard that adventurers are independent entities and are not governed by the Adventurers Guild. This is the biggest difference from mercenary groups. What I like most is that even we level 2 professionals can register as adventurers and take on tasks. Really? We can take on tasks without joining a mercenary group? But our strength isn't strong, won't it be dangerous? Of course you can take on tasks. This is what the Viscount's announcement says. The Viscount also called on those in need within the city to present their commissions to the Adventurers Guild. Any type of task is acceptable. As for danger, if adventurers don't take risks, can they still be called adventurers? Moreover, the guild has tasks of various levels to choose from. If you feel it's dangerous, you can choose some tasks that don't require fighting. These types of tasks are not dangerous, but the reward usually doesn't exceed 1 silver coin. High danger means high reward. However, I've heard that every adventurer must take on a few non-dangerous tasks before accepting any dangerous ones. Brother, how do you know so much? When someone asked, Xuefei proudly pointed to his chest and said, "Because I am an adventurer." On Xuefei's chest, a metal badge the size of a thumb was pinned with a safety pin. If you looked closely, you could see 2 crossed flags engraved on it, with the words Adventurers Guild written beside them. That's right, Xuefei was the decoy arranged by Shen among the crowd. Today, due to Lola's arrival, many onlookers gathered around the Adventurers Guild. Although Shen had been trying to promote it for the past 2 days, time was too tight and many people still didn't know what the Adventurers Guild was for. So, Shen had Xuefei and others hide in the crowd as decoys. As for the effect, Shen looked at the line forming in front of the bar in the hall, a smile appearing on his lips. These were all here to register as adventurers. To attract more people to register, Shen even held some special events. For example, those who registered as adventurers in the first 3 days would not be charged any fees. After that, registering would cost 10 copper coins. The first 10 people to register as adventurers would also be exempt from the handling fees for 3 basic tasks and 1 entry-level task. On the first day of opening, 35 people were willing to register as adventurers. They registered their names at the bar with Ningwen, who issued badges, becoming the first batch of adventurers on the Angamros continent. All of these people were below level 5. After becoming adventurers, they were naturally very interested in the tasks. However, when they saw the entry-level and black iron level tasks posted on the task wall, these adventurers couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, Shen was timely in explaining to everyone that these tasks could not be assigned to them right now. Only after completing at least 3 basic tasks could they take on entry-level tasks or higher. Among the 35 people, 5 took on basic tasks. These included a delivery task commissioned by a merchant, a task to clear the moat issued by a viscount, and a delivery task from a blacksmith, among others. These errands only consumed some time and stamina. For professionals, it was still quite easy. As for the rewards, aside from the clearing the moat task which had 60 copper coins, the other 4 tasks only offered 40 copper coins each. Of course, there were more than 5 basic tasks, and Shen had been running around the city these past 2 days, persuading many people with needs to post commissions at the Adventurers Guild. However, others were still in a wait-and-see state. After registering the information of the 5 who took on tasks and reminding them of some special instructions from the commissioners, and Shen let them go to the task locations to complete their tasks. In Shen, only 5 tasks were taken today. Isn't that too few? After the adventurers left, Ningwen came over with the registration book, looking worried. Currently, although there weren't many tasks at the Adventurers Guild, there were still about 40 to 50 basic tasks. The characteristic of these tasks was that they had time limits. If no one took the tasks within a few days, the commissioners might not need them anymore. It's fine, once someone completes a task and takes the reward from us, more people will definitely be willing to become adventurers. It just needs a little time. And Shen said nonchalantly, if the tasks are about to expire, we can complete them ourselves as well. And Shen led Shui Fei and the others to the task wall, looked for a while, and then tore off an entry-level task to hand to Shui Fei. This is a task from Meyer Village, you guys go do it. I've investigated, and there are slimes on the grasslands of Mir Village. You can go hunt slimes to level up. Nowadays, all members of Shen's team have become professionals, and the others also possess powerful talent skills. However, in recent days, they have mostly been accumulating experience through training. In Angamros, professionals can gain experience through both training and monster hunting. The experience gained from training is too little, only 10 points in several days, far less than leveling up through hunting monsters. But the latter is also more dangerous. However, with the strength of Shui Fei Bai and the others, as long as they don't encounter large slimes, they basically won't face any danger. Alright, Shui Fei Bai responded and took the task list. As for the affairs of the Adventurers Guild, for now, Ningwen will be in charge of the front desk, and I will handle the overall coordination. Once we hire staff, Ningwen can go level up with the others. At this early stage, with a shortage of manpower, having the gentle Ningwen work at the Adventurers Guild can help relieve some pressure on Shen. However, Ningwen will still need to catch up on her levels later. After all, having someone with talent just serving as a figurehead at the Adventurers Guild is quite a waste. Under the gentle sunlight, in the middle of the moat of Valcam, a gray-haired boy sat in a wooden boat, using a bamboo pole to fish out the water plants from the river's surface. The gray-haired boy's name is Roger. The wooden boat was borrowed from the guards based on the task he received from the Adventurers Guild that morning: clean the moat of debris. The water quality of the moat is not particularly clear, and occasionally fish can be seen leaping out of the water. There are many water plants on the river surface, and after only half an hour of work, Roger's small boat was already piled high with water plants. However, the task indicated that the area to be cleaned was only a few hundred meters long. The amount of water plants in other places is very small and does not require cleaning. This workload is not easy for Roger, who is only level 1. But the reward of 60 copper coins is very tempting, which is why he took on this task. Usually, working as a laborer in the city earns him only about 20 copper coins a day. This task offers a reward that is 3 times that amount. Finish it quickly, then go to the Adventurers Guild to collect the reward. Roger brought the boat to the shore, unloaded the water plants, and continued to row the boat to clear more water plants. It wasn't until the sunset painted the sky red that Roger, dragging his weary body, found a guard to check his work results. After receiving a satisfactory evaluation and the task completion slip, he arrived at the Adventurers Guild. At that moment, only Anshan, Ningwen, and 2 beautiful women were present in the guild. Ningwen was talking to the 2 girls, who nodded from time to time. Anshan was contemplating the future development of the Adventurers Guild when he saw a gray-haired boy walk in. He immediately stood up to greet him. "Adventurer, is there anything I can help you with?" Anshan noticed the adventurer badge pinned to Roger's chest and smiled as he asked. The number on the badge was 000010. The first 9 digits were the identification numbers of Anshan and his 8 companions. The gray-haired boy was the first person to become an adventurer that morning. "I completed my task." Roger took out a slip of paper, which was the commission he had received earlier. Anshan took the commission and saw the guard's stamp on it, along with a satisfactory evaluation. "Hello, adventurer, congratulations on completing your task." The task reward is 60 copper coins, and since you are the first person to become an adventurer today, the 5% handling fee for this task is waived. You will receive the full 60 copper coins. Anshin handed the commission slip through the window to Ningguan at the front desk. She accepted the commission slip, counted out 60 copper coins from the drawer, and smiled as she handed them to Roger. Roger received the coins and counted them carefully twice before excitedly bowing to Anshin in thanks. Thank you for giving me the task. Anshin pulled Roger up, who was about to bow again, and said seriously, you completed the commission, so the reward is naturally yours. This is all your own effort. You don't need to thank me. I know. But without the Adventurers Guild, we wouldn't even have the qualification to take on tasks. This was the reason Roger was grateful to Anshin. In the past, only by joining a mercenary group could one be assigned tasks. Although the mercenary groups charged high fees for commissions, half of the task rewards had to be paid to the mercenary group, leaving the team members with only half. People like Roger could only do menial labor and had no qualification to take on tasks. Seeing Roger's reaction, Anshin immediately began his motivational speech. The original intention of establishing the Adventurers Guild is to provide everyone with a platform for growth, giving everyone the opportunity to become stronger. Is it right to determine a professional's future based on talent? I think that denies a person's effort. Strong individuals have never relied solely on talent. Effort is equally important. And adventurers are those who rely entirely on themselves to strive for strength, continuously taking on tasks, earning rewards, strengthening themselves, and then taking on higher level tasks. All adventurers have the potential to achieve great things through constant adventures. Young man, your journey as an adventurer has just begun. Roger listened to Anshin's words with a look of longing. Excuse me, are there any tasks available? I want to take on another commission and do it tomorrow. A smile appeared on Anshin's face as he pointed to the task list posted on the back wall of the hall and said in a deep voice, of course, but you can only take on basic level tasks for now. You must complete 3 or more basic level tasks and receive 3 satisfactory evaluations before you can take on entry level tasks. Entry level tasks may have some risks, but they provide better training and higher rewards. I understand. I will definitely get the entry level task qualification as soon as possible. Roger walked excitedly to the task wall and began to select tasks. Remember to check the task requirements. Some tasks have deadlines and others can be repeated. Anshin reminded him from the side. I understand. Roger carefully selected for a while and found a task to help the apothecary with herb classification. Roger didn't understand herbs, but the task commission mentioned that there would be a small variety of herbs and someone would teach him how to distinguish them. The task was scheduled for tomorrow, with a reward of 50 copper. After tearing off the task notice, Roger went to the counter to register with Ningguan. Then, with the task notice and the reward he just received, he prepared to go home. Sir, see you tomorrow. Anshin smiled and waved, saying, My name is Anshin, the president of the Adventurers Guild. President, see you tomorrow. Anshin nodded appreciatively and then let him leave. Not long after Roger left, the few people who took on tasks at noon came one after another to submit their tasks. They were all basic tasks, not difficult at all. Everyone performed well. Besides Roger, 2 others also received satisfactory evaluations. The evaluations were a scoring system set by Anshin for the clients. The evaluation levels ranged from low to high, extremely poor, pass, good, satisfactory, and excellent. If a pass evaluation was given, the adventurer would receive a warning from the guild. A poor rating would lower the adventurer's credibility significantly, affecting their ability to take on tasks. An extremely poor rating would deduct 75% of the reward, which would be returned to the client. When such situations occurred, the Adventurers Guild would send someone to investigate the details to prevent malicious negative reviews. After everyone had collected their rewards and left, Anshin said to the 2 women beside Ningguan, every adventurer has a number. When they collect their tasks, have them show their nameplates, open their files, and record the task numbers. When they come to submit their tasks, you will record the evaluations and then distribute the rewards, just like Ningguan did earlier. Can you handle this kind of work? The 2 girls were beautiful, both with devilish figures and curvy shapes. One had wavy golden hair cascading over her shoulders, and her luscious red lips were full of temptation. Hearing Anshin's inquiry, she winked at him and said in a charming tone, Don't worry, my president, Samantha and I were the teacher's most prized students when we were young, so this is completely no problem. The woman referred to as Samantha had a much cooler expression. Her long red hair was tied in a low ponytail, wrapping from her neck to her chest. She questioned, Boss, for such an easy job, you're offering us a monthly salary of 10 silver coins? Although they could do arithmetic and write, they were not professionals. They had only done odd jobs before to supplement their household income, spending most of their time idling at home. Earning 1 or 2 silver coins a month was already quite good. A monthly salary of 10 silver coins. For them, it was an unimaginable wage. The alluring Maggie, fearing that Samantha's words might anger the big boss in front of them, quickly clung to Unchan's arm and pouted in apology. Boss, don't take Samantha's words to heart. Besides being a bit blunt, she's really capable. After saying that, she shot a glance at Samantha. Samantha's family had been short on money lately, and if she missed this great job opportunity, life would be very difficult in the future. Unchan naturally wouldn't be angry over Samantha's words. He had asked Scott to help find 2 young and beautiful women with writing and arithmetic skills specifically to take over Ningwen's job. Maggie and Samantha fit Unchan's requirements perfectly. With their curvy figures and distinct personalities, even Unchan couldn't help but think this is amazing. Just imagine when adventurers come to take on tasks and see 2 beautiful women serving them at the counter, their mood would surely improve. Moreover, an adventurers guild without beautiful receptionists is not the kind of guild Chen wants. And Chen reluctantly pulled his arm out of Maggie's embrace and said seriously to the 3, starting tomorrow, you will officially begin your work and Ningwen will supervise you. A couple of days ago, and Chen had already provided some training to Ningwen. This morning, Ningwen performed excellently. After training Maggie and Samantha for another 2 days, they could join Shui Fei Bai to level up. President, are you going out tomorrow? Ningwen guessed from Enchen's tone. Ah. Enchen responded, turning to look outside the door, his eyes slightly squinted. The Adventurers Guild has encroached on some people's territory, and if we don't strengthen ourselves quickly, we might be powerless to respond when situations arise. So, Enchen planned to continue leveling up tomorrow. With the help of the Viscount, some people in the city with needs entrusted their requests to the Adventurers Guild. When these individuals discovered the same tasks, the rewards charged by the Adventurers Guild were much more reasonable. Their initial reluctance turned a complete 180 degrees. Many expressed that as long as these commissions were completed well, they would continue to entrust tasks to the Adventurers Guild in the future. The consequence of this would lead to the small mercenary groups that should have received these tasks losing their commissions. Naturally, those affected would regard the Adventurers Guild as a rival. However, when the Adventurers Guild opened, Chen invited Lola to cut the ribbon, subtly informing everyone that the backing of the Adventurers Guild was the Viscount. Some small mercenary groups, whose strength was not particularly strong, might not even have a few level 6 professionals. They naturally did not dare to openly oppose the Viscount. The Adventurers Guild had not yet encroached on the territory of large mercenary groups. Apart from the Bloodstained Mercenary Group, the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Group and the Black Widow Mercenary Group did not take the Adventurers Guild seriously. The Bloodstained Mercenary Group's hostility towards the Adventurers Guild stemmed from a previous duel wherein Chen had embarrassed them. If it weren't for Sharp being busy these days searching for his brother Harry, given his personality, he might have taken action himself. Therefore, although the Adventurers Guild had the Viscount's protection and Chen, as the president, also needed to become stronger quickly. The next day, Chen let Ningwen manage the Adventurers Guild and instructed her to seek Lola's help if any problems arose. He himself headed out of the city towards the direction of Mill Village. The task in Mill Village was a long-term one. Shui Fei Bai had not returned since leaving yesterday, and Chen was going there today to meet up with everyone. Name: Chen. Race: human, level 5, experience 8500, profession none, magic power 50/50. Talent: spirit summoning. Skills: low-level perception, high-pressure acid jet, slime soul, white times 325, large slime soul, green times 1. Since entering Valcam, Chen had not hunted any monsters, and his experience had only increased by a few points through training. In the summoning space, there was still 1 summoned goblin and 4 summoned slimes. The grasslands around Mill Village only had some slimes, both in quality and quantity far inferior to those on the grasslands of Gruul Town. After all, it was the closest village to Valcam, and Chen's ultimate goal for this trip was not Mill Village. Unless he encountered slimes of level 3 or above, killing them would yield no experience. 2. Level up, he needed to change maps. Coming to Mill Village was merely to find someone to fight higher level monsters. After an hour and a half of walking, Chen finally arrived at Mill Village. After spending another 10 minutes, he found Lu Yen and Lu Rongrong, who were hunting slimes about a kilometer south of Mill Village. Lu Yen spotted Chen from a distance and ran over to him, surprised as she asked, "Chen, what brings you here?" With her high ponytail and long spear, Lu Yen resembled an ancient female general from Huagua. Chen looked at Lu Yen for a while and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, you've leveled up to level 2 in just 1 day." Lu Yen suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. "How did you know?" I didn't even say anything. She and Lu Rongrong did not possess the ability to see others' levels, they could only roughly gauge someone's strength based on the magical fluctuations emanating from them, and Shen had known about this since they became professionals. Today, he accidentally let it slip. I can see it. And Shen decided to stop hiding and said to Lu Yan and the approaching Lu Rongrong, I can see the levels of professionals and monsters that are not above my own. For in Shen's situation, the two women showed no surprise, instead wearing expressions of I see now. In their eyes, this must be in Shen's innate skill. After all, they had come together, and it made no sense for Shen to lack an innate skill, and Shen had not informed everyone about the report on the spirit sacrifice. What about the others? We split into 4 groups, and they are in other directions. Tell me where they are, I'll go call them back. No need. We just finished patrolling our assigned area and are preparing to return to regroup and report. The slime they had just killed was purely coincidental. After several people's carpet-style hunting yesterday, the slimes that were already scarce on the prairie were basically nowhere to be seen. Then let's head back. And Shen recounted the situation at the Adventurers Guild yesterday while walking towards Mill Village. With the two. After about 10 minutes, everyone gradually returned to the tavern in Mill Village. When they saw Shen, everyone showed expressions of surprise. It seems everyone had a fulfilling day yesterday. And Shen's gaze swept over the group, noticing that everyone's level had risen to level 2. Name, Lu Rongrong race, human level 2 experience, 12/200 profession, priest magic, 180/200 talent, rejuvenation, all healing effects plus 10%. Skill, low-level healing spell, name, Wang Zixuan race, human level 2 experience, 65/200 profession, hunter magic, 200 out of 200 talent, beast affinity, can communicate with beasts mentally, skills, basic archery, basic knife technique, name, Gengqingxue. Race, human level 2 experience, 64/200 profession, mage magic, 312/400 talent, magic amplification, all magic power plus 10%. Skill, arcane magic. Ball, after the 3 became professionals, their innate skills were also very fitting for their professions. Meanwhile, Ning Wen, the second priest of the team at the Adventurers Guild, had the talent Redemption, which increased healing effects on the severely injured by 50%. Sometimes, Shen would also wonder if there really was a summoner profession in this world. The talents of Lu Yan and the others basically corresponded to their professions, and the profession corresponding to spirit sacrifice was likely the summoner. And Shen felt in his heart that the reason for his low magic power was that he had not received a response from the gods. The other people around him had lower levels than Shen, but their magic power was significantly higher. Especially Gengqingxue, as a mage, had 400 points of magic at level 2, making Shen, who was level 5 with only 50 points of magic, unable to help but cry inwardly. How many slimes did you hunt? Suppressing the urge to spit blood, Shen shifted the topic to the slimes. He had hardly seen any slimes on his way here. Xuefeibai chuckled and said, not many, just over 1,000 in total. He and Gengqingxue were responsible for one direction, killing nearly 400 slimes. Lu Shishang was responsible for a direction alone, and his talent was killing banishment. For every creature he killed, he could absolve the soul of the other. Each absolution would slightly enhance his physical strength and defense. To stack the killing banishment buff, Lu Shishang absolved 300 slimes. Because the absolution required reciting a lengthy incantation after absolving hundreds of slimes, Lu Shishang's mouth was almost worn out, feeling extremely frustrated. But the effects were beginning to show, and Lu Shishang's physical defense had been slightly enhanced. When a wooden stick struck him, it only felt numb and not painful. The benefits from absolving slimes are still too small. In the future, when your level is higher, if you absolve a level 10 or higher monster, you might just become invulnerable. Shen's words made everyone burst into laughter. Level 10. For ordinary professionals in Valcam, it would take years, even 10 or dozens of years of effort. But for a few who had leveled up twice in a single day, it wasn't such a distant thing. How did the patrol task go today? Seeing Shen bring up the serious matter, Xuefei's expression turned serious as he said, we already patrolled the area around Mir Village this morning, and everything is normal. According to the procedure, we will patrol again in the afternoon and evening, and today's task will be considered complete. Shen nodded and then said, the possibility of Mir Village being attacked is low. The slimes on the prairie have been mostly killed by you all, so there shouldn't be any danger in the patrol. By good, you, Xuejia, and Rong will follow me to do another task. The rest of you continue with the tasks in Mir Village. Shen took out a task list from the bag at his waist. Black Iron level task. Investigate the situation around Grand Village, which is occupied by monsters, and bring the information back to Valcam. Reward 10 silver. The mission in Mill Village didn't require so many people. The main reason for their presence was to hunt slimes for leveling up. Since the objective had been achieved, it was enough to leave Lu Zhishang, Lu Rongrong, and Wang Zixuan to continue clearing the scattered slimes. The task location in Shen's hands, Grand Village, was located 10 kilometers southwest of Mill Village and had been attacked by goblin-dominated monsters half a month ago. Because Grand Village had an iron mine, there were as many as 20 guards stationed there. However, according to the survivors' descriptions, the number of monsters was in the hundreds. To cover the villagers' retreat, the guards were surrounded by the monsters, and ultimately, none escaped. It was precisely because of the events in Grand Village that the Viscount strengthened the patrols in the surrounding areas of Mill Village. If the monsters made any further moves, Mill Village was likely to become a target. The Viscount asked us to scout for information near Grand Village. It's highly likely he's preparing to send people to reclaim Grand Village. On the way to Grand Village, Shen introduced the mission to the others. The main purpose of reclaiming Grand Village was also for that iron mine. Since there's an iron mine, why not send more guards to defend it? Lu Rongrong asked, puzzled. Shen explained, this year's monster attacks started much earlier than in previous years. The Viscount didn't increase the defenses in advance, which is one reason. Another reason is that there are 3 other villages within a few kilometers of Grand Village. Originally, these 3 villages could serve as a warning for Grand Village. But the monsters bypassed these villages and directly ambushed Grand Village. Shen's analysis left the others in silence. These monsters are numerous and can bypass non-priority targets to specifically attack their objectives. Their combat power and intelligence are not low. After Geng Qingxue finished speaking, Xuefeibai continued, no kidding, our mentor is a level 10 professional, isn't he powerful? But Valcam still doesn't dare to go out of the city to exterminate monsters. In this world, humans are the weak side, and monsters are the strong side. If all monsters were like slimes, could the demon race still suppress humans and other races? Brother Bai is right. Everyone shouldn't underestimate the monsters. Shen nodded and instructed, this time, we will only hunt isolated monsters on the outskirts and carefully gather intelligence. The Black Iron level task required individuals of level 6 or above or several level 5 or below to undertake it. Currently, besides Shen and his group, no other adventurers in the Adventurers Guild could take on this task. However, the task had a 3-day time limit. If Shen couldn't resolve it, the Viscount would entrust the task to a mercenary group. If I'm not mistaken, there must be piles of monsters in Grand Village right now. While completing the task, we need to find a way to level up a bit more. Everyone responded, understood. After several hours of running, Geng Qingxue, a mage, and Lu Rongrong, a priest, began to pant heavily, drenched in sweat. Shen found a concealed spot for everyone to rest for a while. He glanced at the nearby terrain, compared it with the map in his hand, and said to those around him, be alert, we have already reached the vicinity of Grand Village. Ahead were many small hills over 10 meters high, covered with shrubs and weeds, severely obstructing visibility. Grand Village was just beyond these small hills, only a little over 1,000 meters in a straight line from where they currently stood. Swish! Xuefeibai drew his long knife from his waist and the others became more vigilant. Shen summoned a goblin to climb the hill and observe the situation. I'll go take a look ahead. Meng Xian volunteered, activating the rogue's initial skill, stealth, her figure fading away. However, upon closer inspection, one could still notice the distortion of light around Meng Xian. In the shared vision, Shen saw the scene the summoned goblin was observing. The place where everyone is now is just a small hillside on the outer edge. In front are rolling hills, with only a winding path extending inward between them. As far as the eye can see, there are no monsters. Soon, Meng Xian returned. I didn't find any monsters, and there's only one road into Grand Village. Xuefeibai looked at Shen and suggested, that road is definitely guarded by monsters. Should we go through these hills? The only road is too dangerous to take. But that doesn't mean going through the hills is safe. I'll have the summoned goblin clear the way in front, and everyone should follow closely, being careful of the surroundings. If you see any monsters, report to me immediately. As long as the monster's level doesn't exceed level 5, I can see their information. If we can defeat them, we will fight. If we can't, we will retreat. Understood. Everyone nodded and quietly climbed the hillside, staying 50 meters behind the summoned goblin. Shen also summoned 4 slimes, spreading them around to check the situation. The mission requires gathering information about Grand Village. Since they haven't even seen Grand Village yet, Shen naturally couldn't just take a quick look nearby and then head back. Moreover, he planned to break through level 5 using the monsters on the outskirts. On a large rock in the forest, there was a very small iron helmet, and beside it lay a goblin sleeping soundly. Next to it, another goblin wearing a helmet was using a dagger to groom its nails. Suddenly, the dagger-wielding goblin noticed movement on the opposite hillside and immediately stopped what it was doing, looking in the direction of the noise. The distance between the two hills was only about 30 meters, and the dagger goblin could clearly see a goblin holding a spear on the other side. The spear goblin climbed up a hillside and looked around. Soon, the spear goblin also spotted the two goblins next to the rock. The dagger goblin looked curiously at the spear goblin across the way, scratched its head, and woke the sleeping goblin, asking, "Did any goblins go out today?" "Ha!" The awakened goblin was still a bit dazed. Following the direction the dagger goblin pointed, it saw a goblin with a spear staring at them from a distance. "I don't think so. Aren't we just the outermost sentries?" As it spoke, it let out a long yawn. "This goblin looks unfamiliar. Did it come from somewhere else? Should we report to the boss? We're about to attack the next human stronghold, and an extra goblin means extra strength. I think we should. It looks stronger than us." After making up their minds, the two goblins headed towards the position of the spear goblin. Target spotted. Two goblins. One is level 3, the other is level 4, wearing armor, with weapons being a dagger and a longsword. Prepare for battle. And Shen and the others, following behind the summoned goblin, were positioned just out of sight on the backside of the hillside, so the dagger goblin couldn't see them at all. Upon hearing In Shen's command, the others immediately entered battle mode. When the two goblins descended from their original hillside and reached the base of the hillside where the summoned goblin was, In Shen immediately commanded the summoned goblin to turn and leave. The two goblins exchanged puzzled glances. "Brother, don't go. Let's achieve great things together." In order to win over the lone goblin, two goblins quickly set off to chase after it. As they ran up the slope, they found that the spear-wielding goblin had already run down, so they accelerated to catch up. Ambushed, and Shen and Shuefei Bai launched their attack as the two goblins came down. Poochie! And Shen sprang out from behind a hidden rock, his short sword aimed at the target's torso. The opponent was already rushing down, and it was impossible to stop. The short sword pierced straight through its abdomen. Ugh! The dagger-wielding goblin let out a painful whimper, stabbing its dagger towards In Shen's heart. However, In Shen had already let go and dodged, turning around to kick the goblin in the neck. Thud! The kicked goblin crashed into a large tree and fell heavily to the ground, its helmet rolling aside. And Shen quickly stepped up to the goblin, pulled out his short sword from the struggling goblin, and stabbed it towards its heart. The dagger-wielding goblin's eyes bulged, and it died instantly. Meanwhile, Shuefei Bai slashed a 20-centimeter-long wound on the other goblin. Flesh and blood spilled out from the wound, exposing the bone beneath. The goblin that had been slashed fell to the ground, its face twisted in pain. Mang Xin stepped forward, wanting to use her dagger to end the goblin's life. But the injured goblin got up and wildly swung its long knife, making it impossible for Mang Xin to approach, and she even received a cut on her forearm. Even Shuefei Bai, who had just arrived, couldn't contend with the goblin in its desperate state. "Do you want me to take action?" Geng Qingxue asked from the side, her wand waving, ready to conjure a magic ball. "No, the noise from a magic explosion will expose us." And Chen, who had already dealt with one goblin, stopped Geng Qingxue and rushed to the back of the goblin. Ugh! The goblin looked at the humans surrounding it, letting out a series of low growls from its throat. Blood poured from its wounds, soon staining its body red. "Finish it," And Shen said, and he and Shuefei Bai charged at the injured goblin simultaneously. "Awah!" The goblin tried to call for its companions loudly, but its voice was weak and could not carry. It was only level 4 and had been severely injured. It could still struggle a bit against Shuefei Bai. After In Shen joined the battle, it held on for 10 seconds before its throat was slit. Whew! After the battle ended, Mang Xin sat on the ground, panting heavily. This was her first fight against goblins. The battle with slimes was simply not on the same level. "Mang Xin, are you okay?" Lu Rongrong came out from her hiding spot, and upon seeing the wound on Mang Xion's arm, she quickly used low-level healing. And Shen, watching this scene from the side, couldn't help but frown. Lu Rongrong's 200 points of magic power dropped by 20 points instantly after using the skill. Her magic recovery speed was only 1 point per minute. And the wound on Mang Xion's arm was just a small 3-centimeter cut. Wrong. We don't know how many more battles are ahead. A small injury like that doesn't need treatment. Save your magic for when it's really needed. Lu Rongrong had little combat experience and hadn't considered this point at all. Hearing In Shen's somewhat reproachful tone, Lu Rongrong immediately lowered her head and dared not speak. Mang Xian also pursed her lips and stood silently. "Mang Xian, go observe the surroundings and report back immediately if there's any situation. Shui Jia and Rongrong, come. Help us deal with the battlefield." Although everyone had strong talents, they were completely clueless about combat. It would take a long time of experience and adjustment to become a qualified team. This was also why In Shen didn't let everyone come over. He was worried that once the battle started, he wouldn't be able to take care of everyone. Now, In Shen was sending out summoned goblins and Mang Xian to keep watch around while directing everyone to dig a pit to bury the bodies. Of course, before that, In Shen first took the necessary sacrificial parts from the two goblins, as well as the small packages that each goblin carried. After cancelling the summons of the 2 slimes, he used the new offerings to summon 2 level 5 goblins. The summoned goblins picked up the weapons and helmets on the ground and ran off to keep watch. With 3 level 5 summoned goblins, Shen felt much safer. After killing the 2 goblins, Shen only gained 3 experience points. Shuefei Bai, who participated in the battle, gained 70 experience points due to his low level, directly leveling up to level 3. Mang Xian also gained 50 experience points, just under 100 experience points away from level 3. Lu Rongrong and Gung Qingxue did not gain any experience. So, does that mean only those who participate in the battle can share the experience? Shen pondered for a moment and decided that during the next battle he would leave 1 enemy alive for the 2 women to kill. Continue exploring. Just after crossing a few hills, they encountered 2 goblins. There were definitely many monsters around, but with the summoned goblins leading the way, they faced no real danger. In an hour, they advanced over 500 meters and encountered more than 30 goblins. The goblins were mostly in pairs. Such a concentrated density made everyone feel a bit apprehensive. Without the summoned goblins providing cover, it would have been impossible for them to end each battle quickly with sneak attacks. If the goblins were to shout during a fight, Shen and the others would immediately find themselves in a dangerous situation. With danger came high rewards. Shen's experience increased by another 50 points, bringing him to 133 to 500. All summoned creatures had been replaced with goblins, and there were over 30 goblin left ears and claws in the packages. During the battles, Shen did not use any skills. After an hour, the magic power consumed by the summoned goblins would be fully restored. The only regret was that none of the dozens of goblins had any skills. The others had also reached level 3. Importantly, the combat coordination between Shen, Shuefei Bai, and Mang Xian was becoming increasingly tacit. Be careful, there's something ahead. As the group advanced, they heard Shen's warning and immediately hid in the bushes. Having come this far, there were hardly any hills left ahead, and the outline of Grand Village could be seen. However, from the vision shared by the summoned goblins, Shen saw a camp at the foot of the hill. Inside, there were 3 level 5 goblins. If it were just that, Shen was confident he could take them out without making a sound. But the monsters surrounding these 3 goblins made Shen hesitate. With a huge nose, yellow tusks, an incredibly ugly face, and green skin like the goblins, it had arms thicker than Shen's waist, holding a nearly 2-meter-long club. It was a massive creature standing 2.5 meters tall. Race, Troll level, 5 health, 1200 magic, 500 of 500. Skill, Mighty Strike, Hiss. Upon seeing this panel information, Shen couldn't help but gasp. From the health points, it was clear that this was definitely a tough opponent. Goblins of the same level had at most 700 or 800 health points. Moreover, this creature had a skill. The short goblins were not even as tall as the troll's thigh. Even if he sent the summoned goblins to sneak attack, the success rate would be low. They couldn't reach the vital points. If he encountered this creature alone on the plains, using the goblins and skills, Shen would have a 50% chance of taking it down. But now, there were goblins around the troll. Once a fight broke out, it was very likely that they would not be able to handle it. If we're not careful, we might attract other monsters, and that would be a certain death. Mark the camp on the map. Let's retreat first, then head in another direction and continue killing goblins. After much thought, Shen decided on a strategic retreat. Shen led the group back over 300 meters before stopping. Shuefei Bai looked at Shen and asked, "Which way do we go next?" Shen glanced around and said, "For now, let's not delve deeper. We should first observe the situation on the outskirts. Trolls are tough creatures with thick skin and immense strength. There must be more than one in here. The main task now is to kill as many of these creatures as possible before they discover that someone has infiltrated." In the following time, Shen led the group around the outer slopes to clear out the monsters. The outer monsters were not just goblins, Shen also encountered dog-headed men, ratmen, and other evil faction beastmen. These beastmen also traveled in pairs. Race, dog-headed man level, 5 health, 800 over 800 mana, 300 skills. Non-dog-headed men are about the same height as normal humans, wielding weapons like pickaxes and shovels, and are somewhat stronger than goblins. Race, ratman level, 5 health, 400 of 400 mana, 200 out of 200 skills. Non-ratmen are roughly the same size as goblins, usually around 1 meter tall. Their melee capabilities are even inferior to goblins, but they are significantly faster than both goblins and dog-headed men. When Shen first fought against dog-headed men and ratmen, things almost went awry. When he encountered the dog-headed men, he used the old tactic of having goblins lure them. Unexpectedly, the dog-headed men completely ignored the summoned goblins. When the summoned goblins approached the dog-headed men, the latter picked up their weapons and bared their teeth at the goblins. Shen was unsure why the dog-headed men harbored animosity towards goblins, but as long as he could lure them into an ambush, it would suffice. Shen had the summoned goblins provoke the dog-headed men from a distance. The dog-headed men picked up their pickaxes and walked towards the summoned goblins. After the summoned goblins led 2 dog-headed men into the ambush, and Chen, along with the summoned creatures in Shuefei Bai and Mang Xian, launched an attack simultaneously. The dog-headed men were caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. One of the dog-headed men was hit in a vital spot by several attacks and died on the spot. The other one was luckier, sustaining several wounds from Shuefei Bai and Mang Xian but still standing. When it saw the humans, it realized the enemy had invaded and immediately raised its head to howl, sending out a warning. Fortunately, Chen had previously hunted a bowman goblin and summoned it. Just as the dog-headed man began to call out, an arrow shot through the air, striking its throat. The dog-headed man's cry was abruptly cut off as it fell to the ground. Acquired dog-headed man soul, white ×2, offering dog-headed man teeth, dog-headed man left claw, dog-headed man soul can summon dog-headed man. After retrieving the arrow, Chen unhesitatingly replaced 2 goblins and summoned 2 dog-headed men. Thus, Chen began to have the summoned dog-headed men lure prey while the group hunted the dog-headed men in this area. As for the rat men encountered later, they were discovered by Mang Xian. At that time, the group had just killed a pair of dog-headed men and was burying the bodies when Mang Xian, who was on guard, noticed 2 ratmen approaching. As the ratmen drew near, they seemed to catch the scent of blood in the air and had their weapons ready. They had been nearby and came over to check out the commotion. The faint smell of blood immediately put the ratmen on high alert. Just as the timid ratmen were preparing to retreat to report the situation to their superiors, they saw the summoned dog-headed men emerge. Chen had the summoned creatures confront the ratmen and then, taking advantage of their unpreparedness, launched an attack. What Chen did not expect was that the ratmen reacted extremely quickly. The attacks from the 2 summoned dog-headed men missed their targets entirely. After being attacked, the ratman questioned the dog-headed man while fleeing. When it came to hard power, the ratman was no match for the dog-headed man. Fortunately, while Chen was stalling for time by summoning the dog-headed man, he had the other summoned creatures in Shuefei Bai surround the 2 ratmen. No matter how agile the ratmen were facing 6 level 5s, Chen and 5 of his summoned creatures plus Shuefei Bai and Mang Xian, they had no ability to resist. In less than 10 seconds, they were beaten to death. Gained Ratman Soul, white ×2 sacrifice Ratman Tail, 2 Ratman Fangs, Ratman Soul can summon Ratman. This time, they almost exposed themselves, causing their hearts to race. Just as Shuefei Bai was about to ask Chen about the next plan, he suddenly felt a warmth in his body, extremely pleasant. I leveled up to level 4, Shuefei Bai exclaimed, feeling the change in power within him. Soon after, Mang Xian also said she had leveled up to level 4. Both of them were previously level 3, and like Chen, they could only gain 5 experience points for killing monsters of the same level. But there was an experience bonus for killing monsters of a higher level. Killing a level 5 monster gave 20 experience points. Along the way, the 2 had also killed quite a few level 5 goblins, and with the 4 level 5 monsters they had just killed, they leveled up perfectly. Lu Rongrong and Gung Qingxue were progressing a bit slower. According to the panel information in Chansaw, Lu Rongrong was still 200 experience points away from leveling up, while Gung Qingxue was 70 experience points short. Given the current situation, in at most half an hour, both of them would also reach level 4. As for Chen, since he was already level 5, he could only gain a maximum of 5 experience points for each kill, so in this short time, he had only increased by 100 experience points. He was still 250 experience points away from breaking through to level 6. However, although Chen did not level up, his strength had improved. New monsters meant new summoned creatures. Based on the characteristics of the Ratman, Chen designated it as a thief. After replacing one of the goblins beside him, Chen's current 5 summoned creatures were 2 dog-headed men melee, 1 Ratman scout, and 2 goblins, 1 spear goblin and 1 archer goblin. It was starting to take shape like a team. Shuefei Bai, who was following Chen, looked at the Ratman summoned by Chen with envy. He suddenly felt that his berserker was not as appealing anymore. Chen alone was like a whole team. Moreover, as long as he had magic power, he could sustain the battle and summon new creatures at any time. In comparison, his own talent could only be used when injured, and each use lowered his intelligence. The heavier the injury, the greater the berserker's amplification. It makes me feel like a masochist. Of course, Shuefei Bai was just complaining in his heart. At least he still had a talent. Among so many professionals in Valcam, Chen had yet to see anyone with a talent. Chen looked up at the position of the sun, estimating it was around 4 in the afternoon. The danger will increase after dark. Let's hunt for another hour and then retreat. No one opposed Chen's opinion, so the group began to stealthily hunt monsters in the outskirts. Originally, the 5 of them were a simple team configuration. And now with the summoned creature squad, they were almost unstoppable in the outer areas without high-level monsters. When they reached the outskirts of the mine on the west side of Grand Village, they dared not venture deeper. Here, trolls and dog-headed men appeared in droves. With the current strength of Shen's team, they wouldn't be able to get out if they went in. After marking the key points guarded by monsters on the map, Shen led the group to hunt monsters in other directions. An hour quickly passed, and without any hesitation, Shen led everyone back, laden with spoils. As night fell, bonfires rose in the monster camps around Grand Village. Looking down from above, nearly 100 bonfires formed a circle surrounding Grand Village. To the west of Grand Village, at the mine site, moving torches resembled a dragon, with numerous creatures like dog-headed men and goblins coming in and out of the mine entrance. In Grand Village, the continuous sound of blacksmithing echoed. The former Grand Village Council Hall was now occupied by a group of monsters. Creak! A goblin, standing 1.5 meters tall, walked out of the council hall. Its left arm was wrapped in bandages thicker than its right arm. As it prepared to return to its nest, a goblin suddenly ran over in a panic from a distance. Master, our brothers outside are all dead. The goblin referred to his master had a glint of light in its narrow eyes and then led hundreds of goblins to thoroughly investigate the surrounding hills. Shen naturally did not know that after they left, a large number of magical creatures from Grand Village had mobilized, almost turning the surrounding hills upside down. He was now facing immense danger. Brother Bai, be careful behind you. Rong, stay close to Sister Shui, don't run around. Sister Shui, aim your magic before casting, don't waste your mana. Mengxin, keep yourself hidden, strike at the critical moment. While dodging continuously, Shen was also directing everyone. At this moment, Shen appeared quite disheveled, with 3 torn wounds on his chest, blood continuously gushing from the injuries. In front of him were Bai and the summoned creatures battling a pack of wolves. Indeed, they had not yet returned to Mir Village when the sky darkened and they encountered the wolf pack. Name: Wind Wolf Race, Magical Beast Level 5 Health, 700 Mana, 300 of 300 Skills. Bite, Shen did not expect to be so unlucky. There were 7 wind wolves, all at level 5. Although their health was similar to that of goblins. As magical beasts, wind wolves had strength comparable to that of dog-headed men and were faster than ratmen. As soon as the battle began, everyone felt tremendous pressure. On Shen's side, counting the 5 summoned creatures, there were a total of 9 combatants. Rong, as a priest, had negligible combat power. On the wind wolf side, besides the 7 that had emerged, there was also a one-eyed wind wolf standing on a large rock in the distance, its crimson eye fixed on the battle. Shen could not see the information panel of the one-eyed wind wolf. This indicated that the one-eyed wind wolf was above level 5. If Shen's level were higher, he would definitely be able to see the following information panel. Name: Wind Wolf. King Race, Magical Beast Level 6 Health, 1200 over 1500 Mana, 500 Skills, Brutal Bite, Wine Blade, but at only level 5, Shen felt a chill run down his back. Just 7 level 5 wind wolves have us in a frenzy. The nearby level 6 or even higher Wolf King hasn't even made a move yet. Shen stepped back to dodge a wind wolf's pounce, his mind racing to find a way to win. Whoa! With a long howl from the one-eyed wind wolf, the 7 wind wolves launched another fierce attack. The current situation was that Bai was dealing with 1, while Shen faced 2. Aside from the spear-wielding goblin, the remaining 4 summoned creatures each dealt with 1. Mengxin, taking advantage of the night, activated her talent, Shadow, blending into the darkness. Rong and Gung Qingsno were within the protective circle of the group, the latter occasionally using magic to support everyone. Shen, move a bit closer, I can't heal you from this distance. Low-level healing spell could only be cast at close range, not across distances. Seeing the wounds on Shen, Rong wanted to step forward to heal him, but remembering Shen's order not to run around, she could only fidget in place. Shen had no time to respond to Rong. Just moments ago, the summoned Ratman had been taken down by a wind wolf. With no target left, the wind wolves immediately turned their attention to Shen. Facing 2 level 5 wind wolves, Shen was already somewhat flustered. Now, with 3 wind wolves surrounding him, Shen's throat involuntarily tightened. The 3 wind wolves circled around him, growling lowly. Whoosh! The wind wolf on the left lunged at Shen first, its sharp claws glinting in the moonlight as they aimed for his neck. Slash! The short sword clashed with the wolf's claws, creating sparks. The incoming gust of wind blew Shen's loose hair up, Shen let out a low shout in his heart. Using all his strength to push the wind wolf away, then kicked out at the creature mid-air. The kick was powerful, sending the wind wolf flying 5 meters away. But the next moment, another wind wolf's attack was already upon Shen. High-pressure acid spray. 5 blobs of acid collided with the wind wolf's head. The wind wolf landed and wildly shook its head, letting out a series of mournful howls. In just an instant, its fur was corroded. away, revealing its mangled flesh. And Shen, who had just landed, hadn't even had time to feel happy when a sound of breaking air came from behind. Oh, no! At that moment, Shen had just landed and had no time to dodge or block the attack. Just as Shen was about to be bitten on the head by the wind wolf, Lu Rongrong let out a desperate scream. Puff! The spear goblin was suddenly summoned behind Shen, its spear aimed directly at the wind wolf's throat. The wind wolf, with its mouth wide open, performed a juggling act of swallowing the spear in front of Shen. As for the cost, the spearhead pierced the wind wolf's throat, and its remaining 500 plus health points were instantly depleted. Obtain Wind Wolf Soul times 1, sacrifice Wind Wolf Fangs times 4, Wind Wolf Claws times 4, Wind Wolf Soul times 1, can summon Wind Wolf after obtaining the Wind Wolf Soul, and Shen immediately had the spear goblin block the initial Wind Wolf while he used a short sword to extract the materials needed for the summoning from the Wind Wolf's body. Whoosh! 2 arcane orbs flew past Shen, crashing into the head of the corroded Wind Wolf. Boom! A flame erupted from the severely injured Wind Wolf. Shen glanced up and saw the Wind Wolf's health points continuously decreasing in the flames, soon reaching 0. Obtain Wind Wolf Soul times 1, great! A smile appeared on Shen's face as he disregarded the blood on his hands and sacrificed the materials he had just removed. On the spot, a level 5 Wind Wolf appeared. As soon as the summoned Wind Wolf appeared, it pounced on the Wind Wolf that was fighting the spear goblin, biting furiously. The already dying spear goblin, in its last moment of life, thrust its spear into the neck of the beast Wind Wolf pinned beneath the summoned Wind Wolf. Oh whoa! The Wind Wolf struggled a few times before losing its breath. While extracting materials from the second dead Wind Wolf, Shen found that he had obtained another Wind Wolf Soul. Sacrifice. The second summoned Wind Wolf appeared, taking the place of the spear goblin. Shen had 50 points of magic power, shot a spray of acid, costing 20 points. Summoning 2 Wind Wolves also consumed 20 points. At this moment, the remaining 10 points were just enough to summon the last Wind Wolf. Shen, be careful! Just as Shen ran to the corpse of the third Wind Wolf, he heard Lu Rongrong shouting nearby. Shen looked up and suddenly realized that the one-eyed Wind Wolf had charged over without him noticing. At this moment, it was less than 50 meters away from him. In fact, the one-eyed Wind Wolf had noticed this side when the first Wind Wolf died. But the next 2 Wind Wolves died too quickly, so quickly that the one-eyed Wolf King hadn't even reached them before they were dead. Watching his 3 subordinates being killed by a human, the one-eyed Wind Wolf was extremely furious. But when the summoned Wind Wolves appeared, the one-eyed Wind Wolf was momentarily stunned. However, when these summoned Wind Wolves assisted the human in tearing apart the other Wind Wolves, the Wolf King realized that these were no longer its subordinates. Roar! When it was still 20 meters away from Shen, the lone Wind Wolf opened its mouth and spat out a blue wind blade. The wind blade was incredibly fast, reaching Shen in the blink of an eye. I can't dodge it. Shen's breath caught. The next second, he was struck by the wind blade. A arc of fresh blood rose in the air. Shen's body fell like a kite with a broken string, tracing a curve in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Puff! Just as Shen got up, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The wind blade spat out by the one-eyed Wind Wolf easily sliced through Shen's flesh. On his left shoulder, there was a deep wound that exposed the bone. Shen! The place where Shen fell was not far from Lu Rongrong. The latter rushed to Shen's side in panic, repeatedly casting low-level healing spell on him. Although Lu Rongrong's talent, Rejuvenation, had a 10% healing bonus, Shen's shoulder wound was too severe. Even after using the healing spell twice, it barely stopped the bleeding. The granulation tissue at the wound was constantly writhing and growing. To heal completely, it would take at least half an hour of recovery time. However, the one-eyed Wind Wolf would not give Shen the time to recover peacefully. Just as Lu Rongrong was about to cast low-level healing spell for the third time, the one-eyed Wind Wolf had already charged in front of them. Get back! Just regaining consciousness, Shen pushed Lu Rongrong aside and raised his short sword to block the Wolf King's gaping mouth. Hiss! Under the immense force of the one-eyed Wind Wolf, Shen's body kept sliding backward, his feet carving 2 trenches in the ground. Facing the one-eyed Wind Wolf at such close range, Shen almost fainted from the stench it exhaled. Ah! Shen gritted his teeth. The wound on his left arm burst open again, blood flowing down his abdomen. When Shen caught a glimpse of the one-eyed Wind Wolf's raised right paw, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. His strength was suppressed now, and he couldn't dodge at all. 3 summoned Wind Wolves were rushing over, but there was no time. Just as Shen prepared to take the hit, another arcane ball shot out from the side. Boom! The Wolf King was sent flying by the explosion of the arcane ball. Seizing the opportunity, Shen retreated a few steps, and the 3 summoned Wind Wolves closed in on the one-eyed Wolf King. Although the one-eyed Wind Wolf was hit by the arcane ball, it only lost 100 health points, with the fur at the impact site singed. For the one-eyed Wind Wolf, which still had 1,200 health points left, 100 points was nothing. Roar! As the summoned wind wolves approached the one-eyed wolf king, it let out a low growl and unhesitatingly opened its mouth to bite at the three summoned wind wolves. Although the intelligence of magical beasts is not high, they still know how to avoid danger. The one-eyed wind wolf had just witnessed the death of its three subordinates. The three wind wolves now were not its subordinates, but enemies. Huff, huff. With the one-eyed wind wolf entangled, Chen finally had a chance to catch his breath. However, this was not the time to relax. The three summoned wind wolves were no match for the one-eyed wind wolf. They couldn't hold out for long. The situation around them was also not optimistic. Xuefeibai, covered in blood, had just killed a wind wolf, but Chen's remaining two summoned goblin heads had been killed by the wind wolves. The archer goblin was bitten to death shortly after the summoned ratman was killed. Now, three wind wolves were surrounding Xuefeibai. Brother Bai. Deng Qingxue had always harbored special feelings for Xuefeibai, who had saved her from the goblin's clutches. Seeing him surrounded and in danger, she instantly became anxious. Waving her staff, an arcane ball formed. Just as Deng Qingxue was about to support Xuefeibai, she heard him shout loudly, "Qingxue, don't worry about me, help Chen deal with that one-eyed one first." As he said this, Xuefeibai had just been knocked away by a wind wolf from behind. Xuefeibai quickly got up from the ground, his short knife still firmly in hand. Although blood blurred his vision, Xuefeibai was very clear in his mind. The three wind wolves were fierce, but he could still hold them off for now. If Chen fails, no one will survive. That one-eyed wind wolf is stronger than an ordinary wind wolf. It must be a level 6 monster. When he saw that two of the three wind wolves were about to turn and go after Lu Rongrong and Deng Qingxue, Xuefeibai immediately blocked the way in front of the wind wolves, his eyes bloodshot as he said, "Beast, I'm not done yet. Where do you think you're going?" Berserk. After activating Berserk despite his injuries, Xuefeibai's aura changed completely. The three wind wolves clearly sensed that the human in front of them had become stronger. However, the one-eyed wind wolf had ordered them to kill all the humans here. Oh whoa! The three wind wolves howled in unison and pounced on Xuefeibai. "Come and fight." In his berserk state, Xuefeibai charged forward instead of retreating, engaging in a fierce battle with the wind wolves. Meanwhile, Deng Qingxue, hearing Xuefeibai's words, bit her lip. The arcane magic sphere she had gathered in front of her wand finally flew towards the one-eyed wind wolf. Roar! The one-eyed wind wolf, which had already been hit by an arcane magic sphere and lost some fur, quickly jumped aside. Its crimson eye glared at Deng Qingxue in the distance, and it opened its mouth to unleash a wind blade. Deng Qingxue was caught off guard and was grazed on the thigh by the wind blade. Blood instantly stained her pants red. Damn it! And Chen saw Deng Qingxue fall to the ground and cursed under his breath, charging towards the one-eyed wind wolf that had broken through the encirclement of the three summoned wind wolves. And Chen's own attack did little damage to the one-eyed wind wolf. Deng Qingxue's magic could definitely inflict more damage on the one-eyed wind wolf than his own. And Chen took the risk to block the wolf king, determined not to let the one-eyed wind wolf get close to Deng Qingxue. While Chen was entangled with the three summoned wind wolves and the one-eyed wind wolf, Lu Rongrong ran to Deng Qingxue's side, wanting to heal her. Wait! Deng Qingxue glanced at Xuefeibai and Chen, who were in a tough battle, and said through gritted teeth, "The injury on my leg won't affect my magic. Save your mana to help others." Lu Rongrong's eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded heavily. Arcane magic sphere. Deng Qingxue noticed that Chen had been knocked away by the one-eyed wind wolf and took the opportunity to aim at it. Boom! The one-eyed wind wolf, caught off guard, was blown down by the magic sphere, losing more fur. The one-eyed wind wolf's red eye flashed, and it opened its mouth to unleash a wind blade. Bang! And Chen, who had come in from the side, jumped into the air and kicked the one-eyed wind wolf on the head. Whoosh! The wind blade grazed past Lu Rongrong and Deng Qingxue, whipping their hair into a frenzy. Damn it, all of you, unleash your bites! The moment Chen landed, the three summoned wind wolves leaped from behind him, opening their mouths wide to pounce on the one-eyed wind wolf. The one-eyed wind wolf, still reeling from the kick, felt intense pain in its left front leg, neck, and abdomen. Oh whoa! The one-eyed wind wolf howled in pain, rolling its body while opening its mouth full of fangs, biting down on one of the summoned wind wolves in front of it. The one-eyed wind wolf's violent bite was several times stronger than the ordinary wind wolf's bite. The summoned wind wolf that was biting the one-eyed wind wolf's thigh was instantly decapitated. In Chen's view, one of his summoned creatures had its life value reduced to 0. The other two were also flung away by the one-eyed wind wolf. However, the one-eyed wind wolf was not unscathed either. Blood was gushing from the 3 bite wounds, and its life value was rapidly decreasing. Snap! Blood dripped from the one-eyed wolf king's fur to the ground, shattering into splashes of crimson. And Chen stood between 2 summoned wind wolves, his chest heaving violently with each breath. Nearby, the sounds of a fierce melee echoed as Xuefeibai, nearly turned into a bloodied mess, clashed with 3 wind wolves. Deng Qingxue and Lu Rongrong were not far behind Chen. The former needed to ensure the one-eyed wind wolf remained within her magical range. After nearly 10 minutes of intense combat, and Shen was already feeling fatigued. During a brief respite in the fighting, instead of feeling his strength return, he only grew more inclined to lie down and rest. Bang! And Shen punched himself in the face to stay alert, then charged toward the one-eyed wind wolf alongside the summoned wind wolf, which was now only half alive. The one-eyed wind wolf had not anticipated that this time the prey would be so difficult to chew. Given another chance, it would never have attacked Shen and the others. Not only had it lost 3 subordinates, but its own injuries were also more severe. Even if it killed Shen and the others now, the losses it had suffered could not be compensated. With its forces halved, its hunting range would not only shrink, but it could also become food for other magical beasts. And all of this had begun because of a goblin. If it weren't for that goblin blinding one of its eyes, its strength would not have diminished so much. If it weren't for the loss of an eye, these humans would have long since become its food. Now, its field of vision was reduced by half. The weak humans before it had already noticed this and were attacking from its blind spot. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been kicked in the head. Just now, the more it thought about it, the angrier it became. The one-eyed wind wolf howled to the sky. It swore that after finishing this job, it would prepare to break through. Sooner or later, it would seek revenge on that goblin with the bandaged left arm. Roar! The one-eyed wind wolf let out a furious roar, pushing off with its hind legs and charging forward, knocking one summoned wind wolf aside. The other summoned wind wolf seized the opportunity to pounce on the one-eyed wind wolf, biting down and tearing a large chunk of flesh from its back. Bite was a close-range skill with immense power, requiring 50 points of magic for each use. The summoned wind wolf had a full state of only 300 points of magic, and it had used several times just now. Although the magic consumption was significant, as long as it could inflict damage on the one-eyed wind wolf, it was worth it. The one-eyed wind wolf let out a painful howl. It turned its head and unleashed a wind blade at the summoned wind wolf. If in good condition, the summoned wind wolf's speed would have easily evaded the wind blade. But now, the summoned wind wolf was in a weakened state, and the wind blade struck its lower left abdomen. Coincidentally, that spot had previously been deeply wounded by the one-eyed wind wolf's claws. At this moment, the wind blade deepened the wound, penetrating its abdomen. The intestines and other organs spilled out through the gash. Not good. The summoned wind wolf's health plummeted instantly. Even if Shen wanted the summoned wind wolf to exert its last bit of strength, its heavily injured body could hardly move. It barely covered 2 meters before dissipating into white light. Hiss! The one-eyed wind wolf exhaled a breath of hot air, turning its single-eye to glare at Shen. Oh whoa! The knocked-back summoned wind wolf returned to Shen's side, baring its teeth and glaring at the one-eyed wind wolf. Shen's magic had now recovered to 9 points, recovering 1 point per minute, and he had hoped to hold on a little longer to summon another wind wolf. But now it seemed that he couldn't drag it out for another minute. Let's go for it. I want to see how long you can hold on in this state. Shen exhaled deeply, gripping his short sword with his right hand, bending his knees in his stance. Whoosh! Shen's figure suddenly lunged forward. The summoned wind wolf charged toward the one-eyed wind wolf at the same moment. One man and one beast, one to the left and one to the right. The one-eyed wind wolf kept shaking its head, its single eye wavering between Shen and the summoned wind wolf. Suddenly, the one-eyed wind wolf discovered that the summoned wind wolf had vanished into thin air. This took it by surprise, and it quickly looked around, searching for the whereabouts of the summoned wind wolf. Whoosh! At that moment, a magic ball shot from afar, heading straight for the one-eyed wind wolf. The one-eyed wind wolf's fur stood on end, its sharp claws extending from its pads. Boom! The arcane magic ball struck the ground and exploded. But the one-eyed wind wolf had already dodged and appeared in front of Shen. Grr! The one-eyed wind wolf opened its large mouth and lunged at Shen. Since it couldn't find the summoned wind wolf, it would take down this human first. As long as it bit him an activated, violent bite, this human wouldn't stand a chance. But it failed. Shen turned just in time to evade the one-eyed wind wolf's bite. Bang! The one-eyed wind wolf missed its bite, turning around to whip Shen away with its tail, which was like a steel whip. Damn, although its speed is a bit slower than before, its reflexes haven't decreased much. Shen's chest was struck, leaving a red mark, blood continuously oozing out. Clang! After a brief clash between the short sword and the claws, they pulled apart. Then, the man and beast began to clash repeatedly. Almost every collision left Shen with a new wound, blood spraying from his mouth as if it were free. In contrast, the one-eyed wind wolf, without the summoned wind wolf's restraint, suffered almost no damage. Shuijia, hurry and help Shen. Help him. I want to, but they're stuck together, and I'm afraid my magic will accidentally hit Shen. Another downside of not having the summoned wind wolf to restrain was that Gengqing Shui couldn't find an opportunity to cast her spell. Now, the two women could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. Thud! Shen was knocked away by the one-eyed wind wolf, his battered body sliding across the ground, leaving a bloodied trench several meters long. Thud! The one-eyed wind wolf's front paw stepped on Shen's chest, its sharp claws tearing into his flesh, causing him to let out a series of agonizing screams. The one-eyed wind wolf opened its large mouth, ready to bite off the neck of the human before it. Everything happened too quickly for Gongqing Shui to react. In this situation, even if the arcane magic ball was cast now, it wouldn't prevent Shen's death. Shen, pinned beneath the one-eyed wind wolf, looked up at the descending wolf head and shouted in his heart, "Wind wolf, bite it!" "Oh whoa!" The summoned wind wolf, which had suddenly disappeared earlier, reappeared beside the one-eyed wind wolf and bit down on its neck. Slash! The one-eyed wind wolf, in pain, couldn't help but claw at Shen's chest, tearing out several strips of flesh. But Shen seemed to feel no pain, watching the one-eyed wind wolf frantically swat at the summoned wind wolf, using his last bit of strength to shout into the empty surroundings, "Mang Xin!" A figure silently appeared above the one-eyed wind wolf, the dagger in her hand glinting coldly in the moonlight. "Die!" At Shen's command, Mang Xin, who had been hidden until now, focused her energy and plunged the dagger into the one-eyed wind wolf's remaining eye. The 15-centimeter-long dagger sank to the hilt, twisting as it went. Just as the one-eyed wind wolf broke free from the summoned wind wolf, its body froze and it collapsed to the ground. Obtain wind wolf soul, green, ×1. Seeing a green soul rise from the one-eyed wind wolf and merge into his body, Shen's heart finally settled. "Oh whoa!" Just as Shen let out a sigh of relief, he heard the howl of a wolf and instantly remembered that Xue Fei Bai was still accompanied by 3 wind wolves. However, when Shen propped himself up and turned to look, he found that only one injured wind wolf remained by Xue Fei Bai's side. Several broken bodies of wind wolves lay nearby. Now, the only remaining wind wolf was preparing to flee. As for Xue Fei Bai, his wounds were no less than Shen's. His entire face was covered in blood. At this moment, although he was at the end of his strength, his berserker had reached its maximum enhancement. Ha! Xue Fei Bai exhaled a breath of hot air, raised the short knife in his hand, and suddenly threw it at the fleeing wind wolf. Boom! A series of sonic booms echoed in the air as the short knife, already shattered in several places, crossed the distance and pierced into the fleeing wind wolf's waist. The wind wolf let out a miserable howl and its body tumbled and rolled several meters away. Thud! At his limit, Xue Fei Bai could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. "Xue Fei Bai, don't scare me." Gongqing Shui dropped her magic wand and limped over to Xue Fei Bai's side. Upon seeing him lose consciousness, she couldn't help but cry. Shen, disregarding his own injuries, hurriedly instructed Lu Rongrong to heal Xue Fei Bai. Lu Rongrong had no choice but to squat beside Shen, cast low-level healing on him, and then ran to heal Xue Fei Bai. The low-level healing was quite effective for flesh wounds. After several healing spells, the torn flesh on Xue Fei Bai's body began to grow granulation tissue and slowly healed. Seeing the rise and fall of Xue Fei Bai's chest, Gongqing Shui's heart eased a little. At this moment, Lu Rongrong was grateful that she had listened to Shen and Gongqing Shui earlier and preserved her magic. Otherwise, facing 2 severely injured individuals, she might have been powerless. After temporarily stabilizing Xue Fei Bai's injuries, she ran back to Shen's side. Mang Xian was kneeling beside Shen with a pained expression, tearing her clothes into strips and carefully bandaging Shen's wounds. To create an opportunity, Shen had ultimately faced the one-eyed wind wolf head-on alone, and more than half of his injuries were inflicted during that time. However, compared to Xue Fei Bai, Shen was still able to remain conscious. After Lu Rongrong treated several of the more serious injuries, she ran out of magic. "Oh whoa!" The only remaining summoned wind wolf circled around Shen restlessly. Shen glanced at its status panel and found it still had over 300 health points left. "Go get me the heart and 4 claws of the one-eyed wind wolf," Shen said weakly. Upon hearing this, Mang Xian ran over with a dagger. After a while, she returned with the still dripping heart and claws of the wolf in her hands. Shen instructed Mang Xian to place the items on the ground, then sacrificed the wind wolf soul, green, ×1. Indeed, after struggling to kill the one-eyed wind wolf, Shen gained over 250 experience points and directly leveled up to level 6. Now he could sacrifice green level souls to summon level 6 monsters. The heart and claws that he had Mang Xian bring were the offerings to summon a level 6 wind wolf. Not only did Shen level up, but Gongqing Shui and Mang Xian, who participated in the battle, also leveled up to level 5.5. Killing the one-eyed wind wolf provided several times more experience than defeating a large slime, even though Shen was only level 4 when he killed the large slime and received only 120 experience points. This highlighted the gap between the large slime and the one-eyed wind wolf. The former was just an ordinary monster, while the latter was undoubtedly a boss-level threat. After discovering he had leveled up to 6, Shen intended to summon the one-eyed wind wolf and, together with the other summoned wind wolf, carry him and the temporarily stabilized Xue Fei Bai back to Valcam to seek treatment from a high-level priest. But what Shen didn't expect was that when he sacrificed the wind wolf soul, green, he suddenly felt a pang in his heart. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into a pitch-black void. The strangeness before him made Shen somewhat uneasy. The next moment he instinctively looked up. Above this void, a very tiny crack suddenly opened. Although small, the colorful light emanating from it immediately caught In Shen's attention. What is going on? In Shen looked up at the colorful crack in confusion. A beam of colorful light floated out like a flying ribbon from the crack and merged into the immobile In Shen. Then, the crack disappeared, and Shen's consciousness returned to his body. At this moment, In Shen seemed to have encountered something incredible, constantly murmuring, "So there really is a god of summoning. So the souls I sacrificed were all offered to the sleeping god of summoning." Just as the colorful light merged into In Shen's body, he suddenly realized that he had received a gift from the god of summoning. It was like Xue Fei by going to pay homage to the god of warriors radiating light, meaning the god of warriors had already responded. After sacrificing a green-level wind wolf soul, In Shen awakened a trace of divinity from the sleeping god of summoning and received a gift from the god of summoning. When he leveled up to level 6, In Shen's original information panel was as follows: Name, In Shen. Race, human. Level 6, experience 0/1000. Profession, none. Magic power 0/60. Talent, spirit sacrifice. Skills, low-level perception, high pressure. Acid jet. After receiving the gift, In Shen's panel changed instantly. Name, In Shen. Race, human. Level 6, experience 0/1000. Profession, summoner. Magic power 0/600. Talent, spirit sacrifice, green level, omniscient, green level. Previously a hidden talent. Skills, low-level perception, high-pressure acid jet, divine awakener. The first change was in the magic power section. Previously, In Shen had always been hesitant to use skills due to his low magic power. In his view, the cost-effectiveness of using skills was not as high as summoning a summon. The reason for his low magic power was that the god of summoning had fallen into slumber, leaving In Shen as a summoner with pitifully little magic power. Now that In Shen had sacrificed a green-quality soul and awakened a trace of divinity from the god of summoning, his magic power surged tenfold, reaching 600 points. Although his magic power could not compare to that of a mage of the same level, it was still quite decent compared to other professions. In future battles, he would no longer have to be stingy, he could use skills freely. The increase in magic power limit was a huge boost to In Shen's strength. But the other changes delighted In Shen even more. First, the talent, spirit sacrifice, had now upgraded to green quality. The number of summons increased from 5 to 10. What shocked In Shen was that the current spirit sacrifice had an additional ability: he could forcibly sign a magical creature/beast of a level not exceeding his own as a summon using a magic circle. Signing a living creature as a summon was of great significance to In Shen. Previously, In Shen could only kill magical creatures/beasts and use offerings and souls to summon creatures of the same level as himself. When they were summoned, their templates were already set and would not improve. Now, if he encountered a magical creature/beast with high potential, as long as its level did not exceed In Shen's, he could activate the spirit sacrifice magic circle to forcibly sign it as a summon. This way, In Shen could obtain a summon with high potential. As for the new talent, Omniscient, it was an ability that In Shen had previously overlooked. In Shen could see the information panels of professionals and monsters. He had previously thought this was a unique ability of his own. In fact, it was indeed a unique ability of In Shen. However, it was different from what In Shen had imagined. All of this was thanks to the 5-vision omnipotence. This was a passive skill that allowed him to view the information panels of targets. Now that it had upgraded to green quality, he could view targets up to 5 levels higher than himself, instead of just those at or below his level. Moreover, as 5-vision omnipotence continued to upgrade, it could unlock 5 additional abilities. In the skills section, besides the low-level perception and high-pressure acid jet learned from sacrificing the slime soul, there was now an additional skill: Divine Awakener. Divine Awakener, the one who awakens the divine, gaining a trace of divinity from the summoned god. It could enhance a skill, resulting in a qualitative change. A trace of divinity? And Shen thought for a moment and immediately recalled that colorful light. Then, he was astonished to discover that he could actually feel this trace of divinity swirling within his body. What made In Shen uneasy was that this trace of divinity was continuously shrinking. It was likely to dissipate in less than a minute. Damn it, which skill should I enhance? Realizing this, In Shen quickly checked his skills. The Bite and Wind Blade of the Wind Wolf. Currently do not have enough Wind Wolf souls to learn. Besides that, I only have low-level perception and high-pressure acid jet. Do I have to choose one of these two? In Shen furrowed his brows, feeling that using Divine Awakener on these two skills was somewhat inappropriate. The former was a perception-type skill, while the latter was a ranged attack skill. Although In Shen was now a legitimate summoner, even able to summon an entire small team, the existence of spirit sacrifice allowed In Shen to develop comprehensively. So enhancing these two skills was not out of the question. but Chen instinctively felt that he shouldn't enhance these two skills. Oh no, how could I forget this? Suddenly, Chen remembered a skill he had never learned. If the enhancement worked as he thought, it would be just right for him to use now. Resolute, he no longer hesitated, and Chen immediately learned that skill and used Divine Awakener to enhance it. The seven-colored divinity transformed into specks of starlight and merged into Chen's body. After Divine Awakener was activated, Chen's skill section, which had just consumed 100 slime souls to learn the Devour skill, transformed into World Devouring Rebirth. Devour was one of the three skills of the slime. Its function was merely to eat some small grass, dirt, and stones, and after decomposition, it could restore a very small amount of magic power. Chen had originally wanted to enhance it to a skill that could devour grass and dirt, significantly restoring his own power. Now, the enhanced skill World Devouring Rebirth had become somewhat overpowered. World Devouring Rebirth Rainbow Level 0 for 600. Its ability, according to Chen's understanding, was to form a devouring realm briefly without any consumption. The devouring realm could absorb external magic power and slowly convert it into his own magic power, and it could also convert it into life force to heal injuries. For example, if someone cast a spell at Chen, he could use World Devouring Rebirth to devour the opponent's magic and convert it into magic power or life force. The limitation was that the upper limit of the absorbed magic power was linked to Chen's strength. He currently had only 600 points of magic power, so he could absorb a maximum of 600 points of magic power. If the absorbed magic power reached the upper limit of the devouring realm, Chen could no longer use World Devouring Rebirth. The Nemesis of Mages. The Nemesis of Mages. Chen's eyes widened, exclaiming words that left Meng Xian and Lu Rongrong puzzled, while shouting to Geng Qingxue, who was squatting beside Xue Feibai, "Sister Xue, throw a magic ball at me." Hearing Chen's request, Geng Qingxue's tears instantly could not be held back. Feibai has fallen into a coma, and Chen's mind has been hit to the point of being abnormal. Lu Rongrong hugged Chen's head tightly to her chest, her voice choked with tears. "Chen, how could you let Sister Xue use magic to hit you? Magic could kill you. Woo 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 woo." Chen was trapped between two mountains, almost unable to breathe. With great effort, his right hand climbed up one mountain and pushed it away forcefully. "No, I learned a new skill that can convert magic power into what has been used." Ah, Lu Rongrong was stunned. How could one learn skills outside? But then she thought, Chen was different from them. The previous skills, the summoned objects, were not learned from a mentor either. After realizing this, Lu Rongrong noticed something unusual in front of her chest. Just then, Chen happened to put his hand down and once again asked Geng Qingxue to launch a magic ball at him. "You launch a magic ball at me first, then ride the wind wolf to take by good of Alcam for treatment." Chen struggled to get up, urging Lu Rongrong, Meng Xian, and the two summoned creatures to move aside. Geng Qingxue thought for a moment, and then no longer hesitated. The arcane magic ball was activated, and a magic ball formed from magic power flew towards Chen. Devour the World Rebirth. Chen also used his skill. In the astonished gazes of the others, a person-sized black vortex appeared in front of Chen. As the magic ball approached him, it was instantly sucked into the center of the vortex and then devoured. Devour the World Rebirth 50/600. This magic ball had 50 points of magic power. Until now, Chen had not felt much, but as the magic ball was devoured and began to transform, Chen immediately felt a sense of comfort spreading from within his body. Lu Rongrong's low-level healing spell treated external flesh wounds, while the healing effect brought by Devour the World Rebirth started from the inside. Even broken bones were slowly recovering. The rate of conversion was neither fast nor slow, approximately converting 100 points of magic power or equivalent life force per minute. Chen could not see his life value data and could only guess based on the feedback from his body. After experimenting with the skill, Chen did not waste time. He had the level 6 summoned Wind Wolf. Carry Geng Qingxue and Xue Feibai to Valcam first. Ordinary summoned Wind Wolves were too small to carry two people. After they left, Chen had Meng Xian help collect the remaining 4 ordinary Wind Wolves' fangs and claws. Although his magic power limit had reached 600, his current magic power had not increased. After summoning the level 6 Wind Wolf, his magic power was once again depleted, and he could not summon new Wind Wolves, so he could only pack the materials away. Although he could use Devour the World Rebirth to convert the magic ball that was being transformed into magic power, what Chen needed now was healing, especially since Lu Rongrong's magic power had already been exhausted. Even a little healing was very important for Chen. The battle site with the Wind Wolves was still about 5 kilometers away from Mir Village. With the help of Lu Rongrong and Meng Xian, Chen rode on the level 5 summoned Wind Wolf. "We should hurry back. Under the moonlight, Shen rode the injured Wind Wolf, with Lu Rongrong and Mang Xian following closely behind. There was no other choice, after all, Shen was the injured one. He did not waste the corpses of the Wind Wolves. In addition to the materials needed for summoning, he also chopped off all the heads of the Wind Wolves and tied them, along with the corpse of the one-eyed Wind Wolf, to the summoned Wind Wolf with ropes to drag back to Mir village. After removing the internal organs, the one-eyed Wind Wolf's corpse was much lighter, and the injured summoned Wind Wolf could barely run. Perhaps because the nearby area was the territory of the one-eyed Wind Wolf, the three of them did not encounter any other magical beasts on their way back. 2 kilometers away from Mir village, Shen also spotted Lu Yen and a few others who had come out of the village to look for them. Val Cam. As the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Rager set off to the Adventurers Guild to take on a quest. As long as I complete one more basic level task with a satisfactory rating today, I can take on an entry-level task. On the way to the Adventurers Guild, Rager felt both anticipation and worry. He looked forward to taking on an entry-level task and becoming the entry-level adventurer that Maggie spoke of. Once he became an entry-level adventurer, he could not only hone his skills in real combat but also earn more rewards. At the same time, he was concerned about the number of basic-level tasks available at the Adventurers Guild. Ever since he and 4 other adventurers completed a commission and received their bounty the day before yesterday, the idle low-level workers in Valcam had become excited. They were all struggling to progress due to various reasons, earning little and consequently lacking training resources. The lack of training resources, in turn, led to slow progress in their training. A vicious cycle. Some broke this cycle through hard work and became strong, like Hunter Mark, but many others were defeated by life, struggling to survive in this harsh world. It wasn't that the latter didn't want to work hard, rather, most came from families that weren't well off and had to toil for their daily meals, leaving them with very little time and resources for training. The existence of the Adventurers Guild gave these eliminated workers from mercenary groups new hope. Any level of worker could take on corresponding tasks and receive appropriate rewards. This news was confirmed by Rager and his 4 companions. Soon, more people who had signed up to become adventurers on the first day began to take on tasks. Those who had not yet become adventurers also flocked to the Adventurers Guild to register. Just yesterday alone, Maggie and Samantha had issued over 100 adventurer badges. Among them were adventurers of levels 4 and 5. Due to the significant increase in the number of adventurers, the basic level commissions in the guild were quickly snatched up. Currently, there were no adventurers qualified to take on entry-level tasks, making basic level tasks extremely sought after. Although Lady Ningguin said yesterday that she would find Miss Laura to secure more basic level tasks for everyone, it's better to go early just in case, Rager thought to himself. But when he arrived, he was stunned. In front of the still-closed Adventurers Guild, there were already a dozen figures dressed in various outfits. Each of them had a badge with a number sewn onto their chest. Oh no, have so many people already come? Rager's heart tightened, worried that there wouldn't be enough tasks for the adventurers today. As time passed, more and more people gathered in front of the Adventurers Guild. When the nearby townsfolk began their day's work, they suddenly noticed that nearly 200 people were gathered in front of the recently renovated old council hall. Among them were those who had become adventurers 2 days ago, while the rest were professionals preparing to register as adventurers. In the conference room on the 2nd floor of the Adventurers Guild, Anshin walked to the window, gently opened a crack, and glanced at the noisy crowd below, a smile appearing on his lips. My dear President, what's so funny at a time like this? Ningwen's face showed signs of anxiety. The number of adventurers is increasing too quickly. We simply don't have enough tasks. No need to worry. Anshin rubbed his bloodshot eyes, calmly walked to the conference table, and looked at the crowd before him, saying, after I returned last night and treated my injuries, I went to report on the situation in Grand Village to Butler Scott and got the chance to meet with the Viscount. He entrusted me with a commission that is just right for the adventurers to complete. Oh, what task? Mingxin asked, looking up in confusion. After the battle with the one-eyed Wind Wolf yesterday, Deng Qingxue took Xuefei back to Valcam for treatment first. Meanwhile, Shen, who was slightly less injured than Xuefei, brought Mang Xian and Lu Rongrong with him to meet up with Lu Yan and others they encountered in Mir village before hurrying to Valcam overnight. Having just experienced a fight with the Wind Wolf, if it weren't for the fact that Mir village was only 5 kilometers away from Valcam, and Shen's injuries urgently required treatment from a high-level priest, they would never have traveled at night. Fortunately, the effect of devouring world rebirth had temporarily stabilized Shen's injuries, and upon arriving in Valcam, they quickly sought a priest to treat him. After his injuries were healed, Shen hurriedly went to find the Viscount's steward, Scott. The reason for his urgency was that on the way back to the city, Shen recalled his experiences in Grand Village and increasingly felt that something was off. The monster camps marked on the map were mostly concentrated around the iron mine. Whether it was the goblins, dog-headed men, or ratmen encountered during the exploration, they all wore iron helmets and other armor to varying degrees. This led In Shan to a very bad suspicion. He couldn't wait until the next day and went to find Scott overnight. When Scott saw In Shan, he did not appear displeased at being disturbed from his rest. After briefly explaining what he encountered in Grand Village, In Shan suggested that the monsters there were likely using the mine to forge weapons. After looking at the map where In Shan marked the monster camps, Scott furrowed his brows in thought and then took In Shan to find the already resting Viscount Reno. After being awakened, Viscount Reno had a face-to-face meeting with In Shan. This was In Shan's first time meeting Viscount Reno. After their discussion, Viscount Reno dispatched elite guards overnight to Grand Village to verify the information. He praised In Shan profusely. Upon learning that In Shan had killed the one-eyed wind wolf near Mere Village, Viscount Reno was astonished. Although the one-eyed wind wolf was only level 6, it had a group of younger wind wolves, making its overall combat power not weak. The activity range of the one-eyed wind wolf was between Mere Village and Grand Village. Killing the one-eyed wind wolf was a task he had entrusted to the bloodstained mercenary group a long time ago. They had taken nearly a month, and Grand Village had been occupied by monsters, yet they had not completed the commission. Unexpectedly, it was hunted down by In Shan and his companions. The corpse of the one-eyed wind wolf was right outside the Viscount's residence, proving that In Shan was not lying. After gaining a new understanding of In Shan's strength, Viscount Reno decided to give him a new commission. In Shan planned to have the adventurers downstairs complete it with him. "We are very familiar with the client of this task," In Shan said as he noticed the puzzled looks from everyone, not keeping them in suspense, and continued, "It's Mayor Lia from Grol Town." Mayor Lia? Upon hearing this name, everyone couldn't help but recall their days living in Grol Town, and familiar faces surfaced in their memories. Although it had only been a few days since they left Grol Town, it felt like a long time ago. That's right, Mayor Lia sent a message to Viscount Reno yesterday. The letter said that slimes had gone berserk on the grasslands outside Grol Town, with a large number of slimes pouring out, destroying fields and attacking passers-by. Many people also witnessed several goblins appearing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The Viscount decided to send soldiers today to assist the guards of Grol Town in dealing with the goblin problem and patrol the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As for the task of clearing the slimes, he entrusted it to our guild. "You plan to send these adventurers?" Ningwen asked in confusion. "But this level of task can already be classified as an entry-level task, and the current adventurers are not qualified to accept it." "That's right. Didn't you also say that the number of slimes is extremely high and they will actively harm people when they go berserk? We only have 146 registered adventurers. Will sending them out lead to a large number of casualties?" Xue Fei Bai also didn't quite understand In Shan's meaning, and Shen chuckled lightly, stood up from the table, and led everyone downstairs. "This mission has too many targets. Moreover, I suspect that the riot may be related to the legendary Slime King. This task is not something that one person or a single team of adventurers can handle. I define it as a guild subjugation mission. Including the 9 of us, all members of the adventurers guild will participate in this mission." After saying this, In Shan walked to the door and opened the large door of the adventurers guild. Roger grew increasingly anxious waiting outside the adventurers guild. With so many people around, if he couldn't grab a quest later, his time to become a novice adventurer would be pushed back again. There were quite a few others nearby who shared Roger's thoughts, and some even got into a quarrel with their companions. Just as everyone was getting more and more restless, the doors of the Adventurers Guild swung open. The noisy sounds outside instantly vanished, and all eyes turned to the imposing young man at the entrance. With a tall and upright figure, handsome features, and a pair of sharp eyes that exuded authority, this person was none other than the summoner who had previously been derided as the Forsaken One for not finding a profession in the city, yet had effortlessly defeated 2 level 5 professionals. His other identity was the president of the Adventurers Guild, In Shan. In just 2 days, people had gathered enough information about In Shan, whether as the Forsaken One or the summoner, he had made quite a stir. To many level 2 and 3 professionals, In Shan, as a summoner, was already quite powerful. Level 5 summoned goblins were enough to make level 5 professionals wary. Not to mention that In Shan had Miss Lola, or rather, the Viscount, backing him. Moreover, adventurers who had interacted with In Shan a few days ago could clearly feel that his aura had grown even stronger. As expected of the president, Roger looked at In Shan with admiration, secretly thinking, "I want to be like the president in the future, standing in front of hundreds of people and having everyone quiet down to listen to me." In Shan stepped over the threshold and scanned the crowd below. The 5 Vision Universal displayed everyone's panel information without reservation. Aside from one level 5 and 3 level 4s, the rest were all level 1 to 3. As for their ages, they all appeared to be around 20, with only those few level 4 and above professionals looking middle-aged. The age at which professionals begin their training varies, so one cannot judge talent solely by age. For instance, Lu Zhishan looked to be in his 30s but had only trained for a few days. However, these few professionals might belong to the type who had trained for 10 years without breaking through to level 6. But in Chen's view, as long as they became adventurers, they could find corresponding quests, have the opportunity to grow stronger, and in turn nourish the Adventurers Guild. He looked at everyone and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's Adventurers Guild. I am the president, Chen. I know you are here today to take on commissions. I am happy for you, because every effort you make will turn into the nutrients for your growth. Now, for all of you, for me, and for the Adventurers Guild, this is just a starting point. In the various quests to come, we may encounter strong enemies, we may get hurt, we may lose, we may cry. But as adventurers, facing hardships along the way is perfectly normal. No one's life is smooth sailing. And whatever cannot defeat us will ultimately make us stronger. We will gradually become strong through continuous adventures." Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the excited Roger below began to clap wildly. The crowd, already stirred by Chen's last two sentences, also started to applaud. Chen glanced at Roger in the crowd and nodded in satisfaction. He remembered this guy, he was quite perceptive. Although his level 1 strength was indeed a bit low, he could still be nurtured. Chen raised his right hand in the air and the applause gradually faded. An adventurer is someone who continuously breaks through repeated adventures. Basic level tasks are merely a test for adventurers, mainly used to observe their sense of responsibility. Those who have taken on commissions at the guild know that only entry-level tasks involve real combat, and only then can we truly hone ourselves. Now, everyone has an opportunity to skip the prerequisite of the basic level and directly access the entry-level commissions. Chen's words brightened the eyes of some adventurers. These individuals had long wanted to take on entry-level tasks. However, the current rule was that one must complete 3 satisfactory evaluations of basic level tasks before accessing entry-level tasks. Now that Chen, as the president, said there was a chance to skip this step, it truly piqued their interest, especially for those middle-aged men at levels 4 and 5. "President, what exactly is the task?" Roger raised his hand to ask. Chen deliberately paused for a moment before telling everyone, "It's a guild subjugation task." He then recounted the task of the slime uprising in Grull Town and asked, "For this task, I will take the lead and call on everyone to participate. Some of you may not have experience fighting slimes. This is the opportunity. Going together to subjugate the slimes will not only hone your combat skills but also ensure safety." As he spoke, Chen waved his left hand in the air, and 4 summoned wind wolves along with a large slime about a meter in diameter appeared beside him. 3 level 5 wind wolves, led by a level 6 wind wolf, howled at the sky as soon as they appeared. The large slime rolled to Chen's feet, making chirping sounds. The level 6 wind wolf was naturally summoned by sacrificing the soul of a Cyclops wind wolf. The remaining 3 wind wolves were summoned using wind wolf souls, White, one of which was a level 5 wind wolf that survived the battle. After recovering his magic last night, Chen discovered that White level souls could not summon level 6 creatures. Thus, he only summoned 2 level 5 wind wolves, along with the one that survived the battle, totaling 3 level 5 wolves. The last wind wolf, soul, White, was kept as a backup. As for the large slime, it was hunted by Chen earlier. Before reaching level 6, he had been unable to sacrifice the large slime soul. After returning to the guild yesterday, Chen found the large slime skin and sacrificed the large slime soul, Green, summoning the large slime. The surrounding adventurers were seeing Chen summon monsters for the first time. Some screamed in shock upon seeing the wind wolves suddenly appear and turn to flee. However, after running a distance, they realized the monsters were not chasing them and were obediently squatting at Chen's feet, prompting them to react. "Oh my, are these beasts summoned by the president? Of course, look how obedient these summoned creatures are. I thought the rumors about the president were false, but it turns out there really is a summoner with summoned beasts." Among the crowd, aside from Chen and the 9 others, the only level 5 professional saw the wind wolf squatting by Chen's legs, his eyes filled with astonishment. This magical fluctuation, could it be from a level 6 beast? After summoning the wind wolves and the large slime, Chen paid no attention to the crowd's reaction. He stroked the fur of the summoned wind wolves while watching the people who had scattered gather again. Once everyone had regrouped, Chen slowly said, "Now, anyone willing to accept the guild subjugation task and fight with us can come to us to sign up using their adventurer's badge." Xue Fei Bai and the others stepped out of the guild in unison after Chen finished speaking, standing behind him. The people now were no longer the level 0 adventurers. They once were. Deng Qingshui and Meng Xian had already reached level 5. They stood behind Shen, along with the nearly 2-meter-long, over 1-meter-high level 6 Wind Wolf and other summoned creatures. In everyone's hearts there was only one word: strong. I'm willing. I'm willing. Roger was the most enthusiastic. The president is going, what are we worried about? I'll go too. I want to go too, but I don't even have a decent weapon. You can kill a slime with a club, as long as you don't get sprayed by its acid. Slime skin can sell for 1 copper coin. Take me with you. I definitely want to go on the guild's subjugation mission. Me too. Just thinking about so many people fighting together gets my blood pumping. More than 200 people, except for a few, were willing to follow Shen to carry out the mission. In their eyes, with Shen in charge, this task was not a problem at all. No matter how strong the slime was, could it be stronger than the guild leader who could summon slimes and beast wolves? Shen had Maggie and Samantha, who had come to work, register the adventurers who were about to become registered, and then counted the number of people participating in the guild's subjugation mission. A total of 216 people. I will give you 1 day to prepare. Tomorrow morning, everyone gather at the guild, ready to subjugate the rampaging slimes. Guild subjugation task. A large number of slimes have appeared on the prairie outside Gruul town, and the Adventurers Guild is now conducting a subjugation. Task level: Special Guild Task. Recommended adventurer level is 0-5. Task objective: Clean up the slimes and eliminate the crisis in Gruul town. Task reward: 2 gold. Guild subjugation task benefits: if hit by slime acid, you can seek free treatment from guild members Lu Rongrong and Ningwen. The reward of 2 gold coins seems quite substantial, equivalent to 20,000 copper. Divided among 200 people, each person would get less than 100 copper. But this was originally because Shen wanted to take the opportunity to improve the overall strength of the adventurers, which is why everyone was participating together. With more people, the reward would naturally be less. In fact, Shen could have completed this task with Xuefeibai and others. However, due to the large number of slimes, the cleanup would take a bit longer. The adventurers participating in this task became excited when they saw the guild task benefits. Priests, as a healing profession, are quite special and are usually absorbed by major factions. None of the adventurers present had a priest. Previously, some were worried about the high costs of treatment if they got injured. Now that worry was gone, and all the adventurers participating in the task hurried back to prepare. Those who had not become adventurers also rushed to register with Maggie and the others. A day passed quickly. Shen entrusted the Adventurers Guild headquarters to Maggie for safekeeping, then led the gathered adventurers towards Gruul town. Early in the morning, the people of Valcam saw a large group marching out of the city gates. Those who were unaware thought it was a medium-sized mercenary group setting out. Some who were more informed, upon seeing Shen at the front of the line and the badges worn by everyone, realized that the Adventurers Guild was up to something. Has the Lord Viscount made any moves recently? I just saw 2 fully armed squads of guards leave the city yesterday, and now the Adventurers Guild is also heading out. Could it be that monsters are attacking the nearby villages and towns again? No way. Winter just passed not long ago, and Grand Village and Lado Town have already fallen. Now more villages and towns are being attacked by monsters? Sigh, it's better to stay in Valcam. Although the pressure to survive is increasing, at least life is guaranteed. Speaking of which, don't you think the Adventurers Guild is developing too quickly? Didn't it just form a few days ago? How come there are already hundreds of people? Hee, you don't know this. Although the Adventurers Guild was founded by that Shen with the support of the Lord Viscount, in reality, anyone who is a professional can register as an adventurer. Looking at so many people, they are actually just a bunch of low-level professionals. Just look at what equipment they have. A wooden stick, picked up from the roadside? Carrying a wooden basin to use as a shield? This group is just a joke. In my opinion, the Adventurers Guild is just a gathering of rabble, and it can't compare to a mercenary group. It won't be long before they disband. I heard that as long as you register as an adventurer, you can accept commissions and earn a reward without needing to fight. Plus, the guild only takes a 5% handling fee, which is equivalent to getting the full reward. What's the use of that? The commissions are all garbage, and the rewards are minimal. The tasks given to mercenary groups are at least in silver coins. Moreover, some mercenary groups in the city are already unhappy with the Adventurers Guild's practices. Although they have to give face to the Lord Viscount on the surface, privately, the Adventurers Guild will definitely not have it easy. Hiss, is that so? Of course, I am a reserve member of the main dog mercenary corps. The leader issued an order yesterday that if we encounter anyone from the Adventurers Guild outside, we should show them a thing or two. Unfortunately, they all set out today. Otherwise, Carol, a level 5 apprentice knight, would definitely make this group of adventurers look good. And Shen rode at the front of the group on a level 6 wind wolf with the rapidly marching adventurers behind him. Next to Chen were Xue Feibai and others. The few of them were discussing how to lead this group of novice adventurers into battle. Mang Xin was leading the rogue adventurers ahead to scout the way. The journey to Grol Town was long. Even with professionals carrying provisions and traveling light, it would take 7 to 8 hours to cover the 40 kilometers. And Chen, these adventurers don't even have decent weapons. Can they really handle slimes? The speaker was Ningwen. Among the 9 now, she was the only one still at level 0. She said this because the equipment of the adventurers following behind was simply too poor. Aside from a few adventurers above level 3, who had iron weapons, the rest were holding clubs, long sticks, and the like. Even someone with a shovel would be considered lucky. Some even came out empty-handed, carrying wooden basins on their backs. And Chen, riding on the wind wolf, smiled nonchalantly and said, "Slimes aren't very strong aside from their acid. I also went to battle on the prairie with just a club." Battle on the prairie. Ningwen couldn't help but twitch her mouth. "But they are not like you. Don't worry, don't underestimate them. These people joined the Adventurers Guild just 3 days before it opened." Ningwen was a bit confused by Chen's meaning and asked, "Is there something special about that?" "Ha, it means that they still have their edges and a heart that wants to grow stronger." Xue Feibai explained with a smile, "If they were ordinary people, they would just keep watching and wouldn't make such a quick decision. Yes, whether they are motivated by the bounty of the task or think that we have a viscount backing us and want to take advantage of that, at least they made a decision in a short time. In terms of initiative, they have already surpassed most people. And their goal is, of course, to become stronger. Among them, there may be some who want to take advantage of the situation, but that won't affect us at all. As a guild, our main task is to provide them with task commissions. The adventurers' own matters are none of our concern. It's just that now, in the early stages, we need to find some potential candidates to cultivate and expand the guild's reputation. By go, when you lead the team, pay attention to see if there are any promising candidates." "No problem." The journey ahead was a bit boring, with no monsters or magical beasts encountered. Thus, the group's pace was quite fast. They left Valcam at 8 in the morning and around 3 in the afternoon, they saw the outline of Grol Town. The adventurers gazed at the prairie and the town from a distance. When they saw the countless slimes, they couldn't help but swallow. Only a few had eyes filled with battle intent. "By Artemis, there are too many slimes. There's one almost every 3 to 5 meters. Just looking around, there are at least 1,000, and there must be more in the prairie. What are we afraid of? We have hundreds of people. The president is here too. The crops in the west have almost all been destroyed. Grol Town is going to have a tough time this year. My big knife is already itching for action." Listening to the discussions of the adventurers around him, and Chen rode his wind wolf to the front of the group and observed for a while. The number of slimes was indeed very large. However, they are basically all below level 3. The current problem is that the road to Grol Town has been filled with slimes. To enter the town, we must first clear a path. And Chen turned back to the adventurers, who had various expressions, and shouted, "Everyone take a half-hour break. After half an hour, charge into Grol Town with me. Everyone, form teams according to the arrangement I made with you on the way." And Chen commanded the surrounding adventurers while riding on the wind wolf. After forming teams, everyone must follow the captain's orders in battle and remember not to act recklessly. Although we have priests, their magic is limited, so everyone should try to protect themselves. Within Shen's command, 216 adventurers split into 6 teams. Besides Shen, Lu Rongrong, and Ningwen, Xue Feibai led a team each with 5 others. Each team had 36 members. Every team included warriors, knights, thieves, hunters, and mages. Under Shen's orders, the 6 teams advanced in a V formation towards Grol Town. Chirp, chirp. The slimes, bouncing around energetically on the grassland, sensed the large group approaching and instead of fleeing as usual, charged forward. Bayou. A stream of acid was sprayed by a slime. Xue Feibai slightly turned his body to dodge the acid, then raised his mace and struck the slime in midair. With a heavy blow, the slime burst apart in the air, its goo splattering everywhere. As Xue Feibai picked up the slime skin from the ground, he tossed the mace to the adventurer behind him and said casually, "Did you see? Slimes are easy to kill, so don't worry that your weapon is just a mace. The president used to hunt slimes on this grassland with a mace when he was weak. You just need to be careful of the slime's acid." He then advised those holding wooden basins that they could use them to block the acid in critical moments. Most adventurers had little experience fighting slimes and were initially cautious. Fortunately, the number of slimes they encountered at first was limited, making it relatively easy to handle. Everyone had the chance to engage in a fair 1v1 battle with the slimes under the cover of others. If any problems arose, Xue Feibai, as the captain, would immediately step in to assist. Only the young adventurers at levels 1 and 2 might not feel much, but several level 4 and 5 adventurers, In the team couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at the scene before them. If I had such treatment when I was fighting before, I wouldn't have been injured and failed the assessment, then ended up being so mediocre. The only level 5 knight adventurer, Xiao, couldn't help but sigh when he saw Xuefei save an adventurer just as they were about to be hit by the slime's acid. 4. Someone of his level hunting slimes was a piece of cake. That's why Shen had approached him on the way and offered him the position of vice captain, mainly to help guide the team when the captain was too busy. The 6 teams steadily advanced. Many novice adventurers were thrilled after their first kill. When they saw slimes charging at them, they all rushed to engage. However, as they went deeper, more and more slimes noticed the commotion and began to gather around the 6 teams. The adventurers no longer needed to fight over a single slime. At first, each team was only attacked by a few slimes, but later, each team had to face dozens of slimes. In the face of the barrage of acid sprays, the 6 teams, under Shen's orders, split into smaller groups to deal with the slimes separately. As they approached Grol Town, the team led by Qingxue was surrounded by over 50 slimes. The adventurers, with their rudimentary weapons, scrambled to fight the slimes. In the end, it was Qingxue who directed everyone to gather the slimes together and launched several arcane missiles, instantly taking out more than 20 slimes, greatly reducing the pressure on the adventurers. The only pity was that the slimes hit by the magic were completely destroyed, leaving their skins in tatters. Shen, who had been wandering between various teams, looked at the orderly group approaching Grol Town and nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, having them come over to train with slimes is just perfect. Shen watched the white souls flying towards him, his lips curling into a wild grin. Obtained slime soul times 1. Obtained slime soul times 1. The speed at which over 200 people hunted slimes was much faster than Shen hunting alone. Although he could only collect within a 50-meter range, for Shen it was just a matter of running a few more steps. At his current level, hunting such low-level slimes did not yield any experience. He just wanted to collect more slime souls to upgrade his low-level perception. After more than an hour and nearly 1,000 meters, the group of over 200 finally arrived in front of Grol Town. Shen directly harvested over 1,200 slime souls. After consuming 1,000 slime souls, low-level perception upgraded to intermediate perception. The perception range became a 10-meter radius. The consumption also changed to 2 points of magic power per second. At this rate of consumption, I can only activate it during battle. Although Shen now had a high magic power of 600 points, he could only sustain it for 5 minutes. When the over 200 adventurers reached the front of Grol Town, only a few were injured, and they had already been healed by Lu Rongrong's magic. This was thanks to the rescue abilities of Shen's Wind Wolf and Xuefei and others. The guards of Grol Town had long seen this group of people. As Shen and his party approached, a guard hurriedly lowered the wooden bridge that rose over the protective river. Shen left a group of mages behind and let the others cross the river first. Once most of them had crossed, a batch of slimes gathered over. Everyone, feel free to expend your magic power. Oh! Led by Qingxue, nearly 20 mages simultaneously released arcane missiles at the approaching slimes. Dozens of missiles shot towards the slime group like bursting fireworks. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted. Dozens of slimes turned to ashes in a blaze of fire. The mages who had exhausted their magic power quickly ran up the bridge to catch up with the crowd ahead. Someone shouted while running, "Damn, that was thrilling. I blew up 7 with 1 shot." 7. Shen was the last to cross the bridge, and when he returned, the wooden bridge was raised again. Although slimes could swim, they also risked drowning, so they did not like jumping into the river. After the bridge was raised, a large number of slimes without targets lingered nearby. "Shen, is that you?" Hearing this voice, Shen turned around and found a familiar face. "Mr. Brook." Shen crossed the crowd to approach the speaker. "We were sent by the Lord Viscount to clear the rampaging slimes." Brook looked around at the adventurers with a surprised expression. He could sense the presence of these people, and the vast majority were below level 3. There were only a few above level 4. How could the Lord Viscount entrust such weak individuals with this task? "Mr. Brook, have you dealt with the goblins in the Forbidden Forest? You know about that too?" Upon hearing Shen's question, Brook sighed. "Originally, we only discovered a small squad of goblins, which could easily be dealt with by the 10 guards of Grol Town. But when we found the goblin camp outside the Forbidden Forest, we discovered that over 50 goblins had gathered there. Among them, there were quite a few goblins above level 6. That's why we sought assistance from the Viscount. Yesterday, the Viscount sent 2 teams of guards and commissioned 2 mercenary groups. But according to the information gathered by the thieves we sent out, the number of goblins in the stronghold has doubled again. There are already 30 goblins above level 6 just from our reconnaissance. Fortunately, the number of goblins hasn't increased further. Otherwise, I would have thought this group of goblins was preparing to attack Gruul town. In fact, if we hadn't observed their movements in advance, the Lord Viscount wouldn't have sent so many people to assist. 100 goblins already have the capability to attack Gruul town. Brooke's partner, Owen, walked over to Anshin from a distance. He smiled and greeted Anshin. Long time no see, Anshin, you seem to have gotten stronger again. Behind him were a man and a woman. The man was over 6 feet tall, with a muscular build, wearing plate armor, carrying a small shield and a spear. The woman had an alluring figure, with purple hair and purple eyes, her curvy body moving like a water snake, giving off an impression of captivating charm. When Anshin saw the information panel of the muscular man, his eyes immediately narrowed. The muscular man also noticed Anshin. He stepped forward, his slanted eyes staring at Anshin for a moment, and spoke with a hostile tone. So you're the one called Anshin, huh? My brother Harry's disappearance is related to you, isn't it? Name, Sharp? Carl race, human level, 10 magic, 1000 occupation, knight talent, none skills, basic gunmanship, shield strike, holy shield, fury gun, speed. The burly man with triangular eyes before him was none other than the brother of the man killed by Enshen, Raging Knight, Sharp, Carl. In response to Sharp's question, Enshen remained unfazed and said, I don't know who your brother is. Are you playing dumb with me? Sharp snorted coldly, reaching out to grab Enshen by the collar. Enshen frowned and quickly stepped back. Sharp's eyes flashed with disdain as he took a step forward to follow Enshen's movement. With his level 10 strength, it would be easy for him to capture Enshen. But just as he was about to close in on Enshen, a graceful figure suddenly appeared between them. Hey, what do you want to do to this handsome little brother? Mavis stood in front of Enshen, her rosy tongue licking her purple lipstick lips, wearing a cheerful smile. Sharp did not expect Mavis to intervene suddenly. Just as his hand was about to touch her, he abruptly halted and quickly withdrew it. Mavis, this is none of your business. Sharp shouted angrily, frowning. Yet, a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. Mavis covered her mouth and chuckled. But this person is here with the Adventurers Guild for support. I've been waiting for them to arrive. If you show hostility towards their leader now, what if so many people turn around and leave? And Shen looked at the woman speaking up for him and thought to himself, I didn't expect the higher-ups of the Black Widow mercenary group to know that I have guild members behind me. It seems they care a lot about the Adventurers Guild. Name, Mavis Flynn race, human level, 10 magic, 1200 occupation, thief talent, none skills, stealth, sprint, backstab, poisoning, snakes. Kiss. When Enshen saw poisoning, he instinctively moved a little further away from Mavis. Generally, those who use poison are quite dangerous. Sharp's caution towards Mavis was also because she could use poison. Enshen was convinced that Mavis was a member of the Black Widow mercenary group mainly because of the spider tattoo on her neck. The Black Widow mercenary group, ranked second in Valcam, consists mainly of female members, all of whom have spider patterns tattooed on their bodies. After hearing Mavis's words, Sharp pointed at the surrounding adventurers and sneered, Support? What do you expect this bunch of trash to support us with? To go and suffocate those ugly goblins? Are you so worried about your brother's disappearance that you've lost your mind? Mavis rolled her eyes and said, With them here, the slime problem can be temporarily resolved, and the freed-up guards can join us in the Goblin extermination task. You should know what it means to have more guards above level 6 when fighting goblins. Upon hearing Mavis mention his brother, Sharp's anger immediately flared up, and he drew his spear, pointing it at Mavis's head. Mavis's expression remained unchanged, but a dagger glowing with green light had appeared in her hand at some point. And Chen watched this scene with a strange expression. He was sure he had not interacted with Mavis or any other members of the Black Widow mercenary group before. Yet, Mavis was actually speaking up for him in front of Sharp. Although I announced the guild's extermination mission yesterday, Sharp and Mavis should have set out with the Viscount's guards to Gruul town early yesterday morning, just missing the timing of my guild's mission. Sharp clearly doesn't know why I brought people here, but Mavis said she had been waiting for me for a long time and knew my purpose for coming. And Shen stared at the two confronting each other, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. From the information at hand, it is easy to connect that the Black Widow Mercenary Corps is one of the 3 major mercenary groups in Valcam that actively assists the Viscount. It is not hard to guess that the Black Widow Mercenary Corps has ties to Viscount Reynard. Mavis's actions become quite clear. She is hinting to Anshin that they are in cahoots, at least for now as allies. Captain Sharp, Captain Mavis, what are you two doing? Brooke and Owen, noticing the tense atmosphere between the two, quickly stepped in to mediate. Humph. Sharp retracted his spear, aware that this was a special time and not the moment for a fight. He glared at Anshin and growled, Anshin, when was the last time you saw my brother Harry? Though he wasn't going to act immediately, Sharp still needed to inquire about his brother's whereabouts. Seeing everyone's gaze turn to him, Anshin pretended to think, resting his chin on his hand. Harry? Harry! Oh, I remember someone like that. When I was in Gruul town, I ran into him bullying my companions. So I taught him a lesson. After that, I lost track of him. Sharp had already gathered this information when he arrived in Grull Town. Not long after, Harry had disappeared from public view. Thus, Sharp seriously suspected that his brother's disappearance was related to Anshin. Moreover, he knew Anshin was a summoner and could summon goblins to fight. Though he didn't want to admit it, if Harry had clashed with Anshin, it was likely that Harry would be the one to die. "Kid, you'd better not let me find anything out, or I will make you regret coming into this world," Sharp said, but he wouldn't investigate further. Anyone suspicious related to his brother's disappearance, regardless of evidence, would meet one fate: capture, interrogation, and then death. Currently, due to the threat of goblins and the presence of Mavis and the guards, Sharp couldn't act. He planned to wait until Anshin was alone before making his move. After all, it was almost 5 o'clock. In another hour or two, it would be dark. By then, it would be easy for him to take someone under the cover of night. Sharp turned to leave, and Brooke and Owen breathed a sigh of relief. They were only level 6, and the guard captain was still in town making plans. If the raging knight decided to attack Anshin, they would have no way to stop him. They would have to rely on poison spider Mavis for help. "Little brother, it's getting late. Why don't you come into town with your sister and let your people find a place to rest?" Boom! Mavis's words were cut short as a series of loud noises echoed from afar. Her expression changed, and she turned to look in the direction of the sound. Not just Mavis, but Brooke, Owen, and even Sharp, who had not gone far, all turned to face the same direction. Anshin noticed this too and glanced back. In the distant sky, a conspicuous red flare exploded. "That direction is the Forbidden Forest." Anshin didn't understand the meaning of the flare, but from the expressions on Mavis and the others' faces, it was clear that it was not good news. "Owen, hurry, go tell the captain that there's movement from the goblins outside the Forbidden Forest," Brooke said rapidly to Owen beside him. Owen had already started running toward the town as soon as he saw the flare rise. Anshin watched the hurriedly departing group, realizing that the situation might be serious. All adventurers quickly head into town to eat and rest. Be ready for battle at all times. The surrounding adventurers responded in unison, yes. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a goblin approached the corpse of a human thief and pulled an axe from the body. Behind it were several other goblins and other monsters, all of them above level 6. In the center of the multitude of monsters, there stood a humanoid figure shrouded in a black robe. Watching the rising signal flare, the figure in the black robe trembled. "Useless trash, you couldn't even detect human thieves this close." The language of the monsters echoed from beneath the robe. The surrounding monsters, including a level 10 goblin shaman, all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. "Have the troops speed up and reach the designated location. We must take this town tonight." Night falls. The scattered thieves and mercenaries around the town have not yet noticed anything unusual. However, the mercenaries and guards within the town remain vigilant. The signal flare has been launched, but the person who fired it has yet to return. Sam and Vanessa are likely in grave danger, sighed Captain Rodney in the town's conference hall. Both Sharp and Mavis looked grim. The two thieves sent out were their subordinates. With Vanessa's abilities to keep her, at least several level 8 monsters would be needed. Mavis's tone was somewhat somber as she mourned the loss of a sister. Rodney nodded and said, "According to the previous plan, the signal flare can only be released when we see the monsters moving towards the town. It seems the monsters intend to act tonight. Everyone, we must stay alert tonight and be on guard against the monsters approaching the town." The confirmed number of monsters exceeds 100, with 30 of them being level 6. On the site of Grull Town, there are 30 guards and 18 mercenaries, all of level 6 or above, along with over 200 adventurers brought by Anshin. In a confrontation, it seems humanity has a slight advantage, but the monsters are in the dark while they are in the light. The outcome is uncertain. Since the monsters' movements have been exposed, will they delay their attack? Sharp suggested to Rodney, if they abandon tonight's assault, wouldn't it be a waste of energy for all of us to stay on guard? If the monsters went to rest and they foolishly stood watch all night, they would likely suffer when the monsters attacked again the next day, exhausted. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Rodney frowned and said, "But we cannot take that gamble. We must be responsible for the lives of over 2,000 townsfolk." Mayor Rhea, who was listening, nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, we cannot gamble." He had already sent a message to Viscount Reno about the situation in Grull Town, and the support from Velcam would not arrive until tomorrow morning. At the earliest. As long as they can hold out tonight, the situation will improve with the support arriving tomorrow. Hearing that Mayor Rhea had already called for help and that Rodney had also communicated with the Viscount, Sharp felt a bit of his worry dissipate. However, he still insisted, the brothers haven't rested during the day, and they can't keep watch all night. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Mavis already understood in her heart but still prepared to hear Sharp out. "I have a suggestion." Sharp ignored Mavis's attitude and said to Rodney, "Did a batch of professionals just arrive? There are as many as 200 of them. We can have them stand guard on the outskirts and report any situations in a timely manner. The brothers can rest first. If the monsters really do attack tonight, we won't have to fight while dragging our exhausted bodies. What do you think? Mavis said softly from the side the adventurers brought by Anshin are all low-level professionals. What's the difference between sending them to guard the outskirts and sending them to their deaths? You can't say that. As long as they are a bit clever and notice the monster's movements in advance to issue a warning, that would be a great achievement. If even level 8 Vanessa couldn't escape, how can you expect a group of level 2 and 3 people to give you a warning? That Anshin seems quite capable, and he's a summoner. We can have him go too. Captain Rodney, if we don't make good use of so many low-level professionals, that would be a real loss. And if we don't let them guard, are we going to have them hide in the town like the villagers and be protected? Sharp's reasoning was quite sound. Rodney furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. The kingdom stipulates that all professionals can be conscripted for combat in emergencies. At a time like this, everyone needs to contribute. Tonight, the adventurers brought by Anshin will take the lead and be spread out around the town to stand guard. At the same time, the 3 of us need to send 2 people each to stand guard. Mei Weishi shrugged and said nothing more. Sharp, on the other hand, wore a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. When the guard found Shen in the private room of the Guanyue Tavern and conveyed Rodney's decision, Shen immediately felt a surge of anger. The task we accepted is to clear out slimes. Fighting against a monster army is completely beyond the level of tasks we can accept. In Shen's classification of task levels, a mission involving monster attacks on villages is at least a bronze-level task, requiring level 11 to 15 adventurers to undertake. Even as a group, a significant number of level 5 to 10 adventurers would be needed to qualify for participation. Although there were many people in the Adventurers Guild, they were all low-level adventurers. Participating in a bronze-level task would be tantamount to seeking death. This is just a warning. The main battle will still be handled by us guards and the mercenary group. Owen said somewhat awkwardly, moreover, this is an emergency. According to the kingdom's laws, all adventurers have an obligation to assist the guards in handling emergencies. You cannot refuse this task. You have half an hour to prepare, after which you need to set out with your team. If adventurers refuse to fulfill their obligations, the guards have the right to execute deserters. Watching Owen's departing figure, Shen's expression darkened as he lowered his head in thought. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes widened. So, that's it. Shen murmured softly, is this the real reason you brought me to Gruul Town? Are you planning to test me, or is there another purpose? Previously, Shen had thought that the task of clearing the slime uprising assigned to him by Viscount Raynor was a recognition of his strength. Now it seemed that Viscount Raynor had completely plotted against him. Upon learning that there were dozens of goblins outside the Forbidden Forest, with only a few level 6 monsters appearing, Viscount Raynor not only dispatched 20 guards but also hired 2 10-man mercenary groups. If it was just about encircling these goblins, there was no need for so many adventurers above level 6. With these people around, the slime uprising issue could be easily resolved. There was no need to issue another task to commission Chen. Now it appeared that Viscount Raynor might have anticipated that the monsters from the Forbidden Forest would attack Gruul Town. And indeed, as Rodney and his men arrived, the number of monsters in the monster camp had doubled. He treats me as hidden manpower, ostensibly to have me fight the slimes. But in reality, when an emergency arises with monster attacks, I will be forcibly conscripted. With my ability to hunt level 6 wind wolves, I can certainly help the guards deal with some troubles. Shen exhaled heavily, looking in the direction of Valcam, muttering to himself, you thought of it this way, didn't you? A person who manages a city of 300,000 people in an orderly manner and has an unclear relationship with the second-ranked mercenary group, I really underestimated you. Shen reviewed the scene of his meeting with Viscount Raynor. He even tried hard to recall his first encounter with Mei Weishi to see if he had missed anything. 2 minutes later, Shen sighed and murmured, it seems that this task must be accepted, whether I want to or not. Stepping out of the private room, Shen called the captains and vice-captains of the 6 teams and explained the current situation. Let us act as the line of defense. These people really can come up with any method. The middle-aged man Xiao, a level 5 knight and vice-captain of the Shuefei Bai team, couldn't help but curse. The other adventurers also wore worried expressions. They were aware of the kingdom's laws. They knew that if they disobeyed orders now, they would be treated as deserters. It was not impossible to be executed by the guards before the battle as a public example. Once they accepted the task, it would be fine as long as the monsters did not attack. If the monsters really attack tonight, the vigilant adventurers will definitely be the first to suffer casualties, and Shen knew that these adventurers were drawn into this because of him. Originally, this task was supposed to be completed by Chen alone, with Shuefei Bai and a few others. However, and Shen treated this task as a guild mission and brought these 200 people along. But now that things have come to this, and Shen wouldn't think of apologizing to the adventurers. What he was thinking about now was how to respond. Given the current situation, unless we are willing to be cowards, we need to honestly take on the task. Of course, facing the slimes all over the mountains in the dark and the monster army, whose location we don't know, I don't think running away is a good choice. Since that's the case, let's issue an emergency task. Task level. Bronze level. With just one sentence, and Shen made everyone understand that they could only accept the task. Next, the team leaders followed in Shen's orders, gathering personnel, preparing torches, and assigning watch areas. He also sent Xuefei Bai to find Old John to rent all the weapons from the blacksmith shop. Old John was reasonable. He watched as Shen's people carried away the weapons without even furrowing his brow. Half an hour later, 6 teams were evenly dispersed around the small town. The residents in the town were all gathered around the square in the town center. Some young adults even took farming tools to surround the elderly, sick, and disabled in the center. And Shen was also busy. He took out 4 goblin left ears and claws from his pack and summoned 4 level 5 goblins. Watching the 4 goblins swim across the 10-meter-wide protective river and disappear into the night, and Shen rode back to the town on his wind wolf. Outside the town, on the grassland, the night wind blew and the grass rustled. Suddenly, a series of vibrations came from the ground. The slimes, who were lying on the ground fast asleep, were all startled awake and turned in unison towards one direction. Thud, thud, thud. A round shadow, 3 meters high, bounced towards Grill Town from a distance. Each leap covered a distance of over 10 meters. When it landed, it created a large pit in the ground. The slimes that couldn't dodge were all flattened. In the pitch-black night sky, a white dove was flapping its wings incessantly. A small bamboo tube was tied to its leg. Suddenly, a loud, strange cry rang out nearby. In the next moment, a huge shadow swiftly swept past the white dove. Several white feathers mixed with blood fell from the sky. Val Cam. The Viscount's castle. Lola pushed open the door to the Viscount's study and brought a pot of tea to Viscount Reno. Father, it's getting late, you should rest. Viscount Reno took a sip of tea, rubbed his red eyes, and said tiredly, did we receive any news from outside today? The news from Grand Village was reviewed by you this morning. There hasn't been anything else. Has there been no news from Groll Town? No. I instructed Rodney and Mevis to relay any information back if they encountered a situation. It seems they haven't encountered anything. I hope that's the case. Viscount Reno took another big sip of tea and said softly, if something really happens, Shen's Adventurer Guild should be able to help. Speaking of this, Viscount Reno couldn't help but smile. He only wanted Shen to go, but he didn't expect Shen to directly bring over 200 people. Although they were just low-level adventurers, with Shen around, it was still a considerable force. Coupled with the guards and mercenaries, they wouldn't be afraid even if dozens of monsters attacked the town. Mentioning Shen, Lola immediately perked up, excitedly, saying, yes, Shen is really impressive. In just a few days, he has recruited over 200 adventurers. His own strength is also growing rapidly. I heard that the professional mentors are interested in a few people around Shen and want to take them as disciples. At this rate, it won't be long before the Adventurers Guild becomes the 4th largest mercenary group in Valcam. No. Anshin said the Adventurers Guild is not a mercenary group, but his Adventurers Guild is definitely not worse than a mercenary group. Viscount Reynard chuckled lightly as Lola kept talking. He's growing so fast, isn't it all thanks to you? Inviting you on the opening day was just to make some people wary. When he returns from this mission, I need to have a good talk with him. At that moment, Viscount Reynard still didn't know that the monsters outside Groll Town were not just over 50, but more than 100. All captains, pay attention. Once the areas to be guarded are assigned, you must be fully alert. Each team must maintain a distance of at least several hundred meters from one another. This means you need to further divide into several smaller teams and continuously patrol your assigned areas. At the same time, this also means that if monsters launch an attack from a certain direction, the team responsible for that area must fight alone until others arrive. Therefore, captains must release a signal flare as soon as they spot a monster. Adventurers, do you understand? The 12 captains standing in front of Shen replied solemnly, understood. Shen scanned the crowd, his voice low, tell all adventurers that as long as we survive tonight, everyone will be a hero. Ha ha ha, I thought only the strong could be heroes, but I didn't expect that as a level 4 I would have a chance. Khan, the vice captain of Gung Qingshua's team, laughed heartily. President, although I just joined the Adventurers Guild, the trust we built while helping each other during the slime hunt was really great. After tomorrow, I must treat the president to a drink of buckwheat wine. It can only be cheap buckwheat wine. After all, I don't have much money. Ha, I see you carrying a knife and thought you were rich, but it turns out you're a poor guy too, said another level 4 hunter adventurer. I'm different. Tomorrow I'll treat the president to 2 drinks. And Shen looked at their smiling faces, feeling a bit moved. In that case, after tomorrow, I'll treat everyone to a drink of buckwheat wine. It's a deal. Xiao turned around and shouted to the many adventurers behind him, the president will treat us to drinks tomorrow. Did you all hear that? Heard it, everyone shouted in unison. The noise even startled the nearby townsfolk and mercenaries. And Shen looked at the many adventurers holding torches and shouted, everyone, during this defense battle, although we are on alert, and high-level monsters do not require us to fight, there will be soldiers and mercenaries to handle that, but we still need to fight against low-level monsters. This is also our opportunity to grow stronger. The experience from battle will become our nourishment. This afternoon, many people leveled up by hunting slimes. If monsters really attack, we will take them down and level up. For this operation, soldiers and mercenaries will assign a level 6 professional to each team. They will also arrive at the first sign of monsters. So, do not be afraid. Our strength here is also very strong. Many adventurers were forcibly conscripted by law. Many felt some fear in their hearts. After all, monster attacks were not a new occurrence. Some among them had even experienced their own villages being attacked by monsters. At this moment, and Shen's reassurance eased their fears, though it had not completely dissipated, it was much better than before. And Shen exchanged glances with the captains and then shouted, let's go. 6 teams, each with 36 members, led by their captains, carried various supplies towards their designated locations. Behind In Shan were 6 professionals. 2 were in standard gear, holding long swords and wearing armor. These were In Shen's acquaintances, soldiers Brooke and Owen, who volunteered to assist the adventurers. The remaining 4, 2 from the Bloodstained mercenary group and 2 from the Black Widow mercenary group, were all warriors or knights. And Shen assigned both members of the Bloodstained mercenary group to Shuefeibai's team, while the other 4 were distributed among the 4 teams as needed. To be honest, And Shen did not trust the people from the Bloodstained mercenary group. Assigning them to Shuefeibai's team was a precaution against any unexpected situations. Because Shuefeibai's team was guarding the main gate, it was also the focus of everyone's attention. Even if the other guards and mercenary groups did not participate in the battle, at the beginning they would still pay attention to this direction. The members of the Bloodstained mercenary group dared not make any small moves here. And Shen himself had come to the right side of Shuefeibai's small team. The captain of this team was Lu Zhishang, whose strength was currently only level 3, and the vice-captain was also level 3, with the remaining members mainly at level 2. The overall strength was somewhat lacking, which was also the reason In Shen came over. Another weak team was Lu Yan's, who, like Lu Zhishang, did not participate in the task at Grand Village, and their level was also 3. However, their team had Brooke, who was right next to Lu Zhishang's team, so if anything happened, In Shen could quickly rush over. Moreover, In Shen had given Lu Yan a level 5 Wind Wolf as a mount, turning her into a true knight. After arriving at the designated location, In Shen instructed the adventurers to light a fire and set up scarecrows nearby. This was something In Shen had arranged in advance, aimed at confusing the monster's line of sight. Other teams had also obtained quite a few scarecrows from the townsfolk before leaving. In addition, In Shen had everyone quickly dig the ground to form long, narrow earthen walls and trenches. This way, if they encountered monsters with ranged attack capabilities, they could hide behind the cover. And Shen himself also participated in building the earthen walls. As time passed, everyone grew increasingly tense. In the darkness, the only sound was the crackling of the burning fire. Although there was a 10-meter-wide protective river separating them from the grassland, and only 2 wooden bridges, one to the south of the town and the other to the north. Shuefeibai was guarding the main gate to the north. The south gate was guarded by Geng Qingshue's team. Although both bridges had been raised, who knew if the monsters had other ways to cross the river? The villages that had been destroyed before were not without protective rivers. It was said that during the battle discussion, someone suggested destroying the wooden bridges to prevent the monsters from sneaking across and then lowering the bridges to allow the monster army to rush in quickly. But this was unanimously rejected by the 3 captains. The reason was that if both bridges were destroyed, then Gruel town would be isolated from the outside by the 10-meter-wide protective river. If the battle situation turned unfavorable, the townsfolk would have no escape route. A 10-meter river was not easy to swim across, especially considering there were many elderly, weak, and young townsfolk. While all the adventurer teams waited quietly, not far away on the grassland, a cloaked figure emerged from the darkness, protected by numerous large slimes in front of an oversized slime. The night wind lifted the cloak, revealing 2 curved horns pointing backward on the figure's head. Sensing the arrival of the cloaked figure, the oversized slime rolled its round body slightly. From its movement, it looked like it was bowing in reverence to the cloaked figure. Slime King. The cloaked figure patted the oversized slime, speaking in the language of the demon race. Begin the attack. Although the Slime King was a king, its intelligence was still low. However, it could understand the simple attack command from the higher demon race. Roar! The Slime King's body split open in the middle, letting out a roar. The slimes surrounding the mountains immediately began to bounce and jump towards Gruul Town. Chirp! At first, Chen only heard a few sporadic sounds of slimes, but soon the sounds merged into a chorus and the momentum was grand. Just from the noise, it could be judged that the slimes rushing over were definitely in the hundreds or thousands. They're coming, prepare for battle. Chen poked his head out from behind the earthen wall, using the dim moonlight to look across the river. By summoning goblins scattered around, Chen learned that currently only the main gate in the nearby direction were under attack by slimes. The only ones affected were Shui Feibai's team and Shen's team on the right of Shui Feibai and Meng Xian's team on the left of Shui Feibai. There was no movement in other directions for the time being. Moreover, there were no traces of the goblin monsters. Therefore, Chen did not immediately release the signal flare. Other teams probably did not see the goblins either, so Chen did not see the signal flare rise into the sky. When the first bouncing black shadow appeared, Shen's entire field of vision was gradually filled with slimes. Chirp! The slimes usually disliked river water, but at this moment they jumped into the river one after another, desperately swimming towards the adventurers on the opposite bank. Before long, the entire river surface was covered with a dense layer of slimes, at least hundreds of them. On the grassland across, even more slimes were rushing over. Fortunately, the number of slimes encountered on the adventurers' way here was even greater, so the sense of fear in their hearts did not increase. Watch out for the slimes' acid attacks. Once they come up, clear out a portion first and then ignite the straw when their numbers increase. During the earlier preparations, Chen had instructed the adventurers to lay a layer of dry straw along the riverbank. Once ignited, it could form a wall of flames. It was originally meant to deal with goblins, but now, with the first wave of attack led by slimes and their overwhelming numbers, it would have to be used against the slimes instead. Indeed, when the slimes began their assault, Chen and the others no longer held any illusions. The slimes' riot indicated that the probability of a goblin attack tonight was too high. After drowning quite a few slimes, the first batch finally made it ashore. Avoid the acid, quickly clear out some. Chen shouted, and Lu Zhishan immediately led a group to kill the slimes. Some slimes that had just come ashore and hadn't started spraying acid were killed before they could react, their gooey bodies spilling everywhere. A level 6 summoned wind wolf howled to the sky and suddenly dashed out. Where the wind wolf passed, the shattered bodies of slimes flew through the air, leaving a clear path. However, among the more than 30 adventurers, excluding the ranged classes, only a little over 20 could step forward to attack. The area that these 20 or so could defend was simply too short. Even though Chen, along with the wind wolf, was continuously hunting slimes, the number of slimes coming ashore kept increasing. When the crowd was surrounded by hundreds of slimes, Chen immediately ordered to ignite the straw. Boom! Accompanied by a torch thrown onto the straw, a flame as tall as a person suddenly surged up, cutting off the advance of the subsequent slimes. Seizing this opportunity, the adventurers hurriedly cleared the surrounding slimes. With so many slimes, the acid they shot out intertwined like a curtain of rain. Fortunately, the slimes lacked intelligence and did not understand how to coordinate in batches. Otherwise, they could have easily overwhelmed the adventurers before their magic was exhausted. Even so, a dozen people were still hit by the acid. Chen immediately directed these individuals to the back, where there were prepared water bags. They used water to wash the areas hit by the acid to prevent further injury. Thud! Just as Chen had cleared the last few slimes, a dozen large slimes suddenly fell from the sky, landing neatly in Chen's camp. These slimes were all over a meter tall, and as soon as they landed, they immediately charged towards the nearby adventurers. What huge slimes! Some people were seeing such large slimes for the first time, shouting while dodging the impacts from the slimes behind them. Race, slime level, 7 health, 700 mana, 1000 skills, devour, perception, high pressure acid spray, impact, low level healing, race. Slime level, 6 health, 600 mana, 800 out of 800 skills, devour, perception, acid gun, impact, low level healing. These large slimes were the same large slimes that Chen had hunted on the grassland before. Chen now had a large slime as a summon. The devour skill should be an advanced skill of consume. Chen had encountered this skill when fighting against large slimes. A large mouth split open directly from the middle of its body. If it weren't for Chen summoning a slime to block in front of him, he would have been devoured. Low-level healing was precisely the means by which the large slime recovered. Although the effect wasn't strong, Chen had always wanted to learn this skill since he summoned the large slime and learned about it. However, large slimes were not commonly seen, and their souls were difficult to collect. But now, there were 13 large slimes right in front of him. Chen looked at the adventurer being chased and couldn't help but draw his short sword and Rush forward. You step aside, I'll handle it. And Shen summoned a level 6 wind wolf to target a large slime. Thank you, President. The chased Rager got up from the ground, feeling a wave of fear. The large slime, seeing the person and beast blocking in front, shrank its body and was about to unleash its acid. Although we're both level 6, you're far weaker than other monsters. And Shen jumped several times, easily dodging the large slime's acid. In the next moment, he charged forward with the wind. Wolf. Puff. The large slime's body was torn open on both sides by the short sword and wolf claws, causing its health to drop by 200 points. At the same time, the slime oozing from the wounds caused the large slime's health to continue decreasing. However, under the effect of low-level healing, the wounds were continuously healing. Chirp! The injured large slime turned towards Shen and charged at him with all its might. Boom! The large slime missed and smashed down a pile of dirt walls. Fighting slimes at the same level is much easier. And Shen's strength and speed had greatly improved after reaching level 6. In terms of melee ability alone, he could take on 3 or 4 level 5 versions of himself. Therefore, facing the large slime, Shen felt quite relaxed. Swoosh! And Shen once again rushed to the side of the large slime, stabbing continuously with his short sword. Seeing Shen getting close, the large slime split open in the middle, trying to swallow him whole. Shen, unfazed, shot a high-pressure acid burst inside. Bang! 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 5 consecutive shots of acid not only forced the large slime to close its mouth again, but also penetrated its body. Soon, the large slime's health hit 0 under the dual attacks of Shen and the Wind Wolf. Obtained large slime soul green times 1. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Shen had used up 9 of his 10 summoning slots, 1 level 6 Wind Wolf, 3 level 5 Wine Wolves, 1 assisting Luyan, the other 2 hunting slimes around Shen, 1 large slime in the summoning space, and 4 level 5 goblins searching for monster troops on the grassland across the river. The current battle was quite chaotic, and Shen didn't plan to summon the large slime to fight to avoid friendly fire. Just right to collect some souls and learn low-level healing. Learning low-level healing required 50 large slime souls green, and Shen's gaze towards the large slimes around him changed. Next, Shen set his sights on the large slimes. Under the slaughter of Shen and the Wind Wolf, many slimes were cleared out. Half an hour later, the slimes' attack slowed down. 1/3 of the adventurers were injured, and some of the more seriously wounded were sent to the town to be treated by the old priest Lu Rongrong and Ningwen before returning to the battlefield. Before everyone could rest for long, the second wave of slime attacks began again. These brainless guys, do they even understand tactics? Shen was startled but could only lead everyone to hunt slimes once more. After more than 3 hours, the adventurers were somewhat exhausted. The riverbank was littered with broken slime skins. Earlier, some had collected them, preparing to exchange them for money later. But now, everyone felt disgusted at the sight of slimes. In these few hours, Shen's small team had hunted nearly 5,000 slimes. Many people had leveled up. However, their stamina and magic power were not being replenished. Many mages had long run out of magic. Moreover, as more and more people were injured and unable to receive treatment since the priests also had no magic left, the defense line could only keep retreating. This was unavoidable. The number of slimes was too great, and they were attacking a concentrated area. Other teams did not dare to mobilize until the monster army had emerged. Even if the guards and mercenaries resting in the town were called to defend, they wouldn't be able to finish them off in a short time. The consequence of the retreating defense line was that Shen completely lost sight of the areas on both sides of the moat. Among the continuously advancing slime army, several goblins were carrying a log over 10 meters long, blending in with the crowd. They carried the log across the river and then placed it on both sides, forming a pathway. Although the goblins had intelligence, they certainly could not be said to have tactics. Everything they were doing now was directed by that cloaked demon commander. Or rather, the plan for the monster attack on the village tonight, including the slime uprising, was all orchestrated by that unknown demon. After the wood was set up, dozens of goblins wearing helmets and light armor grinned as they stood up from the grass and crossed the river on the log. While Shen was searching for the large slimes, he suddenly noticed something unusual on the river's surface. He immediately rode over on his Wind Wolf, preparing to attack the shadow on the log. However, the goblins clawed at the wood, stabilizing their forms, and easily ran to the opposite bank. Except for 2 goblins that were hit by the high-pressure acid spray and fell into the river with a wail, the others crossed the river safely. When Shen saw that these monsters were goblins, he was quite surprised. The summoned goblins I set up around clearly didn't detect any traces. How did they sneak over? After a rough count, Shen found that this group of goblins numbered around 30, all below level 5, but they were well equipped, far better than the adventurers. So they really used the slimes as cover and took advantage of the chaos to sneak over. Now that he had seen the goblins, and Chen and his team's mission could be considered complete, he took out a signal flare from his pack and lit the fuse. Bang! 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 3 red signal flares exploded in the air almost simultaneously. The other 2 flares, based on their direction, belonged to Xuefei Bai and Mang Xian's teams. In front of the town's council hall, Rodney looked at the flares in the sky and immediately woke the resting guards and mercenaries, preparing to mobilize. Race: Goblin level 7 class, warrior health 1500 mana, 800 skills, bite, vertical / as the last goblin crossed the bridge and came into Shen's view, he knew he could no longer stay. Everyone, quickly retreat to the north gate and bring them all to the north gate. 6 dog-headed men, over 30 goblins, plus 1 level 7 goblin with a class. This strength could easily annihilate Lu Zhishan's team. The adventurers, already somewhat frightened, hurriedly ran towards the north gate upon hearing Shen's retreat order. According to the previous discussion with Rodney, it was best to concentrate the goblins together to prevent them from scattering throughout the town. Chirp! A few level 4 slimes jumped in front of Shen, only to be swiftly killed by the wind wolf. He was riding. Behind him was the goblin army, cackling ominously. The fastest among them was the level 7 warrior goblin. The town was surrounded by a wall over 5 meters high. Although goblins and other monsters could use tools to climb up, their orders were to hunt down humans. The warrior goblin was about to catch up to the slowest human when suddenly a figure darted out from the side and knocked it away. The wind wolf shook its head and continued to carry Shen as they fled. If it were just him facing this goblin, and Chen was confident he could deal with it thanks to his numerous summons. But behind it were still over 30 goblins, and Chen did not want to be surrounded by them. Wind wolf, activate wind blade. The running wind wolf unleashed a wind blade at a goblin that was drawing a bow behind them. The latter, frightened, quickly dodged to the side but still had an arm severed by the wind blade. Ah whoa! The level 7 goblin got up from the ground and charged again. However, due to Shen's delay, the adventurers had already run a distance away. Moreover, Shen kept ordering the wind wolf to use wind blade to disrupt it. The goblin could only watch helplessly as the distance between them grew. During the retreat, Shen glanced at his status panel. Name: Shen, race, human, level 6, experience 677 out of 1000, class, summoner, mana 432 out of 600, talent, spirit sacrifice, green level, universal vision, green level, skills, world devour, rebirth, low level healing, intermediate perception plus, high pressure acid burst plus. Shen's soul reserves were also quite rich. Large slime soul, green, times 33, slime soul, white, times 5200, wind wolf soul, white, times 2, goblin soul, white, times 45, dog-headed man soul, white, times 26, ratman soul, white, times 24. After more than 3 hours of battle, Shen had harvested over 5,000 slime souls, collecting 83 large slime souls. Of the more than 5,000 slimes, at least 1,000 were killed by Shen himself. The large slimes were mostly killed by Shen alone. However, monsters that were 2 levels lower than Shen would not provide him with experience. Therefore, the slimes did not provide much experience, mainly the large slimes did. Low-level healing was also learned by consuming 50 large slime souls. However, intermediate perception and high-pressure acid burst could be upgraded by consuming 5,000 slime souls. Considering it was nighttime and they were fighting, Shen upgraded intermediate perception to advanced perception. The perception range increased from 10 meters to 20 meters, consuming 5 mana points per second when activated. Not bad. Shen nodded in satisfaction. Now, besides World Devour Rebirth, he also had low-level healing, further enhancing his survival ability. As long as he wasn't overwhelmed by too many monsters, he should be able to cope. After a few minutes of running, Shen and the others finally arrived near the main gate of the small town, the North Gate. The battle situation here was equally tense. More than 30 monsters were locked in combat with the adventurers at the North Gate. Currently, none of the adventurers were below level 2. However, they were no match for the well-equipped goblins. By the time Shen and his group arrived, the adventurers had already been pushed back into the gate. Fortunately, there were 2 level 6 mercenaries from the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps here. Otherwise, the monsters would likely have breached the gate by now. As the monsters attacked the gate, they suddenly spotted a group of humans approaching from the side. A level 6 goblin immediately swung its pickaxe and charged at Lu Zhishan and the others. Just then, a series of battle cries erupted from the main gate. The goblin then noticed that its comrades in front were actually being pushed back. They were being driven back. Boom! A figure burst through the monsters, sending them all reeling. Adventurers, your task is complete, leave the rest to us. Rodney swung his spear and charged at a level 6 goblin. The goblin had just raised its weapon when it was sent flying by the spear. In the next moment, its unprotected throat was pierced by the spear, and its body was lifted into the air by Rodney. Thud. The goblin's body fell to the ground and struggled for a moment before going still. In the next instant, all the guards and mercenaries, led by Rodney, Mavis, and Sharp, began to attack the monster forces. Acquired Goblin Soul Green ×1 and Shen, who had just picked up a green level soul, stared in disbelief. A level 6 goblin was so easily dealt with by Rodney. Are level 10 knights really this strong? However, he quickly regained his composure. Under the cover of Rodney and the others, he led the adventurers back inside the gate. At the same time, Mang Xin was also returning with her adventurers from the other side, and Shen glanced over and noticed that Mang Xin's group had lost quite a few members. After Mang Xin, who was holding her arm, returned, she spotted in Shen. I'm sorry, I couldn't bring everyone back. Mang Xin's expression was somewhat dejected, and Shen patted her shoulder and comforted her. You've done well. Leave the rest to them. In front of the main gate, more than 100 monsters had gathered. However, there were only a few monsters above level 6. Although they were well equipped, they were no match for Rodney and the others. In no time, the monster forces were reduced by half. Watching the rising monster souls merge into their bodies from the back, and Shen frowned. Wait, why are there only monsters below level 5? Didn't they say there were dozens of monsters above level 6? Just as he thought of this, a summoning goblin scattered on the outskirts suddenly spotted a horde of dark monsters rushing towards the south gate. Shifting his awareness to the summoning goblin lying in the grass not far from the south gate, and Shen saw over 100 goblins, half of which were above level 6. There were even a few level 10 monsters. Not good. And Shen's expression changed, and he immediately rushed towards the gate, shouting to Rodney and the others who were fighting the monsters. Captain Rodney, my summon creature detected that the main force of the monsters is at the south gate. Over 100 monsters are heading there, including some level 10 ones. What? Rodney, who was also puzzled about why there were no high-level monsters, was taken aback, then suddenly snapped to attention and ran towards the south gate with his team. And Shen, keep your people at the north gate. The rest follow me to the south gate. There's still over 100 at the south gate? Sharp kicked a monster away and shouted at Rodney. The numbers of the monsters don't add up. Damn it, where did so many monsters come from? Maywasi slashed a goblin's throat with a dagger, cursing, they'll still move us away. This group of monsters is getting more cunning. There were still over 2,000 townsfolk in the town center. They had to rush back in time to block the main force of the monsters. After all, they had just cleared out quite a few of the monsters here. Among the remaining fewer than 50 monsters, all were below level 6. And Shen looked at the injured adventurers and cursed inwardly. We've been fighting for 3 hours, how are we supposed to hold them off now? But he also understood that even if Rodney took everyone away, they might not be able to handle the main force of the monsters. President, we're here. At that moment, Lu Yen, Wang Zixuan, and Geng Xingxua arrived with over 100 people. The monster forces that had almost charged through the main gate were blocked back again. Whoosh! A harpy swooped down, flapping her wings, and landed slowly on a small hillside, walking over to the cloaked figure. Next to the cloaked figure stood a goblin guard with his left hand bandaged, carrying a large bow and a quiver of arrows. Upon hearing the harpy's report, the cloaked figure frowned slightly. Weren't they already lured to the north gate? Why have they returned? How did the humans discover the team I sent to the south gate? This situation was somewhat unexpected for the cloaked figure. However, since it had already happened, he no longer dwelled on it. I was planning to have the main force sneak into the town through the south gate and hide in the night. When the humans thought they had one, we would launch a surprise attack while they were sleeping. But since we've been discovered, let's just have a direct confrontation. Although the more than 200 human adventurers who came during the day disrupted my plans, I still have over 100 demon warriors here besides the slimes. If I can take out so many human adventurers in a head-on fight, those guys will no longer dare to mock the succubus for lacking combatability. The wind lifted the cloaked figure's cloak, revealing the demonic horns on his head, his towering chest, slender waist, and the long tail behind him. You take the Slime King and attack the north gate. After issuing the command, the succubus leaped from the hillside, grabbing the flying harpy's claws in midair and flying towards the south gate. That was the main battlefield. Although there were many human adventurers at the north gate, they were not strong and had been worn down by the slimes throughout the night. Now all the guards and human mercenaries had rushed to the south gate, leaving only 50 monsters and the Slime King to deal with the situation at the north gate. Roar! After the succubus left, the hillside beneath her trembled slightly, then it carried the goblin archer and a group of sizable slimes, bouncing towards the nearby north gate. On Shen's side, after Rodney and his men withdrew, the pressure increased significantly. However, the timely arrival of Geng Xingxue and others slightly turned the tide. Although more than 50 monsters were surrounded, By nearly 200 people caught in a situation of several against one, they had not yet shown any disadvantage. On one hand, among the more than 200 adventurers, half had already fought for several hours, suffering great exhaustion of stamina and magic, with many of them injured. The more than 100 who had just arrived were uninjured, but their levels were generally lower than those who had fought. Moreover, they had never fought monsters before, lacking combat experience. On the other hand, the monsters were inherently strong, and with their armor, their combat power was much greater than that of adventurers of the same level. A level 3 Goblin could hold its own against 4 adventurers of the same level. However, these issues were only relevant to ordinary adventurers, and Chen and his group were not included. Shuefeibai, Meng Xian, and Geng Qingxue had already reached level 5 after battling the one-eyed wind wolf. Lu Zhishang had also leveled up from 3 to 4 after his recent fight with the slimes. Unfortunately, he was too busy in battle to use the killing ring to purify souls. However, with Chen present, those souls were not wasted. Lu Yan and Wang Zixuan were still only level 3, slightly lower in level, but the two of them could barely hold their own against a level 4 goblin when working together. As for Chen, he was currently the only level 6 in the area. If you asked Chen to face more than 50 monsters alone, he would definitely refuse. However, with so many allies supporting him, he was free to wreak havoc. A few summoned wind wolves under Chen's control could take down a level 5 goblin in just 10 seconds. In less than 2 minutes, Chen had killed 8 goblins, 1 ogre, and 1 kobold. All were level 4 or 5 monsters. This greatly alleviated the pressure on the adventurers. Shuefeibai and Meng Xian also killed a level 4 target. A level 5 troll swung its massive club, smashing down on a level 3 adventurer. Xiao darted in from the side, knocking the stunned adventurer away, then raised his blade to block the club. Bang! Zhao's body was sent flying 5 meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Uncle Xiao, be careful! Roger, whom Xiao had saved, saw him land next to a goblin and quickly shouted a warning. The goblin beside Xiao saw him and swung its short knife without hesitation. But before its blade could fall, a wind wolf pounced from the side, engaging the goblin in a struggle. Thank you, President! A flicker of wild joy flashed in Zhao's eyes. He had thought he was done for. Meanwhile, Chen had just dealt with a dog-headed man and summoned a level 5 wind wolf to save Xiao, then charged towards the troll that had knocked Xiao away, riding on a level 6 wind wolf. Chen's main goal now was to deal with the troublemaker. The 2-meter-tall troll saw Chen charging on the wind wolf and swung its club towards the wolf's head. Whoosh! The wind wolf leaped into the air to dodge, opening its mouth to unleash a wind blade. The wind blade struck the troll's chest, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. Chen was not idle either, using high-pressure acid spray to target the troll's head. Although a few shots missed, one hit the troll's ugly left cheek. The troll, with its face covered by one hand, wildly swung its club with the other. Advanced perception, activate. Jumping off the wind wolf, Chen grabbed the spear he had picked up during the fight and attacked the injured troll simultaneously with the wind wolf. The enraged troll swung its club rapidly due to its injuries. But Chen was agile, and with his perception skill activated, the troll couldn't touch him, quickly getting several holes poked into its body. Was seizing the opportunity, the wind wolf pounced on the troll, exhausting its last bit of magic power to launch a brutal bite at the troll's throat. Bang! The troll's final swing struck the wind wolf on the head, knocking off nearly 100 health points. By now, the level 6 summoned wind wolf had also taken quite a bit of damage, with less than 800 health remaining. Obtain Troll Soul, White ×1, sacrifice Troll Fangs ×2, Troll Hands. Troll Soul can summon trolls for battle. This was the second Troll Soul Chen had obtained. Since the troll's combat power was indeed impressive, Chen now planned to summon one. Picking up an unknown axe from the ground nearby, Chen walked to the troll's corpse, knocked off 2 fangs, and chopped off 2 hands. Just as Chen was about to summon the troll, he suddenly sensed a shadow rushing towards him. The range of advanced perception was 20 meters. But the shadow moved extremely fast, hitting Chen the moment he sensed it. Put! Flesh was torn, and Chen's body was sent flying. The level 6 wind wolf immediately shielded Chen. At the same time, 3 level 5 wind wolves that were hunting monsters nearby rushed to Chen's side, surrounding him. Hiding behind the wind wolves, Chen gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow lodged in his shoulder, feeling a wave of fear. If I hadn't activated perception just now and moved my body slightly, that arrow would have hit my head. Low-level healing activated, stopping the bleeding at the wound, and it began to heal continuously. I need to run. Staying in place against an archer was not a wise choice. Chen flipped onto the wind wolf, and his figure shot out instantly. The second arrow shot from the darkness grazed the back of Chen's head. So accurate. Chen looked in the direction the arrow had come from but saw only darkness. Even with the moonlight, I can't see it. How can it see me? While Chen was pondering these questions, the other 3 level 5 wind wolves had already been dispatched to search for the archer. After narrowly dodging an arrow again thanks to the speed of the wind wolves, and Shen simply blended into the crowd of fighters. On the opposite bank, a goblin drawing its bow had a glint of dark light in its eyes. Using the skill night vision, it saw Shen hiding in the crowd and cursed under its breath, shifting its target to other humans. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows flew in quick succession, killing 2 humans. But when it reached for another arrow from its quiver, it suddenly heard a commotion nearby. 2 wind wolves that had swum across the river found their target and pounced immediately. At the same time, Shen also learned that the enemy was on the opposite bank. Focusing his awareness on one of the wind wolves and under the passive skill 5 Vision Universal, Shen gathered information about this goblin. Race, Goblin level, A-class, Archer. The classes of monsters and humans are not entirely the same. Health, 1600 mana, 700 out of 700 skills, Night Vision, Eagle Eye, Precision. The Goblin Archer was originally in Grand Village. Today, it appeared here to deliver equipment crafted in Grand Village back to the Forbidden Forest. This is also why the goblins attacking Groll Town were all wearing helmets and armor. Now, it obeyed the orders of the succubus leader, preparing to break through the North Gate alongside the Slime King. As it arrived by the river, it used its passive ability, Night Vision, to see a human warrior riding a wind wolf killing many monsters. Seeing several wind wolves darting back and forth on the battlefield, the Goblin Archer recalled the wind wolves from a few days ago outside Grand Village. It had intended to catch the leading wolf by surprise and shoot it down. Unexpectedly, it ended up letting it escape. The Goblin Archer naturally did not know that the wind wolf ridden by Shen was the one it had shot in the eye. It was just a bit curious that a human could actually tame wind wolves. Shen frowned upon seeing the Goblin Archer, which was 2 levels higher than him. Goblins were different from slimes. Even at the same level, they were difficult to deal with, let alone one that was higher. Let's test its limits first. Shen commanded the 2 level 5 wind wolves that had already crossed the river to attack the Goblin Archer. Seeing this, the Goblin Archer retreated while drawing its bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew in succession, all aimed at the same wind wolf. Thanks to its speed, the wind wolf dodged the first arrow. However, the second and third arrows struck its waist and neck respectively. Thud! The injured wind wolf fell to the ground and, due to inertia, flew out over 10 meters before dissipating into specks of starlight. Another wind wolf seized the opportunity to pounce, but the Goblin Archer was also quite agile. It dodged the wind wolf's bite with a quick movement. Then, it shot 2 arrows at close range, killing the wind wolf. The level difference is too great, and Shen sensed the death of the 2 wind wolves and felt tense again. Without the wind wolves providing vision, he could no longer see the Goblin Archer. And Shen worried that the enemy would continue to attack others, so he quickly shouted to the surrounding adventurers, "There are Goblin Archers on the other side, everyone retreat behind the gate." As long as they moved the battlefield to the back, the Goblin Archer would not be able to shoot adventurers from across the river. The adventurers, hearing Shen's warning, quickly fell back. The remaining 30 or so monsters exchanged glances, hesitant to continue their assault. In the previous battle, aside from Shen killing a dozen, several others had also been killed by the adventurers. Although several adventurers had died at their hands in these few minutes, there were still over 180 of them left. The monsters were now too few in number. Boom! 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 A series of dull sounds came from the distance, drawing the attention of the monsters and Shen and the others. Something big is coming. Although Shen couldn't see, he could tell from the sound that the newcomer was definitely a heavyweight presence. The Goblin Archer glanced back at the tardy Slime King and couldn't help but curse under its breath. Although the Slime King was high in level, it was not as fast as the Goblin Archer itself. So, it had only hitched a ride for a moment before jumping off to run ahead. The 3-meter diameter Slime King bounced its way to the Goblin Archer. Beside it were 2 slightly smaller slimes and several large slimes. These 2 slimes were even larger than the large slimes. One was red and the other was green. Seeing the Slime King about to jump, the Goblin Archer quickly leaped onto the Slime King's back. Whoosh! The Slime King's body leaped high into the air, easily landing on the other side. After landing, the Goblin Archer saw the incoming arcane orb and quickly jumped to the side. Boom! The freshly landed Slime King was hit by several magic orbs, creating a large hole in its body. Roar! The Slime King let out a painful roar, the slime at its wound writhing and swelling, restoring itself in just a few seconds. Then, it jumped into the town along with the red and green slimes that had also leaped over. Boom! The Slime King's several-ton body hit the ground, immediately kicking up a cloud of dust. Some adventurers, unable to dodge in time, were directly crushed beneath it. Roar! A gap split open in the middle of the Slime King's body, a chasm-like opening that swallowed 2 nearby adventurers. The red slime beside it continuously sprayed fireballs around, the green slime spewed out venom. Taking advantage Of the chaos caused by the Slime King, the Goblin archers charged into the town with over 30 remaining monsters. Name: Slime. King race: Slime level 10 class, none health 1950/2000 mana, 950/1000 skills, Devour, Perception, Advanced Healing, Acid Shot, Acid. Rain: King's power, name: Flame Slime race, Slime level 8 class, none health 1800/1800 mana, 860 for 900 skills, Devour, Perception. Intermediate healing: Flame Spray, name: Venomous Slime race, Slime level 8 class, none health 1780/1800 mana, 850 to 900 skills. Devour, Perception, Intermediate Healing, Venom Spray. The information panels of the three slimes made Shen gasp. The two new types of slimes that continuously spewed flames and venom, along with the massive Slime King, immediately threw the surrounding adventurers into chaos. It's the Slime King. Everyone stay calm, draw the slimes away, and use ranged attacks to hold them back. Shui Fei Bai. Gung Qing Shui, Meng Xian, you take people to hold off these three slimes. Remember, the red and green slimes are both level 8, one has fire attacks and the other has venom attacks. The Slime King is level 10, focus on evasion, you can't defeat it. Wait for me to deal with that Goblin archer before tackling the Slime King. Lu Shishang, Shao Kahn organized people to deal with the monster army. Under Shen's command, except for a small portion of people who panicked and fled into the town, everyone else picked up their weapons and began to follow Shen's orders. Gung Qing Shui, at this moment, didn't care about conserving mana and unleashed a series of arcane balls towards the Slime King. The Slime King, enraged, immediately jumped in Gung Qing Shui's direction. A group of hunter class adventurers no longer had to worry about shooting inaccurately in the dark. Both the flame slime and the venomous slime were about 2.5 meters in diameter. Anyone with arrows in their quivers shot at the two large slimes. Gung Qing Shui and the others, drawing aggro, took cover and maneuvered around nearby houses. Boom! One house after another was knocked down by the Slime King. Although Gung Qing Shui and the others faced numerous dangers, the three slimes were at least somewhat dispersed. Injured, Shao and Khan led a group to clash with the monster army again, with many figures falling in battle. And Chen kept his gaze fixed on the Goblin archer at the back of the monster horde. Although the Slime King was powerful, its intelligence remained low. While Gung Qing Shui and the others couldn't defeat it, they could at least hold it off. The Goblin archer, though at a lower level, could take the life of an adventurer with almost every arrow drawn. Just now you were on the other side of the river, and I couldn't reach you. Now that you've come over here, I want to have a go at you. And Shen took out the summoning materials he had just collected. Earlier, when Rodney had come to the North Gate, he had slain 3 level 6 goblins and 1 level 6 dog-headed man. The souls were naturally absorbed by Shen. However, summoning a level 6 monster required materials from monsters of at least level 6 or higher. In the recent battle, Shen only managed to collect 1 piece of goblin material. Unlike the level 6 wind wolf and the level 6 large slime, goblins, as humanoid monsters, have professions. Once they reach level 6, the profession of the summoned goblin depends on the profession of the goblin soul that Shen sacrificed. Level 6 Goblin Claw, Left Ear, Soul. Once everything was ready, a figure appeared in front of Shen. Race, Goblin level 6 profession. Warrior health 1400/1400 mana, 600/600 skills, bite, vertical slash. The summoned goblin warrior picked up a short knife from the corpse of the adventurer on the ground and silently charged towards the goblin archer who was drawing his bow at Shen. Anshin summoned the goblin warrior in an instant. The goblin archer not far away witnessed this scene, blinking in shock several times. What did it see? A goblin appeared out of thin air in front of that human, and it was charging towards it. Whoosh! The goblin archer was decisive, aiming an arrow at the charging goblin warrior. Thud! The summoned goblin warrior, hit in the shoulder by an arrow, paused for a moment before speeding up towards the goblin archer. The latter pulled back while drawing its bow and shooting arrows. Taking advantage of the goblin archer being entangled, Anshin rode the wind wolf and dashed out of the gate, heading to the previous battlefield to search for the corpse of a level 6 monster. Before leaving, he summoned a level 6 large slime to help block the arrows. Arriving at the place where Rodney had fought, Anshin sent the level 6 wind wolf to deal with the goblin archer. Here, Anshin quickly found several corpses that were larger than ordinary monsters nearby. Among Anshin's summoned creatures, for level 5 goblins sent outside had already blended into the monster's attack on the south gate and could not be recalled for now. The remaining ones were just the goblin warrior, the level 6 wind wolf, and the large slime. Most of the summoned wind wolves had died in the previous battle. Just right, Anshin still had 3 level 6 souls. After summoning 2 level 6 goblin warriors and 1 level 6 dog-headed warrior, Anshin instructed them to pick up weapons from the surroundings and charge back. The level 6 wind wolf received the order to exit the battlefield to pick up Anshin. When Anshin returned to the battlefield, the initially summoned goblin warrior had 4 arrows stuck in it, its body stained red with blood. Although it was not dead, it was left with only a thin layer of skin. As for the summoned large slime, it was riddled with holes and lay in a corner waiting to die. The Goblin Archer, seeing Anshin return with several level 6 monsters in less than half a minute, showed intense fluctuations in its gaze. Although it was fast, accurate, and had high attack power, it had less than 10 arrows left. The Goblin Archer had originally thought of killing the goblin controlled by the human and then retrieving its arrows. But unexpectedly, this fleeing human actually came back. It had just thought Anshin was preparing to escape. The surrounding houses had caught fire at some point. Taking advantage of the flickering flames, Anshin fixed his gaze on the Goblin Archer dozens of meters away. Let's go together. Anshin was unsure how many arrows were left in the Goblin Archer's quiver, but it was right to use numbers to overwhelm. 3 Goblin warriors immediately charged ahead of Anshin. The Goblin Archer raised its hand and shot the already severely injured Goblin warrior dead, leaping back to land on a rooftop, shooting arrows down at the other 2 Goblin warriors. Awooh! The Wind Wolf howled, suddenly accelerating. Just as it was about to get close to the Goblin Archer, the Wind Wolf leaped over 3 meters high, pouncing towards the Goblin Archer on the rooftop. The Goblin Archer looked at the Wind Wolf and Anshin in mid-air, a cold smile appearing at the corner of its mouth. With extreme speed, it drew an arrow from its quiver behind and knocked it on the bow, pulling back hard, aiming at Anshin above the Wind Wolf. Foolish human, jumping into the air is your biggest mistake. Once the arrow had accurately locked onto Anshin's head, it was released. Both sides were currently on the same level, with a straight line distance of only 10 meters. The Goblin Archer seemed to have already envisioned the scene of this human's head being blown apart. Thud! In the Goblin Archer's shocked gaze, a dog-headed warrior appeared out of thin air in front of Anshin, blocking that arrow. At the same time, the dog-headed warrior swung the pickaxe in its hand towards the Goblin Archer ahead. The Goblin Archer quickly jumped down from the rooftop to dodge, but as soon as it landed, it was sprayed all over with acid from Anshin. The leather armor on the Goblin Archer sizzled as it was corroded. The areas not protected by the armor had layers of skin eaten away. Its right hand, which held the bow, was also splashed with acid, causing it so much pain that it almost dropped the bow. Anshin would not give the opponent a chance to catch their breath and charged forward on his Wind Wolf. You're just a ranged fighter, I don't believe you're that good in close combat. Anshin thought to himself, but in the next moment his body was sent flying, crashing into a wooden house. Damn, what kind of power is this? Anshin spat out blood from his throat and couldn't get up for a long time. Just now, the Goblin Archer had punched Anshin in the chest, sending him flying and breaking 2 of his ribs. However, although the Goblin Archer had knocked Anshin away, it was pounced on by the Wind Wolf he was riding. The Wind Wolf was only level 6, but as a magical beast, its strength was naturally formidable. The Goblin Archer, pinned beneath, was sweating profusely. It used its strong left hand to grip the Wind Wolf's throat, slowly prying its jaws apart. Its right hand, corroded by acid, was about to reach for a dagger at its waist when suddenly a shadow appeared beside it. Put! The Goblin warrior that had just arrived stabbed the Goblin Archer in the kidney with the short sword in its hand. The Goblin Archer trembled from the blow, its left hand losing all strength. Crack! The Wind Wolf's jaws closed, directly biting off the Goblin Archer's head. The Goblin Archer had not expected to encounter such a strange human today. Not only could this human dodge its arrows, but he could also tame magical beasts, summon monsters to fight for him, and even use magic. If it had known this human was so formidable, it wouldn't have followed the Slime King over here. Gained Goblin Soul green times 1 experience plus 100. It actually gave 100 experience points. Adding the experience from previously hunting a level 5 goblin and a troll, and Shen's experience reached 805/1000. He was less than 200 points away from leveling up to level 7. Injured, and Shen covered his chest and walked out of the house. After busying himself for a while next to the Goblin Archer's corpse, a level 6 summoned Goblin Archer appeared beside him. Race, Goblin level 6 class, Archer health, 1200 mana, 600 skills, night vision, eagle eye precision. Cough cough. And Shen coughed a couple of times while covering his mouth, wiped the blood he coughed up with his hand, and left with several level 6 summons. When he reached the door, Lu Zhishan was still leading people in battle against the magical beast army. Not even a few minutes had passed and the battle on their side was still intense. However, Lu Zhishan had only about 60 people with him, struggling against over 30 magical beasts. But once In Chen's summons joined the fight, the situation began to turn. Especially the summoned Goblin Archer, which used its remaining 6 arrows to kill 6 magical beasts. The efficiency was astonishing. The magical beasts were confused as to why they were being attacked by such powerful kin. After holding out for a while, they couldn't help but flee outside the door. But in the end, they were caught up by the summons and slaughtered one by one. Only one Ratman jumped into the moat, swimming towards the opposite bank. However, it didn't swim far before being shot dead in the river by the goblin archer who had recovered its arrows. Night vision is really useful. And Chen glanced at the summoned goblin archer and murmured softly. Learning night vision required 50 goblin souls green, and Chen could only set aside his own thoughts for now. The rest are the Slime King and those two special slimes. And Chen instructed the injured to bandage their wounds on the spot before searching for nearby adventurers. He himself followed the trail of destruction left by the Slime King. Wherever the Slime King passed, there were either collapsed houses or a void devoured. And Chen rode the wind wolf for over a minute before finding the Slime King near the slums. Along the way, Chen saw many adventurers lying on the ground, groaning from injuries caused by being crushed or burned. And Chen's low-level healing only worked on himself and couldn't help them at all. Boom! Magic intermittently struck the Slime King, but it still had over 1,500 health points. Roar! The Slime King ahead was enraged by the magic, and its body suddenly spewed out a large amount of acidic liquid. The dense acid rained down like a curtain, falling all around. In the darkness, many people failed to see the acid and screamed in agony as they were hit. And Chen's heart raced, and he immediately ordered his summons to charge forward. The summoned goblin archer also jumped onto a building and, after shooting all the arrows from its quiver, served as in Chen's eyes. Using the goblin archer's night vision, and Chen found Xue Fei Bai and Gung Qing Xue. Xue Fei Bai was covered in wounds corroded by the acid rain, but Gung Qing Xue behind him was well protected. Brother Bai, how are you? Xue Fei Bai had just washed off the acid with water from his water bag when he heard the familiar voice and turned around in surprise. And Chen dismounted from the wind wolf and said to Xue Fei Bai and Gung Qing Xue, the monsters at the entrance have been dealt with, but Brother Lu and the others can no longer fight. I had them search for the injured and help with bandaging. Every life saved counts. The monsters are taken care of? Xue Fei Bai was momentarily stunned. It had barely been 10 minutes, how could it be so fast? Then he quickly reacted and said to Chen, the poisonous slime and the fire slime have also been dealt with, now only the Slime King remains. During the previous battle, after some observation, Wang Zixian discovered that as long as they avoided being swallowed by the slime, melee attacks were more effective against them. Thus, Xue Fei Bai had others provide cover while he charged alone at the fire slime. The battle was certainly perilous, but Xue Fei Bai ultimately killed the fire slime. As for the poisonous slime, since it continuously emitted paralyzing gas, everyone let the mages bombard it. In the end, it was Lu Yen who shot it down with judgment. But now, they were truly at a loss against the Slime King. There's still a chance. And Chen glanced at his remaining 100 or so magic points and asked Xue Fei Bai, where are the corpses of those two special slimes? On the other side, Rodney led a team composed of 30 guards and 18 mercenaries, racing towards the southern gate of the small town. By the time they arrived, over 100 monsters had already charged through the southern gate. Upon encountering each other, both sides immediately shouted and rushed forward. Lightning ball, fireball, water blade. The mages among the mercenaries raised their wands and began chanting spells, sending magical projectiles flying into the ranks of the monsters. At the same time, behind the monsters, a goblin shaman also raised his gem-encrusted wooden staff. A fireball with a diameter of 1 meter coalesced above the goblin shaman. Once formed, the fireball flew towards the center of the guards. Boom! Boom! The magic from both sides struck the ground simultaneously, resulting in immediate casualties. Rodney and several level 9 guards charged the fastest, avoiding the damage from the goblin shaman's magic, and collided with a few goblin warriors. Kill! After the two sides made contact, the slaughter began. Among the 100 or so monsters, half were above level 6, while the rest were level 4 and 5 goblins and kobolds. This was the elite force of the monsters. On Rodney's side, there were 3 teams of guards. The town of Gruul itself had 1 team, and 2 teams of mercenaries, all above level 6. Moreover, they had more high-level combatants, above level 8 than the monsters. Level 10 Rodney wielded his spear, sending all the low-level monsters in front of him flying into the air, where they were finished off by the guards beside him upon landing. A level 9 kobold used its large cleaver to kill a level 6 mercenary and turned its gaze towards Rodney. Sensing something, Rodney turned to look at the kobold. Die! Rodney flipped his hands, and several phantoms of the spearhead appeared in the air. The kobold roared and charged forward with its cleaver. Sharp, after slaying several goblins, was also confronted by a level 9 goblin warrior. As for Mavis, her figure flickered across the battlefield like a ghost. Each time she paused to reveal herself, the dagger in her hand would take the life of a monster. Boom! 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 Another massive fireball fell, incinerating several guards and mercenaries who couldn't dodge in time. Mavis's snake-like eyes focused on the position of the goblin shaman behind the monsters, and she leaped several times, disappearing into the darkness. On the monster side, they were also bombarded by the mage mercenaries. 3 mages, 1 specializing in lightning, 1 in fire, and 1 in water quickly took down over 10 monsters, but soon after they were targeted by a group of ratmen. On the battlefield, magic and arrows flew chaotically, blood mingling with roars. In less than 10 minutes, over 20 humans had fallen. Meanwhile, the monsters were left with only about 40. Most of these were above level 6. Rodney gasped for breath as he pulled his spear from the corpse of the kobold. His armor was cracked in several places and blood flowed from his wounds, staining the armor red. Thud! A goblin's body flew in front of Rodney, who immediately shot it in the heart. Blood-soaked Sharp ran over from the direction the goblin had flown. He shouted at Rodney, "Captain Rodney, this mission is nothing like we agreed upon. Half of my men are dead by now." While searching for another monster to fight, Rodney replied, "Perhaps from the moment we entered Gruul Town, we had already fallen into their trap. It's pointless to say this now. We need to find a way to drive them back." Drive them back? Sharp dodged an arrow that shot past him and pointed towards the back of the monsters, shouting, "There's still a goblin shaman over there. From the strength of its magic, it must be level 10. There are also 2 high-level trolls protecting it. If we let it keep bombarding us like this, we'll be killed sooner or later." Thud! A dark shadow flew down from the sky and landed between the 2, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Rodney recognized it was Mavis, and a bad thought crossed his mind. "I failed, but I took down a troll guard." Mavis got up from the ground, took a potion from her pack, uncorked it, and poured it into her mouth. Healing potion. Sharp squinted at the bottle Mavis had discarded. The effect of a healing potion was the same as healing magic. It could heal injuries and could save lives in critical moments. Even though it was the least effective healing potion, it was still very expensive, costing 1 gold coin per bottle. Such things were used for life-saving purposes, and he had a bottle in his pack as well. Now that Mavis had reached the point of drinking the potion, it indicated that the 2 trolls were not weak. Sharp grabbed a level 6 goblin by the neck and lifted it up, his gaze scanning the surroundings. "No, if this keeps up, I might end up losing my life here." In fact, when he arrived at Gruul Town and learned that the number of monsters had doubled to 100, Sharp had already regretted it. But he didn't dare to lead his team away. What if the monsters tracked them down and surrounded him on the way? That would surely mean death. Moreover, at that time, there were only 30 level 6 monsters, and with their strength, it wasn't impossible to fight. But the true number of monsters only became apparent after they launched their attack tonight. Excluding slimes, the number of monsters had reached 200. The number of monsters above level 6 not only matched theirs but also included a goblin shaman. "Captain Sharp, Albert is dead, we can barely hold on." A mercenary from the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps stumbled over and upon seeing Sharp cried out. Albert was the squad leader who had come with Sharp, a level 9 warrior. Just moments ago, he had been shot in the chest by a ratman's crossbow bolt and then hit by a fireball from the goblin shaman. Upon hearing the news of Albert's death, Sharp's eyes narrowed. Crack! Sharp tightened his grip and snapped the goblin's throat. He looked at Rodney and Mavis, who were still fighting, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. "Since the mission intel is wrong, don't blame me for being ruthless." Sharp brandished his large sword, retreating continuously until he finally disappeared from the battlefield. As Rodney and Mavis fought, they suddenly felt a significant increase in pressure. Turning around and not seeing Sharp, the 2 couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, where is that guy?" On the battlefield, the disadvantages for the human professionals grew larger, while the monsters became more and more courageous. Eventually, when the number of their side dwindled to less than 20, Rodney ordered a fighting retreat. The monsters pressed in closer. The goblin shaman watched the shifting battlefield, put away his staff, and walked forward. The guard troll followed closely beside the goblin shaman, staring blankly at the surroundings. Cough cough. An injured goblin struggled to get up at the edge of the battlefield. Upon seeing the goblin shaman, it immediately picked up a dagger from nearby and protected the goblin shaman in front of it. The goblin shaman looked at the bloodied goblin shielding him, tapped the latter's shoulder with his wooden staff, and said in the language of the demon race, "Brave warrior, well done. After the battle, the great goblin king and Lord Lis Christian will reward you. Stay by my side now." Saying this, the goblin shaman brushed past the injured goblin. The troll guard followed on the right, cautiously watching the surroundings. It had to be careful of enemies from around. Just a moment ago, a human woman had attempted to assassinate the priest. Although it had discovered her in advance, that woman had killed its brother. Ah! The troll, who was carefully observing the area, suddenly heard a scream that was alarmingly close. It then looked down and found a scene that left it bewildered. The little goblin had just plunged a dagger into the priest's left chest. Not only the troll and the goblin priest, who was stabbed in the heart, couldn't comprehend this, but even the succubus, who had been observing the battle from the back, had her smile frozen on her face. It worked! On the other side, Chen, who was besieging the Slime King with numerous summoned creatures, clenched his fist tightly after the goblin successfully assassinated the goblin priest. Killing the level 10 goblin priest granted Chen 1,000 experience points. and Shen's level directly rose to level 7 with his current experience at 805/2000. Does a stronger individual grant more experience? And Shen felt a surge of vitality as his body leveled up. My strength has increased again. The corners of Shen's mouth lifted slightly. After reaching level 7, as long as he found the corpses of the fire slime and the poison slime, he could summon 2 level 7 special slimes. Previously, Shen had been beaten badly here and hadn't recalled the 4 level 5 summoned goblins that had infiltrated the monster army because he had seen a level 10 goblin priest. Among them, the goblin priest posed a significant threat to Rodney's forces. Using the vision of the summoned goblins, Shen saw nearly 10 guards or mercenaries being killed by fireballs from the goblin priest. However, getting close to the goblin priest was not simple. Even the 2 troll guards could detect the stealthy Mavis. So Shen had the summoned goblin injure itself, leading to the earlier scene. The only regret was that he was too far away to collect the goblin priest's soul. After the joy of killing the goblin priest faded, the smile on Shen's face disappeared. Rodney's retreat was not good news for him. The remaining 3 summoned goblins should still be useful. Just as Shen continued toward the location of the 2 special slime corpses, he saw a new enemy through the summoned goblin that had assassinated the goblin priest. This is a flying monster. After killing the goblin priest, the summoned goblin turned to run but saw a dark shadow flying toward it. Then, it was grabbed and taken into the sky. After a dizzying spin, the summoned goblin was delivered to a cloaked figure by a harpy. Damn little brat, do you know what you just did? The voice trembled with anger. In the succubus-less Christians' understanding, goblins were not lacking in intelligence and were even more cunning than some humans. They would never attack their own kind during battle. They certainly wouldn't attack a respected goblin priest. The moment Shen saw the cloaked figure, he knew that this guy was the leader of the demon forces attacking Gruul Town tonight. But upon seeing the demon horns on the cloaked figure's head, Shen also saw the information about this demon. Name: list Christian race, succubus level 10, 7, class, none health, 2100/2100 mana, 1800/1800 talent. Disguise, skills, charm, whip, soothing kiss, leadership, night vision, a succubus? She even has a talent. Shen didn't expect that beneath the cloak was a succubus of the demon race. In Shen's impression, succubi were always sexy, alluring, and enchanting demons. He never expected that the suspected leader of the monster army before him was actually a succubus. Moreover, such a rare talent, Shen actually saw it in the succubus before him. Disguise? And her level? Could it be that her talent allows her to change her own level? Shen speculated in his heart. So the key question arose. Which is the true level, 10 or 7? Shen's spirit contract could forcibly contract a monster/beast not exceeding his own level as a summon after leveling up. If it were level 7, within Shen's current level, he could already take action against the succubus. Turning the leader of the monster army into his summon would provide more ways to win this battle. But what if level 7 was the disguised level and level 10 was the true level? If Shen dared to approach recklessly, it would be a death sentence. Damn it! If only omniscient vision could distinguish which is real and which is fake. While Shen was lost in thought, Lizzie noticed that the goblin in front of her was ignoring her, so she drew a whip from her waist. Crack! The whip struck the goblin's face, leaving a red mark. Just as Lizzie was about to continue her interrogation, she suddenly found that the goblin had disappeared. Lizzie looked around nervously, thinking an enemy had appeared. The shadow demon immediately flew into the air, searching for traces of the enemy. Come out, I can see you. After half a minute of outsmarting the air, Lizzie finally realized something was off. What was that goblin just now? The suddenly vanished goblin made Lizzie feel uneasy. She glanced towards the town center, contemplating whether to follow. In the end, Lizzie looked at the shadow demon beside her, feeling a bit more confident. There definitely aren't any humans over level 10 in the town, or they would have come out by now. And I have a level 10 harpy. No one can stop me if I want to run. Lizzie had come out from the Ire Mountains to collect enough professional seals. The professional seals exclusive to human professionals. As long as she obtained enough professional seals, she could prove that succubi also had the ability to lead troops into battle and win. There are a Slime King and Goblin archers at the North Gate. Dealing with a group of low-level human professionals shouldn't be a problem. They should have already killed those humans by now. Lizzie knew there was a professional at the North Gate who could command wind wolves, and she left the Goblin archers to deal with this human. In her view, Shen's level was just barely at level 6, and he would definitely not be a match for the Goblin archers. Even if you retreat north, you will encounter my troops. Once we converge, even if you have some special means, with less than 20 people, you won't make much of a splash. Grabbing the shadow demon's claws, Lizzie soared into the air and pursued Rodney and his group. What Lizzie didn't know was that the North Gate, which she thought had already been captured, now only had a Slime King left. Everyone pay attention, new enemies are coming. We must take down the Slime King within 5 minutes. After Enshen found the special slime corpse and successfully summoned it, he rushed back to the battlefield. He released the fire slime and the poisonous slime along with the goblin he had summoned back. The goblin, still bearing whip marks on its face, shouted and charged at the Slime King. At this moment, the Slime King's health had already dropped below 1,000 points under the continuous attacks of several level 6 summoned monsters. Several level 6 summons of Enshen approached the Slime King, their weapons continuously carving wounds into the latter's body, a large amount of slime ooze splattering from the injuries. Roar! The Slime King leaped up, attempting to crush the enemies beside it. However, the group of summons ran swiftly, scattering away as the Slime King jumped. Although the level 5 summons were slightly slower and couldn't evade the Slime King's attack, Enshen, who was always attentive to the battlefield, promptly recalled them. After a few seconds of summoning interval, he summoned them back out. Not far away, the level 7 summoned fire slime and poison slime bounced near the Slime King and immediately transformed into turrets, launching attacks at the unresponsive Slime King. Balls of fire and streams of poison sprayed onto the Slime King's body, burning several large holes into it. The Slime King's health dropped significantly, but under the effect of advanced healing, the wounds quickly healed and its health began to rise slowly. After being attacked, the Slime King immediately targeted the 2 former guards, shooting several acid shots at the 2 special slimes. Taking advantage of the Slime King's shift in focus, Enshen's other summons quickly dealt a wave of damage. Surrounding ranged adventurers, anyone still capable of fighting, all launched attacks at the Slime King. Almost there! Almost there! Enshen stood on a rooftop, murmuring softly. When he saw the Slime King use acid rain again for a wide area attack, Enshen's body trembled, and he shouted to Xuefei Bai, who had been waiting beside him, "The Slime King's magic is exhausted, it can't use Devour, and it can't recover, start melee. I've been waiting for this." A smile appeared on Xuefei Bai's face as he charged towards the Slime King with a short knife. "Oh whoa!" The summoned Wind Wolf, panting, appeared before Enshen. After such a long battle, the Wind Wolf had exhausted a great deal of stamina and was nearing its limit. Its body was covered in wounds, its fur matted with blood, completely losing its initial splendor. However, time was pressing, and the defeated soldiers had already reached the town center. The residents of Gruul Town had begun to retreat towards the north gate. It wouldn't be long before they would reach this side. Charge! At this moment, Enshen had used Devour Realm Rebirth to recover some of his injuries and magic power. He mounted the Wind Wolf and charged towards the Slime King. Before bringing the summoned fire slime over, Enshen had them spit out a few fireballs at him, then used Devour Realm Rebirth to absorb the fireballs. After activating Devour Realm Rebirth, he could absorb external magic power, which could slowly be converted into his own magic power and could also be transformed into life force to heal injuries. The upper limit for absorbing magic power was 600 points. The conversion rate was 100 points per minute. Now, Enshen had recovered 200 points of magic power and his injuries had stabilized, allowing him to fight again. The magic-exhausted Slime King could not use the Devour skill, and its threat level had dropped to the lowest. Because of this, Enshen and Xuefei Bai could attack the Slime King without any reservations. Put. Enshen, along with several summons, surrounded the Slime King with Xuefei Bai. After a fierce assault, Enshen and Xuefei Bai retreated a short distance to regroup, allowing the fire slime and poison slime to attack from a distance. Then, the two advanced again, their weapons leaving a multitude of wounds on the Slime King's body. In the astonished expressions of the surrounding adventurers, the Slime King roared in anger, yet no one had any means to counter it. "Brother Bai, it's almost done for." Seeing the Slime King with just over 100 health points left, Enshen shouted to Xuefei Bai beside him. "I can see that." Xuefei Bai looked at the Slime King in front of him, which had shrunk almost a circle, and exclaimed, "Then let's finish it quickly and end this battle." High pressure acid spray. Several fist-sized blobs of acid shot from Enshen's palm towards the Slime King. Xuefei Bai, along with the summoned Dog-Headed Warrior and Goblin Warrior, rushed forward to launch their final attack on the Slime King. Die! Enshen charged on his Wind Wolf to the vicinity of the Slime King, raised his short sword, leaped into the air, and plunged it into the top of the Slime King's head. The blade sank completely in, and under Enshen's own weight, the short sword sliced down from the top of the Slime King. Roar! The Slime King's health plummeted, letting out an angry roar. In its final moment of life, it activated the no-cost skill, King's Power. Just as Enshen got off the Slime King, he suddenly felt the concentration of magical elements around him increase. Normally, World Devouring Rebirth absorbed very little magic from nature, only a few points per minute. But now, World Devouring Rebirth absorbed nearly 100 points of magic in just a few seconds. What is this? Seeing the Slime King's body gradually glowing with a white light, Enshen's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly turned his Wind Wolf around, pulling the equally stunned Xuefei Bai to retreat into the distance. The white light on the Slime King grew more and more dazzling. 2 seconds later, several white beams of light shot out from the Slime King's corpse. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, instantly illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. The houses within a 20-meter radius collapsed in a tremor, turning to dust. Whether it was the townsfolk fleeing towards the North Gate, Rodney, and others desperately trying to hold back the monster army, or the Harpy Sharp chasing in the air, all looked towards the direction of the massive explosion. North Gate? What happened over there? Mavis, covered in blood, stared in shock at the explosion not far away. This scene was several times more powerful than the fireball created by the Goblin Shaman. This was not something that a group of low-level adventurers could create. But if it was an explosion caused by monsters, didn't that mean there was an existence at the North Gate even more powerful than the Goblin Shaman? It seems Chen and the others have been wiped out. A hint of sadness flashed in Rodney's eyes. He was not only saddened for Chen and the 200 adventurers who died at the North Gate but also for their severed escape route. But the next moment his eyes suddenly shone with determination as he roared and charged towards the monster army. As a guard, as a knight, I, Rodney, will fight to the last moment to protect the people. Cough cough cough. Near the collapsed houses, a group of adventurers frantically moved aside chunks of rubble and wood. Chen, Fei Bai, you must be okay. Gongqing Shui kept calling out Chen and Shui Fei Bai's names into the ruins, digging alongside the adventurers. She had been standing at a height earlier and clearly saw that although the two had moved away from the explosion center, they were still thrown by the shockwave and crashed into this building. Found them. The President and Captain Shui are here. An adventurer shouted excitedly to the crowd. Hurry, dig. After a while of effort, the group cleared away the rubble and wood, revealing the two covered in blood and unconscious. Hiss. After Chen was carefully lifted out by the adventurers, he woke up from his coma. He touched the blood on his head, took a moment to recover, and his vision gradually returned. Chen, how are you? Hearing Gongqing Shui's anxious inquiry, Chen weakly waved his hand and said, I'm fine for now. Thanks to World Devouring Rebirth, absorbing nearly 200 points of magic before the explosion. When Chen fell into a coma, the World Devouring Rebirth was continuously converting the magic power absorbed from the world into life force, healing Chen's injuries. Compared to Chen, Shui Fei Bai's condition was worse. He was still unconscious, his clothing torn to reveal a burned back. In the final moment, he had shielded Chen from the explosion's damage. Seeing that Shui Fei Bai's chest was still rising and falling, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With the support of those around him, he stood up, preparing to urge everyone to quickly search for and evacuate the adventurers injured. In the previous battle, when suddenly a figure appeared atop the rubble ahead. Is that you, kid? Sharp, chased by the harpy, saw the injured Chen, and his expression shifted from shock to confusion, then turned vicious. Since we've met, I'll just take care of you. The adventurers watched Sharp Carl a few meters away, their smiles fading as they heard his hostile remarks. The furious knight was actually attacking his own people during a battle with monsters. As Sharp approached, the surrounding adventurers tensed up. He was a level 10 knight, while they were only level 3 professionals, no match for him at all. Chen also didn't expect to encounter Sharp at this moment. The death of the Slime King had given Chen 1200 experience points, even more than what the Goblin Priest provided, allowing him to level up to 8. But even at level 8, Chen wasn't sure he could defeat Sharp. The highest level of his summoned creatures was only 7, those 2 special slimes, while the rest were level 6. Moreover, Chen had no other green level souls besides the Slime Kings. Even so, Chen couldn't just sit back and wait. Seeing Sharp coming over, Chen immediately summoned his creatures to the front. Upon seeing the kobold blocking Chen, the goblin archer and warrior, along with the 2 massive slimes beside them, Sharp paused. For a moment. Monsters? So many? Sharp suddenly recalled the rumors about Chen, his brow furrowing. A summoner? These monsters could only hold him off for a short while, but he was currently locked onto by the harpy. Taking advantage of the recent explosion, Sharp had temporarily shaken off the harpy. However, once the battle started, it was likely to attract the harpy's attention. The monsters summoned by Chen made Sharp even more convinced that his brother had been harmed by Chen. Before the harpy notices me, I'll take care of Chen first. After making the decision to avenge his brother, Sharp gripped his spear tightly and lunged at Chen. Scatter! Chen commanded his summoned creatures to block Sharp while urging the surrounding adventurers to disperse. He then took out materials to summon a wind wolf from his pack, sacrificing a white wind wolf soul to summon a level 5 wind wolf. Chen still had 2 white wind wolf souls left. During the Slime King's self-detonation, Chen hadn't had time to recall the level 6 wind wolf, and now it was on the verge of death, sent to the summoning space by Chen. After mounting the wind wolf, Chen ran off in the direction Sharp had come from, the direction of the town center. Sharp, blocked by the summoned creatures, saw Shen riding away on the wind wolf, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Do you think you can survive by going to find Rodney? Rodney can't even save himself. If you're going to your death, then it saves me the trouble. Sharp had no intention of turning back to chase Shen. He had just barely escaped. However, just as he was about to leave, a shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky. Sizzle! The harpy's sharp claws clashed with Sharp's spear, sparking a few sparks. After landing, she spread her wings and slowly flapped them to rise into the air, continuously emitting a shrill scream, a mix of woman and bird sounds. The harpy's appearance resembled a combination of a woman and a raptor, about the size of an average human, with a wingspan of nearly 5 meters. Although her appearance was humanoid, her intelligence was low, almost akin to that of ordinary birds. In terms of IQ, she was far inferior to goblins, even less than trolls. Her attack methods were simple, mainly diving from the air and using her strong wings. Huff huff. As the harpy flapped her wings, gusts of wind flew towards Sharp. Damn monsters, why are they chasing me? Sharp dodged the gusts while using the surrounding terrain to escape. But the harpy seemed determined to follow Sharp closely. And Shen did not turn back just because Sharp had left. The place he was heading to was exactly the battlefield where Rodney had fought before. There were still goblin priests and a large number of high-level monster corpses there. It had been less than half an hour since the goblin priest's death, and Shen was eager to rush over to collect souls and sacrificial materials based on past experience. If the time of death exceeded an hour, it would be impossible to extract souls from the corpses. Not long after he set off, Shen saw several townsfolk fleeing in panic towards the north gate. Behind them was a dark mass of townspeople escaping. The cries for help, the wails of children, and the sounds of prayer filled the air. Shen had no time to pay attention to these people. He rode the wind wolf swiftly onto a small path, bypassing Rodney and the others who were fighting in the town center, and ran towards the south gate. At the top of the church near the town center, the succubus, watching the monster army continuously slay the guards and mercenaries, suddenly spotted a figure passing below. A human riding a magical beast, the wind wolf? A hunter? Liz turned her gaze towards the north gate, frowning. The harpy has gone to deal with that human knight. She shouldn't be able to make it back for a while. Although the fleeing human knight's combat power was not as strong as the guards still fighting inside, he was still quite capable. Liz was worried he would cause significant casualties to the monster army at the north gate, which is why she sent the harpy to hold him back. At that moment, she was still unaware that the monster army at the north gate, including the Slime King, had already been killed. She mistakenly thought the explosion earlier was caused by Sharp. There are only a few human professionals left here still holding on. The outcome is already decided. Liz jumped from the top of the church to a nearby rooftop, then chased after Shen from above. From the size of the wind wolf, he should still be below level 6, and this hunter looks heavily injured. Perfect, let me have some fun with you. Liz extended her tongue and licked her rosy lips. Although Shen had activated advanced perception, he was over 30 meters away from Liz, out of her perception range. Continuing south from the town center, Shen began to discover the corpses of humans and monsters along the way. In the places he passed, white souls rose from the monster corpses, merging into Shen's body. All white souls, not a single green soul. After running for a while, he finally reached the south gate. As the main battlefield, it was littered with corpses. Among the 4 summoned goblins that had infiltrated the monster army, 3 had been killed in the melee. Fortunately, during the fierce battle, no one had the mood to ponder why the dead goblin corpses were dissipating. As Shen approached, streams of monster souls began to rise. In addition to the goblin priests' soul that Shen longed for, there were also high-level troll souls, goblin warrior souls, kobold warrior souls, ratman souls, and more. Watching a dozen green souls merge into his body, Shen couldn't help but smile. A bountiful harvest. Drawing his short sword, Shen began to collect sacrificial materials from the corpses. Now Shen was level 8, with nearly 200 points of magic power. He could completely replace all his summons with level 8 summons. Smack! Just as Shen cut off the goblin priest's ear, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound in the air. Shen quickly dodged to the side, avoiding an unknown attack. There are still enemies. After arriving at the south gate, Shen had turned off advanced perception to conserve magic power. Now, when he encountered an attack, he immediately activated advanced perception again. It's that succubus. When he sensed a cloaked figure wielding a long whip appear within his perception range, Shen hurriedly offered the few materials he had just collected as a sacrifice. The succubus raised her whip, strutting like a cat, a smile appearing on her face as she prepared to thoroughly torment the little hunter before her, when suddenly an astonishing scene unfolded. It was unclear what the hunter had done, but suddenly a goblin warrior, a gnoll warrior, and a goblin shaman appeared before him. and Shen handed over the wooden staff of the Goblin Shaman he had just picked up to summon the Goblin Shaman. Then, after Sharp had left, he summoned the level 7 Goblin Archer and a level 6 Goblin Warrior who had survived until now, along with the Gnoll Warrior and 2 special slimes. Plus, there was a level 5 Wind Wolf. Aside from the severely injured level 6 Wind Wolf, and Shen directly summoned 9 minions. Lise looked at the suddenly appearing monsters protecting Shen, her mind momentarily crashing. Under Shen's command, a group of summoned creatures began to attack the succubus. Lizzie's expression changed drastically and she quickly dodged to the side. This hunter can actually control monsters. Mistaking Shen for a hunter, Lizzie was filled with shock. She had never heard of a hunter being able to manipulate monsters. Roar! An 8th level summoned Gnoll Warrior let out a roar and charged towards Lizzie, its massive fists wrapped in a gust of wind aimed at her face. The summoned Goblin Warriors followed closely behind, flanking her from both sides. Bastard! Lizzie was caught by them and soon found herself surrounded by the summoned creatures. Crack! Crack! A slender black whip danced. In Lizzie's hand, shadows of the whip flying everywhere. The summoned creatures were whipped until their skin split and blood splattered, yet they still charged towards Lizzie. A hint of panic appeared on Lizzie's face hidden beneath her cloak. Bang! The Gnoll's fist, as big as a sandbag, struck Lizzie on the head, sending her body flying like a sack of sand. High attack power and speed, but overall strength is not strong. And Shen, hiding in the back with the Goblin Priest, breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Lizzie get knocked away. So, level 7 is her true level. If she were level 10, she wouldn't be getting beaten so badly by the summoned creatures. He used Devour World Rebirth to absorb a spell from the Goblin Priest, further recovering his injuries and magic power. Under the onslaught of the summoned creatures, Lizzie couldn't hold on for more than 2 minutes. Although I have many questions for you, once you become my summoned creature, you will naturally tell me everything. And Shen looked at Lizzie, who was being held by the Gnoll and Goblin, preparing to use Spirit Binding to transform her into his summoned creature. After forcibly signing a monster as a summoned creature with Spirit Binding, in addition to marking the latter with loyalty to Shen, everything else could be retained. However, Shen only had one chance now. If he signed Lizzie, he would not be able to sign any other monsters/beasts after her death. The reason Shen chose to sign Lizzie was mainly because she had talent. In Valkarm, apart from Xuefei Bai and a few others, Shen had not seen any talented professionals. Don't worry. It shouldn't hurt. Lizzie, lifted in front of Shen, couldn't help but shiver at the smile on the young human's face. If this human wanted to kill her, he should have directly commanded the Gnoll controlling her to attack. Why bring her in front of him? Lizzie felt a bit nervous. She didn't want to die yet. To survive, she unleashed her disguise talent to its fullest, her aura suddenly increasing, the pressure causing Shen to momentarily freeze. Seeing that disguise had taken effect, Lizzie quickly shouted in broken human language, "Lowly human, I am merely suppressing my power to fight you. Now that you have angered me, accept my punishment." At this moment, Lizzie's aura even surpassed level 10. If it were an ordinary person, even if they weren't intimidated by Lizzie, they would have already distanced themselves from her. After a moment of shock, Shen saw Lizzie's level change to 11/7 on the panel. As expected, the level in front is fake, her true level is only 7. And Shen didn't expect Lizzie to speak human language. However, the more Lizzie knew, the more it was a gain for Shen. Ignoring Lizzie's shouting, Shen followed the method in his mind, and used his short sword to cut the tip of his right index finger. I just need to draw a hexagram on the target's forehead. Seeing that Shen showed no signs of fear, Lizzie felt even more panicked. She tried to make her voice sound imposing and authoritative, bluffing, "Human, if you don't let me go, you will become my food. Your head will become my..." "Shut up, Liz." Shen commanded the summoned creature to firmly restrain Liz, lifting the cloak amidst her confusion and exclamations. "How does this human know my name? How is that possible?" Suddenly called by her name, Liz fell into shock, her resistance weakening considerably. Liz was tall, standing at about 175 centimeters, only a few centimeters shorter than Shen. Beneath the cloak, a pair of captivating eyes gazed at Shen in bewilderment. Below her prominent nose, a pair of tempting, rosy lips slightly parted, occasionally exhaling warm breaths. On either side of the succubus's exquisite face, several purple magical patterns appeared, extending from her neck down to her chest. As the cloak fell away, Liz's complete figure was revealed. Her ample bosom was protected by 2 pieces of purple armor, exposing her snowy half-mounds. Below that was her toned abdomen, showcasing a well-defined waist. 2 purple magical patterns extended from either side of her chest, converging at her navel before continuing downward, disappearing into a piece of sexy lace lingerie. Behind the lingerie, there was a circular ring. Liz's tail passed through the ring. With an incredibly sexy and fiery figure, Liz wore only 2 pieces of clothing beneath the cloak. If she were human, she would undoubtedly captivate 99% of the males, including Shen. But this was a monster. When Enshen saw the demonic horns on Lys's head, the small wings on her back, and her beast-like hooves, he couldn't help but grin. So this is what a succubus looks like. Enshen scanned her from head to toe and pressed his finger against Lys's smooth forehead. Although Lys didn't know what Enshen was doing, she understood that if she let him continue, it would definitely not be good for her. Seeing Lys shaking her head and not cooperating, Enshen directly stabbed her thigh with a short sword. Ah! Lys couldn't help but cry out in pain. Move a bit and I'll stab again. After saying this, Enshen grasped a horn on Lys's head with his left hand, while his right hand, now bleeding from his fingertip, began to redraw the hexagram formation. Seeing Enshen's cold-blooded demeanor, Lys endured the pain in her thigh and tried her best to stand still. Just as Enshen had finished drawing half of the formation, a bird's call reached his ears. The next moment, a whirlwind struck the ground where Enshen stood. Thud! A shadow from the air swooped down, sending the dog-headed warrior restraining Lys flying. Just as Enshen, who had dodged in time, looked up to see a harpy flying above Lys, intending to take her away, he quickly commanded the summoned creature to block her and ordered the goblin shaman to cast a spell. Whoosh! The first to attack was the goblin archer, who had gathered some usable arrows from around. However, the arrows shot were all swatted away by the harpy's wings. But the attacks from the fire slime and the poison slime arrived simultaneously, forcing the harpy to abandon her attempt to evade Lys. Race, Harpy level, 10 class, none life, 1366/2000 magic, 420/1000. Skills, Harpy Claw, Wail of the Banshee, Aerial Dive, Whirlwind. Although it's level 10, I have plenty of troops now and can hold it off for a while. I'll sign Lys first, then run. Enshen yanked Lys's tail, pulling her down in front of him, pressing her beneath him, with the short sword held horizontally against her neck while his other hand continued to draw the magic formation. Naturally, Lys wanted to struggle and used her charm skill against Enshen. The charm skill requires direct eye contact with the target. Just as Lys was about to use the skill on Enshen, she found that he had closed his eyes. If you want to use charm on me, I suggest you save your effort. Enshen had a rough understanding of the charm skill. Based on his memories from his past life, he speculated that charm was likely related to eye contact and mental control. He was unsure if his world-devouring rebirth could resist such an attack. However, the Wind Wolf and Goblin priest beside him would immediately attack Lys if they did not receive new commands from him every 2 seconds. As long as he was affected, his summoned creatures would launch an attack. This was also why Enshen felt confident approaching Lys at close range. Lys was genuinely losing her temper this time. The other party even knew her skills. She felt as if she was completely exposed in front of Enshen, with no privacy whatsoever. Moreover, she realized that Enshen currently had no intention of killing her, so she temporarily gave up on resisting. However, if Lys had known that once the formation on her forehead was completed, she would become Enshen's summoned creature, she would definitely fight to the death. But then again, Lys didn't want to die just yet. Enshen quickly completed the formation on Lys's forehead with the help of the Wind Wolf's vision. The summoned creatures signed under spirit contract were considered additional summons and did not occupy any of Enshen's 10 summoning slots. After the blood-drawn hexagram formation took shape and flickered a few times, a 6-pointed star magic pattern formed on Lys's forehead. Before Lys even realized what had happened, the contract was already complete. Enshen felt a mysterious connection with Lys as her master. As long as he wished, Lys could do anything for him. After standing up from Lys, Enshen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lys's panel information had now changed. Name, Lys Christian race, succubus level, 7 class, none. Life, 1526/2100 mana, 1109 out of 1800 talent. Disguise skills, Charm Whip, Soothing Kiss, Commander Night Vision. Remarks, Enshen's summoned creature. At this moment, all of Lys's skill information was known to Enshen. Charm was similar to what Enshen had guessed. It could cause the target to fall into a brief state of confusion after direct eye contact. Whip was a skill of Lys's weapon, allowing the whip to deal additional damage. Soothing Kiss could heal the target's minor injuries. The effect of night vision goes without saying, but what surprised Enshen was the Commander skill. Commander could boost the morale of allied units by 50% during battle, increasing the overall combat power of his soldiers by 10%. This skill truly shocked Enshen. No wonder the monster army is so fierce. They can continue attacking even after suffering over half their losses. After checking Lys's talent Disguise, Enshen felt that Commander should actually be a talent. Disguise can change one's aura and mana fluctuations, disguising as a high level or low level existence. The highest level for regular disguise is level 10, but one can temporarily disguise as an existence above level 10. This skill has only one purpose: putting on airs. Compared to the effect of Commander, it falls far short. It should be noted that Enshen had 10 summoning slots. Although the summoned creatures only obeyed Enshen's commands and were not afraid of life and death, a 10% increase in combat power was not to be underestimated. Moreover, that 50% morale boost was not useless either. Anshin was the guild leader and he currently had over 100 subordinates. If a battle broke out in the future, the effect of commander would be significant. Let's deal with the harpy first. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Shen shifted his attention to the harpy. Liz got up from the ground, looking at Shen's back with a complex expression. Just a moment ago, I wanted to kill him, so why can't I even entertain that thought now? Instead, I feel a desire to get closer to my master. Wait, did I just subconsciously refer to him as my master? But he is indeed my master, so it's only right for me to call him that. Liz clutched her chest, her gaze towards Shen, gradually softening. Having been forcibly bound as a summoned creature by the spirit of the ritual, Liz had undergone a significant change in her thoughts. At this moment on the battlefield, due to the harpy's control of the airspace and her level advantage, Shen's summoned creatures were being severely beaten. Although the time was short, 2 level 6 summoned creatures and a level 7 goblin archer had already been taken down by the harpy. However, Shen was not distressed and summoned 2 level 8 goblin warriors instead. Liz, witnessing this scene, covered her mouth in surprise. Master, you can actually create monsters out of thin air. This is incredible. Shen glanced back at Liz and asked, is there a way to bring the harpy down? Aside from the 2 special slimes and the goblin priest, who could threaten the harpy with magic, the other summoned creatures could only attempt to trap her when she swooped down to attack. But each attempt ended in failure. Besides her sharp claw strikes and wind magic, the harpy also possessed a control magic dispel. Scream. It emitted a noise that caused targets within 10 meters of the sound to fall into confusion. The effect was similar to Liss's charm, but Dispel Scream was an area control spell. The harpy is a bodyguard sent by my sister, and it listens to me. But it actually dared to attack my master. I will make it come down and let my master deal with it. Liz twisted her waist and walked in front of Shen, calling out to the harpy in a way that was hard to interpret. Upon hearing the call, the harpy flapped its wings and flew directly above Liz. However, upon seeing Shen and the goblin priest beside Liz, it hesitated to land. The harpy's not so high intelligence was puzzled as to why Liz was standing with the enemy. Seeing that the harpy wouldn't come down, Liz glanced at Shen out of the corner of her eye, fearing that her master might be angry. She then called out to the harpy a few more times before it slowly descended beside Liz. Master, I told you, it listens to me the most. Of course, since I listen to my master, it naturally listens to my master too. Liz came to Shen's side, saying with a flattering expression. Shen stared at the harpy for a while, making it feel uneasy all over. If it weren't for Liz's gaze, the harpy would have already attacked Shen or flown into the air. It doesn't seem to be very obedient. Let me tell you how to make it listen. Shen whispered, leading the goblin priest a distance away, out of the harpy's attack range. The next moment, the approaching level 8 goblin warrior and dog-headed warrior lunged at the harpies, wings from either side. Then, while the harpy was still trying to escape, more summoned creatures pounced on it. Puff, puff. The sound of blades sinking into flesh accompanied the harpy's screams. The harpy, with several blood holes punctured in it, immediately unleashed the spell scream, then broke free from the stunned summoned creatures, flapping its injured wings in an attempt to fly away. But the goblin priest's fireball flew towards the harpy just as it began to rise. Boom! The flames knocked the harpy to the ground, igniting the feathers on its wings. However, the harpy was not dead yet and struggled to get up. Only the summoned creatures that had fallen into confusion had already regained their senses. They brandished the weapons picked up from the battlefield and charged at the harpy. With chilling screams echoing in the air, the harpy was torn to pieces by the summoned creatures. Obtained harpy soul, green, ×1. A goblin warrior, under Anshin's command, brought the nearly charred wings, claws, and heart of the harpy to Anshin. After offering the sacrifice, a level 8 harpy appeared before Anshin. Once they become summoned creatures, they will absolutely obey, Anshin said to Lizzie without looking back. He then recalled the summoned creatures, leaving only the level 5 wind wolf, the harpy, and Lizzie could not be returned to the summoning space. Lizzie, next, you need to deal with your other subordinates. Hurry up and catch up on the wind wolf. After saying this, Anshin grabbed the harpy's claw and flew towards the town center. There, dozens of monsters awaited. Hanging below the harpy, Shen watched the houses rapidly retreating around him, feeling the thrill of flight. Unfortunately, the harpy was too small. If it were a bit larger, Shen could ride on it. Below him was Lizzie, riding on a summoned wind wolf. With one person and 3 summoned creatures, they hurried towards the town center. In the square at the center of the small town, the remaining 8 guards, their armor shattered and covered in blood, staggered on their feet, looking as if they could collapse at any moment. Facing the monsters surrounding them, the guards could only huddle together back to back, forming a small circle. Kek. A rat man charging at the front licked its dagger, grinning maliciously at the injured guards. Suddenly, it paused for a moment, looking at the numerous monster corpses around the human guards. With a layer of blood covering the stone slabs, the Ratman couldn't help but take a few steps back. The Ratman assassin was somewhat confused. According to its nature, even if the humans were already injured, it wouldn't rush in front of them. Let them charge, the Ratman murmured softly, then quietly retreated to the back. At the same time, the other monsters felt a wave of disorientation. It was as if a part of their courage had suddenly vanished and they fought with less fear of death than before. Actually, it was because Lizzie had become Shen's contracted creature and the commander skill had been lifted. The few remaining guards clearly felt the monster's assault lessen somewhat. But even so, facing more than 30 monsters above level 6, including several at level 8, it was only a matter of time before these guards fell. Captain Rodney, it seems this is where we end. Brooke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Rodney, who had lost an arm behind him. As the strongest guard on the field, Rodney had been heavily targeted by the monsters during the previous battle. In addition to his left arm being severed, Rodney had dozens of wounds of varying sizes on his body. An arrow was still lodged in his back. He was standing only through sheer willpower. Hearing Brooke's words, the dazed Rodney murmured, "Just hold on a little longer, give the townspeople more time to escape." Thud. Just as Rodney finished speaking, a heavily injured guard beside him could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The remaining guards had no time to mourn for the fallen as the monsters began their assault again. When Shen was brought to the battlefield by the harpy, only Rodney and Brooke were still desperately holding on. From the looks of it, the two were already at their limits. 36 monsters. 1 level 9, 7 level 8, the rest are level 6 and 7. And Shen had the harpy circle low in the air twice, and after seeing the information about the monsters below, he landed beside Rodney and Brooke, summoned the goblin priest and other summoned creatures, and took to the air again. And Shen's appearance alongside the harpy drew the attention of the monsters. They naturally recognized the harpy. However, the latter shouldn't be following the demon lord. How could it appear here with a human? Moreover, why did the goblin priest and other monsters suddenly appear? When the summoned goblin priest raised its wand and the gathered fireball flew not towards the humans but towards the monster horde, all the monsters were stunned, especially the goblins. They could never have imagined that the priest's magic would fall upon them. Boom! With the explosion of the fireball, several monsters at the center of the blast were blown to pieces. The remaining monsters, after a brief moment of shock, glared angrily at the goblin priest, especially the highest level 9 gnoll. It brandished its axe and charged at the goblin priest. However, there were several summoned creatures protecting the goblin priest. They brandished their weapons and confronted the rushing monsters. After placing Shen at a high point, the harpy dove down towards the monsters below. A Wolezi, riding a wind wolf, shouted a retreat command to the monsters engaged in battle and instructed the level 9 goblin to hold back a few monsters. This command left the monsters puzzled. For a moment, humans were clearly at a disadvantage. Why retreat now? But they had to obey the leader's orders even if they didn't understand. Except for a team of monsters left to hold the rear, the others followed Lizzie as they departed. And Shen, seeing the plan going smoothly, let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Although Shen was now level 8 and had collected some summoning materials and green level souls, facing over 30 elite monsters made him hesitant to claim victory. By using Lizzie, he managed to gradually split the monster forces, significantly reducing the difficulty. He commanded his summoned creatures to attack the remaining monsters while he observed from the rooftop. Including the level 9 goblin, there were a total of 6 monsters, fewer than Shen's summoned creatures. Moreover, the harpy occasionally launched attacks from above, and within a minute, all the monsters around the goblin were dead. Now, the goblin had to face the assault of summoned goblin warriors, dodge attacks from summoned slimes and goblin priests, and guard against the harpy's ambush. Before long, it was already battered and bruised. Boom! A spell from the goblin priest sent the goblin and its summoned goblins flying. Then the harpy swooped down from above, its sharp claws tearing several 10-centimeter long gashes into the goblin, blood splattering everywhere. Taking advantage of the goblin's dire state, the harpy let out a dispel scream, its wings whipping up wind blades that relentlessly struck the goblin. Subsequently, under another fireball attack from the goblin priest, the tormented goblin finally fell. Acquired goblin soul green ×1 after instructing his summoned creatures to collect the necessary summoning materials from the monster corpses, and Shen grabbed the harpy's claws and chased after Lizzie. There were still over 30 monsters on Lizzie's side, and Shen did not want to let them escape. As for the severely injured Rodney and Brooke, Shen noticed them but felt helpless. Staying behind wouldn't heal their wounds. Lizzie sensed Shen was approaching her and sent out 5 more monsters from the 30 Although her order was for these monsters to scout the area, in reality, it was just sending them to their deaths in front of an Chun. And Chen quickly caught up with the 5 monsters that had strayed from the group. Under the hospitality of a swarm of summoned creatures, these monsters soon turned into corpses. The remaining monsters under Lizzie's lead kept circling around the town. The number of monsters continued to dwindle, and before long, only the last 5 remained. Lord Succubus, why did your harpy attack us just now? Also, what are we searching for by circling around here? A goblin, gathering its courage, asked Lizzie, who was ahead. Lizzie turned back and glared at the goblin, sternly saying, "What, are you questioning my decision?" Under the effect of disguise, Lizzie's imposing presence startled the level 7 goblin. The goblin replied in panic, I dare not. Lord Succubus, spare me. It's feared the succubus's whip would strike it. Spare you? Lizzie, riding the wind wolf, looked up at the man walking out from the alley. Ahead, a smile appearing on her face. I don't think my master will spare your lives. What? The monsters, who had assumed a battle stance upon Enchen's appearance, were shocked to hear Lizzie mention the word master, their eyes nearly popping out. A few summoned creatures that had long been lying in wait appeared from around, surrounding the remaining 5 monsters. Kill! At Enchen's command, the summoned creatures launched their attack on the monsters. Lise jumped down from the wind wolf, trotting over to Enchen's side, hugging his arm, pouting, and in a sweet voice said, Master, I completed the task you assigned very well. Lisa's tone and expression at that moment were like a pet waiting for praise. Very good. Enchen patted Lisa's head with satisfaction. If it weren't for Lise, dealing with these dozens of monsters would have been quite difficult. He. Lise showed an expression of enjoyment, leaning against Enchen's shoulder. When the last monster fell to the ground, Enchen couldn't help but exhale. The battle is finally over. After collecting the sacrificial materials from the corpse, Enchen's backpack was already bulging. Obtaining dozens of summoning materials at once meant that unless he experienced another large-scale battle, he wouldn't be able to use them all. Now Enchen should be worried about how to preserve easily decaying summoning materials like the goblin's left ear. Returning to the vicinity of the town center, Enchen recalled all the summoned creatures, leaving only Lizzie, who was draped in a cloak. When Enchen walked over to Rodney, the captain of the guards, he was lying back, his eyes fixed motionlessly on the night sky. Brooke was squatting nearby, although severely injured, he was at least conscious. Looking up at Enchen as he approached, Brooke asked with some anticipation, where did they go? Did they leave? Brooke didn't believe Enchen could have killed so many monsters. However, it was indeed strange that the monsters had suddenly departed. Compared to other answers, Brooke was more eager to hear from Enchen about the monsters' departure. I've dealt with them all. The bodies of those monsters were still in the town and would be discovered sooner or later, so there was no point in hiding it. Enchen's answer left Brooke somewhat incredulous. However, before he could ask again, Enchen inquired, Captain Rodney. Captain? Brooke glanced at Rodney lying nearby, his face filled with sorrow. To stop the monsters, the captain was too severely injured. He couldn't hold on after you left. Is he dead? Enchen looked at Rodney's corpse and sighed. At the time when Rodney had asked Enchen to keep watch, he had had some objections to this captain. But now, Rodney had held the line for the townspeople, fighting valiantly and even sacrificing his life, which made Enchen feel a bit of respect for him. Enchen, what do you mean by saying you dealt with the monsters? Also, that goblin priest you summoned earlier, why does it feel somewhat familiar to me? Brooke had a deep impression of the goblin priest during the battle at the south gate. If it hadn't been for the goblin priest causing significant damage to the guards with fireballs from behind, they wouldn't have collapsed so early. Dealt with means I killed all those monsters. As for that goblin priest, that's my summoned creature, level 8. Enchen explained, worried that Brooke might misunderstand. As the only surviving guard, Enchen still needed him to report the situation to the Viscount. Otherwise, relying solely on Enchen and the adventurers' words, with no one trustworthy, the Viscount would definitely have doubts about the battle. And if Brooke misunderstood, thinking that the goblin priest attacking everyone at the south gate was the same one Enchen summoned, it would also lead to trouble. However, Enchen wouldn't tell Brooke that he could summon monsters by killing them. Level 8. Brooke felt relieved. He had sensed earlier that the aura of the goblin priest summoned by Enchen was much weaker than that of the goblin priest at the south gate, so it should not be the same one. Enchen. A somewhat surprised voice rang out, and Enchen turned to see a figure running toward him from the darkness. Mang Xin? What are you doing here? Enchen asked in confusion upon seeing the newcomer. Enchen, it really is you. Mang Xin excitedly hugged Enchen. She had only caught a glimpse of Enchen's figure in the surrounding firelight but wasn't sure. Everyone was very worried about you, so I came to check on the situation. Brooke was once again stunned to see the two embracing. He and Rodney had previously thought that everyone at the North Gate had perished. Unexpectedly, not only was Chen unharmed, but the people around him were also alive. Chen sat Meng Xian down from where she was hanging on him and asked, "How's it going over there? After you left, the Sharp that attacked you was attacked by a flying monster, and later the flying monster left, allowing Sharp to escape. During this time, all the townsfolk ran to the North Gate, and they said the monsters had attacked the town center from the South Gate, causing heavy losses for the guards. Everyone was worried about your situation, so I came to check on you." Speaking of Sharp, Chen turned to Brook and said in a low voice, "Mr. Brook, why did Captain Sharp run to the North Gate during the battle and even attack me?" "Sharp attacked you?" Brook gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard. I didn't expect him to not only flee during the battle but also turn on his own. I will report this to the Lord Viscount. He will not let him off easily." Chen nodded and said to Meng Xian, "The crisis in the town has been resolved. You go tell everyone to return in an orderly manner." "Really? That's great." Meng Xian nodded and turned to leave. Before long, Lu Yen and Xue Fei Bai and others rushed over. Lu Yen informed Chen that the news of victory had been spread, and they were mobilizing everyone to assist the injured. After handing Brook over to Xue Fei Bai, Chen returned to the North Gate to command the others. After a night battle, only one guard remained, and Sharp from the Bloodstained mercenary group had fled. Mavis from the Black Widow mercenary group approached Chen when he arrived at the North Gate and explained that she was here on Rodney's orders to escort the townsfolk to safety. At that time, we had already shown signs of defeat, and when we retreated to the town center, Rodney was worried that the townsfolk would be slaughtered by the monsters, so he asked me to lead a few people to try to retreat through the North Gate. Mavis was also heavily injured, looking unsteady, and Chen handed Mavis over to an adventurer for care and continued to help clean up the battlefield. After several hours of busy work, as dawn broke, everyone finally tidied everything up. According to statistics, 46 adventurers died, 91 were seriously injured, and the rest were all wounded. However, after this battle, everyone's levels had significantly increased. The adventurers who participated in the battle were all at least level 3, with some breaking through to levels 4 and 5. Those who remained at levels 1 and 2, without any breakthroughs and with minor injuries, were mostly the ones who fled. Among Chen's trusted allies, Xue Fei Bai had killed many enemies during the night battle and had already broken through to level 6. Besides the two healers, Lu Rongrong and Ningwen, everyone else had also reached level 5. Overall strength had increased significantly. Although the casualties were heavy, the results were remarkable. Excluding the slimes, a total of over 200 monsters were eliminated in this battle, including more than 50 monsters above level 6. Such results could be considered a great victory. And Chen's gains were even greater. Not only did he level up to level 8, but he also acquired a large amount of green souls and sacrificial materials, as well as powerful summons like goblin priests and harpies. Most importantly, he contracted a succubus with the commander skill. Although Chen appeared to be level 8, with 10 summons out, he had mages, neat shields, and flying control, plus the enhancement from Lizi's commander skill. Even a level 10 being surrounded might not be able to escape. With the help of the townsfolk, the bodies of the fallen were organized and placed in body bags. After everyone rested in the town for a day and a night, they began their return journey. Everyone noticed the cloaked figure that appeared beside Chen. However, since Chen did not introduce him, Xue Fei Bai and the others did not ask. By the time everyone returned to Valcam, it was already afternoon. Yesterday, the mayor sent another message to the Viscount via carrier pigeon. This time, there was no harpy to intercept it, and the pigeon successfully delivered the letter to the Viscount's hands. Therefore, when Chen and the others returned, they saw the Viscount and his guards waiting at the city gate, along with a large crowd of onlookers. When Viscount Reynard saw Chen, he loudly called out to the surrounding crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, our heroes have returned. Let us welcome our town's guardian heroes with the warmest applause." Looking at Viscount Reynard stepping out from the applauding crowd, Chen's expression tightened for a moment, but he quickly replaced it with a smile. He approached with Brook and said loudly, "My Lord Viscount, your personal welcome has truly honored us." When the monsters attacked Grull Town, President Chen led a team to assist in the battle, ultimately slaying hundreds of monsters and preventing a tragedy in Grull Town. Such a feat deserves to be called a hero, and what is wrong with me personally welcoming him? Baron Reno held Chen's hand and explained to the surrounding crowd. The bewildered townsfolk only then realized that Chen and his group had actually gone to fight the monsters attacking the village and had slain hundreds of them. The crowd instantly began to murmur. "I know this group, they are from the Adventurers Guild. But I heard that the people from the Adventurers Guild are all low-level professionals. How could such rookies possibly slay hundreds of monsters?" The Baron's words cannot be false, and looking at their injuries, they must have gone through a fierce battle. Yes, I heard yesterday that the city is currently hunting down Captain Sharp of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group. The reason is that he fled during the battle in Grull Town. What? The furious Knight Sharp fled? He's a level 10 knight. Does that mean the monsters attacking Grull Town are very strong? It's hard to imagine how the Adventurers Guild managed to win. Hearing the discussions around him, Baron Reno gave a glance to Brooke. The latter immediately stepped forward, kneeling before Baron Reno, and said loudly, "My lord, during the battle in Grull Town from the night before last early yesterday morning, there were over 200 monsters attacking the town, including 56 monsters above level 6. Among them were high-level monsters like kobold warriors, goblin priests, and harpies. In addition, the adventurers also killed over 5,000 slimes and a slime king. President In Chen of the Adventurers Guild single-handedly killed more than 30 monsters above level 6, including several level 8 and 9 monsters, changing the tide of battle with his strength alone." With each word Brooke spoke, the people present couldn't help but be astonished. Many doubted whether this guard was exaggerating the achievements. But when a group of adventurers brought down the shattered bodies of goblin priests and harpies from several carts and displayed them before everyone, they all understood that it was all true. Monsters like goblin priests and harpies were not something ordinary townsfolk or even most professionals had ever seen. Those who had seen them certainly wouldn't have lived to tell the tale. But now, the bodies were right in front of everyone. Especially the harpy, whose dismembered body was laid on the ground, combined with its human female appearance, made many timid people close their eyes. The professionals in the crowd all turned their gazes to the young man standing with Baron Reno. If the guard was not lying, then this man had single-handedly killed over 30 high-level monsters, including level 9 monsters. How strong must he be? Faced with the admiring gazes of some, In Chen showed no pride. Instead, a look of sorrow appeared on his face. He looked at the crowd and said sadly, "Repelling the monsters is not my achievement alone, it is the result of the efforts of the guards defending the town, the members of the Black Widow Mercenary Group, and all the adventurers working together." Although our Adventurers Guild was urgently summoned, we also charged to the front lines during the battle. Throughout the fight, one adventurer after another faced death bravely, fighting fiercely against the monsters, ultimately falling. 46 adventurers died. In Grull Town, over 90 were severely injured or disabled, and everyone was wounded. The mercenaries of the Black Widow Mercenary Group suffered heavy casualties to hold back the main force of the monsters. The guards fought until the last man, Captain Rodney, died in battle to buy time for the townsfolk to retreat. Faced with the monsters, we united as one, disregarding life and death, and fought valiantly. Defeating monsters is definitely not the achievement of any one person, it is the result of everyone's collective effort. The adventurers behind In Chen straightened their backs unconsciously as he spoke. Although they had mostly dealt with slimes and low-level monsters in the previous battles, for them it was still a fight for their lives. Moreover, they had encountered the Slime King. When the surrounding people heard about the casualties among the adventurers, their gazes shifted to one of respect. Even those who had previously mocked the Adventurers Guild for being filled with low-level professionals felt genuine admiration for the adventurers. In this world where monsters were powerful, a group of people who fought bloodily against them and suffered heavy losses deserved the respect of others. And Chen sensed the change in the atmosphere around him and suddenly shifted the topic to another matter. But what I didn't expect was that while we were fighting for our lives, Sharkarl from the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps not only fled the battlefield but also ambushed me with deadly intent. If I hadn't had some strength, I might have died not at the hands of the monsters but at the hands of Captain Sharp, who is also human. And Chen's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly sparking a wave of discussion among the crowd. What? This is actually true. How could the leader of the second largest mercenary group in Valcam do such a thing? I had already sensed that the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps had a bad atmosphere. We must capture this traitor, Sharp. Capture the traitor. The voices in the crowd grew louder, gradually turning into a synchronized chant. Baron Renaud looked at the crowd, pressed his hands down to signal for silence, and then said, regarding President In Chen's words, "They have basically been confirmed. The warrant for Sharp Carl has already been issued since yesterday." Upon hearing that a warrant had been issued for Sharp, many people secretly cheered. Renaud had long wanted to take action against the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps but had never found the opportunity. In Chen's experience had provided him with a reason to act. Renaud looked at In Chen, his joy evident. "So, President In Chen, as the greatest contributor to this battle, what reward do you wish for?" Everyone quietly watched In Chen, ready to hear what reward he would ask for. I think In Chen should ask for enough gold coins to live worry-free for the rest of his life. I think In Chen should accumulate merits and, with Baron Renaud's recommendation, be granted a noble title in the kingdom in the future. Titles are not so easily obtained. A hero like In Chen should be awarded a sword and armor. That's too small-minded. I think, since any condition is acceptable and Shen could ask for Miss Lola, whoa, let me finish, woo. When Baron Renaud asked the question, and Shen had already instructed Xue Fei Bai to bring down the body bags from the carriage. 46. Body bags meant 46 lost lives. The crowd gradually fell silent as the body bags were opened, and Shen walked between the injured adventurers and the body bags, presenting his request to Baron Renaud. I know that the word hero is easy to say, but as a title, it must be earned by someone who has made great achievements. However, my lord, I hope you can award the title of battle hero of Gruul Town's guardians to the fallen and injured adventurers, record it and ensure their families are treated well. A hero, if merely a title, has a much lower threshold. When Baron Renaud welcomed the crowd, he used the term heroes, but if it is a recorded title of hero, it cannot be conferred casually. If someone saved a city like Valcam, being granted the title of hero and having it widely known would not be unusual. Isn't it ridiculous to bestow so many titles of heroism just for saving a small town? If Viscount Renaud really agrees, it would become a joke. However, these fallen adventurers did indeed make contributions, even sacrificing their lives. Although everyone knows that it's unlikely to be granted the title of hero once the words of refusal come out of Viscount Renaud's mouth, it will inevitably make those who hear it, especially the surviving adventurers, feel uncomfortable. This kid is deliberately giving me a tough problem. Viscount Renaud's expression remained unchanged, but he was grumbling internally. Previously, Viscount Renaud regarded In Chen as a thoughtful young talent. Establishing the Adventurers Guild allowed low-level professionals in the city to play a role while also enabling adventurers to train through tasks. Such ideas were enough to earn Renaud's respect. Unfortunately, In Chen's previously displayed strength was too weak. Although he proved himself not to be forsaken by the gods through a tournament battle, but rather a summoner, the goblin he summoned was only level 5. However, during the battle in Gruul Town, In Chen's displayed strength greatly shocked Viscount Renaud. He speculated that In Chen's level was at least 8 or 9, if not 10. Therefore, Renaud was genuinely prepared to win In Chen over. However, the conditions In Chen proposed were quite troublesome for Renaud. The people around were still waiting for Viscount Renaud's response, and Chen and the group of adventurers were also staring at Renaud. After a moment of silence, Viscount Renaud said with a serious expression, "Since this winter, several towns have been attacked by monsters, causing thousands to suffer. Now, the members of the Adventurers Guild and the Black Widow mercenary group are guarding Gruul Town, unafraid of sacrifice, successfully slaying all invading monsters and saving a village and thousands of people. To all the brave warriors who participated in the battle, I, in the name of Viscount Renaud of the Southern Territory of the Kingdom, hereby confer upon you the collective title of Guardians of Gruul, granting you the treatment of heroes in Valcam City, and I will report this to the kingdom to highlight your achievements." Upon hearing that Viscount Renaud had truly conferred the title of hero, the crowd first fell silent, then erupted into enthusiastic cheers, their gazes towards the adventurers filled with fervor. Becoming an adventurer now meant having the chance to become a hero. The oldest mercenary group in Valcam, the Wolffang Mercenary Group, had been established for nearly 5 years without any heroes being conferred. Many professionals began to inquire about how to join the Adventurers Guild. The conferred adventurers themselves were astonished to find that they had truly become heroes. Guardians of Gruul, ha! Xiao and Khan, tightly wrapped in bandages, felt like jumping up and down to express their excitement. Before joining the Adventurers Guild, they were merely down-and-out professionals. Now, not only did they have the opportunity to enhance their strength, but they also received the title of hero. This was something they had never even dared to dream of before. Other adventurers, like the two of them, wanted to express their excitement through body language, but remembering that they were now heroes, they needed to maintain a mature and composed image. All the adventurers stood tall, looking towards their leader. In Chen did not expect Viscount Renaud to be so decisive and bold. The entire thought process took less than half a minute. If this news reached the ears of other nobles or the king, Renaud would surely face criticism from many. Bestowing so many hero titles at once would lower the threshold for heroism. However, Renaud's agreement was a good thing for In Chen and the Adventurers Guild. First, having the title of hero provided some closure for the families of the adventurers who sacrificed themselves during the mission. The compensation for the fallen heroes would be enough for their families to live worry-free. With so many heroes in the Adventurers Guild, it would serve as the best advertisement when expanding to other cities in the future. As for what Renaud would face after reporting the news to the capital, that was not something In Chen needed to consider. "Thank you, my Lord Viscount." In Chen cupped his hands in gratitude towards Viscount Renaud. The adventurers behind him also mimicked the gesture, thanking Viscount Renaud in unison. "Now, let us welcome our heroes." Triumphant. With Renaud's order, the crowd parted to create a pathway. Anshan and Count Rainer walked into the city, followed by guards and adventurers. Before long, the events at the city gate spread quickly throughout the city through word of mouth. the Adventurers Guild officially entered the sight of everyone in Valcam. Whether they were professionals, street vendors, or ordinary citizens, everyone knew that the Adventurers Guild had been granted a collective hero title. After discussing the time for their next meeting with Count Rainer, Anshin took the adventurers to handle the follow-up matters. This included finding priests to heal the injured and contacting the families of the deceased. By the time everything was arranged, it was already evening, and Anshin returned to their third-floor residence with Lizzie. Master, is this the city of humans? It's so much more beautiful than the cities built in the Iron Mountains. Lizzie pushed open the window, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding buildings, exclaiming in wonder. Anshin had heard Lizzie talk a few times about the city of Nazia, which she had come from in the Iron Mountains, but he hadn't asked for details due to the large number of people in their convoy. Now that he finally had the time, Anshin could learn more about the situation in the Iron Mountains. Lizzie, tell me about the specifics of the Iron Mountains. Anshin sat at the table, spread out a piece of paper under the light, and picked up a pen to start writing and drawing. Master wants to know about the Iron Mountains? Lizzie stepped back from the window, took off her cloak, revealing her alluring figure, and sat beside Anshin, swaying her tail as she spoke. The Iron Mountains stretch over 30 kilometers, located in the southernmost part of the Ngamros continent. Further south is the Storm Sea. The mountains are about 70 kilometers away from the Goblin Forest. Goblin Forest? Yes, the forest next to the town of Grohl. The Forbidden Forest. Anshin nodded, understanding that the Goblin Forest Lizzie mentioned was what humans referred to as the Forbidden Forest. Why is it called the Goblin Forest? Lizzie thought for a moment before saying, it seems it was named because a group of goblins was sent to that forest as a forward outpost a few years ago, and everyone started calling it that. A few years ago? Anshin paused his pen, recalling the information he had gathered, and said, wasn't that around the time when the Demon King's 7th Army was defeated by the coalition of the Nigel Kingdom and the Roland Empire? Yes. Lizzie nodded and said, in that great battle 10 years ago, the 7th Army of the Demon King, led by one of the 8 demon generals, Truman, invaded the Nigel Kingdom, with tens of thousands of monsters, directly breaking through the Nigel Kingdom and reaching its southern border. However, later on, they were besieged in the southern region of Nigel by troops supported by the Roland Empire. Demon General Truman was killed by a young sword saint who came to support the Roland Empire, and the high-ranking officials of the 7th Army were slaughtered as well. Because the frontline demon army learned that the Sword Saint had appeared in the Nigel Kingdom, they intensified their offensive. The Sword Saint could only hurriedly lead the Roland Empire's army back to the front lines. We, the surviving remnants of the 7th Army, numbered only in the thousands and retreated to the Iron Mountains. To prevent being encircled by the Nigel Kingdom's army, the remnants of the 7th Army sent dozens of goblins to garrison in that forest to keep an eye on Valcam's movements. However, all this time, Valcam's army has never come. That's because the frontline troops fighting against the Demon King's army have suffered defeats, and the kingdom is too preoccupied with its own troubles to deal with you remnants. And Shen revealed the information he had received earlier, letting out a sigh. The 7th Army, hidden in the Iron Mountains, had already regained its strength, and even someone like Lizzie had emerged from the mountains to join forces with the Goblin King to attack human villages. However, Valcam had not even launched a campaign to eradicate the goblins in the Forbidden Forest, allowing them to develop to a point where many mercenary groups were wary. Lizzie shrugged and said, all the capable high-ranking members of the 7th Army have been killed by that Sword Saint, the rest are just weaker monsters. After we entered the Iron Mountains, we had no way to contact the Demon King's army. After all these years, the Demon King's army has probably already removed the 7th Army from their ranks. What's the situation in Nazia City now? Nazia City is established in the central area of the Iron Mountains, and the city is quite rudimentary, just a wooden stockade. Right now, there are nearly 5,000 monsters from various factions inside. However, that doesn't mean Nazia City only has 5,000 monsters. With affiliates like the Goblin Forest, the total number of monsters adds up to about 1 or 2,000. Hiss! And Chen gasped. At this number, Valcam currently only had a little over 5,000 professionals. If the monsters in the Iron Mountains decided to attack Valcam one day, the latter would be in danger. Lizzie, I remember you said before that you came out this time just to prove that succubi can lead troops in battle, right? This isn't a test from Nazia City against Valcam, is it? Chen turned to look at Lizzie, asking nervously. Lizzie nodded seriously and said, that's right, I came out to prove that although my combat power is not as strong as my sister's, I can lead troops in battle. Your sister? Yes, Ella Christian, the sole leading succubus of Nazia City. Her strength is level 15. Thud. Hey, master, how did you fall under the table? Lizzie hurriedly pulled Chen up. Lizzie, did your sister leave any marks on you when you left? No, she just gave me a harpy to protect me and told me to go to the Goblin Forest to ask the Goblin King for troops. Lizzie patted the dust off Shen's clothes, pulled him to a chair, and explained, actually, my sister just wanted me to attack one village. But I wanted to prove myself, so I attacked several villages, and the village of Mir, which has iron mines, was one I led the troops to ambush. I even had my subordinates forge weapons and equipment to enhance their strength. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were still defeated by the master. The master is the strongest. Looking at Lizzie, who was clinging to his arm and acting cute, and Shin felt no joy in his heart. A level 15 succubus sister. He was only level 8 now, and in direct combat he could at most use the numerical advantage of his summons to besiege level 9 monsters. I hope I don't encounter your sister before I grow stronger. Ire Mountains. Deep in the dense jungle in Nazia City built of wood, a large number of monsters lived within. In the center of the city there were several buildings over 10 meters high. Among them, in the southern building, lived a group of succubi dressed in minimal clothing, with alluring figures that captivated the heart. In a room deep within the building, a slender black shadow lying on the bed woke from her slumber. Unknowingly, Lizzie has been out for more than half a month. This disobedient little sister, when she Comella licked her purple lips, turned over and lifted her legs a bit, revealing her smooth, tender calves that were just like a human's. As her level increased, the succubus could change more and more parts of her body to resemble a human. She wasn't worried about Liz's safety. The nearby villages posed no threat to Liz. Moreover, with the Goblin King's forces and the harpy she had dispatched, the chances of encountering danger were minimal. Unless Liz decided to attack Valcam. Morning. The moment Anshin opened his eyes, he felt that he was in a different place than usual. Ha-hoo! Ha-hoo! Listening to the even breathing beside him, Anshin recalled Liz's insistence on warming his bed after her bath yesterday. According to Liz, her sister often asked her to warm the bed before sleeping. She was reluctant to do so for her sister. But warming the bed for her master was something she should do. Naturally, Anshin had firmly refused such a request. Anshin withdrew his hand from Liz's body, then pushed aside the arm she had draped over his chest, lifted the covers, and sat up. Feeling the residual warmth in his palm, Anshin's gaze sharpened as he took out a small notebook from under the pillow and walked to the table to pick up a pen. Opening the cover that read Otherworld Strategy Manual, Anshin flipped to the latest page and wrote, "The succubus is truly a teasing little fairy." Pausing his pen, Anshin placed his hands behind his head, confirming that he hadn't done anything out of line last night, and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew by. The Otherworld Strategy Manual turned a page, which read, "Miss Maggie is like a ripe peach, while Miss Samantha is more like smooth sake, needing to be savored." Continuing to flip, "Miss Laura, this crossed out. The maid's outfit design is quite bold. The Viscount is a person of taste." After washing up, Anshin initially intended to put the Otherworld Strategy Manual back under the pillow. But, after glancing at Liz, he turned around and stuffed the small notebook into a wooden box in the corner. Shuefeibai, Lu Yen, and the others had already gotten up and left the guild. Only Anshin had slept in until now. There's still a lot to handle today. Anshin walked down the stairs and saw Maggie and Samantha, who had already come to work at the guild. It was only 7:30 in the morning, and the guild hadn't officially opened yet. The two women were cleaning the hall on the first floor. Maggie threw Anshin a flirtatious glance and drawled, "Hero President, good morning." "Good morning," Samantha greeted briskly before lowering her head to wipe the table again. "Oh, good morning." Anshin sat down at the table set with breakfast. This must have been prepared by Lu, Rong, and the others. Focusing his eyes on the graceful figures of the two women at work, Anshin enjoyed a delightful breakfast. After taking a portion of breakfast back to his residence on the third floor, Anshin woke Liz and instructed her not to run around for the time being before picking up a stack of papers from the table and leaving the Adventurers Guild. At a printing shop in the city, Anshin found the owner and immediately said, "I am Anshin, the president of the Adventurers Guild." The events from yesterday afternoon had already spread. The printing shop owner had naturally heard of Anshin's name. Upon hearing Anshin's self-introduction, the owner immediately greeted him with a smile. "Hero President Anshin, welcome. How can I assist you?" "First, make 5,000 copies of these." Anshin took out the monster encyclopedia he had organized last night and said to the owner, "These are confidential. I believe you know what to do?" "Rest assured." The owner wiped the sweat from his face and said to Anshin, "Besides the original and the 5,000 copies you requested, I guarantee there won't be an extra sheet. I will personally oversee the printing process." "Very well. If another one appears outside, I will inform the Lord Viscount and have you thrown into prison." This was all the monster information that Anshin had compiled, including the skills and specialties of slimes, goblins, dog-headed people, rat people, trolls, and other monsters prepared for adventurers to use. Anshin certainly didn't want the information he had organized to end up in the hands of the bloodstained mercenary corps. Understood. The boss was almost in tears encountering Shen early in the morning. He thought it was some happy occasion, but unexpectedly it turned into a troublesome matter. After making the printing shop owner understand the seriousness of leaking the contents of the monster encyclopedia, Shen walked out satisfied. Remember, print what I gave you first. I'm going to meet the Lord Viscount now, and I hope you can deliver by the time I return. Lord Shen, please rest assured, 5,000 copies will be ready in 2 hours. Shen stepped onto the street and summoned a level 6 wind wolf. A whoa! After the wind wolf appeared, it howled with its head raised, then obediently lay down beside Shen. It had been severely injured in the battle at Grul Town. After returning yesterday, Shen had the city's high priest heal it several times before it recovered. Riding the level 6 wind wolf, Shen headed towards the residence of Viscount Reno. The wind wolf was much faster than the carriages in the city. However, the sight of the wind wolf galloping down the street startled the pedestrians on both sides. If it weren't for the person sitting on it proving that the wind wolf had an owner, they would have been ready to report to the guards. This was also why Shen didn't release the harpy. Otherwise, some might think a monster was attacking the city. Upon arriving again at Viscount Reno's castle, the guards stationed on either side of the castle recognized Shen. Lord Shen, please leave your pet outside. One guard stepped forward, ready to lead the wind wolf away. Although they recognized Shen, the guards could not allow him to bring a fierce beast into the Viscount's castle. No need. Shen dismounted from the wind wolf and waved his hand gently, causing the wind wolf to disappear in front of everyone. The guard, halfway through his approach, turned back to glance at his companion, somewhat at a loss. They had heard that Shen was a summoner, but it was their first time witnessing a summoner's abilities. If a beast like the wind wolf could appear and disappear at Shen's command, it meant he could summon the wind wolf inside the castle. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform. The guard cupped his hands to Shen and turned to enter the castle. After about 5 minutes, Shen saw the figure of the Viscount's steward, Scott, quickly walking out from inside. Lord Shen, sorry to keep you waiting, please follow me. After saying that, Scott gestured for him to enter. They made their way to the reception room, where Shen saw Viscount Reno already waiting. Good day, Lord Shen. As Shen stepped into the reception room, the 2 blonde maids on either side bowed to him. Upon seeing the faces of the 2 women, Shen felt a sense of familiarity. When the 2 women bent down to bow, revealing half of their snowy peaks, Shen instantly remembered. Maria, Asina, long time no see. Oh, I didn't expect you to remember the names of 2 servants. Viscount Reno, sitting in the main seat, smiled and asked while gesturing for Shen to take a seat. After sitting down, Shen chuckled lightly. Both of them are diligent and attentive, providing excellent service, which left a deep impression on me. When I left last time, I specifically asked the steward about their names. When he had a nosebleed back then, Maria had kindly come forward to wipe his blood and let him feast his eyes. Such attentive and considerate maids, Shen naturally wouldn't forget. He even wrote about the maids in the Otherworld Strategy Manual. Viscount Reno displayed a knowing smile and pointed at the 2 women. I heard your Adventurers Guild has hired 2 women to handle the front desk. Now that I have conferred many adventurer hero titles, there will surely be a large number of people flocking to register as adventurers at your guild. The 2 at the front desk might be overwhelmed. Do you need me to send them over to help you? Shen's smile froze for a moment but then returned to normal. He met the Viscount's gaze and smiled. Thank you for your concern. My people may be a bit clumsy, but they can manage. People as outstanding as Maria and Asina should naturally serve the noble Viscount. Is that so? Viscount Renaud casually said as he pinched a piece of pastry from the table and popped it into his mouth. Then if you need them in the future, just let me know. Of course. Shen replied while inwardly cursing Viscount Renaud as an old fox. Are you really just sending 2 maids? According to the information he had previously gathered from Scott, these 2 maids were only 5 years older than Lola, had received a good education since childhood, and had grown up alongside Lola. They were being cultivated as trusted aides. Letting them join the Adventurers Guild? That would be like knowing the menu before I even finish my dinner. Although Shen was a fan, he wouldn't set up 2 cameras from someone else in his home. However, seeing that Viscount Renaud did not press the issue, Shen understood that the latter still wanted to cooperate more at this stage. This was just a small test. Viscount Renaud felt extremely pleased seeing Shen's standard smile. He only wanted to give Shen a little nudge, not to actually take action against the Adventurers Guild right now. Yesterday at the city gate, Shen had forced him to confer the title of hero, which made him quite unhappy. Viscount Renaud knew that Shen was somewhat dissatisfied with him due to the matter of Grul Town, but he wanted Shen to understand that the Adventurers Guild could only develop slowly, with the backing of the Viscount. If it weren't for the Viscount, Shen might have been kicked out by various mercenary groups on the very first day of his opening. Let's talk about some serious matters. Viscount Renaud waved for the 2 maids to leave and said to Shen, do you have anything to add regarding the battle at Grul Town? Although Viscount Reynard had learned about the situation of the battle at Grohl Town from Mayoria, Brooke, and Mevis, Mayoria had been with the townspeople the whole time, either staying in the town center or fleeing with them. Aside from being busy with some tasks during the final cleanup, he had basically no useful intelligence. Brooke and Mevis, as participants in the battle, had more information. For example, the number and quality of the monsters. When Viscount Reynard learned from the news 2 days ago that the monsters attacking Grohl Town numbered over 200, with a quarter of them being level 6 or higher, he initially thought it was an exaggeration. Given the adventurers in Grohl Town at that time, it was impossible to repel such a monster army. However, both Brooke and Mevis insisted on this, and when Chen returned, the monster corpses unloaded from the carriage confirmed this. From the reports of the two, Reynard learned that the key to this victory lay within Chen. This summoner, initially deemed dispensable by Rodney and the others, not only led a group of low-level adventurers to hold the North Gate and killed the Slime King but also, at a critical moment, took down over 30 monsters of level 6 or higher. By instinct, Viscount Reynard believed that Chen, who had exterminated the monsters, might have different discoveries compared to Brooke and Mevis. For instance, the whereabouts of the monster leader from the night raid or other intelligence. Hearing the question from Viscount Raynor, Chen perked up. Chen had come to see Viscount Raynor this time, partly to gauge the other's current attitude towards him. He had been sold out by Viscount Raynor when he went to Grohl Town, but he had also half-forced the Viscount to grant him the title of hero. However, this did not lead to an outright confrontation between the two. Chen currently lacked the strength to turn against him, and the Viscount believed there was no need for a falling out. Just now, Chen had also learned from Viscount Raynor's words that, although the latter had some grievances, it did not affect their relationship. The Viscount still seemed inclined to have Chen continue to cultivate and strengthen the Adventurers Guild. Understanding this, Chen prepared to discuss the next matter with Viscount Raynor, information regarding the Forbidden Forest and the Iron Mountains. This was also the additional news that Viscount Raynor wanted to know. Upon learning from Lizzie yesterday that there were thousands of monsters in the Iron Mountains, Chen felt a sense of urgency. If one day the monsters in the Iron Mountains suddenly realized that Valcam was weak, with a city of 300,000 people having only 5,000 professionals, they might very well launch an attack on Valcam. By then, even if Chen could escape to other cities, the Adventurers Guild established in Valcam would be directly destroyed. My Lord Viscount, the monsters involved in this operation actually all come from the Forbidden Forest. Chen shared some simple intelligence with Raynor. This included the Goblin King from the Forbidden Forest as well as the monsters that attacked Mere Village, which were also related to the Forbidden Forest. At the same time, Chen suggested that the Goblin King might also be connected to the monsters in the Iron Mountains. Hearing this news, Raynor was shocked. He never expected that the monsters in the Forbidden Forest had developed to a scale of over 1,000, and that there was even a Goblin King. Moreover, the monsters that attacked Mere Village were sent by the Goblin King. Coupled with the monsters in the Iron Mountains, Raynor could no longer sit still upon learning that there were so many monsters around his territory. Chen, where did you get this information? My profession is a summoner, and I can summon monsters through special means. You should already know this, my Lord Viscount. Seeing Raynor nod, Chen continued to explain. During the battle in Grohl Town, I summoned a monster that understands both human and demon languages. This information was gathered by her while infiltrating the monster's ranks. Furthermore, my summoned creature also learned one piece of information. The monsters in the Iron Mountains are remnants of the Demon King's 7th army that broke through the kingdom of Nigel 10 years ago. Chen concealed the fact that he had received the information directly from Lizzie and fabricated a reason instead. Raynor stood up from his chair and began to pace in front of his seat. Before being assigned to Valcam by the king, he had been in the eastern border. However, he was aware of the events that had occurred near Valcam. 10 years ago, after the Demon King's 7th army broke through the kingdom of Nigel, they encountered the coalition of the Empire and the kingdom near Valcam, and were then besieged by the Empire's Sword Saint. Every noble in the kingdom of Nigel knew about this. However, no one knew that a portion of the remnants had escaped to the Iron Mountains. Damn it, wasn't the battle report at that time about the complete annihilation of the Demon King's 7th army? How could there still be remnants? Raynor picked up a cup of red tea from the table and took a large sip. However, he quickly composed himself and maintained his previous calm demeanor. Chen, the information you provided is significant, but its authenticity needs to be verified. Therefore, I will send someone to verify the truth of this information and investigate the situation in the Forbidden Forest and the Iron Mountains. At the same time, I will also entrust these tasks to the Adventurers Guild. You see if you can find suitable people to undertake these tasks. I will post the tasks in the Adventurers Guild, but I can't guarantee whether anyone will take them. After all, the level of these two tasks is at least bronze level, and the current Adventurers Guild does not have strong members. and Chen's main purpose was to remind Viscount Reno. At this moment, seeing that Viscount Reno had already taken the Air Mountain Range and the Forbidden Forest to heart, he felt he had achieved his goal. If the authenticity of these two pieces of information is verified and reported to the kingdom should send troops to encircle and eliminate, right? And Chen thought to himself, with Viscount Reno's few hundred soldiers, let alone the Air Mountain Range, even the Forbidden Forest would require the assistance of a mercenary group. Hearing Chen say that there were few strong members in the Adventurers Guild, Viscount Reno frowned. This time you returned from battle, although many were lost. I see that the strength of those who survived has greatly improved. This shows that your initial idea of letting adventurers take on commissions and allowing low-level adventurers to grow stronger through continuous adventures is correct. Adventurers can gain benefits, become stronger, and attract more people willing to become professionals and adventurers. Viscount Reno looked at Chen and resolutely said, from today on, I will send all suitable commissions inside and outside the city to the Adventurers Guild. Chen, you must quickly strengthen the Adventurers Guild and cultivate more outstanding adventurers. Compared to the operation model of the mercenary group, the Adventurers Guild indeed has more opportunities. Ordinary people who were previously unwilling to take a gamble are now likely to be willing to spend 5 silver coins, strive to become professionals, and choose to register as adventurers. As long as the Adventurers Guild has enough commissions, more adventurers will join. This also indirectly increases the number of professionals in Valcam. The strength of adventurers is related to the number of commissions. Viscount Reno has already decided to give as many commission tasks as possible to the Adventurers Guild. As for the task rewards, adventurers are basically lone wolves. Most of the bounty they receive will be used to improve their own strength, and the rest will enhance their quality of life. No matter how this money is spent, as long as they live in Valcam, the currency will circulate and eventually return to Viscount Reno's hands. Viscount Reno has a deep understanding of the economy. This is also why he can make Valcam, which should not accommodate 300,000 people, still operate normally. After discussing with Viscount Reno, Chen received a large number of task commissions from him. Afterwards, Viscount Reno dismissed him, under the pretext of having matters to attend to. After Chen walked out of the Viscount's castle, he immediately returned to the printing shop. Having spent 2 hours with the Viscount, plus the time taken for the round trip, it was almost 2.5 hours. When Chen saw the printing shop owner, the latter had already loaded 5,000 copies of the Monster Compendium onto the cart. The owner wiped his sweat and said, Lord Chen, everything is ready. I personally handled the entire process, even loading it onto the cart was done by me. Well done. Chen took out a few copies of the Monster Compendium from the cart to check, and, satisfied, patted the owner's shoulder and settled the final payment. The individual compendium currently has few pages, but the paper is still quite expensive, with a unit price of 10 copper. 5,000 copies amount to 50,000 copper. Converting, that is 5 gold. Chen had just received a considerable number of tasks and task rewards from the Viscount, so it was just right to use this money first. After all, these compendiums were to be sold to adventurers, so he would be able to earn it back. The printing shop owner had an apprentice drive the cart, following behind Chen. When Chen returned to the Adventurers Guild, he found the first floor hall packed with people. The 500 square meter hall couldn't even accommodate everyone, with some people lined up at the door. At a glance, there were at least 400 to 500 people. The Adventurers Guild had never been this lively, except during the opening and when mobilizing adventurers to Groll Town. However, with so many people, the environment became a bit noisy. From a distance, Chen could hear the sounds resembling a bustling market. Hey, move it up front. It's just registering as an adventurer. Why is it taking so long? Hey, you over there, no cutting in line. I've been waiting for almost an hour. Go to the back. Haha, I finally became an adventurer. First, I'll set a small goal to become a legendary hero. Damn, why? Do I have to complete 3 satisfactory evaluations before I can take on entry-level tasks? Don't steal my task, I got it first. Idiot, I tore it off first. When Chen saw the scene before him, his face was filled with black lines. How long had he been gone, and these newcomers were planning to turn his Adventurers Guild upside down? The wind wolf beneath him howled loudly from the back of the crowd, causing the professionals in the rear to turn around. When they saw Chen, most of their eyes lit up. Hero of Groll, Chen. President Chen is back. The president is back. With someone shouting, not only did the people outside know Chen had returned, but even the professionals inside the hall were aware. Many who had never seen Chen before wanted to squeeze outside to catch a glimpse of him. Chen dismounted from the wind wolf and walked towards the guild. The crowd automatically parted to make way for him. As he entered the hall, Chen saw many familiar faces in front of the task exhibition wall. Hello, President Chen. Seeing Chen look over, Xiao and Khan, the veteran adventurers, who had returned from fighting in Grul Town with him, greeted him. Notably, and Shen saw that Zhao's level had already reached 6. He remembered that Xiao hadn't leveled up before he left yesterday. It seemed he had broken through last night. And Shen nodded to the two and then walked to the center of the hall, summoning a kobold warrior in front of everyone. Although the quality of the professionals present was somewhat better than before, most were still at levels 3 and 4. There were not many at level 5 and only a dozen or so above level 6. The higher level individuals were mainly in mercenary groups. When the 8th-level kobold's tall figure appeared, some nearby professionals shivered in fear and quickly stepped back. An area immediately cleared around the kobold warrior. So this is President in Shen's summon? Such a strong aura, it feels like it could kill me with one punch. The clever ones had already guessed that the suddenly appearing kobold was in Shen's summon. They watched with amusement as those who didn't understand hurriedly drew their weapons. After the kobold appeared, it scanned the surroundings with its dog-like eyes, then knelt before Enshan, placing its hands on the ground and arching its back. Enshan stepped onto the kobold's back. The saying goes, standing high allows one to see far. At this moment, Enshan could see everyone in the hall and be seen by others as well. The crowd stared in astonishment. Summoning a creature that could almost kill them with ease was merely for standing on? After a moment of gathering his emotions, Enshan spoke loudly. To those around him, I am President Enshan, welcome everyone to the Adventurers Guild to become an adventurer. I believe everyone is aware of how adventurers operate. Here, as long as you meet the conditions, you can choose tasks from the task exhibition wall. Everyone need not worry about the lack of task commissions. I have brought over 100 tasks from the Lord Viscount, ranging from basic to bronze level. As long as you have the ability, you can take the task rewards. Currently, some adventurers from the Adventurers Guild have been honored by the Lord Viscount as Guardians of Grul for saving the town of Grul. However, this is just the beginning. As you continue to adventure and strengthen your abilities, you will surely accept higher-level commissions in the future. Your names will be sung by others as you complete these commissions. Every adventurer has the potential to become a hero. I look forward to a day in the future when I walk in a strange place and hear the people there recounting your deeds. Oh! The adventurers in the hall were stirred up by these words, letting out excited shouts. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. While we have our goals to strive for, we must also take each step on the path ahead. You all can't even line up properly to register as adventurers. How can you possibly become heroes spoken of by others? Upon hearing this from Enshan, some who had wanted to cut in line couldn't help but blush. The crooked line of people slowly moved to align with the front. Before long, the situation in the hall looked much better. Although it was crowded, it was not as chaotic as before. There's one more thing. Enshan looked at everyone and continued. Currently, Valcam is full of opportunities, and the Adventurers Guild is willing to provide chances for professionals in the city to grow stronger. However, fighting against monsters also comes with dangers. To take care of the Adventurers Guild will be organizing and selling a monster compendium. As soon as Enshan finished speaking, Roger in the crowd raised his hand and asked, President, what is a monster compendium? Enshan glanced at him and nodded, saying, the monster compendium is, of course, information about various monsters, including the skills they might possess and points to pay attention to when battling them. What? The Adventurers Guild actually sells such information? The crowd erupted in excitement. In the past, professionals fought monsters relying solely on experience. But experience needs to be accumulated over time, and if a new professional has no one to guide them, they can easily fall into danger when facing monsters. Most solo professionals have no one to impart this knowledge. Low-level monsters are not worth mentioning, they basically have few skills. However, monsters above level 5 possess a variety of skills. Monsters do not explain their skills in detail to humans. Each exploration of monster skill information by professionals comes with high risks. One might even lose their life. This leads to even experienced high-level professionals having only a vague understanding of certain monster skills. At this time, the value of the monster compendium becomes apparent. If one knows in advance the skills the opponent might possess and their effects, as long as they are prepared, their chances of victory will greatly increase. As for the authenticity of the monster compendium sold by the Adventurers Guild, the guild leader who can summon monsters certainly has a more detailed understanding of them than others. The current price of the monster compendium is 50 copper coins, which now includes information on slimes, goblins, ratmen, dog-headed men, and trolls. Unless there are special circumstances, it will be updated every month. After each update, the price of the monster compendium will be adjusted accordingly. However, any adventurer who purchases the monster compendium within these 3 days can receive the updated version for free for 6 months with the first edition. And Chen had previously considered that showcasing these skills might allow some people with ulterior motives to use them against him, but he soon abandoned that thought. Shen's only visible enemy at the moment is the wanted sharp. If he were to encounter Shen's current strength might not necessarily fear him. Moreover, Shen has kept some cards up his sleeve. The monsters listed in the monster compendium are all common creatures. He did not include harpies or succubi. After all, adventurers at this stage have no need for them. The surrounding adventurers had no objections to the fee for the monster compendium. On the contrary, they felt that charging so little for information on 5 common monsters was too cheap. A basic level quest usually rewards around 50 copper coins. Furthermore, purchasing within these 3 days allows for free updates for 6 months. What a conscience! Among the crowd, many began to inquire when it would be on sale and where to buy it. Chen instructed a few people at the entrance to move several large book chests from the cart to the guild's front desk, then informed everyone that they could purchase it at the front desk with their adventurer's badge. After that, Shen posted a large number of quest notices on the task exhibition wall for the adventurers to choose from. Many of the basic level quests provided by the Viscount are repeatable, and there are plenty of entry-level tasks available. The Black Iron level mainly focuses on exploring Mill Village and observing the movements of monsters. According to the Viscount's plan, he intends to reclaim Mill Village. In fact, he aims to reclaim each village and town previously occupied by monsters one by one. This would not only reduce the number of monsters, but also raise the levels of the adventurers in the city. Among these tasks, there is a special Black Iron level task, which is a bounty for Sharp Carl. The reward is as high as 5 gold. This is already the reward for a bronze level task, worth the time of adventurers above level 11. To be honest, Sharp's head isn't worth that much money. The Viscount set such a high price to express his determination to eliminate Sharp. Sharp's first crime was being a deserter during the war, and the second crime was attacking personnel who were engaged in battle while fleeing. Combined, these 2 crimes mean that Sharp not only deserves to die, but his corpse should also be tied to a cart and paraded for all to see. Next to this task, there is a subtask, offering clues to Sharp's whereabouts with a significantly lower reward. However, many adventurers in the venue have committed it to memory. In a direct confrontation, they certainly wouldn't be a match for Sharp, but if they happen to come across any clues about Sharp, providing them to the Adventurers Guild would still be possible. After everything was arranged, Shen took the adventurers above level 6 to the 2nd floor. Before leaving, Shen informed all the adventurers that there are higher level tasks on the 2nd floor, but only those who reach level 6 are qualified to take them. The highest task on the 1st floor is currently Black Iron level. According to the task level system that Shen had previously explained to them, everyone understood that the tasks upstairs are bronze level. Looking at the dozen figures following Shen upstairs, Roger's eyes were filled with envy. Just a few days ago, the once immature gray-haired boy was now a level 3 warrior who had experienced the flames of war. Uncle Xiao, Guild Master, I will definitely work hard and earn the qualification to go to the 2nd floor soon. Roger held the first edition of the monster compendium he purchased from Maggie in his hand, registered for the entry-level tasks, and prepared to head to the blacksmith shop in the city to pick up the weapon equipment he had customized yesterday. After returning yesterday, the Viscount not only awarded everyone the title of hero but also gave each participant in the battle a reward of 20 silver coins. Those who fell in battle received even more, which was delivered to their families. In addition, valuable parts from the monster corpses, damaged weapons, and armor, as well as the monster's pockets, became the spoils of the adventurers. Although Roger's level was not high, he performed well in battle, daring to fight and kill, and collected quite a bit of loot. After returning yesterday, he sold his spoils at the shop for nearly 30 silver coins. In total, Roger earned 50 silver coins. This was the first time Roger had seen so much money. His parents, while worried and fearful, were proud of him. After receiving such a large sum, Roger's first thought was to strengthen himself, as Anshin had said. He had experienced bloody battles and knew how difficult it was to kill the goblins clad in armor that night. With so much money, Roger first thought of buying himself a helmet and a small piece of breastplate to protect his head and vital organs. Although these 2 pieces of equipment cost him nearly 40 silver, he felt it was worth it. As for weapons, Roger had a short sword he had captured at the time, and there was also a long sword at home, weighing a hefty 8 pounds. He planned to wait until he was stronger to change it. Other adventurers who participated in the battle also collected a good amount of loot. Some earned a few silver, while others made dozens of silver. For example, Xiao and Khan earned close to 1 gold. Then there was Anshin, who had killed over 30 monsters above level 6, selling materials from the corpses for nearly 10 gold. According to statistics, over 200 monsters and thousands of slimes brought nearly 30 gold in income to the participating adventurers. The majority of this came from the monsters' equipment, which sold for a lot of money. Many adventurers made a fortune. The Adventurer Guild was crowded today because everyone knew that adventurers could not only increase their strength but also make money. Many were even looking forward to the next guild mission. On the second floor. Compared to the hall-like first floor, the second floor had a large conference room, while the rest were small rooms. Anshin led the dozen or so people behind him into the conference room. After taking their seats, Anshin had everyone introduce themselves. Although Anshin already knew everyone's names and information through omniscient vision, they actually had little interaction and couldn't name each other. Among the 15 people present, except for Xiao, who had just reached level 6 and was an old adventurer, the others had joined the Adventurer Guild today. Most were just over level 6, with 3 at level 7, 1 at level 8, and none at level 9, but there was one level 10 adventurer. Moreover, Anshin knew this level 10 hunter, or rather, everyone in the room basically knew him. Hello everyone, my name is Mark. I joined the Adventurer Guild mainly because it's convenient to take on commissions here, and I'm not bound by rules. I can still go solo. Secondly, I actually have a heart to become a hero. After Mark finished speaking, the others smiled knowingly. Adventurers at this level who still went solo were those who didn't want to be constrained by the various rules of mercenary groups or guards. The Adventurer Guild had no such constraints. Even for collective guild tasks, adventurers could choose whether or not to participate based on their own will without being forced. Welcome, everyone. And Shen led the applause. Naturally, he was very welcoming of these people's joining, especially Mark. Moreover, none of them had lied about their names. Although they were not familiar with each other, they had all heard of one another. This also ruled out the possibility of spies being planted by forces within the city. Of course, the absence of spies now did not mean there wouldn't be any in the future, nor did it mean that there weren't any among the group downstairs. With these people, the task of scouting the Goblin Forest could finally be accomplished. And Shen said seriously to everyone, as I mentioned downstairs, the task level on the second floor is at least bronze level. Tasks of this level are already considered a form of intelligence or secrets, so only those who have reached your level can access them. At the same time, we must sign an agreement. After reviewing the tasks, you must not leak any information. If there are any such instances, the Adventurers Guild will permanently revoke that person's adventurer status and pursue the matter to the end. Seeing the seriousness in Shen's words, the adventurers present also became serious. And Shen took out the prepared contract and had everyone sign their names. The contract was merely a written agreement and did not possess any special powers. However, with their names on it, if any information were to leak in the future, the Viscount could help track down the person who leaked the information based on the contract. Once everyone had signed, and Shen began discussing the intelligence regarding the Forbidden Forest. He did not immediately present the bronze level tasks but instead showed everyone several black iron level tasks. Task 1: kill 10 magical creatures of level 6 or above in the Forbidden Forest. Reward 50 silver to 1 gold, with the specific amount depending on the level of the magical creatures. Note, can be repeated, beware of the Goblin King. Task 2: destroy some low-level magical creature strongholds on the outskirts. Reward 50 silver to 1 gold, with the specific amount depending on the number of magical creatures killed counted based on the number of magical creature ears or other characteristics brought back. Note, can be repeated, beware of the Goblin King. Task 3: scout the outer areas of the Forbidden Forest, draw a map, and mark the types and gathering points of magical creatures. Reward 50 silver to 2 gold. The more detailed the map, the higher the reward. Note, beware of the Goblin King. The rewards for these 3 tasks were several times, even 10 times, higher than the black iron level. Tasks downstairs. Everyone frowned upon seeing these tasks. The Forbidden Forest was called the Forbidden Forest precisely because of the overwhelming number of magical creatures within. A level 6 adventurer like Xiao Rua would likely be eaten by some unknown magical creature if they ventured too far into the Forbidden Forest. Even Mark did not dare to delve deep into the Forbidden Forest. Although these tasks were all set in the outer areas, they still met the standards for black iron level tasks, and everyone had the strength to take them on. But the final cautionary note caught everyone's attention. Mark furrowed his brow and asked in Shen, "President, is there a Goblin King in the Forbidden Forest? What level is it?" The others also perked up their ears to listen. You need not doubt the authenticity of the information. As for the Goblin King's level, it's level 11. The adventurers, including Mark, gasped in shock. They had only heard rumors of magical creatures over level 10 in the Forbidden Forest, but it had never been confirmed. Now Shen was telling everyone that there was indeed an 11 level Goblin King inside. If this got out, who would dare to live in the villages and towns near the Forbidden Forest? Besides Gruel Town, there were 3 other villages scattered around the Forbidden Forest. The guards in those villages were generally only around level 8 at most. Rest assured, while the level 11 Goblin King does exist, it primarily operates in the core area of the forest. The reason I marked it in the task description is to let you know what the main dangers in the Forbidden Forest are. At the same time, it also prevents you from getting overly excited and wanting to explore the core area during your tasks. After saying this, Shen took out the bronze level tasks. Task 1. Assassinate the Goblin King. Reward 10 gold. Task 2. Explore the Ire Mountain Range. Reward starting from 2 gold. Upon seeing the so-called bronze level tasks, a chorus of gulping sounds filled the room. These tasks were simply beyond their capabilities. Level 5 was a hurdle, and the Goblin King at level 11 would definitely have second-tier skills. Everyone present only knew first-tier skills, and Xiao, who had just leveled up to 6, only knew 0-tier skills. Faced with the Goblin King, they would surely be defeated in an instant. Don't worry, bronze-level tasks are definitely not something for you to handle right now. They are just to give you a glimpse of the Adventurers Guild's next goals and to urge you to improve. Black Iron level tasks are not the end. For them, Black Iron level tasks were the most suitable. However, if the highest tasks available were only Black Iron level, it would cause some people to lose their sense of crisis and become complacent. These were all future subordinates of Shen, and naturally, he hoped they would grow stronger. After sending off the heavy-hearted crowd, Shen happened to see Shui by returning with a group. President, I brought a few of the mentor's disciples to register as adventurers. When there were many people, Shui usually wouldn't directly call Shen's name. Behind Shui stood a dozen armored warriors. Shen glanced over. Aside from 6 who were below level 5, the rest were all above level 6, including one level 10 warrior. Shen pulled Shui aside and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" With a smile, Shui explained, "I just leveled up to 6, and this morning I went to find the mentor to learn the first-tier skills of a warrior. During a break, I mentioned the Adventurers Guild to the mentor's disciples and tried to invite them to join. Who knew they were all eager to join? The mentor even personally persuaded Hansen to join the Adventurers Guild." The Hansen mentioned by Shui was the level 10 warrior who stood nearly 2 meters tall, and standing in front of him, one could clearly feel a sense of pressure. Shen speculated that his strength might even surpass that of Sharp. Shui told Shen that despite Hansen's bear-like build and weathered face, he was actually only 22 years old this year. Moreover, Hansen had a high-level warrior talent. Hansen stepped forward and explained, "The mentor said the guild can train us quickly and help us improve our strength rapidly. Shui is a living example. In just a few days, he has already reached level 6, which is truly terrifying. So we all came." "That's great." After hearing this, Shen greeted Hansen and the others with a smile, then asked Shui to take them to queue for registration. The strength of these mentors' disciples was much greater than that of ordinary professionals. After becoming adventurers, they could also accelerate their exploration of the Forbidden Forest. It's likely they wouldn't be interested in low-level tasks. What Shen didn't expect was that, in addition to Shui by bringing people back, Gung Qingshui and others who also went to learn skills had returned with their respective mentors' disciples. It's no wonder the mentors were pushing their disciples into the Adventurers Guild. Shui and the others were improving their strength too quickly, so fast that these mentors began to doubt whether their teaching methods were flawed. The addition of the mentors' disciples made many registered adventurers feel confident that their choice was not wrong, including the people brought back by Shui. The number of adventurers above level 6 in the Adventurers Guild had already exceeded 30. As the sun set, the Adventurers Guild gradually quieted down, and Chen sat at the table while Samantha reported on today's situation beside him. Today, the number of newly registered adventurers is 422, with a registration fee of 10 copper per person, totaling 42 silver and 20 copper. The Monster Encyclopedia sold 530 copies, each for 50 copper, totaling 2 gold and 65 silver. In total, that's 3 gold, 7 silver, and 20 copper. The Viscount issued 163 commissions, and the townsfolk issued 112 commissions. A total of 407 adventurers accepted the commissions, most of which are repeatable tasks that can be done by multiple people. Among them, 308 adventurers took on basic level tasks, 69 took on entry-level tasks, and 30 took on Black Iron level tasks. After hearing the report, Shen smiled happily. The Adventurers Guild finally had a semblance of structure and was starting to earn Shen a lot of money. With the previous adventurers included, the Adventurers Guild now had nearly 600 adventurers. There were also more than 30 adventurers above level 6. In terms of scale, it had already surpassed most medium-sized adventurer groups. Moreover, the townsfolk, due to the guild's reputation and low commission fees, had also begun to commission the Adventurers Guild for tasks. Everything was developing in a positive direction. After today, Shen could finally free himself from these trivial matters and start preparing to level up and grow stronger. The monsters in Mill Village and other fallen towns would be left to the adventurers to deal with. The Forbidden Forest was Shen's main target for exploration. It wasn't arrogance, it was because he needed a lot of green-level souls to learn summoning skills. Name: Shen race, human level. 8 experience 355/3000 profession summoner magic power 1000 increases by 200 points for each level after level 6 talent spirit offering green level omniscient green level skills world devouring rebirth 0 of 1000 low level healing high level perception high pressure acid jet during the battle with Gruul and Shen discovered that after reaching level 6 the experience gained from killing monsters of the same level was not always 5 points. Each monster provided different amounts of experience. For example, goblins of the same level as in Chen might provide between 10 to 20 points. Trolls provided even more experience. Ratmen provided less experience overall than goblins. In short, the stronger the monster, the more experience it gave. However, killing monsters below level 6 no longer yielded any experience. Aside from experience, there were skills. There were many skills available for Chen to learn, including the slimes, high-level healing, intermediate healing, acid gun, acid rain, flame jet, poison jet, king's power. Goblin archers had night vision, eagle eye, precision. Goblin warriors had slash, bite, vertical slash. Goblin priests had fireball, greater fireball, explosive fireball. There were also many skills from dog-headed people, ratmen, and trolls, most of which required 50 green level monster souls. However, due to quantity limitations, many skills could not be learned. For example, for the slime king's power, where would Chen find 50 slime kings to kill? Of course, even if he had 50 slime kings, he wouldn't learn such a self-destructing skill. Chen currently had more than 50 green level souls, with green level goblin souls making up a large portion. Just right, Chen was particularly eager to learn the goblin priest's skill, and he needed less than 20 more green level goblin souls to learn greater fireball. He urgently needed to hunt goblins above level 6. Whether considering experience growth or quickly obtaining green level souls, the Forbidden Forest was a good choice. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Chen went to the blacksmith yesterday to get himself a set of equipment, and now he is ready to pick it up. This set of equipment includes combat boots made from beast hides, leather armor, knee guards, elbow guards, a helmet, a small round shield with a diameter of 40 centimeters, and a fine steel longsword. The fact that spirit summoning can learn summoning skills gives Chen countless possibilities for development. Whether in melee or ranged combat, as long as there are enough souls, Chen can easily get the hang of it. In his spare time, Chen has also planned for his future. With 10 summoned creatures and the presence of Lizzie, Chen alone is like a whole team. In the current team, there is a powerful attacker in the Goblin Priest, melee fighters in the Dog-Headed Man and Goblin Warrior, 2 special slimes for ranged attacks, a Wind Wolf for speed, and a Harpy striking from the air. Lizzie's commander skill can further enhance the strength of the summoned creatures. Therefore, Chen's goal is very clear. Strive to survive on the battlefield. Thus, Chen is developing himself in the direction of a knight. Warriors usually do not carry shields but will have armors like bracers. Coming out of the blacksmith shop, Chen, now dressed in his equipment, has already changed his appearance. Now this feels like an otherworldly adventurer. Chen touched the longsword at his waist and slung the shield behind him. These pieces of equipment currently do not provide much enhancement to Chen's strength. After all, he has not learned sword techniques or shield techniques. However, Chen's defense is much stronger than before. With the shield and advanced perception, Chen even feels that he can withstand the attacks of a fully offensive warrior of the same level in melee combat. Moreover, the combination of longsword and shield has a certain deceptive quality, making enemies mistakenly believe that Chen is purely a melee fighter. But Chen does not need a staff to cast magic. Right now, Chen only knows one spell, High Pressure Acid Burst, and once he learns the Goblin Priest's Fireball, he can be considered a powerful mage. According to the information Chen has gathered recently, the power of High Pressure Acid Burst is at most the lowest tier of first-level magic. But Fireball is also a very powerful spell among first-level magic. If enemies see Chen equipped with a longsword and truly take him for a melee fighter, they will be in for a surprise. The total cost of these pieces of equipment was a hefty 3 gold. Among them, the fine steel longsword and helmet accounted for the majority, one costing 50 silver and the other 80 silver. In the past, Chen definitely could not have afforded this. But after returning from Gruul Town and selling various spoils, along with the Adventurer Guild's task handling fees and his original assets, he now has 16 gold. As long as it can enhance his strength, Chen is willing to spend this money, even if it's 3 gold or more. Not long ago, Chen and his group arrived in Valcam with just 1 gold coin. In just half a month, Chen's assets have grown to 16 gold. Not only that, but Chen's own strength has also significantly improved, and the Adventurer Guild has begun to develop. In such a short time, it is already incredible for others to achieve even one thing, yet Chen has accomplished it all. Chen looked up at the morning sky and felt a wave of emotion. It's only been less than a month since I came to this other world, yet it feels like I've experienced so much. Returning to the Adventurer Guild, he greeted Xuefei Bai, who happened to be at the guild. He asked him to temporarily manage the Adventurer Guild. He also instructed him to inform the absent Liu Yan and others to make good use of the Black Iron level tasks in Mill Village to level up, bringing up the levels of the two priests, Lu Rongrong and Ningwen. After giving some more trivial instructions, and Shen, cloaked in a loose black robe with Lizzie holding a commission letter, walked towards the city gate. It was around 8:30 in the morning, and there were few pedestrians on the street, but a large number of carriages had already gathered at the city gate. When Shen and Lizzie appeared near the city gate riding their windwolves, the steward of the caravan's eyes lit up and he hurried over. I didn't expect it would be President Shen taking on the escort mission. It is truly an honor. Just as Shen had the windwolf stop, he saw a plump middle-aged man with a big belly walking towards him. Name: Croft Bruno. Race: human. Level 1. Experience 2 out of 100. Profession: night magic. 100 out of 100. Talent: none. Skill: basic swordsmanship. This man was the owner of the caravan and the client who had posted the escort mission at the Adventurers Guild. What Shen didn't expect was that this seemingly 200-pound fat man was actually a professional. He couldn't imagine what his swordsmanship would look like. After greeting Croft, Shen took a quick glance at the caravan and saw more than 30 large carriages. This caravan was transporting supplies to support the construction of Gruul Town. The supplies were varied, the prices unclear, but they should not be less than 100 gold coins. In the battles a few days ago, Gruul Town had been damaged in many places. Viscount Reno intended to use Gruul Town as a forward base to monitor the Forbidden Forest, which was why he purchased the support supplies. Croft was naturally overjoyed to receive the Viscount's order. This was a big deal. However, the road to Gruul Town was a full 40 kilometers. To be on the safe side, an escort team was definitely needed. So Croft posted a Black Iron level mission at the Adventurers Guild, hiring 2 adventurers above level 6. After observing, Shen took out the commission letter in his hand and asked, with so many goods, you only hired 2 adventurers? The mission letter only stated to transport supplies to Gruul Town, indicating that only 2 adventurers above level 6 were hired, with a reward of 10 silver per person. This reward was not small for a Black Iron level mission. Although the danger was significantly reduced during the day, given the large quantity of goods, it was still unwise to hire only 2 people for safety's sake. And Shen had just noticed that the people beside the caravan were all ordinary folks, likely drivers and laborers. Well, Croft wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, somewhat stammering. He hadn't expected that the person taking the mission would be the president of the Adventurers Guild and Shen himself. Logically, he should have been pleased that the guardian hero of Gruul and Shen accepted his commission. This money was well spent. However, thinking about how he had merely posted a task on a whim at the Adventurers Guild, while in reality hiring a mercenary group, Croft felt a bit troubled. Oh, President Shen, we meet again so soon. Just as Croft was feeling awkward, a group of professionals approached. The leading woman greeted Shen with a surprised expression. Mavis? And Shen turned to look at Mavis, who was walking over, then back at the somewhat embarrassed Croft, and instantly understood. Croft pulled Shen aside, nervously explaining, President Shen, please don't misunderstand, I don't look down on the Adventurers Guild. It's just that we have always had a cooperation agreement with the mercenary group. He wasn't lying. The reputation of the Adventurers Guild had risen in Valcam, and the agreements Croft had signed with several mercenary groups were nearing expiration. So Croft thought to take this opportunity to gauge the situation of the Adventurers Guild. If feasible, Croft would naturally be willing to entrust the task to the more cost-effective Adventurers Guild. Originally, Shen thought there were only mercenaries from the Black Widow mercenary group. But unexpectedly, while he was talking to Mei Wei-si, 2 more teams approached. From their uniforms, they were clearly members of the Bloodstained mercenary group and the Wolf Fang mercenary group. They really came too. Mei Wei-si pouted and explained to Shen, recently, the Adventurers Guild has been making too much noise, which has involved many people's interests. It's very likely that these 2 groups will unwittingly cause you trouble. Cause me trouble? And Shen chuckled nonchalantly, tilting his head to look at Mei Wei-si, and said with a smile, if we're talking about interests being touched, your Black Widow mercenary group should have been affected too, right? Aren't you planning to cause me trouble? Humph. Mei Wei-si rolled her eyes at Shen with a flirtatious expression and said irritably, are you pretending to be confused on purpose? When they first met, Mei Wei-si had hinted to Shen that the Black Widow mercenary group had ties to Viscount Reno. During the subsequent battles, Mei Wei-si's people had been fighting alongside the guards without retreating. It was clear that the Black Widow mercenary group was on the Viscount's side. Shen knew that both sides were currently involved with Viscount Reno and belonged to the same camp, yet he deliberately teased her with such words. Moreover, given Shen's strength, Mei Wei-si wouldn't dare to cause him trouble. She couldn't be bothered to deal with him. The leader of the Bloodstained mercenary group was Freeman, a level 10 warrior, a robust middle-aged man with red hair. When Freeman saw Shen, his expression instantly darkened. Due to the incident with Sharp, the reputation of the Bloodstained mercenary group had plummeted. Many clients were unwilling to commission the bloodstained mercenary group anymore. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to them. In contrast, the Adventurers Guild was gaining popularity. Some reserve members in the mercenary group had already expressed intentions to register as adventurers. Seeing In Shen now, it was not an exaggeration to say it was like enemies meeting, with both sides feeling particularly hostile. Humph. After Freeman approached, he snorted coldly, indicating he didn't want to communicate with In Shen, and continued walking towards the front of the convoy. The captain-level figure of the Wolf Fong mercenary group was Charlie, a level 10 hunter, a gray-haired man with a big beard. As the top-ranked mercenary group in Valcam, they had as many as 150 professionals above level 6. Charlie's team was ranked 5th among the 15 teams in the Wolf Fong. Although they were also in competition with the Adventurers Guild, Charlie did not show it. Like Freeman, instead, he smiled and greeted In Shen. President In Shen, it's finally a pleasure to meet you in person today. With Captain Charlie here, I guess this mission will just be a casual one for me. Although In Shen didn't know Charlie, he had the ability of universal vision. When In Shen called out his name, Charlie was momentarily taken aback, thinking In Shen had investigated him privately. After exchanging a few meaningless words, they parted ways. At this time, Croft's convoy was also ready. After the entire team was organized, they began to set off. Besides In Shen, Lizzie, and 30 mercenaries, there were also dozens of ordinary people from Croft. In Shen compared the 3 mercenary teams and found that Charlie's team was the strongest. Apart from Charlie, the lowest level of the team members was level 8, with 2 at level 9, and Charlie himself was level 10. Mei Weixi's team had her as level 10, 1 at level 9, 2 at level 8, and the rest were level 6 and 7. As for Freeman's team, their strength configuration was even stronger than Mei Weixi's team. They had 2 at level 9, 3 at level 8, and the rest were level 7. Such a team configuration for a simple escort mission was indeed quite luxurious. On the journey, In Shen and Lizzie rode the same Wind Wolf, positioned in the middle of the convoy. Lizzie wrapped her arms around In Shen's waist, her face rubbing against his back incessantly. Because Lizzie's flesh wings were now small and thin, not fully developed, they only formed a slight bulge behind her, hardly resembling wings at all. As for her hooves, they had been tightly wrapped before leaving, making it impossible for outsiders to notice. As long as Lizzie didn't take off her large hood to reveal her magical horns, no one would realize she was a demon. While Lizzie was enjoying herself, someone suddenly interrupted her moment of happiness. It's that woman. Lizzie glared at Mavis, her eyes filled with resentment. Mavis felt an inexplicable hostility and looked at Lizzie, who was shrouded in a large hood, confused about what she had done wrong. And Shen also looked at Mavis with some confusion and asked, "What's the matter?" Mavis rode her horse closer to In Shen and asked, "And Shen, you must have noticed, with so many of us here, it can't just be for a escort mission, right?" Upon hearing this, In Shen raised his eyebrows and said, "Is there a special mission?" "Not exactly a special mission, but don't tell me you came just for the escort task." With Mavis's words, In Shen understood. The Forbidden Forest? Mavis nodded and said softly, "That's right, the Viscount commissioned our mercenary group to investigate the situation in the Forbidden Forest as thoroughly as possible. Freeman and Charlie should have received similar tasks. Since you're also planning to head to Gruel Town, the Adventurers Guild must have received it too." And Shen nodded in affirmation. "I don't need to mention the dangers of the Forbidden Forest, right? There have been mercenary teams that entered before, and only one managed to escape." Mavis said seriously, "Exploring the Forbidden Forest with just a small team is definitely very dangerous." As she spoke, Mavis glanced at the black-robed figure standing behind In Shen. This black-robed person's aura fluctuated at level 10, and not only were they working on tasks together with In Shen, but they also seemed to have a close relationship. The key point was that this black-robed person had been following In Shen since Gruel Town. In Shen stroked his chin, pondering, "So what? Alliance?" Mavis pointed to the other 2 mercenary groups approaching. "I'm a thief, I can scout ahead, and if we encounter enemies, we can all work together to deal with them. Exploring together can greatly enhance our safety." Mavis proposed this suggestion, actually wanting to cling to In Shen's coattails. When In Shen was honored as a hero due to his achievements, the higher-ups of the 3 major mercenary groups were skeptical of his accomplishments. Although those who returned from Gruel Town testified for In Shen, many still didn't believe it. In Shen's strength had improved, but he was only level 8 when the battle ended. If such strength could take down dozens of monsters above level 6, including level 8 and 9 monsters, didn't that imply that everyone else was useless? Or did this so-called summoner profession not only allow for killing monsters of higher levels but also enable one to take on dozens of high-level monsters? Therefore, they doubted that In Shen's achievements in slaying monsters in Gruel Town were greatly exaggerated. However, Mavis, as a witness, had personally experienced the power of those monsters during their attacks and the helplessness of her teammates falling one by one. Although In Shen's Aura fluctuated at only level 8. Mavis knew he was definitely a big shot. Moreover, Mavis had another suspicion. If Shen's strength wasn't as formidable as rumored, then the black-robed figure behind him was likely the one who truly changed the tide of battle that night. In Mavis's view, the combination of Shen and the black-robed figure was not inferior to any of the 3 mercenary teams, and it might even be stronger. It's quite reassuring to go on the Forbidden Forest mission with Shen. Shen didn't expect Mavis to make such a request. However, he had no intention of forming an alliance. While having more people means greater strength, it also increases the risk of exposure. Moreover, Shen alone is like a whole team. With his summoned creatures providing cover, he is safer than a rogue scouting ahead. For Shen, there are basically no benefits to joining forces. Not to mention, there are 2 other mercenary groups involved. Before Shen could refuse, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from beside him. The president of the Adventurers Guild, Gruel, the hero of guardianship. Does President Shen still need to join us? He is capable of slaying dozens of high-level magical beasts as a summoner. Mavis, teaming up with President Shen would only hold him back, wouldn't it? Shen and Mavis turned to see Freeman, who had followed them, speaking. Charlie was also nearby. Shen and Mavis had not avoided the presence of others during their conversation, so the 2 were overheard by the other 2. That bastard. Hearing Freeman's words, Mavis almost wanted to draw her poisoned dagger and slash it across his neck. She thought that the alliance was a matter for everyone, so she didn't avoid the 2. Unexpectedly, Freeman, as the captain, had no sense of the bigger picture. Mavis frowned and said, Freeman, inviting President Shen to explore the Forbidden Forest is beneficial for all of us? Freeman shrugged and looked at Charlie. Charlie cleared his throat and interjected, Mavis, this alliance is the result of prior discussions among our 3 groups. We have had experiences working together before, and there is some tacit understanding. Suddenly adding an outsider may not be good for the overall situation. Of course, I'm not trying to exclude President Shen. It's just that we all live on the edge, and we must be responsible for our brothers' lives. Mavis slapped her forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. Given the attitudes of the 2, it was impossible for Shen to join their team. If it weren't for the prior agreement, she would have wanted to withdraw from their alliance and cooperate solely with Shen. Compared to Mavis's anger, Shen himself was not upset at all. After all, he didn't want to join forces in the first place. Moreover, from Freeman and Charlie's tone, it was clear they didn't take Shen seriously. Shen also understood that these people doubted the achievements he had reported earlier. However, Shen actually hoped these 2 would underestimate him. Being an old schemer isn't such a bad thing, right? For this trip, Shen had brought all the sacrificial materials from level 6 and above magical beasts collected during the last battle in his backpack. This meant that, on the surface, Shen only had 10 summoned creatures, but in reality, he had over 30 level 8 backup troops. The key point was that Freeman and the others didn't even know what Shen's 10 summoned creatures were. If Freeman had any ill intentions towards Shen, he had enough strength to deal with it. Captain Mavis, I think Captain Charlie is right. You have experience working together. If I suddenly join, it might disrupt the team. I won't participate in this collaboration. After saying that, Shen urged the Wind Wolf to speed ahead. TCH, this guy is quite cowardly. Freeman spat on the ground, disdainfully saying, I thought he would cling to us like a level 6 burden, begging to join us for protection. I was waiting to humiliate him, but I didn't expect him to run away scared. A strange emotion flashed in Charlie's eyes. He always felt that things were not as Freeman described. Mainly, the aura of the figure in the black robe behind Shen had originally been at level 10, but as they got closer, it had turned into level 6. Could it be that he misperceived? Shen. Mavis looked at Shen's departing figure, turned her head, and glared at Freeman, cursing him as a fool in her heart. As they continued their journey, Shen avoided the mercenaries and led Lizzie to move within the area he was responsible for. The nearly 100-strong convoy traveled along the road, encountering no issues throughout the morning. To reach their destination before nightfall, everyone had their lunch while on the move. No mercenary would care about such things. Even Charlie didn't want to delay their progress and end up traveling at night. Although their strength would deter most magical beasts, if a magical beast did attack the convoy, causing unnecessary damage, it would be bad for everyone, especially for the bloodstained mercenary group, which urgently needed to restore its reputation. However, around 1 in the afternoon, the convoy encountered a small group of flying magical beasts. It was a swarm of magical butterflies, each about 50 centimeters in size, numbering over 20 species. Magical butterfly level, 6 health, 600 over 600 mana, 600 of 600. Skills, sleep powder, paralysis powder. The panel information of the magical butterflies wasn't strong, but they could fly. However, they seemed uninterested in the humans below and continued flying ahead. Just as they were about to pass over the convoy, a hunter shot an arrow at the swarm. Coincidentally, a magical butterfly hit in the wing fell from the sky, only to be hacked to death by the rushing mercenaries. The wings of the magical butterfly could be used to make anesthetic potions. Perhaps these mercenaries wanted to hunt one for some extra cash. When Chen saw this scene, he frowned slightly. Killing a magical butterfly right now wasn't a good choice. Sure enough, after realizing they were attacked, the magical butterfly spun in the air and flew back. Whoosh! A large cloud of powdery substance fell from the wings of the magical butterflies, scattering towards the crowd under the influence of the wind. Everyone be careful, don't inhale this powder. The voices of Mavis and Charlie came from afar. The combat power of the magical butterflies wasn't strong, but if one accidentally inhaled the powder, they could either sleep for several hours or become completely paralyzed and unable to move. The coachmen driving the carts were now terrified, hiding inside the cart compartments. The mercenaries covered their mouths and noses with their clothes, cursing the group that had acted rashly just moments ago. And Chen looked up at the magical butterflies flying at a height of over 10 meters, squinting his eyes. Although this was an open area, not much of the powder could accurately fall into the convoy due to the wind. However, the horses pulling the carts wouldn't dodge, and no one had taken protective measures for them. If the sleep powder or paralysis powder landed on the horses, the convoy would definitely be delayed. At that point, reaching Grull Town before dark would be quite difficult. Crowfoot also realized this and wrapped himself up, poking his head out from the cart to shout, "Captains, think of a way to drive these monsters away." Mavis and the others had already organized the hunters and mages. After assembling the team, the hunters' arrows and the mages' spells flew into the sky simultaneously. Whoosh! Boom! The sounds of arrows whizzing through the air and the explosions of magic echoed continuously, and in an instant, 5 magical butterflies were taken down. However, after being attacked, the magical butterflies not only increased their flying altitude but also began to fly erratically. Despite having 4 hunters and 6 mages in the 3 teams, they could only form a net of firepower. Yet, the vast majority of attacks still missed. This was the tricky part of flying magical beasts. If they didn't swoop down, the mercenaries on the ground had no way to deal with them given their levels. Thud! 2 horses that inhaled the paralysis powder fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust before falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, Charlie and the others turned pale. With nearly 20 magical butterflies overhead continuously scattering golden powder, the wind around them inconveniently died down, and large amounts of paralysis and sleep powder fell from above the convoy. Freeman, look at the good job your people are doing. Mavis turned and glared at Freeman, scolding, "Don't your people know how troublesome magical butterflies are?" The hunter who had shot the first arrow at the magical butterflies was from the bloodstained mercenary group. At this moment, Freeman's face was dark. He glanced at his subordinates who were desperately shooting arrows at the sky and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's useless to talk about this now. Either find a way to drive them away or kill them all." Easier said than done. How do we kill them? Then what do you suggest? Croft, inside the carriage, heard the commotion outside and thought to himself how unfortunate it was. With the magical butterflies causing such a ruckus, the convoy would definitely have to travel at night. Croft could only comfort himself in his heart. With 3 mercenary groups present, traveling at night should be fine, right? When the magical butterflies began to scatter powder widely, and Chen rode his wind wolf away from the convoy to avoid inhaling it accidentally. When he saw that even the lineup of hunters and mages couldn't threaten the magical butterflies in the air, and Chen quietly summoned the harpy. "Master, didn't you say you didn't want to expose yourself? If we release the harpy now, won't they guess it's us?" Liz, seeing this scene, was somewhat confused. Clearly, the master had just instructed her to disguise her level as level 6. Sigh, I didn't expect these people to be so ineffective. And Chen sighed. The only one who knew about and Chen having a harpy from the last battle was Brooke. Brooke would definitely report to the Viscount, but whether the Viscount had informed the Black Widow mercenary group was unclear to Chen. However, the current situation couldn't be left unchecked. Although it wouldn't cause casualties, it would affect the convoy's progress. This escort mission was just a task picked up along the way, and Chen didn't want to waste time. But letting these people know too much about his information and spreading it wouldn't be good for him either. These people look like they are more likely to mess things up than succeed. Entering the forbidden forest at the same time as them won't affect me, right? And Chen looked at Freeman and the others in the distance, whispering, "Maybe I should wait until they enter the forbidden forest and find a chance to take them all out. After all, they are hostile towards me." Once the harpy appeared, it flew towards the sky. In no time, it reached the vicinity of the magical butterflies. When the magical butterflies noticed the harpy flying over, they stopped scattering powder and all stared at the harpy, as if to say, "What are you going to do?" The harpy immediately unleashed a dispel scream, causing several nearby magical butterflies to stop flapping their wings and fall from the sky. Then, the harpy brandished its sharp claws and pounced on the magical butterflies. The combat power of the magical butterflies was certainly no match for the harpy, and soon over a dozen were killed. The mercenaries below also noticed the unusual situation above. Charlie tugged at his beard, looking puzzled. Magical butterflies are already rare, and now there's an even rarer harpy. And they're fighting. What a strange occurrence. What a strange thing. This is a good thing. Freeman's face showed an excited smile as he said, once the harpy helps us deal with the magical butterflies, we can find a chance to lure that harpy down and kill it. I heard the last harpy that Anshin brought back sold for 1 gold coin. This harpy only has an aura of level 8, and once it lands, it will definitely not be our match. But we have to wait for it to land. Charlie glanced at Freeman, thinking to himself, no wonder that hunter acted earlier. It turns out his Captain Freeman is just like this. Among the three, only Mavis looked at the harpy fighting the magical butterflies and thought of Anshin. This harpy must be Anshin's summon. Mavis looked at Anshin, who was riding a wind wolf in the distance, feeling very certain. Although she knew very little about the summoner profession, she had been gathering information about Anshin these past few days. When Anshin first appeared in public, he summoned both a slime and a goblin. But later, Anshin summoned a wind wolf. During the battle in Gruul Town, many adventurers saw Anshin summon a fire slime and a poison slime to fight. Mavis learned that these 2 slimes had been killed in front of many people. From the last piece of information, Mavis deduced that Anshin should be able to summon dead magical creatures as his summons. And among the magical creatures that Anshin had hunted, there was indeed a harpy. Based on this deduction, Anshin must have a harpy as a summon. Otherwise, what a coincidence it would be. Just as everyone encountered the disturbance of the magical butterflies, a harpy appeared and just happened to fight with the magical butterflies. No, I must find a way to team up with Anshin, even if it means turning against Charlie. Mavis increasingly felt that being with Anshin in the Forbidden Forest would be safer. Compared to Anshin, Freeman, although level 10, was just a useless teammate. A group of magical butterflies, which had little combat power aside from spreading powder, were soon annihilated by the harpy. A few that tried to escape were chased far away by the harpy and then torn apart. After killing all the magical butterflies, the harpy flew off into the distance and then, out of Charlie and the others' sight, was recalled by Anshin. Although he decided to get rid of these people, it was best to keep it hidden for now. What if they didn't guess that the harpy was related to him? What a pity. Freeman looked in the direction the harpy had left, licking his lips, and said, but these spoils belong to us. A pair of magical butterfly wings could sell for 2 silver coins, and there were at least 25 magical butterfly corpses on the ground. Mavis's expression changed slightly upon hearing Freeman's words. Strictly speaking, these were all Anshin's spoils. If Freeman took these things, it would definitely provoke Anshin. But what Mavis didn't expect was that Anshin, riding back on the wind wolf from a distance, didn't even glance at Freeman collecting the magical butterfly wings and went straight to the few horses lying on the ground asleep. This, Mavis, who was about to stop Freeman, was stunned. Was Anshin uninterested in those spoils, or did he not want to expose the harpy? After thinking for a while, Mavis felt the latter was more likely. Since she had decided to befriend Anshin, Mavis naturally wouldn't expose him when he wanted to keep something hidden. Ignoring Freeman and Charlie, Mavis called Croft down from the cart and then caught up with Anshin. Liz tapped Anshin's back and quietly asked, Master, why don't you take the spoils? Anshin chuckled lightly and said, the wings are quite large, let them carry them for now. The eyes beneath the cloak flashed with a hint of red light, and the corners of the mouth curled up slightly, revealing 2 fangs. The entire convoy had 3 horses inhaling the sleep powder, falling into slumber. No matter how the mercenaries kicked and beat these 3 horses, they could not wake them. To continue their journey, the mercenaries had no choice but to let go of their own mounts to pull the cart. As for the ones who let go of the horses, they were naturally Freeman's men. After relinquishing the horses, they squeezed into the cramped carriage along with the cargo. The convoy set off again, and not long after, they encountered a swift leopard. The leopard did not attack the convoy, it merely observed from a distance before leaving. Moreover, they soon encountered a pack of carrion beasts. Carrion beasts are a common type of ground-dwelling monster in the wild, resembling large dogs, with a strong aggressive nature, particularly fond of feasting on the decaying corpses of other creatures. Due to their long-term diet of rotting flesh, their teeth carry a lot of toxins. A single bite, if not treated promptly, could lead to festering wounds and death from poisoning. However, the carrion beasts were only level 5. With the strength of the 3 major mercenary groups, they had nothing to fear. Over 40 carrion beasts charged at the convoy, but within 10 minutes, most of them were dealt with. The few remaining carrion beasts, seeing the situation was dire, scattered and fled. What bad luck! There were no valuable parts on the carrion beasts, and Freeman, who had been attacked, couldn't help but curse. Since killing level 5 monsters no longer granted experience, and Shen did not show much enthusiasm during the battle, he merely stayed by Croft's side, only drawing his longsword to slay any carrion beast that foolishly charged at them. Croft had been somewhat nervous at first, but seeing that no carrion beast could breach in Shen's defense, he gradually grew bolder and even began discussing with the nearby driver about whose strength was greater. Along the way, despite some minor incidents, nothing unexpected occurred. As dusk approached, the convoy finally arrived at the town of Grul. After a few days of repairs, the northern gate of the town had been restored. However, upon entering, one could see the broken walls and ruins inside, a scene of devastation, as if the battle from a few nights ago could still be felt. Mayor Rhea, stationed at the town gate, had been eagerly waiting. Once the convoy entered the town, he hurried over to greet Chen and Croft. Lord Croft, after receiving the news you were coming, I have been waiting for you. Lord Chen, you are here too. Thank you for bringing the adventurers to save us last time. After greeting Croft, Rhea excitedly approached Chen. The town had narrowly escaped disaster last time, thanks to Chen and the adventurers' assistance. Charlie and Freeman, who were left aside, felt somewhat awkward, especially the latter. The bloodstained mercenary group had also participated in the battle last time, but due to Sharp's leading retreat, others followed suit, resulting in Sharp being nailed to the pillar of shame while the reputation of the bloodstained mercenary group plummeted. Seeing the mayor thank Chen, Freeman felt a surge of anger. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mayor Rhea, Chen had Croft sign the commission slip to confirm the task was completed. Since Chen had mostly been protecting Croft closely during the encounter with the carrion beasts, he gave an excellent evaluation for this task. After putting away the commission slip, Chen bid farewell to everyone and went to find the town's blacksmith, Old John. Old John's shop had not been affected during the last battle. Moreover, since he had provided weapons last time, he had received a reward from the Viscount. Chen took off his helmet, walked into the blacksmith shop, and saw Old John sorting things behind the counter. Uncle John, want to go to the Light Moon Tavern for a drink? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Old John paused for a moment, then dropped what he was holding, turned around, and walked out from behind the counter, grumbling, "You're treating." Of course. The two of them walked out of the blacksmith shop, leading Liz, who was waiting at the door, to the Kogetsu Tavern. Although the Kogetsu Tavern had not been damaged, its business was quite bleak. When Anshin brought Old John through the door, Lun and his wife were sitting at the counter with worried expressions. "Welcome, Lord Anshin." Lun's face lit up with a smile upon seeing a customer. When he realized it was Anshin, his expression turned to one of surprise. "Lord Anshin, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. Have you eaten? I'll go prepare some dishes for you." Anshin waved his hand and said, "Uncle Lun, there's no need to be so polite. We're just here for a simple meal." "What are you saying? If it weren't for you and the other lords fighting desperately against the monsters a few days ago, we would have long been food for them," Lun said as he took a bottle of sake from behind the counter and placed it on the table in front of Anshin. Anshin glanced at Liz behind him and said to Lun, "Uncle Lun, please find a room for me first. My companion needs to rest for a bit and I'll have a separate meal prepared for her later." Oh. Lun bowed slightly to Liz, who was wrapped in a black cloak, and said, "So it's Lord Anshin's companion. Hello." Liz's voice came from within the cloak. Upon hearing a female voice, Lun and Old John exchanged glances between Anshin and Liz, their faces showing an icy smile. "Mary, quickly take Lord Anshin's companion to a room," Lun called to his wife. He then went to the back of the kitchen to get busy. Before long, several dishes were served on the table. The three of them ate and chatted. Old John and Lun mainly discussed the impact of the monster attacks on the town, such as how someone had broken their leg while fleeing that night. The crops outside had been destroyed by slimes, with nearly all of them ruined, and the town was facing a zero harvest this year. Many merchants had already packed their belongings, preparing to move to other villages or directly to Valcam. In short, the monster attacks had not only caused loss of life and property but also left the townspeople feeling insecure, fearing the next monster attack. After listening, Anshin shared the purpose of his visit. With the development of the Adventurers Guild, the demand for weapons and equipment had naturally increased. Now, adventurers were going to the blacksmith shop to change their gear. Anshin wanted to hire Old John to craft equipment for the guild in Valcam. The crafted equipment could be sold directly within the guild, and the prices could be slightly lower. This would benefit the adventurers and also provide Old John with many more orders. As for Lun, Anshin wanted to give him the catering contract for the Adventurers Guild. This way, the guild would not only be a place to take on quests but also a place for everyone to eat, socialize, share information, and even purchase equipment. It would be convenient for adventurers and increase the guild's income. Moreover, Anshin planned to introduce an adventurer team mode next. This would allow adventurers to get to know each other while dining in the guild, facilitating the formation of teams. Since he was opening an adventurers guild, he intended to offer a full range of services. Old John and Ren heard Shen's suggestion and were somewhat tempted. Shen's proposal perfectly addressed their concerns about moving to Valcam. As long as there was business to be done, they could gradually stabilize their footing, and settling in Valcam wouldn't be impossible. However, this was not a decision that could be made immediately. The two decided to discuss it with their families, and Shen was not in a hurry for them to respond. After All, even if they agreed, they would have to wait until he explored the forbidden forest briefly before returning to Gruel Town to take them back. After a hearty meal, Chen returned to the room arranged by Rin and brought a meal for Lise. Lise had been so hungry that her stomach was growling, and when she saw Chen return with food, she immediately pounced on him. Master, do you want to starve Lise? If Lise starves, then no one will warm your bed. Chen patted Lise on the back and chuckled, then eat slowly. If you choke, no one will warm my bed. If I choke, I won't warm your bed. Humph. Lise swallowed her food and turned her back in a huff. Then, it's just right, you can sleep on the floor tonight. Chen stood up nonchalantly and walked toward the bathroom. Lise glanced at Chen out of the corner of her eye and realized he was really leaving, making her stomp her feet in anger. The wooden floor thudded under Lisa's stomping. Downstairs, the Ren couple looked up, smiling. Youth is wonderful, but Lord Chen is too impatient, isn't he? He just brought the food up, at least let her finish eating. Creak. The tavern door was pushed open, and a group of mercenaries walked in. Welcome to the Light Moon Tavern. Ran saw a familiar enchanting woman at the front and hurried over to ask, are you all planning to eat or stay? Mei Weici had been to the Light Moon Tavern before. The last time she came, she stayed here. However, this time she refused the mayor's arranged accommodation and chose to stay here again, not because the service was particularly good, but because Chen was also staying here. Bring out some good dishes and arrange a few rooms. Mei Weici smiled slightly at the thudding sounds coming from upstairs. This time, she was going to stick with Chen in the Forbidden Forest. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Chen woke up feeling uncomfortable. Then he saw Lise curled up on his chest, still fast asleep. Get up! Chen pinched Lisa's cheek to wake. Horror. Ha! Lise was still a bit dazed from being woken up. She yawned, rubbed her eyes with her right hand, and sat up on the bed, the loose pajamas provided by the tavern slipping off her left shoulder, revealing the purple magic patterns on her body and half of her snow-white skin. It's not even bright yet. Lise feels so sleepy. Master, let's sleep a little longer. Chen looked at Lise with annoyance and pointed to the floor beside the bed, saying, Lise, didn't I lay a blanket for you on the floor yesterday? Why did you end up in my bed again? The floor is cold. Nonsense, I laid 2 layers of bedding. I'm scared to sleep alone. But you're a succubus, how can you be afraid to sleep alone? Whoa, Master doesn't love Lise anymore. You used to let Lise warm your bed before sleeping. Wasn't that a role you assigned to yourself? When did I ever say that? Chen rubbed his forehead. Looking helpless, Lise, every time you sleep, you squeeze into my arms. Really? Lisa's face showed a puzzled expression, then she beamed. That must mean I love Master too much. But do you know? Chen grabbed Lizzie's magic horn on her head with both hands, gritting his teeth and saying, you have horns on your head. It hurts so much when you poke me. Although Lizzie's magic horn curved backward, it still poked Chen when she curled up in his arms. No wonder Chen felt like he was being pressed down by a ghost in the second half of the night, struggling to breathe. Lizzie, being shaken back and forth by Chen holding her horn, let out a series of whimpering sounds. TSK. After bullying Lizzie, Chen felt extremely relieved in his heart. Ignoring Lizzie, who was pouting, Chen began to get dressed. Judging by the light of the season, it should still be before 6 o'clock. When he went downstairs, Chen saw that Luanen was already up. With so many people checking in yesterday, Luanen was worried that the mercenaries would have needs, so he got up very early. After buying a few pieces of bread from Luanen to serve as breakfast, Chen, dressed neatly, slung a backpack full of summoning materials over his shoulder and set out of town with the aggrieved Lizzie. The 2 guards on night duty at the town gate were unfamiliar to Chen. After the monster attack on the second day, Viscount Raynor had sent a 30-man guard team to Gruel Town. On one hand, it was to strengthen the defense, and on the other hand, it was to reassure the people. Standing outside the Forbidden Forest, Chen looked at the deep forest and thought of a question. What exactly is the purpose of the person who summoned us to this world? What summoning? Lizzie poked her head out from the side, asking in confusion. It's nothing, let's go in first. With a thought, several summoned creatures appeared before Chen. His current 10 summoned creatures included 6 level 6 wind wolves acting as mounts, 1 level 5 wind wolf for Lizzie, an 8 level harpy, a goblin priest, 2 level 7 special slimes, fire and poison, an 8 level goblin warrior, an 8 level kobold warrior, an 8 level goblin archer, and an 8 level ratman assassin. The reason the goblins and kobolds were both level 8 was that Chen had cancelled the previously lower level summons and resummoned them. The harpy and goblin priest were relatively special among the monsters and were not suitable for scouting. The special slimes would also not fare well in the Forbidden Forest. The only ones left were the kobolds and goblins. The goblin warrior led the way, followed by the kobold warrior. The ratman assassin moved around, observing. The goblin archer stayed close to Chen and Lizzie. If they encountered danger, Chen would immediately summon the goblin priest and other summoned creatures. With this lineup, did Chen still need to team up with Mavis and Freeman? Based on the performance of the bloodstained mercenary group along the way, it would be good enough if they didn't cause trouble in the Forbidden Forest. He couldn't expect them to help at all. After checking his equipment, Chen led a group of summoned creatures into the Forbidden Forest. About 10 minutes after Chen entered, a figure rushed to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. After discovering that Chen was nowhere to be found, Mavis sighed. I'm still too late. She had originally wanted to greet Chen yesterday, but she didn't want to interfere with his good business, so she postponed discussing the alliance with him until this morning. Who would have thought that when she got up this morning, Chen was already gone? She learned from the tavern owner that Chen had left. The two had missed each other. Damn it, why did that guy Chen get up so early? Ah! After a short, sharp scream, the small goblin's body fell heavily onto the grass. The summoned goblin pulled a short knife from the corpse and skillfully searched the body, pulling out a small pouch and handing it to Chen, who had followed closely behind. Chen opened the pouch and took a glance, finding only some ragged trinkets, nothing of value. These outer goblins are not only low level but also have no profit to be gained. Chen clicked his tongue and tossed the small pouch away. The slain goblin was only level 4, and aside from earning Chen a white level goblin soul, it yielded nothing else. However, it seems there are more goblins than before. Could it be that Lizzie attracted reinforcements? Chen's current route was towards the abandoned church. Within just a few minutes of entering the forest, he encountered 3 goblins. Chen was unsure if these goblins were troops sent by the Goblin King to search for Lizzie. The abandoned church was already on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and under the cover of his summoned creatures, Chen walked for a few more minutes before seeing the familiar church again. However, compared to before, it had now become a goblin stronghold. Groups of monsters were gathered around the church. The number of monsters outside was about 50. Aside from a few vigilant goblins, the others were chatting and occasionally bursting into laughter. A few sleeping trolls leaned against the short wall. Their levels were around 5, with only a few monsters at level 6. There were definitely more monsters inside the ruins, but Chen's view was obstructed. The last time Chen rescued Meng Xin and the others, the highest level goblin here was that axe-wielding goblin. Now, not only had their numbers increased, but their quality had also improved. Master, although there seem to be quite a few, they're all low-level trash. Let's go. Lizzie had no sympathy for these monsters and instead urged Chen to attack. With the strength of Chen's summoned creatures, they would quickly turn these 50 monsters into corpses. Don't rush, there might be big ones inside. I'll have the summoned creatures scout a bit. Chen glanced towards the church and sent the goblin warrior out. When the level 8 goblin warrior emerged from the hiding trees and approached the church, it immediately caught the attention of the goblin archer on the broken wall. Soon after, it was spotted by the nearby monsters. Although they didn't recognize this goblin, the high-level aura emanating from the goblin warrior made them too afraid to speak. The summoned goblin warrior swaggered into the dilapidated church. Using shared vision, Chen quickly locked his gaze onto a goblin sitting on a stone in the center of the church, directly facing the entrance. This goblin was very different from the others inside the church. Not only was its skin a grayish-blue, but it was also relatively tall. Although it was sitting on the stone, Chen estimated that when it stood up, it would be at least around 1.7 meters tall. It was clad in armor and a helmet, with a scythe-like weapon resting beside it. At that moment, its left foot was on the stone, its left elbow resting on its thigh, and its palm supporting its chin. In its right hand, it held a chess piece, with a chessboard in front of it. From its expression, it seemed to be pondering its next move. Oh my god, this goblin can actually play chess? Chen was astonished at this scene, his eyes nearly popping out. He had only heard of this game before crossing over and had never played it. Yet, this goblin before him was actually playing chess. Race Goblin level 10 class Warrior health 3000 mana 1000 skills. Resilience / scythe chain strangulation. At this moment, a high health goblin raised its head and looked at the summoning goblin warrior at the door, frowning. Inside the church, besides it, there were a dozen other monsters with levels between 6 and 9. Why haven't I seen you before? Where did you come from? The leading level 10 goblin dropped the chess piece in its hand and asked with a puzzled expression. The other monsters around shifted their gaze to the summoning goblin warrior. All the monsters shared the same thought. This guy looks unfamiliar. Where did he come from? Although their expressions showed confusion, there was no hostility. After all, they wouldn't think that the goblin in front of them was from a hostile faction. Chen couldn't understand the language of the demon race, but the summoned creature could understand it and relay it back to Chen's consciousness, effectively providing a translation. Chen quickly instructed the summoning goblin warrior to say, "I've found the target." Found it? Where? The scythe goblin's face lit up with joy as it picked up the scythe that was beside it and stood up. Chen then noticed that the end of the scythe's handle was actually adorned with a piece of chain. After so many days without news, that human village is still fine. I thought Lord Lizzie had already. Hurry, take me to find Lord Lizzie. The scythe goblin was somewhat excited. It had originally planned that if it couldn't find Lizzie, it would attack that small town to search for clues. For many years, the Goblin King generally did not allow high-level goblins to go out and harm villages, fearing it would attract the attention of the Kingdom of Nigel. But this time, Lord Lizzie had come from the Iron Mountains. Moreover, she was rumored to be the sister of the soul-eating succubus. Seeing her wanting to borrow troops to attack human villages, the Goblin King thought it was the intention of the Iron Mountains. Unable to refuse, it sent its capable assistant, the Goblin Priest, over while it stayed in the lair. The Goblin King was initially worried that the Kingdom of Nigel would send out experts. However, unexpectedly, Lizzie not only captured several villages but also took over an iron mine. After these iron mines were turned into equipment, they greatly enhanced the strength of the Goblin King's subordinates. Though these pieces of equipment were first borrowed by Lizzie, those soldiers were also the Goblin King's subordinates. But 2 days ago, Lizzie suddenly lost contact with all her forces. This alarmed the Goblin King, who felt that experts from the kingdom had come. 10 years ago, during that battle, the demon General Truman was slain. High-level monsters fell one after another. The Goblin King, who was still a small goblin at the time, was terrified by the Sword Saint. Therefore, although it was worried that Lizzie might be in trouble, it did not dare to go out and search for her, so it assigned the task to the Scythe Goblin. The Scythe Goblin had just received the order but couldn't find any trace of Lizzie. It was now hesitating whether to attack the human town outside to see if it could gather any information. Hearing news of Lizzie now, the Scythe Goblin no longer cared about the identity of the summoning goblin and hurriedly asked the latter to lead the way. And Shen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the Scythe Goblin's response. It seemed he had managed to bluff his way through. Moreover, these monsters were indeed here to look for Lizzie. Lord Lizzie said there is something urgent to discuss with you, and she wants you to go over first. Something to discuss with me? The Scythe Goblin frowned and stared at the summoning goblin, saying, "Lead the way." The monsters outside saw the Scythe Goblin and another goblin leave, exchanged a few glances, and then resumed what they were doing. Those who chatted continued to chat, and those who slept went back to sleep. In this world, although attacking human towns could provide good food and drink for a long time, a careless encounter with a tough opponent could lead to heavy losses. They were likely about to fight with the humans outside, so they were all enjoying the pre-battle moments. However, not long after the Scythe Goblin left, a vigilant goblin suddenly noticed a goblin priest approaching. The goblin priest was accompanied by a dog-headed warrior and a goblin archer. It quickly called out to the monsters below. Nearby monsters, including those inside the church, came out. There was only one goblin priest in the entire forest, a capable assistant to the Goblin King. Therefore, although some high-level monsters sensed that the aura of the goblin priest was weaker than before, they did not dare to ask anything. Once the goblin priest arrived, it took away more than a dozen monsters above level 6, leaving behind a group of lower-level monsters. Among those taken away by the goblin priest were 1 level 9, 2 level 8, 4 level 7, and 9 level 6 monsters. Confused, they were led to a place far from the dilapidated church. The dog-headed warrior and goblin archer following the goblin priest quietly approached the back of the level 9 goblin. Suddenly, they struck simultaneously. Daggers and short blades pierced the unguarded level 9 goblin's chest, killing it on the spot. The monsters that followed were stunned by this scene, but they quickly retreated to create distance. One goblin was still shouting warnings to the goblin priest to be careful. However, what greeted them was a fireball thrown by the goblin priest as it turned around. At the same time, 2 special slimes and a wind wolf suddenly appeared nearby, and Shen also emerged from the shadows and summoned the remaining summoned creatures surrounding the attracted monsters. The goblin priest's attack had already made these monsters feel that the world was somewhat insane, but the appearance of a human alongside other monsters launching an attack against them made them feel that this world was too magical, extremely unreal. Since the strongest among them had been killed in the first instance, the remaining monsters, seeing both the goblin priest and the harpy, lost their fighting spirit and wanted to flee. The harpy flew above the monsters and let out a cry. Taking advantage of most monsters being confused by the dispel scream, the goblin priest threw the condensed, explosive fireball into the midst of the monsters. Boom! The controlled monsters perished in the flames and explosions. The 5 monsters that were not affected by the dispel scream were also targeted by other summoned creatures, and Shen faced the only lucky level 6 goblin in the arena. Advanced perception, activate. Swish! With Shen now at level 8, his physical abilities had greatly improved, and the speed of his sword strikes was beyond what a level 6 goblin could match. In just one encounter, the goblin's throat was slit by Shen, who fell down clutching its throat, convulsing. One-hit kill. Shen retracted his long sword, sighing, "Invincible like me." As for the remaining 4 monsters, let the summoned creatures deal with them first. The 2 remaining level 8 and 2 level 7 monsters were not weak either. They not only evaded the harpy's control and the goblin priest's magic but also engaged in back-and-forth combat with the summoned creatures that intercepted them. However, Shen's summoned creatures under Lizzie's leadership boost received a 10% overall enhancement. Coupled with Shen constantly harassing them with high-pressure acid spray and Lizzie whipping them from the side, they fell within a minute, their faces filled with unwillingness. The two special slimes didn't even get a chance to act. Gained Goblin Soul. Green times 10 gained Dog-Headed Man Soul. Green times 6 including the green level Goblin Souls he already had, and Shen was only 7 green level Goblin Souls away from learning the Goblin Priest's explosive Fireball. The Fireball used by the Goblin Priest for attacks had average power and flight speed. The greater Fireball was slightly stronger than the Fireball, but it was still just fire element magic. However, the explosive Fireball not only burned with flames but also included explosive damage. Even among first-tier magic, its power was quite impressive. Picking up the backpack on the ground, Shen stuffed the summoning materials collected from the corpses inside and recalled the goblin warrior that had led the scythe goblin away. Meanwhile, the scythe goblin was running behind the summoning goblin, constantly asking how much further it was. After the summoning goblin brought the scythe goblin to a certain location, it stopped and walked over to the scythe goblin's side. "Are we there yet?" The scythe goblin looked around but did not see Liss, so it asked, "Where is Lord Liss?" The summoning goblin suddenly pointed in the direction behind the scythe goblin and said, "Over there." Taking advantage of the scythe goblin turning around, the summoning goblin quickly drew a dagger and stabbed towards the scythe goblin's back. Crash! The sound of chains clashing was heard in front, while behind, the scythe blocked the dagger. The scythe goblin angrily said, "You really are suspicious." When the summoning goblin told it to go meet Liss alone, it had already begun to doubt the former's identity. It just hadn't thought of it in terms of being an enemy. However, the scythe goblin had been keeping a close watch on the summoning goblin. Thus, the summoning goblin's ambush failed. As expected, this goblin is very alert. Shen only recalled the goblin warrior back into the summoning space after the assassination failed. When he saw the scythe goblin playing chess, Shen knew this guy was not easy to deal with. Coupled with its array of skills and a health pool of 3,000, Shen decided to first try to lure this special goblin away. The latter was probably quite confident in its own strength, so it really followed the summoning goblin. "Hurry back and take care of those low-level goblins too." Shen recalled his summons and rode with Liss on the Wind Wolf towards the ruined church. The remaining low-level monsters had seen the goblin priest appear. If they weren't dealt with, the scythe goblin would get wind of it. Given its intelligence, Shen was genuinely worried it might draw some conclusions. As for the process of killing these low-tier monsters, it was relatively simple. He would let Liss take the lead and command them to huddle together. Then, he would have the harpy and the goblin priest cooperate once more. Dispel Scream and Explosive Fireball would take them out in one go. Those who were lightly injured at the edge of the explosion would also be finished off by Shen and the other summons. When the scythe goblin ran back, it only saw a ground full of charred corpses. The scythe goblin looked around warily and upon finding no enemies, retreated deeper into the forbidden forest. Shen sent a goblin to follow the direction of the scythe goblin's retreat for a while, and after confirming it had indeed left, he stepped out from his hiding place. "Master, why don't we leave this place?" Liss tilted her head and asked Shen, puzzled. Since they had no intention of engaging the scythe goblin, why not leave after killing those low-level monsters? "Let's search here for a while," Shen said, gazing at the ruins of the dilapidated church as he leaned closer. Almost a month had passed and the ruined church had only become dirtier and messier, with no other changes. The tall statue inside, now missing its head, had lost an arm as well. It was likely the work of monsters. Shen circled the church, searching carefully several times, but found nothing unusual. Logically, if so many people could be transported here, there must be something special about this place. Strange, although this is another world, the fact that we can come here must mean there is a teleportation array or something similar, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Shen stood before the broken statue, frowning as he looked up. When he chose his profession, he had paid homage to the statues of the 6 profession gods. Although this statue was damaged, Shen was sure it was not one of the 6. Perhaps this is the god of summoning. Shen recalled the moment he sacrificed his first green-level soul and received a gift from the god of summoning. After pondering for a moment, Shen bowed to the broken statue. Unfortunately, he did not know the name of the god of summoning, otherwise he would have called out in his heart. No response? After praying for a few minutes and finding nothing happened, Shen sighed. Perhaps this statue had no relation to the god of summoning at all. Or maybe this statue was indeed the god of summoning, but the god was still too weak to respond to Shen. It seems that only when I sacrifice a higher level soul will the god of summoning regain more divinity and then respond to me. Ever since Shen learned about the god of summoning, he had been thinking about communicating with it. Coming here was just an attempt. Even if it failed, it was no big deal. Calling over Liss, who was waiting a bit bored, Shen prepared to leave and delve deeper. Just as he stepped out of the church, and Shen suddenly stopped, glancing back at the broken stone pillar beside him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the pillar was covered in intricate runes, and Shen squinted at it for a while, then summoned a harpy to fly him up. As his body rose higher, his field of vision expanded. Soon, the entire church and its surroundings came into view. When he saw the 6 stone pillars inside the church and the 6 outside, a glimmer of insight flashed in Shen's eyes. Just as I thought, the 6 pillars inside actually formed a hexagon, each edge connected to the 6 pillars outside, creating a hexagram formation. When Shen contracted with Lise, he had drawn a hexagram formation as well. This was definitely not a coincidence. After landing, Shen instructed Lise to examine the runes on the pillars. Unfortunately, Lise could not understand them either. At this moment, Shen felt as if he was on the verge of grasping something, but he was missing the final clue. This made him a bit anxious, and he began to pace back and forth in the church. Suddenly, Shen stopped, kicked the cauldron placed in the center of the church, just a pot used by the monsters to boil water and make soup. He then had the harpy flap its wings continuously, blowing away the campfire and ashes below, revealing a pitch-black floor. Whoosh! As Shen blew away the remaining dust, he discovered a perfectly hexagonal depression beneath. The pit was about the size of a palm, with a depth of only around 5 centimeters, located right at the center of the entire church. It was obvious that something used to be embedded here, but now, that thing was lost. I wonder what exactly this was. The clues ended here, but hope ignited in Shen's heart. Perhaps if he continued to investigate, he could find the reason they came here. Furthermore, they might even discover a way to return to their original world. Just as Shen was recording this discovery in his notebook, the goblin archer on guard outside suddenly issued a warning, and Shen quickly covered the pit with nearby rubble to hide it, then dashed out of the church and ran towards the forest. Before long, a group of human professionals appeared in the clearing near the dilapidated church. When they saw the charred corpses in front of the church ruins, everyone's expressions became somewhat unnatural. Charlie said to the red-haired man beside him, "There are corpses here too, and quite a few. It seems we've arrived late again." The red-haired Freeman squatted down, patting a goblin's corpse with his hand, then turned and said, "There's still warmth. This battle just happened not long ago. That kid and Shen must not have gone far." The newcomers were Charlie, Freeman, and their subordinates. A mercenary cloaked in black behind Freeman said, "Then let's hurry and chase." "Wait a minute." Charlie frowned and stopped everyone. He pointed at the scorch marks on the ground and said, "This is clearly caused by magic, and quite powerful magic at that. According to the information we gathered earlier, Shen can not only use summoned creatures in battle but also magic, and his melee abilities are quite impressive. If this magic was unleashed by Shen, I have to reconsider our cooperation." "Charlie, are you scared?" The mercenary cloaked in black snorted coldly and said, "The rapid rise of the Adventurers Guild affects not only the Bloodstained mercenary group but also your top-ranked Wolf-Tooth mercenary group. Taking down Shen is for everyone's common interest. No, I'm not trying to back down at the last moment. If the opportunity arises, I would certainly eliminate Shen without hesitation. It's just that, don't you think we know too little about Shen? If the magic before us was caused by Shen, we must revise our plan against him to prevent unnecessary losses." "Sharp, do you think I'm right?" Perhaps this was caused by that black-robed person beside Shen?" Sharp lifted his hood, revealing a sinister expression. "But as long as we can take down Shen, you can make any plan you want." Sharp Carl, who was wanted by the Viscount, was now surprisingly appearing in the Forbidden Forest alongside Freeman, and he had reached a consensus with Charlie to prepare to take action against Shen. When Shen, hidden among the rubble, saw all of this, he was also taken aback. He had no idea how Sharp had made it here. Shen had sensed Freeman's malice beforehand, which led him to harbor murderous intent towards the latter. However, he did not expect that Sharp would also arrive. But upon reflection, it all made sense. Sharp was one of the 2 captains of the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps, while Freeman could only be considered Sharp's subordinate. When Sharp was wanted, the higher-ups of the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps would not truly betray him. Instead, they would facilitate his hiding. In fact, when Freeman learned that Shen was also involved in the escort mission yesterday, he sent a trusted confidant back to inform another captain. That captain naturally understood that Freeman was passing on the message for him to relay to Sharp. After receiving this news, Sharp wasted no time and left his hiding place, heading towards Grohl Town. However, due to the Adventurer Guild's tasks and the Viscount's bounty, the professionals in Valcam City were intentionally or unintentionally searching for Sharp. The guards were also quite strict in their checks, causing Sharp to delay his exit from the city. By the time he got out, it was already afternoon. Unaware of this, Freeman, who had been waiting for Sharp, decided to delay a bit on the road. Coincidentally, the appearance of the magical butterfly provided Freeman with an opportunity. He instructed his subordinates to disturb the passing magical butterflies prompting them to attack the convoy. According to Freeman's plan, under the effects of the magical butterflies, sleep powder and paralysis powder, the convoy would surely be stalled for a while. As long as Sharp arrived, Freeman would find an opportunity to strike at Shen together with him. However, the appearance of the harpy disrupted Freeman's plan. This meant that when Sharp caught up with the convoy, it was already nearing Gruel Town, leaving him with no chance to act. If I had known this would happen, I would have pretended to ally with Shen and then taken him out in the Forbidden Forest. Freeman regretted at this moment, not expecting that Sharp would take so long to emerge from the city. Charlie stroked his big beard, smiling as he said, I didn't expect the furious knight to appear in Gruel Town. If your intel gets reported, you could earn quite a bounty. Sharp looked at Charlie, forcing a smile, and said, Charlie, don't forget that you still owe me a favor. Charlie shrugged and replied, I was just joking, otherwise I wouldn't have left Mavis's side to come with you. By the way, Shen's Wind Wolf runs pretty fast. The person monitoring him spotted him as soon as he left, and they returned to inform us immediately. We set off to chase him right away, but he still managed to escape into the forest. No matter what, he must die. Sharp was now hiding everywhere, all thanks to Shen. Report. A trace has been found, suspected to be left by the target. An assassin mercenary rushed to Sharp and the others, kneeling on the ground to report his findings. Very good, pursue. Sharp's face lit up with joy as he instructed the assassin to lead the way, and everyone followed closely behind. Earlier, because the assassin was searching for traces, Shen had recalled the eavesdropping goblin. Shen himself was hiding on a branch of a large tree, observing the movements of Sharp and the others from a distance. Watching the mercenaries rush into the forest, Shen couldn't help but smile, because the direction they were heading was precisely where the scythe goblin had left. I have a feeling something interesting will happen, let's go take a look. Shen had originally planned to leave, but he didn't dare to jump out and fight Sharp and the others. After all, there were 3 level 10 powerhouses. The others were all above level 7. He couldn't win. At this moment, Shen desperately hoped that the mercenaries would clash with the scythe goblin. Whoosh! Shen and Lizzie jumped down from the tree and followed behind them. About 10 minutes after Shen left, Mavis arrived here with the Black Widow Mercenary Corps. Have you already fought with the monsters? Mavis looked at the charred corpse on the ground, unsure whether it was Anshin or Charlie and the others who had battled these creatures. After hesitating for a moment, Mavis decided to lead her group in pursuit. After all, with someone clearing the way ahead, their safety was significantly increased. The scythe goblin ran deep into the Forbidden Forest until it reached a medium-sized gathering point, where a goblin tribe lived, consisting of over 100 goblins. The subordinates it had previously killed by Anshin, aside from the level 9 which was its most trusted confidant brought from the deepest part, were all brought out from this base. Upon arriving at the gathering point, the scythe goblin immediately summoned all the goblins. Due to a previous deployment, only about 20 level 6 to 9 goblins remained. This won't do. The enemy behind that goblin can easily wipe out my previous subordinates. With just these guys, I might not be able to win. The scythe goblin looked at the goblins before it, its expression grave. My lord, all the goblins are here. What do we need to do? The leader of this gathering point was a level 9 goblin. It rubbed its hands and approached the scythe goblin, only to be blocked by the latter's weapon. The scythe goblin said seriously, don't come near me, especially don't enter my weapon's attack range, or I will chop off your head. The goblin leader thought it had done something wrong and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. My lord, spare me. I won't do it again. Unbeknownst to it, the scythe goblin was merely worried that more enemies might sneak in and take the opportunity to assassinate it. This won't do. I can't trust these goblins. I need to find my own tribe and report this matter to the king. The scythe goblin thought to itself, then instructed the goblins to start setting traps in preparation for the unknown enemies that might come after them. Upon hearing that enemies might be approaching, the goblins at the gathering point immediately sprang into action. Some dug pits, some set snares, some hid under leaves, and others took refuge in tree hollows. The goblin leader even took out the poison they had previously confiscated and smeared it on the arrowheads. This poison was obtained from a human adventurer who had ventured here before. At that time, a goblin mistakenly thought it was something to drink, took a sip, and collapsed shortly after. The goblin leader thought it was a good item and had kept it ever since. Sharp and his group followed the traces left by the scythe goblin. However, as they pursued, they began to sense something was off. At their speed, they should have caught up with Anshin, who was exploring ahead long ago. Yet, after nearly half an hour of chasing, aside from encountering a few scattered monsters, they hadn't seen a trace of Anshin. Charlie frowned and said, strange, this kid seems to be running deeper at a fast pace. He doesn't seem worried about encountering enemies at all. Yeah, Freeman agreed. Usually, exploration is done cautiously, advancing little by little. How come we haven't seen Anshin yet? Could it be that we are on the wrong trail? As soon as this was said, the assassin mercenary leading the way broke out in a cold sweat. Having come this far, he didn't dare to tell the captains that they might have gone the wrong way. Just then, he spotted a goblin lying on the ground next to a large tree not far ahead. From his perspective, the goblin had a knife stuck in it, its head drooping, looking as if it was already dead. We're not wrong, we're not wrong. The assassin pointed excitedly at the goblin lying on the ground. There's a corpse, it must be that Anshin fought with the monsters. The others also saw the goblin pinned to the tree, a glimmer of joy flashing in their eyes. Let's go check the situation. Yes. Several people ran to the front, searching for signs of battle. The assassin mercenary licked his lips and ran with a smile to the corpse. He had thought he was chasing the wrong lead, but now it seemed everything was right. Soon, his smile froze. Just as he approached the area, a blowpipe emerged from a pile of fallen leaves, and a poison arrow shot into the back of the assassin mercenary's heart. The deadly poison instantly invaded the assassin mercenary's body. At that moment, he realized another thing. The knife was not embedded in the goblin but was instead lodged in the goblin's armpit. Due to a visual error, it had given him the impression that the goblin was pinned to the tree. But he realized this too late. In the end, he shouted with all his strength, "It's a trap!" Puff! The goblin, pretending to be dead against the tree, got up and pulled out the knife stuck in the trunk, stabbing it into the abdomen of the already poisoned assassin mercenary, piercing right through. At the same moment, the assassin mercenary was ambushed. Several other mercenaries who had come forward to check were also attacked by goblins hidden in the shadows. They were relatively lucky, not being struck by poisoned weapons, only sustaining minor injuries. However, a large number of goblins surged out from all directions, launching an attack on the mercenaries. There were also quite a few goblin archers hiding in the trees, continuously shooting cold arrows down below. Don't panic, prepare for battle. Melee fighters in front, ranged hunters and mages fall back. Knights, raise your shields. Sharp and the others, being experienced mercenaries, quickly formed ranks to face the enemy after the initial chaos. Thud thud. As the goblin arrows rained down, the knights in the team raised their shields to block. Some strong warriors also swung their swords to deflect the arrows. Then came the mercenaries' counterattack. Arrows shot by hunters flew over the heads of the melee mercenaries, striking the charging goblins. Several spells erupted among the goblins. Each first-tier spell could render a group of goblins' combat ineffective. However, in the dense forest, ranged attacks were not easy to execute. Hunters and mages needed some time to find the right moment to strike. Therefore, the main fighting still relied on close combat. The mercenaries drew their weapons and began to fight against the surging goblins. The moment both sides made contact, casualties appeared. Sharp, Charlie, and Freeman faced these low-level goblins as if it were a slaughter. Even goblins above level 6 could only last a few more seconds against them. Damn goblins, go to hell. A mercenary cleaved a goblin in front of him, then dodged an attack from behind, turning around to slice open the chest of a goblin behind him. After taking down 2 goblins in quick succession, a hint of disdain appeared on his lips. The next moment, he was struck in the back by a goblin chief rushing over with a poisoned weapon, collapsing to the ground. The goblin chief initially thought it was a great harvest when it saw only about 20 humans coming, but upon seeing its kin fall one after another at the hands of Sharp and the others, and the number of its kin rapidly decreasing, it realized that these humans were very strong and not something its tribe could handle. If the fighting continued, its tribe would be wiped out. Retreat! The goblin chief shouted to the surrounding goblins after stabbing through the heart of the poisoned human. Upon hearing this command, the goblins quickly retreated, just as they had surged out. From over 100 goblins that had come, fewer than 50 remained when they retreated. In a short time, they had lost more than half their numbers. But the mercenaries would not let the goblins retreat so easily. In this brief moment, 2 more mercenaries were surrounded and killed by goblins. Including the first assassin mercenary who died, they had already lost 3 men. Seeing the goblins retreat, all the mercenaries immediately pursued. The leading level 8 mercenary was just about to catch up to the goblins ahead when he suddenly stepped into thin air and fell into a deep pit. The pit was at least 2 meters deep, with sharp tree spikes buried below. When this mercenary fell, a tree spike just happened to pierce through his eye socket, killing him on the spot. Another person stepped on a snare and was hoisted into the air, then shot dead by the goblins in the trees. Such unexpected events caused the mercenaries to immediately halt their pursuit, not daring to advance further. The goblin chief looked back at the halted mercenaries and let out a triumphant laugh. Fortunately, preparations were made in advance. These traps were enough to slow down the mercenaries. Once it escaped, it wouldn't be so easy for them to catch up. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the gaps between several large trees and struck the goblin chief in the chest. The goblin chief staggered for a moment but then quickened its pace to run. Charlie's second arrow aimed for a while but couldn't find a suitable angle to shoot. Damn it, it actually got away. Sharp! looked up at the mercenary's corpse hanging from the tree, pierced by several arrows, swaying back and forth, his eyes blazing with anger. It was hit by an arrow, it can't run far. Charlie retracted his longbow, drew the machete from his waist, and led his 2 subordinates to clear the path ahead. Under Charlie's scrutiny as an experienced hunter, many crude traps were discovered and destroyed. In fact, under prepared circumstances, these traps could basically be found. But no one had thought of that just now. They had always assumed In Shen was walking ahead, not expecting that goblins had already set traps waiting for them. The goblin chief fleeing ahead felt its steps growing heavier. Its right chest was hit by an arrow, and blood flowed continuously. A nearby goblin noticed something was wrong with the goblin chief and hurriedly approached. The goblin chief thought it was there to support it and even draped an arm over the latter's shoulder. Strange, why haven't I seen you before? With so few goblins in the tribe, the goblin chief couldn't remember this one at all. Just as it finished speaking, a short knife pierced through it, chilling it to the bone. The summoning goblin pulled out the short knife, skillfully cut off the summoning material, and then disappeared into the jungle. The surrounding goblins were busy fleeing and did not notice this scene. When Sharp and the others caught up and saw the goblin corpse on the ground with an arrow in its chest, smiles of relief appeared on their faces. Freeman even stepped forward to behead the goblin. Strange, where are its ears and claws? When they saw the missing parts on the goblin chief, Sharp and the others' expressions changed. The neat cuts were definitely made with a weapon. They had sensed during the previous battle that this goblin was of the highest level, and should be the leader of this goblin tribe. These wounds could not have been inflicted by other goblins. If that was the case, it meant there was a third party present besides them. Freeman looked at Sharp and said uncertainly, "Could it be Mavis?" "Impossible." Charlie shook his head and analyzed. "When we encountered her outside, she was still waiting for her subordinates. We used the excuse that her subordinates hadn't arrived to leave her behind and enter the Forbidden Forest early. We haven't stopped much along the way. She couldn't have gotten ahead of us." "It's In Shen." Sharp looked around and said to the 2, "It must be In Shen. He is right beside us." The goblin attack just now was definitely his design. Upon hearing this, Charlie quickly climbed up a nearby tree to carefully observe the surroundings. Soon, he found traces of In Shen on a tree nearby. That was where In Shen collected the goblin chief's soul. "Found it, follow me." Charlie had already intended to eliminate In Shen, and now that In Shen had played a trick on him, with one of the dead mercenaries being his subordinate, his desire to kill In Shen had intensified. On the other side, In Shen, after retreating from the battlefield, immediately returned to Lizzie, who was waiting at a distance, and ran in another direction. "Hee, I harvested 7 green-level goblin souls, just enough to make 50. In Shen couldn't help but smile. Just a moment ago, while Sharp and the mercenaries were fighting the goblins, In Shen had been hiding within a few dozen meters nearby. The purpose, of course, was to collect goblin souls. With his advanced perception activated the whole time, In Shen avoided the sight of all the mercenaries. For several minutes, including Sharp and the others, the mercenaries didn't notice In Shen at all. However, when he collected the soul of the goblin chief, he left a bit hastily, and his traces were not erased. But In Shen didn't mind. They should have caught up by now. In Shen reached Lizzie's side, summoned a wind wolf, and continued running deeper into the forest. Next, he planned to lead the mercenaries to other goblin strongholds. Lizzie had also spent some time in the Forbidden Forest before, so she had some understanding of the situation here. Only a few places were familiar to her, and there were many areas of the Forbidden Forest she hadn't visited. The area In Shen was currently in was already very close to the central region of the Forbidden Forest, making it highly likely to encounter goblin strongholds. According to Lizzie's memory, if they went deeper a few kilometers, they would truly reach the core area where the Goblin King resided, the Goblin Mine. On the edge of the core area, many goblin tribes lived, surrounding the Goblin King's lair. Lizzie had previously selected goblin warriors from one of those tribes. She wasn't very familiar with the other tribes. "I remember a village where there seems to be a level 10 goblin, and plenty of goblins above level 6. That's the one. If the goblin tribe was too weak, they might not be able to defeat Sharp and the others." The previous battle had made that very clear. The goblin stronghold Lizzie mentioned just happened to have the capability to fight the mercenaries. But what if they don't catch up? If they don't catch up, then we'll level up secretly nearby and conveniently scout the locations of other tribes. The monsters in this area were of a high level, perfect for leveling up. First, let's learn the explosive fireball. While on the way, In Shen sacrificed 50 green-level goblin souls to learn the goblin priest's explosive fireball. Accompanied by a wave of comfort in his body, In Shen had already mastered this first-level magic. Name: In Shen. Race: Human. Level: 8. Experience: 603/3000. Profession: Summoner. Magic power: 1000. Talent: Spirit Sacrifice. Green level: Universal Vision. Green level: Skills: World Devourer. Rebirth 0/1000. Low level: Healing. Advanced Perception. High pressure acid jet explosive fireball. There are 2 dog-headed men ahead. Lizzie reminded Shen. Shen looked up and saw two level 6 dog-headed men already drawing their weapons and preparing to fight 50 meters away. The monster levels here are indeed much higher than the outskirts. Just as Shen was about to test the magic he had just learned, a target appeared. Shen raised his right hand, and with a thought, a fireball the size of a human head formed in his palm and continued to grow. The wind wolf stopped not far from the dog-headed men, and at the same time, Shen threw the explosive fireball. Boom! The 1-meter diameter fireball exploded at the feet of the dog-headed men. The two dog-headed men were directly blown away. Thud! A dog leg flew to Shen's feet, caught in the wind wolf's mouth. Strong! Shen nodded in satisfaction. Although he had seen the goblin priest use it several times, this time it was Shen himself casting it, which felt different. Glancing at the magic power consumption, Shen couldn't help but twitch his eye. A single shot consumes 400 points of magic power. No wonder its power is so great. The corpse was blown to bits, and the materials couldn't be collected. However, Shen wasn't lacking in summoning materials at the moment. After collecting the souls of two dog-headed people, Shen mounted the wind wolf and continued deeper into the forest. Less than 2 minutes after Shen left, the figures of Sharp and the others appeared here. Looking at the familiar magical disturbances ahead, Charlie spoke up. It seems that the black-robed person beside Shen is indeed a magician and has learned some very powerful magic. He didn't doubt that this disturbance was caused by other monsters, as Shen had not concealed anything along the way. They had been following the traces left by the wind wolf. Didn't you say before that the magician beside Shen was only level 6? Sharp looked at the shattered remains of the dog-headed people on the ground and said, with this level of magic, a level 6 magician's magic power definitely wouldn't last for many uses. She has already cast it twice in a short time. Even if she still has magic power, there can't be much left. Freeman and Charlie nodded in agreement. Although they weren't magicians, they had magician subordinates. A level 6 magician's magic power, while slightly more than other professions, generally only amounts to around 1,000. Keep chasing. The group continued to follow the traces of the wind wolf ahead. Shen hid behind a tree, observing the goblin stronghold that had already been established ahead. The stronghold wasn't large, and at the entrance, two goblins were leaning against wooden stakes, dazed. Both of the gatekeeping goblins were level 6. If Sharp discovered this goblin stronghold, he definitely wouldn't initiate an attack. To provoke a conflict between the two sides, Shen needed to perform a little act. First, he summoned a goblin, then let it panic and run towards the stronghold. While running, the summoned goblin shouted, "Humans are coming! Humans are coming!" Upon hearing the commotion, the two gatekeeping goblins immediately picked up their weapons and entered a state of alert. Then they saw a fellow goblin running towards them. Behind the fleeing goblin, a human was gathering a large fireball. The fireball was thrown by the human and struck the fleeing goblin. The goblin was obliterated in the explosion. The two gatekeeping goblins immediately let out shrill cries, summoning all the goblins in the stronghold. When Shen saw dozens of goblins above level 6 rushing out of the stronghold, he swallowed hard and quickly retreated. The goblins, upon seeing a human, would never let him go. They were restrained by the Goblin King and generally wouldn't step out of this forest, always fighting the magical beasts within. Now, with a human suddenly appearing, all the goblins were like they had been injected with adrenaline. Especially a level 10 goblin. It brandished a wolf-tooth club and charged to the front. After running back for a while and confirming that the goblins behind hadn't seen him, Shen quickly climbed onto a tree branch. He summoned the goblin he had just recalled at the last moment to stay here and monitor. Shen then continued to climb higher, waiting for the harpy to return. After safely transporting Lizzie so that the harpy could take him away from this troublesome place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures swiftly darted through the forest. Suddenly, the leader, Charlie, stopped. "What's wrong?" Sharp asked, somewhat puzzled. Charlie didn't answer but focused on the front. Then, in his line of sight, he saw a goblin holding a wolf-tooth club, searching for something. At the same time, this goblin also spotted Charlie and broke into a wide grin. Not good. When Charlie saw the goblin with the spiked club charging towards him, he realized the situation was dire. Sure enough, more goblins came rushing out from the depths of the forest, their exact numbers unknown. Unlike the goblins they had encountered before, these goblins were all quite strong, most of them above level 6. The leading goblin with the spiked club had an aura fluctuating at level 10. Fall back, quickly. By now, Sharp and Freeman also understood that they had been tricked by Shen. What puzzled them was how Shen had managed to lure out so many monsters while ensuring his own safe escape. At full speed, the three of them moved quickly. But the other mercenaries were soon caught up by the goblin with the spiked club. A mage, seeing the goblins closing in behind, quickly unleashed several arcane missiles and began preparing a fireball spell. However, the goblin with the spiked club nimbly dodged several of the missiles. Before the mage's fireball was ready, he saw a massive spiked club coming down towards his head. Watch out! The knight companion of the mage rushed in from the side, raising his shield to block the goblin's strike. The goblin with the spiked club was about the same height as an average human, its right arm muscular as it swung the club. Bang! The club came crashing down. The knight felt his body sink and half-kneeled on the ground. Cough! A mouthful of blood spurted from the knight, his arm numbed from the impact. Fireball! Thanks to the knight buying time, the spell in the mage's hand had already taken shape. A fireball the size of a human head flew towards the goblin. At the same time, the surrounding mercenaries also halted and launched their attacks at the approaching goblins. Seeing their subordinates being chased down, Charlie and the others had no choice but to return to the fight. In terms of individual strength, none of the mercenaries in the field were below level 7, which was higher than many of the goblins. With the presence of priests and mages, initially it was mainly the monsters that suffered casualties. However, the mercenaries were now down to just 15, while the number of goblins continued to increase. Besides the level 10 goblin, there were also over a dozen goblins at levels 8 and 9. Sharp and the others were all tied up and couldn't break free for the time being. As the mage in the team was running low on mana, the number of goblins had already increased to over 30, including the 20 or so corpses lying on the ground. The total number of goblins had exceeded 50. The key was that more goblins were coming to reinforce from nearby. As the mercenaries fought, they gradually realized they were outmatched and surrounded. It wasn't that they didn't want to break through. All the mercenaries had no desire to fight to the death. They had planned to retreat from the very beginning. Unfortunately, the number of goblins kept increasing. Once they were restrained, it was as if they had sunk into a quagmire, losing their ability to break free. Every time they managed to break through a gap, a goblin would howl from a tree, prompting nearby goblins to rush to the gap for support, blocking the mercenaries' escape again. One mercenary spotted the location of the summoning goblin and immediately shouted to his companions, "Damn it, where are the hunters? Find a way to take out that goblin in the tree." A few hunters, hearing this, quickly drew their bows and aimed at the location of the summoning goblin. Whoosh! Several arrows tore through the air, shooting towards the goblin's position. Among them was also a magical missile launched by a mage. Boom! Although Shen, controlling the summoning goblin, dodged in time, he was still caught in the explosion of the magical missile and fell from the broken branch. 8th level warrior who had just killed a goblin saw this scene and immediately charged forward with his machete. Clang! The summoning goblin drew its weapon and blocked the warrior's attack. The warrior mercenary kicked back the summoned goblin and swung his machete through the air. Sweep! Whoosh! A half-moon-shaped blade aura shot out from the machete, slashing towards the summoned goblin. Shen quickly controlled the summoned creature to fall to the ground, dodging the strike. The warrior mercenary wanted to take the opportunity to attack and charged forward. Unexpectedly, the summoned goblin suddenly sprang up and used the goblin skill, vertical slash. Caught off guard, the warrior mercenary had an arm severed. "Ah, my arm." The warrior mercenary staggered back 2 steps, screaming in pain, but was then stabbed in the heart by the summoned goblin, falling to the ground with a look of unwillingness. The summoned goblin yanked the pouch of coins from the mercenary's waist and prepared to retreat. But an arrow flew across the battlefield, hitting the summoned goblin's throat with precision. From a distance, Charlie, who saw the arrow hit its target, quickly withdrew his gaze and began to deal with the goblins surrounding him. If he had looked a moment longer, he would have seen the goblin he shot turn into white light and disappear. Damn! In a small cave hundreds of meters away, Shen, who was controlling the goblin in battle, shuddered at the arrow and fell back against the rocks. "Master, what's wrong?" Lizzie hurriedly came forward to help him. Shen up, her face full of concern. Shen shook his head inside. "I'm fine." Just now, his consciousness was with the summoned goblin. When the arrow pierced the goblin's throat, Shen felt it completely. Is this the feeling of death? It really isn't pleasant. Shen touched his neck and summoned another goblin, sending it to the battlefield from earlier. When the summoned goblin died, Shen lost sight of that area. As soon as the new goblin appeared, it dashed off towards the battlefield hundreds of meters away. Humph! Just as Shen was about to return to the cave, a sudden snorting sound came from beside him. Shen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a 2-meter-tall, earth-colored bear monster with red eyes staring at him from 30 meters away. Race: Earth Rage Bear. Level: 10 health, 4000 mana, 1000 skills, Smash, Bite, Enrage, Quake. Shen glanced back at the cave and then at the black bear, asking, "Excuse me, is this your home?" Scrape! The response to Shen was the sound of the Earth Rage Bear scratching the stones beneath its feet with its claws. Roar! The Earth Rage Bear let out a furious roar and charged towards Shen with its massive body, measured in tons. Swish! A row of summoned creatures appeared in front of Shen in an instant. The harpy was the first to unleash Dispel Scream, causing the Earth Rage Bear's pupils to dilate for a second or two, but it quickly returned to normal. However, during that moment of lost consciousness, its massive body lost balance and fell to the ground as it charged forward. Seizing the opportunity, 2 slimes and a goblin priest simultaneously cast spells at the Earth Rage Bear. Flames, fireballs, venom, and the harpy's wind blades all struck the Earth Rage Bear on the ground. Ayo! The earth-shattering bear, struck by various spells, let out a painful roar. It rolled on the ground for 2 rounds, extinguishing the flames on its body, then bared its teeth and glared at Chen and a group of magical creatures. A large amount of saliva dripping from its sharp teeth. Such high defense, it only lost 200 health points. Although the goblin priest did not use explosive fireball, its fireball damage was not low either. However, aside from burning some of the earth-shattering bear's fur, it seemed to have caused little damage. When Chen saw the earth-shattering bear rise on its hind legs, its front paws glowing with a yellowish light, he immediately felt something was wrong and hurriedly retreated with his summoned creatures. Boom! The earth-shattering bear activated its quake skill. The ground within a 30-meter radius shook violently and the trees in the area snapped and fell. The goblin priest did not retreat from the skill's range, and on the violently shaking ground it couldn't maintain its balance, falling flat on its back, only to be jolted back up again. In the next moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared above the goblin priest. The earth-shattering bear lunged forward. Given the size of the earth-shattering bear, if it were to be crushed underneath, it would either die or be severely injured. Boom! When the earth-shattering bear landed, it directly smashed the ground beneath it, causing it to collapse and crack. Dust spread in all directions. It moved around restlessly for a few steps, as there was no goblin priest beneath its feet. At the last moment, the goblin priest had vanished right under its nose. After the 5-second summoning interval passed, Chen summoned the goblin priest back to his side. This guy looks clumsy, but it's not slow, and it seems it doesn't plan to let us go. Chen stood among his summoned creatures, frowning. Master, what should we do? This earth bear seems quite powerful, Lizzie said, looking at the earth-shattering bear ahead, pulling out a long whip. Chen checked the number of green-level souls in his hand and murmured, the stronger, the better. If we can take it down, we'll hit the jackpot. Although he no longer had the green-level goblin soul the goblin summoned earlier to monitor the battlefield was a level 5 creature summoned with a white soul, and Chen still had many green-level souls of dog-headed people and trolls. There was only one earth-shattering bear. As long as he used the summoners and scrupulous tactics, it wasn't impossible to wear down the earth-shattering bear with a group of level 8 summons. Let's do it! After making the decision, Chen immediately organized his summons to begin the attack. 2 special slimes, acting as fragile ranged turrets, could only serve as long-range artillery. If the earth-shattering bear got too close, they would likely be taken out in 2 hits. The goblin priest and Lizzie stood beside Chen. The remaining dog-headed people, ratmen, goblin archers, harpies, and wind wolves all charged toward the earth-shattering bear. Previously, when killing dog-headed people, he had used explosive fireball once and again during the performance, which left Chen with only 200 magic points. So when the battle began, Chen activated World Devourer Rebirth, allowing the goblin priest to throw an explosive fireball at him. Although the goblin priest was also level 8 like Chen, as a priest, it had 2,200 magic points. Despite having cast quite a few spells earlier, it still had over 1,000 magic points left. After World Devourer Rebirth absorbed 400 magic points from the explosive fireball, it began converting into Chen's own magic. Ahead, the dog-headed warrior led the charge, rushing to the front. Seeing this, the earth-shattering bear swiped a paw at it. The dog-headed warrior braced itself to block but could not withstand that power. Its body flew backward over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, its health dropping by a quarter. This made Chen's eyelids twitch from a distance, and he silently retracted his round shield, stepping back a few paces. He had let the dog-headed warrior take the hit to test the earth-shattering bear's strength. Now he knew. So I decided not to go. The agile ratman, after dodging several attacks from the earth-violent bear, found the right moment to grab onto the bear's fur and climbed onto its back. The earth-violent bear shook its body wildly, and just as the ratman stabbed it with a dagger from behind, it was flung off. The dagger, which had only penetrated 10 centimeters, remained lodged in the bear's back. The goblin archer nimbly climbed onto the trunk of a large tree, drew his bow, and shot in one smooth motion. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows struck the bear's shoulder. However, the earth-violent bear had tough skin and thick flesh. Neither the ratman's dagger nor the arrows that pierced its flesh had any effect on its movements. Roar! The earth-violent bear lunged forward, pinning the ratman who had just been thrown to the ground. Under the bear's massive size, any struggle from the ratman was futile. But just as the bear was about to crush the ratman's skull with its foot, the ratman suddenly vanished, just like the goblin priest before. This scene left the earth-violent bear momentarily stunned. Bayou bayou. The fire slime and poison slime tirelessly spat flames and venom at the earth-violent bear. Each burst of flame and venom left patches of bear skin on the bear. Annoyed, the earth-violent bear immediately turned its attention to the 2 round creatures. In terms of speed, the two blobs were certainly no match for the earth-violent bear. Just as it was about to catch one of the blobs, the bear suddenly pushed off the ground and lunged forward with its mouth wide open. However, the large blob vanished again. After biting into thin air, the earth-violent bear looked around restlessly, searching for the vanished target. Each time it was close to success, the target disappeared, which made the bear increasingly agitated. In the distance, Shen summoned back the summoned creatures he had recalled at a critical moment, sending them forward to form a formation and attack the earth-violent bear. This was Shen's shameless strategy. With the ability to recall summoned creatures at any time, and the characteristic of being able to resummon them after 5 seconds, as long as the enemy did not attack Shen, he could wear down the target with this tactic. Of course, if the enemy targeted Shen, he would definitely let the summoned creatures fight to the death to buy time if he couldn't win. The shameless strategy would then lose its effectiveness. However, as a magical beast, the earth-violent bear did not have a high intelligence. It did not realize that all of this was being controlled by Shen, and for a time, it did not shift its target to the distant Shen. Thus, after being hit by magic time and again while being unable to strike back at the enemy, the earth-violent bear became enraged. Roar! The earth-violent bear stood up again, howling at the sky in fury. Activated by the skill Enrage, the bear's size swelled even more. Standing upright, it reached a height of 3 meters, resembling a tank. Its already crimson pupils now emitted a chilling red light. Boom! The Earth Fury Bear charged out fiercely, crashing into a large tree ahead. The tree, as thick as an adult's waist, was directly broken. The Earth Fury Bear stood below, looking up at the falling Goblin Archer, its mouth wide open. Shen frowned in quickly, recalled the Goblin Archer. At this point, the Earth Fury Bear was already accustomed to such scenes. It leaped in place and smashed towards the dog-headed man. Compared to before, the Earth Fury Bear's speed had more than doubled. Shen dared not let the dog-headed man take it head-on and hurriedly recalled it. The Earth Fury Bear continued to attack the summoned creatures, and to prevent them from dying, Shen could only keep recalling and then resummoning them. Since the summoned creatures would appear next to Shen each time they were summoned, it wasn't long before the Earth Fury Bear followed closely to Shen's front. Moreover, judging by the Earth Fury Bear's nuclear goodness gaze, it seemed to have taken Shen as its next target. This is troublesome. Shen licked his lips and tightened his grip on the long sword. Although the Earth Fury Bear had patches of baldness and black fur, it still had over 3,000 health left, indicating that it was in good condition. In comparison, Shen's summoned creatures, even with Lizi's commander boost, would have died several times already without Shen's recalls. Roar! After smashing the ground a few times, the Earth Fury Bear charged towards Shen. At this moment, if Shen continued to care about the life and death of the summoned creatures, he would have to face the Earth Fury Bear himself. Therefore, Shen retreated while dodging, letting the dog-headed man step forward to block. Knowing it couldn't hold, Shen simply let the dog-headed man give up on defense. The Earth Fury Bear opened its mouth wide and bit down on the dog-headed man's chest. Before dying, the dog-headed man managed to slash at the Earth Fury Bear's neck. However, the wound was not deep. As the dog-headed man turned into white light and dissipated, the other summoned creatures simultaneously launched their attacks. The harpy let out a sharp scream, trying to control the Earth Fury Bear. But this time, the Earth Fury Bear showed no moment of confusion, almost pulling down the low-flying harpy. A whirlwind flew out from under the harpy's wings, and the wind blade from the level 6 wind wolf flew towards the Earth Fury Bear from 2 directions. The Earth Fury Bear didn't even dodge, charging straight towards Shen, allowing these spells to leave shallow wounds on its body. Just as it was about to catch up, Shen immediately sacrificed the materials he had prepared, summoning a 2-meter-tall troll to fill the position of the fallen dog-headed man. Thud! The Earth Fury Bear crashed into the troll, sending it flying several meters and breaking a large tree. Awooh! The level 5 wind wolf circled behind the Earth Fury Bear and bit its calf, activating the bite skill. Even so, its teeth barely broke the Earth Fury Bear's skin. Then, the wind wolf was swatted dead. Next, the Ratman and Slime that stood in front of Shen were torn to shreds by the rampaging Earth Fury Bear, dissipating into white light. However, each time a summoned creature died, a troll would appear in front of Shen. Before long, besides the Harpy, Goblin Priest, level 6 Windwolf, and Goblin Archer, Shen had 6 level 8 trolls in front of him. To resist the Earth Fury Bear, Shen directly cancelled the summon of the Goblin that was originally monitoring the battlefield and replaced it with a troll. Watching the 6 trolls work together to gradually restrain the Earth Fury Bear, Shen let out a sigh of relief. Trolls can take a hit. Using larger ones to deal with a larger opponent was indeed the right choice. If I can hold on for another 2 minutes, the magic power from World Devouring Rebirth will be enough for me to cast a fireball. The Earth Fury Bear and the 6 trolls began a close-quarters brawl. The sight of the large monster and the magical creatures tearing at each other with blood and flesh flying everywhere, left In Chen dumbfounded. An 8th level troll could not compete with a 10th level Earth Fury Bear, but with 6 trolls together, plus the commander bonus and other summon creatures assisting from the side, the Earth Fury Bear was gradually being suppressed. The troll pounded its fists into the Earth Fury Bear, which retaliated with its claws, leaving bloody scratches on the troll's body. The ground where they fought was soaked with blood, forming puddles. Roar! The Earth Fury Bear, with one ear torn off by the troll, suddenly let out a furious roar and then unleashed the skill Earthquake. Boom! The Earth Fury Bear stomped on the ground, charging fiercely towards In Chen, weaving through the airborne trolls. Seeing this, In Chen quickly recalled the troll. However, the Earth Fury Bear was too fast. Before the 5 seconds of recasting time had passed, it was already in front of In Chen. Lise, now! Upon hearing In Chen's command, Lise locked eyes with the Earth Fury Bear and activated the skill charm. At the same time, a harpy above unleashed the skill Dispel Scream. One control skill was manageable for the Earth Fury Bear, but 2 mental control skills used simultaneously plunged it back into confusion. And Chen rode the Wind Wolf to dodge the Earth Fury Bear's body, which was crashing towards him due to inertia, and raised his hands with the Goblin Shaman to gather a fireball. Aim for the head, explode for me. 2 1-meter diameter fireballs shot towards the Earth Fury Bear. Just as it shook off the daze, it was struck by the 2 fireballs. Double hit. Boom! Boom! The violent explosions shook the ground. The area where the Earth Fury Bear stood was engulfed in flames and smoke from which its powerless wails could be heard. Swish! 5 seconds had passed, and the 6 trolls were summoned again. They picked up the broken tree trunks around them and charged into the smoke with the logs. When they spotted a black shadow lying on the ground, all the trolls began to wildly swing their tree trunks and smash down. As the smoke cleared, the trolls had broken the trunks. Through the trolls' perspective, and Chen saw the Earth Fury Bear, its fur burned off, now blackened like charcoal. At this moment, it no longer had its previous might. The charred wounds had reopened under the troll's assault. Its right front paw was missing, and its head, which had been targeted, was first blown up and then smashed, exposing its skull. Even its 2 eyes had been gouged out by the trolls during the Earth Fury Bear's cries of agony. Despite this, the Earth Fury Bear was not dead yet. It still tried to bite the troll in front of it. Its tenacity made In Chen feel a bit ashamed. Bang! The troll that had been bitten swung its righteous iron fist in anger, smashing the Earth Fury Bear's brain matter out. The last 200 health points of the Earth Fury Bear dropped to 0. Obtained Earth Fury Bear, green, soul times 1, experience plus 500. Everything went just as I expected. And Chen looked at the Earth Fury Bear's corpse, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. The Earth Fury Bear had strong physical power, possibly even stronger than the Scythe Goblin. But In Chen dared to take action against the Earth Fury Bear while he did not against the Scythe Goblin. The main reason was that the intelligence of magical beasts was not on par with that of magical creatures. If it were the Scythe Goblin, it would definitely target In Chen and keep attacking. The Earth Fury Bear had already been scouted for a lot of information when it fought against the summoned kobolds earlier, so In Chen had summoned the trolls specifically for this purpose. After recovering his magic power, he teamed up with the Goblin Shaman to severely injure it. 500 experience points. Indeed, the stronger the creature, the more experience it gives. Chen looked at his experience, which was now 1103/3000, and walked over to the Earth Fury Bear's side. The trolls had pulled out the claws and teeth of the Earthstorm Bear, which were the materials needed to summon it. And Chen recalled the trolls and goblins, then tied the summoning materials to the Wind Wolf with a rope. Such a powerful magical beast, he wanted to wait until he was at a higher level to summon it. And Chen and Lizzie mounted the level 6 Wind Wolf and were about to leave when they saw 2 figures rushing in from the side. While In Chen was fighting the summoned creature and the Earth Violent Bear, a few hundred meters away, a group of people was battling for survival. They were the mercenaries who had been tricked by In Chen. Although Charlie shot and killed the summoned creature left by In Chen, it did not help the overall battlefield situation at all. Faced with a group of high-level goblins, the mercenaries began to suffer heavy casualties and were forced to retreat after holding on for a while. Damn it, these goblins are too high-level. Did we stumble into the heart of the Forbidden Forest? It's not impossible. We've chased In Chen straight in for at least 5 kilometers. Be careful, watch your surroundings. Everyone, follow the captain, we can definitely escape. Many of the mercenaries trapped in the encirclement were already panting, and the battle was clearly becoming strenuous. However, at this moment, no one from the Wolf Fawn group blamed Charlie. Instead, they believed he could lead them out. Hearing these words, Charlie's hand trembled as he drew his bow. Damn In Chen! Charlie hadn't expected that what started as a covert hunt for an 8th level guy would escalate to this situation. He had considered that this young man, who founded the Adventurers Guild, would be difficult to deal with. Perhaps In Chen's strength was more than it appeared, or perhaps he had some powerful trump card. but he never imagined that now his people were on the verge of annihilation, yet he hadn't even seen a shadow of Chen. From beginning to end, he and Sharp had been tricked by Chen. Ah, die for me. After shooting the last arrow from his quiver, Charlie swung his machete and engaged in a fierce battle with the goblins. In no time, he had killed 1 9th level and 2 7th level goblins. Everyone, follow me, and charge through a bloody path. Seeing Charlie's rampage, the Wolf Fong mercenaries ignited with hope for survival and roared as they followed behind him. The club-wielding goblin, engaged in battle with Sharp, saw Charlie's explosive attack and immediately called over a 9th level goblin and several 8th level subordinates to distract Sharp. It then turned its attention to Charlie. As the club-wielding goblin and Charlie clashed, Sharp suddenly broke free. Enduring a slash and a stab, Sharp managed to eliminate the goblins surrounding him. Sharp, Freeman, come help me and take down this guy, Charlie called out as he saw Sharp kill several goblins from a distance. Sharp scanned the battlefield and noticed only 2 bloodied mercenaries remaining, his eyelids twitching. Charlie was being targeted by that 10th level goblin and his momentum was blocked. Including Charlie, only 6 of the Wolf Fong members remained. Help! Sharp looked at the approaching 8th level goblins, his wounds still bleeding, and shook his head. We can't win, we need to retreat. Taking advantage of the nearby goblins not having fully surrounded him again, Sharp aimed for a direction and broke through. Captain Charlie, I will definitely find Chen and kill him too. Avenge you. Sharp's escape made Charlie's heart sink. That bastard, how could I forget he has a history of fleeing in battle? Captain Sharp, wait for me. Another voice rang out, and the surrounded mercenaries saw Freeman also fighting through his injuries to escape the encirclement, chasing after Sharp. Sharp, Freeman, damn it. Charlie's eyes turned red with anger. 2 10th level powerhouses had actually abandoned their teammates and fled. At this moment, the person Charlie most wanted to kill had shifted from Chen to Sharp and Freeman. But unfortunately, in his attempt to lead the Wolf Fong members out, he had been completely surrounded by goblins. The hope of breaking through was almost gone. Chen watched the 2 fleeing figures with a mocking smile on his face. From the wounds on their bodies, it was clear they had been bullied by that group of goblins. Chen, who initially wanted to leave, simply stood in front of the 2. Take advantage of his illness and take his life. It would be easier to deal with them here. Oh, isn't this Captain Sharp? Haven't seen you in a few days and you've gotten so weak? The 2, who were frantically fleeing for their lives, immediately felt anger rise as they saw Chen blocking their way. Nuwa. Freeman gritted his teeth as he glared at Chen, not even using his skills, and charged forward with his sword drawn. Chen jumped off the Wind Wolf, using his round shield to block Freeman's strike, kicking the latter away. The kick sent Freeman flying several meters, rolling for a few more. So weak? Chen looked at Freeman, who lay motionless on the ground, puzzled. However, Sharp had already rushed up, forcing Chen to focus his attention on him. While the 2 were engaged in battle, Freeman quietly got up from the ground and made a swift escape. They were only a few hundred meters from the battlefield, and Freeman didn't want to be held back by Chen here. What if Charlie and the others were all dead, and the goblins came after him and surrounded him? As for the grudge between Sharp and Chen, what did it have to do with Freeman? Anyway, when Sharp broke through earlier, he hadn't planned to take Freeman along. To prevent Sharp from fleeing out of fear, Chen temporarily refrained from summoning his creatures. Fortunately, Sharp was injured, limiting his movements. Chen barely managed to hold on against his gunfire attacks. Ding! Sharp's spear struck Chen's shield, and both of them halted their movements at that moment. Hearing Chen's rapid breathing, Sharp smirked. You little brat, I never expected you to come right to me. After what you did to me, you deserve to die 1,000 times. Are you so sure you can kill me? Humph. Sharp thrust his spear forcefully, pushing Chen back, and said disdainfully, You brought the goblins here and intercepted me, just waiting for me to get injured so you can take the chance to kill me. Chen's smile froze, and he frowned, asking, You figured it out? Ha, when I, Sharp, was out making a name for myself, you were still playing in the mud. Sharp laughed as he pulled out a transparent small bottle from his pocket filled with a red liquid. If it weren't for the increased number of guards in Grill Town and our desire not to make too much noise, we would have taken you out last night. Knowing you're a little thief, how could I lure you out without getting hurt? After saying that, Sharp drank the potion in the bottle, and the gruesome wounds on his body visibly healed at a rapid pace. Last time I saw, you had a few goblin summons, and that friend behind you. Let's all join forces. Or if you have any trump cards, bring them out. The recovering Sharp spoke with bravado. He remembered that Chen's summons were only around level 6 or 7, while that black-robed figure was only level 6. With his current strength, he could end the fight in a minute. Killing Chen and then escaping would not be too late. Is that so? Chen's gaze turned to the small bottle that Sharp had discarded, then he summoned a goblin archer, a harpy, a goblin priest, and 6 trolls. As the harpy appeared, it immediately flew behind Sharp, blocking his path. The trolls quickly surrounded Sharp. Sharp, wait, where are your level 6 or 7 goblins? What's with these level 8 trolls? Why does that goblin priest look so familiar? And this harpy. So you were the one directing the monsters that attacked Groll Town that night? Sharp looked up at the harpy hovering above and then glanced at the goblin priest beside Shen, cold sweat pouring down his back. If that monster attack was arranged by Shen, what kind of identity did Shen have? Could he be one of the demon race? Charge! While Sharp was wildly speculating, Shen gave the order, and 6 ogres rushed forward. Sharp was indeed the raging knight of Valkarm. Although he preferred to run away, his strength was certainly not weak. An 8th level ogre, while tough, could withstand the Earthstorm bear, but against the agile Sharp, it seemed somewhat clumsy. Fortunately, the harpy above occasionally launched aerial dive and harpy claw to harass Sharp. Sharp had to deal with the ogres while also keeping an eye on the harpy above and Shen's movements. This made his fighting quite frustrating. I was careless, Shen has too many summoned creatures. Relying on his nimble movements, Sharp had not sustained much injury, but his stamina was severely depleted. If this dragged on, he would likely be hit by the ogre's attacks. Even a single punch from such a giant would not feel good. No way, I have to run. Sharp cursed Freeman, who had just fled. If Freeman hadn't run, he could have used him as bait. But now he was all alone, and he could only rely on himself to break through, or find a way to rush to Shen and kill him. After thinking for a while, Sharp decided to try to reach Shen before fleeing. He had just realized a new skill in the past 2 days that he hadn't used in front of anyone yet: Speed Burst. The effect was to triple his speed for a short time. The skill he had learned before, Swift Walk, only doubled his speed. Using this skill, he charged towards Shen. If Shen had no backup, he would die. If he did, he could use this skill to escape as well. Holy shield! Having made up his mind, Sharp held the shield in his left hand and roared. The 50-centimeter diameter round shield immediately emitted a white glow. The ogre's fist struck it as if hitting steel, causing the ogre to shake its hand in pain. Spear of Fury. Sharp quickly thrust his spear with his right hand, piercing several wounds into the chest of another ogre nearby. Roar! One ogre behind saw this and charged at Sharp with a roar. Shield Bash. Sharp slammed his giant shield backward, colliding with the charging ogre. Thud! After a dull sound, the 2-meter-tall ogre was actually sent flying backward. Huff huff! Sharp used 3 skills in quick succession, consuming not only magic power but also a significant amount of stamina. However, he would not waste the opportunity of the gap he had just opened. Swift Walk. Sharp's speed suddenly doubled, and he burst through the gap in an instant. The harpy, which was about to swoop down, halted in midair and flew in another direction at Shen's command. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The goblin archers shot 3 arrows in quick succession, but Sharp's speed was too fast. By the time the arrows flew past, he had already run by Dai and Shen. Sharp rushed in front of Shen and thrust his spear forward. At the critical moment, Shen cancelled one of the summoned ogres, freeing up space to summon a dog-headed warrior in front of him. Thud! The spear pierced through the chest of the dog-headed warrior, blocking Shen. What? Sharp's expression changed drastically at this scene, and he exerted force with his right hand, trying to pull out the spear. But the dog-headed warrior held onto the spear tightly. Whoosh! The goblin priest conjured a fireball and hurled it at Sharp. Sharp quickly released his grip on the spear and retreated hastily. Master, he really wants to come over and kill you, just like he said. Just after losing his weapon, Sharp suddenly heard the black-robed man beside Shen say such a thing. This made him unable to help but look over. Then Sharp saw a pair of stunningly beautiful faces, with pupils radiating a purple glow. So many beauties. Sharp suddenly lost sight of Shen and was surrounded by a group of voluptuous women. But in the next moment he realized something was wrong. He had just been fighting Shen. In a moment of panic, Sharp bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain jolted him awake from the enchantment. But the next moment he was struck in the back by a troll's fist the size of a sandbag. Puff! While still in the air, Sharp spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his insides were about to shatter. After landing, Sharp glanced around, found a direction without trolls, activated the speed skill, and got up to run. The succubus actually calls Shen master. Sharp increasingly doubted Shen's human identity. He wasn't even thinking about killing Shen anymore. Under the protection of numerous summoned creatures, Sharp felt that without killing all the summoned creatures, he had no chance of reaching Shen. But who knew how many summoned creatures Shen had? The 6 trolls from earlier were already outrageous. Just as he managed to break through to Shen's front, another level 8 gnoll appeared. Shen had pushed Sharp to this point. How could he let him escape? Sharp thought that since he hadn't used his skills in front of people, they were his trump cards. But under the observation of 5 Vision Universal, all of Sharp's skills were clearly laid out. Although there were no skill descriptions, both speed and swift looked like acceleration skills. That was why Shen could predict that after Sharp created a gap in the encirclement, he would rush over. Besides that possibility, he would run away. At this moment, Sharp, who had lost his weapon, would definitely not continue fighting, he would only choose to escape. The direction without trolls was intentionally left open by Chen, because above that direction there was a harpy already prepared to scream. Just as Sharp sprinted out a short distance, he heard a piercing scream that hurt his eardrums. Thud! The faster he ran, the harder he fell. The shield in Sharp's left hand flew who knows how far. Enduring the fiery pain on his face, he had just been hit in the face. Sharp had just regained his vision and was about to get up and run again when he suddenly felt something slash at his left leg, followed by excruciating pain. Ah! Hearing Sharp's scream, Chen swung his sword again, severing Sharp's right leg. No! With both legs completely severed, Sharp let out a painful wail. At that moment he knew he was finished. Chen, I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. I'm already a cripple, I won't threaten you anymore, just let me go. Upon hearing Sharp's pleas for mercy, an unusual expression appeared on Chen's face. Such a familiar plea for mercy. It seems your brother begged me like this back then. What? Sharp was stunned momentarily, forgetting the pain. All along, he had thought Chen had killed his brother, but Chen had never admitted it, and his brother Harry's body had never been found. So Sharp still held a glimmer of hope. But now Chen suddenly admitted, do you know? Your brother also taught me some lessons. Although the human race in this world is weak, they are not united. Some people might want to kill you over trivial matters. And to deal with such people, if you have the strength, you must eradicate them completely. Chen pointed his sword at Sharp's heart, smiling as he said, go meet your brother. Thud! The cold sword pierced through Sharp. Chen, you monster, you will not die a good death. Sharp is dead. His body was burned by a goblin priest with a fireball. This also resolved a concern for Chen. But the fleeing Freeman is also a hidden danger. Chen put away his summon item, picked up Sharp's steel spear, and rode the wind wolf towards Freeman's direction. Master, I've leveled up to level 8. Liz, who was sitting behind him with her arms around Chen's waist, said excitedly. Chen was taken aback. Killing Sharp had also granted him 300 experience points, but he didn't expect Liz to level up. Checking Liz's information panel, her level had indeed changed from 7 to 8. Any changes? Changes? My magical power has increased and my physique has gotten a bit stronger. Then how? Do demons learn skills? Liz, who had the ability to learn independently, could learn other skills. Upon seeing Liz level up, Chen suddenly thought of the question of learning skills. If monsters needed to find a demon mentor to learn skills, then Liz's growth would be greatly limited. Demons are different from humans. A large part of demon skills is related to their race. Most demons, upon reaching a certain level, can automatically comprehend their racial skills. For example, my charm and night vision succubi automatically comprehend these skills after reaching level 5. Besides that, other skills require us to find ways to hone them ourselves. Their whip is a skill learned through hard work. Commander is also something they grasped by continuously learning from past war knowledge. Moreover, many demons will level up as they grow. However, different demons have different natural level caps. Once they reach the cap, if they want to break through and improve, they need to put in their own effort. I see. Chen nodded. Compared to humans who need to find mentors, obtain skill training methods, and practice hard, demons can comprehend skills upon reaching a certain level, and some powerful races may be born with many skills. Humans need to continuously train, fight, and hone their skills to level up. Some demons only need to grow normally for their levels to increase. No wonder humans are being suppressed by demons. The gap is just too big. After a sigh, Chen began to think about how to let Liz practice new skills. Freeman didn't know how long he had been running, but he felt lost in the forest. The core area of the Forbidden Forest had never been explored before. Freeman was unfamiliar with the terrain here. By the time he realized he was lost, he had no idea where he was. What the hell is this place? If I had known, I wouldn't have been greedy, following Sharp so deep for a few gold coins. Freeman angrily slashed at a nearby tree. All he felt now was regret. Sharp had promised him 5 gold coins as a reward for taking out Chen. Had he known this, he wouldn't have agreed in the first place. With his level 10, he could have walked confidently around the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Because of Sharp and Chen, his subordinates were dead, and he was lost. Thinking of Chen, Freeman stroked his chin and muttered to himself, why do I always feel like that kid Chen is a bit sinister? I wonder if Sharp managed to take him out. In this silent, deserted place, Freeman could only keep talking to himself to bolster his courage. Suddenly, a series of clanking chain sounds echoed nearby. Hearing this, Freeman quickly hid his figure. Before long, a tall goblin carrying a scythe with chains walked briskly out from the depths of the forest. Behind it followed a swarm of goblins. The aura fluctuations of these goblins were all above level 8. Seeing this scene, Freeman covered his mouth and nose, not daring to breathe. If this is discovered, I'm afraid it will be directly devoured. The leading scythe goblin is the one that was scared away by Chen earlier. It first went to the Goblin Cave to inform the Goblin King about the human invasion. Under the Goblin King's orders, the scythe goblin returned to its tribe, bringing along hundreds of elite goblins. The target, of course, is to eliminate all humans in the goblin forest. When passing by a large tree, the scythe goblin stopped. Oh no! The hidden freeman saw this scene and broke out in a cold sweat. He had just cut that tree, leaving a mark. Sure enough, after seeing the knife mark on the tree, the scythe goblin looked down and discovered the trampled grass. The outline of the footprints was clearly human. The scythe goblin immediately ordered the goblins behind it to search the area. Run! Seeing the goblins approaching his hiding spot, Freeman suddenly dashed out, running back the way he came, cursing himself for having only 2 legs. The scythe goblin was startled by Freeman's sudden escape, but upon realizing it was a human, it immediately led the goblins in pursuit. The wind wolf was tracking based on Freeman's scent. Suddenly, it stopped. And Chen had not commanded the wind wolf to stop, but soon he understood the reason for the wind wolf's halt. Just a few dozen meters ahead, Freeman burst out of the dense forest, howling like a wolf, with a group of goblins trailing behind him. In Chen's line of sight, a large number of level 8 and 9 goblins surged out. Turn around, turn around, turn around, run, run, run. And Chen was also startled by this commotion. Lizzie pointed in a direction and said, "Go that way, that's the way out of the forest." The wind wolf immediately turned around and ran in the direction Lizzie pointed. Chen. In his frantic escape, Freeman's heart sank when he saw Chen ahead. Chen appearing here clearly meant he was coming after him. This meant that Sharp had already been dealt with by Chen. Freeman wanted to cry. With hundreds of goblins behind him and Chen in front, how was he supposed to survive? Fortunately, Chen was also afraid of the goblins behind him and turned to run. When Freeman saw Chen change direction, he immediately pointed at Chen and shouted behind him, "Chase him! Chase him! Chase him!" The scythe goblin didn't understand Freeman's words, but it also didn't want to let Chen escape. It made a gesture, and some of the goblins behind it split off to chase after Chen. If it were a small area battle, the harpy could still soar in the dense forest. But in a chase like this, the harpy's speed was greatly reduced in the forest, making it slower than the wind wolf. So Chen did not summon the harpy to carry Lizzie away. Moreover, since Chen had already been spotted by the goblins, Lizzie's appearance at this moment might not intimidate this elite group of goblins. So, they could only run for their lives. Fortunately, the wind wolf was a 4-legged beast, and although it was only level 6 and had to carry both Chen and Lizzie, its speed was still faster than the goblins. The distance between them was originally less than 50 meters. As they ran, the gap widened. Some goblins drew their bows and shot arrows at Chen, trying to slow him down, but it was utterly useless. They either missed or hit the tree trunks. After nearly 20 minutes of desperate running, Chen finally escaped the forbidden forest. As for the group of goblins behind, it seemed they had long since stopped pursuing. If so many high-level goblins charge out, it would be a disaster for Grohl Town. Chen glanced back at the forbidden forest and ran towards Grohl Town. He needed to warn the residents of Grohl Town to prepare for evacuation. The capital of the Kingdom of Nigel, Sodar City. Compared to Valcam and the southern region, the walls of Sodar City stand tall and majestic. Within the city, buildings rise in abundance and the roads are interconnected. The streets are bustling with voices, and vehicles come and go endlessly, a level of prosperity that Valcam cannot compare to. Among the passers-by, besides humans, there are also half-orcs with beast-like features and dwarves. Even elves can be seen. This is just the outer city. At this moment, on a main road in the outer city, 3 figures are leisurely making their way. One of them, a burly man with 3 scars on his face, carries a broad-bladed sword on his back and looks at the graceful woman beside him with a flirtatious gaze, saying, "Miss Linda, the commission from Count Reynard has been completed. Shall we go have a couple of drinks?" The woman referred to as Linda is dressed in a midriff-bearing outfit and short leather pants, with a leather strap slung across her chest, holding a row of daggers. Upon hearing the burly man's invitation, Linda shows a hint of disdain. "A couple of drinks? Morris, if it weren't for your poor performance on this mission, we would have returned to Valcam long ago. You foul woman, what did you say?" Seeing Morris and Linda arguing again, the figure at the front turned around, revealing a werewolf's face. He looked at the tense pair and advised, "You two should stop it. This mission took a whole month, and we need to hurry back. I wonder how those guys managed the mercenary group while we were away. Who knows when we get back, Bloodstain might have surpassed that group of widows." Morris cast a glance at Linda's ample bosom, not hiding the lewdness in his eyes. "Pa, I wouldn't be surprised if Bloodstain got disqualified." Linda did not give in at all. The werewolf, Warwick, shrugged and turned towards the tavern where they would stay. The journey From the capital Sodar to Valkam is 1,000 miles, and even on fast horses it would take about 5 or 6 days to arrive. On the way back, these two rivals still have no idea how many times they will argue. Warwick, Linda, and Morris are the leaders of the three major mercenary groups in Valkam. A month ago, they accepted a commission from Count Reynard to go to Sodar for business. They had no idea what had happened in Valkam during this month. Inner city, the royal palaces, council chamber. King Charles XI instructed his attendants to distribute a piece of intelligence to the ministers, saying slowly, "This is news from Count Reynard in the southern region. I won't mention the monsters in the Forbidden Forest, but regarding the remnants of the Demon King's 7th Army in the Ire Mountains, Count Reynard is currently continuing his investigation. What are your thoughts?" The ministers, after reviewing the intelligence, looked at each other in shock. 10 years ago, the Demon King's 7th Army defeated the kingdom's frontline troops and swept through the kingdom, leaving many with lasting fears. So when they heard about the remnants of the 7th Army in the Ire Mountains, most chose not to believe it. Some ministers even began to angrily accuse Count Reynard of lacking evidence, making baseless claims, and disturbing the national sentiment. If Count Reynard were here, the minister's spittle would have splattered all over him. Although King Charles XI felt that the authenticity of this intelligence was debatable, he still prepared to send someone to investigate. After all, regarding the matter of the Demon King's 7th Army, it is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. King Charles XI did not want to experience the situation of being overrun by the 7th Army again. At this moment, the handsome third prince, Test, stood up and volunteered, saying, "Your Majesty, given Count Reynard's character, he should not be making unfounded claims. Moreover, even if there are no remnants of the 7th Army in the Ire Mountains, Count Reynard's letter also mentioned that there are thousands of monsters in the Forbidden Mountains, and the number of guards in Valkam is not even 1,000, making it impossible to carry out a cleanup mission. The child wishes to lead troops to Valkam and eliminate the monsters of the Forbidden Forest." King Charles XI looked at his son, nodding in satisfaction, and said, "Taster, I command you to lead the kingdom's 10th army of 3,000 men to Valkam to exterminate the monsters of the Forbidden Forest, and by the way, gather information about the Ire Mountains. If the news is true, assess the strength of the remnants. If they can be eliminated, kill them, if not, wait for reinforcements." Taster was only 25 this year, but he was already a level 20 great warrior, with exceptional talent. King Charles XI knew that the high-ranking officials of the 7th Army had all been slain by the Empire's Sword Saint. In his mind, the remaining remnants were all low-level monsters that wouldn't pose much of a threat. Sending Taster to eliminate the monsters would also increase his experience. Moreover, Taster had fought on the front lines last year and had rich combat and leadership experience. The recent events in the southern region made it quite suitable for Taster to handle the situation. Of course, for Taster's safety, the 11th king dispatched the royal guard to protect him. Far away in the town of Grol, Anshin was unaware that the leaders of the three mercenary groups were returning, nor did he know that the kingdom's third prince was about to lead troops to support Valkam. After running out of the Forbidden Forest, he returned to Grol and found the captain of the guards, sharing what he had seen regarding the elite goblin forces in the Forbidden Forest. When the guards heard that there were dozens of level 6 to 10 monsters, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Although the town's guards had increased to 30, they were absolutely no match for the elite goblin forces. Moreover, these were likely just a small part of the whole. Mavis and her team, who had escaped back, also confirmed the intelligence Anshin had brought back. When the elite goblins were deployed, Mavis did not venture too deep but had already approached the core area. When Anshin fled, he crossed paths with Mavis's team. However, the elite goblins chasing Anshin encountered Mavis. Naturally, Mavis did not dare to confront them head-on and hurriedly led her team to flee. The two, under the guidance of the captain of the guards, went to the town hall to find Mayor Rhea. Upon hearing the news, Rhea slumped in her office chair, exclaiming, "What a disaster! What are we going to do with so many monsters?" Anshin watched as Rhea kept instructing her subordinates to take action and decided to leave. At the moment he turned to leave, he noticed a regular hexagonal array plate standing on Rhea's desk. The plate was made of stone, engraved with intricate magical patterns. The 6 vertices of the stone slab were connected by magical patterns to form 2 triangles, identical to the shape of the contract he had with Liss. Coincidentally, the size of this stone slab was almost identical to the pit in the center of the ruined church. Mayor Rhea. Anshin stopped and pointed at the stone slab on the desk, asking, "Where did this slab come from?" Rhea had just sent someone to arrange for the townspeople to pack their things and be ready to evacuate at any moment. Hearing Anshin's question, she followed his finger to look. "You mean this slab? That was left by the previous mayor." According to the secretary, it was brought out from the Forbidden Forest by the former mayor. "After the previous mayor was killed while exploring the Forbidden Forest, I came here to take office, and this thing has been left here ever since. I still don't understand what it's for. Does Lord Anshin know?" Anshin shook his head and said, I don't know the specifics either, but can you give this to me? Upon hearing this, Ria did not hesitate at all. It's just a decoration for me. If Lord Anshin needs it, feel free to take it. For Ria, exchanging a useless stone slab for Anshin's favor was worth it. Moreover, if the goblin elite really attacked, they wouldn't take such a decorative stone slab with them when they retreated. Taking the palm-sized stone slab, Anshin examined it carefully. He found that apart from the magical patterns on it, there was nothing special. Could it be that it must be placed in that indentation? Anshin speculated in his heart. After leaving the council hall, Anshin found Lizzie waiting outside. Lizzie saw Anshin holding a stone slab in his right hand and asked in confusion, Master, why are you carrying a stone slab? This should be embedded in the center of that church. Oh, this size really seems to fit. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's go outside the town and see the situation. Anshin walked over to the wind wolf, which lowered its body voluntarily. Once Anshin and Lizzie were seated, the wind wolf began to run towards the outskirts of the town. At this moment, the streets of the small town were chaotic, with the workers sent out by Ria loudly shouting that monsters might attack the town, urging everyone to go home and pack their things, ready to flee at any moment. Hearing the news, the townsfolk all ran back home. As Anshin walked along, he saw nothing but disorder. Upon reaching the entrance, Anshin continued for a while, and arrived at an observation point where he could see the edge of the forbidden forest. It was only a few hundred meters from the forbidden forest, and 3 guards were nervously watching in that direction. Is there any situation? Anshin jumped off the wind wolf and asked the guards nearby. The guards all recognized Anshin, and one of them pointed towards the forest, saying, just now, dozens of goblins rushed out. When we saw them, we planned to return to Gruul town, but then we found they went back into the forest and there hasn't been any movement since. They rushed out and then returned? Anshin frowned, then rode the wind wolf in another direction, summoning a harpy where the guards couldn't see. The harpy flew towards the forbidden forest to begin scouting the situation. When it reached the edge, Anshin, through the harpy's vision, saw several sneaky goblins. These low-level goblins were at the edge of the forest, currently looking outwards. What's going on? Why do they seem afraid that we might attack? Those goblins were clearly acting as sentinels, observing the situation outside the forest. This left Anshin somewhat puzzled. Lizzie, are you sure there are nearly 2,000 monsters in the forbidden forest? This is what the Goblin King told me directly. If he wasn't lying, then yes, it's 2,000. Did the Goblin King tell you why, with so many hands, they don't launch a large-scale attack on human villages? Lizzie nodded and said, the Goblin King said he didn't receive orders from the other side of the AIE mountains. However, I don't think that's the reason. Although I haven't interacted much with the Goblin King, he gives me the impression of being very timid. Even though he's already level 11, he stays in his lair, but he always has a group of level 10 guards with him wherever he goes. After hearing this, Anshin showed a hint of confusion on his face. However, given the current situation, the monsters in the forbidden forest would not rush out to attack the villages. This could possibly be the command of the timid Goblin King. You can't jump to conclusions too early. It's daytime, and they are likely to attack the village under the cover of night. And Shen licked his lips and let the harpy fly into the forest to continue gathering intelligence. 2. And Shen's surprise, the group of elite goblins seemed to have truly retreated to the core area. The harpy flew all the way to the ruins of the church without encountering any monsters above level 6. Could it be that they really have retreated? After thinking for a moment, and Shen summoned a level 5 goblin again. Previously, the dog-headed man had been pierced by a shot from Sharp and died after holding on for a while, freeing up a summoning slot. The summoned goblin ran straight into the forbidden forest and found a few goblins on watch, starting to gather information. These sentry goblins did not expect that the goblin before them was a human summon. When they heard that the summoned goblin had just woken up from some corner, a few sentry goblins began chattering away, explaining to Shen's summon. They talked about how a human vanguard had just entered the forest, killing many monsters, and many humans had also been killed, including humans being chased by the goblin race from the core area, fleeing the forest. All of this was known to Shen. When Shen controlled the goblin to ask why they didn't chase after them, the other goblins looked at the summoned goblin with puzzled expressions. Are you still half asleep? Once we reach level 6, we have to reside in the core area. Without a task or the king's permission, those above level 6 cannot leave the forest at will. Why? Rules are rules. There are no reasons for everything. So, does that mean the goblins that came out of the core area have already retreated? Of course. We were sent here to keep an eye on things. If any humans come in, we report back immediately. Hearing this response, Shen, who was hiding in the distance, breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to his previous observation point and informed the guards that the crisis was averted. The goblins would not attack Gruul town for the time being. Then he quietly made his way to the edge of the forest and eliminated the few low-level sentry goblins. Normally, this time would be when the goblin population was on high alert and he shouldn't continue to venture into the forbidden forest. However, Shen had just obtained the mysterious stone tablet, and if he didn't take the opportunity to put it back now while the elite goblins were returning, it would be much harder to do so later if the Goblin King sent a group of high-level goblins to use the church ruins as a base. Such a situation was not impossible. Using the safe route previously explored by the Harpy, Shen quickly arrived at the church ruins. He walked to the central area, found the depression, and took out the stone tablet, inserting it into the slot. Buzz! After the stone tablet was embedded, it suddenly emitted a faint white light. Then Shen had an idea. He thought about offering the souls of the monsters he had collected to the stone tablet. Shen's eyes widened in shock at his own thoughts. He tentatively offered the souls of 10 white-level slimes. Soon, Shen noticed that the souls of the 10 slimes flew out from him and were absorbed into the stone tablet. After absorbing the souls, the tablet's glow brightened a bit more. This must be related to the god of summoning. After forming a guess in his heart, Shen began to offer the remaining few hundred white-level souls one by one. When he offered the 500th white-level soul, the magical patterns on the stone tablet all lit up and connected to the 12 stone pillars around through several magical lines on the ground. In Shen's astonished gaze, the bases of those broken stone pillars also emitted light, forming a hexagram through the connections. Standing within the hexagram, Shen clearly felt the speed of his internal magical power recovery accelerate. During the previous battle, Shen's magical power had been nearly exhausted. At this moment, it was recovering at a speed of 5 points per second. At this rate, Shen's 1000 points of magic power would be fully restored in less than 4 minutes. In addition, Shen's consciousness once again entered that void. This time, Shen entered the void, and suddenly a light screen appeared before him. The scene playing out was of a faceless figure being besieged by dozens of goblins on a grassland. Could it be a summoner? Shen looked at the shadow in the light screen, feeling somewhat uncertain, because the figure was holding a magic staff. When Shen summoned, he didn't need a staff. Then, the figure in the light screen proved to be a summoner through action. Just as the monsters were about to rush forward, the figure waved his left hand, and 5 summoned creatures suddenly appeared in front of him. These summoned creatures included spiders, leopards, as well as goblins and dog-headed creatures. Once the summoned creatures appeared, they immediately engaged in battle with the rushing monsters. From the battle situation between the summoned creatures and the goblins, Shen guessed that both the summoner and the goblins were no higher than level 6. The individual strength of the summoned creatures was stronger than that of the goblins, and soon several goblins were killed. However, the summoned creatures were also injured in the melee. The level of the summoned creatures should be slightly stronger than the goblins, but there are too many goblins. The first batch of summoned creatures won't last long. When Shen saw the 5 summoned creatures covered in wounds, he thought the summoner in the light screen would summon another batch of creatures. Suddenly, the summoner raised the staff in his hand. The staff emitted a soft white light, which then fell upon the injured summoned creatures. To Shen's astonishment, the wounds on the summoned creatures were rapidly healing. Healing magic. Shen was stunned. So far, he only had a low-level healing skill, which he learned from a large slime. But that was a skill for himself and couldn't heal summoned creatures. In the light screen, the healed summoned creatures regained their vitality and fought against the surrounding goblins. Moreover, as the shadow waved the staff again, a layer of red aura appeared on the summoned creatures, doubling their combat power and pushing back the charging goblins. In the end, all the monsters besieging the shadow were killed. The scene displayed on the light screen came to an end. Then the light screen transformed into a ball of white light and flew towards Shen. Suddenly, a legacy appeared in Shen's mind: 2 skills. One of them was the skill to heal summoned creatures, Battle Song. The other was the skill to enhance the combat power of summoned creatures, Berserk. In addition, Shen's mind also contained something resembling a map. On a pitch-black plane, a glowing white dot represented Shen's position. Near the white, there was also a green dot flashing continuously. The meaning was clear. According to previous experience, white represented levels 0 to 5, while green represented levels 6 to 10. This green dot clearly represented another church. Or rather, a legacy. The map flickered in Shen's mind for a moment before disappearing. As his consciousness returned, Shen glanced northeast. In his heart, he felt a connection with the position of the green dot. He could sense that the position represented by the green dot was indeed to the northeast, waiting for Shen to sacrifice his soul. Sigh, according to the levels, I should find this stone slab and sacrifice a white level soul to activate this formation and obtain the legacy skills before I reach level 6. Unfortunately, Shen only understood this now. If he had obtained the summoner's legacy skills earlier, his leveling speed in the early stages could have at least doubled. Both legacy skills at this moment were white tier skills. Battle Song could heal serious injuries of summoned creatures from levels 0 to 5, consuming only 50 mana points, but could only heal light injuries of summoned creatures above level 6. Meanwhile, Berserk, which could double the combat power of summoned creatures below level 5, could only enhance summoned creatures above level 6 by at most 20%. However, these two skills can be upgraded by sacrificing a green level soul. And Shen unhesitatingly sacrificed 2 green level Ratman souls. The two skills immediately rose to green tier. Their healing effects and enhancement effects also reached the corresponding levels. As long as it wasn't a severe injury like a severed limb, the green tier Battle Song could basically heal it, and it was a group heal. Meanwhile, the green tier Frenzy could double the enhancement of summoned creatures above level 6 within a minute, also as a group. Lizi's Commander skill merely increased the strength of summoned creatures by 10%. Each release of these two skills only required 200 mana points. With the existence of these two skills, Shen's summoned creatures would greatly increase in power. The combined enhancement of Commander and Frenzy was enough for an 8-level summoned creature to take on a 9-level monster. With the 10 8-level summoned creatures Shen currently possessed, they should be able to easily surround and kill ordinary 10-level monsters under enhancement. However, the release conditions for these two summoner skills were different from those obtained by Shen using Spirit Offering. The latter could be released at any time, but the former required a staff as a medium. Looks like I need to prepare a staff in the future. Shen glanced at the long sword and shield on him, grinning. Shen bent down, wanting to take out the stone tablet, but found that it had already merged with the entire magic circle and couldn't be pried out. Damn, why can't I get it out? The church that activated the magic circle was like a blessed land for Shen. The hexagram array had dimmed now, but it hadn't stopped operating. Although the pillars were broken, the hexagram array seemed to only need the base to function. The magical patterns on the pillars, according to Shen's guess, should be protective formations for the church. The operating hexagram array could absorb the surrounding stray mana and then replenish Shen's mana while he was within the array. The mana that had been completely consumed was replenished in just a few minutes. Even Lizi and the Wind Wolf's mana was fully restored. But this was the Forbidden Forest, and Shen couldn't stay here forever. If the stone tablet was destroyed here, the loss would be great. After busying around for a while nearby, not only did he fail to retrieve the stone tablet, but he also encountered a group of low-level goblins. Without Shen needing to lift a finger, Lizi and the Wind Wolf charged in and dealt with a dozen or so goblins. A dozen white-level souls were absorbed into Shen's body. He glanced at the depths of the Forbidden Forest inside. Seems the goblins in the Forbidden Forest must be cleared out quickly. Shen had already decided to remodel the area around the church to serve as a base for adventurers. However, to accomplish this, he first needed to eliminate nearly 2,000 goblins in the Forbidden Forest. This included hundreds of goblins above level 6 and an 11-level goblin king. Thinking of this, Shen licked his lips and muttered to himself, according to custom, to activate the magic circle represented by the green, it should require the sacrifice of 500 green-level souls. I hope there are enough monsters of this level in the Forbidden Forest. Lizi, let's go. Master, where to? Find a way to hunt those goblins that won't come out. With the hexagram array in place, he could return to replenish his mana when it ran out. Plus, with the 2 new summoner skills he had learned, Shen felt that as long as he didn't make a big commotion, safety wouldn't be a problem. Name: Shen race, human level, 8 experience, 1430/3000 profession, summoner magic power, 1000 talent, spirit offering, green tier, omniscient vision, green tier, skills, world devour, rebirth 0 of 1000, rainbow tier, battle song, green tier, frenzy, green tier, explosive fireball, green tier, high pressure acid spray, green tier, advanced perception, green tier, basic healing, white tier. Shen's skill levels in the white tier correspond to the 0 tier of other professions, while the green tier corresponds to the first tier. After killing the Earth Violent Bear and Sharp, Shen still needed half the experience to level up. Based on the previous experience of 10 to 20 points for killing an 8-level goblin, Shen needed to kill at least over 100 more 8-level goblins. The outskirts were all low-level goblins, and collecting green-level souls for experience was too slow. So Shen directly took Lizi to the core area. This was certainly a bit risky, as the elite goblins had just been dispatched. But now there were no other humans in the forest. As long as Shen hid well, he wouldn't alert them. He summoned all the trolls, forming a circle with a radius of 50 meters centered around him. Perhaps due to some new orders from the Goblin King, Shen encountered quite a few low-level goblins rushing towards the outskirts while heading to the core area. To avoid trouble, Shen couldn't be bothered with these low-level monsters and concealed himself to let them pass. Until he came across a squad of monsters led by an 8-level goblin. This squad had 13 goblins. Besides the 8-level one, there were 4 7-level ones, and the rest were all 6-level. This group of goblins was happily squatting in an open area eating some food. As he got closer, and Shen realized they were holding human limbs and severed arms. It seems these are the goblins that fought with Charlie and the others before. The food in the goblins' hands was, of course, the dead mercenaries. We're about a kilometer away from the battle site. They must have been sent out to guard. After carefully observing the positions of all the goblins, and Shen signaled Lizzie and the trolls to move out together. The goblins, who were happily eating, suddenly noticed movement around them. They immediately picked up their weapons and excitedly ran over. But to their disappointment, it wasn't humans that came, but a group of trolls. How did so many trolls get in from outside? The leading 8th-level goblin stared at the approaching trolls, momentarily stunned. Trolls were stronger in combat than goblins of the same level, but they were a bit less intelligent and were usually used as muscle by the goblins. The 8th-level goblin originally planned to drive the trolls back to their own tribe, but then saw Lizzie behind the trolls. High-ranking demon. Although this goblin had never seen Lizzie, it knew she was a succubus. At this moment, Lizzie had already removed her cloak and used the disguise skill to change her level to 10. Sensing the oppressive aura from Lizzie, the group of goblins felt a bit scared. Lizzie scanned the area and said seriously, "Do you know me?" The goblins shook their heads in unison. "No." Just as Lizzie was about to flaunt her identity, she suddenly hesitated. Then she let it go. After all, when she was looking for the Goblin King before, not all the goblins had seen her. It was normal for some goblins not to recognize her. "Come stand in front of me." Upon hearing Lizzie's command, the goblins exchanged glances and reluctantly walked in front of her. "Turn around." Under Lizzie's pressure, the goblins, though confused, complied. When a group of goblins had their backs to Lizzie, and Shen immediately ordered the trolls to attack. 6 giant trolls clenched their fists the size of sandbags, aiming at the unguarded goblin heads. With a single punch, they sent one reeling, knocking it unconscious to the ground. The sight of their fallen companion alerted the other goblins, who quickly turned to distance themselves. "Am I beautiful?" The level 8 goblin's angry expression hadn't even formed before it caught sight of Lizzie's purple pupils. Then, it was pierced through the heart by Shen's sword, dying with reluctance. The remaining 6 goblins were all level 6 and had already drawn their weapons. If it weren't for the harpy and the goblin shaman blocking their path, they would have fled long ago. One goblin, with small eyes fixed on Shen, shouted to Lizzie, "As a succubus, how can you conspire with so many demons and humans? The king will not let you go." Shen waved his hand, and all summoned creatures except the goblin shaman charged forward. The goblin shaman's magic was too loud. It was only there to intimidate the goblins and block their escape. In less than a minute, the last few goblins were also killed. After collecting 13 green-level goblin souls, Shen instructed the goblin shaman to burn the bodies to ashes, along with the remains of the humans. After clearing the battlefield, Shen continued to lead Lizzie deeper into goblin hunting. Whenever they encountered small groups of goblins, Lizzie would go out first to scare them. Generally, she could intimidate them, allowing for a sneak attack to take out a few. But there were times when it didn't work. Fortunately, Shen specifically targeted goblin groups of 15 or fewer, preventing any from escaping to report back. For the next few hours, Shen kept circling the core area. He would kill a few from this goblin group, then move to that goblin group. The number of goblins hunted reached over 80, including 7 level 9 goblins. As time passed, the disappearance of so many high-level goblins began to raise alarms among the various groups. Just as Shen returned from the church after replenishing his magic, he noticed that the number of patrolling goblins had increased several-fold. However, he was only about 40 experience points away from leveling up to level 9, needing to kill just 2 level 9 goblins to upgrade. Shen decided to finish one last job before leaving. The target was quickly chosen. 5 goblins were cautiously walking through the forest, led by a level 9. After they entered the encirclement, Shen ordered his summoned creatures to charge in, quickly resolving the battle. The experience gained was just enough to reach level 9. However, that level 9 goblin blew the whistle hanging around its neck just before dying. The moment the sound spread through the forest, Shen quickly retreated. But he was still intercepted by a goblin team led by a level 10 goblin that had come in response to the noise. This team was small, only 6 goblins, but their quality was high, with the lowest being level 9. They were just over 100 meters away and rushed over as soon as they heard the whistle. After blocking Shen, they also blew their whistles. Nearby elite goblins began to converge towards them, Shen realized the situation, being blocked for even a minute, could lead to being surrounded by the incoming goblins. Without hesitation, Shen cancelled the 6 trolls and, along with the previously reserved summoning slots, summoned 7 level 9 goblins. Taking the staff from the goblin shaman, Shen used the skill, Rage. The enhanced summoned creatures flashed with red light and charged forward. With superior numbers and doubled combat power, this group of goblins could only hold their ground against the leading level 10 goblin. The others were quickly overwhelmed. The enhanced Lizzie also briefly controlled the level 10 goblin with charm, allowing the summon creatures to take the opportunity to kill it. Seeing this scene, Shen felt that the rage skill was truly a godly technique for a summoner. This was the kind of skill a summoner should have. After spending less than half a minute dealing with the group of goblins, Shen already heard the sounds of goblins coming from not far away. He didn't even collect the loot and turned to run. On the way to escape, Shen encountered the outer goblins. However, these outer goblins were mostly low-level beings, unable to stop Shen and Lizzie, who were riding the wind wolf. After running out of the forest, Shen hid outside. Once he observed that no goblins had chased after him, he returned to Gruul Town. Inside the forbidden forest, it was bustling with activity. Groups of goblins, trolls, dog-headed men, and ratmen filled the area. In just one day, humans had invaded twice and killed so many of their kin. The monsters were all furious. The leaders of the 8 elite monster clans guarding the Goblin Cave were gathered around the Goblin King, clamoring to go out and hunt humans. The Goblin King, sitting on a stone seat, was not particularly tall, only about 1.50 meters. He held a magic wand in his hand and wore an iron crown on his head. Hearing the leaders' pleas for battle, the Goblin King sighed, looked up at the glowing stone embedded in the cave ceiling, and said softly, "This day has finally come." Humans had invaded twice and killed over 100 monsters. As the Goblin King, no matter how unwilling he had to retaliate. Let the monsters in Mir Village and those scattered elsewhere retreat, and then inform the lords of the Iron Mountains that humans have begun sending scouts, and war may start at any time. Yes. A level 10 Ratman leader, upon hearing the order, ran out of the cave, preparing to select a few fast ones to report to the Iron Mountains. The other leaders also left one after another to return to their clans and start preparing. It was already afternoon, and it was estimated that they would receive a reply from the Iron Mountains by tomorrow. I hope it's just the people from that city who are taking action against us and not that plague god wanting to eliminate us. The Goblin King shook his head, trying not to think of those unpleasant memories. He looked at the scythe goblin below and asked, "You mentioned earlier that some goblins used Lady Lizzie's information to lure you away and attempted to ambush you, then suddenly disappeared?" "That's right. Here's how it happened." The scythe goblin began to recount in detail the situation he encountered that morning to the Goblin King. When Chen returned to Gruul Town, he found the town had a somewhat desolate feeling. The few pedestrians he encountered on the road were all hurrying alone. He made his way to the mayor's office and found the mayor. After some inquiries, he learned that the town's residents had mostly been informed about the relocation news. Tomorrow morning, everyone was preparing to set off for Valcam. If there were any other way, no one would want to leave the town, Riyas said, with a worried expression. But knowing that there are so many monsters in the Forbidden Forest and they could come out at any time, we can't dare to stay here any longer. Gruul Town doesn't have enough guard strength to withstand these monsters. Leaving here means at least we won't have to live in fear every day. What Mayor Riyas said was exactly what the townspeople were thinking. After all, the crops they had planted were destroyed by the hordes of slimes during the last monster night raid. Besides their houses, they had nothing else to be attached to here. Even if they had to live as poor people in Valcam, it was better than living near the Forbidden Forest, worrying every day about a group of powerful monsters coming out. And Shen naturally had no objections to the townspeople leaving. Without the townspeople, Shen could freely hunt monsters in the Forbidden Forest without worrying about them retaliating against the townsfolk. He stayed another night at the Light Moon Tavern. The next day, Uncle Lewin and Uncle John, along with their families and luggage, followed the large group to Valcam. Accompanying them were 30 soldiers and Mavis's mercenary team. After walking a distance with the crowd, Shen deviated from the group. "Anshin, aren't you going back to Valcam?" Maywise asked in confusion as Anshin changed direction. They had already discovered the elite goblin troops in the Forbidden Forest, so the exploration mission could be considered complete. Maywise couldn't understand why Anshin was heading northeast instead of returning to Valcam. "I have some personal matters to attend to." Anshin's original plan was to obtain 500 green-level souls in the Forbidden Forest before heading to the location of that green dot in his mind. However, when he went to explore the Forbidden Forest early this morning, Anshin found that a large number of high-level goblins had appeared on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Low-level goblins could be seen every 10 meters or so. It looked like they were ready to charge out of the Forbidden Forest and flatten Gruul Town. This behavior of the goblins made Anshin hesitant to rush in. Those hundreds of high-level goblins were not to be underestimated. If he were to get surrounded by goblins alone, even staying in the church could lead to his demise. In this situation, it was better to let the goblins wait for a couple of days. After all, the people of Gruul Town had already evacuated. Even if they charged towards Gruul Town, it would only be an empty town for them. Moreover, Anshin was concerned that the unknown area to the northeast was different from the church in the Forbidden Forest, so he planned to check it out first. Riding the wind wolf, Anshin sped across the grasslands, heading northeast. Sodar King City. The third prince, Teister, led 3,000 soldiers and supplies, leaving the king city in a grand procession. News of the third prince's mission to eliminate the remnants of the Demon King's 7th army in the southern border spread throughout the king city. The entire king city was abuzz with discussions about this matter. Teister's image gradually became great in the hearts of the king city's residents. The Ire Mountains. In a dilapidated stronghold, several differently shaped monsters gathered together, staring at the Ratman who had come to deliver news. After listening to the Ratman's report, a lion-headed man looked at the others and asked in a low voice, "For 10 years, the border city of the Nigger Kingdom has not stepped into the Ire Mountains, and they rarely even set foot in the Goblin Forest. Why have they sent a scouting team this time? What do you all think?" The lizard man beside him flicked its tongue, its eyes darting around, fixating on the slender figure nearby, and said ominously, "There is no doubt that the humans are acting this way because of Lissa's attack on human villages led by Era." The lizardman's speculation made the high-ranking demons present nod in agreement. For nearly 10 years, there had been no signs of proactive attacks from humans. Yet, as soon as Era led troops to attack human villages, humans immediately sent scouts to explore the Goblin Forest. The succubus Era's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. In the intelligence relayed by the Ratman, Era only heard one thing. That was, Liz might have been killed while attacking human villages. "Damn humans, whoever killed my sister, I will find you and make you wish you were dead." On the outskirts of Mill Village, a human outpost was bustling with nearly 100 adventurers taking a break. These adventurers had all accepted the task of hunting the monsters of Mill Village. In the past 2 days in Grul Town, Xuefei Bai and Lu Yen, among others, had also been fighting in Mill Village. Having learned new skills, Xuefei Bai and the others, combined with their individual talents, were far stronger than their peers, significantly increasing their monster hunting speed. Before long, everyone had leveled up to level 6. They even successfully hunted down 2 level 8 goblins leading a monster patrol team. This team had originally intended to hunt adventurers. Although everyone was severely injured, Xuefei Bai managed to break through to level 6 and reach level 7. While the adventurers were resting, they suddenly saw a nimble adventurer sprinting back to the outpost, panting, "We've discovered that the monsters in Mill Village are packing up. It seems they are about to retreat. They've loaded several carts with the crafted equipment. What should we do?" "What?" The adventurers turned to look at Xuefei Bai and the others in the crowd. Even the newly joined adventurers knew that Xuefei Bai and his companions had a close relationship with the guild leader, and their adventurer badges bore the first few digits. Moreover, the strength of Xuefei Bai and his companions had been recognized by everyone. A level 7 Xuefei Bai was already considered a master among the adventurers guild. "If they manage to leave, how are we supposed to hunt the monsters and complete our task?" A single sentence from Xuefei Bai instantly ignited the fighting spirit within the adventurers. Currently, there were about 200 monsters in Mill Village, with fewer than 50 being level 6 or above. The strongest among them was a level 9 goblin. This information had been gathered by Mark during his deep explorations. If it weren't for the fact that this leading goblin kept a low profile and was surrounded by a group of trolls for protection, Mark would have shot it down at that time. However, the information Mark brought back from his exploration task had given the other adventurers an understanding of the dangers in Mill Village. In the past 2 days, many had taken the initiative to team up with Xuefei Bai and the others to learn from them. Although this arrangement was similar to that of a mercenary team, the rewards they earned from their tasks only required a 5% handling fee, with the rest evenly split among the team members, without needing to hand over half of the rewards to the mercenary group. Other mercenaries doing tasks were envious of this. Moreover, the number of adventurers coming to Mill Village for tasks was limited, and everyone got along well, allowing them to trust their backs to their teammates during battles. The strong ventured deeper into Mill Village, while the weaker ones could hunt down isolated monsters on the outskirts. Many adventurers had earned quite a bit during their tasks, and their strength had also improved. All of this was thanks to the monsters of Mill Village. Now that these monsters were about to leave, the adventurers were somewhat reluctant. "Since that's the case, let's go for a big score." Xuefei Bai sent someone to inform Mark, who was resting and sleeping. After confirming that there was a level 9 goblin in Mill Village, the Viscount had issued a Black Iron level task to the Adventurers Guild to kill this goblin, with a reward of 1 gold. Mark had attempted to go in alone last night but had retreated for various reasons. Now that the monsters were retreating, it was also Mark's last chance to hunt the level 9 goblin. "Hurry, find someone to keep an eye on the monsters' movements and see if they are heading towards the Forbidden Forest. The rest of you, get ready. Once we figure out their route, we need to get ahead of them, set up traps, and ambush them." Looking at the adventurers around him, eager for action, Xuefei Bai licked his lips and said, "As the acting guild leader, I am now issuing a collective guild task: intercept the retreat of the monsters from Mill Village. Task level, Black Iron. Task objective, try to make them leave their equipment behind. Kill as many monsters as possible. Don't be greedy, everyone's safety is the most important." Task reward: captured loot. Oh. A group of adventurers immediately sprang into action. Lu Yen walked over to Xuefeibai and whispered, "They must be retreating to the Forbidden Forest." "I know." Xuefeibai nodded, his face serious as he said, "And Shen should be fighting in Grul Town right now. If this equipment is transported back to the Forbidden Forest and strengthens the monsters there, it could affect In Shen. That's why we need to do our best to intercept this batch of equipment. Fortunately, we managed to trick them into coming here. Otherwise, with just our 100 adventurers, it would be quite difficult." Deng Qingxue smiled as she looked at the dozen excited mercenaries nearby. These mercenaries were disciples of the various mentors from Valcam. Although not all had come, among those present, the highest level was already level 8. Together with Mark, who was also at this outpost, they now had the strength to ambush the monsters from Mill Village. The monsters, busy packing up to flee, had no idea that the road home was fraught with difficulties. Mistakenly thinking In Shen was still in Grul Town, he had been riding the Wind Wolf southeast for a whole day. Excluding rest time, at the speed of the Wind Wolf, he had covered at least over 200 kilometers. When he stayed overnight in a town, In Shen learned that he had already left the southern border of the Nigel Kingdom and reached the eastern border. At this moment, his internal compass still pointed east. The next day, In Shen headed east. Near noon, he finally found a dilapidated church in a valley. At such a distance, without the Wind Wolf, it would have taken In Shen at least a week to get here. The church in the valley was as dilapidated as the one in the Forbidden Forest. It was overgrown with weeds and occupied by dozens of face-like ghost-faced spiders. Race: ghost-faced spider. Level 10. Profession: none. Life: 2500 magic, 1000 skills, web spinning, web weaving, venom injection. When In Shen saw that the highest level of these ghost-faced spiders was only 10, with the rest being level 7 or 8, he breathed a sigh of relief and sent a goblin forward to test the waters. The ghost-faced spiders, sensing the movement on the web, began to stir. As soon as the goblin stepped into the church, it was hit by countless strands of webbing and wrapped up like a dumpling. The web was sticky, and once wrapped, it became incredibly hard. The trapped goblin could not escape at all. One ghost-faced spider crawled in front of the immobilized goblin, opening its mouth wide enough to split its ears, revealing 4 venomous fangs. Just as it was about to strike, the goblin suddenly vanished. The ghost-faced spider was left confused, only to be met with 2 massive fireballs. It was In Shen and the goblin shaman casting explosive fireball. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky, and many ghost-faced spiders that failed to dodge in time were turned to ashes. In Shen also obtained a brand new monster soul. Acquired ghost-faced spider soul, white times 22. Acquired ghost-faced spider soul, green times 3. Do I need spider fangs and spider legs to summon? After learning the summoning conditions, In Shen ordered his summons to attack a group of ghost-faced spiders. To explore the church, these ghost-faced spiders had to be cleared out first. The ghost-faced spiders are, after all, magical beasts, and their intelligence is not comparable to that of monsters. Lured by In Shen, these ghost-faced spiders were drawn out in batches and then fell victim to the onslaught of summoned creatures. After more than an hour, all 42 ghost-faced spiders were cleared away, including 13 green-level souls. Counting the stock In Shen had in the Forbidden Forest, he now possessed 103 green-level souls. Kala and Shen stepped into the church, treading carefully on the gravel while observing his surroundings. This church was several times larger than the one in the Forbidden Forest. However, in terms of structure, they were basically the same. Unfortunately, only a base of the statue remained in this church. The broken walls were covered with a mass of green vines, adding a touch of life to the church, though many of the vines had been scorched by the fireball earlier. 1, 2, 11, 12. Although they were all broken, and Shen still found 12 stone pillars around, as well as the stone slab in the center. Fortunately, nothing is missing, otherwise, I wouldn't know where to look. It was pure luck that In Shen found the stone slab in the Forbidden Forest. As he approached the stone slab, the green dot in his mind stopped flickering and dimmed. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Shen's consciousness. Only by sacrificing 500 green-level souls could he obtain the green tier inheritance of the summoner. Well, it really is 500. And Shen had held onto a glimmer of hope. What if he didn't need too many green-level souls to obtain the inheritance? But after confirming the number, he turned his gaze to the surrounding valley. Ao Sangsi Valley. It is the collective name for the valley that stretches for dozens of miles in this area. According to the information he gathered from the village where he rested last night, it is also known as the Eastern Region Monster Valley. The number of monsters in the valley is quite low, but various magical beasts reside within. Moreover, their levels range from level 0 to above level 11. The deeper one goes, the more ferocious the magical beasts become. However, the presence of magical beasts indicates that this place has hardly been developed. Aosengsi Valley is rich in resources, including precious herbs, minerals, and more. Therefore, it has attracted the attention of many merchants. These merchants either send their own guilds guards into the valley to search for herbs or hunt magical beasts, or they commission mercenary groups to find what they need. Compared to the resources of the entire Aosengsi Valley, only a tiny portion has been exploited by human professionals. In fact, every year, some novel items are discovered and sold at high prices. Thus, mercenary groups have always been exploring here. However, when mercenaries are attacked by magical beasts, they may also lose their lives. It is said that around 200 mercenaries die in Aosengsi Valley each year. No mercenary would choose to enter this valley alone. The valley is filled with magical beasts capable of killing mercenaries in a single blow. But for Chen, the difficulty of fighting monsters here might be even simpler than in the Forbidden Forest. The monsters in the Forbidden Forest are intelligent. If Chen accidentally falls into an encirclement, it would be nearly impossible for him to escape alive. The magical beasts in Aosengsi Valley do not cooperate. Not only do they not unite, but when they encounter each other, they also fight. At most, magical beasts of the same clan live together, but the number of a single clan is not too large. As for those adept at hiding, Chen looked towards a spot just a few dozen meters outside the church, where a plant as tall as an adult was swaying in the wind, topped with a huge flower bud. High-pressure acid spray. 5 jets of acid accurately shot towards the flower bud. The corrosive acid immediately began to eat away at the flower, causing it to emit smoke. Hiss! The flower bud suddenly opened, like a deep abyss yawning wide, revealing 3 circles of tiny teeth inside. Race: man-eating flower level. 7 class, none health, 950/1200 mana, 500 skills, bite, paralytic venom. Taking advantage of the man-eating flower being corroded and injured by acid, Chen commanded the summoned creatures beside him to rush forward, severing it, and then smashed the flower bud to pieces. Obtained man-eating flower soul, green, ×1, offering the roots and petals of the man-eating flower can summon a man-eating flower. Do plant-type magical beasts have souls too? Chen's lips curled up. As long as there are magical creatures or beasts within Chen's sight, omniscient vision can reveal their information. Thus, the man-eating flower, disguised as an ordinary plant, was immediately spotted by Chen. The church is just on the outskirts of the valley, and there are so many magical beasts nearby. It seems gathering the remaining 400 green-level souls won't be a difficult task. Chen was currently level 9, needing 4,000 experience points to reach level 10. The level 7 man-eating flower he just hunted provided Chen with 5 experience points. However, the level 9 Ghostface Spider could provide Chen with 30 experience points. As long as he didn't specifically target level 6 or 7 magical beasts, once he gathered the green level souls, Chen would be close to leveling up to 10. At that time, learning the green tier inheritance skills of a summoner and then returning to Valkarm to clear out the goblins in the Forbidden Forest would be much easier. Chen also wanted to have a go at the Goblin King. With a thought, all of his level 9 summons appeared around Chen and headed into the valley. For the next few days, Chen hunted magical beasts in the valley during the day and returned to a nearby town to rest at night. On the journey to collect green-level souls, Chen encountered various magical beasts, broadening his horizons. Redline snakes, lion deer beasts, black-wind demon wolves, earthquake bears, gale foxes, rock beasts, vine beasts. Every time he encountered a new magical creature, Chen would jot down its information in a notebook he carried. When he had time, he would supplement it into the Magical Beast Encyclopedia. The Adventurers Guild would definitely open a branch in the eastern region in the future, and adventurers with these encyclopedias would explore the Aosengsi Valley more safely. During his hunts, Chen also faced danger. He was once surrounded by over 20 black-wind demon wolves. The lead wolf was level 10, while the others were all level 8 or 9. The incident occurred when Chen chased a level 9 punching kangaroo and ran into the territory of the black-wind demon wolves. The wolf pack was very strong. Several of Chen's summoned creatures died under the boost of rage. Due to the overwhelming number of wolves, Chen had to join the fray himself. The Goblin Priest was only level 8, but its output was higher than many level 9 summons. However, in the chaos, it was targeted by a demon wolf, which slashed open its belly, exposing its intestines. Fortunately, Chen noticed in time, recalled it, and used the battle song skill on the summon, pulling the Goblin Priest back from the brink of death. If it were any other summon, Chen wouldn't have expended so much mana to save it. If it died, he could just summon another. But the Goblin Priest, as Chen's artillery summon, would be lost if it died. In the end, after losing 8 summons, he finally killed all 23 Blackwind demon wolves, including the lead wolf. The level 6 wind wolf that had always accompanied Chen also perished in the battle. Chen sighed at that moment. Then he summoned a level 9 Blackwind demon wolf as his mount. On the afternoon of the 4th day, accompanied by the fall of a level 10 grizzly tiger, Chen's level rose to 10. Beside him, Lizzie wiped the fragrant sweat dripping onto her chest and excitedly bounced over to Chen, who was dissecting the grizzly tiger, and happily said, "Master, I'm level 10. I know." Chen had already seen it when Lizzie leveled up. Lizzie required less experience to level up than Chen. Previously, Lizzie's level was one lower than Chen's, but now they both reached level 10 at the same time. However, Lizzie reaching level 10 meant her abilities would be even more significant. The grizzly tiger before them was controlled for 2 seconds by Lizzie, who was level 9 using charm, and then was overwhelmed and killed by the summoned creatures nearby. After reaching level 10, when facing level 10 enemies, charm could leave the target in confusion for a longer time. Alright, it's time to go back. After taking the materials needed to summon the grizzly tiger and stripping off its most valuable pelt, Chen rode the black wind demon wolf towards the direction of the church. Half an hour ago, Chen had collected 423 green level souls. However, in order to level up, he had not exited the valley. Now, it was time to return and activate the magic array. Upon returning to the church, Chen instructed his summoned creatures to spread out and keep watch. At this moment, besides the goblin priest and harpy, all of Chen's summoned creatures had been replaced with magical beasts. 8 different level 9 magical beasts. Together with Lizzie, they could handle even a level 10 magical beast. Ha! Standing in the center of the church, Chen let out a light breath and then sacrificed 500 green level souls. The glowing green souls continuously surged from Chen and were absorbed by the stone slab below. Buzz! The activated hexagram array began to emit a faint glow, and the dust on the ground was stirred up, spreading out in ripples. His consciousness was once again pulled into the void. The same light curtain unfolded before Chen's eyes. In a valley, a summoner with 5 summoned creatures was battling against a horde of magical beasts. Ha! According to the rules, the summoner in this light curtain should be level 6 to 10. Why are there still only 5 summoned creatures? Chen furrowed his brow. As he noticed this, the person in the light curtain was still fighting. Chen saw the summoner using Berserk and Battle Song on the summoned creatures. But there were simply too many magical beasts around, and the summoned creatures couldn't kill them all. Until one of the summoned creatures died, Chen did not see the summoner summon new ones. What on earth is going on? Chen now had 10 summoned creatures and 1 contracted creature. Even if a summoned creature died, as long as there were souls, materials, and magic power, he could summon them directly. But it seemed the summoner in the light curtain was not like that. After losing another summoned creature, Chen clearly saw the summoner becoming somewhat flustered. But then, the summoner used a move that made Chen exclaim in admiration. He pointed at a magical beast, waved his staff, and shouted something. Suddenly, a layer of pitch-black substance appeared on the magical beast. The beast's body quickly shrank, and after taking a few steps, it turned to bones and died. The layer of pitch-black substance had now grown, and Chen could see that it was a cluster of brightly colored mushrooms. Immediately after, the summoner used another skill. The mushrooms on the bones actually split into strands of mycelium, which then floated outwards. Any magical beast that came into contact with the mycelium began to grow mushrooms on its body. Each time a mushroom formed, the summoner would wave his staff, and the mushrooms would split again, infecting more magical beasts. Soon, the remaining magical beasts left behind a ground full of mushroom-covered bones and turned to flee. The scene ended here, and the light curtain transformed into a ball of green light, drilling into Chen's mind. After accepting the inheritance, Chen discovered that he had gained 2 new skills: toxic fungus and disaster. The former allows him to summon a large amount of toxic fungus on a target. The toxic fungus, once attached to the target, feeds on the flesh and blood, growing rapidly. The grown toxic fungus has infectious properties, at which point he can use disaster to make the fungus split into numerous mycelia, which can then travel up to 10 meters to nearby targets and grow again. These 2 skills do not enhance the abilities of summoned creatures but serve as the summoner's means of attack. Toxic fungus consumes 100 mana points, while disaster requires 300 mana points. Having reached level 10, Chen's mana cap has reached 1,400 points. After using toxic fungus at full capacity, he can still use disaster 4 more times. This ability is a devastating weapon in team battles. With this, the goblins in the Forbidden Forest are in for a tough time. After receiving the inheritance, Chen's consciousness withdrew from the void and he opened his eyes. The hexagram array beneath him had stopped glowing, but the surrounding mana had gathered around him, and the mana within Chen was rapidly recovering. Moreover, the recovery speed was much faster than in the Forbidden Forest, recovering 10 mana points per second. With 1400 mana, it would take just over 2 minutes to fully recover. In addition, Chen received a message from the inheritance. By sacrificing 10 green level souls, he could be transported to the White Tier Inheritance Church in the Forbidden Forest. The hexagram array beneath him not only had the function of gathering mana but could also teleport. This surprised Chen, and he couldn't help but want to experience the feeling of teleportation. However, he thought about the possibility of the White Tier Inheritance Church being surrounded by goblins, which would be quite awkward. Low-level ones would be manageable, but if he encountered 100 elite goblins, even a surprise attack would be unbearable for Chen. After much thought, Shen decided to rest for a night in a nearby village and return in the morning. Master, it seems that humans are coming. Just as Shen was about to leave after fully recovering his mana, he saw Lizzie, who was on guard at the perimeter, approaching while pulling up her hood. Humans? Shen stepped onto a nearby broken wall and looked in the direction Lizzie was pointing. A group of mercenaries dressed in armor was making their way over. Are they mercenaries preparing to enter the Ayashengsi Valley? Shen did not want to interact with these people. However, if they discovered that this church could quickly restore mana, they would surely have thoughts of occupying it. Shen could never allow such an important resource to fall into someone else's hands. 20 people with a level 9 knight leading them. The rest are just minor characters. Shen glanced over and quickly assessed the strength of the mercenaries. The minor characters in Shen's eyes were all professionals above level 6. However, to Shen now, anyone below level 9 was considered a minor character. Judging by their route, they would definitely pass by the green tier church. I hope they have some sense. Shen stepped out, intending to persuade the mercenaries to leave or take a different route. We're almost there, everyone be careful. The strongest level 9 knight, Dean, pointed at the abandoned church covered in vines ahead and said to those around him, the last time I entered the valley, I passed by here. That old church has dozens of face spiders inside. Upon hearing Dean mention the dozens of face spiders ahead, the other mercenaries swallowed hard. Boss, the commission we accepted only requires 20 face spider fangs. There are too many face spiders in the church. Should we find another place to hunt them? Dean waved his hand, saying, what are you afraid of? We are humans. Fighting is not just about brute strength, but also requires wisdom. We just need to use our brains to lure these beasts out, and we can hunt them one by one, right? Besides, finding another place would be a waste of time. Our mercenary group is currently in a difficult period and urgently needs this task to prove ourselves. That's true. Alright, Canes, with me, a level 9 knight, leading the way. You just need to cast your spells accurately from behind. Dean patted Canes' somewhat frail body and winked. Sigh. Canes wanted to say something more but suddenly noticed a young man riding a wolf-like beast about 1.5 meters tall coming out of the church. A figure in a black robe quietly followed beside the beast. Dean looked at the knightly figure of Shen ahead, his mouth agape in surprise. In his memory, there were dozens of level 6 and above face spiders in the church, including some at level 10. How could this young man and the figure in the black robe come out of the church without being attacked by the face spiders? Or had they already cleared the face spiders inside? Canes walked up to Dean and whispered, Boss, look at that wolf, it seems to have something good in its pack. Dean glanced over and indeed saw something bulging tied to the wolf. Smack! Dean slapped Canes on the head, cursing, even if there's something, it's theirs, what does it have to do with you? Canes, feeling wronged, covered his head and said, can't I just mention it? Shen rode the wolf and approached the mercenaries, quietly staring at them. The seated wolf opened its mouth at the right moment, revealing its fangs, with its crimson beastly eyes fixed on the crowd. Ahead! Seeing Shen's malicious demeanor, the mercenaries immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Outside, it was quite normal for mercenaries to fight for profit. Dean felt uneasy under Shen's high gaze after a while. This guy, he's only one level higher than me, but why do I feel like he could kill me at any moment? Dean was somewhat shocked and forced to smile at Shen, saying, hello, I am Dean Cole, the leader of the Justice Mercenary group from Glade City. May I ask what your intentions are? Justice? Shen smiled slightly upon hearing the name of the mercenary group. He didn't expect there would be a mercenary group named Justice. Seeing the smile on Shen's face, the mercenaries, who had already been on guard, showed expressions of anger. One warrior couldn't help but step forward and said, Boss, what's there to talk about with him? Ever since we became famous, every time we take a job, we get our targets snatched away by other mercenary groups. He must be one of those sent to deliberately annoy us. So what if he's level 10? Instead of always being wronged and excluded, why not fight him? Let the other mercenary groups in Glade City see that our Justice Mercenary group is not so easy to bully. Right, let's fight him. I am the knight and I will charge to the front to withstand his first wave of attacks. If I die, you must avenge me. I am the warrior and I will also charge as the first wave. Listening to the brothers' shouts, Dean couldn't help but feel a headache. The other party might be the ones who had dealt with dozens of face spiders. Moreover, since they dared to swagger in front of them, it meant they certainly did not fear the Justice Mercenary group. Once a fight broke out, they would definitely suffer. Shut up! Dean turned around and glared at everyone, then put on a smile and looked at Shen, apologizing, my brothers are being foolish, I hope you won't take offense. Since you have already cleared the face spiders in the church, let's find another place to look for face spiders. I just hope you can tell me which group is dissatisfied with our methods this time. Dean's Justice Mercenary group had just been established a week ago in Gray City. The leader, Dean, advocated taking on tasks at the most reasonable prices, unlike other mercenary groups that demanded high fees, which led to some people in need being unable to issue commissions due to insufficient funds. The Justice Mercenary Group only charged a small commission each time, causing a stir in Gray City. Although many people were willing to entrust tasks to the Justice Mercenary Group after confirming this, they soon faced joint suppression from other mercenary groups. As a level 9 knight, Dean had gathered like-minded individuals, all of whom were level 6 or above. Although there were only 20 of them, they were all quite capable. Therefore, the mercenary groups in Gray City did not think about surrounding and killing these troublemakers. They simply sent people to deal with the task targets in advance whenever the Justice Mercenary Group accepted a task. The result of this was that the commissions accepted by the Justice Mercenary Group either could not be completed or would take a long time. For example, the task of collecting 20 face spider fangs they had accepted. Originally, Dean could have completed it by this afternoon, at the latest by tomorrow. But after In Shen had dealt with the face spiders in advance, Dean had to lead the mercenary group to continue searching for face spiders in the Aoshengsi Valley. Not only was time wasted, but the danger also increased significantly. This was also the reason why the mercenaries of the Justice Mercenary Group harbored animosity towards In Shen. They subconsciously regarded In Shen as a mercenary from Gray City, believing he had come to snatch their task targets. In Shen originally wanted to drive these mercenaries away, but after seeing their performance, he suddenly became interested. I don't understand what you mean, but I feel like you have misunderstood something. Misunderstood? Dean turned to exchange glances with Canes, then looked back at In Shen and asked, "May I ask which mercenary group you belong to?" Although the Justice Mercenary Group had only been established for a few days, there were basically no people in Gray City who did not harbor animosity towards them. "I am not a mercenary, but an adventurer." And Shen pointed to the badge on his chest. "Adventurer?" Dean's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. "The southern region of Varkam has recently established a new adventurer guild. I heard that the professionals inside call themselves adventurers, taking on any task and charging fees much lower than those of mercenary groups. My Justice Mercenary Group was established as a model of the Adventurer Guild. My ambition is to be a reformer like President In Shen of the Adventurer Guild." Dean, who couldn't stop talking, was filled with excitement. And Shen was also stunned, not expecting to encounter a fan here. Through Dean's account, And Shen learned about the current situation of the Justice Mercenary Corps in Gray City. In simple terms, Dean wanted to replicate the Adventurers Guild in Gray City, but without any backing, he faced joint resistance from other mercenary groups. If it weren't for the fact that the mercenaries of the Justice Mercenary Corps had some strength, they would probably have been completely devoured by now. Upon hearing this, En Shen had the idea of inviting Dean to join the Adventurers Guild. As the largest city in the eastern region, Gray City is comparable to Valcom in the southern region. The eastern region is free from monster disturbances, and with the presence of the Aoshengsi Valley, it has attracted numerous trading companies, making Gray City far more prosperous than Valcom. The number of professionals here is also double that of Valcom. En Shen originally planned to open a branch of the Adventurers Guild in the eastern region, and now it was just right to let Dean and the others join. After explaining the team model of the Adventurers Guild to Dean, he invited them to join. Dean initially refused. If he simply wanted to become an adventurer, he would naturally go to Valcom to register with the Adventurers Guild. However, he wanted to replicate the model of the Adventurers Guild in Gray City so that the local populace and low-level professionals could benefit. But when En Shen mentioned that the Adventurers Guild would also open a branch in Gray City, he immediately became excited. "Who exactly are you, sir?" Dean felt he had encountered a high-ranking member of the Adventurers Guild, otherwise, an adventurer wouldn't casually know about the plans for a branch. En Shen smiled and pointed to the badge on his chest, saying, "Adventurer with badge number 000001. President En Shen?" Dean asked, somewhat incredulously. Seeing En Shen nod, Dean excitedly hugged the nearby Canes. Canes pushed Dean away, speechless, and said, "Boss, you're almost 30. Can you be a bit more composed?" "Haha, I'm just too excited, sorry." Dean scratched his head and laughed. "I didn't expect President En Shen to be so young." En Shen asked, "So what do you think?" Dean and the mercenaries behind him had formed the Justice Mercenary Corps after hearing about the Adventurers Guild, so they were naturally eager to join upon receiving the president's invitation. "That's great, but currently, due to some issues in the southern region, the Adventurers Guild doesn't have the energy to open a branch in Gray City for the time being. Once the situation improves there, I will personally come to Gray City to find you." "Okay, President." Dean nodded and then asked, "Is the situation you mentioned related to the monsters in the southern region?" "Oh, you've already heard about it in Gray City?" En Shen asked, somewhat puzzled. "Actually, it's news brought by the mercenaries from Valcom." Dean explained to En Shen, yesterday, a group claiming to be the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps, the third largest mercenary group in Valcom, made a high-profile entrance into Gray City and announced that they would be taking on jobs here. From them, the people of Gray City learned that Valcom is about to face an attack from the monsters of the Iron Mountain Range. En Shen frowned upon hearing this. He had been in the eastern region for 4 days, and his understanding of the southern region was still at the stage of the large-scale movement of goblins from the Forbidden Forest and the evacuation of the residents of Gruul Town. He didn't expect that the monsters from the Ire Mountain range had also mobilized. However, the goblins from the Forbidden Forest were originally monsters from the Ire Mountain range, so their movement was within reason. As for the Bloodstain Mercenary Corps, they had a long-standing tradition. The people of Bloodstain were probably afraid that when the beasts attacked the city, Viscount Reno would conscript them to fight the monsters. But this would significantly reduce the number of professionals in Valcom. Moreover, the blow to morale would be substantial. Dean's understanding of this matter wasn't very detailed. He had learned the news from the mouths of the Bloodstain Mercenary Corps members. We originally planned to take on a mission to earn some money, buy some new equipment, and then go support Valcam, but we didn't expect to encounter the guild leader. Here, Dean was a very upright knight. Since becoming a professional, his goal had been to reduce the misfortunes of the world. He had been part of many mercenary groups before, but ultimately left them all due to his disapproval of the mercenaries' ways, becoming a lone wolf. It wasn't until the Adventurers Guild appeared that Dean began to entertain the idea of becoming a reformer. However, being a reformer was not easy. And Chen heard Dean's words but did not respond. Instead, he raised his eyes to look behind Dean and his group. Dean noticed in Chen's gaze and turned to look as well. He saw a group of mercenaries emerging from around the corner, numbering 40, all exuding an aura above level 6. There were even 4 at level 10. One of the level 10 warriors, with a swagger, said, "Captain Dean is planning to go support Valcam? With just this few of you, you'll only be feeding the monsters a little more." After saying this, the group of mercenaries burst into laughter. Dean and the members of the Just Mercenary group felt their anger boiling. Keynes glanced at the insignia on the chests of these mercenaries and realized he had never seen it before, leading to a suspicion. "Boss, these people should be from the Bloodstained Mercenary Group. With so many high-level fighters mobilized, the strength of the mercenary group must be formidable." Keynes recognized the insignias of several well-known mercenary groups in Grey City, but the mercenaries before him bore 3 red claw marks different from those he knew. "That's right, we are from Bloodstain." The warrior drew a large knife from his back, a mocking expression on his face. "Just arrived, and you want to blend into Grey City? You'll need the help of your fellow travelers." However, the tribute they demanded from us was to take out the Just Mercenary group. "It seems you guys are not well liked in Grey City. To earn our keep, we can only apologize to you. Besides, you made it easy for us to find you. Here to kill us?" The members of the Just Mercenary group immediately drew their weapons, facing the Bloodstain members. "Guild leader, their target is us, you should retreat." First, Dean, disregarding any further conversation with Chen, pulled out his spear from behind, holding a shield in his left hand, and took a position at the back of the line, confronting the Bloodstain members. "Kill them!" The level 10 warrior from Bloodstain waved his hand forward, and the mercenaries behind him charged. "Brothers, I'll hold the front, let's fight while retreating into the valley, don't stand your ground." Bloodstain had 40 members, while the Just Mercenary group only had 20. However, once the fighting began, it surprisingly turned into a situation of equal strength. Dean's people are quite capable. And Chen, watching from the back, was pleasantly surprised. The combat power of the Just Mercenary group was significantly higher than that of Bloodstain, holding their own against 2 opponents without showing signs of defeat. But, and Chen looked at the opposing side. There were still 4 level 10 professionals who had yet to make a move. The Bloodstain people are old friends. Go greet them. A smile appeared on Chen's lips. "Understood, Master." Liss, wielding a long whip, led the summoned creatures, conjured by Chen towards the 4 level 10 Bloodstained mercenaries. On the battlefield, the sudden appearance of 8 level 9 magical beasts caused everyone to pause for a moment. Then, in the shocked gaze of all the members of the Just Mercenary group, the figure in the black robe beside Chen charged towards the Bloodstained members, accompanied by these magical beasts. "Monsters! Why are there so many monsters suddenly appearing? They're all level 9. They're charging towards the captain." The members of the Bloodstained Mercenary group were a bit dazed as they saw several monsters rushing over. Although Dean and the others didn't know what was happening, they recognized that the one leading the monsters was the figure in a black robe following Chen, and they understood that this was a teammate. "Brothers, it's the President's reinforcements. Everyone hold on." The mercenaries of the Justice Mercenary group felt a surge of joy upon hearing Dean's words and increased their attack intensity. The 4 captain-level mercenaries of Bloodstain were standing back, waiting for Dean and the others to be nearly exhausted before entering to reap the rewards. The sudden onslaught of monsters caught them off guard as well. However, they reacted quickly, drawing their weapons and engaging the charging monsters. Although the captains were all level 10, these monsters were not weak either. In addition to the Black Wind Demon Wolf, there were the Earthquake Bear, the Punching Kangaroo, and the Gale Fox, among others. Under Lizzie's leadership and Inshen's frenzy, each one had a combat power of level 10. Plus, there was Lizzie, a level 10 succubus. In just 5 minutes, the 4 captains were battered and bloodied, looking as if they could fall at any moment. "Hey, you guys hurry and send some people over to help." Hearing the captains shout, the bloodstained mercenary group, still fighting Dean and the others, swallowed hard, and some returned to battle the monsters. However, if the captains were no match for the monsters, how could the other mercenaries withstand a group of frenzied summons? They only held on for 2 minutes before a sea of corpses lay on the ground. Damn it! The warrior captain of Bloodstain clutched his chest, spitting blood onto the ground, his gaze fixed on the earthquake bear before him, filled with regret. He shouldn't have taken this commission. Bang! The earthquake bear, its eyes glowing red, slammed its paws into the ground, causing the nearby earth to tremble. Taking advantage of the warrior's unsteady footing, the earthquake bear charged forward and slapped down, directly crushing the target's skull. On the other side, a level 10 hunter was engaged with the punching kangaroo when he was ambushed by the Gale Fox, which tore his throat apart. Those bastards. Didn't they say that the strongest in the Justice mercenary group was just a level 9 knight? What's the deal with these monsters and that black-robed person? Can't you see? We've been set up. The remaining captains, Kes and Kai, looked in panic at the monsters surrounding them, cursing the families of the Grey City mercenaries in their hearts. The defeat of the captains directly caused the bloodstained mercenary group to lose their fighting spirit. They were soon surrounded by Dean. At this moment, Inshen walked up to Lizzie from the back, looking at the 2 captains still fighting desperately against the monsters, and disdainfully said, "The bloodstain people, aside from running away, seem to have no skills at all." The knight captain glanced at Inshen upon hearing this. "You are Inshen, the president of the Adventurers Guild. How did you end up here?" As a celebrity in Valcam and a rival of the bloodstained mercenary group, Captain Kes recognized Inshen at a glance. No wonder these monsters were only attacking them. It was rumored that Inshen was a summoner who could fight using summons. These monsters must have been summoned by Inshen. "First answer my question, how is the situation over in Valcam?" Inshen's tone carried an undeniable authority, and Kes looked around at the suddenly halted monsters in terror, feeling his throat go dry. "The creatures from the Forbidden Forest have already charged out and occupied Gruul Town. Baron Reno has issued many bounties, including for the head of the Goblin King from the Forbidden Forest. Many mercenaries and adventurers from your guild have begun hunting the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. But the day before yesterday, the adventurer Mark suddenly brought back intelligence that while exploring the Ire Mountains, he discovered signs of a large gathering of monsters suspected to be preparing for a large-scale attack on Valcam. In other words, the monsters in the Ire Mountains haven't started their attack yet, and you from Bloodstain have already run away?" Faced with Inshen's questioning, Kes nodded with a grim expression. If they didn't run now, they wouldn't be able to escape when the monster army came charging in. Suddenly, Kes looked at Inshen and thought of a possibility. Could it be that Inshen also came to the eastern region to seek refuge after learning the news? If that were the case, they would be in the same boat. "President Inshen, considering that we are all here seeking refuge in the eastern region, please spare us. Our captain will be back in 2 days. He is a level 10 professional. When he returns, you and the captain can team up and quickly establish a foothold in Grey City." "Team up with your captain?" Inshen didn't care about Kes's misunderstanding and scoffed, saying, "I'm afraid that one day when difficulties arise, he'll just pack up and run. After all, I've seen your bloodstained mercenary group's ability to flee many times, from Shark to Freeman and now to you." "Captain Freeman." Kes's eyes suddenly widened. A few days ago, Mevis, who retreated with Gruul Town, said that Freeman and Charlie were very likely killed by the Goblins elite. But from Inshen's tone, it seemed that Freeman's death was related to him. Realizing this possibility, Kes's face fell. Since Inshen had brought it up, it meant he wouldn't let them off the hook. Kes's companion, the level 10 mage Kai, also understood this. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he suddenly waved his staff and cast a fireball at Inshen. "Die, Inshen!" The fireball, trailing flames, sped toward Inshen, seemingly about to hit him. Dean and the others, standing behind Inshen, gasped at the sight. Kes and Kai wore smiles on their faces, but soon those smiles froze. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in front of Inshen, and when the fireball struck the vortex, it vanished without even touching Inshen. "Where's my fireball? Where's my big fireball?" Kai couldn't understand. It was the first time he had seen magic fail. Inshen looked at the 200 points of magic power absorbed by the devouring world rebirth and smiled at Kai and Kes. Not good. Kes felt a sense of dread. The next moment, Liz flashed in front of Inshen, her eyes flashing with purple light, locking onto the two men's gazes. In his confusion, Kes was turned into a meat patty by the earth-breaking bear. Kai, being a mage with stronger mental power, was enchanted for 2 seconds but managed to dodge the monster's attack after waking up. However, he was no match for the monsters. Alone and soon followed in Kessa's footsteps. As for the other members of the bloodstained mercenary group, seeing all 4 captains dead, they disregarded the just mercenary group and frantically fled in all directions. But in front of a group of level 9 monsters, how could these people escape? The fastest runner was caught and killed by a black wind demon wolf 500 meters away, in less than 10 minutes. After Inshen took action, the 40-member team was completely wiped out. By this point, the bloodstained mercenary group had lost 60 out of over 100 official members. This included 1 major captain and 5 captains. It was estimated that when their captain returned and saw that more than half of the mercenary group was missing, he would be furious. After collecting the spoils and dealing with the bodies, Inshen took out 20 poisonous fangs from the Ghostface spider from his backpack and instructed them to return to Gray City. These fangs were considered Inshen's investment. He asked them to gather intelligence about Gray City after returning, which would be useful when opening a branch in the future. As for Inshen, after leaving as Swift Fox to guard the abandoned church, he hurried back to Valcam with Lizzie overnight. At this moment, Valcam was in chaos, almost like a pot of porridge, due to the intelligence brought back by Mark. If it weren't for the announcement by Viscount Raynaud about the third prince of the kingdom bringing troops for support, many people would likely have planned to leave Valcam. At this time, the third prince, Test, was on his way riding a horse. Around 10 o'clock the next day, Inshen finally returned to Valcam. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Inshen saw a group of low-level adventurers selecting tasks from the task wall. The task wall was densely covered with tasks, divided into areas according to their levels. According to Inshen's previous arrangements, the highest tasks on the first floor were only of the Black Iron level. Now, there were dozens of Black Iron level tasks. Most of them involved hunting monsters above level 6, exploring the movements of monsters in the Forbidden Forest, and observing the movements of monsters in the Iron Mountains along the way. The clients were all Baron Reno. It seems Baron Reno has been quite troubled these days. Inshen noticed that the rewards were almost twice as much as usual, indicating that Baron Reno's recent days were probably not so comfortable. At the counter, Maggie, who was handling the paperwork for the adventurers submitting tasks, suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the door. Just as she was about to greet him, Inshen suddenly made a shushing gesture to her and then took Lizzie upstairs. The second floor, designated for issuing bronze level tasks, was accessible only to adventurers above level 6. At that moment, there was no one here, likely because everyone had gone out to take on tasks. After washing up on the third floor and eating some food that Samantha had brought, Inshen organized the summoning materials in his backpack, taking out some materials that were no longer needed to reduce his burden. Then, Inshen and Lizzie slept for a few hours, and it wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon that Inshen came downstairs. The hall still had many low-level adventurers, but the number was much less than at noon. During this time, most adventurers were out on tasks. Maggie also had time to step out from the front desk and report to Inshen about the work over the past few days. She left Samantha to guard the front desk alone. President, where have you been these days? Big things have happened in Valcam. Maggie poured a cup of tea for Inshen and then sat across from him, discussing the situation in Valcam. From the monsters in the Forbidden Forest occupying Gruul Town, to Shwethe Bai and Mark teaming up with other adventurers to reclaim Mill Village, killing off a small portion of the monsters there and seizing a large amount of equipment. Then there was Mark taking on the bronze level task, exploring the Iron Mountains, discovering a large gathering of monsters in the Iron Mountains. Now, under Baron Reno's orders, Valcam was fully preparing for battle. Even the bloodstained mercenary corps had all left Valcam, which Maggie informed Inshen about. Maggie detailed everything, allowing Inshen to quickly understand Valcam's predicament. After listening, he looked at Maggie in surprise and asked, "How do you know so much information?" He. Maggie rested her chin on her hands, gazing directly at Inshen. With a tone that seemed to seek praise, "Adventurers who come here discuss these matters, and I occasionally overheard them, so I organize the information during my free time." Inshen didn't expect Maggie to have a talent for gathering intelligence, and he looked at her with newfound respect. "Well done, I'll give you a raise when we pay salaries this week." Maggie and Samantha's monthly salary was 10 silver coins. However, they were paid weekly. Originally, Maggie and Samantha worked 6 days and rested 1, earning 2 silver coins a week. But recently, the number of adventurers in the guild had increased, and with the situation in the Iron Mountains, the number of tasks in the guild had surged. They barely had time to rest, often working late into the night. However, neither Maggie nor Samantha had complained. Inshen thought that they should recruit a batch of attractive new receptionists. When opening a branch, they could bring some people over. How has the Adventurers Guild been these days? When Inshen asked this question, Maggie answered with great detail. the current Adventurers Guild in Valcom has become the third largest mercenary group in the eyes of professionals, though all adventurers deny being mercenaries. In terms of strength, aside from those with levels below 10, the number of Black Iron level adventurers above level 6 has already exceeded 50. The lower level basic and novice adventurers have gathered all the casual professionals in Valcom. Moreover, some professionals who originally belonged to mercenary groups have left their teams to join the Adventurers Guild. For example, the Bloodstained Mercenary Group only took their official members and their families when they left Valcom, abandoning all lower-level members there. These individuals were absorbed into the Adventurers Guild by Shui Bai. The current Adventurers Guild has become a large guild with more than 1,500 professionals. In terms of numbers, the Adventurers Guild is absolutely dominant in Valcom. Furthermore, everyone's strength is improving rapidly. Many adventurers prefer to take on tasks with Shui Bai and his group of Black Iron level adventurers, as even soup can fill them up. The practice of veteran adventurers mentoring new adventurers is gradually taking shape in the guild. It seems that Brother Shui, the acting president, is doing quite well. According to Maggie, Shui Bai's level has already risen to level 8, and Shen plans to hand over the vice president position to him once he reaches level 10. After learning about these matters, Shen inquired about Luan En and Old John. He then learned that Shui Bai had already met with the two. Luan En and Old John are currently preparing the catering and equipment businesses that Shen mentioned. To be honest, the information about the third Prince of the Kingdom bringing troops to support Valcom has indeed reassured many residents. Otherwise, the two wouldn't have the heart to stay in Valcom to work on these things. After digesting all the information, Shen took Lizzie and rode the magic wolf towards Rockfall Town. Rockfall Town is located 10 kilometers northwest of Gruul Town, and it is the closest human village to Gruul Town, with a scale similar to that of Gruul. It has now become a stronghold for adventurers. The level 9 Black Wind Magic Wolf is significantly faster than the level 6 Wind Wolf, and in less than 3 hours, it carried Shen and Lizzie to Rockfall Town. Upon finding the Adventurers Guild camp, Shen saw Xiao, who had returned to rest. He informed Shen that there were about 200 adventurers and 50 elite guards in Rockfall Town, along with around 200 mercenaries. Almost all of the dozens of Black Iron level adventurers from the Adventurers Guild, including Shui Bai and Mark, are here. Among the stationed guards, there was a familiar face, the former guard of Gruul Town, Brooke. As for the mercenaries, aside from Mei Wei Si, Shen hardly recognized anyone. In addition to the Tooth Wolf Mercenary Group and the Black Widow Mercenary Group, there were also a dozen other mercenary groups present. In the entire town, aside from a captain-level guard who was level 11, there are no other professionals above level 10. From this information, Shen could see that Viscount Reno's concern was not the monsters in the Forbidden Forest, but rather those in the Ire Mountains. Rockfall Town is currently just a forward base. The real experts are still in Valcom. For instance, those professional mentors are also obligated to fight when monsters attack the city. However, they are currently too afraid to engage, fearing that it would provoke the monsters in the Ire Mountains to launch an attack prematurely. After hearing the information from Xiao, Shen stood on the grassland outside the town, gazing towards the direction of the Forbidden Forest. The only thing he is concerned about now is the church on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, the Goblins must have already discovered the church's ability to regenerate magic. We must seize that place before the monsters in the Ire Mountains gather here. If the monsters of the Ire Mountain range occupy that place, it will be troublesome for humanity. After learning this news, Shen rode his demon wolf away from Luoshur Town, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. He wanted to see how the situation at the church was now. On the way, he encountered a few magical beasts out hunting, which all kept their distance upon seeing the level 9 Black Wind Demon Wolf. By the time Shen arrived near Gruul Town, night had already fallen. According to Xiao, there were about 700 or 800 goblins in the town. Half of them were elite creatures above level 6, making it impossible to attack. Looking at the outline of Gruul Town from a distance, Shen instructed Lizzie to observe the situation using night vision. At the north gate of Gruul Town, dozens of low-level goblins were on guard. In recent days, goblins had occasionally been ambushed and killed by nearby adventurers, causing the goblins on guard to be extremely vigilant, fearing that the next to be taken down by humans would be themselves. Although Shen could deal with them, it was not the right time to raise an alarm. He continued moving towards the Forbidden Forest. Upon reaching the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Shen sent the faster Black Wind Demon Wolf in to explore. After dropping off Shen and Lizzie, the Black Wind Demon Wolf snorted and charged into the Forbidden Forest. As soon as it entered the forest, Shen saw groups of goblins and dog-headed creatures through the wolf's vision. These magical beasts, all below level 6, panicked and fled upon seeing the level 9 Black Wind Demon Wolf, not daring to obstruct it. It wasn't until they got close to the church that the Black Wind Demon Wolf encountered higher level goblins. However, only goblins above level 8 could exchange blows with the Black Wind Demon Wolf. Those below level 8 would be dead if they dared to approach it. The Black Wind Demon Wolf charged through, quickly reaching the vicinity of the church. Outside the church, it was already surrounded by a large number of elite goblins. Inside, there were dozens of goblins, all at least level 8. The Scythe Goblin was also among them. This wasn't the first time the Scythe Goblin had come to the church, but this time it brought troops and noticed something different about the church. The concentration of magical energy here was several times, even a dozen times, higher than in other places. As magical creatures, the higher the concentration of magical energy in their living area, the faster they grow. Why has the Goblin King stayed in the cave and not come out? Not only because it feared assassination, but also because the magical energy concentration inside was higher than outside, which was beneficial for strengthening its power. However, the magical energy concentration in the cave was only 2 or 3 times higher than in ordinary places. Therefore, upon discovering this place, the Scythe Goblin immediately occupied the church and had its kin guard it. Under the Scythe Goblin's orders, its kin surrounded the church and prevented other goblin tribes from approaching. When not on a mission, the Scythe Goblin would enter to train with a group of higher-level kin. Hearing the commotion outside, the Scythe Goblin, who was training, opened its eyes, frowned, and walked out. It then saw a level 9 Black Wind Demon Wolf crashing through its kin's defenses, seeking death. The Scythe Goblin shouted as it saw the Black Wind Demon Wolf kill one of its kin, pulling out a chain. Sides from behind and rushing in front of the Black Wind Demon Wolf. The Scythe Goblin held the end of the chain in one hand and pinched the middle of the chain with the other, spinning the scythe in the air, making a whoosh sound. Go! Seizing an opportunity, the Scythe Goblin threw the scythe towards the Black Wind Demon Wolf. The sharp side aimed directly at the wolf's abdomen. The Black Wind Demon Wolf, controlled by Enshen, had noticed the Scythe Goblin when it appeared. The Scythe Goblin, who had played chess with Enshen under the church, left a deep impression on him. I will turn you into my summon sooner or later. Outside, Enshen, controlling the Black Wind Demon Wolf, licked his lips, dodged the attack of the Scythe Goblin, and ran to the side. Enshen mainly wanted to see how many goblins were guarding the church. Now he understood that there were about 200 outside, of which more than 50 were only level 6 or 7. As for inside the church, after the Scythe Goblin charged out, more than 30 goblins of at least level 8 also rushed out. Looks like that's all of them. After obtaining the desired information, Enshen immediately recalled the Black Wind Demon Wolf. Just as the Scythe Goblin and its kin surrounded the Black Wind Demon Wolf, they found that it had suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, the Scythe Goblin immediately thought of the strange goblin that had previously tried to assassinate it. It looked around in the pitch darkness, gradually narrowing its eyes. After Enshen got the information he wanted, he returned to Rockfall Town to gather people. The worst-case scenario did not occur. There were only a little over 200 monsters around the church, and there was still hope to reclaim it. Upon returning to Rockfall Town, Enshen found Xuefeibai and Lu Zhishan among others. Everyone was very happy to see Enshen, especially Lu Yan, who directly sat down next to him. The nearby Lizzie saw this scene and gritted her teeth in anger, but was helpless. Enshen had instructed her not to reveal her appearance in front of humans until she fully transformed into human form. Damn woman, the master is mine. Sitting next to Enshen, Lu Yan suddenly felt a chill behind her. Turning around, she saw a figure cloaked in a black robe. Enshen glanced at everyone's status panels and found that their strength was increasing rapidly. Besides Xuefeibai, who was already level 8, Lu Zhishan had also reached level 8. However, the latter's rise to level 8 was not solely due to hunting monsters, but rather from comprehending a skill. Lu Zhishan comprehended a group exorcism technique, Great Compassion Mantra, while exorcising souls, allowing him to exorcise souls within a 50-meter radius simultaneously. If used in battle, it could put enemies within a 5-meter range into a state of self-forgetfulness, essentially a control skill that causes surrounding targets to become dazed. The duration of control depends on the target's strength. Weaker targets would be controlled for a longer time, while stronger ones would be controlled for a shorter time. If the gap was too large, he couldn't control them at all. Before comprehending this skill, Lu Zhishan had just reached level 7. After comprehending it, he directly leveled up to 8. This was the first time Enshen learned that comprehending skills could yield a large amount of experience. As for the others, Lu Yan and Geng Qingxue were both level 7, but they were also close to level 8. Wang Zixuan, Lu Rongrong, and Ningwen were all level 6. Everyone was currently learning first-tier skills. However, each person's talent had strengthened after reaching level 6. Xuefeibai's Berserker not only increased combat power but also enhanced defense. Lu Zhishang's Exorcism had also accumulated a high level of defense. making his physical defense equivalent to wearing a layer of cloth armor. Moreover, after exorcising an unknown number of souls, Liu Zhishang's exorcism gained a derived skill, Iron Cloth Shirt, which doubled the defensive effect of exorcism. Liu Yan's judgment could accumulate an attack equal to 20 times her maximum attack power. It would take about 10 days to fully charge. Once charged, it was estimated that even a level 10 monster would die on the spot from that strike. Deng Qingshue's magic amplification could increase magic power by 20%. Therefore, the skills she was currently learning were all fire-type magic. Early-stage fire magic had strong destructive power. Meng Xian's shadow had a stronger invisibility effect. Even level 10 and Shen couldn't find Meng Xian hiding in the dark. Wang Zixuan's Beast Affinity could already allow her to control some level 5 monsters to do her bidding and prevent level 6 monsters from attacking her. In archery, Wang Zixuan has made great progress. She is no longer the hunter who could only engage in close combat with a machete due to frequently missing her shots. As for the priest Lu Rongrong and Ning Wen, the former's rejuvenation has upgraded, increasing all healing effects from 10% to 20%, while the latter's redemption has improved the healing effect for serious injuries from 50% to 100%. Very good. And Shen nodded in satisfaction. With their current strength, they can now participate in Shen's upcoming plans. Since obtaining the poisonous fungus and disaster, Shen had a plan in mind. He would lead people to guard the church, utilizing the church's magical recovery to continuously use the poisonous fungus and disaster. As long as there were enough defenders to prevent the goblins from rushing in, any number of monsters that came would die under the attacks of poisonous fungus and disaster. However, this plan had 2 prerequisites. First, Shen needed to be able to enter the church. Second, there had to be enough troops to hold the church so it wouldn't be overwhelmed by the monsters in one wave. Now, Shen needed to deal with or lure out the more than 200 goblins that had already occupied the church. According to the intelligence just received, the goblins occupying the church were mainly melee fighters, with only a dozen or so archers for ranged attacks. As for the goblin priest capable of casting spells, apart from the one that had already turned into a summoned creature, Shen had not seen a second one. Brother Shui, go gather all the adventurers from Falling Rock Town. Okay. Shui Fei Bai immediately got up to summon the adventurers. We still need help from others. After Shen finished speaking, he also got up and went outside. He found Brooke and, under the latter's guidance, met the level 11 captain of the guard, Connor Bowen. President Shen, what brings you here so late? Connor was a man in his 30s, with a standard square face and a sturdy body standing at 1.8 meters, fitting the image of a warrior. Shen did not immediately reveal his intentions but instead asked, I want to know, what are you planning to do about the monsters in the Forbidden Forest? What to do? Connor rubbed his chin, organizing his thoughts, and said, this isn't a secret. Originally, we planned to lead troops directly into the Forbidden Forest to exterminate this group of monsters and reduce their numbers as much as possible. However, fighting in the goblins' home turf would certainly result in significant casualties. Fortunately, the third prince will be bringing troops to support Valcam, so our current task is to delay. By the time the third prince's forces arrive, even if the monsters from the Iron Mountains and the Forbidden Forest join forces, we won't be afraid. Upon hearing this, Shen asked, so you mean you don't plan to take the initiative? Connor shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, after the strategy was set, only 50 guards were sent over. Even with the mercenaries and adventurers added in, we can only harass the monsters. How could we possibly take the initiative? What if I take the initiative with my people? What? Connor looked at Shen in disbelief, his eyelids twitching, and said, President Shen, please don't underestimate the monsters. Even for me, if I were surrounded by elite monsters, the chance of coming out alive would be almost zero. Being of a higher level only meant being somewhat stronger than those of lower levels, but it didn't mean invincibility. If he was stabbed by a weapon, he would be injured. If the battle dragged on, he would get tired. If his magic was exhausted, he couldn't cast skills. If his heart was pierced, he would die. Even he, and level 11 warrior, didn't dare to lead troops to take the initiative. For Shen, who was level 10, to seek out elite goblins in battle was a certain death. Captain Connor, I'm not joking. Shen said seriously, even if we have the third prince's support, who knows how many monsters are over in the Iron Mountains? While they haven't joined forces yet, if we can eliminate some now, the number of monsters we face in the future will be less. All the adventurers in the Adventurers Guild are part of Valcam, and we are willing to fight for this. Connor stared wide-eyed and said, but this is a death sentence. Don't worry, Captain, I'm still young and won't die prematurely. Shen smiled confidently and said, I just personally scouted the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and there is a group of around 200 monsters. They are my targets. Tomorrow morning, I will take people to eliminate this batch of monsters. But I need Captain Connor to attract the attention of Grull Town so they don't go to support those monsters too early. More than 200 monsters? Connor took a deep breath and said, "That's a lot of monsters. Are you confident?" And Chen nodded and replied, "Over 70%. Even if something unexpected happens, I have a way to retreat safely. But if we succeed, not only can we eliminate more than 200 monsters, but any reinforcements that come will also be one dead after another." The way Chen planned to retreat safely was through the church's teleportation function. If they couldn't hold their ground, they would teleport directly to the eastern border. Connor looked at Chen with suspicion, not understanding where Chen's confidence came from. He shook his head and said, "I still don't agree with your approach." Chen replied, "But I will definitely set out tomorrow morning. If you don't bring people to help, our risk will increase significantly." Connor was so angry he almost slammed the table. "I just don't understand. Why can't we just wait for the third prince's team to arrive? Why do we have to take risks?" Chen naturally wouldn't mention the church's uniqueness, instead smiling and saying, "We are adventurers. This world is inherently filled with powerful monsters. If we humans don't take risks, how can we survive?" Connor felt a slight stir in his heart after hearing this. Humans were already at a disadvantage in this world. If they lacked the spirit to strive and take risks, would the kingdom of Nigel be breached again during the next large-scale demon invasion? While he was thinking about waiting for reinforcements to act, the young man in front of him was considering taking the initiative to reduce the enemy's numbers. Connor stared at Chen for a long time and said in a low voice, "President Chen, you are young, yet possess such capability and mindset. Your future achievements will surely be great. I believe you are not foolish enough to joke with your own life. Tomorrow morning, I will lead the guards and persuade the mercenaries to help, trying to buy you as much time as possible. I hope that if the situation on your side turns unfavorable, you will immediately use the method of escape you mentioned." Hearing Connor say this, Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had been worried that Connor was a rigid person who wouldn't choose to help even if Chen set out without the order from Viscount Raynor. Chen stood up, extended his right hand towards Connor, and smiled, "Captain Connor, just wait for my good news." Connor also extended his right hand, sincerely saying, "Be sure to be careful." After leaving Connor, Chen returned to the gathering place of the Adventurers Guild. At this time, all the black iron-level adventurers staying in Rockfall Town had gathered. In the front row stood Xuefei and a few others, Mark, the professional mentor's disciples, as well as a group of seasoned adventurers like Xiao and Khan. A total of 53 people. There were also over 100 novice adventurers nearby. Their strength was too weak and not suitable for participating in this battle. When they saw Chen return, everyone's gaze shifted to him. "Everyone, next, we are going to do something very risky but necessary. If we classify it by task level, it is at least bronze level. We need to enter a certain area on the edge of the Forbidden Forest and fight against a group of more than 200 monsters. Although the guards will help us hold back the monsters in Grull Town, their numbers are too few, and the monsters in Grull Town may send troops back at any time to block our retreat. There may also be monster reinforcements coming from deep within the Forbidden Forest. What I can do is fight alongside you. Now, I want to ask, is there anyone who wants to withdraw?" For this battle, Chen planned to select some trusted individuals from these black iron-level adventurers. Those willing to follow will have their resources increased by Chen for training, so they can become executives of the Adventurers Guild in the future. Those who are unwilling to follow, no matter how strong they are, Chen will only regard them as adventurers. After Chen finished introducing the bronze-level tasks, the surrounding novice adventurers all gasped in shock. No wonder they weren't brought along this time. Not to mention that the target was over 200 monsters. Entering the Forbidden Forest at this time was already an extremely risky endeavor, and they could easily be caught between the monsters of Grull Town and those within the Forbidden Forest. There were only 53 black iron-level adventurers present. Many of them felt a bit anxious. Of course, adventurers like Xiao and Khan, who had fought alongside Chen, wore nostalgic expressions. It had been a long time since they had battled with Chen. They were well aware of the dangers of this mission. But the fact that Chen and Xuefei were involved meant it certainly wouldn't be a suicide mission. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? Just do it. "President, take me with you." "Me too. I want to go." "Damn it, these past few days we've been secretly taking down 2 at a time. It would be more fun to hunt monsters in Mill Village. This time we finally have a chance. Opportunities to fight alongside the president are rare. Count me in." As several seasoned adventurers signed up, more and more chose to accept this task without a client. In the end, a total of 50 people participated. The remaining 3, 2 at level 6 and 1 at level 8, chose to withdraw citing danger. However, they were willing to join the novice adventurers the next day to help attract the attention of the monsters in Grull Town alongside the guards. and Shen didn't say much but led the 50 people away to prepare what was needed for the next day. Once everything was ready, everyone returned to get a good night's sleep. The next day, as the sun rose above the horizon and Shen, fully armed, met up with the 50 people and over 100 novice adventurers at the town gate with Connor and others. Behind Connor, in addition to the 50 guards, there were also more than 20 mercenaries. The adventurers guild didn't have a good reputation among the mercenaries, so having over 20 was considered quite good. Mavis stepped forward from the crowd and frowned, asking, "What madness are you up to this time? Adventuring isn't supposed to be like this. If you get surrounded by monsters, don't expect us to come to your rescue." And Shen chuckled softly, "I'm already very grateful that you're willing to help keep an eye on the monsters in Groll." Seeing in Shen's nonchalant demeanor, Mavis stopped trying to dissuade him. She and Connor thought alike, believing in Shen wouldn't do something suicidal. They speculated that in Shen must have some backup plan that gave him such confidence. The team began to move towards the Forbidden Forest. 50 people dare to go to the Forbidden Forest. They really don't value their lives. It seems the Adventurers Guild only has this many experts. I wonder how many will come out alive this time. Come out? It would be best if they all died in there. Because of their presence, our mercenary group has no commissions, forcing us to lower our prices. If it weren't for the monsters in the Iron Mountains stirring up trouble and the commission from Viscount Reno, we would probably still be idle. The Adventurers Guild is quite harmful. The mercenaries left in Luoshire town were discussing in Shen's arrogance, preparing to watch their jokes unfold. After an hour of travel, Connor and the others had arrived at a high ground near the south gate of Groll town. Moving forward would put them in the line of sight of the monsters stationed in Groll town. Next, these 200 people would appear in the Sentinel's view, drawing the attention of the monsters in town to buy time for Shen in the north. And Shen and the others who had separated from Connor halfway had also reached the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. On the way, Shen revealed the truth about the church to the 50 people. Everyone marveled at the existence of the magic array while agreeing with Shen's approach. If the monsters were to occupy this thing, who knew what kind of harm it would bring in future battles? Moreover, Shen said that as long as they occupied the church, even if they encountered danger, they could teleport away, which filled everyone with delight. With an escape route, what was there to fear? The group arrived at the hillside outside the Forbidden Forest. Mark intended to scout ahead but was stopped by Shen. "I have a flying summon, it's safer to use that." Shen released a harpy to gather intelligence in the air. The adventurers were curious about Shen's summons. They had only heard that he could summon slimes and goblins before, but later he also summoned wind wolves, dog-headed men, and so on. Now, the level 6 wind wolf that Shen often rode was gone, replaced by a level 9 black wind wolf, along with the newly summoned harpy. "President, how many summons do you actually have?" Mark couldn't help but ask. Shen replied, without turning his head, "Not many, just 10. They were about to fight side by side, so it would be beneficial for them to understand each other." 10. Mark's eyes widened in shock. Hunters could only learn skills to coordinate with their battle pets after reaching level 11, which is when they typically began to raise battle pets. However, most hunters only raise 2 battle pets. They would keep just 2 for life. Although battle pets could assist hunters, raising even one required a significant amount of effort and money. Those who only focused on quantity over quality didn't count. After all, what use was it for a level 11 hunter to raise a bunch of level 2 or 3 battle pets? Alright, the situation ahead has been clarified. Shen turned to the group and said, "We've chosen a good path. There are only 2 monster outposts at the forest's edge. One is directly ahead, with about 20 low-level monsters, led by a level 6 goblin. The other is about 200 meters to the right front, with 30 monsters, including 2 level 6 ones. The harpy is too large a target to fly into the forest, so we can't determine the situation inside. However, I estimate there will be small groups of monsters at intervals inside. Mark, take a team and deal with the group of monsters directly ahead. Don't make a noise. Leave it to me." Mark was confident he could quickly deal with a group of low-level monsters. With 20 black iron-level adventurers, Mark crouched down and moved forward. Shen took the remaining people to deal with the monsters to the right front, using the dense trees and bushes to conceal their presence. Shen's group quickly approached their target. This was not the route the Black Wind Wolf had taken yesterday, so the monsters guarding this area were not very alert. When Shen and the others got within 20 meters, a ratman happened to spot them. Whoosh! Wang Zishuan loosened her grip and an arrow swiftly cut through the air, hitting the throat of the level 3 ratman with precision. Then, the adventurers, hiding behind the tree trunks and bushes, erupted simultaneously, launching an attack on the dazed monsters. A group of low-level monsters had no resistance against the black iron-level adventurers. The 2 level 6 goblins were quickly taken down by the Black Wind Wolf and the punching kangaroo summoned by Chen. After collecting the souls, Chen also gathered the summoning materials from the 2 level 6 monsters and quietly waited for Mark. A few minutes later, Mark arrived with his team. Lu Zhishang had been assigned to Mark's side to help him purify the souls without competing with Chen. After the 2 sides met, Chen dismissed 3 of his summoned beasts and re-summoned 3 level 10 goblins. Although the beasts were stronger at the same level, goblin summons were more useful in the Forbidden Forest. He had the goblins spread out in front to scout while the group quietly followed behind. Most of the monster gathering points encountered are low-level monsters with very few above level 6. However, as they get closer to the church, the levels of the monsters encountered are getting higher. If it weren't for using summoned goblins as cover, Chen would not have been able to deal with them quietly at all. What was originally a 10-minute journey took nearly an hour for everyone to navigate before they finally saw the abandoned church, located in an open area. But the number of monsters surrounding the church was far more than 200. There were densely packed at least 400. They actually reinforced their numbers. Chen felt a chill run down his spine, but then he thought of a solution. With over 400 monsters charging head-on, it would definitely cause significant casualties. Chen instructed Mark and the others to hide their figures while he returned to the edge of the forest, summoning 4 summoned beasts: the Black Wind Demon Wolf, the Earth Fury Bear, the Boxing Kangaroo, and the Ghost Face Spider. After the 4 level 9 beasts appeared, they let out a series of roars and then scattered into the forest, starting to wreak havoc. There were more than a dozen monster outposts guarding the forest's edge. Besides the ones Chen had cleared, there were others in different locations. These monsters quickly heard the commotion caused by the beasts rampaging in the forest and rushed towards the source of the noise to investigate. Soon, the monsters discovered the beasts scattered throughout the woods. If they were low-level beasts, the goblins might have considered hunting them for a midday meal. But they were facing level 9 beasts. The low-level goblins on the outskirts, upon seeing the beasts, were terrified of becoming the beasts' lunch and fled in panic. To create a greater commotion, Chen immediately ordered the beasts scattered at 4 locations to attack the monsters in front of them. The monsters fled in chaos, many running towards the direction of the church. Not long after, Lizzie and Mark, who were hiding near the church, saw several short-legged ratmen running outside the church, screaming in terror. The ratman, panting heavily, reported to the goblin that blocked its path about the beast attack on the outskirts. Upon hearing the news, the goblin immediately entered the church to report to the Scythe Goblin. After listening, the Scythe Goblin quickly dispatched several clan members who were training inside the church. For level 9 goblins stood up and left the church, taking 40 elite goblins to eliminate the beasts. Through shared vision, Chen saw the scene through the eyes of the goblin priest left beside Lizzie. They'd only sent out over 40 elites. Chen, hiding behind a branch of a large tree, took down a package from his back, opened it to reveal a pile of summoning materials, licked his lips, and muttered to himself, "Let's see if I can take them all down." Chen originally intended to lure the monsters inside the church out, taking advantage of the weak defense for Mark and the others to seize control. However, the other side seemed unconcerned, only sending out less than 50 monsters. If the Black Wind Demon Wolf were not a summoned creature, the number of people sent by the Scythe would have been sufficient. Unfortunately, when one of the level 9 goblins, accompanied by 10 elites, found the Earth Fury Bear, it immediately urged the ogre behind it to charge forward, with the other goblins following closely behind. Chen immediately activated the Rage skill, commanding the Earth Fury Bear to engage in battle with the monster squad. The Earth Fury Bear was indeed powerful, especially under the Rage enhancement. But the monsters were not low-level either. Under the restraint of the level 9 ogre and level 9 goblins, it only managed to take down 5 monsters, including the ogre, before it died. The surviving monsters watched in disbelief as the fallen Earth Fury Bear suddenly transformed into white light and vanished, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Just as they were about to report this strange occurrence, a deep roar suddenly echoed through the surrounding forest. Following that, another Earth Fury Bear appeared. And it was level 10. How did we kill one, and now another stronger one appears? The leading level 9 goblin swallowed hard, feeling something was amiss. When it came, it had only brought one ogre. The ogre had just been killed by that level 9 Earth Fury Bear, and now there was no big figure to block this level 10 beast. You all hold it off, I'll go back to report. The leading goblin commanded its subordinates to block the charging Earth Fury Bear and then ran towards the direction of the church. Not far into its escape, the screams of its subordinates echoed behind. On the other side, Chen, hiding in the trees, had just summoned a level 10 Earthstorm Bear when he sensed that another Ghostface Spider had fallen in a different direction. This time, let's summon the Vine Beast. Chen took a hardcore of the Vine Beast from his pack and sacrificed its soul. A 4-legged Magical beast over 2 meters tall, composed entirely of vines, appeared beside Enchan and then ran towards the direction where the ghost-faced spider had died. The reason Enchan didn't stay next to Lizzie was to consider the possibility of his summoned creatures being killed. Since the goal this time was to let the monsters near the church go out to support as much as possible, and Shen couldn't recall his summons when they were close to death as he had done before. He needed to summon new beasts to attack the monsters immediately after the first ones fell in battle. The vine beast's movement was similar to that of the wolf monster, but its attack method involved extending the vines on its body to strike multiple targets simultaneously. Moreover, the vine beast had strong vitality. Even if it lost limbs, it could recover quickly, with the only drawback being its slight fear of fire. However, the goblins it faced had no priests capable of casting fire magic. After the ghost-faced spider replaced a few elite goblins, the remaining goblins were no match for the vine beast and fled in panic. Among the 4 magical beasts, only the boxing kangaroo survived to drive away the monster squad it faced. The boxing kangaroo was an agile attacker, and the monsters it faced were not strong. Aside from a few that escaped to report back, the other monsters were quickly taken down by the summoned creatures. Seizing this opportunity, Shen hurried to the 4 battle locations, collecting 37 green-level souls, and then took the summoning materials from the corpses. Once the church was occupied, a protracted battle would ensue, and Shen wouldn't mind having more summoning materials. Meanwhile, a few goblins that had fled back to the church recounted their experiences. When they heard that there were more than 4 magical beasts and that a level 10 beast existed, the scythe goblin could no longer sit still. From the descriptions of its subordinates, it sensed that there must be something unusual about the magical beasts. But regardless of whether humans were behind it or not, they couldn't abandon the perimeter. If they lost the perimeter, the connection between Gruul Town and the Forbidden Forest would be severed. If human strongmen took the opportunity to attack Gruul Town, they wouldn't receive any news and would be unable to provide support. In the Scythe Goblins tribe, there were only about 200 elite goblins above level 6. They had just lost nearly 40 in the last encounter. To avoid further losses, the Scythe Goblin planned to send more subordinates to eliminate the magical beasts. Except for you few, the other goblins go together and make sure to clear out all the magical beasts on the perimeter. The Scythe Goblin pointed at the goblins in the church and said sternly, after dealing with the magical beasts, send goblins to check on the situation in Gruul Town. It was somewhat worried about the situation over there. Yes, more than 30 level 8 and 9 goblins reluctantly left the church. Compared to hunting magical beasts, they preferred to stay in this place rich in magical energy, and many goblins felt they were on the verge of a breakthrough. However, they still had to obey the orders of their leader, the Scythe Goblin. The 30-some goblins walked out of the church, taking about 300 magical creatures with them, heading towards the perimeter. We succeeded. Seeing this scene, the hidden Mark and others felt their hearts race. Now, fewer than 100 magical creatures remained outside the church. And Chan, who also received the news, instructed the magical beasts to continue attracting the goblins' attention on the perimeter while he made his way towards the church. A few magical creatures that had inexplicably strayed from the group were easily dealt with by Enshen along the way. Upon arriving at the hiding place of the others, Enshen immediately called out to everyone. Everyone get ready, melee classes in the front, ranged in the back, hunters responsible for protecting the priests and mages, and we will launch the attack in 1 minute. All the adventurers held their breath. Although the number of monsters ahead had decreased significantly and their levels were not high, anyone could get hurt in the chaos of battle. Avoiding injury and completing the task of occupying the church was what everyone needed to focus on. Sensing that the 4 monsters on the periphery had been discovered by the others, Enshan ordered them to flee in different directions, drawing the attention of the 300 monsters. Who? Enshan let out a breath of stale air, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Charge with me, Enshen shouted, immediately rushing out of the forest and into the clearing around the church. Behind him was a group of black iron-level adventurers. Everyone could clearly feel a slight increase in their strength. They understood this was the skill enhancement effect the guild leader had mentioned, which could boost their combat power by 10%. The sudden appearance of humans startled the nearby resting monsters for a moment, but soon they reacted, and over 100 monsters shouted loudly while grabbing their weapons, aiming at the humans in front of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mark, who was following Enshan, quickly drew his bow and shot. 3 arrows flew towards the goblin archers high up on the church, each hitting a vital spot. The hunters in the team also shot arrows while running. Gung Qingshui and the other mage classes began to prepare their spells. Boom, boom, boom. Several spells flew into the mass of monsters, instantly killing several of them. In the next moment, Enshen collided with the monsters, leading over 30 melee fighters. The sounds of battle cries, clashing swords, and the screams of monsters, along with the sounds of skills being unleashed, erupted simultaneously. And Shen raised his shield with his left hand, blocking the attack of a dog-headed monster that charged at him, while his right hand thrust his longsword quickly, leaving a hole in its chest. High pressure. Acid spray. 5 blobs of acid shot out, helping a nearby melee adventurer take down a goblin. Crack. A whip crack sounded as a monster that had just charged in front of Shen was struck away by Lizzie's long whip, leaving a gaping wound where it was. Hit. Whoosh. A massive fireball flew from behind the adventurers, landing in the midst of the monsters. Boom. A huge flame erupted, engulfing a dozen goblins in fire. Nearby people and monsters felt the intense heat and instinctively stepped back a few paces. What powerful magic! Gengqingxue looked at the goblin priest beside her, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Another level 7 female mage sighed in relief. Fortunately, this is the guild leader's summoned creature, otherwise, we would definitely suffer heavy casualties. And Shen looked at the advancing team, feeling overjoyed. Just as the battle began, they had already taken down nearly 20 goblins with a thunderous momentum, and the situation looked promising. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure suddenly flew past Shen, knocking down another adventurer. Puff! Lu Zhishan landed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Without time to check his shoulder wound, he quickly warned the surrounding adventurers, "Everyone be careful. That guy is very strong." The one who had knocked Lu Zhishan away was the Scythe Goblin. Lu Rongrong quickly ran to Lu Zhishan's side under the protection of a hunter, healing the gruesome wound on his shoulder caused by the scythe. And Chen looked towards the Scythe Goblin and found it had brought 2 level 10 goblins and 8 level 9 goblins into the fray. These goblins could almost take on several opponents at once, instantly halting the adventurer's charge. Moreover, with them blocking the front, the lower-level monsters retreated to the sides, focusing on harassment. Many adventurers began to get injured. Among the Black Iron level adventurers Shen brought, aside from Mark, who was level 10, there was also a level 10 warrior named Hansen. The latter was a prized disciple of the Velcam warrior mentor. Mark and Hansen exchanged glances and each faced off against the 2 level 10 goblins beside the Scythe Goblin. As for Shen, he confronted the Scythe Goblin directly. Lizzie stood beside Anshin, always ready to launch a surprise attack. At that moment, Lizzie used the skill Disguise to disguise herself as level 8. High-pressure acid spray. Facing the Scythe Goblin, Anshin threw out 5 blobs of acid without hesitation. The Scythe Goblin, seeing this, danced its scythe in a tight formation, blocking all the acid. After blocking the last blob of acid, the Scythe Goblin threw its scythe at Anshin. Advanced perception. Activating the skill, Anshin quickly dodged to the side. Then, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, turned around to block the scythe that the Scythe Goblin pulled back with his shield. Crash! After catching the weapon that was pulled back, the Scythe Goblin charged at Anshin. Just as it was about to get close, the Scythe Goblin jumped into the air, raising its scythe to slash down. The blade of the scythe shimmered with light, clearly using a skill. Anshin knew the Scythe Goblin had 4 skills: Resilience, Slash, Flying Scythe, and Chain. Strangulation. The previous one was Flying Scythe, and this one was definitely Slash. Anshin chose not to take the skill head-on and rolled to the side. After missing the slash, the Scythe Goblin threw its scythe at Anshin again. Thud! The scythe embedded itself several centimeters into the ground, then was pulled out by the Scythe Goblin, spinning in the air before flying towards Anshin again. The Scythe Goblin's attacks were very fluid, and even with Anshin's advanced perception activated, he could only dodge awkwardly. After all, he wasn't specialized in melee combat. Compared to an elite like the Scythe Goblin, Anshin's melee ability was still lacking. Before long, Anshin's arms and thighs had several wounds cut by the Scythe Goblins. Weapon. However, under the treatment of low-level healing, the wounds were slowly healing. Humph. The Scythe Goblin looked at Anshin, who was panting heavily, a hint of disdain flashing across its lips. From the moment the outer monsters appeared, it had anticipated that there would be enemies with designs on its stronghold. But it didn't expect that only 50 people would come, and only 3 of them were level 10. 50 humans didn't seem like a small number, but it had made preparations in advance. Under its orders, those subordinates who went out to hunt monsters would return after a few minutes if they found the monsters fleeing and not engaging. After wiping the sweat from his face, Anshin suddenly stiffened. In his perception, those goblins chasing the monsters suddenly stopped pursuing and were quickly returning to the church. This, good fellow, so you already guessed that someone would attack. Anshin looked at the goblin swinging its scythe in front of him, marveling at its cunning. It would take at least 3 minutes to run from the outskirts to the church at full speed. This meant that if Anshin couldn't rush into the church within 3 minutes, he would be surrounded by the hundreds of monsters returning. The Scythe Goblin knew this too, so it was in no hurry at all. Given the strength displayed by Anshin and the others, it was absolutely impossible for them to defeat it in 3 minutes. They might even be defeated by it. In that case, there's no point in leaving. The monsters on the outskirts. Anshin dodged the Scythe Goblin's attack again, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 5. Seconds later, a level 10 Earthstorm Bear, a Vine Beast, a Fong Brown Tiger, and a level 9 Punching Kangaroo appeared beside Anshin simultaneously. As soon as they appeared, the 4 monsters pounced on the Scythe Goblin, which was momentarily stunned. At the same time, Anshin caught the magic staff thrown over by the Goblin Priest. The skill, Toxic Spore, was activated. The Scythe Goblin watched as 4 magical beasts suddenly appeared before it and quickly retreated to dodge. Boom! The massive bodies of the earth-shaking bear and the striped brown tiger stirred up a cloud of dust as they missed their targets. They soon charged towards the Scythe Goblin along with the Vine Beast and the Boxing Kangaroo. Just as the Scythe Goblin was about to swing its scythe to attack the beasts, it suddenly felt something strange on its body. Looking down, it was shocked to find that its body was covered in dense mushrooms. Moreover, these mushrooms were draining its magic and life force, growing rapidly. Accompanied by a wave of weakness, a hint of panic flashed across the Scythe Goblin's face. It retreated while trying to tear off the mushrooms from its body. Bang! In a moment of poor dodging, the Scythe Goblin was swatted away by the earth-shaking bear. After landing, it swatted off the last few mushrooms on its body, but its legs felt a bit weak. Crack! A whip lashed out from the side, leaving a bloody mark on the Scythe Goblin's face. Lise was preparing to attack again but was dodged by the latter. Fall back inside, the Scythe Goblin shouted to its fighting subordinates while picking up a weapon that had fallen beside it and running towards the church. It never expected that the human it was battling could suddenly summon 4 magical beasts, 3 of which were level 10. The mushrooms growing on its body were undoubtedly the work of that human. If it weren't for the skill, tenacity, it might have already collapsed. Moreover, the speed of the black-robed figure attacking it didn't seem like an 8th level. On the battlefield, the magical creatures that heard the Scythe Goblin's command began to retreat towards the church. With the magical creatures intent on retreating, the adventurers couldn't completely stop them. Even Mark couldn't hold back his opponent. However, the level 10 goblin fighting Hansen was blocked by Enshen's magical beasts. It was then torn to shreds. Seeing the goblins start to retreat into the church, Enshen immediately summoned 3 goblins. In the chaos, the Scythe Goblin didn't notice that 3 level 10 goblins had appeared inside the church. After leaving behind more than 50 corpses, all the magical creatures retreated into the church. The adventurers gathered around Enshen, waiting for him to give the order to charge in. There are probably still 60 or 70 inside, most of them elite level 6 and above. Mark said, squinting as he approached Enshen. Let's charge directly. Enshen nodded and said to Lu Rongrong and the injured behind him, those who are injured, hurry and heal. The magical creatures that went out earlier are already coming back. We have less than 3 minutes to take the church in front of us, and then we will have to face the attack of 300 magical creatures. Some of the injured hurried to Lu Rongrong and Ning Wen to treat their minor wounds. No deaths occurred among the adventurers during the previous battle. This was due to the boost from leadership and the fact that they had taken out a batch of magical creatures in the surprise attack. Roar! The 4 magical beasts let out deep growls and charged first towards the ruins of the church. Seeing this, the Scythe Goblin immediately organized its personnel to defend behind the wall. It only wanted to rely on the church's ability to restore magic and hold out until other magical creatures arrived. The magical creatures guarding the church unleashed their skills as if they required no magic power, pouring forth towards the front. The earth-shaking bear rushed to the front to block these skills in order to protect the adventurers behind it. Its massive body was shattered and vanished into white light. So it was you. The Scythe Goblin realized at that moment that the previous assassination was orchestrated by the human before it. However, understanding this did not give it the ability to rush out and seek revenge on Enshen in the face of the human's fierce attack. After the earth-shaking bear fell, the striped brown tiger leaped over the low wall and jumped into the church. At the broken door, the boxing kangaroo also forced back the level 10 goblin guarding the entrance. As they opened the gap, Enshen led over 30 melee fighters and charged in behind them. While the Scythe Goblin's subordinates resisted, the 3 summoned creatures inside the church began to attack the surrounding monsters frantically. Several unsuspecting goblins were instantly pierced through the back and killed. During the previous ambush, Enshen had refrained from letting these 3 goblins participate, worried about friendly fire in the chaos. But now was the perfect moment for a pincer attack. Damn it! The Scythe Goblin swung the chain in its hand, entangling one of the goblins that was attacking its subordinates, preparing to use chain strangulation. But in the next moment, the bound goblin vanished from its grasp. Damn it! The Scythe Goblin cried out in frustration. It had thought that with dozens of subordinates around, it could hold out until reinforcements arrived. But now, just a minute had passed, and not only had dozens of its subordinates died, but humans had also charged in. I underestimated these humans. With the situation turning dire, the Scythe Goblin saw no reason to hold its ground in the church. It ran to the back of the church and climbed over a broken wall to escape. Just as Enshen, who had just slain a dog-headed monster, rushed into the church. He caught sight of the scythe goblin fleeing. Stay safe and quickly deal with the remaining enemies. After giving orders to the adventurers beside him, Shen immediately summoned a harpy and sent it flying after the scythe goblin. Whoosh! 2 whirlwinds flew toward the scythe goblin below. Hearing the commotion above, the scythe goblin quickly dodged to the side. Crack! The large tree struck by the whirlwind broke and toppled. The scythe goblin looked up at Shen, who had been lowered by the harpy, its eyes filled with fear. Not only can he control beasts, but he can also command monsters. Those traitorous goblins earlier must have been his doing. This human is too dangerous. Shen paid no mind to the scythe goblin's thoughts. He only wanted to kill the goblin in front of him as quickly as possible. With the harpy distracting the scythe goblin, he took out a small package from his backpack containing the materials needed to summon a black wind demon wolf. After sacrificing a soul, a level 10 black wind demon wolf appeared beside Shen and charged toward the fleeing scythe goblin. Drawing the wand from his belt, Shen unleashed poison spore at the scythe goblin once more, faced with the attacks from the harpy. In the air and the black wind demon wolf, the scythe goblin was already struggling. At that moment, mushrooms sprouted on its body again, instantly plunging its spirits to a low point. Bang! Taking advantage of the scythe goblin being affected by poison spore and slowing down, the black wind demon wolf swatted it away with a paw. For claw marks were raked across the scythe goblin's chest armor, and in the areas not protected by armor, for strips of flesh were torn away by the wolf's claws. Thud! The scythe goblin rolled on the ground twice before crashing into a large tree and finally stopping. Just as it propped itself up with its side, it was pierced through the shoulder by the sharp claws of the diving harpy, lifted 3 meters into the air. Enduring the excruciating pain in its shoulder, the scythe goblin attempted to swing its scythe to slash at the harpy above. Suddenly, a shadow shot up from below, and the scythe goblin felt a lightness in its lower body. The harpy let out a scream, tossing the upper half of the scythe goblin's body in front of Shen. The black wind demon wolf spat out the lower half of the goblin's body it had been biting, preparing to return at Shen's command, when suddenly an arrow struck it in the abdomen. Roar! A group of goblins, dog-headed men, and trolls appeared in Shen's line of sight. Have they returned already? Shen quickly grabbed the upper half of a corpse and the weapon of a scythe-wielding goblin from the ground, riding back to the church. On the black wind demon wolf. Inside the church, only a dozen monsters remained, struggling to survive under the assault of a group of adventurers. After returning to the church, Shen immediately joined the adventurers to kill the remaining level 8 and 9 monsters. Mark, Hansen, hurry and organize people to hold the east side. After the last goblin in the church fell, Shen immediately shouted at Mark and Hansen nearby. You all come with me. The two quickly led dozens of adventurers to the edge of the wall. At this moment, the returning monsters were only a dozen meters away from the wall, charging in at full speed. Precision! Mark dropped his machete, quickly took out his bow and arrow, and activated his skill to shoot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow grazed the cheek of the fastest charging goblin and hit a goblin archer who was drawing his bow. Ooh! The goblin archer, hit in the throat by the arrow, lost his grip, and the already drawn bow shot the arrow out. But due to the angle, it hit the thigh of a rat man in front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more arrows shot out from the church, killing goblins that had charged within 50 meters of the church. The warriors and knights guarding the edge of the wall engaged in fierce combat with the monsters that were right in front of them. The magic array inside the church could restore 5 points of magic power per second, which amounts to 300 points in a minute. The magic power of mages was already the highest among all professions, and level 7 Gung Qingshue's magic power cap had reached 2,000 points. Coupled with the recovery speed of the magic array, she and several other mages were more than willing to unleash their spells. Arcane orb flew in a continuous stream towards the center of the monster's first level. Arcane orb consumed only a few dozen points of magic power at a time, and when hitting the vital points of monsters below level 5, it could directly kill them. Even so, the number of monsters was too great. The combined number of hunters and mages was only a little over a dozen. After the melee adventurers worked together to kill the monsters that had just charged in, more monsters followed closely behind. Some even circled around to other directions, trying to climb in. Roar! The brown-striped tiger let out a roar and leaped, pouncing on a monster that had climbed over the north wall, biting its throat. A few other monsters nearby tried to attack the brown-striped tiger but were suddenly entangled by several vines around their arms and necks. As the vine beast tightened its grip, these monsters were strangled to death. The black wind demon wolf and the boxing kangaroo ran to the south wall to fend off the monsters. Shuefei Bai, take people to block the north wall. Lu Jishan, take people to block the south wall. Facing more monsters rushing in, Shen walked to the east wall, where the battle was most intense, and shouted at the two. Understood, you guys come with me. Covered in blood, Shuefei Bai and Lu Jishan each took 9 people to guard the other 2 directions. The east wall was actually the location of the church's main entrance, which was also the primary direction of the monster's attack. After instantly reallocating 20 adventurers, the pressure on the adventurers guarding the east side suddenly increased. Fortunately, Shen cancelled the summoning of 3 goblins and resummoned 3 level 10 beasts to help resist on a battlefield full of goblins. Summoning goblins could easily lead to them being mistaken for enemies by the adventurers fighting nearby, except for the goblin priest who had been staying beside Gengqingxue. The returning monsters saw the corpses of monsters near the church and roared angrily as they charged towards the church. They noticed that there weren't many people inside the church and thought they could easily rush in, but they didn't expect the fighting power of these 50 people to be so strong. Although the monsters charging in front were all low level, the speed of their deaths was astonishing. In less than half a minute of charging, at least 60 low-level monsters had already died. Let's go! The nearly 100 elite goblins in the rear couldn't sit still upon witnessing this scene. More than 30 of them were above level 8, having stayed in the church before, knowing that the magical energy inside was particularly abundant. If they did not launch a fierce attack but instead dragged it out slowly, the humans inside would likely digest them bit by bit. Charge! With a level 9 goblin giving the command, over 100 elite goblins immediately joined the battle. A dozen trolls smashed nearby large trees, hoisting trunks as thick as an adult's waist and charging forward. Other trolls picked up rocks the size of human heads and hurled them into the church. Watch out! A knight, seeing the rapidly flying stones overhead, quickly raised his shield to protect his comrade beside him. Clang! The wooden shield, wrapped in a layer of iron, was shattered by the stone. The knight was also knocked back, several ribs broken where the stone struck his chest. Ningwen, save him! Everyone, be careful to avoid the enemy's projectiles. Shen glanced back at the severely injured knight, then turned to Mark beside him and shouted, "Mark, take out the trolls throwing stones from the back." Without needing Shen's orders, Mark stepped on the collapsed walls around him and jumped onto a broken pillar over 3 meters high. Precision, armor break. Mark aimed at a troll over 70 meters away that was about to throw a stone and released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow, infused with magical energy, tore through the air and struck the troll's throat, piercing through. The troll clutched its throat and fell, convulsing. But the nearby trolls continued to hurl stones. Before Mark could shoot a second arrow, a dozen arrows suddenly flew from the mass of monsters below, heading straight for him. Clang 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 whoosh clang clang. Mark hurriedly drew his machete to block the arrows, but one struck his shoulder. With Mark being targeted, he had no choice but to jump down. Gengqingxue, where are your first-tier spells? Fire them at the monster archers. After Shen killed a goblin with his sword, he pulled the adventurer beside him and jumped to the side. Boom! A stone the size of a human torso crashed down where they had just stood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A massive fireball flew out from the church, heading towards the goblin archers. Along with the fireball, there were also ice spikes, wind blades, and other first-tier spells. A few goblin archers, seeing the magic coming, turned and ran. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, several monsters near the impact point, including a troll that had charged with a tree trunk, were all killed. Shen tossed the wand to the goblin shaman while signaling the harpy to prepare for takeoff. The ones charging in front were still low-level goblins, and the elite goblins had just moved out. If Shen released toxic fungus and disaster now, these elites would likely not charge. Watching as more and more people around him were injured, Shen kept telling himself, wait a bit longer, first deal with the cannon fodder in front. The goblin shaman began preparing explosive fireball, and the harpy let out a cry, flapping its wings to fly into the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Once the harpy ascended, it was immediately targeted by goblin archers and troll throwers, with a barrage of arrows and stones flying towards it. The harpy was hit by several arrows, struggling to fly over the area with the most monsters unleashing Dispel Scream before being recalled by Shen. Over 30 monsters fell into a dazed state, only to be engulfed by the incoming explosive fireball. More than 300 monsters returned, of which about 200 were low-level monsters. After the previous wave of charges, over 70 had been killed by the adventurers. Adding to that, the harpy and goblin priest had just cooperated to kill more than 30, bringing the monster losses to over a third. However, their elite fighting force had not suffered much loss. The bombardment of fireball had instilled some fear in the surrounding low-level monsters. But as the elite monsters charged onto the battlefield, these low-level monsters launched another charge. A few trolls, clutching thick tree trunks, had already rushed to within 20 meters of the church. The hunter-class adventurers inside the church quickly focused their fire on these trolls. However, the trolls used the tree trunks to shield their upper bodies and vital areas, causing the arrows to either hit the trunks or strike non-vital areas like the calves and shoulders. These trolls, above level 7, had already reached a height of 3 meters. The arrows hitting them had no effect on their movements. Moreover, more than half of the adventurers had been injured in the previous battle. 2 of them were severely injured by falling rocks. Fortunately, with Lu Rongrong and Ningwen present, the injured could quickly return to the battlefield, and the severely wounded had their lives saved. President, they're charging again. Hansen peeked out from behind the wall and shouted to Enshen, who was also dodging thrown stones. I see. Enshen, hiding behind a pillar, kept his eyes on a goblin corpse at his feet. After having the goblin priest launch a fireball at the charging mass of monsters, killing one troll and several other monsters, Enshen took the staff thrown over by the goblin priest. Toxic fungus. The summoner's skill activated, and a large patch of mushrooms immediately sprouted from the goblin corpse, which visibly shriveled. Enshen quickly instructed the vine beast to wrap the corpse in vines and throw it into the monster horde. Thud! The goblin's corpse flew over the trolls and landed among the elite monsters. 30 meters away from the church, a group of monsters looked at the goblin corpse, now covered in mushrooms and reduced to skin and bones, their eyes filled with confusion. Disaster! The wand in Enshen's hand emitted light, and the mushrooms on the goblin corpse exploded instantly. Tiny spores filled the air, attaching themselves to the surrounding elite monsters. Dozens of elite and over 30 low-level monsters were infected with the spores. Soon, the monsters realized that these spores had taken root in their skin, continuously growing. The growth of the spores relied on the monsters' magic and flesh as nutrients. Before long, the monsters covered in mushrooms felt a wave of weakness wash over them. Some unfortunate goblins had spores fly into their eyes, and as the spores took root and began to absorb nutrients, they immediately let out wails of agony. The monsters frantically tore at the mushrooms on their bodies, but there were simply too many spores. Toxic fungus could allow a single target to grow up to 100 mushrooms. After disaster was activated, these mushrooms would split into tens of thousands of spores. Monsters that became heavily infected with spores would quickly fall into a weakened state if they could not be cleared in time, and then slowly die. Just like the goblins on the ground groaning in pain, the low-level monsters no longer had the strength to tear at the mushrooms that were about to fully form, collapsing on the ground and twitching uncontrollably. The dozen or so elite goblins were still making their last struggles, tearing at the dense mushrooms on their bodies. A total of 400 points of magic power were consumed, leading nearly 50 monsters to a slow death. This effect was even better than fireball. The trolls in the front line were not affected by the spores behind them, they had already charged to the edge of the church, clutching the large trees. Boom! The trolls swung the large trees in their hands, directly crashing through a small section of the wall, sending debris flying. Roar! The striped tiger roared as it pounced on the level 10 troll, only to be sent flying by a single blow. Cross slash. Hansen, gripping his broadsword tightly, executed 2 horizontal slashes, forming a cross-shaped blade aura that flew towards the troll. Thud! The blade aura left 2 deep, gory gashes on the troll's torso, blood spraying everywhere. The troll let out a painful roar and raised the tree trunk in its hand to smash it down on Hansen. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the falling tree trunk was blocked by a large, furry hand. It was one of the 3 level 10 Earthstorm bears summoned by Enshen to defend the East Wall. Earthstorm bears were relatively common beasts in the Aashengsi Valley, and Enshen had hunted dozens of them. Taking advantage of the struggle between the Earthstorm bear and the troll, Hansen immediately swung his broadsword to attack the troll in front of him. The other 6 beasts also collided with the charging trolls. Meanwhile, Enshen was preparing to launch the second toxic fungus flying corpse. He summoned the injured harpy again, letting it grab the goblin corpse covered in mushrooms and fly into the air to drop it among the elite monsters. Bang! The corpse hit the ground, triggering disaster. This time, the mushrooms on the corpse exploded at low altitude, affecting a wider area. Although the monsters scattered as soon as they saw the corpse fall, over 20 elite goblins were still affected by disaster. At this moment, the first batch of monsters affected by disaster had already formed mushrooms on their bodies. Enshen used the remaining magic power to activate disaster again, infecting all the monsters nearby that were helping their companions. Tear off the mushrooms. Here you go. Enshen threw the magic wand to the goblin priest hiding in the corner, picked up his sword and shield, and began to fight the approaching monsters. After receiving the staff, the goblin priest's eyes flashed red as he stepped out from his hiding place, preparing a fireball explosion. After 3 rounds of disaster, over 100 monsters had been affected. Half of them were elite goblins. Unlike hunting low-level monsters, each elite goblin's death would provide Enshen with experience. As one elite goblin after another died under the torment of disaster, Enshen's experience continued to grow. Moreover, due to the influence of disaster, the monsters following the troll were separated from it. Although a dozen trolls briefly opened a gap, there was no support. With the beasts trading 1 for 1 and the adventurer's assistance, the trolls had already fallen by more than half. Only the 20 or so monsters on the sides remained unaffected, charging towards the church to fight Enshen and the others. But facing level 10 Enshen and Lizzie, along with numerous adventurers, these monsters couldn't hold on at all. Finally, with a shriek from the harpy, the sluggish trolls were all controlled. The adventurers seized the opportunity, using their skills to target the trolls' vital points, slaying the last few remaining trolls. Boom! The goblin priest's fireball explosion sounded again, injuring several elite goblins that couldn't dodge in time. After Inshan and his team quickly cleared the monsters that had rushed into the church, fewer than 50 monsters remained in fighting condition. In front of the church, there were piles of various monsters' corpses, along with monsters covered in mushrooms, groaning in pain as they lay dying. On the adventurer's side, aside from a batch of summoned creatures from Inshan that had perished, not a single adventurer had died, with only fewer than 10 sustaining serious injuries. Although everyone's magical energy was nearly depleted, being in the church meant they could recover fully in just a few minutes. Since the monsters had returned, the battle had lasted less than 10 minutes. Out of the 300 monsters, including 100 elite ones, fewer than 20 elite and over 30 low-level monsters remained. Wow! A goblin, seeing Inshan and the group of adventurers standing at the collapsed entrance of the church, felt its legs go weak and, letting out a strange cry, turned to flee. Under its lead, the remaining monsters also lost the will to fight. All that could move ran away in the direction away from the church. LV Yen, holding a bloodstained spear, approached Inshan, her chest heaving heavily as she gasped for breath, and asked, "Should we chase them?" Inshan glanced at the wounds on LV Yen's arms, cheeks, and the various cuts on her body, then patted her shoulder and said, "You stay here. Shui. Fei Bai, take people to clean up the battlefield, and those who are injured should treat their wounds quickly. Hansen, the safety of the church is temporarily in your hands." And Shen summoned 2 black wind magic wolves again and only took Mark to pursue the fleeing monsters. No matter how fast the monsters ran on their 2 legs, they couldn't outrun the 4 legs of the black wind magic wolves. However, once the monsters dashed into the forest, they scattered, and Shen and Mark split up to specifically chase the elite goblins. After spending 10 minutes hunting down a dozen elite goblins, the 2 returned to the church. The adventurers in the church, aside from those on guard and cleaning the battlefield, were all lying around in a disheveled manner. Although the battle didn't last long, it was intense. After all, counting Inshan, there were only about 50 adventurers. They had first engaged in fierce combat with the scythe goblins and over 100 monsters. After taking the church, they had almost no rest before fighting against the returning monster forces. Even Mark and Hansen were limping, let alone the generally level 6 or 7 adventurers. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been able to take a church guarded by 100 monsters. One adventurer saw Chen and Mark return and took out food and water from the supplies they had brought, handing it to the 2. And Chen took a piece of jerky, took a big bite, and then drank some water, asking those around, "How are everyone's injuries?" "I'm fine. I had an issue earlier, but it's gone now. Miss Ning's healing magic is truly amazing. When I was hit by a rock, I thought I was done for. Who would have thought I could still sit here and enjoy victory with everyone? Cough cough cough. I got my life back. Damn it, I just took down 2 goblins, a dog-headed man, and a rat man, all elite. I even leveled up this time. I really hit the jackpot." Haha, to be honest, I felt somewhat confident when we took the church. After all, I had fought over 100 monsters with the president before, and back then, everyone wasn't that strong. But those monsters that came back later really scared me. My legs were shaking. As an experienced adventurer, Xiao had bandages wrapped around his head, shoulders, and legs. Yet his face was filled with excitement. That was 300 monsters. Almost half of them were stronger than me. But I didn't expect the president and the brothers to be so fierce. Those monsters fell like cutting chives. Yes. The president's summoned creatures are incredibly strong. Without the president, I don't know how many times I would have died by now. And Hansen, truly a level 10 warrior, I saw him single-handedly take on a troll. Lord Mark is also very strong in close combat. He's even fiercer than I am as a warrior. You can forget it. You think you can compare with Lord Mark at level 7? Did a goblin just hit you on the head? Ha ha ha. Lu Rongrong saw that the injured were getting more and more excited, even forgetting to treat their wounds, so she gently called out, "Everyone, my magic power has recovered a bit. Who wants to be treated first? One by one, hurry up and get treated." And Chen laughed and scolded the group. "Aren't we thinking of letting the seriously injured go first?" When Xiao saw Lu Rongrong coming over, he quickly removed the bandage from his head, revealing a knife wound that ran from his ear to his forehead. "Uncle Xiao, it's fine, it won't hurt in a bit." Lu Rongrong clumsily comforted Xiao, then pressed her hands on the wound, and the knife wound visibly healed at a noticeable speed. And Chen glanced at the 2 knights who were the most seriously injured, now resting against the wall, eating jerky and drinking clean water, looking nothing like heavy casualties. They had both been injured while helping others block projectiles. Fortunately, they had managed to hold on thanks to the dual treatment from Ningwen and Lu Rongrong. However, they wouldn't be able to participate in combat for a while. "Shuafei Bai, have you finished counting the loot?" and Shen called out to Xuefeibai, who was busy in front of a pile of monster corpses. Almost done. Xuefeibai's tone carried a hint of excitement. Before long, Xuefeibai and Lu Zhishang returned to the church to report the loot to Chen. President, we had a great haul this time. Xuefeibai said excitedly. Just the iron weapons and armor pulled from the monsters amount to over 500 pieces. I roughly calculated, and it should sell for about 50 gold coins. There are also quite a few valuable items in the bags carried by the monsters. Old Lu even found a gem in one of the bags. Plus, the monsters we hunted can also be sold. Elite monsters above level 6 have distinct differences in certain body parts compared to lower level monsters. For example, a level 6 goblin has a deep gray magic pattern on its ear, 2 for level 7 and 5 for level 10. The Adventurers Guild currently has a lot of tasks for hunting monsters with a Viscount's bounty. If we cut off the ears that prove their level, we can claim the reward. A level 10 goblin can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. Trolls are even more valuable. Excluding those turned to ash, there are about 300 corpses here, which is another large sum of money. Oh dear. My head is a bit muddled, I can't calculate anymore. And Chen looked at the somewhat anxious Xuefeibai and smiled. Then let's wait until we get back to calculate this. The surrounding adventurers began to smile as they heard the conversation between the two. Although Xuefeibai couldn't figure out how much the loot was worth, based on what he had just listed, it was definitely over 100 gold coins. It might even reach 200 gold coins. Damn, as expected of elite goblins. From the moment we stepped into the Forbidden Forest to the end of the battle just now, it was less than half an hour, and we've earned so much. I wonder how much I'll get. Don't worry, the president will definitely not shortchange us. I participated in the last Gruul Guardian battle, and even as a level 5, I got a lot. That's why I like following the president. Not only is it thrilling, but I can also fill my stomach with some soup. Ha ha ha. The adventurers were invigorated by the astonishing rewards, as if their strength had returned a bit. President, what should we do next? Mark pulled Chen aside and asked quietly. The monsters that just ran away will definitely report back here. If the Goblin King from the Forbidden Forest and the monsters from Gruul Town come looking for us, even though we can quickly recover our magic power here, staying here would be a certain death. And Chen nodded, stuffed the last small piece of jerky into his mouth, clapped his hands and said, so, we still need to take the initiative. When Chen and the others infiltrated the Forbidden Forest, Connor also led over 70 people to start harassing Gruul Town. The guards and the mercenaries brought by Mavis were quite formidable. Coupled with Connor, who was at level 11, the monsters guarding the entrance, although they had detected Connor and his group in advance, were still caught up and killed a dozen or so. However, the monsters inside the town quickly noticed something was amiss and swarmed out in groups. Connor's main objective was to hold these monsters back and buy time for Chen. Upon seeing the monsters emerge, he immediately led his people to retreat. Once the monsters left, he returned with his group to continue the harassment. The monsters occupying Gruul Town included over a dozen that were level 10. One of the level 10 chieftains couldn't hold back and led dozens of elite and over 100 lower level monsters to chase after them. They did catch up, but during the chaotic battle, that chieftain was taken down by Connor. The remaining monsters fled back to the town in disarray, no longer daring to underestimate the humans outside. Connor also didn't dare to charge into a town occupied by over 700 monsters with just a few dozen people. The two sides remained in a stalemate for 2 to 3 hours, with no further actions taken. And Chen, the battle on your side should have started by now. Connor sat on a mound, gazing towards the direction of the Forbidden Forest, murmuring softly, you must be careful. What he didn't know was that Chen had already taken down the church. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, in the church, after half an hour of rest, aside from the severely injured adventurers, everyone else had recovered most of their stamina. As for their magical power, everyone was in peak condition. And Chen instructed Mark, the hunter, to lead everyone in setting traps around the church to deal with the monsters in the upcoming battle. And Chen himself, however, took Lizzie deep into the Forbidden Forest. In the previous battle, Chen had harvested nearly 200 green level souls, which was also the reason he dared to venture in alone. With so many souls, along with a large bag of summoning materials he had collected, as long as he wasn't surrounded, Chen felt confident. Besides the souls, Chen's experience surged by over 2,000, bringing his experience bar to 2534/5000. This was still after some experience had been shared with other adventurers. However, without them, Chen certainly wouldn't have been able to take down the church. But compared to defending a home, Chen felt he was more suited for raiding. The power of disaster had already manifested in the previous battle, as over 100 elite goblins had been killed by Chen's 3 disasters. Since he was raiding to conceal his identity, and Shen changed his summoned creatures to monsters, including the Scythe Goblin, thanks to a previous trip to the core area and Lizzie guiding him, and Shen quickly arrived at the core area. Looking at the somewhat empty goblin village before him, and Shen's eyes gradually narrowed. This village was the same one that had surrounded and killed Harry and the other mercenaries last time. A few kilometers further in was where the Goblin King resided. The Scythe Goblin swaggered into the village, quickly attracting the attention of the monsters inside. However, most of the monsters in this village were at Gruul Town, leaving only 5 or 6 level 6 goblins to guard the place. These monsters clearly recognized the Scythe Goblin and bowed their heads upon seeing it. However, at this moment, the Scythe Goblin was already in Shen's summoned creature. Accompanied by the sounds of clashing chains, scythe slashes, and the screams of goblins, several of the remaining goblins were killed in their own home, and Shen and Lizzie searched the village. Aside from finding some beast meat and worthless items, there were no other gains. As expected, goblins carry all their valuables with them, and Shen clicked his tongue and turned to leave. According to the information obtained earlier, there are about 800 monsters in Gruul Town, of which 400 are elite. In the previous battle, Shen encountered 200 elite monsters. The total number of monsters in the Forbidden Forest is just over 2,000, and the Goblin King's army seems to have about 1,000 elites. Considering the previous losses and those sent to Gruul Town, there should only be around 200 left inside. Now, Lizzie walked up to Shen, speculating about the Goblin King's forces, and Shen tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand and continued to delve deeper with his summoned creatures. In his heart, Shen still hoped that the Goblin King would be separated from the remaining elites, giving him a chance to take them down one by one. Hide, monsters are coming out. And Shen saw a group of monsters running out from deep within the forest through the Scythe Goblin leading the way. Lizzie immediately hid in the bushes alongside Shen. Soon, a group of over 100 elite monsters appeared in Shen's line of sight. At the forefront of this group was a blood-soaked Ratman. Is this the Ratman that escaped from the church bringing reinforcements? And Shen looked at this group of monsters, all at least level 8, and a thought crossed his mind. Charging out directly would surely leave him as nothing but bones. Using the magic fluctuations of toxic fungus and disaster would expose his position, which was not suitable at the moment. At this time, Shen did not summon more powerful beasts but instead summoned goblins and other monsters. As the group of monsters passed by, 6 summoned level 10 goblins quietly emerged from their hiding place and mixed into the back of the line. Taking advantage of the fact that the monsters in front were unaware, the summoned goblins locked onto the 3 level 8 goblins running at the back. The 3 summoned goblins covered the mouths of the nearby monsters, while the other 3 quickly used their weapons to slit the monsters' throats. The entire process was very smooth and did not make much noise. After tossing the bodies into the bushes, the 6 summoned creatures quickened their pace and caught up. The leader of this group of monsters, a level 10 dog-headed man, had just learned from the Ratman that the church on the outskirts was actually a place rich in magical energy. It cursed the Scythe Goblin in its heart for hiding this matter while planning to occupy the church. The dog-headed leader had always looked down on the Scythe Goblin. The latter thought the dog-headed men were incredibly foolish, which made the dog-headed leader somewhat happy when it learned of the Scythe Goblin's death. In the Forbidden Forest, although the elite monster groups lived together, there was still a hierarchy of disdain. Goblins thought dog-headed men were stupid, while dog-headed men thought goblins were weak. As for the Ratmen, aside from the dim-witted trolls, both goblins and dog-headed men looked down on the timid Ratmen. Previously, the dog-headed leader had stopped the panicked Ratmen. After learning of the human invasion, the dog-headed leader did not let the Ratmen report to the Goblin King and instead had them lead the way. The Ratmen said that there were only 50 humans, but they had beasts to assist them. Moreover, it had seen the Goblin Priest continuously using magic to bombard and assist the humans. Even more so, the humans had methods similar to a plague that could cause mushrooms to grow all over the monsters, leading them to die in agony. The dog-headed man felt disdain in his heart. He knew that Ratmen were usually cowardly and likely exaggerated the humans' strength. But if the humans were truly that powerful, they would have already taken back Gruul Town. Furthermore, it was one thing for beasts to assist humans, but how could the Goblin Priest possibly help humans? Sniff sniff. While running, the dog-headed leader's nose twitched as it suddenly caught a whiff of blood. What's going on? The dog-headed man stopped, glanced ahead, and saw nothing unusual. Then it looked back and suddenly widened its eyes. Its subordinates had mysteriously decreased by nearly half. Originally, the team had just over 100 members, but now there were only about 60 left. And Shen's summoned creatures had unknowingly taken down more than 30. Damn it, where did they all go? The dog-headed leader had not yet connected the bloody smell with the disappearance of its subordinates. However, Chen, who was following behind, saw the monster army stop and the dog-headed leader turn around to search, realizing it couldn't be hidden for long. After all, the freshly slaughtered corpses were just behind the bushes at the end of the troop. Under Chen's command, 5 summoned creatures hidden among the ranks revealed their identities one by one and launched attacks on the nearby monsters. This threw the entire army into chaos, and one remaining summoned creature took advantage of the confusion to run towards Chen, who was 50 meters away. Toxic spores. The range of toxic spores in disaster was only 20 meters, and Chen was worried that being too close would alert the monsters to the magical fluctuations, so he could only apply toxic spores to the summoned creature. With a distance of 50 meters and the chaos over there, not a single monster detected the magical fluctuations from this side. Run over there! And Chen was afraid the toxic spores would take effect too quickly, so he hurriedly instructed the summoned goblin to run over. The dog-headed leader looked at the few level 10 goblins attacking its subordinates in a frenzy and couldn't wrap its head around it. It was certain it didn't recognize these goblins. They weren't part of its troop. Oh whoa! The furious dog-headed leader swung a metal wolf fawn club and struck one of the summoned goblins on the back of its head. And Chen was currently releasing toxic spores and didn't notice the situation over there. However, the loss of one summoned creature was nothing. The remaining 4 summoned creatures were still attacking the surrounding monsters, while the one affected by toxic spores had already returned to the monster ranks. Mushrooms, it's mushrooms! Get away from it! A ratman in the troop inadvertently caught sight of the summoned goblin covered in mushrooms, its face filled with terror. It shouted while retreating. The monsters surrounding the 4 summoned goblins still hadn't understood what was happening. When Chen, who had quietly approached, used disaster. The already formed toxic spores, after Chen released disaster, spread a sky of mycelium over at least 30 monsters. It was because they were too clustered together that so many fell victim. Even the dog-headed leader had dozens of mycelium growing on it. The dog-headed leader, seeing the situation before it, suddenly remembered what the ratman had said. It quickly tore off the growing mycelium from its body and turned to look behind the tree where Chen was hiding. The magical fluctuations from disaster had exposed Chen. Thud thud thud. Ignoring the effects of the mycelium on its subordinates, the dog-headed leader made its way to where Chen was hiding. Realizing it couldn't hide anymore, Chen simply released toxic spores towards the dog-headed leader and then stepped out with his sword drawn. Human! The dog-headed leader did not expect that at this moment a human would actually venture this deep. Feeling the discomfort from the mushrooms growing on its body, the dog-headed leader let out a roar and charged forward with its wolf fawn club. However, just as the dog-headed leader charged in, a scythe with a chain suddenly flew out from behind a tree to Chen's side, heading straight for the dog-headed leader. Clang! The dog-headed leader narrowly blocked the blow and then saw the scythe goblin. You're not dead? The ratman had clearly told it that the scythe goblin was dead. Although the scythe goblin wasn't dead, it seemed to have betrayed them and was now allied with the humans. It would have been better off dead. While fighting against the scythe goblin, the dog-headed leader also had to endure the pain and weakness brought on by toxic spores, quickly falling into a disadvantage. In Chen's view, the dog-headed leader's 2,500 health points were rapidly decreasing. However, the monsters in the distance charged forward. Aside from the more than 30 monsters infected by the disaster, there were still over 30 monsters that were completely unharmed. Moreover, their levels were all at least level 8, making them the elite of the elite. The previous 4 summoned creatures had already been overwhelmed and killed after taking down a few monsters, and Chen retreated to the back, preparing to summon monsters again. At that moment, the goblin leader hid behind the charging monsters, letting some of his subordinates distract the scythe goblin, while calling a few others to help him tear off the mushrooms growing on his back. The mushrooms had already grown to the size of eggs and were about to mature. Although these monsters had just been affected by the disaster, they had no idea of the principle behind it. Several monsters were helping the goblin leader remove the mushrooms, while a dozen others protected him in front. Only 8 or 9 monsters were pursuing Chen. The disaster is about to descend again. Chen took out his wand and activated his skill. Bang! Not only the mushrooms on the goblin leader but also the mushrooms on the more than 30 monsters previously infected by the mycelium exploded again. These elites had been drained to the brink of death by the mushrooms, and now more mycelium took root in them, leaving them with no strength to tear them off. How is this possible? Such a skill exists. The goblin leader, whose health had dropped to 500, lay on the ground, his hands frantically pulling at the mycelium that had reattached to him. As for the subordinates who had just helped him remove the mushrooms, they were now pulling at the mycelium on themselves with faces full of terror. Chen summoned monsters again and, together with Lizzie, engaged the few charging monsters in battle. Frenzy! One of the summoner's skills activated, greatly increasing the combat power of the summoned creatures. The monsters they fought were no match for them at all. Battle Song. Healing the Scythe Goblin's injuries, the latter under the boosts of Frenzy and Commander cleaved a level 9 monster in front of him with a single swing of his scythe, then ensnared another level 10 monster with chains and activated chain strangulation. At that moment, the Scythe Goblin was far stronger than he had been in life. In an instant, no monster was his opponent. 3 minutes later, and Chen looked at the ground littered with bones, his heart filled with excitement. Every summoner skill is a divine skill. The disaster truly lived up to its name. Dozens of elite monsters above level 8 were now reduced to mere skin and bones. The goblin leader was finally drained to death by the mushrooms. I really look forward to the next summoner's inherited skill. As In Chen collected the spoils, his eyes sparkled. Compared to summoner skills, there were hardly any monster skills that caught In Chen's interest. This was also the reason why In Chen had never sacrificed souls to learn new skills. His experience had reached 4719/5000. He was very close to level 11. However, summoner skills consumed a lot of mana, and In Chen's mana was already depleted, leaving only a few dozen points. I need to go back and recover some mana. En Chen summoned a black wind magic wolf, placed the spoils on it, and was about to mount the wolf with Lizzie when suddenly Lizzie hugged him and knocked him aside. Boom! The just summoned black wind magic wolf was blown to white light by a fireball. It's the Goblin King. Although En Chen couldn't see the enemy, he had already heard Lizzie's warning. As he got up, he used his remaining mana to summon a ground-shaking bear, a ghost-faced spider, and 2 black wind magic wolves. He positioned the ground-shaking bear and ghost-faced spider at the back, while En Chen and Lizzie each rode a magic wolf and retreated towards the church. Behind En Chen, a goblin king, clad in tattered clothing, with 2 magical patterns on his face and a worn iron crown on his head, once again waved his staff. The earth-shattering bear and the grinning spider quickly charged towards the Goblin King, following En Chen's command, covering the distance of over 40 meters. Thud, thud, thud. With each stride, the earth-shattering bear left a footprint on the ground, and soon it stood before the Goblin King, leaping up fiercely to pounce. The grinning spider followed closely behind, spitting out silk towards the Goblin King as the bear leaped. The Goblin King's gaze flickered between the two beasts, seemingly puzzled as to why they had suddenly appeared. However, upon noticing En Chen and another figure in a black robe riding the black wind demon wolf fleeing, the Goblin King snorted in anger, and the magic stone on the creature in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. Then, the earth-shattering bear in mid-air was engulfed by flames. The silk shot towards the Goblin King like an arrow, but when it was about a meter away from him, it was blocked by a transparent protective shield. En Chen, who had already run a distance away, saw the scene through the grinning spider and felt a chill run down his spine. The earth-shattering bear was instantaneously killed, and En Chen didn't even have the chance to call it back. He hurriedly summoned the grinning spider back, fearing it would also be annihilated. This Goblin King's magic is too strong, and that shield, is it a magical barrier? En Chen had originally planned to return, replenish his magic, and then seek trouble with the Goblin King. But now it seemed fortunate that he hadn't gone. An 11th level Goblin King could instantly kill a tough beast with a second-tier spell. If En Chen had gone, he likely would have returned with no chance of survival. It was just a pity that the summoning materials he had just collected, along with that wolf, were blown away by magic. I need to hurry back to replenish my magic. En Chen rode the demon wolf, racing with Lizzie towards the location of the church. On the other side, the Goblin King, seeing the corpses scattered around, was filled with rage. Previously, a subordinate had reported that the dog-headed people had left with a group of their kin without permission, prompting the Goblin King to come and check the situation. Initially, it intended to stop its subordinates and teach the dog-headed leader a lesson. But to its surprise, when it arrived, all that remained were the corpses of magical creatures and humans preparing to flee. Chase them! Since it had already spotted the enemy, the Goblin King had no intention of letting En Chen go. With a command from the Goblin King, over 100 elite magical creatures suddenly surged from the forest behind it, aggressively pursuing the direction En Chen had taken. Do these humans really think we are easy to bully? Since you insist on forcing me, I will show you my power. The Goblin King, with a grim expression, raised its staff and walked behind the magical creature army. En Chen ran all the way to the church, finding only the 2 priests, Lu Rongrong and Ningwen, along with a few adventurers on guard nearby. Where is everyone else? En Chen quickly jumped off the demon wolf and asked in a hurried tone. The adventurer who approached with a smile noticed En Chen's serious expression and immediately understood that something was wrong, quickly replying, "President, everyone went to set traps. Are more magical creatures coming? Do you need me to call everyone back now?" En Chen hurried into the church, searching for the summoning materials the adventurers had previously collected and stored there, while saying, "The Goblin King is here, along with a group of magical creatures. We need to retreat." The Goblin King. The adventurers in the church changed their expressions instantly upon hearing this. They had long known that the Goblin King was an 11th level being. Given their current strength, facing the Goblin King would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. I'll go tell everyone right away. A few injured adventurers hurried off to find Mark and the others outside. While In Shen packed up, he sacrificed 50 green level souls to exchange for the Scythe Goblin's skill, Resilience. An ordinary 10th level magical creature typically had around 2,000 health points. The Scythe Goblin has 3,000 health points thanks to the skill, Resilience, which greatly increases vitality. After In Shen learned Resilience, he immediately felt a change in his body. His physique and vitality had increased by more than half. After the sacrifice, In Shen still had over 200 green level souls, so he wouldn't be lacking in souls for the time being. However, the souls of the magical beasts hunted in the Ayashengsi Valley had already been used up. Now he could only summon monsters. Even with Resilience, I can't be careless. In Shen stared deep into the Forbidden Forest, reminding himself in his heart. Once he reached level 11, he could unleash second-tier skills. If we were to describe the power of magical skills in numerical terms, the power of zero-tier magical skills is around 50. First-tier magical skills consume between 100 to 500 mana, causing damage also between 100 to 500. Second-tier magical skills consume between 500 to 1000 mana, and the damage is multiplied by the tier, meaning between 1000 to 2000. But this doesn't mean that In Shen or the Scythe Goblin with 3000 health points can withstand second-tier magic. If a second-tier magic hits the Scythe Goblin, its power could blow the latter into pieces. What good is having 3000 health points then? Just like the earth-violent bear that was killed in an instant by the Goblin King as a magical beast, it had a health point as high as 4000. Just moments ago, it was still killed by the Goblin King. With magic, we can't take it head-on for now unless we bring Conera over. 3 minutes passed quickly, and In Shen recovered 900 mana. The adventurers outside had already returned with Mark and Hansen. Just as In Shen was about to lead everyone away, Meng Xian, the last guard to return from the perimeter, rushed to In Shen, panting, and delivered news that changed everyone's expression drastically. Not good. A group of around 600 monsters has returned from Grohl Town. They are now not far from the Forbidden Forest and will reach it in a few minutes. What? 600? The expressions of the adventurers changed dramatically. This number was almost equivalent to 80 to 90% of the monsters in Grohl Town. Meng Xian repeated seriously, "That's right, there are a lot of them. It seems the monster army has retreated from Grohl Town." Several adventurers who were on guard with Meng Xian at the edge of the Forbidden Forest nodded in agreement, confirming her words. Why is the monster army returning at this time? Wasn't it agreed that the guards and mercenaries would hold them off? President, what should we do now? All the adventurers focused their gaze on In Shen. If they tried to leave now, they would definitely be blocked by the returning monster army. Facing 600 monsters, how many could break through? But if they stayed in the Forbidden Forest, the immediate problem they would face was the Goblin King. Whether advancing or retreating, it seemed like a dead end for everyone. In this situation, In Shen let out a sigh. We still have a way out. Teleport. In Shen's words brightened the eyes of the adventurers. They had heard In Shen mention the teleportation function of the magic array beneath their feet before. With the teleportation array, everyone now had a safe retreat. For In Shen, he only needed to sacrifice 10 green level souls to activate the teleportation array. Right now, In Shen wasn't short on that money. But even so, leaving through teleportation made In Shen feel particularly stifled. At that moment, a group of level 8 and 9 monsters rushed out from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Upon seeing the humans in the church, they howled and charged forward. In Shen glanced over. Just as he was about to sacrifice souls to teleport everyone away, he suddenly noticed that the Goblin King was not among this group of monsters. The Goblin King didn't come? Or is it still behind? Either way, it was an opportunity for In Shen. Currently, he needed less than 300 experience points to reach level 11. He only needed to kill a dozen elite monsters to level up. After leveling up, In Shen would have a bit of capital to contend with the Goblin King. Brothers, are you willing to fight? Hearing In Shen's words, Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang, as his direct subordinates, naturally stood behind In Shen without hesitation. The other adventurers hesitated for a moment but immediately faced the charging monster army alongside In Shen. Since the president is going to fight, we definitely have to fight too. These monsters have magical fluctuations below level 10. It seems the Goblin King hasn't appeared yet. Before we leave, it's not bad to kill a few more. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone drew their weapons, and Gengqing Xue's mage team began preparing their spells. Everyone, pay attention, the Goblin King wears a crown and can use second-tier magic. If you see it in your line of sight, report immediately. During the battle, do not step out of the church to avoid being left behind during teleportation. Understood. The monsters rushing out from the Forbidden Forest were the last elite ones beside the Goblin King. The others had either died at the hands of Anshan and the adventurers or in Gruul Town. Who would have thought that just a few hours ago, aside from those stationed in Gruul Town, there were still 400 elite monsters in the Forbidden Forest. Now, only a little over 100 remained. 200 elite scythe goblins and 100 elite dog-headed leaders had all died. This group of elite monsters had no idea what the church ahead meant for them. The monster corpses near the church had all been burned by the goblin priests after the adventurers collected the valuable materials. Otherwise, this group of monsters would never dare to charge forward like this. Leading the charge were the tough-skinned trolls. At this moment, there were no stones or anything for the trolls to throw around the church. After suffering a loss, the adventurers had already moved back any larger stones within a few hundred meters to reinforce their defenses. When the monsters led by the trolls were only about 20 meters away from the church, Gung Xingshua's mage team and Mark's hunter team launched their attacks. And Shen also used toxic fungus on one of the level 9 trolls. 10 seconds later, the troll, covered in mushrooms, collapsed weakly among the monster army. Disaster! Boom! The mushrooms exploded, infecting all nearby monsters within a few meters with toxic fungus. The closer the monsters were to the troll's corpse, the more parasitic mycelium they had on them. Obtained Troll Green Soul times 1 experience plus 30. Obtained Goblin Green Soul times 1 experience plus 20. Obtained Ratman Green Soul times 1 experience plus 15. As the souls entered his body, and Shen's experience gradually increased. However, because the monsters charging in front were not dense, only less than 10 monsters were infected. Moreover, after witnessing the explosion of the mushrooms, the nearby monsters hurriedly bypassed the ones infected by the mushrooms, fearing that they too would be infected. Under the attacks of Anshan and the ranged adventurers, nearly 20 monsters fell before they reached the wall. Kill! Facing the oncoming monsters, Hansen and Shuefei Bai led the adventurers to guard the wall. When Anshan's experience points reached 4981/5000, he suddenly heard Mark's voice beside him. President, the Goblin King has appeared. Appeared? Anshan looked up and indeed saw the outline of the Goblin King about 100 meters away from the church, behind the monsters. There's still enough time. Anshan brandished his sword and jumped out of the wall, charging towards a level 9 goblin nearby. The goblin, seeing Anshan approaching, brandished its short knife and shield to meet him. Unfortunately, it caught a glimpse of Lizi's eyes beside Anshan, glowing with a purple light. Put! Anshan's longsword plunged forcefully into the goblin's heart. The moment the goblin's soul merged into Anshan's body, his level also rose to level 11. Name: Anshan. Race: human. Level 11. Experience 1/10,000. Profession: summoner. Magic power 512/3000. Talent: spirit summoning, yellow tier. Universal vision, yellow tier. Skills: world devouring rebirth 0/3000. Rainbow tier. Battle song, green tier. Cost 200 magic points. Frenzy, green tier. Cost 200 magic points. Toxic fungus, green tier. Cost 100 magic points. Disaster, green tier. Cost 300 magic points. Explosive fireball, green, cost 400 magic points. High pressure acid spray, green, cost 50 magic points. High level perception, green, cost 5 magic points. Second, radius 20 meters. Resilience, green, cost none. Passive, low level healing, white, cost 20 magic points. Second, after reaching level 11, a warm current surged through Anshan's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. He could clearly sense that his physical attributes had more than doubled. The shield in his left hand now felt light as a feather, with no weight at all. Besides the changes in his body, the other significant change was the increase in his magic power limit, which jumped from 1400 points to 3000 points. Of course, the most important change was the 2 talent skills. From the change in talent levels, Anshan learned that after the green tier comes the yellow tier. After upgrading to yellow tier, the number of his summoned creatures increased from 10 to 20. A full doubling. 20. Does this mean that as long as I have enough yellow tier souls, no one of the same level can match me? As soon as this thought crossed Anshan's mind, he calmed down again. Currently, he didn't have a single yellow tier soul. There was indeed one yellow tier goblin that could kill him. But even so, with 20 level 10 summon creatures plus the boosts from Frenzy and Commander, Anshan felt that it wouldn't be so easy for the Goblin King to deal with him now. Not to mention, Anshan also had a skill that could be considered a nemesis to magic: World Devouring Rebirth. It could absorb up to 3000 magic points. Even if the Goblin King's second-tier skill consumed 1000 magic points per use, World Devouring Rebirth could swallow it 3 times. Shen's strength was now enough to match the Goblin King. The number of summoned creatures from the spirit summoning contract did not increase, which disappointed Shen for a moment. However, the yellow tier Universal Vision not only allowed him to observe the information panel of creatures no more than 10 levels below him but also added a passive ability called Long Vision. At this moment, Shen was 100 meters away from the Goblin King. Previously, he could only see a blurry outline Now I can clearly see the large black mole on the left cheek of the Goblin King, as well as the motion of him waving his staff. Wait, waving a staff? Damn! And Shen cursed softly and quickly cast World Devouring Rebirth in front of him. Race, Goblin level 11 class, Priest health 3000 to 3000 mana, 4500/6000 skills, Fireball, Greater Fireball, Explosive Fireball, Crimson Firebolt, Flame Tongue Dance, Magic Shield. This is the panel of the Goblin King that Enshen saw. The first 3 spells are familiar to Enshen. Goblin priests can use them, and Enshen himself has learned the Explosive Fireball spell. As for Crimson Firebolt and Flame Tongue Dance, if Enshen guessed correctly, they should be the second-tier spells mastered by the Goblin King. Accompanied by the Goblin King's movement of waving his staff, a fireball the size of a human head appeared in front of him. The fireball danced in the air, looking no different from Fireball. But the flame was orange-red, indicating that its temperature was higher than the dark red flames of first-tier magic. The fireball quickly split into 5 in the air and flew straight towards the church. The 5 fireballs moved swiftly, covering a distance of 100 meters in just a few seconds, arriving not far in front of Enshen. Is that Crimson Firebolt? Enshen's gaze sharpened, quickly aiming Devour Realm at the incoming fireballs. In the distance, the Goblin King wore a confident expression, believing that this strike of Crimson Firebolt could at least kill 5 humans. A group of fragile humans could not withstand the power of magic at all. But then something happened that made its eyes widen in shock. When Crimson Firebolt hit a human, the expected massive explosion did not occur, and it vanished without even a tiny sound. At the same moment, after devouring the Crimson Firebolt, the state of Devour Realm Rebirth immediately changed to 500/3000. The summoned magic wolves and earthstorm bears were all killed by this move, right? And Chen recalled the 2 magical beasts that had been engulfed in flames and blown to pieces, grinning. If it weren't for Devour Realm Rebirth, this magical attack would have at least affected several adventurers. Once affected, the chances of survival were almost non-existent. Seeing the Goblin King about to cast magic again, and Shen couldn't sit still. The current mana limit that Devour Realm Rebirth could absorb was 3000 points, but the Goblin King still had 4000 points of mana left. Although Devour Realm Rebirth could convert this mana into Enshen's mana or life force, it required time. And what Enshen lacked most right now was time. I must deal with the Goblin King before Devour Realm Rebirth reaches its limit and before the returning monster army breaks through the trap set up outside. If I can't, I will choose to teleport away immediately. And Chen sheathed his sword back into its scabbard and turned to catch the package thrown by Lizzie from inside the church. Mark Hansen, Shuefei by Lu Zhishang, find a way to hold the church. And Chen shouted. Without looking back, this is a rare opportunity. I will try to deal with the Goblin King. President, it's too risky. Hansen, who was entangled by a level 10 ogre by the wall, quickly shouted upon hearing Enshen's roar, at least let me and Mark go with you. The reason Hansen used honorifics here was that he had sensed the change in Enshen's aura. That was the magical fluctuation that only comes with leveling up. And Chen was now in existence at level 11. But Enshen was still a newly promoted level 11. Facing the Goblin King who mastered second-tier magic, he was already at a disadvantage. Moreover, besides the monsters attacking the church, there were also several level 10 elite monster guards around the Goblin King. Hansen thought about it and was about to follow Enshen, but was stopped by a figure in a black robe. Lizzie, while whipping away the approaching monsters, shouted at Hansen, who wanted to chase after Enshen. Our task is to hold the church. The master doesn't have 100% assurance this time either. If we fail, the master needs to use the church's magic circle to take everyone away. The church must not fail. Master? Lissa's address to Anshin caught Hansen's attention. But after hearing Lissa's words, Hansen and Mark beside him understood the importance of the church. They also knew that hundreds of monster troops were returning from the outskirts of the forest. Time was tight, and the number of traps they had set up earlier was not too many. Although they could buy some time, it wouldn't be for long. According to Liz, once the church fell, death awaited them all. However, seeing Anshin alone holding a shield, braving the attacks of dozens of monsters, trying to get closer to the Goblin King, a flicker of emotion passed through Hansen's eyes. Brothers, follow me and clear the way for the president. Hansen raised his great sword and shouted as he jumped out of the wall. Nearby melee adventurers, upon hearing this, rushed out of the church and engaged in a melee with the monsters. The church must be defended, but we can't let the president fight alone. Mark, holding a bow, jumped down from above and said to Liz, "You're level 10 too, so you assist the mages in holding this place." After saying that, Mark agilely flipped over the wall and charged forward with a group of hunters. Anshin, who was charging ahead, already knew the situation behind him. Because of Mark and Hansen's proactive attack, these monsters had to divert some of their strength to deal with them, and Anshin's pressure suddenly decreased. However, the danger outside the church was much greater. Not only could they not recover their magic power at all times, but if they were injured, they also couldn't receive timely healing from the priests. Yet despite this, they still rushed out. This was all because of their president Anshin. who had always been at the forefront of every battle. Unknowingly, the adventurers under Anshin had developed a fighting spirit they had never had before. Moreover, the adventurers who had experienced several skirmishes had gained a lot of combat experience. Just a few dozen monsters, we've already killed hundreds. Damn monsters, get out of the way and don't block the president's path to kill the Goblin King. You scum, try my sweep. Ah, I'll protect Miss Rongrong. They're just elite monsters, we are elite adventurers. Watching a group of adventurers fighting fiercely with the monsters under the boost of Commander Anshin felt warmth in his heart. Silently memorizing the faces of the adventurers who would protect Rongrong, Anshin turned to look 50 meters away at the Goblin King, protected by 5 level 10 goblins, and whispered, "Are you ready? I'm coming." The blood continuously rising on the battlefield made it hard to distinguish whether it was from the monsters or the adventurers. However, what Anshin had to face was the Goblin King, and magic was crucial. He couldn't waste it on the surrounding monsters. The speed of the swift wind fox was twice that of the black wind demon wolf, but its endurance was lacking. A white figure quickly darted across the battlefield. The monsters tried to intercept, but because they had diverted some to deal with the adventurers, their numbers were now too few to form an effective encirclement. They couldn't stop him. Just like that, the swift wind fox led Anshin to quickly break through the encirclement and arrived in front of the Goblin King. Anshin stepped on the swift wind fox and leaped up, tossing the opened pouch, spilling various summoning materials everywhere. Sacrifice, summon. Streams of green light flickered in the air, and dozens of summoning monsters instantly filled the Goblin King's field of vision, falling from above. 20 summoned creatures, aside from 2 black wind demon wolves, the Gale Fox, the Ghostface Spider, the Harpy, the Goblin Priest, and the Scythe Goblin, left 13 summoning positions. After sacrificing the summoning materials, Chen summoned 13 monsters. In an instant, over a dozen level 10 monster figures appeared in midair, descending towards the Goblin King's position. The Goblin King looked on in shock, quickly enveloping himself in a layer of magic shield, then began preparing his magic. Bang bang bang! A series of crashing sounds echoed. The summoned creatures fell, all blocked outside by the magic shield. Take them out first. And Shen drew his sword, pointing at several monsters beside the Goblin King. The summoned creatures all changed their targets, charging towards the bewildered guards. Outnumbered, the guards were almost overwhelmed in the blink of an eye. But in the next moment, dozens of dark red fireballs emerged from behind the Goblin King, flying towards the summoned creatures. Boom boom boom. The dense explosions rang out, sending the summoned creatures tumbling. The Gale Fox's fur caught fire, and it was frantically rubbing against the ground to extinguish the flames. These fireballs have such a fast flight speed, but judging by their power, they should be fireball. The dozens of fireballs only managed to kill 5 monsters. If it were Crimson Flame Missile, the summoned creatures wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. And Shen also noticed the unusual color of the fireballs, which is why he didn't recall the summoned creatures, instead letting them push through the magic to kill all 5 guards. As a result, the Goblin King was now all alone, while Shen had 15 monsters guarding him. And Shen glanced at his magic power and licked his lips. After 3 minutes in the church, he had only recovered 900 points of magic power. After accounting for the magic used to rush over and summon, he had 700 points left. Fortunately, the conversion speed of Devouring World Rebirth had also increased, now converting 100 points of magic power per minute. Poison Spore. And Chen took the staff from the Goblin Priest and used the summoner skill on the Goblin King inside the shield. But this time, Poison Spore failed. And Chen could clearly feel that the magic was successfully released, but it was blocked outside by the magic shield. This shield is really annoying. Having wasted 100 points of magic power, and Shen felt a bit angry. Berserk! The summoner's group enhancement skill activated, and the summoned creatures in front of Shen emitted a strange red light, roaring as they charged towards the Goblin King. The Goblin King initially didn't take it seriously. The magic shield was a second-tier magic, a level 10 attack power could never break it. Bang bang bang! Fists, weapons, and skills rained down on the shield. Vertical slash, cleaving, wind blade, bite, aerial dive. Under the double enhancement of the Berserk skill, the various skills and attacks of the summoned creatures struck the shield, and the Goblin King's once unshakable shield soon began to sway. In the Goblin King's shocked gaze, it only held for 10 seconds before cracks began to form. At this rate, it wouldn't take a minute for the shield to be shattered. This was just against a magic shield. If it were level 11 melee monsters, they would have been injured long ago under such a frenzied assault. Damn it! A hint of panic flashed in the Goblin King's eyes, and he no longer conserved his magic power, directly using the second-tier magic Crimson Flame Missile. 5 Crimson Flame Missiles instantly formed and flew towards the besieging summoned creatures. Boom! The massive explosion even startled Shen, who was preparing to sacrifice for the second wave not far away. Because it was too close, and Shen, like before when he encountered the Goblin King, didn't have time to recall the summoned creatures at all. except for the eagle-bodied harpy flying in the sky, the incredibly fast wind fox, and the goblin priest staying by Shen's side. All the summoned creatures around were engulfed by flames. The scythe goblin, being a bit farther away, was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. Aside from some minor burns, it was not seriously harmed and had survived by luck. Whoosh! The goblin priest standing next to Shen conjured a fireball that flew towards the area shrouded in smoke and flames. Coincidentally, 5 orange-red fireballs also flew out from the smoke, colliding perfectly with the fireball, causing a second explosion. Seeing this, Shen cancelled the vortex in front of him and took out the package that Lizzie had thrown to him from behind. The package that had just been opened in the air was one he carried himself, and there were not many summoning materials left inside. But the package behind him contained enough materials to summon dozens of creatures. Exhaust your magic power, let's see what you do. Green light flickered in front of Shen, and 16 level 10 summon creatures appeared again, charging into the smoke. At this moment, the Goblin King's magical shield had already disappeared, shattered by its own magic. It had thought that the human would have to step in personally next and then be killed by its own spell. Just as this thought crossed its mind, it saw a group of monsters rushing into the smoke. The Goblin King did not believe these were there to protect it. Magic shield. In a panic, the Goblin King cast a shield around itself again. But after casting dozens of fireball, 2 flame missiles, and 2 magic shields, the Goblin King was left with only 2,000 magic power. Watching the summoned creatures surrounding it in 2 waves, continuously attacking its shield, the Goblin King felt both furious and increasingly terrified. It had never encountered such a sinister human before. Compared to it, Shen, guarded by a group of monsters, looked more like the Goblin King. Damn human, you have completely enraged me. The Goblin King roared, raising its staff, and the fire elements around it began to gather wildly. An orange-red fireball the size of a basketball appeared above the Goblin King's head, then expanded to a diameter of 1 meter in the blink of an eye. This is... Feeling the immense pressure coming from the front, Shen unconsciously swallowed. Die, human! A hint of madness flashed in the Goblin King's eyes as it laughed maniacally and waved its staff forward. The fireball floating above its head began to roll, and a torrent of flames erupted from within like tongues of fire. Nearby trees dried out at a visible speed and then ignited. Even from a distance, Shen could feel waves of heat approaching. The summoned creatures near the Goblin King caught fire from the tongues of flame, instantly igniting and disappearing in a flash of white light. So fierce! Shen quickly recalled the summoned creatures around the Goblin King. It seemed the Goblin King had already guessed that only by eliminating Shen could it truly resolve the problem. With a wave of its staff, dozens of tongues of fire shot out from around the Goblin King, flying towards Shen. Here it comes! Shen's gaze sharpened, and he quickly opened World Devour Rebirth in front of him, activating Advanced Perception. Dozens of tongues of fire danced chaotically in the air, rapidly closing the distance to Shen. When the first tongue of fire was accurately caught by Shen using World Devour Rebirth, the goblin controlling the fire from afar quickly altered the trajectories of the other tongues, attacking Shen from all directions. All around were the chaotic, erratic tongues of fire, occasionally surging up from behind Shen. If Shen were at level 10, even with Advanced Perception activated, he would absolutely be unable to keep up with the speed of the fire tongues. Even with World Devouring Rebirth facing the Goblin King's fire tongue dance, the probability of death would reach 90%. But after reaching level 11, Shen's physique had been enhanced, both his strength and speed were now double that of level 10. 5 Senses Universal not only increased his visual range but also enhanced Shen's dynamic vision. Now, Shen could clearly observe the trajectories of the fire tongues swirling around him. Whenever a fire tongue surged towards him, Shen could timely dodge or use World Devouring Rebirth to swallow it. Why won't this human die? Die for me! The Goblin King, seeing Shen jumping and dodging the magic, revealed a twisted expression. The fireball hovering above it became even more violent, with flames bursting out and flying towards Shen. Shen initially wanted to completely swallow this magic with World Devouring Rebirth before attacking the Goblin King, who was left with no options. But he soon realized something was off. I've already absorbed over 1400 magic power, but why does it feel like the fire tongues around me haven't decreased? Shen rolled to dodge several fire tongues attacks and took a glance at the distant Goblin King. The opponent's magic power was 853/6000. When the absorbed magic power exceeded 1000, Shen thought the Goblin King had released Fire Tongue Dance again. After all, magic exceeding 1000 points was already third-tier magic, which was definitely not a skill the Goblin King could master. Now, it seemed that was not the case. Before releasing Fire Tongue Dance, the Goblin King had only 2000 points of magic power left, yet it still had nearly 1000 points remaining. This indicated that there was a problem with Fire Tongue Dance. Could it be that the fireball is the core? Shen rolled several times to evade the incoming fire tongues and focused his gaze on the Fireball above the Goblin King's head. The orange-red fireball's surface flowed like molten lava, occasionally sending up a fire tongue that flew towards Chen. With this suspicion in mind, Chen distanced himself from the Goblin King while dodging the pursuing fire tongues. When Chen reached a distance of 50 meters, he suddenly noticed that the fire tongues were no longer pursuing him. Moreover, under these circumstances, the Goblin King did not move with the fireball either. That fireball must be the core, and once the magic is released, it cannot move, while the attack range of the fire tongues is only 50 meters. Chen furrowed his brows and swung his sword sideways, decapitating a goblin that had rushed up to ambush him. Fortunately, I noticed in time. If world-devouring rebirth had absorbed to its limit, my situation would have been dangerous. As long as world-devouring rebirth could still absorb magic, Chen had a chance to make mistakes. Currently, world-devouring rebirth was at 1853 3000 and was converting into Chen's own magic power at a rate of 1.6 points per second. The fireball cannot move, and controlling the fire tongues to attack must consume magic power, but merely keeping the fireball existing seems not to require too much magic power. Chen observed that the Goblin King's magic power was actually decreasing at a rate of only 1 point per second. Its remaining 800 points of magic should last for over 10 minutes. There are two methods: either wait until the Goblin King's magic is exhausted, or take the risk now and charge in to swallow the fireball with world-devouring rebirth. Delaying time seemed like a very safe approach. But in 10 minutes, the monsters that retreated from Groll Town would likely have returned. Chen did not have that much time. If he did not want to take risks, the third option was to teleport away now. How could Chen possibly choose to leave when things had come to this point? In that case, let's charge. Chen raised the shield and long sword in his hands, preparing to rush straight to the Goblin King. Hiss, hoo! Chen took a deep breath, then pushed off with his legs, his body instantly darting forward towards the Goblin King. The Goblin King had initially thought that Chen, upon discovering the flame tongue dance, would not choose to enter. Just as it was about to summon the monster army that was fighting the human adventurers to escort it back to the depths of the forbidden forest, Chen charged forward again, seeking death. A flash of anger crossed the Goblin King's eyes, and the fireball above its head began to boil again, with numerous flames rising from it and flying towards Chen. I can see it clearly. Chen, rushing forward, kept his eyes fixed on the flames coming at him, his body constantly dodging. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted behind Chen as the flames struck. Seeing Chen dodge all the flames and charge forward, the Goblin King's right eyelid twitched violently. Just a mere human. When Chen was 10 meters away from the Goblin King, the latter let out a loud roar, and several flames suddenly leaped out of the fireball, all flying towards Chen. Watching the dense flames approaching, Chen's pupils constricted. This number was simply too much to dodge with just agility. Boom! The flames exploded upon hitting Chen. The Goblin King watched this scene, its shoulders trembling slightly, then it burst into laughter. Kick! Gah! The laughter abruptly stopped, because the Goblin King saw Chen, covered in injuries, charging out from the smoke. How is this possible? The Goblin King exclaimed in disbelief, hurriedly trying to control the flames again. Although it still had the previous magical shield, the shield, which had almost been shattered by the summoned creatures, no longer provided the Goblin King with a sense of security. Chen's hair was slightly curled from the earlier explosion, the skin on his left cheek had been scorched off, and his eyebrows had burned away. The leather armor on his right arm was still burning, and his entire right arm was bloodied. To withstand the dense flames, Chen summoned the creatures at a critical moment, densely blocking in front of him. Although he was still heavily injured by the subsequent explosion damage, his gaze was filled with excitement, because he had already charged to the front of the Goblin King, letting the few remaining monsters attack the Goblin King's shield. Chen stepped on the ladder made by the scythe goblins and leaped up, a pitch-black vortex appearing in front of his left hand. Devour for me. As the pitch-black vortex approached the massive fireball, it seemed to encounter its nemesis, and the fireball began to be sucked into the vortex, continuously shrinking. Again with this. What right does this human have to devour my magic? The Goblin King watched the fireball above being consumed, its expression filled with confusion and doubt. The flame tongue dance required 1,000 points of magic power, and the current Goblin King could no longer release flame tongue dance again. Even so, it did not give up and released Crimson Flame Missile towards Chen. But just as the missile took shape, the summoned creatures that had been attacking the shield all pounced towards the missile. Boom! Chen was blown several meters away by the shockwave, crashing into a large tree, breaking several ribs. Puff! After coughing up a mouthful of blood, Chen endured the intense pain coursing through his body and struggled to get up, reaching for the bag behind his waist that contained the summoning materials. But he grasped at nothing. No, it's gone. Chen glanced around, his gaze drifting to the bag a few meters away. Just as he was about to go pick it up, the disheveled Goblin King emerged from the smoke. Just now, the Crimson Flame missile exploded at close range, shattering its shield once again, and even the crown on its head was blown away without a trace. Although the Goblin King was in a sorry state, he was still stronger than In Chen. Seeing In Chen's appearance, the Goblin King burst into laughter, then waved his magic wand, preparing to use Fireball to finish off In Chen. But just as the wand began to move, a chilling scream suddenly echoed in the air, and the Goblin King was held in place for a fraction of a second by Dispel Scream, interrupting his spell. In the next moment, a harpy dove down from above, its sharp claws aimed at the Goblin King. The Goblin King no longer had enough magic power to maintain his shield and could only release a fireball at the harpy. Bang! 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 The harpy was hit by the fireballs, letting out mournful cries, but it still dove down. With a swift motion, the sharp claws pierced into the Goblin King's throat, tearing it apart completely. As the Goblin King's head rolled to In Chen's side, a yellow soul rose from the corpse and merged into In Chen's body. Gained Goblin Soul, yellow, ×1, experience plus 500. As my level increases, the experience gained will also increase significantly. In Chen grinned. So, the 10,000 experience needed for leveling up isn't that much after all. After obtaining the yellow quality soul, In Chen immediately summoned an 11-level goblin. After sacrificing the goblin's entire head and left claw, In Chen's consciousness once again arrived at the familiar place, the void. This scene had also appeared the first time he sacrificed a green-level soul. In Chen was already mentally prepared. Crack! A dark rift suddenly opened in the sky and a colorful ribbon flew out, drifting into In Chen's body. Then In Chen's consciousness exited the void. Just like before, In Chen muttered quickly, glancing at the changes in his information panel. He remembered that last time he received Divine Awakening from the Summoning God, evolving Devour into World-Devouring Rebirth. However, this time, aside from his magic power limit increasing from 3000 to 5000 and the summoner skill being upgradable, there were no other changes on the panel. But after the colorful ribbon rushed into his mind and dissipated, In Chen suddenly found that he had gained all the information about a formation in his mind. The formation was called the Divine Guardian Formation, a defensive formation. The name sounded impressive, but its defensive power was actually related to the materials used to create the formation. However, the lowest level Divine Guardian formation was still a yellow level formation, capable of withstanding 99% of yellow level attacks. This meant that for levels below 15, it was almost impossible to break through the Divine Guardian formation. According to the information that appeared in his mind, the highest level Divine Guardian formation indeed had the ability to resist divine attacks. I was just thinking of covering the church with a formation, and now I get this formation. What a coincidence! In Chen clicked his tongue and then looked at the 11-level Goblin King in front of him. It could no longer be called a king. To distinguish it from the previous Goblin Priest, the current Goblin King could only be called the Goblin High Priest. Its panel had not changed from when it was alive. The effect of Flame Tongue Dance was indeed similar to what In Chen had imagined. Once the fireball was formed, it could not be moved. But it could continuously absorb fire elements from the surroundings and spit out fire tongues. The caster could manipulate the fire tongues to attack enemies. Aside from the initial cost of 1000 magic power to condense the fireball, maintaining it consumed almost no magic power, just 1 point per second. Manipulating the fire tongues would consume a small amount of magic power, and the attack range was within 50 meters. To learn this skill, one would need to consume 50 yellow-level souls. I should deal with the matter at hand first. And Chen controlled the level 11 Goblin High Priest and walked towards the monsters and adventurers still engaged in battle. Without In Chen, the overall strength of the adventurers was still somewhat weak. Faced with dozens of elite goblins, the adventurers had been at a disadvantage and had now retreated back to the church. In the end, it was still Xue Fei Bai and a few others who erupted, using their talent skills to barely hold on. But this could not delay for long. There were too many injured, and even just treating the severely wounded, Lu Rongrong and Ningwen were somewhat overwhelmed. Yet no one suggested calling for In Chen's help. Everyone was working hard to buy time for In Chen to kill the Goblin King. Indeed, everyone believed one thing: since In Chen had proposed to kill the Goblin King, he would definitely succeed. In Chen had already learned about the situation here through the remaining Lizi. So after summoning the Goblin High Priest, he merely sensed his own changes and then ordered the Goblin High Priest to rush out for support. The adventurers holding the church suddenly noticed the figure of the Goblin King appearing behind the monsters. Many people's expressions dimmed, thinking In Chen had failed. It was even possible that In Chen had already sacrificed himself. The monster's attack was too fierce, and apart from hearing the explosions coming from the woods 100 meters away, everyone had no energy left to observe In Chen's battle situation. President, did we fail? When Mark saw the Goblin King raise the staff in his hand, he felt a bit bitter. During his time in the Adventurers Guild, Mark had actually been quite happy, especially having made friends like Hansen. Moreover, Mark had known In-chan before he rose to prominence. Mark admired In-chan 100%. In such a short time, he had grown to this level. Mark had never seen anyone else like him. Hansen, it seems we won't be able to get out this time. Mark shouted to Hansen, who had an arrow stuck in his right shoulder and was covered in blood from battle. If we don't fight this battle now, we'll still have to fight when they attack Velcam later. Hansen slashed a goblin in front of him with his sword, then charged forward to behead another goblin trying to get up, laughing wildly. I've already made enough profit. Hansen's words reignited the fighting spirit of the adventurers around him who had been feeling down. That's right, we will have to fight sooner or later. We've already gained. I wonder if this time we can earn a title of hero. Ever since I followed the president I've always felt like a hero in my heart. A few have already gone ahead, I'll see if I can kill a few more. And continue in hell. Why are you all speaking so tragically? Lizzie asked, puzzled. After whipping a ratman to death with her long whip, the master has already won and will be here to support us soon. Support? The adventurers looked at the Goblin King casting spells behind the monsters, their heads filled with question marks. The Goblin King, which was In-chan's summoned creature, had now released the Crimson Flame Missile. The monsters had initially cheered upon seeing the Goblin King, but the next moment, the missiles fell upon them. Watching the monsters outside fleeing in all directions from the explosions, Hansen pinched his thigh. It hurts, it's not an illusion. It really is support. The monsters also did not know why the king would attack them. After leaving behind a dozen corpses, the monsters fled deep into the Forbidden Forest. So now killing monsters below level 10 no longer gives experience? Seeing the fleeing monsters, the severely injured In-chan did not let the Goblin High Priest attack but instead stored it away. When the wounded In-chan appeared in front of everyone, Lu Yen hurriedly stepped forward to help, but someone was faster than her. Master, how did you get so hurt? Lizzie looked at In-chan's bloodied right arm and left face, her tone tinged with tears. Lu Yen paused for a moment but quickly shifted her attention to In-chan's injuries. I'm fine for now. Although the wound burned painfully, In-chan's tone remained steady. If he hadn't used his right arm to block half of his face would likely have been disfigured. Now that only half of his face was ruined, it was already quite good for In-chan. After returning to the church with everyone's support, In-chan found a place to sit down. Ningwen, seeing In-chan's injuries, hurriedly stepped forward to use healing magic. With the talent redemption providing double healing for severe injuries, the deterioration of his wounds was quickly halted. Following that, Lu Rongrong cast healing spells on In-chan several times in a row. In-chan himself also had resilience and low-level healing, while Lizzie was beside him using Soothing Kiss. In less than a minute, In-chan felt his wounds starting to scab over. Alright, I'm fine now, go save the others. In-chan waved his hand, indicating that he was okay. Lu Rongrong and Ningwen exchanged glances and then silently stepped aside. Hansen hesitated to speak, but it was Mark who finally asked, President, has the Goblin King been defeated? Yes. I killed him. What you saw earlier was summoned by me. Hearing In-chan's confirmation, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They had long suspected that In-chan was using the corpses of monsters to summon others to fight. After fighting for so long, they had seen In-chan take out materials from various monsters or beasts to summon them more than once. That's great. Everyone's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Xue Fei's voice trembled slightly, covered in blood. To help In-chan hold off over 70 monsters, 50 adventurers had fought to this point, with nearly 20 dead. Xue Fei had activated Berserk because Xiao was hit by a giant club while trying to save him, turning into a puddle of mush. Although Lu Rongrong and Ningwen were priests, they could only heal injuries. If the body was shattered, there was no cure. Xue Fei still remembered Zhao's shout before he pushed him away. Captain Xue, be careful. Xiao had been the vice-captain of Xue Fei's team during their joint operations in Grul Town. So many have died? In-chan looked at the corpses being carried back by the adventurers, feeling a pang of sorrow. President, don't worry about it. When we chose to follow you, we were already prepared. Khan, who had a close friendship with Xiao, suddenly spoke up during the silence. As the first batch of adventurers to follow the president, we remember how you treated us. When you charged ahead, both Xiao and I hope to follow behind you, clearing the enemies in front of you. I believe everyone shares the same sentiment. Even if we die in battle, we die fighting monsters, and that is our glory. Moreover, the president has already killed the Goblin King, which can be considered revenge for Xiao. Khan's words resonated with everyone. When they followed In-chan into the Forbidden Forest, they had already prepared themselves. Dying in battle was also a fate for professionals. Everyone, and Chen looked at the sincere gazes of the adventurers and felt that it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. He stood up, glanced at the row of adventurer corpses on the ground, and then looked towards the direction of the Forbidden Forest's outskirts. Xiao was dead. Many who trusted him and were willing to follow him were dead as well. This was partly due to his own adventure to kill the Goblin King, but also because they were low level and not strong enough. The people before him had experienced life and death alongside Shen and had already been regarded by him as his direct subordinates. At that moment, Shen had the idea of making them stronger. "Everyone, I have a plan." Shen summoned the Goblin High Priest and then gathered the adventurers to begin sharing his thoughts. The adventurers first showed surprise, then confusion, and finally their expressions turned to joy as they listened. Once Shen finished speaking, everyone sat in the church, excited and recovering their strength, waiting for the plan to be executed. The Goblin High Priest, under Shen's orders, walked towards the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. At the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, a group of ratmen was cautiously scouting the area. Not long ago, they had triggered many traps on their path. Some fell into deep pits filled with gleaming weapons and were impaled, while others were shot dead by hidden crossbow traps. This forced the monster army to remain vigilant and carefully explore their way home. Several level 10 clan leaders were gathered together discussing. "Damn, it seems humans not only attacked Gruul town but also launched an assault on the forest at the same time. Fortunately, we heeded the king's advice before leaving. When encountering humans over level 10 attacking, we should retreat quickly. Otherwise, we might have to face a double-sided assault from the humans. We're moving too slowly. Notify the scouts ahead. If they don't speed up, I'll cut them down myself. At this rate, the humans might have already reached our home." Just then, a scout suddenly ran over, shouting to the clan leaders, "Report, the king is coming." "What?" The clan leaders exchanged incredulous glances. Soon, the monster army ahead parted to make way, and a goblin holding a staff slowly approached, flanked by 10 tall goblin guards. To make it realistic, Shen had even retrieved the Goblin King's crown and summoned 10 level 10 goblin guards. It really is the king. The clan leaders hurried forward to greet him. Upon seeing the clan leaders, the Goblin High Priest looked around at the monster army and said, "Humans have broken in and are now trapped in the church ahead. You all stay on the outskirts and don't let a single one escape." The clan leaders replied, "Understood." Hundreds of nearby monsters immediately spread out to block the escape routes under the command. "You, take 50 elite troops and come with me." The Goblin High Priest casually picked a clan leader and led them towards the church. Although everyone felt that the king before them seemed a bit different, no monster noticed anything amiss. The clan leader being led away by the Goblin High Priest was still unaware that with every step forward, he and his clan were getting closer to death. Gruul town. Among a pile of monster corpses, a group of guards and mercenaries were finishing off the remaining monsters that were still gasping for breath. "I was careless." Connor looked towards the Forbidden Forest, his face dark as if it could drip water. He had promised Anshin to hold off the monster forces stationed in Gruul as much as possible. But with so many monsters, they hadn't even noticed when the monster forces retreated. If it weren't for Mavis daring to sneak into the town and discovering that there weren't many monsters inside, Connor estimated they still wouldn't have realized the monsters had retreated. These monsters are too cunning. They clearly sent over 100 low-level monsters to the south gate, making it seem like they were about to attack. But it turns out, these were just pawns. The main force actually sneaked away through the north gate. Brook kicked a nearby monster's corpse away, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it." Anshin was still leading 50 adventurers in the Forbidden Forest, and they were likely fighting some monsters right now. If their retreat was cut off, the chances of survival would be almost zero. Mavis sighed. Beside him, her expression complex, "We specifically appeared at the south gate to draw the monsters' attention, just to cover Anshin in the north. I never expected that in the end, the monsters would still return. Captain, what should we do now?" Brook looked at Connor, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Several hours had passed, and no one knew how long the monster forces had been gone. "What else can we do?" "We retreat." Connor sighed and began to signal the nearby guards to withdraw. Mavis nodded helplessly. Yes, what else could they do? The return of the monster forces meant that Anshin and the others were already trapped. Their attempt to rush in and save them was merely walking into a tiger's den. Gruul could not be left behind. If the monster forces returned, breaking through would not be so simple. Captain, reinforcements have arrived." "Our reinforcements have arrived." Just as Connor was packing up to leave, he suddenly heard a guard shouting while running from a distance. "What reinforcements?" Connor was puzzled. Aside from the adventurers present and those taken away by Anshin, there was only a group of mercenaries left in Rockfall Town. To Connor, those mercenaries were not considered reinforcements. Huff huff. The guard who brought the news ran up to Connor, panting heavily. "It's the army. The army of the Third Prince has arrived." "The army of the Third Prince." The nearby guards and mercenaries all brightened their eyes and followed Connor to the town's main gate. Looking out towards the distant grassland, indeed, a troop was advancing towards the town, only a few hundred meters away. Connor quickly took the reins of a warhorse from his subordinate, mounted, and rushed towards the army. The warhorse galloped across the wooden bridge over the protective river, speeding ahead. When he was only a few dozen meters away from the army, Connor slowed down and dismounted, moving to the front of the troops. Although Connor was just a guard of Valcam, he still recognized the banner of the 10th Army of the Nigel Kingdom. After being stopped by a few guards, Connor quickly shouted towards the front. "I am Connor, the captain of the guards of Lord Reynard of Valcam." The guards in front automatically made way, and then a tall, handsome warrior in armor rode forward. It was the third prince, Test. A knight wearing a full-cover helmet ran up to Test and explained, "Your Highness, Connor was sent to Rockfall Town some time ago." "Connor, it seems you came out of Gruul Town. How come I received information from Lord Reynard that Gruul Town has already been occupied by the monsters from the Forbidden Forest?" Test looked down at Connor, who was half kneeling, frowning as he asked. "He arrived at Valcam with his army early this morning, exchanged current intelligence with Viscount Renault, and then set off with his troops. Accompanying him were the guards sent by Viscount Renault and the captain of the guards, who was the knight standing before Taster. Viscount Renault suggested that Taster take a detour to Rockfall Town first and then use Rockfall Town as a base to attack Gruul. However, upon learning that the monsters in the Forbidden Forest were all below level 10, with only the Goblin King being above level 10, Taster decided to head straight for Gruul Town and capture it as quickly as possible. Then he would regroup to deal with the monsters in the AEA Mountains. But now, it seemed that Gruul Town had already been captured by Connor. "Your Highness, the situation is as follows." Connor hurriedly recounted what had happened to Taster. He briefly explained how Anshin had proposed to take the initiative, up to the point where the monster army retreated back to the Forbidden Forest. Anshin? Adventurers Guild? Taking the initiative? Although Taster had never met Anshin, he was already greatly intrigued. A person willing to take the initiative, regardless of their strength, was someone Taster felt deserved his attention. So, the monsters actively withdrew from Gruul Town, but we don't know when they did. And this person named Anshin might still be trapped in the Forbidden Forest? Seeing Taster's inquiry, Connor quickly nodded. His goal was to have the third prince lead troops into the Forbidden Forest to rescue people. If Anshin and the others could hold on until they were rescued, then what are we waiting for? Taster turned to scan the army behind him and shouted, "Everyone, speed up and charge into the Forbidden Forest. Clear out the monsters inside and rescue the trapped warriors. Roar! Roar! Roar!" The army roared 3 times and then changed direction, turning to run towards the Forbidden Forest. Seeing the imposing army, Connor suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. The troops coming from the kingdom were all at least level 11. With these thousands of people, they could easily push through the Forbidden Forest. "Anshin, you must hold on, we're coming to save you." Connor mounted his horse, clenched his fists tightly, and led the way at the front of the army. "Your Highness, are we entering to rescue people or to kill the Goblin King?" A warrior with 3 scars on his right cheek asked in a deep voice beside Taster. This was a guard sent by the king to protect Taster, and he was at level 25. "People are probably beyond saving," Taster said expressionlessly. "A group of professionals who aren't even level 11 cannot possibly survive among hundreds of monsters. Our goal this time is to clear out the monsters in the Forbidden Forest and then use Gruul Town as a base to confront the monster army from the AEA Mountains. Thomas, take a few scouts to head towards the AEA Mountains and check the situation." "Yes, sir." One of the guards behind Taster responded and then led a team away from the main group, heading south towards the AEA Mountains. Boom! Thousands of soldiers began to run, causing the ground to tremble. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, just as Taster was about to order the entry into the woods, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from within. Then, under the gaze of Connor and everyone else, a group of professionals covered in blood and with tattered clothes emerged carrying large and small bundles. As these people stepped out of the forest and saw the dark mass of the army outside, they froze in place. And Shen and the group of adventurers beside him were somewhat bewildered at the sight of the army before them. But Shen quickly reacted. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the army of the third prince." Sure enough, Connor approached Shen immediately after seeing him and explained that the person riding the warhorse behind him was none other than His Highness Prince Tester of the Nigel Kingdom. "Greetings, Your Highness the third prince." And Shen, along with the other adventurers, placed his right hand on his left chest and bowed in salute. "You are Shen?" Tester, hearing Connor call out Shen's name, looked at him with some confusion. With his level 20 strength, he could see at a glance that Shen was only level 11. Behind Shen, there were 3 other level 11 professionals. Such strength was quite different from what Connor had mentioned earlier. Moreover, wasn't it said that hundreds of monsters had returned to the Forbidden Forest? How did Shen and his group manage to escape? For level 11 professionals facing hundreds of monsters, it wouldn't be an easy task to break through. Although Shen and the others looked somewhat disheveled, they didn't seem to have any significant injuries. Any external wounds had been healed. Some adventurers had even tied branches together to make a board on which lay a pile of corpses. But the question was, who would carry a dozen corpses while fleeing for their lives? Additionally, many people were shouldering large bags, some of which clearly contained weapons like swords and knives. There was something off about all of this. To your Highness, I am Chen. And Chen looked up at the third prince, feeling greatly shocked. The army before him was composed entirely of professionals above level 10, and it was not uncommon to see officers above level 16. Prince Tester was even a level 20 warrior. And beside Tester, there was a warrior with 3 scars on his face, as well as an old man with a white beard, and Chen couldn't see their levels at all. 5 Vision Universal could now see the information of beings no higher than in Chen's level 10. This meant that both of these individuals were strong beings above level 20. I heard that this is just the newly established 10th army of the kingdom. If the 10th army is of such scale, how strong must the entire kingdom's army be? But even such an army needs to join forces with other countries to resist the Demon King's army, and they are still at a disadvantage. How strong must the Demon King's army be? In an instant, Chen's mind raced with thoughts. The joy of having just reached level 11 vanished completely. Perhaps on the front lines, even level 11 would only be considered cannon fodder. Now that this matter is settled, we must quickly find the location of the next church to learn the inheritance. The development speed of the Adventurers Guild must also be accelerated. Only by holding on to a power can we feel at ease. Tester, of course, was unaware of Enchen's thoughts. He fixed his gaze on Enchen and the other adventurers, speaking in a deep voice. Where is the monster army now? Have you seen the Goblin King? Monster army? Goblin King? Upon hearing Tester's question, the group of adventurers exchanged glances. Then, at Enchen's gesture, Hansen, who had already reached level 11, threw down 2 large burlap sacks, each about a meter high, in front of him. With a rustle, as the sack's opening was untied, various monster ears and claws were revealed inside. Most of the ears bore between 1 to 5 magical patterns, proving that their owners had been of level 6 or higher in life. The other sack contained a headless green-skinned corpse. An iron crown was still stuck in the shattered neck. Here, the monster army and the Goblin King are all here. Hansen pointed at the headless goblin corpse and said, "This is the Goblin King." Its head was blown off by our guild leader. However, from the strength of its claws, we can still tell it was a level 11 monster. After saying this, he retreated behind Enchen. What did you say? Beside him, Connor's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the corpses and monster parts on the ground, saying, You are saying these are the monster troops and the Goblin King? You killed them all? Enchen nodded, his tone heavy as he replied, "For this, we paid with the lives of 18 adventurers." How is that possible? Connor exclaimed, looking incredulous. Even Taster and the others had some doubts. Enchen's subordinates numbered only 50. With so few people facing thousands of monsters and the Goblin King in the Forbidden Forest, only 18 had died. If it were that simple, there would be no need to wait for the third prince's army. Connor could have led his men in himself. It's not that simple. Chen pointed to a corpse dragged by an adventurer, emphasizing, "Let me reiterate, we paid with the lives of 18 adventurers. 18 brothers fell forever inside to kill the Goblin King." But, Connor looked at Enchen's serious expression, his mouth opening and closing without words. Taster stared at the group for a moment and said, "Can I understand that you few dozen have already dealt with all the monsters in the Forbidden Forest, including the Goblin King?" Mark, who had also reached level 11 and was responsible for battle statistics, stepped forward to answer on Enchen's behalf. This time, under the leadership of our guild president, the Adventurers Guild actively engaged in battle from morning until noon, killing over 1,300 monsters, including more than 700 elite monsters, and the president successfully killed the Goblin King. As for whether there are any monsters left in the Forbidden Forest, we ventured into the cave where the Goblin King resided and cleared out the monsters inside, after which we found no more monsters. Now, even if there are monsters in the Forbidden Forest, they are all hiding, and their numbers won't be too many. 50 people, slaying over 1,300 enemies. The soldiers of the 10th Army, upon hearing Mark's report, seemed to have heard something unbelievable. As soldiers, they understood the battlefield all too well. Given Enchen and his group's strength, killing so many monsters was simply impossible. Yet, the monster body parts were stuffed into several sacks, confirming what Mark had said. If all this is true, then these people's combat talent must be extraordinary. The old man with a white beard beside Taster squinted and said, "I didn't expect a group of mercenaries to have such strength. With proper training, they will become a valuable asset." Taster immediately understood, dismounting from his horse and walking up to Enchen under everyone's gaze. "Enchen, if you and your subordinates are merely mercenaries, it would truly be a waste of talent. Why not join the 10th Army and earn merit on the battlefield? I will provide you with resources, and when your strength reaches a certain level, I will recruit you to become members of my guard." Those around them were taken aback by Taster's words, looking at Enchen and the others with envy. Becoming a member of the Royal Guard was a glorious honor for professionals. The Guards' duty is to protect the royal family, and they would lack for nothing in terms of fine weapons and training resources. As long as they performed well in front of the royal family, their future would be bright. Moreover, the third prince was highly favored to succeed the king. Once the third prince became king, the status of the guard members would rise significantly. They could even be promoted to the Grand General of the kingdom. Members of the 10th Army were all at least level 11 professionals. However, they were merely newly formed soldiers of the 10th Army. The vast majority hoped to showcase themselves in this battle, hoping to catch Taster's eye. Unexpectedly, Shen directly received the invitation they had longed for. But they also knew in their hearts that their strength could never allow them to lead dozens of people below level 10 to slay over 1,000 monsters. And Shen possessed that strength, so it was only natural for him to be invited. However, the coveted spot in the royal guard that made the soldiers envious was not what Shen wanted. Your Highness, I am very sorry. I currently have no intention of joining the army. What I want to do now is to slay monsters, together with my brothers in the Adventurers Guild. Moreover, the Adventurers Guild is the Adventurers Guild, not a mercenary group. Faced with Shen's refusal, Taisite frowned. A petite female knight beside Taisite stepped forward and pointed at Shen, saying, "Kid, do you know whose invitation you just turned down? This is the third prince of the kingdom." And Shen shook his head again. "Thank you very much for your kindness, Your Highness, but I still have some unfinished business to attend to." "You?" the female knight exclaimed, ready to say something, but was stopped by Taisite raising his hand. "In that case, I won't force you." As the third prince, Taisite also had his pride. A royal invitation comes only once. Even if the other party is outstanding, after giving up this opportunity, Taisite would not extend a second invitation. However, what Taisite did not expect was that, apart from Shen, all the other adventurers actually turned down his invitation. In fact, Hansen and Mark and the others were well aware of their own capabilities. Without Shen, they wouldn't even be able to defeat the Scythe Goblin, let alone the Goblin King. Lacking that ability, they naturally wouldn't recklessly accept a royal invitation. Take a portion of the people into the forest to see if the situation is true. The rest will stay in Groll Town. After being rejected by a group of people, Taisite was clearly a bit unhappy. He ordered a level 16 officer to lead a few hundred people into the forest to check the situation, then mounted his horse and left with the army without looking back. The female knight beside Taisite shot Shen a glare before leaving, and Shen also glanced back at the female knight. "Idiot, hum." The female knight lifted her chin and snorted coldly, turning to leave. And Shen stared at the departing figure of the female knight, and an information panel about her appeared in his vision. As if he had seen something interesting, the corners of Shen's mouth gradually rose. "President, it seems we have upset His Highness the Prince," Hansen said quietly to Shen while readying the pocket in front of him. "Humph, although you all are blind, His Highness the Prince wouldn't punish us for this matter." A military leader approached, looking at Shen and the others with disdain. "My name is Torin Jared, you can call me General Torin. Next, I will follow His Highness's orders to investigate the situation in the Forbidden Forest and see if the facts align with what you have described. And Shen, you will lead the way for us." In Torin's view, although this group had some strength, they were still country folk from the border. These ignorant country bumpkins probably don't even know what they just turned down. They are truly a bunch of short-sighted fools, Torin thought to himself, deliberately letting Shen lead the way. Upon hearing that Torin wanted him to lead, Shen felt a sense of relief. If these soldiers entered the Forbidden Forest, they might discover the existence of the church. Although he didn't know if the soldiers would care about the magic gathering array, it was better not to be discovered by them. And Shen had just been thinking about how to deal with this situation. He didn't expect Torin to make him the guide. He let Xuefei and Mark take the symbols of hunting magical creatures and the spoils collected from the Goblin Cave back to Luoshire town first, while Shen led the army around the church and deep into the Forbidden Forest. After searching the Goblin Cave with Torin, the chaotic bodies of magical creatures in the cave silently testify to the adventurer's achievements. In fact, after Shen killed the Goblin King, he had the summoned creatures lead the returning magical creature troops in batches to the church. The magical creatures lured into the trap were gradually devoured by Shen and the adventurers. Since killing magical creatures below level 11 no longer granted Shen much experience, all these magical creatures were left for the adventurers to kill and level up. After the entire monster army was wiped out, Mark, Hansen, Xuefei and Lizzie all reached level 11. Xuefei was specifically elevated by Shen, for which he single-handedly killed over 100 monsters. Lu Yan, Lu Zhishan, Geng Chengshui, Meng Xayan, Wang Zixian, and the two priests, Lu Rongrong and Ningwen, also all reached level 10. The strength of the others had also significantly improved. Currently, the lowest level among the surviving adventurers was level 8, with a large number at level 9. Once they returned To learn new first-tier skills and consolidate their strength, their power could multiply several times compared to before. As these individuals gained strength, their respect for Shan grew even more. You all did a thorough job searching. Torin, using the glowing magic stone held by his subordinate, looked at the empty goblin cave and curled his lip, then led his men back. Upon returning to Gruul Town, Torin reported the reconnaissance information to Tester. The empty monster villages and the blood-soaked goblin nests we encountered on the way basically prove that what Shan said is true. Tester, looking at the map, in the tent without raising his head, asked, "Are the numbers of monster corpses accurate?" Shan said they have already burned them to prevent the outbreak of plague. Torin reported while half kneeling on the ground. "Well done." Tester nodded after hearing this and then dismissed Torin. "Since the monsters in the Forbidden Forest have been dealt with, I plan to rest for a day in Gruul Town and gather intelligence on the Ire Mountain Range during this time. Tomorrow morning, I will launch an attack. What do you two think?" Tester said to the two guards in the tent. The warrior with 3 scars on his face said in a low voice, "Your Highness has experience leading troops in battle on the front lines. You should do as you see fit. My duty is to protect your safety." The old man with the white beard also nodded. Tester said confidently, "They are just a bunch of remnants. The high-level monsters of the 7th Army were slain by the Sword Saint, and the mid-level monsters were encircled. Those who managed to escape are probably just first-tier and second-tier small fry. After so many years, even if they have grown stronger, how much stronger can they really be? This battle is merely a training exercise. Once the battle is over, I can rightfully become the commander of the newly established 10th Army. By then." On the other side, after completing the guiding task, Shen returned to the Forbidden Forest, left a summoned Ratman to guard the church, and then returned to Luoshire Town. When Shen arrived back at Luoshire Town, he found a group of mercenaries gathered in the adventurers' camp. The faces of these mercenaries were filled with surprise and envy. Soon, Shen learned the reason. Surrounded by the mercenaries was none other than Xuefei, Bai and the others. The mercenaries couldn't see the loot, but they could feel the adventurers' increase in strength firsthand. Some mercenaries noticed people they knew who were weaker than them before they left in the morning, but upon returning in the afternoon, their aura was stronger. And it wasn't just one person, it was a whole group. The speed of their leveling up was astonishing. Through chatting with the adventurers, the mercenaries learned that Mark Hansen and Xuefei Bai had all reached level 11, which made their eyes bulge in shock. The Valcam mercenary group only had 3 professionals with levels over 10 to date, yet the Adventurer Guild had suddenly produced 3. When the mercenaries saw Shen return, they unconsciously made way for him. Mark and the others in the adventurer camp rushed over to greet Shen with looks of respect. The nearby mercenaries couldn't help but gasp, thinking the mercenary world of Valcam is about to change. The fact that even Mark and the others at level 11 show such respect to Shen indicates that Shen must be a professional of at least level 10 and stronger than Mark and the others. The strength of the higher-ups in the Adventurers Guild has already surpassed that of the top-ranked wolf mercenary group. The spoils from the Goblin Cave are all here, converted into over 1,000 gold coins. There are 32 various gems. However, they can only be used for decoration and cannot be set into the staff. Besides 2 rubies that can fetch a high price, the rest combined are estimated to be worth only 1 or 2 gold coins. In addition, there are the weapons we collected. We only brought back 1 batch this time, the rest are buried around the church, waiting for an opportunity to be transported back, which should at least account for several hundred gold coins. In a room, Lu Yen was reporting the spoils of this expedition, surrounded by the adventurers who participated in the operation. After hearing Lu Yen's words, joy sparkled in everyone's eyes. Just these alone would amount to nearly 2,000 gold coins. Although the Goblin King wasn't very powerful, he had been hoarding and plundering in the Forbidden Forest for many years, so there were quite a few items collected. What Lu Yen mentioned was merely the spoils of the group. The ears of the slain monsters could also be exchanged for money. Previously, Viscount Reynard had issued a commission, and Shen lowered his head and thought for a moment, his fingers tapping incessantly on the table. These items are quite valuable. We need to rush back to Valcam tonight. I was just about to say that. Lu Yen pointed to a sack of monster parts beside him and said, "The prince's troops consist of at least level 11 professionals. I'm worried that their arrival might lead Viscount Reynard to revoke the bounty on the monsters in the Forbidden Forest." According to the previous bounty issued by Viscount Reynard, the ears of these thousands of monsters could probably be exchanged for several hundred gold coins in rewards. Everyone who participated in the battle risked their lives. This time, we won't consider ranks, treating everyone equally with a reward of 10 gold coins each. For the brothers who died in battle, in addition to their share of the spoils, there will be an extra 10 gold coins as compensation. Also, take good care of their families. 10 gold coins each, plus the compensation for the 18 who died in battle, totals 680 gold coins. It may not seem like a lot, but it is certainly substantial. For example, when Mark was a freelancer, he might not even get 2 tasks in a month. Counting the monster hunts, he could earn at most 10 gold coins a year. This amount is equivalent to what he would earn in a year. The key point is that he has also broken through level 10 and advanced to level 11. Upon hearing the compensation offered by Shen, Mark and the other adventurers exchanged glances and then stood up from their chairs. Mark said to Shen, "President, I know you have always treated us well, but we also understand that you intend to develop the Adventurers Guild. We have discussed privately, and with your ambitions, you will not keep the Adventurers Guild in the southern region forever. Future expansion and development will certainly require a lot of funds. With your help, we have all improved our strength. That is enough for us. As for the compensation, it should only be given to the brothers who sacrificed. We do not need it." The other adventurers nodded in agreement. Shen scanned the crowd and smiled sincerely. 10 gold coins, many adventurers probably had never seen so much money at once. If it were in the past, they would definitely have wanted this compensation. But now, having experienced the life and death battle in the Forbidden Forest, everyone felt a sense of belonging to the Adventurers Guild. Shen had previously said that adventurers in the guild are free individuals and would never be forced to do anything by the guild. However, those adventurers could never become officials of the guild. And for the adventurers who had developed a sense of belonging to the Adventurers Guild, if the development of the Adventurers Guild requires your money, then what is there to develop? This is what you deserve. On one hand, it is to improve your family conditions, and on the other, it is to allow you to purchase resources and strengthen yourselves. I don't want the guild to need leaders to manage things in the future, and you all can't be competent because of your strength. Leaders? The crowd's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon hearing this term. Indeed, Shen had thoughts of expanding the Adventurers Guild. In this way, even if everyone couldn't become a leader in the future, they would still be core members. Alright, everyone go eat something first, we still have to rush back to Valcam later. Understood. To be honest, everyone had been on edge, fighting all day, and their bodies were already exhausted. However, the thrill of breakthroughs and the generous rewards made everyone eager to bring their spoils back to Valcam. The low-level adventurers in Rockfall Town saw Shen and the other high-level adventurers leave, and many of them showed envy and longing on their faces. If I were a Black Iron level adventurer, I would have gone with the president to hunt monsters this morning, and now I would definitely be like them. But you're only level 3 right now. Sigh, every time you fight alongside the president, there are risks, but there are also rich rewards. I really want to fight behind the president. I want to get stronger. At least I want to become an adventurer like Uncle Khan. Behind the group of low-level adventurers was Mevis, who had just returned from Grohl Town. This guy, not only has his own strength improved so quickly, but even his subordinates can improve so fast. How does he do it? A complex expression flashed in Mevis's eyes. Back then, when they first met formally, they were also heading to Grohl Town for support. At that time, Mevis and Sharp wouldn't even invite Shen to their meetings for decision-making. But now, Sharp was disgraced, his life and death unknown. Mevis was still level 10. Meanwhile, Shen's strength had not only surpassed everyone else's but had also outstripped the Wolf mercenary group in the Adventurers Guild. Sigh, should I also register to become an adventurer? The Ire Mountains. Countless monsters gathered, various ugly creatures roaring restlessly. Occasionally, a group of harpies or griffins flew across the sky. All the monsters were waiting for orders from the higher-ups, ready to move and attack human cities at any moment. In the rear of the monster army, several level 15 monsters rode different mounts and slowly approached. I didn't expect it to take this long. The lion-headed man snorted a puff of white breath. The succubus Ella licked her lips, her tone naturally seductive. It's all worth it. With this preparation, even if that border city has trump cards, it will ultimately turn into ruins. It's time to set off. A 2-meter-tall goat demon wielded a large cleaver and signaled to a nearby minotaur. The minotaur, upon seeing this, took out a horn over a meter long from behind and put it to his lips. Woo! The deep, heavy sound of the horn echoed. The restless monster army heard the horn and let out furious roars, then charged forward. Shen hurried back to Valcam with the adventurers, arriving in the early hours of the morning. The night watchman recognized Shen and opened the city gate. President Shen, the Viscount specifically instructed that if you return, I should inform you that you have time to visit him. After acknowledging this, Shen led his companions into the city. The adventurers parted ways at the city gate and Shen took Lizzie, Luyen, and others back to the Adventurers Guild to rest. The next day, Shen opened his eyes and yawned, feeling a leg pressing down on him. Without thinking, he knew it was Lizzie's. Turning to glance at the sleeping Lizzie, Shen moved her long, fair leg aside, unable to resist stealing a few more looks. Ever since reaching level 11, Lizzie's legs could transform into human legs, making her body more in line with human aesthetics. Now, Lizzie only had the magical horns on her head, the wings on her back, and the tail extending from her tailbone. The wings have grown. When spread, their wingspan is almost a meter now. I guess they won't be able to hide them anymore. And Chen touched Lizzie's wings, but unexpectedly this woke her up. Lizzie, still dazed, suddenly became alert as she lay beside Chen, adopting a seductive expression. One hand rested on her rosy lips while the other slid down her long neck, tracing the magical patterns on her body to rest on her two peaks. Her purple eyes gazed at Chen with deep affection, biting her lip and speaking in an extremely tempting tone, "Master, it's breakfast time. Would you like to have Lizzie?" After coming down from upstairs, Chen wore a worried expression. As expected of a succubus, I can already feel my resistance to her weakening. It probably won't be long before I fall. Thinking of the contracted magical creatures under him who had to keep reminding him of his body every day, Chen's expression became quite strange. There was a hint of oddness but also some anticipation. He shook his head vigorously, casting aside the thoughts in his mind. "President, you're back?" Maggie, on duty at the front desk, looked surprised when she saw Chen come downstairs. Samantha, who was writing something, also paused, looked up at Chen and then softly said, "Welcome back. Oh, you all came so early." Chen glanced at the clock hanging in the center of the hall. It was only 7:30. As the poster girls of the Adventurers Guild, these two were indeed diligent. "Of course, we really enjoy this job. We would be willing to work in the guild for a lifetime. He. Maggie made a peace sign at Chen, showing a bright smile. But then, her expression changed, and she walked from the front desk to Chen, staring at the left side of his face, frowning as she asked, "President, what happened to your face?" Chen's left cheek and right arm had been severely burned during the battle with the Goblin King. Later, they were healed by Lu Rongrong and Ning Wen, but a scar remained. Chen's handsome face was instantly marred. However, he didn't care about it at all. Although Lu Rongrong couldn't remove the scar, she said that the mentor in Valcam could do it. "Just some minor injuries. I'll go see the priest at noon to have them removed." Chen smiled and shook his head, then asked, "By the way, has the commission to hunt the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest that the Viscount posted here been withdrawn?" Maggie looked at Chen's scar with some pity and replied, "No, why?" "That's good." Chen nodded. At least the deposit for these commissions couldn't be taken back by Viscount Reno. "Take good care of the place. I have something to attend to first." After leaving, Chen rented a horse nearby and headed towards the Viscount's castle. "This horse is too slow. It can't compare to the Black-Winged Demon Wolf." Chen thought he should go to the Ashangsi Valley again to hunt some magical beasts to serve as mounts. The Viscount's castle reception room. Chen sat in a chair waiting for Viscount Renaud. Before long, the latter entered briskly with his daughter, Laura. As always, she was exquisite and beautiful. But also, as always, flat. I didn't expect Chen to advance in strength so rapidly. In just about a month, he has already broken through to level 10 and reached level 11. Renaud immediately praised Chen, while Laura looked at him with curiosity. Since Renaud had not become a professional, he naturally could not feel Chen's progress in strength. However, on the way here, the captain of Renaud's guard had mentioned this matter to him. With Chen's terrifying rate of strength increase, there were probably not many in the royal capital. Moreover, Chen must have started training quite late. After all, when he first appeared in public, he was only level 5. If he had been training since childhood, his current level might have already surpassed that of Valcam's mentor, reaching the realm of level 16. When Laura saw the scars on Chen's face and hands, she knew he must have been fighting monsters these past few days. Judging by his injuries, it must have been quite perilous. Advancing so quickly must be due to his constant battles with monsters. Laura did not feel disgusted by Chen's scars. Instead, she admired his abilities. "When I returned early this morning, I learned from the guard on duty that the Viscount was looking for me," Chen said, his gaze inquiring. "May I ask what you need from me, my lord?" With that, Viscount Renaud got straight to the point. "First, it's about the monsters in the Ire Mountains. The royal capital has sent the 3rd Prince and the 10th Army to support us." "I already know about this. In fact, we have already met." "Oh, were you in Falling Rock Town before?" A hint of curiosity flashed in Renaud's eyes. "No. We met outside the Forbidden Forest." With the army's marching speed, the prince should have arrived in Falling Rock Town only yesterday afternoon. Did the army not rest and directly engage the monsters in the Forbidden Forest? How was the battle? Was there really a Goblin King? And was he killed? These events had only occurred last night, and Viscount Renaud was still unaware. Although Connor had sent a message to Valcam, the intelligence department felt the battle report was somewhat outrageous. 51 adventurers exterminated over 1,300 monsters, including the Goblin King, yet only 18 were killed in battle. Who would believe that? The intelligence personnel were still verifying the authenticity of this report, so it had not yet reached Viscount Renaud. When Chen mentioned that the monsters in the Forbidden Forest had already been dealt with, but it was the Adventurers Guild that did it. Viscount Reynard was stunned into silence for a long time, while Laura gasped in shock. Every winter, she often heard news of certain villages being attacked by monsters, resulting in significant casualties. All along, Laura had believed that monsters were powerful and terrifying, and the information she received from her father about the Goblin King indicated that only the elite guards of the Viscount's castle could slay him. She also knew about the Adventurers Guild. Although it was developing rapidly, there were not many high-level adventurers. In such circumstances, Anshin was able to lead adventurers to kill over 1,000 monsters, including the Goblin King. Laura whispered, "It's truly incredible. Now only the monsters in the Iron Mountains remain. With the prince here, it shouldn't cause too much trouble," Viscount Reynard said, eating a piece of fruit to ease his shock. He had confidence in Taster, knowing that there were 2 level 25 guards by Taster's side. The monsters in the Iron Mountains certainly did not exceed level 20. Otherwise, they would have attacked Valcam long ago. Speaking of which, the speed at which the Adventurers Guild is expanding has truly exceeded all our expectations. When Laura and I first talked about this, I didn't take it seriously and just made a casual investment. I never expected that in less than a month, the Adventurers Guild would not only surpass all the mercenary groups in Valcam in scale, but you have also reached level 11. Captain Warwick of the Wolf Mercenary Group returned the day before yesterday, and I bet he didn't expect that after going out on a mission, the top position of the Wolf Mercenary Group would be at risk. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, Viscount Reno suddenly showed a contemplative expression, and then, as if he had made some significant decision, his gaze gradually became resolute. He stared at Chen and said seriously, "President Chen, I heard that you are still single, and my daughter Laura has now reached a marriageable age. For the second matter, I hope you and Laura become lovers and that you become my son-in-law." And Chen momentarily thought he had misheard, looking at Rainer with confusion. Beside him, Laura's face was flushed, her small hands nervously rubbing the hem of her dress, stealing glances at Chen. "I'm sorry, I didn't rest well yesterday. I might have misheard just now. My lord, could you please say that again?" And Chen's eyelid twitched as he took a sip of the tea on the table. Rainer, recalling what the third prince had said to him earlier, took a deep breath and said, "Again, you did not mishear. I want to betroth my daughter to you." "Wait, my lord, what is going on?" And Chen stood up from his chair, looking bewildered at the father and daughter before him. A viscount was actually planning to betroth his precious daughter to a common adventurer. If Rainer wasn't out of his mind, then something was definitely wrong. Rainer was certainly not out of his mind. This was clearly a trap. Seeing in Chen's unwilling expression, Rainer glared and said sternly, "What? You are just a commoner now. In the end, you are the one who is climbing too high. This is too sudden. What is the reason? And shouldn't you consider Miss Laura's feelings in this matter, my lord? I've only met Miss Laura a few times, and we don't know each other well. No matter the reason, as a father, don't you want your daughter to be with someone she likes?" After Chen finished speaking, he quickly looked at Laura, signaling her to say something against this. But to Chen's astonishment, Laura looked up at him, her face full of shyness, and said softly, I have no objections. My lord, I want to know the reason. The reason is simple. I have decided to make Laura the Lord of Valcam in the near future. Although Laura has administrative talent, her cultivation talent is not strong, so she needs a capable partner. There are talented young men in Valcam, but none are as outstanding as you and Chen. I hope you can assist Laura. As for love, for now, I just want to betroth my daughter to you. If, in the future, Laura feels you do not meet her standards, then consider this matter as if I never mentioned it." After hearing this, Chen thought to himself, "This is about me marrying into the family. My lord, what if I refuse?" Rainer seemed to have anticipated this question, his expression unchanged as he replied, "Don't forget that the Adventurers Guild was established with Laura's help. In a way, Laura is also a founder of the Adventurers Guild. You have your current achievements, and Laura has a part in that too. Moreover, you are still just a commoner. Offending a noble lord is very unwise. If you agree to this, not only will your status integrate into the noble circle, but the Adventurers Guild will also have broader development opportunities, and I can provide you with unexpected assistance. I don't need an answer from you right now. Take some time to think about it. Once the third prince resolves the issue in the Iron Mountains, I will find the right time to pass the title to Laura. If you two become engaged, you will need to appear at the banquet as Laura's fiancé." Great. After hearing Rainer say this, Chen had already concluded in his heart that he was being used as a shield. But since Rainer didn't say it, Chen had no idea where the arrow would come from. After Rainer finished speaking, he stood up and left the meeting room, leaving Chen and Laura alone. Chen stared at Laura for a while and curiously asked, "It's obvious that there is more to this. Aren't you going to oppose it?" Laura trembled at his words, looked up at Chen, and said pitifully, "My father would never harm me. Don't you want to?" "No, of course I know the Viscount won't harm you, but he is very likely to be harming me." and Chen is currently feeling overwhelmed. From Lola's demeanor, and Chen has already discovered the key to the problem. Tell me honestly, was it your father who chose me, or was it you? Lola's already flushed face turned even redder like a cooked crab, and Chen even felt steam rising from the top of her head. What's the reason? Without needing Lola to answer, and Chen already knew the answer. But he truly didn't understand why this girl, whom he had only interacted with a few times, would choose him. At this moment, Lola felt as if she could die from embarrassment, unable to utter a word for a long time. Due to the identity of Viscount Renu, Lola had hardly interacted with other nobles throughout her life, always under the strict protection of Viscount Renu. Although she was already 18, her understanding of love came solely from novels about maids and knights with princesses. Forcing Lola to answer in Shen's question directly was indeed a bit difficult for this novice in matters of the heart. How about this? Tell me, who are the enemies of Viscount Renu? What do they or he want to do? Upon hearing in Shen's question, Lola's expression suddenly changed. You guessed this, just as my father said, you are indeed very clever. She looked at Shen, tears suddenly welling in her eyes, and then confessed some things. For example, 10 years ago, Viscount Renu was actually the lord of the eastern region. At that time, Renu was still an earl. But for some reason, Viscount Renu offended other nobles. His eldest son was assassinated, and his wife also unfortunately met with disaster. Subsequently, Renu was sent to the southern region, which had been turned into ruins by the Demon King's army, to be the lord. What those people didn't expect was that Viscount Renu did not become discouraged. Instead, he rebuilt Valcam and gradually restored the vitality of the southern region. Recently, these people discovered that Viscount Renu had sent someone to the royal capital to do something. They were worried that Viscount Renu might seek revenge, so they wanted to strike first. This news was brought to Renu by the third prince from the royal capital. Of course, the third prince was not purely kind-hearted. He wanted Viscount Renu to stand on his side. Viscount Renu's governance methods were well known in the kingdom. Under Renu's management, the eastern region was the second most prosperous area in the kingdom after the royal capital. After listening to Lola's account, Shen had a rough understanding. However, Lola was also unclear about the enemies of Viscount Renu. As for this marriage, in Lola's response, it was indeed for Renu to find a suitable partner for Lola. This person not only had to be strong, capable, and have potential, but also someone Lola liked. In all of Valcam, there were hardly a few who met the criteria. Originally, Renu planned to go to the eastern region to find such talent, but suddenly learned that Shen had already reached level 11. At such a young age, he had established an adventurer's guild and had risen from level 5 to level 11 in less than a month. Although his strength was not particularly strong, his potential was significant. The key point was that Lola liked him. Shen, you like me? Lola's face turned red again. No, not that I dislike you. Actually, I often go to the Adventurers Guild to post requests, but you are hardly ever there. However, I learned a lot about you from your two receptionists. Looking at Lola, who seemed like a little sister, Shen sighed. Viscount, what are you doing? Shen felt that he needed to prioritize the establishment of the Adventurers branch. By then, even if he fell out with the Viscount, he would still have a way out. It wasn't that Shen disliked Lola, but she was indeed not his type. Moreover, this was not a benefit, it was a trap. Shen now just wants to become stronger and doesn't want to be taken advantage of. With a heavy heart, Shen bid farewell to Laura and left the Viscount's castle. Just as he stepped out of the castle gate, the Viscount's butler, Scott, suddenly called out to him from behind. President Shen, the Viscount mobilized the adventurers of Valcam yesterday to reinforce the 3rd Prince's troops in Grolltown tomorrow. I originally planned to go to the Adventurers Guild today to post a commission, but since you have returned, I will hand the commission directly to you. Not only the Adventurers Guild, but the mercenary groups in the city have also received the Viscount's reinforcement commission. This reinforcement is actually just for show. The combat power of the 10th Army is far superior to that of Valcam's adventurers, but appearances must be maintained. The Viscount asked me to tell you to find a way to show your face more in front of the prince. It will be useful in the future. Shen took the commission letter, glanced at it, and nodded in agreement. As for showing his face in front of Taster, Shen had just declined Taster's invitation, so the latter probably had a very poor impression of him. After making his way to the holy church in the city center, Shen found a level 12 priest for healing. He spent 50 silver coins, and the priest used his second-tier healing spell to remove the scars from Shen's face and body. Here, Shen also saw Lu Rongrong and Ningwen, who were learning first-tier healing magic. They were being taught by the highest-level priest mentor in Valcam, level 15 Priest Clock. Priest Clock was very busy every day, and almost all the priest adventurers coming to learn skills had to wait in line. But when Lu Rongrong and Ningwen arrived, Clock immediately ran over with a smile to guide them. Others should also be learning new skills, right? Shen felt deeply gratified by everyone's diligence. With their exceptional talents, they only needed to learn under the mentor's guidance for a while and then practice privately to comprehend the skills. This was everyone's advantage. Returning to the Adventurers Guild, and Shen posted the Viscount Reno's reinforcement commission on the task wall. At this time, the Adventurers Guild was bustling with adventurers coming and going. The news of Chen leading 50 people deep into the Forbidden Forest, slaying the Goblin King and exterminating over 1,000 monsters had already spread within the guild. Some novice adventurers were sitting at tables, listening with admiration as Khan recounted yesterday's events. Khan did this at Chen's instruction. Slaying the Goblin King was a feat that could significantly enhance the reputation of the Adventurers Guild, so it naturally needed to be spread. Given the adventurers' range of activities, it wouldn't take 2 days for the whole Valcam to know about it. When many people saw Chen return, they hurriedly greeted him respectfully, President. After hearing Khan's words, some sought confirmation from Chen about the truth of the matter. Chen asked them to wait a moment and then let Khan take the Black Iron level adventurers upstairs. In a short while, a few people came down carrying an exhibition board from upstairs. When the exhibition board was placed next to the task wall on the first floor, the surrounding adventurers immediately gathered around. When they saw the Black Iron level tasks and Bronze level tasks posted on it, everyone widened their eyes. Sure enough, the tasks on the second floor are Bronze level tasks. There's a task to assassinate the Goblin King, and a task for the Iron Mountains. This wasn't the news about the monsters in the Iron Mountains only spread after the prince brought his troops here. Why does our Adventurers Guild already have this Bronze level task? Chen chuckled as he walked to the exhibition board and said loudly, that's because the monsters in the Iron Mountains were discovered and reported to the Viscount by our Adventurers Guild first. Seeing the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, Chen continued, the Adventurers Guild is not just a platform for all professionals to become stronger. Behind the scenes, many people are also contributing to Valcam. Whether it's discovering the monsters of the Iron Mountains or this time hunting the Goblin King, it's all done by adventurers risking their lives. Chen said, while using a red pen to draw a big cross on the Bronze level tasks, assassinate the Goblin King and explore the Iron Mountains. Hiss. Many people were seeing Bronze level tasks for the first time, but the next second they saw that both tasks had been completed. Chen moved the Bronze level tasks down for 2 reasons. First, to prove what he had just said. On the other hand, there was no longer a need to conceal these 2 Bronze level tasks. After posting the reinforcement task obtained from Scott on the exhibition board, Chen waited for the adventurers to look at it for a while before raising his hand to interrupt the discussions, addressing everyone. Perhaps some of you have already received news from mercenaries you know. As part of Valcam, our Adventurers Guild will also contribute to this reinforcement task. Due to the special nature of this task, I define it as a guild collective task, with a task level of bronze, and adventurers of entry level and above can participate. As for the task rewards, they are related to the adventurers level. Entry level will receive 50 copper each, Black Iron level 5 silver each, and Bronze level 50 silver each. Similar to what Chen said, news about the reinforcement task had already circulated among the mercenary groups yesterday, and adventurers had received some information as well. As for the rewards, both adventurers and mercenaries were the same. It was roughly equivalent to an appearance fee. Everyone knew that the purpose of this task was to increase numbers, and there was no need for combat at all. In addition, everyone would also get to see the large-scale battle scenes of the army's monster troops. Such opportunities were rare, as long as the mercenary group leader wasn't foolish. They would take their members to observe this great battle. Even observing the fight was a way for the professionals under them to broaden their horizons. Chen had the same thought. After witnessing the strength of the 10th Army, Lise told Chen that the monster troops of the Iron Mountains were no match for the 10th Army at all. After this battle, hunting monsters in the southern region might rely on luck. Adventurers understood this principle as well. As long as there were no urgent tasks, upon seeing this task, they all chose to join. Many people remembered that the last guild task was when the Adventurers Guild was first established, going to Gruul to clear the slime riot. That time, they encountered a monster attack on the town, and everyone participated in the battle. The surviving adventurers not only received a large amount of rewards, but also earned the title of hero. Of course, some people noticed one thing. When Chen mentioned the rewards, he specifically referred to Bronze level adventurers. President, are you now a Bronze level adventurer? Upon hearing someone ask, others also looked at Chen. Grade assessment is a unique rating method for adventurers. It requires not only a certain level but also the completion of corresponding level tasks. For example, a Bronze level adventurer needs to have a strength of level 11 or above and must have successfully completed a Bronze level task. Although The Adventurers Guild is now quite large, with over 1,500 registered adventurers. There has never been a report of an adventurer in the guild exceeding level 10. This is undoubtedly a shortcoming for adventurers. It is also the reason why most mercenary professionals in Valcom feel that the Adventurers Guild is not worthy of being listed alongside the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Group and the Black Widow Mercenary Group as one of the three major mercenary groups in Valcom. Bloodstain Mercenary Group has already fled and was almost wiped out by Chen. Many entry-level adventurers' eyes were filled with anticipation. If President Chen is a bronze-level adventurer, then the Adventurers Guild can truly become one of the four major forces in Valcom. Aside from the official ones, besides the two mercenary groups, there is also the Merchant Alliance. A smile appeared on the face of the Black Iron level adventurer who came out of the Forbidden Forest with Chen. And Chen said with a smile, "Bronze level adventurers, we not only have them, but more than one." What? This news excited all the adventurers. In the Wolf Mercenary Group and the Black Widow Mercenary Group, only the leaders were above level 11. Yet, the Adventurers Guild had more than one. Has the Adventurers Guild grown to this extent without anyone noticing? As everyone cheered, Chen issued a task to all: relay the guild's collective mission reinforcements to all adventurers and prepare the necessary items. Tomorrow morning we will set off to Groll Town with the guards and mercenaries. After hearing Chen's instructions, the adventurers in the guild quickly began searching for their friends to inform them of the matter. The most excited were those adventurers who were just one basic level task away from being promoted to entry level. Some of them had originally planned to take a break today, coming to the Adventurers Guild just to socialize with other adventurers. After all, everyone here is talented and has pleasant conversations. Plus, they could take a look at the beautiful receptionist. However, upon learning that the minimum requirement for guild tasks was entry-level adventurers, many rushed to the task board to find assignments, hoping to be promoted to entry level. By the end of the day, Chen walked over to Maggie and urged her to find a suitable person to take over as soon as possible. He had already been planning to open a branch, and Dean, whom he had met before, was gathering information in the core city of Grey City in the eastern region. Once the Valcam incident was over, Chen intended to take people to Grey City to establish a branch. He also planned to completely eliminate the Bloodstain Mercenary Group. The dining and weapons services of the Adventurers Guild were nearly ready, and in another week, they would officially be operational. After inquiring about this information, Chen went upstairs to continue writing the Monster and Beast Compendium. It took him about an hour to finish the compendium. He called over Lizzie, who was lounging on the bed, and instructed her to deliver the compendium to Khan downstairs and have him take it to the printing shop. Afterwards, Chen wrote down the tasks to be done on a piece of paper: branch, Lola, yellow level inheritance, hidden guild base, and divine protection array. The branch could only be established in Grey City. Lola's matter naturally referred to that marriage. Lola's level wasn't particularly strong, only at level 5, and her profession was a mage. With the Viscount's power, he could forcibly raise Lola to level 10. However, Lola's talent was extremely low, and her skill learning speed was very slow. She had only learned one basic 0-level spell, Arcane Sphere. Even if she were forcibly raised to level 10, she wouldn't be able to learn a first-level skill and thus could not continue to level up according to the information gathered. During this time, the native inhabitants of the other world needed to learn at least one skill from the previous level to make significant progress. Therefore, the Viscount decided to cultivate Lola's political abilities. After all, a noblewoman was not suited for fighting and killing. However, because of this, the Viscount was also preparing to find a powerful partner for Lola. This matter was somewhat troublesome for Chen and was temporarily set aside. The yellow level inheritance was the next place Chen needed to go to enhance his strength. According to custom, Chen needed to sacrifice 500 yellow level souls to unlock the inheritance. This reinforcement mission provided Chen with the perfect opportunity. With Chen's strength, getting close to the battlefield should pose no life-threatening danger, and obtaining souls would be very easy. According to Lizzie, the number of monsters in the Iron Mountain range at levels 11 to 15 was definitely over 500, which would be more than enough for Chen. As for the hidden guild base, it meant constructing a base centered around a church, firmly controlling the church's mana recovery and teleportation capabilities within the guild's hands. The divine protection array would naturally serve as a means to protect the church. However, setting up the divine protection array required dozens of materials, including obsidian, yellow-level beast blood, magic crystals, and so on, all of which Chen needed to gather or purchase. After clarifying the tasks to be done next, Chen lay down on the bed to rest without even having lunch. The next day, at the gates of Valcam, crowds of professionals gathered. Here, almost all the mercenary groups in Valcam had come here. Although many small mercenary groups had not received commissions, it did not stop them from coming to join the excitement. The number of mercenaries present was around 2,000. Each mercenary group occupied a distinct area clearly defined, but most were small groups of only 20 to 30 people. The most conspicuous among the mercenaries were the Wolf Fong mercenary group and the Black Widow mercenary group. The former's leader, the werewolf Warwick, is level 12, leading 140 official members and 500 reserve members. Official members are level 6 to 10, while reserve members are level 1 to 5. The leader of the Black Widow, Linda, is a level 12 assassin, accompanied by over 80 official members and 500 reserve members. This is the first time I've seen both major mercenary groups act together. No wonder they are ranked in the top 2 in Valcam. Their momentum is impressive. Yeah, in terms of both numbers and strength, they outclass us by several streets. Leader Linda is still so dazzling today. I wish I could be stepped on by her high heels. The crowd instinctively moved a little further away from this person before continuing their discussion. I heard that the Adventurers Guild has more than 1,000 members now. If we're talking about numbers, they are the most. So what if they have numbers? They don't have a single expert. Exactly, it was only because the leaders of the 2 major mercenary groups were absent that the Adventurers Guild got to show off. Now that they are back, what do you think the 2 leaders will do when they see the Adventurers Guild stealing their thunder? They will definitely take action against the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild doesn't have a single person over level 10. They are no match for the Wolf Fong and Black Widow. It probably won't happen in the next few days, especially since the third prince is here. The 2 major mercenary groups won't act recklessly. But once His Highness leaves, doesn't that mean the Adventurers Guild won't last long? Of course. And even though they can't act openly right now, the leaders will definitely give that kid in Chen from the Adventurers Guild a good talking to. While these small mercenary groups were chatting, a dense crowd suddenly appeared on the distant street. In front of the crowd, 3 people were holding 3 5-meter-high flags. The fluttering flags had a red background with an emblem embroidered on them, a shield with 2 crossed swords in front. It was the emblem of the Adventurers Guild. The appearance of the Adventurers Guild carrying the flag stunned many people. 1,000-strong army is what it takes to raise a flag. Even the Wolf Fong and Black Widow were merely wearing outfits with their mercenary group insignia. These guys really know how to steal the spotlight. Don't they know that the leaders of the Wolf Fong and Black Widow have already returned? Don't rush, let's watch the show. As the small mercenary groups spoke, they made way for the Adventurers Guild, creating a wide path. And Chen rode a horse, leading a group of 1,200 adventurers slowly to the front of the line. Several hundred who hadn't come were still basic level adventurers and didn't qualify for this mission. Soon, and Chen spotted the 2 most conspicuous mercenary groups. As he sized up a 2-meter-tall werewolf, and Chen muttered to himself, is that an orc from the Order faction? There's no other one in Valcam. Orcs are divided into the Order faction and the Evil faction. The latter belongs to the Monster faction, while the former is an ally of humans, jointly resisting the Demon King's army. In developed cities like the capital of Nigel, orcs are not uncommon, and one can also see dwarves, elves, and other races. However, Valcam is not developed. Werewolf Warwick, level 12, warrior. Linda, level 12, assassin. Moreover, these 2 mercenary groups are not just rumored to have only their leaders as over level 10 professionals. And Shin glanced at the people standing beside the 2 leaders and found that each had an 11-level professional beside them. Aside from that, the 2 major mercenary groups had no other professionals over level 10. After seeing through their intelligence, and Shen ordered the team to stop. Taking advantage of the fact that the Viscount's guards had not yet arrived, he brought only Mark, Hansen, Shuefei Bai, and Lizzie to stand before the 2. It's starting. That kid actually dares to Colonel Warwick and Colonel Linda. The surrounding mercenaries all widened their eyes, watching the 3 parties draw closer, their faces showing expressions of anticipation, looking forward to the scene where the 2 colonels would teach Chen a lesson. Anshin, Warwick, and Linda gradually came together. Under everyone's gaze, Anshin was the first to speak. Captain Warwick. Captain Linda, nice to meet you. I am Anshin, the president of the Adventurers Guild. Warwick stood at nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. He wore loose, coarse cloth trousers on his lower half, while his upper body was bare, with white hair on his chest and black hair elsewhere. To Anshin, the dense hair seemed like a natural sweater. A belt slung diagonally across his chest held 2 daggers about 20 centimeters long, and on his back was a 1.5 meter long broadsword wrapped in white cloth. Compared to Warwick's ruggedness, Linda resembled a mature, intellectual older sister. In her 20s, she wore a crop top and short leather pants. Her wavy golden hair and graceful figure seemed to tell a story of ripeness, as if inviting anyone to pick her. But if anyone truly thought that, the leader of the Black Widow Mercenary Corps would swiftly plunge a poisoned dagger into their heart. Ever since I returned, I've Heard so much about President Anshin that my ears are almost calloused. Seeing you today, I didn't expect you to be so young. Warwick looked at Anshin with a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said coldly, President Anshin, you really have some skills. The way your Adventurers Guild operates is clearly pushing the mercenary corps to a dead end. If it weren't for the Wolf Slight Foundation, I might have been able to disband them directly upon my return. Captain Warwick, you're being too harsh. Who doesn't know that the Wolf Mercenary Corps is the #1 mercenary group in Valcam? How could it be disbanded just like that? As for the Adventurers Guild's principles, Anshin turned to point at the thousands of adventurers behind him, looking puzzled. The Adventurers Guild is willing to provide a platform for all professionals to grow stronger. Low-level professionals in Valcam can always find suitable commissions through the Adventurers Guild. And residents in the city who need help don't have to worry about the high fees of mercenary groups. They can simply pay a small fee to commission an adventurer to do what mercenaries disdain to do. This is a win-win for both the residents and professionals in Valcam. What's wrong with the Adventurers Guild? Sharp-tongued brat. By lowering the commission fees, you're engaging in malicious competition. Warwick stepped forward, looking down at Anshin, and said in a low voice, do you know what will happen if those small mercenary groups can't get commissions for a long time and their professionals lose their source of income? Stealing? Robbing? Anshin glanced at the mercenaries watching around and shook his head with a smile. To me, the mechanism of mercenary groups is just an organization for a few leaders to amass wealth. The people below don't have much to gain. Every adventurer in the Adventurers Guild understands one thing during their adventures: you truly reap what you sow. Adventurers are a profession that is entirely responsible for themselves. That's why more and more professionals are willing to become adventurers. As for mercenaries, Captain Warwick, you should understand better than I do the principle of survival of the fittest. I can only say that in this era, perhaps, adventurers are more suited to stay than mercenaries. If mercenaries really turned to illegal activities, adventurers would be more than willing to deal with those tumors. Facing Anshin's aggressive tone, Warwick's eyes narrowed, exuding a chill. Beside him, Linda covered her red lips, twisting her waist as she circled around Anshin, half smiling. Little brother, you have quite the appetite. Thinking of completely replacing the mercenary corps. I just wonder if your strength matches your appetite? Appetite grows with strength. Chen smiled as he looked at the two and said, actually, adventurers can form teams and accept commissions as an adventurer squad. If your mercenary group really has no business in the future, why not register at the guild to become an adventurer squad and accept commissions? Bold, arrogant brat. The two level 11 professionals behind Warwick and Linda drew their weapons in an instant, pointing them directly at Chen after hearing his provocative words. Warwick crossed his arms over his chest, watching Chen with a smile. The meaning was clear. My subordinates are already level 11. You don't even need me to take action. When the level 11 aura erupted from the mercenaries watching nearby were momentarily stunned, but then they became excited. They had always thought that each of the two major mercenary groups had only one existence over level 10. Now it seemed there were two. But the excitement lasted only a moment. The next moment, Xuefeiwa, Mark Hansen, and the figure wrapped in a large black robe, Lizzie, standing behind Chen, almost simultaneously drew their weapons and stood by his side, releasing their magical aura. Nearby mercenaries felt the immense pressure emanating from the four, their throats going a bit dry. This aura is no less than that of the two. Could it be that they are all over level 10 adventurers? Impossible. How could the Adventurer Guild suddenly have 4 over level 10 powerhouses? Those two seem to be Mark and Hansen. Have they broken through level 11? I heard that after joining the Adventurer Guild, constantly doing tasks indeed speeds up the leveling process. The murmurs around gradually grew quieter and then disappeared, with many who had just spoken ill of the Adventurer Guild starting to retreat towards the back of the crowd. They had previously thought that the Adventurer Guild had no over level 10 powerhouses and could never stand on the stage. But now, if they dared to speak ill of the Adventurer Guild, they might be remembered by the other side. They were just a small mercenary group and could not afford the retaliation of an Adventurer Guild with over level 10 professionals. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the subtleties. To the low-level mercenaries, the aura of the four behind Chen was very strong. But in the eyes of Warwick, Linda, and others, the figure wrapped in the black robe, whose face was hidden, was the one that shocked them, because the fluctuation of the other party's aura was even above theirs. At least level 13. No one expected that there was such a powerful person behind Chen. This made Warwick hold back many things he wanted to say. In fact, within the same tier, a difference of just one level makes it hard to determine the outcome. But as a long-established powerhouse, Warwick's methods were almost all exposed. Meanwhile, the other side was a mysterious person with unknown information. In a fight, Warwick would be at a disadvantage. The Adventurer Guild has actually developed to this extent. Warwick and Linda exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. 3 level 11s and 1 level 13, although Chen, the guild leader, had not revealed his magical aura. He was definitely also a powerhouse over level 10. Who was the fool that said the Adventurer Guild had no strong people? At this moment, Warwick just wanted to pull over his subordinate who was in charge of intelligence to confront the situation. With the current atmosphere, the two major mercenary groups had made a huge fool of themselves. And Chen looked at Warwick's embarrassed expression, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The level 13 powerhouse in Warwick and Linda's eyes was Lizzie, who activated the disguise skill under Chen's command. In such a situation where everyone was watching, if they could make the two major mercenary groups suffer through strength, it would greatly enhance the reputation and morale of the Adventurer Guild. This was also the reason Chen deliberately provoked the two major mercenary groups. Anyway, after this commission, Chen, who had absorbed enough yellow tier souls, could summon a troop of 20 level 11 summons by buying some summoning materials from the third prince. In Chen's mind, the greatest threat from these two mercenary groups was now. However, they had already been frightened by the disguised Lizzie. Rumble. A sound of galloping warhorses came from the distance. Everyone turned their heads in unison and discovered that the Viscount's guard troops had arrived. Why is she here too? Chen frowned slightly as he saw Laura riding alongside a female knight. Lola donned a loose robe that concealed her face. If it weren't for the moment when Lola passed by and exchanged a glance with Chen, who saw her name through the 5-vision universal, Chen wouldn't have realized she was Lola. What's going on? Chen suddenly felt an ominous premonition. As all the guards moved to the front of the line, Viscount Reno appeared in the sight of the crowd, protected by a group of elite guards. It seems everyone is quite interested in this commission. Viscount Reno rode his warhorse into the midst of the crowd, looking at the small mercenary groups that had come upon hearing the news, then focused his gaze on Chen and the adventurers behind him. This was the first time Viscount Reno had witnessed a gathering of adventurers. Over 1,000 people lined up under the fluttering banner of the Adventurers Guild. The Viscount felt increasingly satisfied with Chen. Although this kid tricked me once before, the more cunning he is, the better. Only then can he better protect Lola. Viscount Reno's gaze shifted from Chen to Linda, and the two exchanged a discreet nod. President Chen, Captain Warwick, Captain Linda, you will represent the unofficial professionals of Valcam and follow my guard team to Gruul Town to support His Highness the Third Prince. As representatives of Valcam, I hope you will perform well. Chen, Warwick, and Linda replied, understood. Viscount Reno nodded, dismounted, and walked over to Chen, lowering his voice in anger. Kid, you have some nerve. You actually took advantage of my absence yesterday to make my daughter cry and forced her to divulge information. Chen was not intimidated by Viscount Reno's demeanor. Instead, he rolled his eyes and said, you left on purpose, leaving me alone with Miss Lola. Didn't you want me to extract information from her? Viscount Reno stared at Chen for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Not bad. After praising Chen, Viscount Reno suddenly became serious. Chen, this time Lola will secretly follow the team to Gruul Town, and you must protect her. If my daughter gets even a scratch, I will make you pay dearly. Chen's expression changed. He couldn't understand why Viscount Reno would make such a dangerous decision. Even if they weren't participating in the battle, they were still heading to the front lines, and danger was inevitable. Sending Lola there was like pushing her into a fire pit, wasn't it? Valcam, what happened? Hearing Chen's question, Viscount Reno paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. I underestimated your intelligence. Then, Viscount Reno whispered a few words to Chen. Assassination. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes widened in shock, and just as he was about to ask, he was interrupted by Viscount Reno. They are after me. Letting Lola go to Gruul Town is also a way to avoid the spotlight. Those people probably wouldn't expect me to do this. Very few know about this matter. I'm telling you in advance to keep an eye out. If danger arises, you must ensure Lola's safety. Kid, don't let me down. Looking at Viscount Reno's meaningful gaze, Chen felt at a loss for words. The fact that Viscount Reno was willing to share this with him meant he trusted him. But did Lola really need Chen's protection? Among the guards sent to Gruul Town, there were at least 10 guards above level 10. The highest were 2 level 14 knights, one of whom was the female knight riding alongside Lola. With such protection, if Lola still encountered danger, Chen wouldn't be able to help. Why do you trust me so much? Trust you? No, I trust myself. Viscount. Reynard shook his head and led Chen to a secluded spot, slowly saying, when I asked Lola if she had someone she liked, she mentioned your name. I was already quite interested in you, and after that, my interest only grew. I gathered all the information about you from your time in Gruul Town to Valcam. I have read your experiences more than once. What puzzles me is that you and your companions seem quite unfamiliar with the world we live in, as if you just suddenly learned about Angamros. Your actions after arriving in Valcam have revolved around the Adventurers Guild. Although I couldn't find out your exact background, I deduced from various things that you are definitely not someone sent by my enemies. 8 exceptional class professionals plus a summoner class I've never heard of. If my enemies had that kind of power, they would have eliminated me long ago. For me, as long as I confirmed this, it was enough. The fact that you are willing to lead the adventurers to actively strike against the Goblin King for Valcam shows that your character is reliable. This statement from Viscount Reynard indicated that he had investigated Chen and Xuefei's group thoroughly. In Chen, I was initially dissatisfied with Lola's choice and wanted her to marry the son of a noble friend of mine. But now, I believe with your potential, it won't be long before you have the ability to protect Lola. Before you can protect her, I can still shield you both from the storm. I say all this just to express one thing. I still hope you can agree to marry Lola. Someone tried to assassinate me yesterday, which means my enemies can no longer sit still. They are worried I might board the third prince's ship, so they want to eliminate me now. To be on the safe side, I need to prepare early. Once you return from Gruul Town, I plan to announce your engagement to Lola and have her inherit my position. Don't be too quick to refuse. Let me tell you something. First, at the beginning of the Adventurers Guild, you borrowed my and Lola's names quite a bit, didn't you? In the eyes of my enemies, you are someone I have cultivated. Do you understand? Whether I agree or not, to those people, I have already been branded with your label and am someone they want to eliminate. And Chen understood very well that Viscount Reynard had said all this with one ultimate goal: to pull him onto his side. Moreover, if Chen guessed correctly, the news that the president of the Adventurers Guild was cultivated by Viscount Reynard was intentionally spread by Reynard. After all, there is evidence Lola participated in the establishment of the Adventurers Guild. Regardless, Chen could no longer remain uninvolved in the struggle between Reynard and his enemies. Chen and Reynard locked eyes for a long time. And finally, the former sighed and said, "I understand." Viscount Reynard smiled, patted Chen's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, I haven't done nothing all these years. I won't die easily. At least I can still protect you and Lola for another year or so. Be careful on this trip to Gruul Town. The third prince is not an easy character. He left me, and shortly after, I encountered an assassination attempt, which likely means he passed some information to my enemies to force me to take a side. However, you still need to show your worth. For now, don't reveal anything." Viscount Reynard seemed to have truly regarded Chen as a son-in-law, sharing many precautions with him. This left the surrounding mercenaries somewhat bewildered. Why was the Viscount so talkative today, and why was it all directed at Chen? In the crowd, a few shifty-eyed professionals squinted, staring at Chen and Lei Nuo for a long time before slowly retreating into a deserted alley. After about 10 minutes of speaking, Viscount Lei Nuo turned and walked to the center of the crowd, addressing everyone in a loud voice. "Let's set off." A middle-aged knight approached from the back after Viscount Lei Nuo finished speaking. He was the commander of the 200 guards for this operation. One of the 2 level 14 knights, Grim, set off. At Grim's command, the 1,000-strong team began to advance towards Gruul Town. Chen decided that once they reached Gruul Town, he would find a way to join the battle. Originally, he thought he would just collect some souls around the area. The third prince probably didn't want to share the credit for this achievement with anyone else. But now, he had to quicken his pace to grow stronger. Lei Nuo's enemy was still unknown, but it shouldn't be a noble from the capital, otherwise, Lei Nuo wouldn't have the confidence to say he could hold out for a year and a half. Regardless, the power in the hands of Viscount Lei Nuo's enemies would definitely be stronger than Chen's. If he didn't grow stronger, not only Chen but also Xuefei and others, as well as the Adventurers Guild, would be in danger. I thought that after dealing with the bloodstained mercenary group, I could enjoy a period of peace, but I didn't expect to be caught up in another conflict. Chen rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit weary. Clearly, they were being oppressed by the demon race, yet there were still open and covert struggles among the nobles. If they don't unite, they deserve to be defeated. President Anshin, what is your relationship with the Viscount? On the way to Gruul Town, Warwick couldn't hold back his curiosity and approached Anshin. Before leaving, Viscount Reno had spoken with Anshin for such a long time. If it was because the Adventurers Guild was very powerful, that didn't make sense to Warwick. When the Wolf Pack was the first mercenary group in Valcam, the Viscount had never been this courteous to him. There are rumors that you are the one the Viscount trained to integrate the scattered professionals of Valcam to counter the mercenaries. Is that true? Warwick followed Anshin like a curious child, asking questions that made Anshin a bit of a headache. Captain Warwick, rather than speculating about my relationship with the Viscount, why not consider what we will do after we arrive in Gruul Town? What we will do after we arrive in Gruul Town? Warwick grinned widely and laughed heartily. This time, I plan to just go through the motions honestly. That kind of battle with thousands of people, no, that can't even be called a battle, it's a battlefield. Even people at our level could easily be focused down and killed. Although I enjoy the thrill of killing on the battlefield and am not afraid of death, I need to consider the lives of the hundreds in the wolf pack. President Anshin, are you suggesting something? After realizing from Warwick's words that he had no intention of going to the battlefield, Anshin chuckled and fell silent. You still haven't told me your relationship with the Viscount. President Anshin, just give me a hint, I promise not to spread it. How about this, I'll trade you a secret. Captain Linda is actually a lesbian, she doesn't like men. Anshin, do you know what a lesbian is? It's when women do this and that with each other. So, how about that? Is that juicy enough? Your turn. Captain Linda, please control your strength. My fur has some defense, but your steel dagger must be poisoned, so please don't cut my skin. Who did you say is a lesbian? Linda had jumped onto Warwick's back at some point, her dagger pressed against his neck. What lesbian? What are you talking about? I don't know. You two, please don't get too heated. Anshin glanced at the two who suddenly started fighting, shook his head, and moved a bit further away. As he walked, Anshin analyzed the information about the two captains. As an orc, Warwick has a rough personality, and seeing how the mercenaries in the wolf pack respect him shows that he has a very high reputation in the pack. His strength from skills seems very strong. Even with me and the goblin high priest, we would probably be evenly matched. As for Linda, she bears some resemblance to Laura, looking a bit like an older version of her. Plus, with the relationship between the Black Widow mercenary group and the Viscount, Linda should have some connection with the Viscount. In other words, the Black Widow mercenary group is the true force cultivated by the Viscount. For now, they are on our side. As for the other mercenary groups, they are nothing to worry about. Since learning about the assassination attempt on Viscount Reno, Anshin had specifically used 5 Vision Universal to observe all the mercenaries' information. Aside from Warwick being a threat, the strength of the other mercenaries was not impressive. Even if there were assassins hidden among them, Anshin could handle it. As for the guard troops, the possibility of an assassin infiltrating them, being the Viscount's trusted aides, was extremely low. During the journey, Anshin intentionally and unintentionally observed the direction where Laura was. Xuefei and the others were also arranged near Laura. However, nothing happened along the way. By the time everyone arrived at Gruul Town, it was already around 2 in the afternoon. When Tester learned that the guards and over 3,000 professionals had come at the command of Viscount Raynor to provide support, a smile appeared on his face. He was not interested in these ragtag reinforcements, but rather in Viscount Raynor's attitude. It seems that Viscount Raynor is very aware of his current situation and is willing to follow this prince. Tester received the supplies of food and materials brought by Chen and others, then designated an area for them to camp and instructed them to wait for the attack early the next morning. From Tester's attitude, it was clear that he had no intention of letting Chen and the others participate in the battle. As expected, the 10th Army is a new army. The third prince's purpose in coming here is not only to encircle the monsters but also to train the new army. In the adventurers' camp, Chen and several bronze-level adventurers sat by the campfire talking after just coming out of Tester's tent. I just applied to go into battle, but I was rejected. The reason given was that adventurers have not received systematic military training and recklessly joining the battlefield would hold back the 10th Army. TCH, if they think our strength is weak, they should just say so, Hansen scoffed. Chen gestured for Hansen to be cautious, then continued, in the past 2 days, the scouts of the 10th Army have already clashed with the monster scouts in the Iron Mountains. The strength of the monster forces has basically been uncovered, and the 10th Army is very confident about winning this battle. Although we don't need to participate, you few have a special mission tomorrow. I need you to come with me to ensure someone's safety. Night fell. In preparation for tomorrow's battle, aside from the night watch guards, the soldiers of the 10th Army began to rest early. With the resounding sound of the army's horn, all the guards of the 10th Army gathered and marched southward. The monsters of the Iron Mountains were stationed 20 kilometers south of Gruul Town. They had established a camp by the river. The 10th Army was divided into 3,000-strong formations, well-equipped and marching in unison. The lowest member level was 11, with 10-man captains at level 13 and 100-man captains at level 15. As for the 1,000-man commanders, their levels had already exceeded 15. The mercenaries following behind were indeed at a significant strength disadvantage compared to the 10th Army. Nearly 6,000 of them formed a vast crowd, and the monster scouts spotted the movements of the 10th Army from 800 meters away. The news was quickly relayed back to the monster forces in the rear. Humans have mobilized, and their numbers have doubled? The level 15 monster leaders exchanged glances, a hint of relief flashing in their eyes. Fortunately, that great one is here. The level 15 lion-headed man stepped out of the tent and let out a lion's roar towards the sky. Hearing the roar from a distance, the bull-headed man immediately took out a magic horn covered in runes from behind him. Moments later, a deep horn sounded in the camp, and 3,000 monsters below level 10, along with 2,000 monsters between levels 10 and 15, moved. In response, the monsters donned their armor, picked up their weapons, and gathered in the center of the camp. In a huge tent near the riverbank, a level 16 goat demon held a black gemstone staff with both hands, knelt before a coffin, standing in front of him, and repeatedly spoke in the language of the demon race. Crack! The coffin lid slowly moved aside, revealing a highly decayed corpse inside. In the next moment, the corpse's white eyeball suddenly turned around. During the march of the 10th Army of the Kingdom and the remnants of the 7th Army of the Demon King, the scouts from both sides had already begun to engage in battle. The human scouts were composed of hunters with battle pets and thieves. The demon side scouts consisted of lizardmen and centaurs. Both lizardmen and centaurs belonged to the agile combat class, possessing not only speed but also strong attack power. The former is a bipedal lizard, generally around 2 meters tall, with robust limbs. The centaur, aside from having 4 hooves, has the upper body and hands of a human, with a horse's head adorned with black horns. Centaurs are a magical race of horsemen, possessing human features and belonging to the Order faction. Upon encountering each other, the scouts began to fight. The human side had slightly higher levels and more skills. The demon side, however, was strong and numerous. After leaving a dozen corpses on both sides, they began to retreat. The reason for the retreat was, of course, that the main forces had arrived. If they didn't run now, the scouts caught in the middle would be bombarded fiercely by both sides' ranged troops. On a hill, Shan and a group of adventurers watched the approaching demon forces and the demons circling in the sky from the distant horizon. We must find a way to get closer to the battlefield and collect souls within an hour of the battle starting. Shan and the others had been ordered to stay here by Tester. The more than 30 Black Iron level adventurers beside Shan had experience in slaying over 1,000 demons, and when handling corpses, they had witnessed the shock brought by thousands of demon corpses. Now, seeing thousands of demons charging towards the 10th Army from a kilometer away, many felt a bit shaken. However, the other adventurers and mercenaries did not share this mindset. Upon seeing the dense mass of demons, the vast majority felt their scalps tingle. Some even regretted coming to join the excitement, fearing the demons would charge at them. However, the first clash between the two sides relieved many mercenaries and Chen, the 100-member mage squad of the 10th Army. Just as the demon forces were about to charge, unleashed powerful second-tier magic. The demons in front of the demon army were all level 10 or below cannon fodder, and those affected by the various second-tier spells died instantly. The continuous sounds of explosions, the tremors of the ground, and the screams of demons marked the official start of the battle. Over 100 harpies and gargoyles mixed in the air flew above the 10th Army. The harpies unleashed wind magic downward, while the gargoyles hurled boulders at the mage squad below. The mages quickly raised their shields and, under Tester's command, attacked and eliminated the airborne demons alongside the hunter squad. Moo! In the area that had been bombarded by the first round of magic, a large number of fearless demons charged out from the smoke with a bellow, colliding with the front lines of the 10th Army. Strong minotaurs, ugly ogres, and 3-meter-tall mountain dogs, among others. Kill! The deafening roar erupted as thousands of professionals from the 10th Army fearlessly charged towards the demons. The entire battlefield resembled a meat grinder, with numerous low-level demons falling every moment. The soldiers of the 10th Army, facing these cannon fodder charging in front, had a level advantage. However, they were not without losses. The casualty ratio was nearly 30-1. For every 30 demon cannon fodder that died, only one human soldier would fall. Soldiers with second-tier skills were simply not something the demon cannon fodder could withstand. But because the cannon fodder were in front to block, the rear demon forces, including ogre mages and night stalkers, were outputting damage wildly. Shan also witnessed a familiar scene as a group of high-level, large-sized demons began to hurl boulders at the human army. This caused significant casualties for the 10th Army. The third prince frowned as he looked at the heavily injured man being carried to the priest at the back, ordering several commanders above level 15 to lead soldiers into the battlefield. The front line of the monsters was mostly composed of levels 5 to 10. A group of elite soldiers at levels 14 and 15, under the command of several commanders above level 15, tore through the monster front line like wolves among sheep, instantly creating a breach. A large number of soldiers surged through this gap, ripping apart the monster front line and advancing towards the elite monster troops. The sheep demon, wielding a serrated greatsword and riding a level 15 half-sheep man, led the lion-headed and lizard-headed clan leaders and other elites into the battlefield, clashing with the human elites who served as the vanguard. If Liz were nearby, she would also see her sister Ella fighting here. In less than 20 minutes, of battle. A quarter of the 3,000 monster front-line cannon fodder had been eliminated. The 10th Army left 500 men to deal with the remaining cannon fodder, while the rest engaged in combat with the elite monster troops. Although the monsters were numerous and individually stronger than humans of the same level, the 10th Army held a level advantage, almost crushing the monsters with overwhelming force. Very good, keep fighting with this momentum, said Testar, who was waiting on horseback at the back of the 10th Army, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. The Demon King's 7th Army, which brought countless disasters and humiliations to the kingdom 10 years ago, will today be buried by the 10th Army that I lead. This battle will not only wash away the kingdom's shame from 10 years ago but also mark the beginning of my rise. Testar's reluctance to allow adventurers and mercenaries to join the battle was not due to arrogance. Rather, the prestige gained from single-handedly eliminating the remnants of the Demon King's 7th Army was far greater than defeating the monster troops with the help of others. As long as his prestige increased, he would have the chance to become the first heir to the throne. Soldiers continued to fall in battle, but Testar did not care at all. The losses for the monsters were far greater than those of the 10th Army. Moreover, compared to the final gains, losing a few guards was nothing. The birth of a king is built upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Testar thought to himself. As the battle reached the 40-minute mark, more than half of the 3,000 monster front-line troops had been lost, and over 300 of the 2,000 elite troops had also fallen. Meanwhile, the human casualties had just exceeded 200. On a distant hill, and Chen was already preparing to quietly join the battlefield. The souls of the dead monsters would dissipate after more than an hour, and Chen's maximum range for absorbing monsters' souls was currently 200 meters. There were thousands of green souls and hundreds of yellow souls on the battlefield. If he absorbed them, and Chen would truly be rolling in wealth. But just as Chen was about to sneak into the battlefield, the situation suddenly changed. A spreading black mist appeared on the battlefield, expanding until it reached a diameter of 100 meters before stopping. Hundreds of humans, monsters, and beasts engaged in battle were affected. In the area shrouded by the black mist, both humans and monsters fell to the ground in agony, screaming in pain. The fallen humans, monsters, and even beasts had their veins bulging, and black patterns appeared on their bodies. They seemed to feel no pain, frantically scratching. A fat worm occasionally wriggled out of the decaying body, the pus-filled eyeball constantly rolling, and the mouth, revealing gums, cracked into a smile, with a hand almost reduced to bone waving a staff. Accompanied by the waving of the staff, the corpses eroded by the black mist suddenly stirred. The flesh on their bodies fell off with each tremor, and soon only skeletal frames remained. Human skeletons picked up shields and weapons from the ground, charging towards the nearby humans alongside the skeletal monsters transformed from beasts and demons. As the surrounding soldiers witnessed this scene, their inner fear rapidly expanded, causing them to retreat in panic. At the rear of the battlefield, Taster saw this and exclaimed in unison with the 3 scarred warrior guards beside him and the old man with a white beard. Necromancer. A lich, also known as a death mage, is a spellcaster who uses magic to achieve immortality. Liches are skilled in necromancy and can transform living beings into undead creatures. Each lich possesses all the abilities they had in life, and, as an undead being, they have infinite time. Unless something unexpected occurs, a lich can grow into an incredibly powerful entity over a long period. Among the 8 demon generals of the current Demon King, there is a Lich King. Your Highness, the magical fluctuation of this lich is at level 22. The warrior Asa Norton, with 3 scars on his face, frowned and drew his great sword, ready for battle. Although he was level 25, 3 levels higher than the liches are peculiar beings. Unless their soul core is found and shattered, even decapitating them would only cause minor damage. Moreover, necromancy and undead creations are difficult to deal with. How could a lich appear in a place like this? Your Highness, we are in trouble. The white-bearded mage Jonas I've raised his wand, casting a shield over Test. As the third prince, Test was well aware of the terrifying nature of liches. On the battlefield, the skeletons summoned by the lich using necromancy retained the same level and even the complete skills they had in life. These skeletons surged toward the soldiers, attacking fearlessly. Any soldier slain by the skeletons would have their body transformed into a skeleton. This is precisely what makes liches so terrifying. If they are not attacked, the longer time passes, the more undead creatures they create. Although this would consume a significant amount of magical power, and the undead could only exist for 1 or 2 hours, liches are notoriously high in magical capacity. At full strength, they can even create an army of skeletons numbering up to 2,000. As the skeletons attacked, the lich approached the corpse of a level 15 human soldier killed by a goat demon, pointing its wand, which shimmered with black mist, at the body. Asa, Jonas, you go to the battlefield and deal with that lich. Test, seeing the situation on the battlefield deteriorate after the Lich's skeletons appeared, quickly ordered his 2 level 25 guards to provide support. Your Highness, our task is to protect you. If we leave you, your safety. The Lich is the greatest threat. As for the other monsters, they cannot harm me at all. Test, being a level 20 warrior, was protected by a group of soldiers. As long as the Lich did not charge at him, he had no problem ensuring his own safety. Asa and Jonas exchanged glances and nodded. Your Highness, take care of yourself, we are going. The two, being level 25 professionals and a combination of warrior and mage, had a high chance of winning against a level 22 Lich. I didn't expect there to be a Lich in the Air Mountain range. I wonder if it was one that escaped by chance back then or if it was transformed into a Lich in recent years? Test's eyes showed a hint of doubt. If it weren't for the 2 level 25 guards by his side, a single Lich could very well change the outcome of this battle. Get out of my way. Asa, riding his warhorse and charging forward fiercely, cleaved any monster that dared to block his path in half with a single sword strike. A level 15 ogre mage gathered a ball of dark magic with his wand and threw it in Asa's path. Little thing. Asa raised his great sword, slicing the magic ball in half. Boom! The dark magic ball, capable of severely injuring a level 15 warrior, caused Asa no harm whatsoever. Die! A wave of sword energy shot out, instantly cleaving the ogre mage in half from 30 meters away. Jonas rode behind Asa, protected by a 4th-tier magical shield, essentially ignoring all attacks from surrounding monsters. Not far away, the Lich also sensed the sudden emergence of 2 powerful magical fluctuations on the battlefield. With a thought, the hundreds of skeletons around charged towards Asa and Jonas. In an instant, the two found themselves engulfed by the skeletal army. Countless bones flew into the air from Asa's charge and Jonas's magical bombardment. It was clear that these skeletons could not stop them at all. However, the Lich's new undead creation was complete. The human corpse in front of them suddenly burst open at the chest, and a pitch-black ghostly hand reached out from within and crawled out. Soon, a 3-meter-tall undead knight clad in heavy armor formed from swirling black mist, wielding a giant sword and a large shield, emerged from the corpse. Roar! The level 21 undead knight let out a furious roar, striking its sword against the shield standing in front of the Lich. The undead knight was a common meat shield used by the Lich for protection. Extremely durable. If the third prince's troops did not arrive, this undead knight alone could wipe out the entire Valcam. However, with the Lich's level 22 strength, it could create at most 3 of these, and it could not continue to transform corpses into skeletons. After creating one undead knight, the Lich immediately began to create a second. Jonas saw this scene and quickly warned Asa. The latter activated his skills and rushed towards the Lich, but was blocked by the undead knight. The monsters also did not expect that there were 2 level 25 powerhouses among the humans. The Lich, as the strongest being in the monster army, was also entangled at this moment. On the battlefield, there was not a single monster or human daring to approach within 100 meters of Asa, Jonas, and the Lich. Their battle was too intense. Whether it was Asa's 4th-tier combat skills or Jonas's and the Lich's 4th-tier magic, anyone else who got too close would die instantly. Yet, around the 3, soldiers and monsters were still in a chaotic melee. Test, seeing the advantage gradually shifting to their side, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next moment, a female knight beside him suddenly pointed angrily at the edge of the battlefield, exclaiming, "Isn't that Chen from the Adventurers Guild? How dare he disobey the king's orders and recklessly enter the battlefield?" Test squinted and indeed saw a nimble figure weaving at the edge of the battlefield. One moment to the left, the next to the right. Moreover, Chen was not actively seeking to fight the monsters. Instead, he often crouched beside the corpses of monsters, sharpening his blades. What is that guy doing? Test turned to glance at the hill behind him, seeing that the others were obediently staying there, and he let out a sigh of relief. Even if there were some sacrifices, he did not want others to get involved in this war. "Brother King, I'll go bring him back." The female knight removed her helmet, revealing a beautiful face with a resemblance to Test. "No, the battlefield is too dangerous, you stay by my side." Although Test was furious, it was impossible to bring Chen back from the battlefield now. He could only prepare to settle the score later. Humph. The female knight angrily thrust her knight's spear into the ground. Chen was level 11, and she was also level 11. If it weren't for the situation, she would have made Chen kneel and beg for mercy. At this moment, Chen was reveling in the ocean of souls. The souls of the monsters that died on the battlefield were rushing into Chen's body like crazy after his arrival. Most of them were green souls, but there were also quite a few yellow souls. With each yellow-level soul that surged into his body, Chen could feel a shiver of the soul. So good, so exhilarating. Anshin arrived at the battlefield only after seeing Asa and Jonas engage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to rush into the battlefield if he were caught. In the Lich's necromantic magic, it would be a waste of life. But since the Lich was occupied, Anshin hurried over the battlefield with thousands of people covered a vast area, and Anshin needed to constantly change positions to collect the souls of monsters that died in different places. While gathering souls, Anshin also discovered many skills suitable for himself. For example, magic like Flamegate and Dark Magic Sphere. There were also combat techniques he could use, such as Crossblade and Moonbreak. Anshin found that at this moment he could learn these skills by sacrificing yellow-level souls without needing the souls of monsters that possessed these skills. However, each of these second-tier skills required 50 yellow-level souls for exchange. With the characteristic of 5-sight universal for viewing information and the derived skill of long sight, Anshin could clearly discern the strength of the surrounding monsters. He knew which monsters were powerful, which were on the brink of death but still holding on, and which were cunning and deceptive, pretending to be weak. Any monster that could get close to Anshin was no match for him. Anshin deliberately avoided the battlefield between Asa and the others, and when he saw high-level monsters like the lion-headed man and the goat demon, he would keep his distance. In less than 10 minutes, Anshin had explored most of the battlefield. Over 1,700 green-level souls and more than 400 yellow-level souls. I'm in luck. Anshin licked his lips and patted the backpack behind him. It contained 20 sets of summoning materials that Anshin had collected. It wasn't that Anshin didn't want to gather more, the battlefield of yellow-level creatures was too intense, and a moment's carelessness could get him caught up in it. Anshin could only collect a bit of summoning material from the scattered yellow-level monster corpses around. I just need 100 more yellow-level souls to unlock the yellow tier inheritance. At the current intensity of the battle, I should be able to gather them in another 20 minutes. Anshin found an 11-level lizard man at the edge of the battlefield and began an evenly matched fierce battle. During the time Anshin was collecting souls, Asa and Jonas were also engaged in a fierce battle with the Lich. Jonas, who specialized in water magic, although water magic does not restrain undead creatures, continuously connecting skills like Water Gun, Freeze, Water Tornado, and Ice Spike dealt significant damage to the Lich. If it weren't for the timely creation of a second undead knight using necromantic magic, the Lich's body might have been pierced by Ice Spike. The two undead knights greatly reduced the Lich's pressure. It began to counterattack with necromantic magic. The shields on Asa and Jonas crackled as they were eroded by the necromantic black mist, with numerous cracks appearing on the surface. In addition, many claws of the undead emerged from beneath the two. The enormous ghostly claws, over 2 meters wide, intensified the cracks in their shields with each attack. Asa and Jonas also launched a small burst of power, not only shattering one undead knight but also breaking the black mist shield on the Lich, severing half of its right hand. Enraged, the Lich once again cast the skill it used upon entering undead domain. The black mist that enveloped a large area reappeared. Asa and Jonas, trapped in the black mist, had their vision obstructed, and their shields needed to be reinforced every 10 seconds. The Lich has more magic power than I do. Dragging this out is not in our favor. Jonas shouted loudly to Asa beside him while reapplying a magical shield for both of them. Damn it, this black mist suppresses perception. Asa closed his eyes and sensed for a while, only to find he could only perceive the situation within a 30-meter radius, cursing under his breath. According to previous intelligence, the Lich should be in the central position of this black mist now. In this way, I used my ultimate move, launching a magic indiscriminate attack in the area within 100 meters around me. You protect yourself with your combat skills. Once I dispel the black mist, you immediately deliver a devastating blow to the Lich. Jonas drank a potion to restore his magic, gritted his teeth, and took out a precious magic enhancement potion from his pocket. This enhancement potion sold for at least 1,000 gold coins in the royal capital. After consuming it, a mage can enhance the next spell used within a minute, increasing the power of a 4th-tier spell by up to 20%. A potion that can enhance a 4th-tier spell's power by 20% is enough to make mages fight over it at high prices. Jonas had acquired this potion after using a lot of favors. Today, it could only be used here. I must mention this to His Highness the Third Prince later. Jonas painfully drank the magic potion, and then he felt the water elements around him suddenly become lively, allowing him to manipulate these elements more easily. Water screen ice binding. With a loud shout from Jonas, countless water droplets suddenly appeared around him. After hundreds and thousands of droplets condensed, they instantly transformed into ice beads, gradually growing into 30-centimeter long ice spikes. Oh my goodness! Asa saw this scene and, with the shield Jonas had cast on him, added some warrior resistance states to himself. Abnormal environment resistance, increase impact resistance, increase toughness enhancement, toughness super enhancement. Then Asa ran in the direction away from Jonas, always readying his strongest skill to finish off the Lich. Explosion. After Jonas shouted the last word of his skill, the ice spikes shimmering with cold light instantly tore through the air, shooting out in all directions. Their speed was so fast that they produced a series of booming sounds. The ice spikes in high-speed friction with the air gradually decreased in size as they flew further. The damage range of water screen ice binding explosion was originally limited to 100 meters, but after drinking the magic enhancement potion, these ice spikes continued to fly until about 120 meters before turning back into droplets, their power drastically reduced. The black mist did not affect the Lich's vision, nor did it affect the vision of the undead knights. The Lich was originally commanding the undead knights, preparing to ambush the two in the black mist. However, Jonas's magic made the Lich feel threatened, prompting it to quickly order the undead knights to raise their shields in front of it. The next moment, a sky full of ice spikes shot towards them. The Lich, protected by the large shield, initially seemed unharmed, but every time an ice spike hit the large shield, it would freeze a portion of the area. In just 2 seconds, the continuous barrage of ice spikes turned the large shield and the undead knight into an ice sculpture, causing them to fall to the ground under the impact of the ice spikes. Bang! An ice spike struck the black shield surrounding the Lich, shattering it into pieces, and then more ice spikes flew back. Even though the Lich was hiding behind the shield, it was still eroded by the cold air around it, and the pus flowing from its body froze into ice shards. Crack! The Lich opened its mouth wide, staring in disbelief at the shattered black shield. No! Water screen ice binding explosion lasted only 3 seconds. The first 2 seconds dealt with the undead knight serving as a meat shield. In the last second, after breaking the black shield, the remaining dozen or so ice spikes pierced through the Lich's body, turning it into a sieve. The black crystal on the black wand protected by the Lich was also hit by an ice spike, producing cracks. Severely injured, the Lich's magic output was hindered, and the surrounding black mist gradually dissipated. Good opportunity. When the Lich's mostly frozen, damaged body appeared in Ace's line of sight, he rushed forward with his greatsword and shouted, "For light!" /4 arcs of sword energy intertwined and slashed at the Lich. Bang! The Lich's body shattered into several pieces, with its rotting, foul-smelling heart and other organs, along with putrid blood, splattered over a wide area. The cracked staff was also thrown into the air, rolling to a nearby spot. Quickly shatter the core. If the core isn't destroyed, the Lich won't truly be killed. Jonas, having exhausted a large amount of magic power from using his ultimate move, turned pale and knelt on the ground, shouting at Asa. The core? Asa looked at the pile of flesh before him, spat on the ground, and wildly swung his great sword, chopping the flesh and heart into a pulp. "I've chopped it all up for you, let's see how you survive." Asa cautiously observed the minced meat in front of him, and after noticing it was still, he turned to look at Jonas. "Jonas, this is my first time dealing with a Lich too. Do you think this will work?" "Jonas, you look a bit off, what's wrong with you?" "Hey, Jonas." Asa looked at Jonas, who was gripping the shattered black staff, his eyes turning white and black blood oozing from his 7 orifices, feeling a sense of foreboding. As Shen was battling the lizardmen, he felt a powerful magical fluctuation coming from the center of the battlefield and couldn't help but turn to look. Such strong magic, this must be 4th-tier magic. Although he was hundreds of meters away, Shen could clearly see the Lich being injured by Jonas's magic and then being chopped into pieces by Asa. Did we win? Shen's eyes lit up. Once the Lich died, the monster army without a strong leader would soon be defeated by the human forces. However, the subsequent turn of events made Shen's heart tighten. The old man with the white beard picked up the Lich's black staff and began to attack the warrior with 3 scars on his face. What happened? Although Shen could see from so far away, he couldn't hear what was being said over there. Roar! The lizard man left behind by Shen shouted and charged at the distracted Shen with a curved blade. Cross blade. 2 intersecting sword lights shot out from the long sword in Shen's hand, hitting the charging lizard man one after the other. This was a 2nd-tier combat skill that Shen had just exchanged for with 50 yellow-level souls. The lizard man didn't have time to dodge, and its tough skin was instantly sliced open, blood gushing out. Thud! The lizard man, with its innards shredded by the swordlight, clutched its chest and knelt on the ground. It had barely lost any health in the earlier evenly matched encounter with Shen, but now it was plummeting at a rate of 1,000 points per second. A critical hit, certain death. A few seconds later, the yellow lizardman's soul was absorbed into Shen's body, and he gained 300 experience points. Shen's experience points were now 800/10000. After using his longsword to collect the lizard's tail, claws, and tongue, he summoned an 11th level lizard man on the spot because the tail took up too much space, and then quickly recalled the summoned creature. After doing all this, Shen turned his gaze back to the center of the battlefield and found that Jonas had already started fighting Asa. Not only Shen saw this scene, but also the human soldiers fighting around him and the rear guard. Test. What's going on? Why is Mage Jonas attacking Asa? The female knight, who was Test's sister Selena, looked at the two who had begun to fight in the distance, her expression filled with confusion. Test's face darkened as he said, "Liches are not only hard to kill, but they also have many tricks. It seems Jonas has fallen for one." How could this happen? He is a level 25 mage. Selena couldn't believe it. The strongest mage in the kingdom is 7th tier, rumored to be level 40, just one step away from 8th tier. But such a national protector mage even Selena, as a prince or princess, rarely sees. A level 25 mage like Jonas is already an elite in the kingdom. On the front lines fighting the Demon King's army, most of the combatants are 2nd and 3rd tier professionals at levels 11 to 20, and level 25 peak 4th tier professionals are seldom seen on the battlefield. Jonas is likely in grave danger. We should cut our losses and order Asa to eliminate the uncontrollable Jonas. A nearby 16th level officer, upon hearing Test's command, immediately charged toward the battlefield on horseback. Lord Asa, His Highness the Prince has ordered the execution of the uncontrollable mage Jonas. The officer shouted to Asa, who was dodging magic while braving the attacks from the monsters. You want me to attack Jonas? Asa's face first showed a hint of shock, then he looked at Jonas, whose body was already starting to rot, and his gaze gradually firmed. Perhaps Jonas is already dead. After receiving Test's order, Asa shifted from defense to offense and began to attack Jonas. Because the black staff had cracked and the lich's body was just taken over, Jonas's combat power couldn't even be fully exerted. The most powerful necromantic magic, Necromancer's Domain, could not be used. In this way, it was simply no match for Azar. Moreover, Azar's attacks had always been aimed at the black staff. During the battle, he had analyzed that the core of the lich before him was the black staff, or rather, the black gem embedded in the black staff. This time, I won't make a mistake. After using a dash skill to close the distance, Azar once again sliced the lich into pieces, then swung his great sword towards the black gem on the staff. Bang! The already cracked black gem instantly shattered. The undead skeletons still alive on the battlefield all collapsed to the ground at that moment. It's over. Jonas, safe travels. Azar sheathed his longsword and glanced at Jonas's corpse, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. The battlefield around them fell silent for a moment. Although ordinary soldiers and monsters were engaged in life and death struggles, they were all paying attention to the battle that could influence the entire course of the war. By now, the soldiers had just over 2,000 left. The number of monsters was also down to about 2,500, with only a little over 200 monsters below level 11 remaining. 1/3 of the soldiers' casualties were due to the addition of hundreds of undead skeletons. But now that the lich was dead, although the human side had also lost a level 25 mage, there was still a level 25 warrior standing on the battlefield. Victory belongs to His Highness the Prince. Everyone, kill! Azar shouted to the surrounding soldiers, instantly boosting their morale, and they charged towards the nearby monsters as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Azar intended to deal with the stronger monsters around him, but suddenly a familiar figure ran over and shouted loudly at him, "Be careful, the lich is not dead yet." At the same time, Azar suddenly felt a chill at the soul level, sending shivers down his spine. He immediately turned his body, warily looking at Jonas's corpse and the shattered black crystal. Jonas's corpse showed no signs of abnormality, but the shattered black crystal suddenly released a swirling black mist the size of a human head. The black mist flew into the air, revealing 2 bloody light points that stared directly at Azar, mixed with the wails and cries of what sounded like vengeful spirits. No! Casses should not fall here, should not fall here. Soul. Confusion. The black room flickered with red light, and Azar felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, his soul suffering a severe blow, his mind momentarily dazed. Taking advantage of this time, the black mist flew in front of Azar, entering through his nostrils, mouth, and ears. Unlike when it occupied Jonas's body, the core of the lich Cassis was now shattered, on the brink of death. Soul confusion could only temporarily control Azar. However, for Cassis, that was enough. Cassis picked up Jonas's staff and used Azar's weapon to pierce Azar's heart, creating several holes in other parts of his body as well. A large amount of blood gushed out wildly, but it moved in a regular pattern around Cassis. A magic circle was slowly taking shape. Great Lich King, Cassis offers you flesh and blood and soul and wishes to return to your embrace. Please respond to the humble Cassis's plea and descend here. Buzz. The magic circle formed from blood beneath Cassis's feet emitted a black-red glow, attracting the attention of everyone around. In the next moment, the magic circle suddenly expanded, enveloping an area within a 200-meter radius. The corpses and blood on the ground were continuously absorbed by the magic circle, the red light intensifying, and an ominous aura enveloped the hearts of everyone around. Even the living people and monsters gradually felt their vitality declining, frantically fleeing towards the outside of the formation. In the distance, Shen, who was running towards this side, saw Asa's eyes flashing with red light and suddenly stopped in his tracks. It was Shen who had just reminded Asa. Although he couldn't see the information about Cassis due to the level difference exceeding 10 levels, he could see that there was no soul rising from the corpse. This indicated that the lich was not dead yet, or rather, not completely dead. However, even with Shen's warning, Asa still fell into the trap. Watching Ace's body use magic to condense a magic circle with blood, and Shen felt a sense of foreboding and quickly retreated. As the magic circle spread, and Shen felt a wave of weakness wash over him, but the next moment it disappeared. He had just been at the edge of the magic circle and had now run out of its range. While continuing to distance himself, and Shen looked back. The magic circle had a radius of 200 meters centered around Ace's body. Except for a few already injured humans and monsters who had not escaped, everyone else was affected by the negative weakening effect of the magic circle and managed to flee. The injured left behind within the magic circle gradually had their flesh consumed by the formation amidst their screams. In less than half a minute, apart from the hundreds of corpses already within the magic circle, all the injured inside had met a tragic end. In the northern part of the Ngamros continent, this was the territory of the Demon King's army, filled with monsters. The ferocious monsters fought each other, and those who survived and grew stronger could move closer to the Demon King's city. Until one day, their strength was recognized by the Demon King's city, and they would join it. At this moment, in a dark and eerie city hundreds of kilometers west of the Demon King's city, countless undead creatures roamed. At the northern end of the city, a castle was built on a cliff. In the Great Hall, the Lich King, sitting on a throne made of skeletons, suddenly opened his eyes. This position seems to be the southern end of the continent. The blue flames in the eye sockets of the Lich King, Sawyer Dior, flickered. Why do the sacrificial flesh and souls for the magic circle not match? Why are there so many souls missing? Although this level of magic circle cannot teleport me, a magic circle missing so many souls is incomplete, and mid-level undead creatures of the 4th or 5th rank cannot be teleported either. This lich named Khazar is really pathetic. However, for the sake of faith, I still have to respond. I can only do it this way. Hey, do you see what's happening over there on the battlefield? What a huge magic circle. Is it released from our side? It should be. I heard that there is a 4th level mage guard beside the 3rd prince. Doesn't that mean we are guaranteed to win? Is that even a question? This is the prince himself leading the charge. Against the remnants of the monsters, it's not a small matter. Neither the mercenaries nor the adventurers realized the problem at all. After all, they were a full kilometer away from the battlefield. But in Shen, Taster, and the soldiers on the battlefield felt the heart-pounding pressure coming from the magic circle. Brother Wang. Selena glanced at the magic circle not far away and suggested, "We should retreat. This magic circle looks very dangerous." Damn it! Taster, holding a fist-sized brilliant crystal, looked around and ultimately put the crystal back into his storage ring, ordering the signal soldier to sound the retreat. Upon hearing the retreat horn, the soldiers on the front line quickly fell back. At this moment, and Shen had already run to Taster's side, and Shen felt that the magic circle was very dangerous. As the 3rd prince, Taster must have some trump cards, so it was safer to be by his side. "And Shen, you dare to come over?" Selena saw and Shen running over and was filled with anger, drawing her spear and pointing it at him. Before Shen could say what he had prepared, there was a sudden change in the magic circle. Thud thud. Everyone, including the soldiers still fleeing, couldn't help but turn their gaze to the enormous heart floating in the center of the magic circle. The heart was about 10 meters in size, covered in stitched scars, resembling a mass of hearts combined. However, due to the incomplete magic circle, the surface of this massive heart was already covered in cracks, with a large amount of black mist seeping out from the fissures. Thud thud, thud thud. The heart beat faster and faster, as if by magic, and Shen and Test could clearly hear the heartbeat from hundreds of meters away. It felt as if it was beating right next to their ears. In the 5th second after being teleported, the cracked heart suddenly emitted several beams of black light, then exploded with a loud bang. The range of the black light extended for a kilometer, turning the area into a place where light could not penetrate. A semicircular pitch-black shield appeared on the grassland, enveloping the surrounding monsters, soldiers, and including Shen and Test. Even some mercenaries and adventurers watching from the mountaintop were caught within the dark shield. What the hell is this? Sarah has been caught in the shield. A mercenary noticed that a friend just one position away from him was enveloped in the shield and reached out to touch the nearby barrier. As soon as his hands made contact with the shield, the mercenary felt as if his soul was being drawn out, his pupils dissipating, leaving only the whites of his eyes. The heart stopped beating, veins bulged, and the flesh on the surface began to stiffen, resembling a zombie. Oh whoa! The mercenary let out a beast-like growl from his throat, then lunged at the person next to him, opening his mouth wide to bite. Ah! You're crazy, help! The person being bitten tried to push away his friend, but with his throat bitten open, he gradually lost strength. This was not an isolated case. Many had touched the pitch-black shield and then turned into mindless zombie creatures. Everyone be careful, don't touch the shield. These people have gone mad, find a way to subdue them. This must be the work of the monsters. Damn it, our hyena mercenary group's leader is inside the shield. Your Highness, the prince is also inside the shield. A group of mercenaries, led by Warwick and Linda, managed to control the frenzied mercenaries and adventurers. After discovering that they had no heartbeat, the two decisively ordered the execution of these zombies. The levels of these zombies were no different from their living selves, and because they had low levels, they basically had no active skills, making them not difficult to deal with. However, those who were bitten or scratched by them were quickly assimilated. After Xuefei Bai and others gathered all the adventurers to retreat, they felt a bit anxious. And Shen, he won't be in trouble, will he? Lu Yan looked at Xuefei Bai, Mark, and Hansen with a face that was about to cry. The two had dark expressions and said nothing. However, Liz, wrapped in a black robe, said anxiously, Master is still alive, but he doesn't know how much longer he can hold on. The soldiers and monsters affected inside the black shield are gathering towards them. As soon as Liz finished speaking, the distant pitch-black shield disappeared. Everyone quickly climbed back to the mountaintop and then saw a dazzling white shield of about 10 cubic meters slowly shattering below, revealing a group of people inside. It was in Chen, Test, and the others. As the crystal in Test's hand shattered, the white shield disappeared, and the human soldiers who had been transformed into zombies by the black light rushed towards them. The incomplete sacrificial array may not be able to send undead creatures of level 7 or 8 over, but sending a spell is still possible. Level 6 magic, Heart of Curse. Although its power is not strong, it can turn that area into cursed land. Perhaps it can even cultivate some powerful undead creatures. Has it been nearly 10 years since the last great war with humans? The demon race has almost regained its vitality. It won't be long before Lord Demon King organizes the next attack. He. A sinister laugh echoed in the bone hall. The undead guards surrounding the hall felt a flicker in the flames of their souls upon hearing the laughter. And Shen, how dare you come here? Selena was about to accuse Shen when suddenly, the heart in the distance erupted. The eerie and sinister aura made everyone shiver involuntarily. When they saw the black veil rapidly expanding from the position of the heart, Test felt a pang of anxiety and quickly took out the sealing crystal containing magic from his bosom. Selena, come closer. With sharp eyes, Shen noticed the crystal in Test's hand and rushed to their warhorse. The next second, the black veil descended. The crystal in Test's hand shattered, and a massive four-winged angel wielding a sword materialized above him. Level 5 light magic, Angel's Protection. The four-winged angel radiated dazzling white light, raising its great sword as if to cleave through the overwhelming black veil. Those sheltered beneath the four-winged angel, including Test and Shen, not only felt no effect from the black veil but instead felt warm under the illumination of the white light. Shen sensed that his previously exhausted stamina was restored. However, only the more than 40 guards beside Test were protected by the four-winged angel. The guards outside had already been consumed by darkness, and their situation was unclear. What troubled Test was that the four-winged angel above seemed unable to withstand the black veil. The light sword was gradually being swallowed by the darkness, and the area enveloped in white light was rapidly shrinking. Moreover, the pure white feathers and armor of the four-winged angel began to be eroded by the black veil. The entire apparition appeared somewhat fragmented. After holding on for 2 minutes, the four-winged angel shattered. Its body fragments coalesced into a light shield above everyone. Just as the light barrier was covered in cracks and on the verge of collapse, the black veil, which had lasted nearly 3 minutes, finally disappeared, and Chen let out a long breath. At that moment, he realized that his back was soaked with sweat from the tension of the struggle between the four-winged angel and the black veil. Not only in Shen, but even Test felt a sense of having survived a disaster. The heart had exploded 5 seconds after being teleported, and the rapidly spreading black veil had not given anyone time to escape. If it weren't for the sealing crystal in Test's hand, which had timely provided protection, everyone would have been exposed to the black veil. Even level 5 magic could only barely hold it off. Being exposed to the black veil would likely lead to a swift death. With the black veil gone, the light barrier could no longer hold and flickered 3 times before dissipating. Test looked at the cracked sealing crystal, feeling immense pain. The magic sealed within could only be used once. It was a gift from the king during Test's coming-of-age ceremony. It was also Test's greatest trump card. But now that trump card had been used up. However, the sealing crystal was an extremely precious material. Even if it was cracked, it still had a high recovery value. So Test did not discard it but instead stored it in his storage ring. Shen witnessed this scene and immediately deduced that it was a storage equipment. Shen, due to the need for summoning materials, was in urgent need of storage equipment. However, now was not the time to ask how to obtain storage equipment. Around the crowd, the hundreds of soldiers in the guard team who were not protected by the angel's shield had all changed in appearance. Their faces were pale, their eyes reduced to mere whites, and their movements were stiff. Most importantly, under the identification of omniscient vision, the information of these soldiers had transformed into that of undead zombies. Even the war horses had turned into zombie steeds. These guards, as protectors of Tester, had all been level 15 in life, with some even being level 16 experts. After being turned into undead, their levels remained the same as in life. However, Chen noticed that their health points were absurdly high. Race, undead. Zombie level 15 class warrior health 15,000/15,000 enhanced by the Cursed Land mana 2500/2500 skills undead infection basic swordsmanship sweep vertical slash piercing strike berserk charge sword shot resistance boost. The level 15 soldier next to Chen had only about 10,000 health points, but these zombie soldiers had a minimum of 15,000 health. Besides the nearby zombie soldiers, Chen noticed a large number of figures rushing towards them from a distance. It wasn't just the prince's guard team around Chen that had been turned into undead. The 2,000 soldiers who had been unable to retreat had all been transformed into undead. On the other side, the monster army was mostly within the range of the Black Shroud. Oh my god, what has happened? Selena looked at the ground around her, her eyes filled with fear. Just moments ago, the ground had been covered with flowers and grass. Now, it was devoid of life, transformed into a barren black earth. In some cracked crevices, black mist continued to waft out. Within the area shrouded in darkness, everything except for a small patch of land beneath Chen and the others had turned into a hellish scene. This remaining pure land was also being assimilated. Flowers and grass, once tainted by the black mist, quickly withered and turned to ash within seconds. This is the Cursed Land. Tester took a deep breath, fear evident in his gaze. Quickly retreat. Humans in the cursed area will be eroded both physically and mentally. Over time, they will lose consciousness and become undead creatures. Retreat. Upon hearing Tester's explanation, Chen's heart jolted. Was the heart that had been transported here meant to turn this place into Cursed Land? Your Highness. Commander Duke, something seems off with the others. A soldier, holding a long sword, looked at his former comrades, now turned strange, reporting in a somewhat clumsy manner. Duke, at level 16, was also a commander of 1,000 in the army. He had been on guard at the perimeter of the guard team and had now been transformed into an undead zombie. Prince, these soldiers have already become undead zombies, they are dead. Chen spoke both to Tester and to the surrounding guards. With so many undead zombies outside, Chen did not want the surviving soldiers to foolishly rush in due to some bond of camaraderie. Moreover, the infection skill of the undead zombies caught Chen's attention. If these undead zombies could infect humans, it would be a huge problem. Even though the guards around Tester were elite, with over a dozen being level 16 or higher, the remaining ones were level 15 soldiers. But if they were accidentally infected, these guards would become enemies. Surrounded by hundreds of undead zombies, with thousands more approaching from a distance, even though Tester was level 20, being trapped among the zombie horde would mean certain death. He drew the long sword at his waist and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, protect me, breakthrough." Chen's mouth twitched. The current situation was extremely dangerous for him, who was only level 11. Once he was separated from the breakout team, it would be the end for him. Awah! The surrounding undead zombies let out incomprehensible cries, all turning to look in the direction of Chen and the others. The breath of the living would appear in the undead's vision like a radar. They instinctively charged towards these living beings. Thud! The guard swung his sword, hacking at the approaching undead zombies. The zombies' reaction speed was slightly slow, and the guard's longsword easily found its mark, piercing through the zombie's leather armor and stabbing into its chest. However, the zombie soldier, despite being pierced through the chest with such a fatal wound, showed no sign of stopping, swinging its sword and injuring the guard in front of it. After being transformed into an undead zombie, do they not feel pain? Chen observed the clash over there, and noticed that the zombie soldier, despite having its chest pierced by a long sword, only lost 1,000 health points. The subsequent loss of health was also very slow, only 100 points per second. Moreover, the black mist of the Cursed Land seemed to have a consciousness of its own, clinging to the wound of the zombie soldier. Soon, the piercing wound on its body actually began to heal gradually, and the bleeding state disappeared. Not only was there no sensation of pain, but the health also increased, and wounds would heal in the Cursed Land. This is the undead zombie of the Cursed Land. In contrast, the human soldiers, after being injured, showed a slight decrease in reaction speed. Seizing the opportunity, an undead zombie bit down on a human soldier's palm. Chen then saw that this human soldier's status had changed to undead transformation. So this is how the infection spreads. Chen glanced at the spot where Selena was and quietly made his way over. Among the living, only she and Chen were level 11. As a princess, Selena was naturally surrounded by a group of guards. Seeing Chen approach, Selena frowned. However, considering the current situation, she said, "Nothing more." Quick slash, falling sword. Test, as a level 20 warrior, found it quite easy to deal with a group of level 15 undead zombies. Although he couldn't kill them all at once, Test specifically aimed to sever their legs, slowing their movements. Chen, who was following Selena, spotted a severely injured and disabled undead zombie that Test had weakened and charged in to finish it off with a combo. Gained undead zombie, yellow, soul times 1, experience plus 1000. Although Chen only dealt the final blow to this undead zombie, its level 15 still granted him a considerable amount of experience points. At this rate, if he could collect the souls of 8 more undead zombies, he would level up. Unfortunately, Test and the guards were focused on breaking through, and many of the zombie soldiers were only left disabled but still had a lot of health. After obtaining the soul of the undead zombie, Chen immediately began to check the detailed information on the skills possessed by the undead zombie. Aside from the skills the soldiers had in life, Chen focused on undead and infection. Undead, the body cursed by the cursed land rises again, transforming into an undead zombie, feeling no pain, having no vital points. As long as the soul's fire is not extinguished, health reaches 0, it will not stop moving. Infection, the undead can tear the living with their body parts, and if a wound is inflicted, they can transform the living into undead within a certain time. The transformation time is related to the living's strength and willpower. This is pretty much what I expected. Chen quickly took out the material to summon undead zombies, the undead heart. Although he wanted to finish off a few more, Test was leading the guards in their breakout and Chen dared not stop. Oh whoa! In the team, the guard who had been bitten by the undead zombie let out a low growl, then suddenly turned around and pounced on a nearby teammate. Before the person who was knocked down could struggle free, several undead zombies pounced on them, biting and tearing at them. The chilling screams from the person who was knocked down caused the surrounding guards to change their expressions. The guards with wounds on their bodies looked even more ashen. Your Highness, be careful not to be scratched by the undead zombies, or you will be transformed into one of the dead. Chen timely revealed this information. Tester's gaze sharpened as he looked at the injured guards around him and commanded, "You all, make use of your remaining value." Selena glanced at a female warrior on her right, feeling a pang of sympathy. This female warrior had just been scratched by an undead zombie while protecting her. "Your Highness, take care." The female warrior saluted Selena, then shot a glare at Chen, shouting, "This is Her Highness, you will take my place and protect Her Highness." With that, the female warrior bravely charged into the horde of zombies, drawing their fire. Several other injured soldiers made the same choice. Fortunately, the more than 100 undead zombies nearby were distributed in a circular formation in the direction they broke through. There were only about 20 undead zombies. Tester seized the opportunity and, along with a few level 17 subordinates, used several skills in succession to open a gap. They ran over 200 meters without stopping, and just as they were about to escape the cursed land, Tester even saw mercenaries and adventurers coming to their aid ahead. In the next moment, the warhorse beneath him suddenly braked, throwing Tester off. At the same time, Selena's warhorse and those of several other guards also underwent a transformation. Chen timely caught the fallen Selena and then looked at Tester, who had flipped in the air a few times before landing steadily, saying, "Your Highness, the warhorses have also been transformed." Chen was unsure about the other warhorses, but Selena's warhorse had definitely not been scratched by an undead zombie. Moreover, before these warhorses were transformed, their status had not shown transforming, so there was only one possibility. "It's the cursed land," Tester shouted as he looked at the pitch-black ground beneath him. "Run out quickly, the erosion of the cursed land is silent and unnoticed. By the time you realize it, it will be too late." Only a little over 100 meters remained to the edge of the cursed land. Chen set down Selena and followed behind Test, running wildly. The undead zombies were not very fast and had already been left behind by the group. However, it wasn't just soldiers that had been transformed, there were also some monsters and beasts tamed by those monsters. They had already caught up from behind. "Your Highness, are you alright?" 200 Baron guards had rushed down from the hillside, and the leading guard captain, Grim, looked nervously at Test. If something happened to Test here, they would not survive, and the king would surely not spare them. Not just these guards, but the adventurers and mercenaries present would also bear the blame for failing to protect him. Being executed by an enraged king was not out of the question. Test glanced back at the undead zombies trailing 200 to 300 meters behind and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fall back to Valcam." With 2 level 25 guards by his side and the magic sealing crystal as a trump card, Test, who had been full of confidence, never expected that a level 22 corpse which could create a cursed land. Although the monster army was gone, his remaining 2,000 soldiers of the 10th army were also lost. Moreover, there were now thousands of second-tier undead zombies. "Your Highness, please mount." Grim offered his warhorse to Test, and the other guards dismounted to let the prince's escort ride. During this time, Chen approached Grim and asked, "Captain Grim, why haven't the adventurers and mercenaries on the hillside come down?" Grim's expression was grim as he replied, "That Black Hood has the effect of transforming people into monsters. Some have encountered the Black Hood, while others have been enveloped by it. They have turned into monsters, and the mercenaries and adventurers are dealing with it." Chen was worried about the safety of Xuefeibai and the others and wanted to check the situation. He walked to a warhorse carrying 2 people and said to the somewhat panicked Laura above, "Miss Laura, you should Follow His Highness back to Valcam. It's not safe here. And Chen, are you going to stay here? Why not come with us? Laura's eyes showed a hint of concern. She had just seen adventurers and mercenaries transformed into undead zombies on the hillside. Many had been scratched and bitten in the chaos. Witnessing the zombies tearing at humans and the process of humans turning into zombies had a profound impact on her. She couldn't imagine the scene of Chen being surrounded by such monsters. Don't worry, I'll catch up soon. Chen gave Laura a reassuring look. Laura wanted to persuade Chen to leave but heard Test's order to retreat. At that moment, Test had already mounted his warhorse. Selena was about to follow Test when she saw Chen preparing to run towards the hillside. Remembering how her warhorse had been turned into an undead, she realized that if Chen hadn't caught her when she fell from the air, she might have been injured. So Selena rode her horse over to Chen and said proudly, "Hey, the one called Chen, you can share a mount with this knight beside me and leave with us. This isn't to thank you for protecting me earlier. It's just that my brother mentioned before that you have great potential, so I want to preserve the seed." The female knight had already revealed Selena's identity as a princess to Chen when she faced death. Therefore, Selena had nothing to hide about her royal status. Chen looked at the somewhat proud Selena with some curiosity and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but I still have things to do. I ask that you hurry and evacuate." When he first killed the Goblin King and saw Selena in the Forbidden Forest, Chen relied on the omniscient vision to see Selena's full name and guessed her royal identity. He just didn't expect that the usually proud and willful Selena would think to call him before leaving. "You, Selena, hurry up." As Selena was about to scold Chen for being ungrateful, she heard Tester's urging voice nearby. At that moment, Chen turned and ran up the hillside. "Humph, you might as well die here." Selena huffed as she watched Chen's back, then followed Tester, escorted by the soldiers, towards Valcam. Among the pursuing army of undead zombies, there was one holding a great sword and clad in light armor, moving much faster than the others. It had several penetrating wounds on its chest and other parts. If Chen saw it among the zombies, he would surely exclaim. Its appearance was that of Asa, Tester's level 25 warrior guard. Roar! When the zombie transformed from Asa was about 200 meters from the edge of the cursed land, it spotted a group of living beings with a strong life force and suddenly accelerated, letting out a furious roar. Killing more and stronger living beings and using their blood and flesh to nourish the cursed land, thereby allowing it to expand continuously, was the instinct of all undead zombies. The larger the cursed land, the stronger the undead creatures within it. Leaping onto the back of a fierce zombie horse transformed from a warhorse, the Asa zombie chased after Tester. Behind it, many third-tier undead zombies rode on zombie horses and zombie pigs, following suit. When Chen reached the hillside, he saw that the mercenaries and adventurers up there had basically dealt with the transformed undead zombies. Moreover, Chen discovered some bad news. The range of the cursed land beneath his feet was continuously expanding. "It's that black mist." Chen looked at the black mist drifting out from the cracks at the edge of the cursed land not far away, which quickly polluted a small area after reaching the edge. "This place won't turn into a paradise for the undead, will it?" Chen felt a bit worried. When Warwick, Linda, and Shuefei saw Chen coming up, they immediately surrounded him. "President Chen, what exactly happened? Chen, are you alright?" Chen didn't waste time and shouted directly at everyone, "Everyone, the situation has changed, evacuate immediately." Upon hearing this, Shuefei quickly organized the adventurers to retreat. Warwick and Linda were not foolish either. The guards rushing towards them below had likely already turned into monsters. They also quickly led their people to retreat towards Valcam. As for the other mercenary groups, some leaders had already died in the recent monster attack. Seeing Chen and Warwick retreating with their people, they hurriedly followed behind. However, the levels of these people were generally low. Most were zero-tier, with very few first-tier professionals. Meanwhile, the undead zombies behind them were mostly above second tier. Although their speed had decreased, that was only in comparison to equally matched professionals. Against these mercenaries and adventurers, their speed was still significantly faster. Some fast-running zombie beasts had even closed in to within 50 meters of the retreating group. Roar! A level 13 zombie wolf suddenly accelerated and pounced on a mercenary. Ah! Hearing the scream nearby, the people around gritted their teeth and ran wildly. Some mercenaries, in their panic, even dropped their weapons, cursing themselves for only having 2 legs. At this moment, as long as they could run faster than the people beside them, they could survive. As Chen was fleeing, he turned to glance at the direction of Test and the others. With distant vision, Chen could easily see the situation of Test and the others a kilometer away without any obstacles blocking his view. He then noticed a group of undead zombie wolves rapidly approaching Test's fleeing team. Chen even saw that the Viscount's guards had split off dozens of men to hold back the pursuit of the undead zombies. They actually chased after them. After briefly worrying about Laura's safety, Shen was drawn in by the screams behind him. Race. Undead Zombie Wolf level 13 health 8000/8000 mana 2000/2000 skills Undead Infection Bite Violent Bite Claw Strike Pounce Acceleration. Shen glanced at the dozen or so zombie wolves and other undead beasts closely following him, ranging from level 11 to 13. As long as we leave the cursed land, there won't be any bonuses, right? The current health of the zombie wolves was considered normal for this level. This gave Shen an idea. On the other side, Warwick watched the mercenaries being pursued from behind, feeling heartbroken while also contemplating a way to break the deadlock. President Shen, Captain Linda, the undead creatures are overly sensitive to the presence of the living. With so many of us gathered together, they will keep chasing us. Warwick shouted towards Shen and Linda, I suggest we split up to increase our chances of survival. I agree. Linda also thought of this and immediately concurred without hesitation. Hearing Warwick's voice, the other mercenaries directly fled in the direction away from the adventurers' camp. In terms of numbers, the adventurers had over 1,000 people. To the undead zombies, this was like a big glowing bulb. About 2,000 mercenaries scattered in a fan shape fleeing forward. Many mercenaries noticed that most of the undead zombies were chasing after the adventurers, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are so many adventurers, thank goodness. They went after the adventurers, just as expected. Seeing that most of the zombies were chasing the adventurers, the fleeing mercenaries began to gloat. Who told the adventurers guild to show off by bringing over 1,000 people this time? Some mercenary groups, while running, found that there was only one zombie wolf behind them and decided to turn back and kill it. Captain, we only have one undead zombie behind us. Captain, running like this isn't a solution. We're exhausting too much energy and it's almost catching up. How about we try to take it down? Upon hearing this suggestion, the mercenaries running behind immediately agreed. If they didn't work together to take down the zombie wolf now, those of them lagging behind would be dead once caught. They could only buy time for the others to escape. The captain of this mercenary group was a level 10 knight. He didn't want his subordinates to be gradually killed by a zombie wolf. Everyone prepare, let's counterattack this wolf. Oh, dozens of people drew their weapons and turned to face the zombie wolf. Minutes later, dozens of infected undead zombies looked around in confusion, then instinctively headed north. To the south was the cursed land. Expanding northward was the instinct of the undead zombies since their birth. President, our target is too big. How about I take a group to attract their attention? Mark shot an arrow backward and suggested to Shen beside him. The arrow accurately struck the eye socket of the zombie wolf, embedding itself in its head. However, after losing 1,000 health, the zombie wolf continued to chase after them as if nothing had happened. Although it soon faced the magical bombardment from Shen and Gengqingxue, it still didn't die, retaining 4,000 to 5,000 health. Unlike the mercenaries who were afraid of falling behind, Shen led the bronze-level adventurers and high-level black iron-level adventurers to attack the zombie beasts pursuing them from behind, slowing down their speed. However, the low-level adventurers simply couldn't keep up. The distance between the zombie army and the adventurers was closing in. I roughly estimate that there are almost 2,000 undead zombies following us, which is simply beyond what we can handle. Mark continued to share his suggestions. The zombie army was still several hundred meters away from them, but judging by both sides' speeds, they would be caught within 5 kilometers. And the group was still 6 or 7 kilometers away from Gruul town, not to mention the several dozen kilometers to Valcam. At this moment, Mark had already decided that no matter what, even if it meant sacrificing some adventurers, he had to ensure Shen's safe retreat. If there are obstacles to slow them down and scatter them, we can not only create distance but also counterattack. Shen licked his lips, a bold idea forming in his mind. He now had yellow-level souls and over a dozen level 11 summons. With his summons, Shen was fully capable of killing the zombie beasts behind them. These high-level zombie monsters had a lot of experience. Killing a few dozen would definitely level him up, but the key was that killing the zombie beasts would take time. One misstep and they could fall into the encirclement of the zombie army. Shen looked at the more than 400 yellow-level souls in his hand, wanting to learn the skill Undead. Since the undead zombies identified enemies by the breath of the living, learning Undead would likely make Shen appear as one of their kind. However, just as he was about to learn Undead, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. If I learn Undead, will I become an undead creature, and will my body change to be like theirs? The cost of such a transformation made Shen abandon the idea of learning Undead. If he became an undead creature, he would basically have to say goodbye to human society. This was a skill that should not be learned unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Shen learned the second-tier spells Flame Gate and Dark Sphere. Flame Gate had a huge cost, consuming 1,000 mana points. at once. But its power was also formidable. And Shen cast Flamegate towards the back of the team, creating a wall of fire 10 meters wide and 5 meters high in front of the zombie beasts. After passing through the Flamegate, and Shen found that these zombie beasts not only had their surfaces scorched but also lost 2,000 health. If they were normal creatures, being severely burned on the surface would have left them heavily injured. But these zombies were completely unaffected and continued to chase the adventurers. President, make a decision quickly. Mark saw that Shen's powerful magic had little effect and his face grew even more anxious. Aside from the zombie beasts hanging about 30 or 40 meters behind, the zombie army was now only a little over 200 meters away from the team. And Shen gritted his teeth, looking around for a way to break the deadlock. Suddenly, he spotted a forest to the left front. And Shen's eyes lit up and he quickly shouted to the others into the forest. As long as there were obstacles, the stiff-moving undead army would not only slow down but also gradually scatter. The team. Not only could the adventurers take the opportunity to escape, but Shen could also lead the elite adventurers to attempt a counterattack. This forest was not a forbidden forest, but it was not small either. After over 1,000 adventurers frantically rushed into the woods, the undead army followed suit within half a minute. The reckless undead zombie army even knocked down several rows of trees on the outskirts, their speed drastically reduced. Before entering the forest, Shen summoned a level 11 lizardman to climb a tree at the edge of the forest to observe the situation. After discovering that trees indeed have the effect of slowing down the undead army, Shen recalled the lizardman who had almost fallen into the tide of the undead, gathering Mark, Hansen, Shuefei Bai, and the more than 30 adventurers who had initially killed the Goblin King around him. First, let's deal with the zombie beasts behind us. And Shen took out the undead hearts he had collected from his backpack and sacrificed the soul of the undead zombie, Yellow, a terrifying creature with shriveled flesh and blood, identical to the undead zombies behind it, appeared before Shen. Once the undead zombie appeared, it immediately charged at a zombie wolf. Roar! A dozen second-tier zombie beasts were only 20 meters away from Shen and the others, completely disconnected from the undead army behind. The zombie wolf, attacked by the undead zombie summoned by Shen, had no idea it would be attacked by its own kind and was directly slammed against a large tree. Then, the undead zombie's dark, sharp claws pierced through its chest, ripping out all its internal organs. Roar! At the moment the counterattack began, Shen summoned all of his summoned creatures. Dozens of level 11 monsters appeared in front of Shen, acting as a meat shield to block between him and the others. The summoned monsters were entangled with the zombie beasts. The latter continuously clawed and bit at the summoned creatures. If it were a normal monster, being bitten by a zombie beast would have already put it into a state of undead transformation. However, as Shen's summoned creatures, even if they were infected, they only gained a continuous bleeding status and did not transform into undead beings. Great! Shen looked at the dozen zombie beasts that had been knocked down by his summoned creatures and excitedly shouted to the others, aim for one first, use your strongest attack, take them down one by one. The reason adventurers were afraid to fight these undead zombies was that, first, the number of the undead army was simply too great. Second, the level of the undead zombies was very high, with the lowest being level 11. Third, during the battle, if one's body was scratched, they would fall into the state of undead transformation, which basically meant death. But now, the undead army was separated in the woods. The zombie beasts were relatively more agile, always staying not far behind Shen and the others. However, this also caused a disconnection between the zombie beasts and the undead army behind them. The adventurers following Shen were all his trusted subordinates. After the battle in the Forbidden Forest, the lowest level among them was already an 8th level professional. With Shen's summoned creatures blocking the front, the adventurers behind him boldly stopped and turned to attack the zombie beasts. From a distance, fireball, precision, critical hit, sweep, dozens of skills targeted a single zombie wolf. Various combat techniques and magic shattered the zombie wolf's torso, instantly reducing it to just over 3,000 health, extinguishing its soul. Fire! This zombie wolf had already been attacked by Shen and the others before. Gained undead zombie wolf soul, yellow, ×1, gained. Experience plus 200, Shen's experience was now 2,000/10,000. The zombie wolf killed by Shen was level 13, theoretically providing more experience than this. However, due to the combined efforts of everyone, Shen only received 200 experience points. For the 8th level, adventurers in the team, even receiving just a portion of the experience, significantly boosted their experience bar. This positive feedback brightened the eyes of the adventurers, and they turned their attention to the remaining zombie beasts. Without needing Shen's orders, they began to collaborate and surround the zombie beasts entangled by the summoned creatures. Shen, holding his sword, walked over to the zombie wolf, intending to search for its undead heart to summon the zombie wolf. However, all that remained on the ground were a pile of rotting corpses, and the undead heart had been shattered in the previous attack. Hey, aim for the head and tail, don't break the heart. And Shen quickly reminded the adventurers. Without the sacrificial materials, having just the soul wouldn't allow him to summon the creatures. As Shen's trusted subordinates, they had fought together before and knew that Shen needed certain parts of the monsters to summon them. Hearing Shen's reminder, Xuefei Bai and Hansen quickly adjusted their attacks to avoid the heart area. At this moment, each zombie beast was firmly locked down by an 11th level summoned creature. No matter how the zombie beasts attacked, they did not let go. The goal was to restrict the zombie beasts' movements and create opportunities for the adventurers to attack. However, the damage from undead transformation was indeed very high. Each summoned creature that was scratched had its health decreasing at a rate of 200 per second. An 11th level summoned creature had a health pool of around 5,000. In other words, relying solely on the debuff from undead transformation, Shen needed to change a batch of summoned creatures every 20 seconds or so, continuing to use his life to buy time. And in those 20 seconds, even with Lizzie's commander bonus, the adventurers could at most focus fire and take down 3 or 4 zombie beasts. Fortunately, the undead zombie soldiers summoned earlier and the undead zombie beasts summoned later would not be affected by undead transformation. This saved Shen quite a few yellow-level souls. After completely dealing with 16 undead zombie beasts, Shen had consumed over 30 yellow-level souls to summon creatures, directly exhausting all the summoning materials he had collected on the battlefield. As for the gains, behind Shen stood a half-health undead zombie soldier and 16 undead beast summons. The only non-undead summons left were the Goblin High Priest and the Harpy. The Goblin High Priest had contributed significantly with its magic earlier. The Harpy's level was now somewhat low and had little impact in battle, and Shen planned to find a suitable opportunity to replace the Harpy. Besides changing the summons to undead types, Shen's experience also increased by over 3,000 points. I've already got 5,014 experience points, just half more to level up. This was for Shen, who was level 11. The level 8 adventurers had all leveled up by 1, participating in a higher tier battle granted experience bonuses. Just a dozen second tier zombie beasts had raised the lowest level in Shen's adventurer team to level 9. President, your summons are really powerful. Everyone felt the boost in their strength, excitement on their faces. If it weren't for the summons standing in front, who would dare to fight second tier zombies? Although the undead zombies are high level, they aren't that hard to deal with once they leave the cursed land. In fact, hunting them yields a lot of experience. Shen suddenly realized that these undead zombies could completely become a stepping stone for everyone's growth. In the distance, the undead zombie army was obscured by dense trees. After losing sight of Shen and the others, they began to instinctively move northward through the woods. On the path of a dozen undead zombies, they happened to discover Shen and the others. Thus, a group of undead zombies opened their mouths wide and charged forward with a roar. Level 11, level 11, level 13. The highest is level 14. Shen glanced over and waved his hand forward. The summoned zombie soldier standing behind him immediately mounted a zombie wolf, leading a group of zombie beasts like zombie pigs to meet the charging undead zombies. The undead zombies had no idea that these kindred would turn on them. Caught off guard, many undead zombies were hit first. If only the undead zombies had vital points. Otherwise, this wave of surprise attack could have taken out at least half of them. The other adventurers were not idle either. While ensuring their own safety, they assisted Shen's summons in attacking. The Goblin High Priest stood beside Shen, continuously casting magic to bombard the undead zombies with its wand. To conserve magic power, Shen did not use summoner skills like Disaster or Frenzy. The current situation could be stabilized relying on the summons, so there was no need to waste magic power. This was not a church where one could recover magic. Running out of magic would put them in a dangerous position. After dealing with another wave of undead zombies, Shen was just a small step away from level 12. Moreover, 2 level 11 professionals had emerged in the team, namely Geng Qingxue and Lu Zhishan. Although they had not yet learned second-tier skills, the enhancement of their physical attributes and the increase in magic capacity after leveling up were very real. Additionally, both of their innate skills had grown once again. Geng Qingxue's magic amplification can now increase the power of magic by 30%. Lu Zhishan's killing restraint has also enhanced its defensive effect by 30%. However, he didn't dare to test the effect on the undead zombies. If he were to get scratched, it would turn into a fatal experiment. The two of them leveling up further stimulated the other adventurers. Others were being chased by the undead zombies, fearing they would fall behind. Meanwhile, they used the terrain and summon creatures to turn the undead zombies into a springboard for leveling up. Such good fortune could only be found by following In Chen. Everyone looked towards In Chen, waiting for his next command. In Chen replenished his summoned creatures, reaching a full team of 20. The remaining undead hearts were too much for him to carry alone, so he had to ask everyone to help carry some. In Chen looked at the eager expressions of the crowd and said, "High rewards come with high risks. I don't need to elaborate on the dangers of the upcoming battle. President In Chen, my dear boss." Hansen lowered his voice and said, "This isn't our first time. Ever since I joined you, every battle has been an adventure. But each time, we've reaped unimaginable rewards. Everyone is ready." "President Hansen is right," Khan said seriously. "We know you are training us, and we all want to grow quickly to help you with your troubles. Although hunting undead zombies is risky, we won't back down. If adventurers don't take risks, can they still be called adventurers? That's what you said, President." The crowd chimed in, each expressing their determination. No one was backing down. "Since that's the case, let's get started." En Chen wasted no time and sent the undead summons to spread out around the forest to look for isolated zombies. There were at least 2,000 zombies that had followed them before. This was probably a quarter of the cursed land counting the corpses. Nearly 3,000 soldiers and 5,000 magical creatures had been transformed into undead zombies. The 2,000 zombies that came along were mostly second tier. The first tier zombies were slow and couldn't keep up. Once these 2,000 zombies entered the forest, they disappeared from En Chen and the other sight and began to move slowly northward. Perhaps due to the sheer number of gathered zombies, the death aura they emitted polluted the land of the forest. Wherever the zombies passed, flowers wilted and leaves fell. However, the polluted land was different from the cursed land. At least under In Chen's observation, these undead zombies did not possess the enhanced state of the cursed land. With the undead summons, In Chen's safety was greatly increased. He clearly knew which direction had more zombies and which had fewer. They moved slowly northward alongside the zombie horde while killing isolated zombies. 2 hours later, En Chen and the others had hunted over 100 second-tier zombies, and the adventurers all leveled up to level 11, advancing to second tier. En Chen also just broke through to level 13. After the level increase, killing zombies became quicker. However, the isolated zombies had mostly been cleared out, leaving only groups of at least dozens of zombies remaining. "Should we give it a try?" Xue Fei Bai, who had reached level 12, approached En Chen, looking at a group of undead zombies crashing into trees. 60 of them, and there are also 15 level undead zombies. Too dangerous. The pile on the right has 40, and the highest level is only 14. We can handle that. But the two piles are only about 30 meters apart, which makes it a bit tricky. We need to find a way to lure the zombies from the right over. And Chen shook his head and quietly retreated with Xue Fei Bai. When they reached the adventurers' hiding spot, and Chen looked at everyone and asked, "How's everyone's recovery?" "We can fight again. Combat consumes stamina and magic power. So, before each battle, En Chen would let everyone rest a bit. However, recovery couldn't keep up with consumption, and now everyone's magic power could only support one more battle. En Chen summoned a harpy and had it walk into the line of sight of the group of about 40 zombies, but without being spotted by another nearby group of zombies. The harpy was not undead, and its vitality immediately attracted the attention of the undead zombies. Dozens of zombies howled and charged over. The eagle-bodied female demon stepped forward, leading the zombies into the ambush set by the others. Here, the goblin high priest had already prepared the fire tongue dance, and Gung Qingxua along with Mark and the other ranged attackers began to assault the zombies. Upon seeing the living, the zombies unleashed their skills, attempting to break through to the adventurers. However, the 18 summoned creatures blocked their path. The summoned creatures, now at level 13, had their attributes significantly enhanced. One summoned creature could easily hold off 2 zombies for a short time. The remaining ones were quickly taken down by concentrated fire from the group. Then, everyone redirected their efforts to deal with the zombies entangled by the summoned creatures. 10 minutes later, the soul fire of the strongest level 14 zombie soldier was completely extinguished. This was the first time En Chen and the others had hunted so many zombies at once. Although the experience gained was reduced due to their level increase, En Chen still received 4,000 experience points, bringing him to 4013/20,000. At this rate, with just 4 or 5 more waves, En Chen could reach level 14. However, the adventurers were heavily drained, their magic power hovering at a dangerously low threshold. Everyone had to ensure they still had 20% of their magic power left to guard against emergencies. Moreover, the remaining zombies were clustered in overwhelming numbers. There were at least 60 or 70, and in some cases, hundreds. En Chen only had 20 summoned creatures, which were insufficient to hold them back. If only we were in the Forbidden Forest, then we wouldn't have to worry about magic consumption at all. Gung Qingxue and the other magic-wielding adventurers began to Reminisce about the church in the Forbidden Forest. That church was truly a paradise for mages. We've already made quite a haul. Moreover, the zombies are almost through the forest. Without the trees to shield us, we will be exposed to the sight of the zombie horde, which is very dangerous. Shen looked at the undead hearts in everyone's backpacks and said, "We need to retreat now." No one opposed in Shen's order. Mark walked over to him. Chen, pointing outside the forest as he analyzed, if the undead zombies continue north after leaving the forest, they will reach Gruul Town. It's about 5 kilometers from here. At the non-combat movement speed of the undead zombies, it will take them roughly 5 hours. It's impossible to catch up with the adventurers who left earlier. However, the route between this forest and Gruul Town is all open plains, with a clear line of sight. In this terrain, as the president said, even if we recover our magic power, we won't be able to hunt the undead zombies as we did before. As for taking a detour back to Valcam, we have 2 options. We can go east, over a mountain, then turn north, passing through Landslide Town, and continue north to return to Valcam in a few hours. Or we can go west, following the Missy River into the Forbidden Forest, then head north, which will also lead us back to Valcam. The Missy River is a long river, and the Lake Town River of Gruul Town is part of it. It also runs through the entire Forbidden Forest. Before choosing a detour route, we need to consider one thing. Lu Yen suddenly spoke up. A large portion of the mercenaries who scattered and fled likely took the route through Landslide Town. We've been in the forest for several hours, and they probably have already passed through Landslide Town with the undead zombies. If we choose the route through Landslide Town, we might face a horde of undead zombies blocking our way. We can't go through Landslide Town, and we can't go directly to Gruul Town either. Then we can only go through the Forbidden Forest. Shui. Fei Bai shrugged and looked at In Chen. The current Forbidden Forest, after the Goblin King's death, had become a misnomer. Moreover, everyone's levels were no longer comparable to what they once were. Thus, crossing the Forbidden Forest posed no pressure for the group, and Chen did not rush to make a decision but fell into deep thought. After staying in this forest for several hours, who knows where the undead zombies that burst forth from the cursed land have gone. Now, no matter which path they take, there could be large groups of undead zombies waiting for them ahead. Moreover, and Shen noticed at the time that the undead zombies chasing Testar were transformed by Asa. With the strength of the third prince, if he had no trump card, he should not be able to defeat the zombie Asa and could only choose to flee. And Shen also did not know where the zombie Asa was now. Choosing any route was a gamble. In contrast, the Forbidden Forest not only had trees blocking the line of sight but also had a church and a teleportation array. Taking this route was more advantageous for In Chen and the others. Let's go through the Forbidden Forest. After receiving In Chen's order, everyone hurriedly packed their things. After the army of undead zombies had completely left the forest, In Chen deliberately waited for a while. It was only after the zombie army had moved several hundred meters away that In Chen led the adventurers out of the forest, running towards the direction of the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, in the Forbidden Forest, more than a dozen people were lurking in a cave. In the center, protected by the group, were 2 women. It was Selena and Laura. Outside the cave where they were hiding, hordes of undead zombies were wandering. This cave is not the place where the Goblin King stayed before, but rather a storage dug out by the Goblin tribe that used to live here. In a higher terrain, the space inside is not very large, and everyone hiding inside seems a bit cramped. Selena and Laura, along with more than a dozen guards hiding inside, dare not make a sound, fearing they might disturb the undead zombies outside the cave. They were originally under the protection of the guards, preparing to retreat back to Gruul Town. Who would have thought that the undead zombies, transformed by Asa, would chase them with a group of third-tier zombies? The team was scattered, and Test was chased by Asa, not knowing where he had run off to. Selena and Laura, along with over 20 guards, were pursued by a group of zombies and, in their panic, fled into the Forbidden Forest. Not long after entering the forest, they lost the undead zombies. When the group reached a goblin stronghold that had been eradicated by Anshin, they turned back and found that there were no undead zombies behind them, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at that moment, several guards clearing the path ahead suddenly made a woo-woo sound and then lunged at the nearby guards, biting them. These guards had previously fought against Asa and the other undead zombies. Although they managed to break through with Selena and Laura, they had also acquired a few small wounds during the escape. Perhaps because they had been chased by zombies from behind, the pressure was too great, and these guards did not feel the wounds. Now, after being infected, they began to attack the other guards in the group. "Your Highness, Princess Lady Laura, please get away." Several guards hurriedly blocked these transformed zombies to buy time for Selena and Laura. The 2 retreated with a dozen guards, but there were more undead zombies behind them. Just as they were about to be caught in a pincer attack, one of the guards spotted a cave in the goblin village. To the right, this cave was only 2 meters high and had a curved angle inside. The dozen or so people avoided the few zombies in front and quickly crawled in. Before the zombies from behind could catch up, they hid in this cave, which was less than 10 square meters. Inside, the few guards who had fallen into the undead zombie encirclement to buy time let out a few screams before falling silent. After that, the zombie army gradually calmed down and began to move north. The people hiding in the cave watched the shadows of the zombies moving cast on the earthen wall at the entrance, all covering their mouths. Every second spent in the cave felt so torturous, and Laura's back was completely soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, Laura desperately hoped someone would come to rescue her. Amidst the fear, Laura also felt a bit fortunate. She was glad that Anshin had not followed her over. Otherwise, even if she hadn't been killed by the zombies led by Asa, she would be in the same situation as her now, hiding in the cave and trapped in danger. She didn't know how long had passed when Laura noticed that the noise outside had diminished significantly. The previous roars of the zombies had been rising and falling, but now there were only a few scattered sounds. Laura glanced at Selena beside her, wanting to ask, but the latter pressed her lips together and raised her index finger in front of her lips, signaling her not to make a sound. After waiting for about half an hour, the sounds of the zombies outside were almost inaudible, leaving only the rustling of leaves in the wind. The two warriors guarding the cave entrance exchanged glances, then signaled to the other guards behind them, weapons in hand, pressing their bodies against the cave wall, inching their way outside. After passing the corner, the guards cautiously took a look outside. Finding no zombies in sight, their courage grew a little, and they prepared to step out. Suddenly, a series of dirt fell from above the cave entrance. The two guards' eyes widened in shock, and before they could issue a warning, a zombie with a broken leg suddenly fell down from above. This zombie had been transformed from a third-tier soldier. The healthy zombies had long since moved away. Now, those left behind were all disabled zombies, missing arms and legs from the battles. A skeletal zombie accidentally rolled down from above, and upon seeing the living before it, its eyes instantly glowed red, opening its mouth wide to let out a roar, trying to stand up using its hands and feet. Nearby zombies, hearing the commotion, turned their bodies and roared, moving towards this direction. "We've been discovered." The two outermost guards, hearing the sounds around them, broke out in a cold sweat. "Quick, break through!" Selena immediately commanded the guards to prepare for a breakout. The cave that had just been a hiding place had now turned into a dead end. Once trapped in a cave with no way out, death was only a matter of time. The two guards shouted to bolster their courage, drawing their weapons to slash at the zombies on the ground and dragging them out. The others seized the opportunity to run out of the cave. But the scene they encountered outside filled everyone with despair. Surrounding them were dozens, even hundreds, of disabled undead zombies, all staring at them. The red glow in their eyes deepened, and to Laura, it was terrifying. These zombies either crawled quickly on the ground after losing their legs or had only one arm left, with some having completely lost both arms. "Swear to protect Her Highness the Princess and Lord Laura, break through." The leading guard, seeing this scene, cursed inwardly and immediately charged forward with his comrades, trying to carve out a path to safety. Thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. Because of their disabilities, these zombies were much less agile. At first, the guards could handle them easily, but as more zombies gathered, the pressure on the guards increased. A zombie lying on the ground suddenly leaped up, tackling a guard and gripping his legs tightly with its claws, and the situation began to change. More and more guards were knocked down by the zombies, their bodies scratched in the struggle. Unlike the undead zombies that could continue to move for a while under the command of their severed heads, the guards had a very low tolerance for injury. Even a small scratch meant they could only wait for death. "What do we do?" Laura, protected in the center by the guards, looked pale as she watched the soldiers being knocked down one after another, asking the seemingly calm Selena beside her. Although Selena's legs were shaking, she still held onto her knight's lance. I am of royal blood. Even if I die in battle, I don't want to become one of those hideous things." Selena raised her lance and thrust it towards the shoulder of a zombie that was biting down on a guard. Thud! The lance pierced into the zombie's shriveled muscle. Selena forcefully flicked it off the guard. The guard, feeling lighter, did not show any signs of happiness on his face, because beneath his feet there was still a zombie, and this zombie had already scratched his ankle. Selena noticed this too, a hint of sorrow flashing in her eyes. The next moment, she felt a shadow above her. A skeletal zombie, with both arms severed, jumped down from the slope headfirst. Selena quickly dodged, avoiding the zombie's headbutt. But beside her, a zombie with its legs severed and several holes in its body crawled quickly over, reaching Selena's back in the blink of an eye. The zombie clapped its arms forcefully, using the recoil and forward momentum to lunge at Selena. "No!" Laura, witnessing this scene from behind, screamed in terror. Selena also sensed the movement behind her, but it was too late to dodge. Just As the zombie with its mouth wide open was about to pounce on Selena, a fast-moving zombie leopard suddenly charged out from the side and knocked it away. After the zombie leopard landed, its sharp, pitch-black claws carved several grooves into the ground before it steadied itself. Once stable, it charged towards the surrounding undead zombies and began to tear into them. At the same time, more than a dozen undead zombies joined the battlefield. However, their targets were all their fellow kind. What is happening? Selena, who had narrowly escaped death, looked at the scene before her, filled with confusion. Why were the undead zombies turning on each other? Of course, the undead zombies would not fight among themselves. These attacking zombies were naturally summoned by Enshen. When he decided to retreat through the Forbidden Forest, Enshen led his group along the Mississippi River all the way to the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, everyone saw traces of the zombies' movements. Judging by the footprints, there should be several hundred. With such a large number, most of them were definitely second tier. There weren't this many third tier ones. There were also some undead zombies lying on the ground, their bodies in tatters, baring their teeth at the group. It was obvious that these were soldiers who had been bitten during battles with the undead zombies and had then transformed into undead themselves. When encountering these incapacitated zombies, Enshen and the adventurers naturally would not let them go. They would kill them first, then burn them, and finally scatter the ashes, a complete service. After rushing to the Forbidden Forest, Enshen led the group towards the direction of the church. Although they entered the Forbidden Forest from another direction, Enshen clearly pinpointed the location of the church thanks to the inheritance in his mind. However, on the way to the church, Enshen suddenly heard the roars of undead zombies coming from not far off to the side. Enshen quickly sent a faster zombie leopard to investigate the situation. He initially thought that if it was a small group of zombies, they would take them out. If it was a large horde, they would quickly avoid them. But unexpectedly, he saw Selena and Laura being besieged by zombies. After realizing that these zombies were all disabled and not many in number, Enshen immediately decided to consume this group of zombies. Thus, the scene of the zombie leopard saving Selena at a critical moment occurred. If the other party was surrounded by a horde of zombies, Enshen would not rush over to save them. To be safe, Enshen even consumed 40 yellow level souls to upgrade all 4 summoner skills to yellow tier. Each skill upgrade required 10 yellow level souls. The yellow tier skill, Battle Song, had a stronger healing effect, consuming 500 mana points per use. However, unless Lizzie was injured, it was usually unnecessary to release it. The yellow tier skill, Berserk, could double the strength of second tier summons for 3 minutes. The enhancement time increased, and the consumption became 1000 points. As for Toxic Fungus and Disaster, the formation speed of the mushrooms accelerated and the spread range became larger. However, their consumption also increased, with the former costing 500 mana points and the latter 1000 points. After entering the second tier, Enshen's mana limit increased by 1000 points for each level he gained. But this was still not enough to release several summoner skills. However, since they were close to the church, Enshen no longer conserved his mana. After using the Berserk skill to enhance his summons, Enshen and the Goblin High Priest simultaneously used the Flame Tongue Dance skill, leaving 1000 mana points for emergencies. 2 massive fireballs hovered above, continuously absorbing the surrounding fire elements. The flickering flames formed fiery serpents that charged towards the zombies ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Deng Qingxue released a dozen fireballs in succession. Although Fireball was just a low-level first-tier magic, after the 30% boost from her talent, Magic Amplification, it was more powerful than the high-level first-tier magic released by other mage adventurers. The zombies hit by the fireballs ignited in flames. This was not a cursed land, there was no dark energy to heal the undead zombies. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many disabled undead. Enshen, along with the adventurers, had also worked together to kill over 100 zombies, and everyone had gained some experience in dealing with them. Under Enshen's full assault with a group of adventurers, the howling zombies were kite-fought in several waves, and their numbers began to dwindle. As one yellow level soul after another was absorbed into his body, Enshen shifted his gaze to an undead zombie that could fight against 4 summons using only its upper body. If it weren't for the opponent's mobility issues, these 4 summoned creatures, boosted by 1.2 times the power of Commander and Frenzy, would likely have been slain by now. His level 16, no wonder. Enshen looked at the level 16 undead zombie, which was tearing open the abdomen of a summoned creature with its sharp claws, his eyes flashing with surprise. The level 16 undead zombie soldier had been a commander of 1000 under tester in its past life. If it were in its prime, it could have wiped out Enshen and the others. But now, with just its upper body, even if it had third-tier strength, it couldn't unleash it. Not one to beat around the bush, Enshen had his eyes on the soul of this zombie. Is this where I get my first third-tier soul? Enshen felt a surge of excitement and quickly summoned more creatures to deal with this zombie. After all, the dozens of zombies around had been mostly cleared out. Selena and Lola had already been protected in the center by the summoned creatures. Now that the summoned creatures had left, they hurriedly escaped and ran to the adventurers' side. As for their guards, if they hadn't fought desperately to protect them, the two would never have lasted until Enshen arrived. The remaining 4 guards, still gasping for breath, had all been scratched by zombies, others had already been bitten to death, their bodies burned by Enshen and the Goblin High Priest just moments ago. Everyone, do you have any last words? Lu Zhishang approached the few guards with several adventurers, keeping a wary eye to prevent them from turning into zombies. 2 of these guards were Selena's, while the other 2 were soldiers of Viscount Reno. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed in their desperate eyes as they weakly said, "Please, be sure to protect Her Highness the Princess and Lady Lola." If the 2 of them were to perish, these guards would likely bear the blame even in death. But if the 2 returned alive, the families of the guards would be rewarded. I understand. Lu Zhishang signaled to a few people nearby, and then a group of adventurers beheaded the 4 guards and burned their bodies with fire magic. Looking at the floating human souls around, Lu Zhishang muttered Amatba. Then he walked over to Enshen, preparing to deal with the remaining level 16 zombie. These human souls could also be purified later. Lu Zhishang's killing restraint could purify not only monsters but also humans. This was something he had discovered just a few days ago while fighting the Goblin King. At that time, the souls of the monsters had been absorbed by Enshen, but Lu Zhishang found that the souls of the fallen adventurers had not been absorbed. So he purified them. Roar! The level 16 undead zombie, surrounded by 2 circles of summoned creatures and another circle of humans, pressed its hands to the ground and roared at the surrounding humans. The level 16 undead zombie had been a knight in its past life, and even without the curse of the Earth's enhancement, its health was over 22,000. But now it was down to just over 15,000. Just moments ago, Gung Qingxue had tried to attack it with Fireball. And Chen noticed that the Fireball, which had dealt 150 points of damage to a second-tier zombie, now only dealt 70 points to the third-tier zombie. However, Enshen was not worried at all. As long as you lose health, no matter how long your health bar is, it won't matter. How strong is a third-tier knight? Enshen saw that aside from undead and infection, there were still 10 skills on the opponent's list, which made it clear. Even without a lower body and without weapons, it still managed to take down 13 of Enshen's summons. Of course, if Enshen hadn't wanted to kill it and had let the summons charge in to restrict the third-tier zombie's movements, there wouldn't have been such a significant loss. In the end, the third-tier zombie died under the siege of the crowd. The main force was naturally Enshen. The others, unable to approach and lacking second-tier skills, had very limited output. When the zombie was hit by the fire snake controlled by Enshen, its last bit of health was reduced to 0, and its soul fire was finally extinguished. Accompanied by a blue soul rising from the zombie and merging into Enshen's body, Enshen's level increased once again. At this point, Enshen was already level 14, and his magic limit had grown again. Although it couldn't compare to the magic limit of a magic practitioner of the same level, it was still much higher than that of other professions. After reaching level 11, a magician's magic limit could reach 5,000 points, increasing by 1,000 points for each level gained in the second tier. In terms of magic growth potential, summoners had already caught up with magicians. Enshen, filled with excitement, personally dug out the undead heart from the zombie and burned it to ashes. Enshen attempted a sacrificial summon. The result was as expected. As a second-tier Enshen, he couldn't sacrifice a third-tier blue-level soul. Forget it, at least when I reach level 16 in the future, I can summon a third-tier summon. Last time, when dealing with the Goblin King, Enshen had hurriedly reached level 11. Because he lacked a second-tier summon, he had found himself in quite a predicament. After everything was taken care of, Enshen turned to look at the 2 women being guarded by the adventurers behind him. "Miss Laura, are you alright?" Enshen had checked Laura's status before and found no abnormalities. He was just worried that she might have been frightened. Fortunately, Laura was not as fragile as Enshen had imagined. At least she didn't cry in front of all the adventurers. However, Laura did something that left everyone around her dumbfounded. As Enshen asked Laura, she stepped forward, jogging all the way to Enshen and suddenly leaped into his arms. "Enshen, this scene is just like in knight novels, where the princess is in trouble and is saved by the knight." Laura looked up at Enshen in his embrace, her eyes filled with admiration and affection, blushing as she spoke. "Ha, this." Enshen didn't know what to say. If we're talking about a princess, the one next to him is the real princess. You're just the daughter of a viscount. The adventurers nearby stared at this scene, all astonished. Laura, as the daughter of a viscount, shouldn't be out here but instead should be in Valcom. This alone puzzled everyone. But Laura leaping into the arms of the president Enshen was even more shocking news. There must be something going on here. The scene was extremely quiet. Aside from the rustling of leaves in the wind, only the sound of Lu Zhishang reciting the Great Compassion Mantra to guide the souls of the fallen soldiers could be heard not far away. Selena was stunned. The earlier zombie infighting had already left her confused. After the zombie was eliminated, and Shen didn't first inquire about her safety as a princess but instead showed concern for a mere viscount's daughter. Was she, as a princess, not concerned about her dignity? Compared to Selena, who was dazed due to her identity issues, several women in the room felt a dangerous aura at this moment. Lu Yan's hand gripping the spear trembled slightly, her eyes fixed on Laura's back. Having spent time with Shen, she had come to understand that he was a complete sports fan. Lu Yan had even thought she had a chance. After all, although she couldn't compare to the golden-haired maid of the Viscount's castle, she was still a D. But now, how could Shen betray his own beliefs? Speaking of which, how long have these two known each other? It seems they haven't even met a few times. How did they end up together? Meng Xin in the crowd watched the scene, her expression somewhat dim, and then she pulled the hood over her head. Beside Shen, Lizzie, hidden in a black robe, narrowed her eyes into a line. Shen pushed Laura away from his arms, and seeing the smiles in the eyes of the surrounding adventurers, he sternly pointed at Selena and said, "This is the princess of the kingdom, Her Highness Selena. We must ensure her safety on the journey ahead." Her Highness? Shen's introduction caused everyone to shift their gaze to Selena. The adventurers, including Mark and Hansen, were not unfamiliar with Selena. When they came out of the Forbidden Forest and rejected Taster's invitation, this female knight had even scolded Shen a bit. Who would have thought she had this identity? Humph. Seeing Shen just remember her, Selena crossed her arms and squinted one eye at Shen, saying, "What was that just now? Why were there monsters and zombies assisting you?" The Goblin High Priest and the undead zombies helping the adventurers in battle shocked Selena. This completely overturned her understanding. "This matter is complicated to explain right now, we need to prepare to leave." Shen saw that Lu Ji had finished the exorcism and signaled to everyone, then walked ahead to lead the way. The adventurers immediately got into position, protecting Laura and Selena in the center as they headed towards the church. "President, are we taking the princess to the church?" On the way, the already level 12 Shui Bai approached Shen and asked quietly. The church not only had the ability to restore magic but also had teleportation capabilities. As for Laura, that was a different story. She clearly had some relationship with Shen. But if the princess found out about this good place and went back to tell the king, what would happen if the king took it over in the future? So, we can't let her enter the church later. Shen naturally thought of this. He originally wanted to take everyone to the church to rest for a while, recover their stamina and magic, and also change their equipment. There were still some spoils from the last time that hadn't been taken back buried around the church, all obtained from hunting the monsters in the Forbidden Forest. The hunter class could replenish arrows, and the knights could replace broken shields. After all, they had obtained quite a bit of weaponry back then. There were only about 30 people within Shen. The buried weapons and equipment would be enough to rearm everyone. After moving quickly through the forest for about half an hour, apart from encountering a few lone undead zombies for some unknown reason, there were basically no other incidents. When the clearing where the church was located came into view, all the adventurers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Once they reached here, their escape could be considered to have reached a temporary conclusion. Selena and Laura were protected by Lu Yan, Geng Xingxue, and a dozen others, resting in a clearing outside the church. She watched Shen lead part of the group into the church and asked in confusion, "Why are we stopping? Aren't we escaping anymore? And even if we are resting, why can't we go in?" Lu Yan was not in a good mood at the moment. She replied coldly, "Please wait, Your Highness. The president will explain shortly." Selena wanted to reprimand her, but thinking that if Shen hadn't shown up with these people, she might have already turned into a zombie, she held back. However, she felt very uncomfortable inside. After all, she was a princess. What a noble identity. Yet these people didn't care at all about her status as a princess. Indeed, what kind of leader has what kind of subordinates? Selena glared at Shen at the church entrance and then began to worry about Taster's safety. At that time, Taster was being chased by a zombie transformed by Asa, and the guards around him couldn't stop it at all. "Father, the king brother's life or death is unknown. Now, although I am temporarily safe, these so-called adventurers are quite strange. They can actually control zombies in battle. I don't know if I can return to your side alive. Father, Selena is very hungry." While Selena was mumbling, Laura sat quietly beside her, silently looking in the direction where Shen was. That gaze was like one directed at a husband, making the nearby Lu Yan feel very uncomfortable. At the church entrance, Shen felt the rapid recovery of his magical power and began to think about how to deal with the burden that was Selena. Soon, Shen figured out how to deal with Selena. According to Lola, the undead zombies chasing them should have already left the Forbidden Forest and continued north towards Valcam. The zombie army moving north from the three directions of Rockfall Town, Grull Town, and the Forbidden Forest was progressing very slowly as if in a half-asleep state when not encountering any living beings. But after all, it was only a distance of 40 kilometers. At the speed of the zombie army, they should be able to reach Valcam in no more than 2 days. And Shen now had two methods to return to Valcam. One was to take the risk of following behind the zombies and then bypass them just before reaching Valcam, entering through one of the other city gates. The danger of this method was that in the plains, once discovered by the zombie army, they would wake from their half-asleep state and rush towards the adventurers like they had been injected with adrenaline. The second option was to teleport to the church in the Ayashengsi Valley and then return to Valcam from the eastern border. In the end, Chen chose the second method, teleporting away with the adventurers and the princess. During the teleportation, he planned to make Selena lose consciousness. This way, it would not expose the teleportation array, and the princess could use her identity to seek help from the nobles in the eastern border to rescue Valcam. As for how to make Selena lose consciousness, it would require her to endure some hardship. And Chen had the adventurers guard Selena in 2 shifts while they took turns entering the church to recover their magic power. The magic array restored 5 points of magic power per second. During the rest period, Chen calculated the consumption for the teleportation. Teleporting from the white tier church here to the green tier church required 10 green level souls per person to provide teleportation energy. And Chen, Lola, Selena plus 32 adventurers made a total of 35 people. This meant Chen needed to sacrifice 350 green level souls. For Chen, first tier green level souls were already worthless. On the previous battlefield, Chen had collected nearly 2,000 green level souls. After deducting the consumption for teleportation, he would still have over 1,500 green level souls left. There was no time before, but now is just right to filter out the first tier skills I can learn. For others, skills required hard work and training to acquire. But for Chen, learning a first tier skill only required sacrificing 50 green level souls. However, not all skills were suitable for Chen. For example, many magical beasts had the skill Bite. This skill did not match Chen's compatibility, and he did not have the large mouth or sharp teeth of a magical beast. Moreover, as the president of the adventurers, it would be ridiculous to bite the enemy during combat. So Chen had been selecting some suitable skills. For instance, the Flame Gate and Dark Sphere he learned before were area damage and single target damage, but these were second tier magic. Green level souls could only learn first tier skills and magic or upgrade 0 tier skills. Now, the Spirit Offering could upgrade first-tier skills and magic using yellow-level souls without needing to use a large number of souls from the same type of monster to upgrade. In the end, Chen selected 10 skills and magic from a pile of options. Among them were 2 control magic skills, Mind Bind and Ice Shackles, which compensated for Chen's weakness in control. 2 status skills, Resistance Boost and Acceleration, and 3 warrior attack skills, Charged Slash, Stab, and Jump Slash enhanced his melee capabilities. 1 stealth skill, Natural Camouflage, could create a camouflage protective color around Chen's body, visually deceiving the target. There were also 2 passive skills, Stamina Boost to enhance physical strength and Clarity to accelerate magic recovery. Clarity was a great asset for Chen at this moment. The first tier, Clarity, could allow Chen to recover 2 points of magic power per second. When Chen consumed 50 yellow level souls to advance to the second tier, his recovery effect changed to 4 points per second. This passive skill significantly enhanced Chen's natural mana recovery speed, nearly rivaling that of a white tier church. Fortunately, I carefully examined the monster souls, otherwise I might have overlooked this powerful skill. The skills Chen learned were all derived from the souls he acquired. It was not easy to sift through the skills attached to over 1,000 green level souls to find Clarity. Chen's mana was actually not small, but he now had many skills, most of which were powerful and consumed a lot. If his recovery speed couldn't keep up, casting a few second-tier spells would leave him out of mana. It simply wasn't sustainable. With Clarity, Chen could greatly alleviate his current situation. Even outside the church, he had a certain degree of sustained combat ability. Aside from these skills, most of the others were skills from monsters and beasts, which were not very suitable for Chen. As for attack magic and skills, Chen felt there was no need to learn them. He had already mastered powerful summoner skills along with Flame Tongue Dance, Gate of Flames, and Dark Serve, which was more than enough. After learning these selected skills, Chen felt he was about to become an all-rounder. Coupled with Clarity, Chen felt his strength had at least doubled. In his panel information, Chen had a total of 23 skills from summoner skills and those learned from sacrificed souls. This included attack magic, control magic, attack skills, life recovery magic, mana recovery magic, and status enhancement magic, among others. The third-tier undead zombie that Chen had previously killed with the group only had a little over a dozen skills in life. The adventurers following Chen generally had around 5 skills. Still, the Same statement applies. In a one-on-one fight, Chen feared no one of the same level. After staying in the church for half an hour, everyone's mana had fully recovered. As for equipment, Xue Feibai had already led a team to dig it out. The adventurers with damaged weapons and armor had all replaced their gear. Once everyone was ready, Lizzie, under Chen's command, walked towards Selena and used the charm skill on her. Level 13 Lizzie easily controlled level 11 Selena. Taking advantage of the time Selena was controlled, Chen knocked her out. First control her, then knock her out. She won't even know she was knocked out. When she wakes up, just say she encountered an unknown attack. Perfect. Lizzie, amidst the astonished gazes of Mark and the others, carried Selena over to Chen. What are you still dawdling for? Get ready to leave. Chen's words snapped the adventurers back to reality, and they hurried into the church. Lola, looking confused, followed Chen, not knowing what everyone was up to. This was actually Chen's first time using the church's teleportation function. The 350 sacrificed green-level souls surged out of Chen's body and entered the formation in the ground. Then, the entire church emitted a dazzling white light, causing everyone to involuntarily close their eyes. In the next moment, more than 30 people in the white-tier church vanished. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated church at the edge of the Aashengsi Valley, 200 to 300 kilometers away, a green light suddenly illuminated. Soon after, Chen and the others appeared there. A group of monsterized rabbits, the size of small dogs, saw the suddenly appearing crowd and stood on their hind legs, glaring at the humans with their blood-red eyes. Is this it? After being teleported, Chen opened his eyes, looking at the familiar surroundings with a sense of excitement. The teleportation process was almost instantaneous, with no discomfort felt. The surrounding adventurers also opened their eyes, looking around in confusion. This unfamiliar place indicated that they had indeed been teleported to another location. President, where is this? Hansen glanced at the surrounding level 5 mutated rabbits, not taking them seriously at all. Aashengsi Valley. Chen replied calmly. Aashengsi Valley, in the eastern region. Everyone was both surprised and impressed that Chen truly had the means to teleport. At that moment, everyone had only one thought in their hearts. As long as they followed someone like this and didn't die, their future would definitely not be too bad. Didn't they see that the lowest level among those present was already level 11? Who would have dared to think that before? President, what should we do next? Mark asked Chen while sending people to slay the surrounding mutated rabbits. You will escort the princess to Glai City. The princess will definitely have the nobles of Glai City send troops to support Valcam in order to save the third prince. When she wakes up, remind her to relay information to the kingdom about the situation of the cursed land. We need the experts from the capital to handle this. We can't let it expand unchecked. Hearing Chen's arrangements, Mark was taken aback and asked, President, aren't you coming with us? I need to go to a very important place to get something. It shouldn't take long, and I will return soon. Chen already had enough yellow level souls and was preparing to open the yellow level church. The map in his mind showed that the yellow level church was to the west. Although Chen's strength was strong, he couldn't face the army of undead zombies alone. It would take at least 3 to 4 days for the support troops from Glai City to gather and head to Valcam. Chen planned to use these few days to find the yellow level church. He was looking forward to the inheritance skills of the yellow level